The abyss encroaches, and the world morphs into a digital realm. This isn't merely a game, it's a stark confrontation between our reality and the abyss itself. Should I falter, my homeland will slip away, and humanity's very existence hangs in the balance. Yet, as for winners, history has shown there have been none. Once more, I find myself at the precipice of the abyss's descent. With unwavering determination, I grasp the crystal core, stepping onto this treacherous path littered with blood and thorns. The countdown to the abyss battlefield ticks down, just 3 hours remain. Battlefield mode, Jedi escape, main task, survive for 3 days, awaken the initial talent divine evolution to transcend skill limits and elevate my abilities to a higher form. As the abyss invades the civilizations of the heavens, I witness the emergence of cyber civilization, the black iron dwarf civilization, the elf civilization, one after another. Shagwa, Binhai City, a ring, ring, ring. My body jolted awake, and I blinked, taking in my surroundings. I was in a classroom, specifically Class 2, Grade 3 of Binhai High School, with neatly arranged desks and piles of textbooks. Just moments ago, I had been fighting for the source of reincarnation in the abyss demon nest. How did I suddenly end up here? It took me about 10 minutes to sort through my thoughts, and I confirmed 3 important things. First, I had been reborn, returned to the eve of the abyss plane's arrival. Second, I possessed 3 years of memories from after the abyss had emerged. Third, before my rebirth, I had been engaged in a fierce battle for the source of reincarnation in the abyss demon nest. Just as I was about to obtain it, I accidentally fell into the depths of the demon abyss. Now, I had woken up 3 years in the past, which was now. The current time was 9:50 p.m. on September 5, 2028, in the Blue Star calendar. The bell that rang moments ago signaled the end of the 3rd evening self-study session. In another 18 minutes, a Perseid meteor shower would streak across the night sky, marking the beginning of the abyss invasion. After this meteor shower, the first wave of abyss demons would appear worldwide. While the first wave of abyss demons wasn't enough to cause a complete collapse of human order, it would certainly create widespread panic. I vividly remembered that in my previous life, after the evening self-study session, I had gone out for supper at the beach and witnessed the meteor shower. At that time, a walnut-sized crystal had fallen onto the beach. I had picked up the crystal, clueless about its significance. Half a month later, someone bought that crystal for 500,000 yuan. My family had gritted their teeth to buy a school district house for my registration, borrowing money from relatives. To repay that debt, they sold the crystal. Only later did I learn that this crystal was called a demon crystal core. The crystal core contained demon energy. When humans absorbed this energy, they could awaken a data panel and become superpowered beings. Some research institutions referred to those who acquired superpowers as demon walkers. Because I had missed that demon crystal core, I didn't get the chance to awaken until the 2nd year of the abyss invasion. After missing that crucial year, no matter how hard I tried to catch up, I couldn't match those who had the first mover advantage. Now that I was reborn, I vowed not to let that happen again. After sorting out the clues, I rushed straight to the coastal beach. When I arrived at the beach, the clock read exactly 10:08 p.m. I witnessed a meteor streaking across the sky, followed by a second, a third. The number of meteors increased, gradually forming a meteor shower that illuminated the entire night sky. It was a spectacular sight. Couples dating on the beach cheered, pulling out their mobile phones to capture the moment. At that moment, I noticed a purple light falling into the sea. The water was shallow, and I could vaguely see a dark purple light half buried in the sand. A yellow-haired man, who looked like a gangster, spotted the purple light and tried to pick it up. I was quicker, snatching the dark purple crystal before he could reach it. Holding it in my hand, I examined it closely. It was indeed the demon crystal core. Hey! I saw it first, the yellow-haired man protested, trying to act tough. I turned around and shot him a fierce glare, my voice icy, "Get lost." The thug, who was used to bullying others, was taken aback by my intense demeanor and walked away in disgrace without saying another word. I crushed the demon crystal core in my hand, and a stream of energy flowed into my body. The data panel appeared before my eyes. Name, Lu Hong, race, human, level 1, health, 90-90, energy, 110-110, attributes, strength 9, agility 12, 9 plus 3, constitution 9, spirit 11, perception 10, talent, agile as a swimming dragon, divine evolution, number of skill slots, 3, skills, none, abyss battlefield, 7 days countdown to conscription. When a psychic awakens, the most crucial panel data are the number of skill slots and their initial talent. My skill slots were at an upper middle level, and my initial talent was a rare double talent. First talent asterisk, agile as a swimming dragon, agile, swift, and fast like a swimming dragon, initial agility plus 3 points, each upgrade increases agility based on the level. This talent boosts agility by 30% with each upgrade. As my level increased, the additional agility would also grow, making this talent increasingly potent in the later stages. My original agility attribute was 9 points, but after the enhancement from agile as a swimming dragon, it became 12 points. The agility attribute primarily affects various physical qualities, such as nerve reaction speed, motor coordination, attack speed, and running speed. In martial arts, speed is paramount. When superpowered individuals fought, speed was absolute truth, making agility attributes crucial. While my first talent was already impressive, my real god-level talent was the second one. Divine Evolution, use divine energy to fuse and evolve skills, breaking skill level boundaries and promoting skills to higher forms. In my previous life, even with a year lost, I had managed to become a top superpowered warrior, and this talent had played a significant role in that achievement. I took one last look at the countdown for the Abyss battlefield and muttered to myself, I need to be recruited the first time the door opens. Time is tight. After successfully awakening, I began to recall some important events from the early days of the Abyss. Since I had been reborn, I needed to secure some high-level resources in advance. Especially high-level skills with unique characteristics. If I could obtain them, I would have a head start. However, the higher the level of the resources, the more challenging they were to acquire, so I needed to strategize and start with those that were easier to obtain. After the meteor shower, the first batch of low-level demons would emerge globally. If these low-level demons appeared in densely populated areas, chaos would ensue. I pulled out my mobile phone and opened the school chat group to check for updates. Someone in the group mentioned that there were moving flames in Tongshin Garden at the school, resembling ghost fire and scaring everyone. I remembered this incident vividly. In my previous life, I had gone to Tongshin Garden with a fire extinguisher to extinguish a fire and encountered a boy wearing black glasses. The boy had asked for the fire extinguisher and requested I find another one. At the time, I thought putting out the fire was paramount, so I handed him the fire extinguisher and went off to search for another. Later, the boy's firefighting actions were praised in the school announcement. Not only was my name absent from the commendation, but the boy also failed to mention that I had given him the fire extinguisher during the interview. Soon after, the boy was taken away by an official department. About 6 months later, he became a member of the national supernatural organization Iron Blood and emerged as the strongest superpowered individual from Binhai High School. Recalling this incident, I immediately headed back to school and sprinted toward Tongshin Garden. As I passed by the closet where firefighting equipment was stored, I grabbed a fire extinguisher. When I arrived at Tongshin Garden, I saw the moving flame. This flame was nearly as tall as a person, surrounded by lightning, and a grotesque demon face could be vaguely seen within the fire. It was terrifying. Just one glance confirmed my suspicion. This was a low-level demon, the Thunder and Fire Demon Spirit. At that moment, the boy with black glasses approached and stretched out his hand, demanding, "Give me the fire extinguisher." I slapped his hand away. "I want to handle this myself." He glared at me, clearly displeased, before running out of Tongshin Garden to search for another fire extinguisher. I gripped the fire extinguisher tightly and strode toward the Thunder Fire Demon Spirit. The demon let out a piercing hiss and lunged at me, attacking with flames. I pulled the safety pin from the fire extinguisher and sprayed it directly at the fire. The extinguisher released a cloud of white dry powder, enveloping the flames. The Thunder Fire Demon Spirit shrieked in fury, bursting through the dust cloud to attack me with flames. I swiftly dodged the attack and continued spraying the fire extinguisher to extinguish the flames engulfing it. Once the flames were out, the Thunder Fire Demon Spirit was reduced to a blackened cinder monster. However, its flames were only temporarily quelled. If I didn't eliminate it completely, it wouldn't be long before the flames reignited. After emptying a canister of dry powder, I swung the fire extinguisher and struck it with all my might. Bang! The Thunder Fire Demon Spirit shattered into ashes, scattering across the ground like burnt coal. Hunting demons, absorbing 10 points of demon energy. Demon energy enhancement level, source energy level increased to level 2, all attributes +1, agility attribute additional +0.3. At that moment of leveling up, I felt a surge of energy coursing through my body. My physical strength increased rapidly, and my muscles became filled with explosive power. Amid the remnants of the Thunder Fire Demon Spirit, I spotted a flash. It was a walnut-sized demon crystal core. I picked it up and checked its properties, discovering it was a Thunder Weapon Crystal Core. The Thunderfire Demon Spirit had a chance to drop 2 types of crystal cores, Flame Weapon Crystal Core, and Thunder Weapon Crystal Core. The drop rate for the Thunder Weapon Crystal Core was significantly lower than that of its fiery counterpart. Thunder Weapon Crystal Core absorb crystal core energy to potentially learn the Thunder Weapon skill. Lightning Weapon release lightning to enhance a weapon. When attacking, it inflicts an additional 12 points of lightning damage and causes a slight paralysis effect on the struck area. Damage value equals 1 times mental attribute. Skill consumption, 3 source energy/minute. Skill level, D level. Seeing this skill, I didn't hesitate, I crushed the crystal core to absorb its energy. The energy flowed into my body through my palm, condensing into an energy ball in my first skill slot. Absorbed the crystal core of the lightning weapon and learned the skill Lightning Weapon. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers, a current surging from my fingertips with a charge explosion sound. Used the Lightning Weapon skill proficiency +1. After testing the skill, I quickly cleaned up the scene and left Tongshin Garden. When the boy returned with the fire extinguisher, he found only the extinguished embers and strange coal-like ash scattered on the ground. The next day, there were many posts discussing the abyss monsters on the internet. Some said they saw black monsters, and some said they were scratched by monsters. Some people asked online, what does the 6-day countdown mean? This obviously refers to the countdown of the Abyss battlefield, but only the psychics who have awakened the data panel can see it. Moreover, not every psychic has it. Only the psychics recruited by the Abyss battlefield will have a countdown. Once the Abyss battlefield countdown appears on the data panel, it means that when the countdown ends, you will be teleported to the battlefield and face death. By the evening, the internet began to control related speech. Except for private circles and chat groups, other places that post content related to the Abyss will be quickly blocked. The post asking about the countdown also disappeared. Lu Hong scanned the information on the internet and then went out to buy supplies. Since the first skill he obtained was Lightning Weapon, he needed a weapon to exert the power of this skill. Before Lu Hong was reborn, he practiced the 7-section step sword style, so he went directly to buy a Han-made sword. The sword blade was engraved with patterns and 8 ancient characters, Jianji Kuan Wu, Phoenix Wings Fluttering. Since it was a handicraft, it was not sharpened, but the blade was made of good steel. Lu Hong found another place to sharpen it, using a motorized grinding wheel to grind it. He simply sharpened the blade and made it usable, so he didn't spend time slowly grinding it. Since there were 6 people living in one dormitory at school, it was inconvenient to do many things. So Lu Hong found a fast hotel with a comfortable environment and booked a monthly room. He also bought a motorcycle as a means of transportation. He used credit cards to buy the Han sword, the motorcycle, and the room, and spent more than 10,000 yuan. This money can be easily earned back in the future, so there is nothing to feel bad about. After booking the room, Lu Hong found a place and tried to practice the 7-section step sword style he had learned before his rebirth. The first style was the sword drawing style. The right hand drew the sword like lightning and slashed it out with one sword. Clang! At the moment of drawing the sword, a series of data prompts appeared next to the palm holding the sword. I have gained some insights from practicing swordsmanship, and my swordsmanship proficiency has increased by +1. I have gained some insights from practicing swordsmanship, and my swordsmanship proficiency has increased by +1. Since I have the experience of practicing the 7-section sword style in my mind, I am now practicing it again, so my swordsmanship has improved very quickly. After practicing the 7-section sword style for an afternoon, my swordsmanship level has improved. I have completed the practice of the entry-level swordsmanship and entered the second level of the swordsmanship realm. The mastery level. Lu Hong checked the character attribute panel, and there was an additional item, martial arts, on the panel. Martial arts, swordsmanship, mastery, body movement, entry, fighting, entry. After practicing the swordsmanship realm to the second level, mastery level, the growth rate of proficiency has slowed down a bit. If you want to reach the third level, you need to practice for a few more days. After practicing the 7-section sword style, Lu Hong returned to the hotel room, sat down with a pen and wrote and drew on the notebook. Recalling the time and place when some important resources appeared in the early days of the Abyss, he recorded them with symbols that only he could understand. Since many things were not experienced personally, the information I know is not complete. I can only recall a rough idea of the time and place. It is now the 2nd day of the Abyss. The authorities should have discovered that Abyss demons have appeared all over the world, but they still don't know what happened. Lu Hong remembered that in the early days of the Abyss, Binhai had once produced a high-level skill crystal core. Moreover, the skill is fully functional. If you can get it, the starting line can be directly set behind the finish line of others. The only problem is that it is unclear when and where this skill crystal core appeared. Lu Hong only knows who got this skill. The person who got this skill is called Gong Chu Sheng, a demon living in the world. Lu Hong planned to intercept this skill, so he returned to school at the end of the weekend. School was over on Monday morning. Students from various classes chased and played and ran out of the classroom to eat lunch in the cafeteria. When these students ran down the stairs, they met 4 people in front of them. They hurriedly stopped, stood against the wall, and made way. Among these 4 people, the leader was Gong Chu Sheng. When the 4 people went downstairs, they occupied the entire road and walked slowly downstairs. Other students could only hide to the side. Because of these 4 people, no one dared to stop them even if they walked sideways. A little 4-eyed boy had already stood against the wall and made way, but he was still kicked by Gong Chu Sheng. The little 4-eyed boy didn't dare to say anything after being kicked, and quickly stuck closer to the wall to let the 4 people pass. Lu Hong stood in front of the teaching building, looking at the 4 people headed by Gong Chu Sheng, with a look of reminiscence on his face. Gong Chu Sheng and his 4 people were used to being fierce on weekdays, and kicking anyone they were unhappy with was considered light. In the previous life, there was a girl who was taken to an abandoned factory in the suburbs by Gong Chu Sheng and his 4 people. That night, the girl jumped from the roof of the building, like a drifting snowflake falling into the world, a world where demons bloomed. Lu Hong thought of this girl, sighed slightly in his heart, and turned to wait for her in the cafeteria. The first floor of the school cafeteria. A girl ordered 2 tails of rice, thought about it and ordered a vegetarian dish, added 2 spoonfuls of free egg drop soup from the cafeteria, then found an empty table to sit down and started eating. The girl's name was Su Muyu. Although she was dressed simply, it was still difficult to hide her beautiful appearance. If she dresses up well, she can be said to be as beautiful as the moon and flowers. Lu Hong knew that her family was not well off. She was brought up by her mother since she was a child. She was very frugal in food, clothing and daily expenses, so she was thin. Although Su Muyu was thin, her flesh grew in the right places. Her chest was bulging, and her round outline could be seen through the loose clothes. Because she grew up in a single-parent family, Su Muyu had a soft personality. She was bullied at school, but she didn't dare to go home and tell others. Because no one could stand up for her, it would only make her mother, who was busy every day, more sad. When Su Muyu was eating on the first floor of the cafeteria, someone was watching her on the second floor. Lu Hong looked at her for a long time before coming down from the second floor of the cafeteria, getting the food, and carrying the tray to sit opposite her. When Su Muyu was eating, she found that someone sat at her table, and her eating action paused for a moment. She looked up at Lu Hong, then lowered her head again. The seats in the cafeteria are public areas, and anyone can sit there. However, students who are not familiar with each other usually don't sit so close unless all other seats are full. After Lu Hong sat down, he placed a bowl of cordyceps and black chicken soup on the plate in front of her and said, "This soup is for you." Ah! Su Muyu was stunned for a moment, and looked up at Lu Hong again, her face full of confusion. She recognized Lu Hong because they had participated in the same interest group, but they had never spoken. Lu Hong casually explained, "When I bought the soup just now, I swiped my card, and the aunt said that there was only 1 serving of cordyceps and black chicken soup left. I don't like this soup, so I gave it to you. I haven't drunk it." Su Muyu pursed her lips, not wanting to accept something from others for no reason, and quietly refused. "I still don't want it." Lu Hong picked up her spoon and stirred it in the cordyceps and black chicken soup. "Your spoon has touched it. You have to take it even if you don't want it." Su Muyu was stunned for a moment, and her heart was very entangled. But, if you feel embarrassed, just give me the money." Lu Hong changed the subject and made an excessive request. Su Muyu was stunned again and almost cried. Because this soup was cooked in a clay pot, the price was a little high. Even in the school cafeteria, it cost 10 yuan per serving. 10 yuan was almost enough for her food expenses for a day. However, her spoon had already been put into the soup and was stained with her saliva. It was not appropriate to return it to others. Although she felt a little distressed, she still took out a 10 yuan bill from her school bag and pushed it in front of Lu Hong. Lu Hong felt inexplicably distressed when he saw her extremely reluctant but still giving the money. She was still the same as before her rebirth. She would not refuse anyone. Even if she suffered a loss, she would just turn her back and secretly wipe away tears. In fact, before her rebirth, the relationship between Lu Hong and Su Muyu was not just a strange classmate, but a partner who went through life and death together. In her previous life, Su Muyu did not want to be humiliated and jumped off the roof, but she did not die. Instead, her legs were shattered and her lower body was paralyzed. She could only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. The group of people who wanted to bully her did not receive a fair trial because their families were powerful. Later, a year after the abyss fell, Su Muyu successfully awakened, and her life slowly changed. Lu Hong also became her teammate at that time. So, Lu Hong knew her character too well. Because she spent money, Su Muyu had to finish the cordyceps black chicken soup with tears in her eyes, and ate all the chicken and red dates in the soup. Lu Hong watched her finish the soup, took her 10 yuan, went to the canteen cashier, and printed a meal ticket for lotus root and pork rib soup. Su Muyu glanced at Lu Hong from the corner of her eyes, wanting to see what this bad guy was going to do with the money. Lu Hang came back with the meal ticket for lotus root and pork rib soup and put it in front of her, which was her favorite soup. She looked at the meal ticket and was stunned again. Lu Hong put down the meal ticket, said nothing, and turned away. Hey! Su Muyu stood up and wanted to call out to the bad guy, but the words didn't come out. She looked at the lotus root and pork rib soup meal ticket on the table, wondering whether she should take it. But if she didn't take it, it was bought with her 10 yuan. She struggled with herself for a while before she took the meal ticket and carefully put it in the inner pocket of her school bag. She put on her school bag and walked to the canteen door. She remembered something and turned back to the canteen window and asked, "Auntie, is there only cordyceps and black chicken soup tonight?" The canteen aunt pointed to the several large earthenware jars behind her and replied, "We have everything, carrot soup, lotus root soup, and black chicken soup. Which one do you want?" "No, thank you, Auntie." Su Muyu frowned and left the canteen. Day 3 when the abyss descends. For all superpowers recruited by the abyss battlefield, the countdown on the data panel became 5 days. Others may not know what this countdown is, but Lu Hong knows very well that this is a journey into the abyss where death can occur at any time. Therefore, Lu Hong rushed to practice the 7 steps of the sword to improve his combat effectiveness as much as possible and prepare for the upcoming abyss battlefield. I continued practicing until evening. My swordsmanship proficiency improved a lot. My stomach was growling with hunger, so I went downstairs to eat. The first floor of the school cafeteria. Su Muyu packed her meal and stood in front of the cafeteria window, hesitating whether to use the meal ticket for lotus root and pork rib soup. She really likes lotus root soup, but it is a bit expensive for her. Just as she hesitated, the bad guy appeared again. Lu Hong walked up to her, tilted his head to look at her, and asked, "Where's my meal ticket? Did you pick it up?" "Ah." Su Muyu was stunned again, but she was too thin-skinned, so she quickly took out the receipt for the lotus root soup and handed it over. Lu Hong grinned widely and took the receipt to the window to buy lotus root and pork rib soup. Su Muyu felt aggrieved, pursed her lips, found an empty seat, sat down and started eating. After eating a few mouthfuls, the bad guy sat across from her again, then picked up the lotus root and pork rib soup and placed it in front of her. After being teased for 2 consecutive days, Su Muyu felt aggrieved. She resisted the urge to cry and asked, "What on earth do you want to do? It's just a serving of soup, don't think too much about it." Lu Hong hurriedly explained. "I can't accept other people's things for no reason." Su Muyu was very firm about this. "I bought this with your money. If you don't drink it, I'll throw it away." Lu Hong picked up the soup cup and gestured to pour it. "Don't." Su Muyu felt a little reluctant when she thought that she bought this lotus root soup with 10 yuan. "If you feel embarrassed, just lend me your Chinese notes from last semester. I want to make up for my Chinese, but I didn't take notes before." Lu Hong made a casual excuse. Su Muyu doubtfully took out the Chinese notebook from her school bag and handed it to Lu Hong hesitantly. Lu Hong took it and put it on the table, then started eating. In the next few days, when Lu Hong was not practicing, he would show up on time at every mealtime and sit across from Su Muyu to eat. Occasionally he would order a soup or a meat dish for her. The two of them had dinner together several times and became somewhat familiar with each other. Su Muyu felt embarrassed, so she offered to help Lu Hong with extra classes. Lu Hong waved his hand and refused. "There is no need to make up the class, just do me a favor." "What are you busy with?" Su Muyu had a puzzled expression on her face. Lu Hong took out his mobile phone, showed a series of numbers, and said, "Remember these numbers." Su Muyu has a very good memory. She memorized it after reciting it silently twice. She nodded and said, "I remember." Lu Hong said in a solemn tone, "If someone bullies you or is in danger, make this call." "Ah?" Su Muyu was stunned again.
and then she realized that this number was Lu Hang's mobile phone number.
Friday afternoon, physical education class.
Sumuyu didn't like physical education class, because when running, two parts of her body would shake particularly badly, which would also attract strange looks from other students. But she was too embarrassed to ask the teacher for leave, so she tried her best to persist when she could. Sumuyu followed her classmates and ran around the playground. Someone was watching her under the shade of the trees on the roadside. A few dog-looking students gathered under the shade of a tree, drinking beer, blowing in the wind, and whistling at the girls on the track. Among them, the leader Gong Chusheng kept his eyes on Sumuyu. A girl next to her who put on makeup and looked like a girl asked angrily, "Does it look good?" Gong Chusheng didn't even look at her, and replied indifferently, "It's beautiful." "Gong Chusheng, do you want to die?" The girl became even more angry. "Control your temper, or I will throw you into the East Lake to feed the fishes one day." Gong Chusheng looked away, picked up the beer and took a sip. Night. After the evening self-study. Sumuyu walked out of the school with her school bag on her back to buy stationery. When I reached the corner of the street, I was blocked by someone. She took a quick look at the man and recognized him as Gong Chusheng. She quickly took a step back and lowered her head to get around him. Gong Chusheng reached out to stop her and pointed to the car on the roadside, "Get in." Sumuyu quickly shook her head and turned around to go back to school. Gong Chusheng lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Your mother works in a garment factory, right? I can make her lose her job with just one word." Sumuyu suddenly became worried, turned around and asked nervously, "What do you want to do?" Gong Chusheng opened the car door and asked the attendant to drag her school bag and get her into the car. In my memory, Sumuyu's accident occurred during the beginning of school. So Lu Hong was either staring at Gong Chusheng or following Sumuyu these days. However, I was worried that she might be misunderstood as a perverted stalker, so I kept a good distance when following her. Seeing Sumuyu being dragged into the car, Lu Hong rushed over, but it was still too late. The car had already started and roared towards the western suburbs. Lu Hong hurriedly ran back to the Express Hotel, got on his motorcycle and chased towards the western suburbs. This time, the cell phone rang. Lu Hong rode the bicycle with one hand and answered the phone with the other. Sumuyu's voice came faintly from the other end of the phone, "I'm not going, let me get off." Lu Hong used the maximum accelerator and rushed to the abandoned factory in his memory. Before I could park the car, I heard a girl shouting from upstairs, "What are you doing? Don't come here. Go away. Go away." Then came Gong Chusheng's voice, "Kuxiaoyu, take out your phone and take a clearer picture later." Kuxiaoyu, the fourth person in the group of four, took out his mobile phone and started recording. He licked his lips and asked, "Young Master Gong, can we?" Sumuyu didn't dare to think about what they were going to do, and tears rolled down her eyes. She had retreated to the rooftop and had no way to retreat. She looked back and saw the height of the building, and a fear of heights welled up from the bottom of her heart. But when she saw Gong Chusheng and four people surrounding her, she felt a sense of determination in her heart. She closed her eyes, turned around, and jumped from the fourth floor. When Lu Hong rushed downstairs, he saw Sumuyu jumping down and quickly reached out to catch her. The moment he caught the person, Lu Hong was overwhelmed by the impact, and his back hit the ground solidly, letting out a muffled groan. Hoo. Sumuyu was in shock, gasping for air. She jumped down with the determination to die, but when she fell to the ground, it didn't seem to hurt as much as she imagined. When she opened her eyes and saw that it was Lu Hong, tears burst into her eyes. Lu Hong was knocked to the ground, but was not injured. After a while, he pulled her up and comforted her softly, "It's okay," at the same time. Abandoned building. Gong Chusheng and the others stuck their heads out and looked down. Originally, they were a little worried about getting into trouble if someone fell to death, but when they saw someone with a backing, they immediately grinned. There are heroes who save beauties. The game tonight is really exciting. Gong Chusheng and the others went downstairs holding baseball bats and surrounded Lu Hong and the others. Among the four, Gong Chusheng has the largest family background and is the number one figure in the group. The second person, Tanguasia, wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks very elegant. Number 3, Li Hongwei, is muscular and the strongest among the four. He is mainly responsible for fighting. Number 4, Kuxiaoyu, is the person who just took the video with his mobile phone. He has little power in his family and has the lowest status among the four. Seeing the four people surrounding her, Sumuyu became even more frightened. She hid behind Lu Hang and grabbed Lu Hang's clothes tightly with her hands. Lu Hong moved his neck and limbs to make sure that his joints were not injured when he picked up the person just now. Gong Chusheng recognized that Lu Hong was from the next class, and sneered, "Why, come here to get a share of the pie? But it's a pity, you can only watch." Lu Hong looked back at Su Muyu and pointed outside the factory gate, "Go over there first." Su Muyu hesitated for a while before walking away. Gong Chusheng and others didn't stop her. Anyway, she couldn't escape without a car. Su Muyu walked to the big tree at the intersection and stopped. She grabbed her skirt and looked at the confrontation nervously. Without the oil bottle, Lu Hong felt much more relaxed. He shook the dirt off his clothes and said, "Let's get started." Except Gong Chusheng winked and motioned for the three of them to take action. The strongest Li Hongwei took the lead, and together with Tang Guizha and Ku Xiaoyu, they picked up a baseball bat and hit Lu Hang on the head. Lu Hong stepped back to dodge, and then punched three people one by one, bang 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 with 3 punches. The 3 fell to the ground, covering their bleeding nostrils and howling. Gong Chusheng's expression was stunned, and he immediately knew that Lu Hong was very good at fighting. He put on a smile and said, "So you are so good at fighting. From now on, I will give you whatever you want." Lu Hong looked at him with cold eyes and said jokingly, "I want your head, take it off." Gong Chusheng's eyes turned cold and he said, "I've given you a chance. Do you know who my dad is? Don't be so shameless." Lu Hong walked back to the motorcycle, pulled out the Han sword, and sneered, "If you dare to stand in front of me, I will chop him in pieces." "What are you going to do?" When Gong Chusheng saw Lu Hang really pulling out a sword that was more than 1 meter long, he started to feel scared. He backed away and ordered the 3 people, "Quick! Stop him." Li Hongwei was muscular but not very bright. He really got up and reached out to stop Lu Hang. Lu Hong raised his sword and dropped it, blood splattered, and a big head rolled to the ground. At this time, the other 3 finally knew that Lu Hong was not joking and could really kill people. They shouted in horror, "Fuck! Are you crazy?" Lu Hong chopped off the other 2 crawling on the ground with his 2 swords, and then walked towards Gong Chusheng. Gong Chusheng used to rely on his family's power to do whatever he wanted, because those people were afraid of his family's power. However, he had never seen such a ruthless character as Lu Hang. He negotiated while retreating, "I'll give you as much money as you want." "I don't want money, I want your head." Lu Hong approached step by step. Gong Chusheng kept retreating, never using any special abilities. Lu Hong didn't rush up to kill him with a sword, he wanted to force him to use his skills. Before his rebirth, Gong Chusheng got a very powerful rare skill, but he hasn't used it yet. He probably hasn't got that skill yet. Originally, Lu Hong wanted to find the skill core through him, but it seemed that he had to find another way. Lu Hang's eyes shot out with a sharp light, and he quickly stepped forward, preparing to kill him with a sword. Gong Chusheng turned around and ran away in panic, rushed into another abandoned building, and took out his cell phone in a panic to call for help. That's when he bumped head-on into a dark figure. The black shadow stretched out its sharp claws, pierced his abdomen, and lifted him up. When Lu Hong saw the black shadow, his eyes fixed and he recognized what it was. This was a shadow demon that could hide in the shadows at night, and its claws were as sharp as knives and could pierce through steel. And this kind of shadow demon had a chance to drop that rare skill. The shadow demon's claws pierced Gong Chusheng's abdomen and lifted him up. Gong Chusheng was terrified, turned his head to look at Lu Hong, and struggled to shout, Save me." Seeing the shadow demon appear, Lu Hong immediately knew where Gong Chusheng's rare skill came from. It should be from this shadow demon. However, this time things changed. Gong Chusheng ran away in a panic and ran into the shadow demon directly, and was pierced through the belly by a claw. The shadow demon will increase its combat power at night, so you must be careful. Lu Hong clenched the Han sword and activated the lightning weapon skill. Puff! A ball of blue lightning flashed on the sword edge, illuminating the surrounding space. The shadow demon hated the light, and with a flick of his arm, he threw Gong Chusheng away, roared and pounced on him, and the black claws reflected a creepy cold light and pierced Lu Hang's chest. Lu Hong took a step back, dodged the claw attack, and immediately swung his sword horizontally. Clang! The sword light slashed at the shadow demon with lightning, and the sword light sank into the shadow demon's body, cutting a large gap in its body, almost cutting it in two. The shadow demon did not annihilate at this point, and its body split into 2, turning into 2 shadow demons. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong recognized that the shadow demon used the skill, Shadow Clone. One of the 2 shadow demons must be a clone. Both the original body and the clone have attack power. Therefore, Lu Hong needs to deal with the attacks of 2 shadow demons at the same time. The 2 black shadows let out sharp roars at the same time, and rushed up from the left and right to attack. Lu Hong focused on responding, relying on the high agility provided by the talent, Slippery Dragon, dodging the attack while trying to distinguish which one is the clone.
After 7 or 8 rounds of fighting, Lu Hong seized an opportunity to counterattack.
He swung his sword and slashed the shadow demon's shoulder.
It was obvious that he slashed on a hard object.
After the sword, Lu Hong distinguished that the one hit by the sword was the real body, which means that the other one was the clone. Although the clone has attack power, its ability to withstand damage is weak. After a dodge, Lu Hong seized the opportunity and slashed with the 7-section style Jinyu sword, and clang slashed into the clone's body. The clone exploded with a bang, and the energy was annihilated in an instant. Without the clone's attack, the shadow demon's combat power was greatly reduced. Lu Hong accelerated his offensive, and after avoiding a pounce of the shadow demon, he used the return to dust style, and the sword turned around and slashed behind him with a clang, cutting the shadow demon in half with one sword, and then sheathed the sword.
The action was smooth and seamless. Hunting demons, absorbing 30 points of demon energy.
Demon energy strengthens energy level, source energy level is raised to level 3, all attributes +1, agility attribute +0.3, after the shadow demon died, the remaining energy condensed into a dark purple crystal core the size of a walnut. Lu Hong picked it up and held it in his palm to check. Shadow Clone Crystal Core, absorb crystal core energy, and there is a chance to learn the Shadow Clone skill.
Shadow Clone, consume source energy to create a Shadow Clone, which is controlled by the caster.
The clone can attack, and being hit hard will cause the clone's energy to be annihilated.
Skill consumption, 60 source energy. Skill level, A. level. Sure enough, it is this skill.
The A. level skill that appeared at the beginning of the Abyss invasion is difficult to measure. In my memory, only one person in my previous life had this skill. And this person is now lying on the ground dying. Gong Chuxing struggled to crawl to the wall and barely sat up against the wall. His abdomen was pierced by the shadow demon, and his intestines mixed with blood flowed all over the floor. This injury is very serious, but no important organs are injured. If he is sent to the hospital immediately, he still has a chance to survive. He is still trying to survive. Save me. I will give you money. My father will also give you a mansion. Lu Hong looked at Gong Chuxing, who was lying on the ground begging for his life, and his heart was full of emotion. In his previous life, because Gong Chuxing got the A. level skill, Shadow Clone, at the beginning, the first mover advantage plus the huge wealth made him one of the top 10 superpowers in Binhai City. In his previous life, he had a powerful combat power that attracted worldwide attention. He could call the wind and rain and do whatever he wanted in Binhai City. Now he can only beg for survival in a humble way. Compared with the high-handed appearance in his previous life, it is hard to imagine that this is the same person. Lu Hong looked at his dirty appearance, raised the Shadow Clone crystal core in his hand, and crushed it hard. The energy flowed into the body along the palm and condensed into an energy ball in the second skill slot. Absorb the Shadow Clone crystal core and learn the skill Shadow Clone. Lu Hong felt the changes in his body, and then took a look at the attribute panel. Name, Lu Hong, race, human, level 3, chi and blood, 90/110, source energy, 60/130, attributes, strength 11, agility 14, constitution 11, spirit 13, perception 12, talent, agile as a dragon, divine evolution, number of skill slots, 3, skills, lightning weapons, shadow clone, martial arts, swordsmanship, mastery, body movement, entry, fighting, entry. Gong Chuxing still wanted to struggle to survive, so he reached into his pocket and took out a demon crystal core. This demon crystal core was bought by his family. However, he did not use it immediately because he had a distinguished status and would not use it until his own superpower tested the effect of the crystal core and confirmed that there were no side effects. Now he can't care so much and wants to crush the crystal core and become a superpower. Seeing his actions, Lu Hong swung his sword to send him home, and then picked up the demon crystal core. After doing all this, set a fire to burn the 4 bodies cleanly. Sumuyu stared at all this in a daze, her entire worldview about to collapse. Especially when she saw Lu Hong fighting a dark shadow, everything was beyond her comprehension. It wasn't until Lu Hong reached out to pull her that she exclaimed and took 3 steps back. She had never experienced such a terrifying thing, and when she looked at Lu Hong, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. After all, Lu Hong had just killed 4 people, so it would be abnormal to not be afraid at all. But she knew in her heart that Lu Hong was trying to save her. Her emotions fluctuated violently, and her lips trembled as she said, "You should leave quickly. I will stay and surrender, and I will not turn you in." Lu Hong lifted the motorcycle up, threw a helmet over, and said, "Put it on and sit in the back." Sumuyu didn't know why, but she was obviously scared, but she still obeyed the order and sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Lu Hong looked back at the blazing flames behind him, then started his motorcycle and left at lightning speed. Before leaving, use skills to leave a shadow clone. The shadow clone stayed in place to clean up the scene and create an alibi. It was almost 11 o'clock when we returned to the Express Hotel. Lu Hong pulled Sumuyu into the room, pressed her hand against the wall, and said in a serious tone, "Now remember every word I said. If a law enforcement team comes to find you, do as I say." With her wrist pressed against the wall, Sumuyu's face immediately turned red, from her cheeks to the roots behind her ears. She didn't know if she understood, so she just nodded and agreed to everything. After Lu Hong said what he wanted to say, he pointed to the bed in the room and said, "You sleep here tonight. If you are tired, go to bed first. I want to take a bath." "Okay." Sumuyu just nodded and stood still. Lu Hong picked up the towel, entered the bathroom and started taking a shower. He had just experienced a battle, and was covered in mud and sweat, as well as the smell of blood. After taking a shower, Lu Hong wiped his hair and walked out of the bathroom. Sumuyu was sitting on the edge of the bed, and when she heard the bathroom door open, she quickly stood up. Lu Hong sat on the bed, took out the hairdryer from the bedside table drawer, and asked, "Do you want to take a shower?" When she was at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs, Sumuyu had a lot of dust and dirt on her body, so she nodded. When she nodded, her body was shaking. Because the two of them stayed under the same roof and didn't know what would happen after taking a shower, she was scared and nervous. Sumuyu took off her shoes, walked into the bathroom, squatted on the floor, hugged her knees with her hands, and began to cry loudly. She was worried that Lu Hong would hear her crying, so she turned on the shower head and covered her crying with the sound of water. Tonight, she had experienced too many things, and she was strong enough that she didn't collapse mentally. She recalled the horrible scenes she saw tonight, and became more and more afraid of Lu Hong, but she knew in her heart that Lu Hong did all these things to protect her. Otherwise, she would have died when she jumped from the roof. This fear and fear of escaping made her feel very conflicted, and she found that she longed for this feeling of being protected. She had been bullied since she was a child, and she didn't dare to go home and tell him. She never knew what it felt like to be protected, until the moment Lu Hong pulled her behind him, she really felt it. It was a sense of security that made her irresistible. She knew in her heart that this fear, desire and enjoyment of the mentality was a pathological condition, but she couldn't resist it. She hid in the bathroom for half an hour before going out, and then saw Lu Hong lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She didn't know if he was asleep. She walked to the window quietly, sat in the chair, hugged her knees with her hands, and planned to spend the night like this. Lu Hong didn't fall asleep, but just closed his eyes to rest. Hearing the creaking of the chair, he said, "You sleep on the bed, I can sleep on the floor." No, I can sleep like this." Sumuyu shook her head, very restrained. "Whatever you want." After Lu Hong said this, he began to feel sleepy. Sumuyu thought in her heart that if Lu Hong really wanted to do something, she might not resist. Moreover, she was not sleepy. She stared at the window in a daze, and her mind recalled the things she saw last night that were beyond her cognition over and over again. The CPU was almost burned out. The next day. It was 5:30 in the morning, and it was still dark. The door was knocked bang bang bang. Lu Hong opened his eyes suddenly and went to open the door. Sumuyu was not asleep, and hurriedly stood up, looking nervously in the direction of the door. The one knocking on the door was the law enforcement team. After showing their credentials, they would take the two back for questioning. On the way to the detective bureau, Lu Hong and Sumuyu were arranged in different cars to avoid collusion. Arrived at the detective bureau. The two were also arranged in two interrogation rooms to take notes. Generally speaking, female students are the best breakthrough point, and it is easy to ask useful information. Therefore, Xiao Feipeng, the inspector of the Ningyun District Detective Bureau, decided to interrogate Sumuyu in person. In order to ease the suspect's nervousness, he also arranged a female colleague to take notes. "Xiao Feipeng, last night, that is, at 9:45 p.m. on September 9th, where were you?" Sumuyu nervously clicked her fingernails. "Evening self-study ends at 9:40, and I should have just left the school gate not far away at that time." "Xiao Feipeng, then what?" "Sumuyu, I met a classmate from the same school, and he pulled me into the car. These things happened outside the school gate. There are cameras at the school gate, so I can't lie about this part." The reason why the law enforcement team found Sumuyu so quickly is because they found this surveillance video. "Xiao Feipeng, go on." "Sumuyu, he said he would take me to a place.
I was a little scared and didn't want to go, so I got off the car later. Xiao Feipeng, where did you get off the car? Sumuyu, near Mujing Road.
Xiao Feipeng's eyes sank, feeling that things were not as simple as expected, because there was no surveillance near Mujing Road.
He narrowed his eyes, took out a photo of Lu Hong, held it up and asked, "What is your relationship with this person?" Sumuyu, classmates. Xiao Feipeng, just classmates?
Sumuyu pursed her lips, looked shy, rubbed the corner of her clothes and muttered, "He didn't say he had any other relationship, how would I know?" The female detective who was responsible for taking notes next to her couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw her innocent look of love. After interrogating Sumuyu, Xiao Feipeng found that the answer was perfect and there was no loophole. After leaving the interrogation room, Xiao Feipeng asked someone to find Sumuyu's information, and then saw the transcript on the information, which was basically in the top 10 of the whole grade. Only then did he realize that the girl he had just interrogated had a very high IQ and was not a breakthrough. There was no breakthrough on the girl's side. Xiao Feipeng walked to another interrogation room and continued to interrogate the male suspect.
Xiao Feipeng, September 9th, which was 9:50 last night, where were you? Lu Hong, in the Express Hotel. Xiao Feipeng, what happened then?
Lu Hang, I received a call from a classmate, and then I drove my motorcycle to pick her up.
Xiao Feipeng, who to pick up? Lu Hong pointed to the wall on the right. Sumuyu, she should be in the interrogation room next door, right? Xiao Feipeng, where did you pick her up? Lu Hong, near Mujing Road. Xiao Feipeng, then what? Where did you go?
Lu Hong, took her for a ride on Henny Road, and then returned to the hotel.
Xiao Feipeng, what did you do back at the hotel? Lu Hong, do you have to ask this? Sir, didn't you check in with anyone? Xiao Feipeng's face darkened, and he asked, what time did you return to the hotel? Lu Hong, around 11 o'clock. I didn't pay attention to the time. When asked here.
A senior agent came in with a report and whispered in Xiao Feipeng's ear, after checking the surveillance of the Express Hotel, the two returned to the hotel at 10:58. In addition, a witness was found at the scene of the crime. A taxi driver passed by the abandoned factory and saw a fire, so he drove over to check, and then saw someone setting fire to destroy the body. The dashcam on the taxi captured the scene at the time, and there was indeed a figure committing the crime at the scene.
The time shown on the dashcam is 10:55.
It is impossible to fly back to the Express Hotel from the abandoned factory in 3 minutes.
Calculated from the time, Lu Hong and Sumuyu have a perfect alibi.
However, Xiao Feipeng always felt that there was something wrong with the young man in front of him.
He slammed the table and shouted, confess. Gong Chusheng is in the hospital, he said you killed someone. A playful look flashed in Lu Heng's eyes, and he thought, it's all ashes, how can you talk? However, this cannot be said. Lu Hong put on a surprised expression and asked loudly, what do you mean by murder? Didn't you go to the hotel to catch prostitutes?
Xiao Feipeng's face darkened again, and he covered his forehead, resisting the urge to swear. He is an inspector of the Detective Bureau, and hotel room inspections have not been his responsibility for 20 years. He is a little overwhelmed now, because the case this time is very difficult. Among the 4 people who died, 2 of them have very powerful families. The superiors ordered him to solve the case as soon as possible. He originally thought that if he caught the couple, he could close the case with a casual trial, but he didn't expect the result to be completely opposite to what he expected. Originally, if they found the alibi, they should have released the person immediately. However, Gong Chusheng's family is very powerful and has been putting pressure on the law enforcement team. Even with the alibi, Lu Hong was still detained for half a day and was not released until noon. Because it was the weekend, Sumuyu said she wanted to go home after she came out. The two parted ways. Lu Hong saw her back as she left, thinking that her life had changed, and perhaps he and she would never meet again in the future. In her previous life, Sumuyu jumped from the roof and her lower body was paralyzed, and her life was ruined. That's why they met later and became teammates. In this life, Sumuyu didn't break her legs, and the people who wanted to bully her have disappeared from the world, and her life will no longer be as bumpy as in her previous life. With her academic performance, she can be admitted to a very good university. If she can awaken in the future, her achievements should be higher than in her previous life. From the moment she was rescued, the butterfly effect appeared. Moreover, the feelings of the two were misplaced. In Lu Heng's heart, Sumuyu is a partner who will live and die together, and even once stepped over the border of friendship. However, for Sumuyu now, Lu Heng is just a classmate who has known her for a short time, and maybe in her heart, he is not even a friend. So, Lu Hang doesn't know whether he will have any intersection with her again, but no matter what the future holds, he hopes that she can live a good life. The next 2 days are weekends, and Lu Hang stays in the Express Hotel, practicing the 7-section sword style. I have gained some insights from practicing swordsmanship, and my swordsmanship proficiency has increased by +1. I have gained some insights from practicing swordsmanship, and my swordsmanship proficiency has increased by +1. I have practiced the 7-section sword style for many days, and my swordsmanship proficiency has reached the mastery level of the second level, 1895/2000, and I am not far from the realm upgrade.
It was dinner time on Sunday.
Lu Hang went downstairs to find a place to eat, and saw Su Muyu at the door of the hotel. She was standing at the door with a school bag on her back and a lunchbox in her hand. Seeing Lu Hang coming out, she raised her hand to greet him, but she was a little timid.
Lu Hang walked over and asked calmly, "Is there anything?"
Su Muyu raised the lunchbox in her hand and said, "I brought some dumplings for you.
If you haven't eaten yet, come up." Lu Hang turned and went upstairs.
After entering the room, Su Muyu touched the lunchbox, which was still warm, and quickly opened it, put it on the table, and took a plate to fill it with some vinegar. Lu Hang picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, put it in his mouth and ate it slowly. Tasting the dumplings, Lu Hang showed a little smile in his eyes. It tasted the same as in his memory. If there was any difference, it was that there was a touch of astringency. Although she didn't say it, Lu Hang knew that the dumplings were made by her, and the fillings were very full, and they tasted better than those bought outside. Su Muyu pointed at the dumplings in the lunchbox and introduced them. The white one is stuffed with cabbage and pork, the green one is stuffed with leeks, and this one is stuffed with mushrooms and pork. Have you eaten?
Lu Hang asked after eating most of the dumplings.
Su Muyu shook her head. Not yet, dumplings are not delicious when they are cold, so she brought them over as soon as they were made.
Lu Hang handed her the chopsticks. "I'm full, you can eat the rest." Su Muyu smiled slightly, took the chopsticks, lowered her head and started eating. Although it was just a meal of dumplings, it was more abundant than her usual meals. After she finished eating, Lu Hang started to talk about business. "Regarding what happened the day before yesterday, you don't have to feel that you owe me. You have already repaid this favor. If you have the idea of repaying a favor, you don't have to. You can just pretend that nothing happened." Su Muyu lowered her head, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her fingers. After a long while, she asked, "Can I ask you a few questions?" "Ask." Lu Hang nodded. "That night, the black monster that appeared, was it real? I was confused at the time, maybe I had hallucinations."
Su Muyu went home for 2 days, and thought about it, but couldn't find a scientific basis to explain what happened that night.
Lu Hang replied calmly, "It's real." Su Muyu's eyes condensed, and her breathing began to become rapid. "What kind of monster is that?" Lu Hang pondered for a moment and asked, "From this moment on, can you keep what I said confidential? Unless I agree, you can't tell a third person." Su Muyu nodded seriously, "Okay." If it were someone else, Lu Hang would definitely not reveal these secrets. But Su Muyu is different. She is a companion who can be trusted, so there is more trust from the future. Lu Hang organized his words and began to answer her doubts. "The black monster is called the Shadow Demon, a demon from the Abyss Plane. Now this kind of thing has appeared all over the world, but the number is not large, and the official is blocking the news, so it has not attracted widespread attention. If someone told her this 3 days ago, she would definitely think that person was mentally ill. Now she knows in her heart that what Lu Hang said is true." Su Muyu thought for a moment and continued to ask questions. "Will Gong Chuxing's case be traced back to us in the future?" Lu Hang shook his head slowly. "It's hard to say, this person's family has a strong background, and there may be trouble. However, don't worry, if you don't want to be involved again, go back and study hard. No matter who asks you in the future, just say you don't know. I promise that even if this matter is investigated, it will only be traced to me, and you will not be implicated." Su Muyu was stunned, lowered her head a little sadly. I don't mean that. This matter is actually caused by me, and you are implicated by me." Before rebirth, Lu Hang and she were teammates, fighting side by side and going through life and death together. In this life, Lu Hang is also willing to continue to be a teammate with her, but her life experience has changed, and she may not want to live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. She had no choice in her previous life, but she has the opportunity to choose in this life. So, Lu Hang will not force her to take the same path. Lu Hang thought for a moment and asked, "Are you here to see me for anything else besides sending me dumplings?" Su Muyu hesitated, finally lowered her head and said, "I don't know, but when I see you, my heart won't be so flustered."
After all, the case of Gong Chuxing and the other four was caused by her, so she was always worried over the weekend, worried that the law enforcement team would suddenly come to her door. Until she saw Lu Hang at the entrance of the hotel, her flustered heart finally felt a little calm.
Lu Hang thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask you a few questions too, answer me truthfully." "Okay." Su Muyu nodded. "First question, if you encounter a monster like the one the night before last again, would you be scared?" "If I'm alone, I'll be scared. If you're there, I won't be so scared." "Second question, I'll take you to find that monster, do you dare to go?" Su Muyu was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a while, then nodded and replied, "I dare." "Third question, can you absolutely obey orders? No matter why, no matter what, just do whatever you're told to do." This request was actually a bit too much. However, Su Muyu didn't hesitate much, and nodded and agreed, "Okay." Lu Hang was a little surprised to see her answer so straightforward, so he gave a slightly excessive order, "Come here, kiss me." Hearing this order, Su Muyu was stunned for a moment, and her face flushed. "Ah? No matter why, absolutely obey." Lu Hang emphasized again. Su Muyu was tugging at her clothes with a tangled heart, panting slightly with nervousness, but she still leaned over and slowly closed her eyes. Lu Hang watched her face approaching little by little, and saw her eyelashes trembling slightly when she closed her eyes, and her lips trembling with nervousness. Seeing her inner struggle, Lu Hang thought it was very funny, but still let her go. "I'm kidding." Su Muyu felt as if she had been pardoned, her chest rose and fell violently, and she gasped for air. Just now, her heart was pounding wildly, and the little deer in her chest was about to jump out. Seeing Su Muyu really approaching, Lu Hang found that her personality was slightly different from that in her previous life. In her previous life, although Su Muyu was also very gentle, she would definitely refuse such an excessive request. After all, her life took a 180-degree turn, and she did not repeat such a tragic fate. It is normal for her personality to change. Now Su Muyu is more lively and simple, which is a good thing. "You go back to school first. Come to me after the evening self-study." Since Su Muyu was willing to obey orders, Lu Hang decided to help her wake up in advance. At 9:40 p.m., the evening self-study ended. Su Muyu arrived at the Express Hotel on time and knocked on the door. Before she came, she took a bath and put on new clothes. She combed her hair neatly and tied it into a ponytail at the back of her head. She also wore a blue hairpin on her forehead, clipped her bangs, and exposed her forehead, which made her look more delicate and charming. But she didn't wear makeup, because she didn't have any makeup, and if she was pretty enough, makeup would have a negative effect. Lu Hang opened the door and walked back to the table and sat down. "Come in, close the door." Su Muyu closed the door gently, then stood in front of Lu Hang, a little nervous. "Take it off." Lu Hang lowered his head and opened the cabinet, as if he said it casually. Su Muyu's expression froze, and his face flushed again. He hesitated and pinched the buttons of his shirt, but couldn't unbutton one for a long time. Lu Hang took out a stab-proof vest from the cabinet, handed it over and said, "Take off your coat, try this one to see if it fits." Su Muyu realized that he had misunderstood, and his face became even redder. He hurriedly lowered his head to take off his coat, put on the stab-proof vest, and said, "It fits, it fits." Then, Lu Hang took out a demon crystal core and put it on the table. "This thing is called a demon crystal core, which can awaken humans into superpowers, but it will also pay a great price. This demon crystal core is the one that Gong Chuxing took out before his death." Lu Hang was halfway through his words, staring into her eyes, and after a moment he said, "Once you become a superpower, you will be pulled into the abyss battlefield by an unknown mysterious force every once in a while, fighting with various abyss demons. Once you lose the battle, you will die. So, you have to think carefully about whether you want to use it or not. There is no chance to regret it after you decide." Su Muyu's chest rose and fell slightly. After thinking seriously, she asked, "If you choose not to become a superpower, there will be more and more abyss demons in the future. What should I do?" Lu Hang explained to her in a calm tone what the future human world will look like after the abyss descends. With more and more demons, the living space of humans will be continuously compressed. However, you can live forever in the human city with the highest security level. As long as you always keep yourself in a valuable position, you can live your life in peace. Su Muyu frowned and asked, "What if you can't always be valuable?" "Wait until all the superpowers who fight against the devil are dead, and those who have no other value are thrown by the upper rulers to fight against the devil." After a pause, Lu Hang added, "You have good grades. After you get into a good university, find a way to switch to a major that studies the abyss world.
You should be able to obtain residency in the base city with the highest security level as a scientific researcher.
What about you? Sumuyu asked. I am already a superpower.
I will keep fighting until I find out the truth about the advent of the abyss, or until I die in battle.
This is Lu Hang's active choice.
No matter what the final outcome is, he will not regret it.
Sumuyu analyzed the two choices in her mind, and finally she took that step. If I choose to become a superpower, are you willing to take me with you?
She was worried that Lu Hang would refuse, so she quickly added, I will try my best and try not to hold back.
She had already thought about it.
If Lu Hang refused, she would choose to go back to school, and then take a major in the Abyss world, and fight for a place for her mother to live in the base city. In her heart, she felt that the probability of Lu Hang's refusal was very high. After all, when facing a life-and-death battle, women are inherently at a disadvantage. Lu Hang pushed the demon crystal core over and said in a firm tone, if you are willing, and from this moment on, listen to me. Whether we live together or die together in the future, I will not abandon you. Sumuyu was stunned when she heard this promise, because this promise was very heavy.
She was even a little dazed.
She had known Lu Hang for a short time, but she could hear the firmness in Lu Hang's tone, like a vow that would never change. Intellectually, she felt that the promise came too quickly, but she just couldn't help but want to believe it. Even if she had to die for it, she was willing to believe it. She slowly stretched out her hand, picked up the demon crystal core, held it in her hand and stared at it. She imagined various possibilities in the future in her mind, and made a decision after a long time. How should I use this? Crush it and absorb the energy inside.
Okay.
Sumuyu did as she was told, and squeezed the crystal core with her right hand, but it didn't break at once.
Use a little force. This kind of demon crystal core will decompose into energy when the force reaches the critical point.
Lu Hang explained on the side. Sumuyu held the crystal core with both hands and exerted force together, and finally crushed the crystal core with a puff. The crystal core broke into star-like energy light points, drilled into her palm, and flowed into her body. Sumuyu showed a surprised expression on her face, as if she had seen something incredible.
Did you see the data? Lu Hang asked. Sumuyu was stunned for 3 seconds before nodding. Yes, is this an illusion? It's not an illusion. All items and abilities from the Abyss plane will be presented in the form of data. Lu Hang explained. Sumuyu opened her mouth slightly, and her surprise was evident. This panel looks like a game. It really looks like a game. Before the rebirth, someone had put forward a view that the world laws of the Abyss plane were transformed into the shape of a game. However, this speculation has not been verified, and there is no way to verify it. What is the initial talent?
Lu Hang reached out and knocked on her forehead, pulling her back to reality from shock.
Summon. Summoning vision. Sumuyu read out the name of the talent on the data panel. Sure enough, this initial talent is the same as her last life.
The initial talent did not change because of her life experience.
How many skill slots? Lu Hang asked.
5, the attributes are Strength 7, Agility 8, Constitution 8, Spirit 11, Perception 12. Sumuyu reported all the data in one breath. Like in the previous life, Sumuyu has a single talent, but the number of skill slots is very large, a full 5. According to the official statistics of Xia country, the average number of initial skill slots of a psychic when awakening is 2.15. And Sumuyu's initial number of skill slots is as many as 5, which is why she can become a top psychic even in a wheelchair.
After reporting the data, Sumuyu asked uncertainly, is this data very bad? Well, spirit and perception are both quite high.
Girls are originally lower in strength, which is considered a normal value.
As for the number of skill slots, quite a lot. Lu Hang made a comment. Sumuyu rarely plays games, but looking at the data on the panel, she can also understand the general effect. What about talent? Looking at the name of this talent, does it belong to the reconnaissance system ability? Yes, it depends on whether you want to develop into the perception system. Lu Hang didn't want to restrict her wishes. I'll listen to you. Sumuyu didn't know which direction to go, but she knew what she wanted. After asking about the data, Lu Hang asked the most critical question, the most important point, is there a countdown for the Abyss battlefield on your data panel? Yes, the countdown is 1 hour, 23 minutes and 45 seconds. Sumuyu nodded and asked, what is this countdown?
Hearing the countdown, Lu Hang was stunned for a moment, because her countdown for conscription was the same as his. Under normal circumstances, the probability of conscription in the Abyss battlefield is not high. It is very rare for Su Muyu to be conscripted just after awakening and with almost no preparation time.
Lu Hang's own countdown was more than an hour left.
He originally planned to help her awaken first, wait for himself to go through the Abyss battlefield once, and then take her back. Unexpectedly, she was directly conscripted. I just told you that after becoming a superpower, you will be pulled into the Abyss battlefield by an unknown mysterious force every once in a while.
This countdown is the time to enter the Abyss. Lu Hong answered her doubts. Su Muyu suddenly became nervous. She was not ready yet, but the countdown was only 1 hour and 23 minutes left. I am not ready yet. What should I do after I go in?
Lu Hong checked his countdown and calmed her nervousness. Don't be nervous, our countdowns are the same, so we will enter the same Abyss battlefield. Hearing that they would enter the Abyss together, Su Muyu suddenly felt much more at ease. At least she would not die alone in a corner where no one knew. Lu Hang's next words made Su Muyu nervous again. However, they may not appear in the same place, so remember what I say next. Every time the gate of the Abyss is opened, the superpowers teleported into the battlefield are plural. That is to say, there should be other human superpowers where you appear. If there are, try to find someone to form an alliance with and find a way to survive until I find you.
Su Muyu nodded vigorously. Okay.
Lu Hong continued. Next, I will talk about some rules of the Abyss world.
Say whatever you think of. Try to remember them.
After entering, find a way to use these rules to survive. Time passed by minute, and finally it was the last few seconds of the countdown. Lu Hong had told her all the ways to survive that he could think of, and finally held her hand, hoping to appear in the same place as her.
Countdown 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second.
The two looked at each other and slowly closed their eyes. A series of data emerged in the darkness tips. Teleport to the Abyss World Alpha 60810, Danger Level, Level 3, Introduction, a city swallowed by the Abyss. People in the city will be affected by unknown existences. It is a luxury for any life from outside the Abyss to survive here.
Battlefield Mode, Jedi Escape, Main Mission, 1.
Open the iron cage and escape from the hunting grounds of the Horned Demon Overlord.
2. Survive in the Wasteland City for 3 days. 3. Stay conscious before the time is up. Challenge Mission, 1.
Kill 100 Abyss monsters.
2. Find the castle hidden in the Wasteland City.
3. Kill the Horned Demon Commander. The Horned Demon Commander will eat for 30 minutes. When Lu Hong saw that the danger level was level 3, his heart skipped a beat. The higher the danger level of the Abyss world you enter, the higher the mortality rate. Normally, when a superpower enters the Abyss battlefield for the first time, the danger level should be level 1, with a small probability of level 2. The current danger level has directly reached level 3, which is basically a group annihilation for a group of inexperienced human superpowers. Moreover, the battlefield mode is also very bad. It is Jedi Escape. This means that there is at least one very scary Abyss demon in this Abyss world, so scary that there is no way to fight it.
All humans can do is escape, and there is no possibility of fighting.
As his vision slowly recovered, Lu Hong hurriedly observed the surrounding environment and looked for Su Muyu's figure. At this time, his arm was grabbed by a pair of nervous hands, and Su Muyu's voice rang in his ears. Fortunately, we are together. Lu Hong turned around and gave her a reassuring look, then began to observe the surrounding environment. The world they were teleported into was a wasteland city. The city was filled with thick fog, and many tall buildings could be vaguely seen, proving that the city had once been prosperous. But now there is no vitality, and the buildings are full of signs of decay. Lu Hong reached out and pulled the iron bars behind him, and found that he and Su Muyu were locked in an iron cage. The iron cage was located in an abandoned building on the 7th floor. The entire building had no outer walls, and there were signs of decay everywhere. It should have become like this after the glass outer wall was damaged. In the iron cage, in addition to Lu Hong and the other two, there were another 18 people. A total of 20 people in the bureau. This is a bad number. The more people there are, the higher the degree of danger, and most of them will become cannon fodder and become food for the devil. The other 18 psychics woke up one after another and began to observe each other vigilantly.
No one was carrying a weapon, including Lu Hang.
When the countdown ended, Lu Hong was holding the Han sword in his hand, but now he had nothing in his hand.
As expected, weapons could not be brought in. Fortunately, Su Muyu was still wearing a stab-proof vest. This is a classic example of using rules. Although the stab-proof vest has a certain degree of defense, the defense is not particularly high, and it will be judged as clothes by the world rules, thus being preserved.
Lu Hong has no memory of this abyss world.
Just look at the world number and you will know. The number Alpha 60810 already explains everything.
Even if you are a reborn person, it is impossible to experience every abyss world. Of course, although the abyss worlds you enter are different, there are still many similarities. For example, the battlefield mode, the form of the task, and the survival experience in the abyss world. After a brief observation, a tall bald man wearing a black vest stood up and said loudly, "It's needless for me to say that we are all superpowered people.
The 30-minute countdown on the task panel is the time for us to form an alliance.
If we want to survive, we must unite and face the devil together, only then can we hope to survive to the end.
My name is Hu Biao. I used to practice fighting.
There should be no one here who can fight better than me, so if you want to talk to me, come and talk to me with sincerity." After he said that, he found a place to sit down. The people around looked at each other for a few times, and then a yellow-haired man who looked like a gangster walked over first and called out to the eldest brother, "Brother Biao, take me with you.
I can fight well and I am loyal."
When Lu Hong saw the yellow-haired man, he was a little surprised. Because this yellow-haired man was the one he met at the beach on the night of the meteor shower. He didn't expect that he had also awakened. However, it was obvious that this yellow-haired man was a bully. Seeing that Hu Biao was the strongest here, he immediately went up to call him Big Brother, which was very sensible. As for this kind of person who claims to be loyal, even dogs would laugh. Of course, people like yellow-haired have their own way of survival. If Hu Biao is smart enough, he will accept his surrender.
Because only when the first person joins will others follow suit.
Sure enough, Hu Biao didn't even ask about the yellow-haired man's ability, but patted him on the shoulder and said, "Very good, welcome to join.
Are there other brothers willing to come? I promise that as long as you follow me, I will do my best to keep everyone alive."
After the first one, there was the second one, and then more and more people gathered around Hu Biao, trying to introduce their abilities and show their value.
Among the 20 people present, 3 were women. Except Su Muyu, the other 2 surrounded Hu Biao, wanting to seek protection. Although Hu Biao asked about the abilities of these people, he accepted all of them into the team and asked everyone to listen to his arrangements. A young man with low combat power and student appearance wanted to gain team recognition by brain, and began to analyze the environment and tasks. "We are teleported here, it looks like some kind of game, and the battlefield mode is Jedi Escape. It sounds dangerous, but if the Abyss battlefield is a game, it will definitely not be a dead end. So, don't be afraid, look for clues carefully, there must be a way to pass the level." Lu Hong shook his head when he heard this person's analysis. Su Muyu whispered in Lu Heng's ear, "Is he wrong?"
Lu Hong replied, "The Abyss battlefield has never been a game, it is more like a resistance of the swallowed world to the Abyss.
In fact, before rebirth, humans have been exploring and studying the Abyss, wanting to know why the Abyss appeared, but they did not find the answer until rebirth.
The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Abyss is devouring the main world of humans, that is, Blue Star. As humans step into the Abyss and see more secrets hidden in the Abyss, they will discover a more terrifying fact. Blue Star is not the first world swallowed by the Abyss, and it is likely not the last one. From the appearance point of view, Hu Biao is indeed the strongest among the 20 people, and he has learned fighting, so his combat power is indeed very strong. Therefore, 14 of the remaining 19 people gathered around Hu Biao and formed a group.
The remaining people will easily be isolated if they don't join forces. Su Muyu was a little worried and whispered in Lu Heng's ear, "Are we going to join them?"
Lu Hong shook his head and spoke in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "It's useless to join them, the mode of this game is a battle royale. When the horned demon overseer appears, everyone will have to run for their lives. The more they gather together, the faster they will die." If he had no experience in his previous life, Lu Hang would probably join Hu Biao's team to discuss strategies for dealing with the Abyss battlefield. However, because of the experience before rebirth, there are some things that humans cannot do. Hu Biao's previous rhetoric to recruit people was indeed very tempting, and he wanted everyone to survive. However, this is impossible to do in the 20-player Battle Royale mode. The problem is not with the Abyss demons, but with the 20 people here. It is impossible for 20 people who don't know each other to trust each other. No one knows what is gathered here.
Not to mention anything else, there are only 2 or 3 arrogant gangsters.
Maybe there are criminals, poisonous insects, or even devils living in the world. When facing the horned demon warlord, his back might be attacked by teammates behind him at any time. In this case, it makes no sense to form an alliance. Lu Hang once saw with his own eyes that in the Battle Royale mode, some people with superpowers would directly break the legs of others in order to survive. Because there is a sinister survival law in the escape mode, if you want to survive, you don't have to run faster than the devil, but you must run faster than other people. Lu Hang glanced over and saw that almost half of the 15 people on Hu Biao's team were not good people.
Then what should we do? Su Muyu became nervous.
Lu Hang began to arrange an escape strategy. The danger level in this world is too high, and we need to do our best to survive.
After we left the cage, we went in different directions with this group of people. There are a lot of debris piled up in this building. After I go out, I will look among these debris piles to see if there are any survival supplies. The highest priority for supplies is medicine, followed by weapons, ropes, food, drinking water. If someone grabs the same thing as you, give it to him immediately and run out of the building as fast as possible. Lu Hong ranked food and drinking water at the lower end of his material priority.
Generally speaking, drinking water is the most important thing to survive in the wild, but in the Abyss battlefield, this is not the case.
It depends on the situation.
This time the Abyss battlefield is in survival mode, and the main goal is to survive for 3 days. Even if there is no food and water, there is hope that we can survive these 3 days.
Of course, it would be better if you can find food and water. Time passed by minute. Lu Hong thought quickly, and told Su Muyu whatever he thought of, all in order to survive.
As for the challenge missions on the mission panel, don't even consider them. The Abyss battlefield is open for the first time, with a scale of 20 people and a danger level of 3.
Lu Hong knows these data very well. 99% of them will be destroyed.
Hu Biao's 15 people had already formed a group, leaving Lu Hong, Su Muyu and 3 others who did not join them. 2 of these 3 people should be pretty good, but in a world with a danger level of 3, they are still not good enough. Hu Biao also seemed to know that he was recruiting a group of cannon fodder.
Seeing that Lu Hong had been talking in a low voice, he stepped forward and took the initiative to chat. "Brother, do you want to join us?"
Lu Hong didn't want to conflict with him, so he pointed at Su Muyu and said in a kind tone, "We are together, I'm afraid of holding you back." Hu Biao glanced at Su Muyu and felt that Lu Hang would definitely die because of the woman. If you saw such a beautiful girl in other places, it would be okay to flex your muscles and take action to protect her, but in a world where you could die at any time, if you still think with your little head, you would be asking for death. Hu Biao gave up on Lu Hang and turned to lobby another bookish young man wearing rimless glasses, but he also failed.
After lobbying, the rest were unwilling to join.
Hu Biao stopped wasting time and said to the recruiting team, "Everyone, listen to me.
We will gather in groups of 3 later to find weapons. We will gather here in 10 minutes.
When you encounter a demon later, all of you will follow my command and surround and kill them together.
The dropped demon cores will be distributed by me.
I will allocate the most suitable core skills according to everyone's talents and abilities."
When Lu Hong heard his arrangement, he sighed insignificantly.
Hu Biao has formed the largest team, but has not yet begun to solve the iron cage problem. Lu Hong had no choice but to remind him, "Everyone, please pay attention to the meal countdown of the Horned Demon Governor.
It is best to open the iron cage before then."
I'll do it.
I'm good at opening locks." The yellow-haired gangster wanted to show his ability.
He smiled flatteringly at Hu Biao, then took out a piece of wire and walked over to try to open the lock.
He inserted the wire into the keyhole and started tinkering.
The young man next to him, who was wearing a sweatshirt and rimless glasses with a bookish face, reached out and knocked on the spot on the iron cage that was welded by the flames, and said, "See clearly what this is, don't waste time." Everyone looked in the direction where the bookish young man knocked, and they saw that the iron door was welded shut. Even if the lock was unlocked, the door could not be opened. There were still 15 minutes before the Horned Demon Commander could eat, and time was running out. And the sooner the iron door was opened, the safer it would be. Therefore, Lu Hong was not interested in waiting for them to think about how to solve the problem, and directly said the solution. "When I woke up just now, I saw a bottle of water hidden by someone, and there was a steel bar outside the iron cage. Find someone who has the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, bring the steel bar in, then take off a piece of clothing, soak it with water, use the steel bar as a handle, and bend the iron cage grid."
Hu Biao looked around and asked, "Who hid the water? Take it out."
The yellow-haired gangster nodded and took out the bottle of water from his crotch and handed it to Hu Biao. "Brother Biao, I wanted to leave it for you." Hu Biao didn't say anything, pointed to the steel bar outside the iron cage, and asked, "Who has the ability to retrieve objects from a distance, bring the steel bar in." The steel bar is about 1.5 meters away from the iron cage, and a normal person cannot reach it by stretching out his hand.
The bookish young man walked to the side of the cage and said, "I'll try." He stretched his hand out of the cage, trying to get as close to the steel bar as possible, but his finger was still 20 centimeters away from the steel bar and could not reach it at all. He held his breath and exerted force very hard. Suddenly, the steel bar moved a little closer to his finger. After the distance was closer, the suction force also increased, and the steel bar moved faster, and was finally caught by the bookish young man. Then, in order to show his leadership, Hu Biao took the initiative to take off his sports vest, soaked it with water, and began to twist the grid of the iron cage. After the grid iron bars were bent, they could pass through. Lu Hong took the lead and said, "Let the girls go out first, and the others line up, hurry up, and don't dawdle." The reason why the girl should go out first is certainly not because of any priority principle. Lu Hong wanted to ensure that Su Muyu could get out safely. Otherwise, once a demon appears, there is a high probability that there will be a stampede in the iron cage, and Su Muyu will definitely not be able to squeeze through others, not to mention being left at the end, and may even be injured. In addition, letting Su Muyu go out has another important function. Hu Biao looked around. At present, the floor was relatively quiet. He also wanted to show his gentlemanly manners and agreed with Lu Heng's arrangement. The girl goes out first, and the others line up. There are only 3 women among the 20 people, and all 3 of them got out of the iron cage smoothly. Then, the rest of the people lined up to go out. After Su Muyu got out, he looked at Lu Hong nervously through the iron cage grid. Lu Hong whispered a reminder, "Find supplies, don't leave my sight." In fact, Su Muyu was a little scared, but she knew that it was useless to be scared now. If she wanted to survive, finding supplies was the most important thing. She immediately turned around and trotted to the pile of debris on the floor and began to look for useful things. When the other people in the iron cage saw it, they immediately urged the other 2 women outside, "Go find things and weapons." The 2 women reacted and ran out to find supplies. Next, every time someone went out, they rushed out directly and started looking for weapons and supplies. Since Lu Hang and the bookish young man were not from Hu Biao's team, and Hu Biao was guarding the exit, it was natural that his team would go out first. Lu Hong and the bookish young man understood this, so they did not argue with them. Before there was any danger, internal strife would only make things worse. After Hu Biao and all the team members went out, he did not let the remaining 4 people get out directly. There were still 4 people left in the iron cage. In a few seconds, all of them can get out, so there is no need to compete for the order. Lu Hong did not give in and went out directly. The bookish young man was the last one, and the moment he got out of the iron cage, a roar came from the building, followed by earthquake-like footsteps. A 4-meter tall, 3-meter white horned demon warlord with horns on his head appeared. This horned demon warlord is very strong and looks like a giant gorilla with horns and shells. It found that the food had escaped from the iron cage, jumped into its restaurant in advance, roared angrily, and pounced on the nearest food. "Ah! Fuck! What is this?" When the psychics saw the terrifying horned demon commander appear, they threw away their promise to fight the enemy together and fled. When Lu Hong saw the horned demon commander appear, he recognized it as a high-level demon, above level 20. At this point in time, the level of human psychics is generally only level 3 or 4, and it is impossible for them to fight against this horned demon commander. Let alone 20 people, even if there are 200 or 2,000, the most they can do is to kill the horned demon commander. The Battle Royale mode has set the rules of the game from the beginning. The horned demon overseer found that the iron cage containing food was empty. He ran to the iron cage, raised his strong forearm, and punched the iron cage away with a bang. Then he turned around and pounced on the nearest superpower, slapping him down with his claws. Ah! Bang! The supernatural being was slapped to pieces, his screams suddenly stopped, and his flesh and blood covered the surrounding ground and walls. When the other superpowers saw this, they were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Hu Biao saw that all the people who had formed the alliance were scattered. Knowing that it was impossible to gather people now, he ran away and shouted, "Escape from the building first, go north after exiting the building, let's find a place to meet." The bookish young man was the last one to get out of the iron cage. When he escaped, he calmly took the steel bars away. Lu Hong rushed directly in the direction of Su Muyu, picked her up and ran, asking as he ran, "What did you find?" "I took a backpack and a cable. It originally had a dagger, but it was snatched away by someone else. I listened to you and didn't fight with that person." Su Muyu raised the backpack in front of Lu Hong and showed the cable inside. "Very well, let's escape first." Since everyone was on the 7th floor, it was impossible to jump out of the building,
so most of the people with powers fled towards the stairs. The horned demon overseer used his 4 claws at the same time and rushed towards the stairs. He slapped them with 1 claw and beat the 3 people walking up the stairs into a pulp.
Bang! Piercing screams echoed in the building.
Every scream means that someone has been killed by the horned demon warlord. Lu Hong did not run towards the stairs, but pulled Su Muyu towards the edge of the floor. Ever since she experienced the abandoned factory incident, Su Muyu had seen death, but when she heard such a tragic scream, her body still couldn't stop shaking. Lu Hong pulled her to the edge of the floor and looked down. The floor we are on is the 7th floor, more than 20 meters above the ground. Lu Hong took out the cable from his backpack, held one end and swung it downstairs. The cable is only 10 meters long and its texture is not suitable for knotting, so it can only go down to the 4th floor. Lu Hong made a prompt decision and tied the cable to the pillar, then wrapped a cloth strip around his palm 3 times and said to Su Muyu, "Hold me tight." Su Muyu nodded vigorously, then put her hands around Lu Hong's waist. Lu Hong released the shadow clone, then grabbed the cable and slid down. Falling to the 4th floor, he jumped into the floor with a vertical jump. Immediately afterwards, the shadow clone controlling the 7th floor prepared to untie the cable. Just then, the bookish young man ran up and shouted, "Wait a minute, let me slide down, give me 2 seconds, I promise not to waste time." While he was speaking, he had already wrapped his palms with cloth strips. There is a strip of cloth wrapped around the palm of the hand, so that when sliding down, the hand holding the cable will not be bruised. Lu Hong saw that he was still calm when doing things, so he asked the shadow clone to pause for a moment. The bookish young man moved quickly, grabbed the cable and slid down. When he reached the 4th floor, he immediately jumped into the air and climbed into the floor. Lu Hong immediately controlled the shadow clone to untie the cable and throw it down. The end on the 4th floor was also tied to the pillar on the 4th floor. The cable is thrown down, directly to the ground. Lu Hong led Su Muyu downhill quickly, and as soon as he landed, he heard the deafening roar of the horned demon warlord coming from the building behind him. The horned demon overseer seemed to have discovered some food and escaped from the building, and was about to chase it outside the building. Lu Hong immediately controlled the shadow clone and held back the horned demon warlord, but after only a few delays, the clone was destroyed.
After landing, Lu Hong looked around, chose a direction, and pulled Su Muyu away quickly.
After the bookish young man slid down, he quickly caught up and said, thank you, my name is Chen Zihong. As a thank you, I will give you a weapon for self-defense. As he spoke, he threw an iron sword in his hand to Lu Hong, while he kept a fire axe in his hand.
Metal ability?
Lu Hong thought of his previous method of holding steel bars from the air and already guessed his ability.
A little bit of magnetism. Chen Zihong explained casually. Thank you.
Lu Hong raised the iron sword in his hand and shook it, and the properties of the iron sword were revealed. Iron sword, item level, E level, specifications, length 130 centimeters, blade width 3.5 centimeters, weight 1.6 kilograms, attribute, attack power 10, evaluation, a weapon made of fine iron, causing sharp damage when attacking. Sword weapons of relatively average quality that can be bought anywhere. After obtaining the weapon, Lu Hong waved goodbye to him, then he and Su Muyu quickened their pace and ran into the fog. The roar of the horned demon overseer was still echoing in the building behind him. The two ran together until they could no longer hear the roar of the horned demon warlord behind them, and then they slowed down and took a breath. Su Muyu pressed her chest and gasped, her chest rising and falling violently. Running so far in one breath was already beyond her capacity.
Lu Hong saw her expression and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Su Muyu nodded and tightened the stab-proof vest a little. "It's okay. I don't usually exercise that much. I'll just take it easy for a while. This time." A string of data prompts suddenly appeared in his eyes. Subject to mental pollution from unknown existence, spirit point 1, when the spirit drops to 0, it will fall into madness. Seeing this reminder, Lu Hong breathed out, sure enough. The 5-dimensional attributes on the data panel have become Strength 11, Agility 14, Physique 11, Spirit 12/13, and Perception 12. The original value of the mental attribute is still 13 points, but due to the mental pollution from an unknown existence, it has dropped to 12 points. Su Muyu also saw the prompt and asked, "My mental attribute has decreased." Lu Hong looked up at the fog covering the entire city, as if he could feel a terrible existence hidden in the fog, its mental pollution. No wonder the danger level of this world is level 3. If it was just the horned demon warlord, the danger level should be level 2, but with the ubiquitous mental pollution, it would become level 3. It has been about an hour since I was teleported here. Is it losing 1 point of mental power every hour? Sumuyu simply estimated the time and came up with a rough data.
Lu Hong nodded and confirmed, it is indeed losing 1 point every hour.
Sumuyu frowned and said,
then our mental power can only last for 10 hours at most, not 3 days. So we have to find items that can resist mental pollution, or medicines that restore mental power, or, Lu Hong said this and reread the task prompts of the Abyss battlefield.
The second challenge task is, 2. Find the castle hidden in the wasteland city.
This task did not appear for no reason.
At least it means that there is a castle hidden in the fog of this city.
However, it is not yet certain what the nature of this castle is.
There may be danger in the castle, but there is another possibility.
Lu Hong said his guess, perhaps, the castle mentioned in the challenge task can isolate spiritual pollution.
As he spoke, the two walked to a building similar to a shopping mall. Sumuyu ran over, picked up a product package on the ground, stared at the words on it, and turned back and said, I don't recognize any of these words. Is it the words of an unknown small country?
Lu Hong looked at the surrounding buildings and said, maybe it's not a small country, but another civilization.
Another civilization?
Sumuyu's eyes widened, because this answer exceeded her original expectations.
The Abyss has swallowed more than one world. This city should be just one of the many worlds swallowed by the Abyss. Lu Hong said this secret that would shock many people. This secret should have been discovered by humans a year after the Abyss came. Sumuyu showed a surprised expression on her face. She could already imagine what the Abyss would bring to the human world. The present of this wasteland city may be the future of the human world. The Abyss world is more terrible than I expected. Sumuyu sighed. Do you regret it?
Lu Hong looked into her eyes, wanting to confirm whether there was a look of retreat in her eyes, but worried that she really regretted it.
Sumuyu shook her head and said firmly, before I decided to come in with you, I had already considered it seriously. Now that I have decided, I will not regret it.
As the two were talking, Lu Hong heard a crack sound of biting bones.
Hush!
Lu Hong made a gesture to keep quiet, then walked lightly in the direction of the sound. Turning the corner of the street, he saw a gray-black creature under the eaves of a corner, gnawing on the bones of an unknown creature in his hand. After careful observation, it was found to be a gargoyle. Judging from the size, it should be a level 4 gargoyle. Lu Hong asked Sumuyu to hide first, then circled around to make sure there were no other abyss monsters around, then drew out the iron sword and slowly approached. The gargoyle suddenly turned around and found someone, so it immediately spread its wings and swooped down. Lu Hong did not dodge or evade, and rushed towards the gargoyle like an arrow from a bow. He used the high agility of, slippery as a dragon, to the extreme, leaped up, released the source energy to condense the power of lightning on the sword, and chopped down heavily with both hands holding the sword. The gargoyle turned around and let out a sharp hiss, and immediately petrified its skin, and closed its wings to block the sword light.
Bang!
A sword chopped on the rock skin of the gargoyle, and there was a bang sound of hitting granite. The gargoyle fell from mid-air, rolled on the ground for a few rounds, and quickly climbed up again, without being seriously injured. As Lu Hong expected, the gargoyle's defense is the highest among low-level demons, and its skin can be petrified, and it is very resistant to elemental damage such as fire, lightning, and frost. This means that the threat posed by lightning weapons to it is very low, and it cannot cause much effective damage. However, the gargoyle has a fatal weakness. When its skin turns to rock, it will lose its ability to fly. So, it can be slowly worn down. Lu Hong thought he was practicing the 7-segment step sword style, chasing the gargoyle and slashing it, one sword faster than the other. The sword tip cut the rock surface, and sparks burst out. The gargoyle was enraged, and it screamed in anger and waved its claws to fight back. The gargoyle of level 4 is very powerful, and its average attribute can reach 13 points. Except for agility, Lu Hong's other attributes are not as high as it. However, this gargoyle has no spiritual skills, so the attributes of spirit and perception have no effect on the battle. There is only a slight difference in strength. Lu Hong has sufficient combat experience, and with the second level 7-segment step sword style, he made up for the difference in strength. With repeated head-on slashing, his swordsmanship proficiency began to improve. Use swordsmanship to fight, swordsmanship proficiency +1, use swordsmanship to fight, swordsmanship proficiency +1, finally, after a sword chop, the mastery level swordsmanship proficiency is full, 2000 out of 2000. Mastery level swordsmanship practice is complete, stepping into the third level of swordsmanship realm. Subtle level. The swordsmanship realm is improved. When Lu Hong swings the sword The subtle difference in the swordsmanship realm is reflected in the subtle details. When the sword is drawn, the fierce momentum is like a tiger coming out of the mountain. When the sword is put away, the sword light is like thunder flashing back. Lu Heng's sword is faster than the other, with the slightest change of power, to launch the most swift attack. The gargoyle was suppressed and screamed in anger, trying to swing its claws to fight back. However, after Lu Heng's swordsmanship realm was improved, the attack power of the sword surged, and the sword light slashed on the rock skin of the gargoyle, breaking pieces of rock fragments. The gargoyle was forced to scream continuously, giving up its defensive moves and forcibly using its claws to counterattack. Lu Hong seized the opportunity and swung his sword vertically. The sword blade emitted a crescent dot-like sword light, which slashed the gargoyle's shoulder and broke a gap in the gargoyle's rock skin. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, aiming at the gap and stabbing out a sword piercing the cloud directly at the gap. The gargoyle sensed the danger approaching and evaded the sword light with agility. The sword technique at the micro level still has the ability to fine-tune the sword light's landing point when the sword tip pierces to the end. Even though the gargoyle made an evasive move, Lu Hong still accurately pierced the gap in the rock skin. Puff! Ouch! The sword pierced through the gargoyle's body, and the sword tip pierced out from its back. While piercing the gargoyle's body, Lu Heng activated the lightning weapon, and violent lightning burst out from the gargoyle's body. The gargoyle let out a shrill roar, struggled and twisted desperately, and finally turned into ashes in the thunder and lightning. Lu Hong took advantage of the situation and put the sword back into the sheath, with a clean and neat technique. The remaining demonic energy of the gargoyle condensed into a demon crystal core. Hunting the gargoyle, absorbing 40 points of demonic energy. During Lu Heng's battle, Sumuyu was very calm, knowing that she could not help in the face of such a terrible monster, and the best way was not to become a burden. So she picked up a riot shield to block in front of her, with her back against the wall, standing where the battle could not reach. She looked at the way Lu Hong swung his sword to fight just now, with light in her eyes, and she liked the feeling of standing behind him more and more. At this moment, she made up her mind to be the most solid backing to help him fight his way out of the doomsday catastrophe. After Lu Hong killed the gargoyle, he picked up the demon crystal core on the ground and put it in his palm to check the properties. Scout Eagle Crystal Core, absorb crystal core energy, and there is a chance to learn the Summon Scout Eagle's skill. Scout Eagle, summon a Scout Eagle to perform reconnaissance missions in the sky. The Scout Eagle has the ability to detect invisibility, and the invisibility detection range equals 1 times perception attribute. Skill consumption, 20 source energy. Skill level, D level. Seeing this skill, Lu Hong couldn't help but smile. This skill is very practical and very suitable for perception-based psychics. It can perfectly link with Su Muyu's talent. Lu Hong turned around and waved at her, "Don't stand there stupidly, come and try to see if you can learn this skill." Absorbing skill crystal cores only has a chance to learn skills, not 100% sure to learn them. Oh. Su Muyu agreed and walked over quickly. Lu Hong threw the crystal core to her and said, just like before, crush it and absorb the energy inside. Su Muyu had experience this time. She put down her shield, held the crystal core with both hands, and squeezed it with all her strength. The crystal core turned into a stream of energy and flowed into her body along her palm. Try to control the energy, flow into the skill slot, and condense into an energy ball. Lu Hong reminded on the side. Sumuyu nodded, and according to this method, let the energy flow into the first skill slot and slowly gather into an energy ball the size of a walnut. After the energy was gathered, she quickly took a look at the attribute panel and said happily, "I learned it. I have this skill on my panel. Try the skill effect." Lu Hong reminded. "Yeah." Sumuyu nodded in agreement, then closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to use the skill. A stream of energy surged out of the skill slot, gathered into the palm along the blood vessels of both hands, and then slowly condensed into a 40 cm wide Scout Eagle. The translucent Scout Eagle flapped its wings and flew up, circling in the air. Without Lu Heng's reminder, Sumuyu took the initiative to close her eyes and began to try her initial talent, summoning vision. The moment she closed her eyes, her vision changed immediately, as if her eyes grew on the Scout Eagle, and she could look down at the ground from the sky. This feeling was so wonderful, she was completely immersed in this wonderful experience. She controlled the Scout Eagle, circling around herself and Lu Hong, feeling very happy and a little excited. At this moment, in her vision, she suddenly saw a translucent thing moving along the wall, coming out of the alley, and rushing towards Lu Heng's back. As the distance got closer, she saw more and more clearly that this thing had sharp claws and ferocious horns. This was clearly a demon.
Su Muyu rushed towards Lu Hong. Be careful.
The moment she hugged Lu Hong, she was hit hard on the back and the whole person was knocked out. Lu Hong felt a strong impact on Su Muyu's back, and the two fell out together.
However, there was nothing in sight.
Lu Hong's eyes fixed, and he rolled on the ground with Su Muyu in his arms. How are you? Su Muyu's back hurt a lot, but he still gritted his teeth and uttered two words, invisible. Invisible. Lu Hong didn't see anything rushing up just now, but Su Muyu was attacked solidly. Without her reminder, he had guessed that a demon with the ability to be invisible had appeared. However, looking around, he couldn't see where this thing was at all, so he could only hold the iron sword horizontally in front of him and concentrate on his guard. Here it comes. Su Muyu endured the severe pain in his back and pointed to the left. Lu Hong raised his sword to block to the left, and with a bang, he stepped back half a step, immediately adjusted his body shape, and swung a sword to counterattack.
However, this sword only cut the air and didn't touch anything. Invisible monsters can be said to be the most dangerous things in the early stage of the abyss. Because when the psychic is at a low level, he basically has no ability to detect invisibility, and he is basically dead if he encounters it. Fortunately, Su Muyu has now learned the skill of detecting invisibility and can detect this thing in advance. Lu Hong blocked the second attack of this invisible demon and found that this thing is very intelligent. Because its second attack was not aimed at him, but at Su Muyu. As long as Su Muyu died, without the ability to detect invisibility, there would be no way to deal with this thing. Therefore, Lu Hong always stayed beside Su Muyu and did not dare to leave.
How are you?
Are you seriously injured?
Lu Hong quickly looked back at her and saw that big beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. Su Muyu waved her hand, without the strength to speak, gritted her teeth, and controlled the scout eagle to dive down. The scout eagle dived to a height of 2 meters above the ground, and then maintained this height and began to fly in circles around.
Lu Hong knew what it meant at a glance.
Su Muyu was using the scout eagle to lock the position of the invisible demon. Just pointing with your fingers can only tell you the approximate position of the invisible demon. Without knowing the distance, it is difficult to take the initiative to attack.
However, it is much easier to use the scout eagle as a mark to directly lock the position of the invisible demon.
Lu Hong looked back at Su Muyu and saw big beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. He knew that she could not hold on for long and had to fight quickly.
Hold on for a while, I will kill it immediately. Since the invisible demon relies on the ability to be invisible, its main attributes and strength will not be too high.
Lu Hong held the sword horizontally and released the lightning weapon. Lightning rose from the sword tip and then rushed towards the position of the scout eagle. The scout eagle began to dodge left and right, looking like it was avoiding Lu Hong's charge.
Obviously, it was not the scout eagle that was hiding, but the invisible demon that was hiding.
A sharp light flashed in Lu Hong's eyes, and he rushed to the scout eagle and chopped out with a sword in the Jinyu style.
Clang!
The sword fell with great force, and the sword tip sank into an object. Thunder and lightning rolled out, raging on the object. In the blue current, the figure of a demon slowly emerged.
It was an invisible horned demon. Ah! The invisible horned demon let out a shrill howl and raised its claws to fight back. However, it had lost the protection of its invisibility ability and was no longer a threat to Lu Hong.
Lu Hong dodged the claw attack, drew back the iron sword, and swung another sword to cut it in two. Hunting the invisible horned demon, absorbing 40 points of demon energy. Demon energy enhancement level, source energy level increased to level 4, all attributes +1, agility attribute additional +0.3, the invisible horned demon was burned to ashes in the thunder and fire, and the remaining energy condensed into a demon crystal core. Looking at the color concentration, you can tell that it is not an ordinary demon crystal core.
Lu Hong picked it up to check the properties.
Invisible curtain crystal core, absorb crystal core energy, there is a chance to learn the invisible curtain skill.
Invisible curtain, release energy to cover the object, and the object will gain optical invisibility. Skill consumption, 3 energy/minute. Skill level, D level. I'm lucky today, and I got another skill crystal core.
Moreover, the skill, invisible curtain, is the most practical one among many invisible skills. However, there is no time to study this skill now, because Su Muyu is seriously injured.
Lu Hong quickly picked her up and left here. Is my waist broken? I have to sit in a wheelchair in the future.
Su Muyu was hit in the spine when she blocked for Lu Hong just now, and she was sweating profusely in pain. She suspected that her spine might be broken. If that's the case, it means that the lower body will be paralyzed. When Lu Hong heard her words, his heart clicked.
Could it be that saving her once in this life still can't change her fate of sitting in a wheelchair for the rest of her life? No. Try to see if your toes can move.
Lu Heng's tone was a little nervous. Sumuyu followed his instructions and tried to move her toes, and replied, "It seems to be able to move."
Then it's okay.
The toes can move, which means the spinal nerves are not broken.
Lu Heng exhaled, found a store that looked like a pharmacy in the foggy city, and went in to look for trauma medicine.
Lu Heng put her on a chair, let her lean forward, and took a look at the injury on her back. There was a tear in the stab-proof vest on her back, which showed how heavy the blow just now was. If he hadn't been wearing a stab-proof vest, his back might have been punctured. Lu Heng took off her stab-proof vest and found that the clothes on her back had been stained red with blood. He opened the clothes and finally saw the wound. Because it was an impact injury from the horned demon's horn, the wound was not big, but it was deep and blood was still flowing out. Lu Heng checked the wound and said, "No bones were injured.
Let me help you stop the bleeding first."
When applying the medicine, Sumuyu was shaking all over from the pain, clenching her fists to hold back from screaming. She also didn't forget to put out the scout eagle as a warning, worried that something dangerous would appear nearby again.
After all, the smell of blood will attract bloodthirsty beasts.
Lu Heng quickly wrapped her wound with gauze, and then helped her up. After the bleeding stopped, Sumuyu slowly recovered and her complexion was no longer so bad. A gargoyle had just died nearby, and the smell of blood might lead to something more terrifying. Therefore, Lu Heng carried her on his back and continued on his way. The sky was getting dark, Sumuyu had no strength due to injury, and her body lay limply on Lu Heng's back. However, she still controlled the scout eagle and flew high into the sky to conduct reconnaissance, trying to see clearly what was going on in the city.
It's getting dark. We need to find a place to rest. It would be best if we can find a castle in the challenge mission. I think the castle should be able to isolate mental pollution.
When Lu Heng spoke, another reminder of mental pollution appeared. It dropped by 1 point again. Sumuyu was looking for a place to rest just now. She knew very well that being injured was a very dangerous thing in this dangerous environment. If you don't want to become a burden, you must find a refuge from the devil. Soon, she used her summon vision and saw a strange terrain in the sky. This terrain is ring-shaped, with a depression in the middle and bulges all around. It doesn't look like it was man-made, but more like a crater created by a huge meteorite. She controlled the scout eagle to fly over, and after getting closer, she finally saw a castle vaguely appearing in the crater with the ability to detect invisibility.
I seem to have found the castle. Sumuyu's tone became excited.
Lu Heng's eyes lit up and he quickened his pace and followed the direction of her finger. Lu Heng carried Sumuyu towards the castle and reminded him on the way, "Before we approach, make sure there is no danger in the castle."
Okay.
Sumuyu nodded in agreement and controlled the reconnaissance eagle to fly closer for a closer look. The fact that the castle can isolate mental pollution is just Lu Heng's guess, so whether there is danger in the castle is still unknown. However, when he walked to the castle and saw its appearance, Lu Heng instantly felt relieved.
Because this castle looks familiar.
If there is no second identical castle in the Abyss world, then this castle should be called the Quenching Castle. It is a place where weapons can be quenched and the attributes of the weapons can be improved. However, the tempering fort in memory should not be in this place.
I can't care about so much now.
Lu Heng walked forward with Sumuyu on his back, and the ancient gate of the castle slowly opened. Looking at the unique building in front of her, Sumuyu's eyes were full of surprise and curiosity.
Lu Heng looked calm as memories related to this castle appeared in his mind. After passing through the gate, you enter the vestibule of the castle. In the middle of the vestibule is a spacious stone road with unknown plants planted on both sides. Some plants also move and look a lot like piranha flowers. This time, a short man wearing a black cloak and a cat mask came out of the castle, walked up to the two of them, and made a chirping sound. This should be in some kind of language, but neither Lu Heng nor the two could understand it. Lu Heng had experience in this situation and took the initiative to say hello, we are travelers passing by. We hope to rest in the castle for a while. After hearing this, the dwarf immediately changed into a language that the two of them could understand. Welcome to Quenching Castle, you can call me Gulu. This little man who calls himself Gulu is only 1.2 meters tall. His whole body is wrapped in a cloak and mask, so his appearance cannot be seen. In fact, people who enter the tempering fort for the first time may be shocked if they see his appearance. Because this 1.2 creature is not a human being, but an abyssal species. There is more than one kind of creature in the abyss plane,
just like there are more than one human beings on the blue star.
Not all abyss creatures fight with humans as soon as they come up. There are also intelligent creatures that can coexist peacefully with humans.
This golem is a rather special race, a subspecies of the abyss black iron dwarves. At this point in time, other superpowers still don't know the origin of Quenching Castle.
Lu Hong did know some related secrets. Quenching Castle was originally a fortress in the Abyss Plane.
It angered an Abyss Demon King in the original world. In order to avoid the wrath of the Abyss Demon King, Quenching Castle took the initiative to leave the Abyss Plane and took advantage of the overlapping space to hide in the gap between the overlapping space of Blue Star and the Abyss.
After Quenching Castle hides in the overlapping space, superpowers can enter Quenching Castle from Blue Star.
In order to gain a foothold on Blue Star, Quenching Fort will also provide weapon quenching services for human superpowers, adding energy attributes to weapons. And the little dwarf in front of him is the Quenching Master of Quenching Castle.
Recalling these things, Lu Hong immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that the current Quenching Fort has not escaped from the abyss?
Because Gula stood relatively close, Sumuyu's keen perception had already noticed that the other person was not a human being. So she was very nervous and kept shaking the clothes on Lu Hang's back with her hands, trying to remind Lu Hang of this matter.
Lu Hong was not nervous at all, and took the initiative to ask, "Can we rest in the castle?" "Of course, in return, I am willing to do whatever I can for Quenching Castle."
When Gulu heard that Lu Hong was willing to help, he immediately became happy. "Of course, I need your help very much."
"You can rest in the castle first. Do you need any help?"
"I can make some preparations in advance."
Lu Hong then asked.
"Of course, the Quenching Fort is lacking some materials now."
"It would be great if you could find them,"
Gulu said, and began to list several materials that the Quenching Fort needs.
This time, a mission prompt popped up on the panels of Lu Hang and the two of them.
Trigger a series of hidden missions. Crisis in Tempering Castle. Mission 1. Collect Narnia Crystals. Content. Due to the use of unstable space crystals, Quenching Castle had an accident when it left the Abyss Plane and fell into a world swallowed by the Abyss. Now Gollum hopes you can collect enough Narnia Crystals to use as space stabilizers. Reward, Gulu's thank you gift. Task 2. Collect combustion. Supporting ores. Content. Quenching Castle requires a large amount of combustion. Supporting ore.
Gulu hopes that you can collect enough combustion. Supporting ore to provide fuel for Quenching Castle.
Reward, Gula's thank you gift. After seeing the mission, Lu Hang asked, "This kind of Narnia crystal is very precious and is usually guarded by demons."
"I don't have any weapons right now. Can the Quenching Castle help me quench my weapons?" According to past experience, the so called Gulu's thank you gift usually means free weapon quenching.
Sometimes, through communication, you can advance rewards and improve combat effectiveness, and then collect mission items.
Gulu spread his hands and said, "Quenching Castle does not have extra energy to start the quenching furnace now. However, you can go to my weapons arsenal and take a look. If there is something suitable, I can lend it to you."
When Lu Hong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Originally, I wanted to temper the iron sword and improve it a little bit. Unexpectedly, the result was better than expected. I could enter the Quenching Castle's armory to choose. I figured it out after a little thought. Now Quenching Castle is in trouble and needs someone to help him. At this time, he is naturally willing to provide better rewards." So, Lu Hong and the others followed Guru to the armory of Quenching Castle. There were all kinds of strange weapons in the armory. Some of these weapons were as small as toothpicks, and some were as big as giant's mallets. Lu Hong stretched out his hand and ran it over these weapons to check their properties. Finally, his eyes fell on a long sword. Aurora Blade, item level, C.level, specifications, 132 cm long, 3.6 cm blade width, 1.6 kg weight, attributes, attack power 30, evaluation, weapons made of Aurora raw stones, causing blade damage when attacking. Excellent quality, rare sword weapon. When using cold weapons to attack, you can get a strength attribute bonus. The blade of this Aurora Blade is translucent dark blue, as if there is a faint light flowing in the blade, and you can tell at a glance that it is definitely not an ordinary product. The attack power of the iron sword is only 10 points. With this Aurora Blade, the weapon damage is directly tripled. In fact, when fighting the gargoyle with the iron sword, Lu Hong felt that the iron sword was not sharp enough and could not break the gargoyle's defense. If this Aurora Blade is used, the situation will be completely different. Is this one okay? With the help of this weapon, I can retrieve more Narnia crystals. Lu Hong pulled out the Aurora Blade and waved it. When Guru heard that he could retrieve more Narnia crystals, he immediately agreed. Of course, if you can retrieve 3 Narnia crystals, this weapon will be given to you. When Lu Hong heard this, he immediately understood that this was a reward that was reserved in advance.
Then, Lu Hong picked a bracelet for Su Muyu.
Energy Crystal Bracelet, Item Level, D. Class, Specifications, 15 cm long, 7 crystals, 90 G weight, Attributes, Spirit +1, Total Source Energy +20, Evaluation. A bracelet made of high-quality energy crystals can increase the wearer's mental power and source energy limit.
Su Muyu has 5 skill slots, and source energy is often insufficient.
When all skills are learned, the energy is exhausted after using 5 skills. Therefore, equipment that increases the energy limit is a great improvement for her.
Because the total source energy equals 10 times spirit attribute. This bracelet also adds 1 point of spirit, and the increased energy limit is not only 20 points, but 30 points.
After wearing the bracelet, Su Muyu's current energy limit has increased from 110 points to 140 points, and mental power has also increased from 11 points to 12 points. After choosing the equipment, Lu Hong and Su Muyu rested in the guest room of Quenching Castle.
No words were spoken that night. The next morning,
when Lu Hong woke up, he saw Su Muyu lying next to him, still sleeping soundly. Because of the injury on her back, she could only sleep on her stomach, and her chest pressed on the bed, squeezing a larger area, and also pressed the bed into a dent. Lu Hong lay on his side, watching her sleeping, and many memories emerged in his mind, but many of the things in these memories had not happened yet. After a long time, Su Muyu's eyebrows moved, and she couldn't help laughing. She quickly buried her head in the pillow and muttered, "Why are you staring at me?" She didn't open her eyes from beginning to end, but she was highly perceptive, so she noticed that Lu Hong was looking at her.
"Are you asleep?" Lu Hong asked. "Well, I'm asleep." Su Muyu nodded.
She did fall asleep last night. Maybe because she was too tired, or maybe because she felt very safe, she slept very soundly. Even she was a little surprised. After getting up, Lu Hong first checked her wound and changed the dressing.
The wound is healing well. After Lu Hong changed the dressing, he helped her pull down her clothes. Every time the dressing is changed, the clothes must be opened. Last night, because the wound was too painful, she didn't think about it. Today, the wound is not so painful, and she began to be shy, because she can see the bra when she opens the clothes. In addition, her back is thinner, and the 2 round parts in front can be seen from the back. After changing the dressing, her face was already hot as if she had a high fever. She quickly pulled a blanket over and draped it over her body, looking like a frightened deer. Su Muyu shook her head and quickly found a topic to cover up the embarrassment. "I feel that my wound is healing very quickly." Lu Hong explained a little. The recovery ability of a superpower must be stronger than that of an ordinary person. "You are now a superpower."
"Yes." Because she only awakened last night, Su Muyu's mentality has not changed yet. She felt her physical condition and said, "My spirit has also recovered."
As expected at the beginning, the Quenching Castle can indeed isolate mental pollution.
So after a night's rest, the mental power has been restored to full value. Lu Hong sat down at the desk, took out the invisible curtain crystal core he got last night, and considered whether to use the skill crystal core. Lu Hong now has only 3 skill slots, and has learned 2 skills, Lightning Weapon and Shadow Clone, leaving only the last skill slot.
If this invisible curtain crystal core is used, the skill slot will be full.
And the skill crystal cores obtained later will not be used. In terms of practicality, the skill, Invisible Curtain, is indeed very practical, but it cannot increase frontal combat power. So, Lu Hong is weighing the pros and cons and whether to learn this skill.
Su Muyu looked out and saw the skill crystal core, and asked, "What is this crystal core?"
"A very practical skill." Lu Hong handed the crystal core to her.
Su Muyu took the crystal core, checked the skill effect, and commented, "This skill is very useful. The effect is the same as the invisible horn demon last night."
Lu Hong agreed, "It is indeed very useful. However, I only have 1 skill slot left, and there is no space to learn this skill." Su Mu thought about it and asked, looking at the skill description, "This skill can be used on other objects, so can it also be used on other people?" The effect of Invisible Curtain is like a layer of invisible film, covering the surface of an object, which can make the object have an optical invisible effect.
Lu Hong nodded and replied, "Yes, it can be used on other people." Su Muyu thought about it and said, "Then I will learn this skill. Well, if it is not suitable, I can sell it." She has 5 skill slots, and has learned a skill to summon a scout eagle. There are 4 skill slots left.
The number of skill slots is quite sufficient, and she can indeed learn this skill. Since this skill can be used on others, it is a skill that tends to be auxiliary. In other words, if she learns this skill, she can provide Lu Hong with invisibility. However, she thought that this skill core must be very precious, and she took the initiative to ask to learn it, which seemed very greedy, so she changed her mind and said she would sell it. Lu Hong thought about it and said, "Forget about selling it. It will cost hundreds of thousands in the early stage, but it may not be bought back for tens of millions later. If you want to learn it, then you can learn it. However, you have to think clearly that this skill cannot bring you combat effectiveness. Scout Eagle can't provide combat effectiveness at present, so your first two skills will have no combat effectiveness." Sumuyu shook her calves, smiled, and said, "I will assist you. Don't the online games you boys play have auxiliary professions?" Hearing this, Lu Hong was slightly startled and felt a trust from her. He even felt that this trust came a little faster. After all, it has been less than 2 weeks since she was reborn. In her memory, she was just a strange classmate who had never spoken to her not long ago. It seems that after the life trajectory of this silly girl changed, she did not experience the suffering of her previous life, and she was more likely to trust people than in her memory. She was even willing to take the initiative to learn auxiliary skills, and she was not in a hurry even if she did not have attack skills. In fact, many psychics are unwilling to learn auxiliary skills. Because the number of skill slots is limited, one less skill slot is needed. As the abyss gradually devours the blue planet, the human world will undergo earth-shaking changes. The world order and rules will be rewritten. The living environment of humans will also become very dangerous. Therefore, acquiring the ability to protect oneself is the first goal of most psychics. Especially in the early stage of the abyss, almost all psychics are trying to improve their combat effectiveness. After all, in an environment where order is broken, only by mastering power can one master the truth. Therefore, there are very few psychics who voluntarily assist others, unless they are a close group of relatives and friends who have a good relationship, and then one person will be selected to learn auxiliary skills. Even so, the person who is selected is mostly unwilling in his heart. After all, assisting others is equivalent to handing your life over to others. For this reason, in the early stage of the abyss, there are very few excellent auxiliary psychics. Many psychics, even if their initial talents are biased towards the auxiliary system, have to force themselves to develop into the combat system. However, excellent auxiliary psychics can bring huge improvements to the team. It can be said that a mature psychic team must have someone make sacrifices. If two psychic teams of the same level encounter a battle, if one has an auxiliary team member and the other does not, then the team without the auxiliary member does not need to fight directly, just wait to die. Apart from other things, the ability of invisibility alone is enough to kill a team that does not have the ability to detect invisibility. In order to solve this problem, in the early stage of the abyss, some teams will choose to let each team member learn an auxiliary skill. This does solve the problem of auxiliary ability, but it will cause the combat-type psychics in the team to have one less skill in direct confrontation. Moreover, most of the auxiliary skills are related to the spirit and perception attributes. For example, the range of the skill, Scouting Eagle, to detect invisibility is related to the perception attribute. The higher the perception, the larger the range of invisibility detection. However, the perception attribute does not increase the direct combat power. Therefore, the team where each team member learns an auxiliary skill will become weaker in the later stage. Not only is there one less skill in direct confrontation, but the effect of the auxiliary skill is also suppressed by the opponent's auxiliary psychics due to low perception and spirit attributes. In the second year of the abyss, this situation will slowly change. The top psychic organizations began to invest resources to cultivate auxiliary psychics. Now is the first month of the abyss, and few teams will invest resources in auxiliary psychics. Few people are willing to become auxiliary psychics. After all, life is their own. To hand over life to others requires absolute trust. If it was in the previous life, Lu Hong and Su Muyu did have this trust. Now they have only been together for 10 days, and they have established trust so quickly, which is even more precious. Do you really want to learn this skill? Lu Hong wanted to know her true thoughts instead of forcing her to listen to him. I listen to you. If you let me learn, I will learn. Su Muyu nodded seriously, with a very affirmative tone. Hearing her say this, Lu Hong was really happy. In fact, what Lu Hong wanted most was an obedient partner, a partner who would obey unconditionally no matter what orders and arrangements. After all, with the memory of rebirth, there are many things that are not convenient to explain.
If teammates ask every day, why is this? Why is that? Why do you give you this skill? Then Lu Han would rather be a lone wolf.
In the low-level martial arts world, individual bravery cannot defeat thousands of troops, naval guns, and nuclear bombs.
The high-level martial arts world is different. No matter how many people there are, they are just a number.
Teammates are more valuable than quantity.
Lu Han looked at her curiously and asked, "Are you really so obedient?" "Yeah." Sumuyu nodded and replied, "As a matter of course, you said at the beginning, no matter what the result is, I will listen to you in everything. I promised you."
Lu Hang suddenly wanted to hug her and kiss her, but he held back, worried about scaring her.
"Well, from now on, I won't ask for your opinion. What skills you learn and what promotion route you take are all decided by me." Sumuyu nodded seriously. "Okay, I will listen to you." She said to herself silently in her heart, "Anyway, you saved my life, whether it will be good or bad in the future, it's all up to you." Lu Hong was very happy to hear her agree. Because of the memory of rebirth, Lu Hong knew very well which ability system she should develop into, and the development route arranged for her was definitely the best solution at the moment. "Well, then, you learn this skill." Lu Hong made a decision. Sumuyu held the crystal core with both hands and squeezed it hard. The crystal core turned into a ball of energy, flowing into the body along the arm, and condensed into an energy ball again in the second skill slot. Okay, the invisible curtain skill appears on the data panel. Try it. Lu Hong wanted to see the effect. Sumuyu stood up and released the skill. A thin layer of source energy spread out from the body and covered the surface of the body. Then the whole person slowly became transparent and finally completely invisible. She asked aloud, "Can you still see me?" Lu Hong shook his head, "I can't see it. Although I can't see it, I can still hear the breathing because I am in the same room." Sumuyu wanted to be naughty, so she walked quietly behind Lu Hong, stretched out her hands to cover Lu Hang's eyes, and said in a low voice, "Guess who I am?" So childish. Lu Hong couldn't help rolling his eyes. Ouch. Sumuyu suddenly groaned in pain. "What's wrong?" "I pulled the wound. I told you not to make a fuss. I'm in so much pain, and you're still scolding me." Sumuyu pouted, removed her invisibility, sat back in her chair, and pretended to be very angry. Lu Hong thought it was very funny, and stood up and tapped her forehead. "Okay, next I'm going to explain an important technique for using skills, that is, skill linkage. This is very important, so listen carefully." "Okay." Sumuyu nodded seriously. "You have tested invisibility curtain. What do you think of this skill? Do you think this skill has any shortcomings?" Lu Hong asked. "Well, this skill is very useful. However, I just tested it and found that this skill requires the finger to touch the target to apply the invisibility state to the target, which is very limited in use." Sumuyu is indeed very smart. After using the skill, she found the shortcomings of the skill. Yes, invisibility curtain is indeed a short-range skill, and its use is very limited. However, if it is linked with the Scouting Eagle skill, it can be used remotely. The method is to convert the energy of the Scouting Eagle into the energy of the invisibility curtain. You can practice it when you have time. After Lu Hong explained the principle, he asked her to try it herself. After explaining the skill linkage techniques, the two went downstairs to find food. There is food in the Quenching Castle. Breakfast is an unknown clam soup. If Lu Hong didn't know that the food provided by the Quenching Castle is edible, he would definitely hesitate. After tasting it, the taste is indeed a bit strange, but in the Abyss world, it is good to find edible food. While eating breakfast, Sumuyu asked questions related to the Abyss while thinking, "What should I do now? If more and more demons appear in the real world in the future, it will definitely be very dangerous, right? When you use skills, you should be able to see a prompt that your proficiency has increased, right?" Lu Hong asked. Sumuyu nodded, "I see. Will the power of skills increase as skill proficiency increases?" Lu Hong thought for a moment and replied, "It will not increase the power. However, the more proficient you are in using skills, the smoother you will be in combat. Sometimes this sense of smoothness is more important than pure power. And after you have reached full proficiency, I have a way to help you evolve your skills. So now you need to train and control your Scout Eagle and improve your proficiency as much as possible. The effect of this skill after upgrading is very strong." Sumuyu listened carefully and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will remember it." After a while, she put a piece of vegetable made from an unknown plant into her mouth, chewed and thought, and continued to ask, "The level on my panel is level 1. How can I upgrade this?" Lu Hong replied, there are many ways to upgrade.
You can slowly increase your level by exercising your body and obtaining life-related sub-professions. In addition, you can also upgrade by hunting demons, and it is the fastest way to upgrade, but this is very difficult.
Danger. Sumuyu nodded in agreement, and then asked curiously, what level are you at now? Level 4. It's 3 levels behind. Sumuyu chuckled, thinking that the gap wasn't too big, and if she worked hard, it wouldn't be too much of a hindrance. After a while, Sumuyu suddenly realized a problem and frowned. Well, then I don't have any attack skills, so I can't defeat those monsters at all. If I can't defeat them, then I can't upgrade. Lu Hong, are you tricking me? Lu Hong stretched out his hand and knocked her forehead. Yes, I cheated you, what happened? Sumuyu covered her forehead with her hands and laughed, then put her hands on her chin and said, I'm just kidding, I will practice my skill proficiency seriously. After breakfast, Lu Hang went to Gulu and said that he would go out to help him find Narnia crystals, but he was not familiar with the road, so he received a city map. Lu Hong took the map and went out with Sumuyu, heading towards the location of the Narnia crystal marked on the map. A total of 3 Narnia crystal locations are circled on the map, all in the valley on the edge of the city. The two left the Tempering Castle and followed the map route to the vicinity of the first Narnia crystal. The Scout Eagle found the location of the crystal a few hundred meters apart in the sky. This Narnia crystal was placed on a stone platform similar to an altar, and next to it was a Dreadclaw horned demon absorbing the energy of the crystal. There seems to be only one demon.
Sumuyu asked the Scout Eagle to circle around to make sure that there were no other demons within a kilometer.
Lu Hong reminded, put invisibility on the reconnaissance eagle and fly closer to observe.
Sumuyu nodded, followed the instructions and used the skill to make the reconnaissance eagle invisible, and flew within 10 meters for reconnaissance.
Sure enough, something was wrong. There is an invisible one, just like the one we met yesterday, it's the invisible horned devil. She was still frightened when she thought of the invisible horned devil yesterday. How many? 2 invisible ones, plus the Dreadclaw horned demon, there are 3 in total. Sumuyu reported the number. If it were yesterday, facing the 3-headed demon would indeed be a bit troublesome. However, the weapon used today is the Aurora Blade, and the sharpness of the weapon has been improved by several levels. Lu Hong thought for a moment and began to arrange tactics. Give me the invisibility effect, and I will go over and kill the Dreadclaw horned demon first. When the Dreadclaw horned demon falls, you immediately reveal the Scout Eagle to locate the invisible horned demon. If there is an invisible horned devil charging in your direction, just turn yourself invisible and lean towards me. Good.
Sumuyu nodded seriously and used invisibility curtain to exert an invisibility effect on Lu Hong. Lu Hong pulled out the Aurora Blade and gently touched the back of the Dreadclaw horned demon. Under the cover of the invisible curtain, Lu Hang quietly touched the back of the Horror Claw horned demon, grasped the Aurora Blade and stabbed it. Puff! The sharp blade pierced through the back of the Horror Claw horned demon and came out from the chest.
Ah!
The Horror Claw horned demon let out a shrill roar and wanted to launch a counterattack before death. Lu Hang activated the lightning weapon and a current rushed out from the blade, paralyzing the Horror Claw horned demon's body, and then cut open its chest and killed it. Hunting Horror Claw horned demon, absorbing 20 points of demon energy. Roar! Roar! Almost at the same time, 2 roars came. The Scout Eagle appeared in the air and directly located one of the invisible horned demons. Lu Hong pulled out the Aurora Blade and pounced on the Scout Eagle's position. He used the moon cutting style in the 7-section step sword style, and cut out a bright sword light with one sword. The sharp sword blade slashed across, and a blood arrow shot up from the empty position. The first invisible horned demon screamed and fell down. Then, the Scout Eagle moved quickly and flew towards Sumuyu. Seeing this, Lu Hong knew that the second invisible horned demon wanted to attack Sumuyu, and immediately ran after it. With the Scout Eagle tracking, Sumuyu kept staring at the position of the second invisible horned demon. When he saw it rushing up, he immediately entered the invisible state and hid. The second invisible horned demon obviously did not have the ability to detect invisibility. After losing the target, it began to run around, but was always locked by the Scout Eagle. Lu Hong chased it and used a sword to suppress the mountain, splitting it into 2 pieces. The 3 kills were completed, and the sword was sheathed. The weapon has a high attack power, which is different. 1 sword and 1 horned demon, there is no need to use the second sword, which is so comfortable. The 2 invisible horned demons fell, and 2 data prompts popped up in succession, hunting demons, absorbing 20 points of demon energy.
Hunting demons, absorbing 20 points of demon energy.
Demon energy strengthens energy level, source energy level increases to level 5, all attributes +1, agility attribute +0.3. Sumuyu confirmed that there were no other abyss monsters around before coming out of stealth.
Did you absorb the demon energy? Lu Hong asked. Yes, I have upgraded 2 levels in a row, and it is already level 3. It's amazing. Sumuyu smiled and nodded, thinking that this upgrade experience was very wonderful.
Her 5-dimensional attributes have been upgraded to Strength 9, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 14, 13 plus 1, Perception 14. Among the 14 points of Spirit, 1 point is added by the Energy Crystal Bracelet.
That's good. Lu Hong turned around to get the spoils. When I killed the 3-headed horn demon just now, I didn't have time to pick up the demon crystal core. Now pick it up and check it out. The 3-headed horn demon has 2 crystal cores. One is a normal crystal core and the other is a skill crystal core. Seeing the name of this skill crystal core, Lu Heng's eyes suddenly lit up.
Wind Step Crystal Core, absorb crystal core energy, and have a chance to learn the Wind Step skill. Wind Step, release energy to infuse the legs, gain a swift running speed plus 80%.
Skill consumption, 3 energy/minute. Skill level, D level.
This, Wind Step, crystal core was dropped by the Horror Clawhorn demon, which means that this Horror Clawhorn demon is likely to have this skill. If the Horror Clawhorn demon ran just now, it would not be able to catch up with the 180% running speed. In the early stage of the abyss, among the acceleration skills that can be obtained, Wind Step is the most useful one. Lu Hong directly used the Wind Step crystal core and absorbed the energy in it. The crystal core energy flowed into the body and condensed into an energy ball in the 3rd skill slot. After successfully learning the Wind Step skill, Lu Hong took the Narnia crystal and returned to the Quenching Castle to hand in. On the way back, he happened to pass by the excavation site of the combustion. Supporting ore. Lu Hong tried the mining task and found that it was a strenuous job. It would take at least 4 or 5 days to dig enough combustion. Supporting ore. Lu Hong decisively gave up and returned directly to Quenching Castle.
As soon as he entered Quenching Castle, he unexpectedly met the bookish young man Chen Zihong. His spirit was a little sluggish, probably because he had just found the location of the castle. Yesterday, he suffered a day of mental pollution from the abyss, and his mental state had dropped to freezing point. Guru saw that Lu Hang and the others brought back the Narnia crystal, and greeted them happily. Great! It's really Narnia crystal, thank you so much. As he said that, he held up the Narnia crystal and entered the castle, and there was no time to greet Chen Zihong. Chen Zihong was even more surprised. Lu Hong knew what he wanted to ask. I arrived last night. Chen Zihong thought for a moment and said, Hu Biao's group is dying. Lu Hong looked at him curiously and asked, do you want to save them? This is a question that tests human nature, but not saving does not mean being cold-blooded. Lu Hong had experienced those 3 years and witnessed too many cruel things. Unless you have close friends, you will never know whether you have saved a farmer or a snake. Only when survival is guaranteed can humans talk about humanity, otherwise only animality remains. Chen Zihong spread his hands and did not make a clear statement. I am not sure, there are a few people in that group that I don't like. Lu Hong thought about it and finally decided to save Hu Biao's group. It's not that he wants to be a good person, but it's useful to keep this group of people. Tell me where they are. Lu Hong asked. Go out and walk about 3 kilometers northeast. Chen Zihong pointed to the castle gate. Lu Hong found a piece of paper, wrote a few words, then held it in the Scout Eagle's mouth and asked Sumuyu to control the Scout Eagle to go out to find someone. About half an hour passed. Hu Biao arrived at the castle with 3 other people. As soon as the 4 of them entered the castle gate, they fell to the ground and gasped for air. They had reached their limit. Their team originally had 15 people, but now there are only 4 left. When Gulu saw someone coming in again, he suddenly panicked. There are so many burdens coming, it's terrible now. The location of the castle will definitely be discovered by the Horned Demon Warlord, and we must evacuate as soon as possible. Judging from his expression, he was considering driving Hu Biao and the others out of the castle. Lu Hong gave him an idea. Digging for combustion. Supporting ore is very time-consuming. I think we can let them do it. Upon hearing this, Gula thought the idea was a good one and said, okay. You can stay in the castle, but you must dig out a sufficient amount of combustion. Supporting ore before dark tomorrow, otherwise I will have to drive you out. When Hu Biao and others heard that they might be kicked out, they panicked and quickly agreed, we are willing to dig ore, and we will definitely dig enough ore on time. Gulu pointed his finger at Lu Hong and reminded, "There are still crystals. I will take care of this." Lu Hong promised. Satisfied with this arrangement, Gollum turned and walked into the central hall of the castle and started tinkering with a strange large machine. Hu Biao and the other four drank water and ate something, and their physical strength recovered a little. In the afternoon, Gulu urged them to go mining quickly. The four people were almost mentally recovered, so they took the tools to the mine to dig. Not long after working, a few people discovered that this mining task was a strenuous job. The yellow-haired gangster among the four was not willing to do physical work by nature, and began to complain to Hu Biao, "Brother Biao, I see in the mission, there is another one who is looking for crystals. I think the reward for the mission of looking for crystals is better." Hu Biao frowned and felt the same in his heart, but he shook his head and said, "Since we have been arranged to dig, we can dig it. As long as we last until tomorrow night, it will be enough for 3 days." When Huang Mao saw Hu Biao's statement, he didn't say anything more and just kept digging. Returned to Quenching Fort in the evening, after having dinner. Lu Hong retrieved the second Narnia crystal. Gulu's attitude towards Lu Hong was more enthusiastic than before. This was obviously a sign of increased favorability. When Huang Mao saw it, he became even more unhappy and started to get angry. "We can also see the task of collecting crystals, why can we only mine?" The voice of this sentence was not low, and it was deliberately meant for Lu Hong to hear. Lu Hang glanced at him and responded in a cold tone, "There is also a crystal collection, you can come and grab it tomorrow." Due to the quest to collect Narnia crystals, the reward shown is Gollum's gift of thanks. This kind of task does not have a clear reward item, and the reward has a lot of freedom. When Lu Hong chose the Aurora Blade, he just borrowed this weapon. At that time, Gollum said that if he could retrieve 3 Narnia crystals, he would give the Aurora Blade as a thank you gift. This is equivalent to clarifying the reward. However, rewards are also graded. The more perfectly the task is completed, the higher the reward will be. After communicating with Gulu, a hidden mission rule has been confirmed: collect 3 crystals completely and be rewarded with the Aurora Blade. Therefore, Lu Hong needs to get all 3 Narnia crystals. If Huang Mao dares to snatch it, there will be nothing to say. Since I can save him, I can also give him a lift. When Hu Biao heard the murderous tone in Lu Heng's tone, he waved his hands quickly. "We didn't mean that, we will dig hard, don't take it to heart." The next day, Lu Hong and Su Muyu went out to get the 3rd Narnia crystal back. The 3rd crystal was located in a coliseum in the south of the City of Mist, and it was the hardest one to get. The two came to the coliseum and saw that there were more than 20 horror claw-horned demons guarding this ancient building. Some horror claw-horned demons were patrolling, while others were wrestling in the coliseum. Lu Hong and Su Muyu entered the invisible state and observed the situation in the coliseum from a high-rise building outside the coliseum. Seeing 20 or 30 horror claw-horned demons, it felt a bit tricky. At this time, the Horned Demon General appeared with a team of horror claw-horned demons, climbed the wall of the coliseum, and inspected it. All the horror claw-horned demons bowed to the Horned Demon General, and the hierarchy of the Abyss demons was strict. The Horned Demon General was a high-level demon, and in front of these low-level demons, he was the supreme existence. Lu Hong and the others observed from a distance until the Horned Demon General finished his inspection and left the coliseum. However, after the Horned Demon Commander left, he did not take the horror claw-horned demons he brought with him, but stayed to guard the coliseum. As a result, the number of horror claw-horned demons in the coliseum increased to more than 40. This is troublesome. While observing, Su Muyu suddenly said, "Someone is following us." "Ha? The one with dyed yellow hair is hiding behind the wall behind us. I guess he followed us all the way from the Quenching Fort. I just found out." Su Muyu explained the situation. "I didn't expect this guy to be so brave." Lu Hong originally thought that this yellow-haired guy was not so bold, but it seemed that he had obtained an invisibility skill and suddenly became braver. "What should we do now?" Su Muyu looked at the more than 40 horned demons in the coliseum, and there was a mouse hiding behind them. The situation was a bit difficult to deal with. Lu Hong thought for a moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "That's right, let the mouse behind us help us get the crystal. I will go out later and lead the horror claw-horned demon away. The mouse behind us will definitely not sit still and will definitely steal the crystal. Wait until he steals the crystal, just keep an eye on him, and we will get the crystal back after we meet up." Su Muyu nodded and agreed, "Okay." The plan was confirmed. Lu Hong approached the coliseum in stealth mode, and was 5 meters away from the horror claw-horned demon at the door. He activated Swift Windstep, rushed forward in 1 step,
drew off the Aurora blade, and slashed through with a sword. The sharp sword blade accurately cut through the Horror Claw Horn Demon's neck and cut off its head. Hunting Horror Claw Horn Demon, absorbing 50 points of demon energy. Slaying the Horror Claw Horn Demon guarding the door with a sword, Lu Hong turned around and ran to the south. Roar! The Horror Claws in the Colosseum roared angrily, rushed out of the door in the wall, and chased in the direction of Lu Hang. In order to lead away the Horror Claws, Lu Hang always controlled the distance, giving the illusion that the low-level demons could catch up. On the other side, Su Muyu used the invisible reconnaissance eagle to stare at the position of Huang Mao. As expected, Huang Mao saw that most of the Horror Claws were led away and began to approach the Colosseum. However, the Horror Claws in the Colosseum were not all led away. There were still more than a dozen Horror Claws guarding the Narnia crystal.
Huang Mao was lingering outside the Colosseum, and he didn't dare to go in. Su Muyu looked at Huang Mao's hesitation and was immediately furious. He urged in his heart, "Hurry up." Huang Mao hesitantly touched the Colosseum and moved along the wall. His speed was as slow as a turtle, for fear of being discovered. After 3 minutes of dawdling, there was no progress at all. Su Muyu couldn't stand it anymore, so she controlled the Scout Eagle to scratch the wall with one claw and pushed a broken brick down. Bang! Ah! Huang Mao was frightened and attracted the attention of the Horned Demon Guard. The Horned Demon Guard shouted and rushed towards him, raising his hand to scatter a handful of dust. Huang Mao's figure was looming in the dust. How could he dare to steal the crystal? Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran away. Half of the Horned Demon Guards roared and rushed out of the Colosseum to chase Huang Mao. However, there were still 10 Horned Demon Guards guarding the crystal. Su Muyu thought for a while and made a prompt decision to control the invisible Scout Eagle to fly into the Colosseum and hit the Narnia crystal. The energy of the Scout Eagle was transformed into invisible curtain, covering the Narnia crystal. This move was exactly the skill linkage technique of Scout Eagle and invisible curtain. Lu Hang explained the principle to her once yesterday, and it happened to be used now. Under the cover of invisible energy, the Narnia crystal disappeared from the sight of the Horned Demon Guards. The 10 Horned Demon Guards who stayed behind to guard the crystal found that the crystal was gone and panicked. The Horror Claw Horned Demons were only low-level demons with a certain degree of intelligence, but their intelligence was indeed not very high. The loss of the Narnia crystal meant that they would be torn into pieces by the Horned Demon Warlord. So the 10 Horned Demon Guards thought that the person who had just sneaked into the Colosseum had stolen the Narnia crystal, and immediately rushed out of the Colosseum to chase Huang Mao together. Su Muyu walked into the empty Colosseum leisurely, picked up the invisible Narnia crystal, turned around and left leisurely, and went to meet Lu Hang. On the other side, the Horror Claw Horned Demons chased for 2 kilometers and began to return. After Lu Hang and Su Muyu met up, they killed 3 lone Horror Claw Horned Demons. In addition to hunting Horned Demons yesterday, Lu Hang's level rose to level 6, but he had no big moves to choose. Su Muyu also reached level 4, growing very fast. Then, the two of them sent the Narnia crystal back to the Quenching Castle. Gullo held the 3rd Narnia crystal and was very happy. "Great, thank you, my friend. As a thank you, I'll give you this Aurora blade." Then, a data prompt popped up. Complete the task, collect Narnia crystals, get reward, Aurora blade. A new item appeared on the character data panel. Item, Aurora blade. Su Muyu was in the same situation, and officially received the energy crystal bracelet as a reward. In the evening, Hu Biao and his friends finally dug up enough combustion-supporting ore and completed the task of collecting combustion-supporting ore. When the last cart of ignition ore was handed over to Guru was very happy and said to everyone, "The materials are finally enough. Quenching Castle must leave this damn place quickly. When I remove the disguise of Quenching Castle, it will definitely be discovered by that damn Horned Demon Warlord. You must stop it and don't let it rush into the castle." Then everyone received a reminder that there was new progress in the series of hidden tasks. The series of hidden tasks, Crisis of Quenching Castle, has entered the 2nd stage. Task, Stop Horned Demon Warlord. Content, Quenching Castle has collected enough materials to escape from the abyss, but activating the space device will cause the disguise of Quenching Castle to fail and it will face the attack of Horned Demon Warlord. Guru asks you to stop Horned Demon Warlord until Quenching Castle escapes from the abyss. Reward, Friendship of Quenching Master Guru. After the new task appeared, Guru added, "There is one more thing. After Quenching Castle leaves the abyss, it will be discovered by a terrible existence in the abyss. At that time, the intensity of mental pollution will increase dozens of times. You must leave the abyss as soon as possible.
Since the main task of this abyss battlefield is to survive for 3 days, it is now the evening of the 3rd day. According to the time, as long as you persist until 12 o'clock tonight, you can complete the main task and return to Blue Star. And Guru also needs to adjust the parameters of the space device, and the estimated time to start the device is also 12 o'clock in the evening. The sky is getting darker, and the time to the final stage of the abyss battlefield is getting closer and closer.
At this time, a person returned to Quenching Castle. It was Huang Mao. Huang Mao looked very embarrassed.
After returning to Quenching Castle, he lowered his head and walked through the first floor hall, not daring to look at Lu Hang and others. Seeing Huang Mao appear, Lu Hang was a little surprised. Sumuyu said before that Huang Mao was discovered by the Horned Demon Guards after sneaking into the Colosseum, and then escaped from the Colosseum and disappeared. More than 3 hours have passed since he escaped from the Colosseum. Hu Biao was also a little unhappy to see Huang Mao, because Huang Mao had disappeared since noon, causing him to complete double mining tasks.
"Where have you been?" Hu Biao asked in a cold voice. Huang Mao rolled up his sleeves, revealing the gauze on his arm, and said, "Brother Biao, are you questioning me with this tone?
When you were mining, I saw a demon approaching the mine, and I took the initiative to lead the demon away, so I was injured."
"So that's it."
Several people in Hu Biao's team showed guilty expressions when they heard him say this.
Lu Hong looked at him with interest, and suddenly asked, "Have you seen the Horned Demon, Commander?"
"What?" The yellow-haired man widened his eyes and pretended to be surprised. "That thing is so terrible, how can I come back after seeing it? If it were someone else, he might have been fooled." After all, one of the main tasks of the Abyss battlefield this time is to escape the pursuit of the Horned Demon Commander. So, according to normal logic, seeing the Horned Demon Commander is basically equivalent to death. Lu Hang is different, knowing some secrets of the Abyss battlefield. The tasks in the Abyss world are never static, and will change with the changes in the situation. And the Horned Demon Commander is not a stupid beast, but a high-level demon with high intelligence. Intelligent creatures have one characteristic, that is, they can communicate. As for what the result is after communication, it depends on how to communicate. So, Lu Hang asked directly, "What task did you trigger from the Horned Demon Commander?"
"What task?" Huang Mao's forehead began to sweat. "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Let me guess. The fact that the Horned Demon Commander released you means that you provided information that could keep you alive.
In this city, the only thing of this value is the Quenching Fort.
This is actually not difficult to guess. A high-level demon will not let go of the yellow-haired food for the sake of several other foods. So, it can only be the Quenching Fort."
Lu Hong saw beads of sweat on the yellow-haired forehead and continued to guess. "The task you triggered should be to prevent the Quenching Fort from escaping the abyss. In the branch task, there should be a deliberate exposure of the location of the Quenching Fort to attract the Horned Demon Commander to attack." The yellow-haired man sweated more because Lu Heng's guess was almost the same as the task he triggered. He was very proud of himself for triggering such a cool hidden task. As long as he completed this hidden task, he could lead the Horned Demon Commander to kill all the idiots in the Quenching Fort. However, before he started to carry out the task, Lu Hong saw through it. And the hidden task he triggered has another name called Traitor Task.
Huang Mao naturally couldn't admit it and refuted loudly, "I didn't. You slandered me. Why are you so vicious to me? It doesn't really matter whether it is or not. As long as I kill you, the problem can be solved regardless of whether you have triggered the betrayer mission or not." Lu Hong raised a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. Cold sweat broke out on Huang Mao's forehead. In order to hide his panic, he shouted loudly, "You all heard it. He doesn't care about the facts. He just wants to kill me wrongly." Hu Biao and his friends frowned, not knowing who to believe. Judging from the confrontation between the two, Lu Heng's words were all speculations without evidence. However, if what Lu Hong said was true, it would be too dangerous to leave Huang Mao in the Quenching Castle. Therefore, Hu Biao and his friends were undecided. Lu Hong was too lazy to talk nonsense. He walked up and grabbed the gauze on Huang Mao's arm and pulled it hard. The gauze spread out, revealing a horrifying scar on his arm. The claw marks of the Horror Claw Horn Demon. What is it like to be clamped by the claws of the Horror Claw Horn Demon? You should know it, right? Lu Hong looked at Hu Biao and his friends. Hu Biao and his friends knew too well the consequences of being clamped by the Horror Claw Horn Demon. There were originally 15 people in their team, and several of them were killed by the Horror Claw Horn Demon. As long as the claws of the Horror Claw Horn Devil are clamped, the claws will not loosen even if the Horror Claw Horn Devil is killed. So how did Huang Mao loosen the claws of the horror claw-horned devil? The answer is already obvious. Huang Mao's identity as a traitor was exposed, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He still wanted to quibble. Brother Biao, listen to me. Lu Hong was not interested in listening to the internal affairs of their team, and said directly to Hu Biao, this is your team's people. If the Quenching Fort is breached by the Horned Demon Commander because of your team, you know what will happen. Hu Biao's face was livid, and he said, I will take care of this matter. He walked towards Huang Mao. Brother Biao, Huang Mao knew that it was useless to continue to quibble, so he immediately turned on his invisibility ability and fled. Hu Biao rushed up, strangled his neck, and dragged him out of the castle. Huang Mao struggled desperately, but to no avail. While struggling, a red crystal fell out of his body. Lu Hong picked up the crystal to check it, and then showed it to others. Red Light Signal Crystal, a special crystal used by the Abyss world to transmit signals. When ignited, it emits a strong red light, which can be seen by demons within the visible range. Seeing this signal crystal once again confirmed that Lu Heng's guess was correct. This signal crystal is used to indicate the location of the Quenching Fort. As long as this crystal is ignited, it won't be long before the Horned Demon Warlord will come with a large number of low-level demons. Lu Hong took the signal crystal and went to Guru to explain the situation. There is a traitor among us, and this was found on him. Damn, this is a demon's signal crystal. The Horned Demon Warlord must have set his sights on the Quenching Fort. Guru suddenly panicked. I can help the master stop the Horned Demon Warlord, but I need some props to execute the plan. Lu Hong offered to help. Great, as long as there are items in the Quenching Fort, you can use them at will. Guru can only hope for these guests from different worlds now. Are there any powerful explosives? Lu Hong asked. Yes, but this thing is a bit dangerous. Guru said as he took Lu Hong to the pile of debris in the backyard of the castle and dug out several boxes of slag produced by quenching. Lu Hong picked up a piece and checked it, and saw the properties of these slags. Unstable explosives. Quenching slag with unstable properties has a strong explosive power, poor stability, and may explode at any time. This thing is indeed very dangerous, and it may explode when it is moved. However, Lu Hang is not worried about this. With explosives, the plan can proceed. Master Guru, the task of stopping the Horned Demon Warlord is left to me. Lu Hong made a promise. Thank you so much, my friend. As long as the Quenching Castle can escape the abyss, all the Quenching Castle's weapon quenching services will be provided to you free of charge in the future. Guru also made a promise. Lu Hong did not expect there would be an unexpected surprise. In the previous life, the superpowers who completed the Quenching Castle Crisis series of hidden tasks could gain the friendship of the Quenching Master Guru and use the weapon quenching service at half price. Unexpectedly, the appearance of the betrayer forced Guru into a desperate situation, and he actually raised the half-price service reward to free. There were still 2 hours before 12 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Hong needed to make preparations quickly. First, let Su Muyu release the Scout Eagle to find a suitable ambush location, and finally chose a commercial building 1 kilometer away from Quenching Fort as an ambush point. Then, release the Shadow Clone to carry unstable explosives. Everything is ready, waiting for midnight to come. Nearing midnight, the fog in the city dissipated a little, and a few stars were seen rarely. Lu Hong talked with Hu Biao and others, and learned that they would return to the main world immediately after 12 o'clock at midnight and would not participate in the task of blocking the Horned Demon Warlord. This is also good. It is useless to have more people in the task of blocking the Horned Demon Warlord. Time gradually came to 12 o'clock at midnight, and Master Guru officially started the large space machine of Quenching Fort and began to leave the abyss. At the same time, Hu Biao and others chose to return as soon as the main task was completed. The return option also appeared on Lu Hong and Su Muyu's data panel, but they both chose to stay. In addition to Lu Hong and Su Muyu, Chen Zihong did not leave either, wanting to participate in the final mission of stopping the Horned Demon Commander. The three of them came to the ambush point, ready to fight the Horned Demon Commander. When the Quenching Fort had a violent spatial fluctuation, the entire city was shaking slightly. The Horned Demon Commander felt this fluctuation, and the roar came from 10 kilometers away, piercing the sky. Lu Hong stood on the first floor of the building and lit the red signal crystal. Roar! The Horned Demon Warlord roared, leading a group of low-level demons and running towards the direction of the red light. Not long after, low-level demons began to appear near the building, with pairs of red eyes, looking extremely terrifying in the dark night. Roar! The Horned Demon Warlord rushed to the front of the building and roared into the building. Lu Hong pulled out the Aurora blade and kicked the signal crystal away.
The Horned Demon Warlord led hundreds of low-level demons into the building and rushed towards Lu Hong, raising his forearms high and smashing down at the position where Lu Hong stood.
Bang! Lu Hong activated the wind step and flew to avoid it.
The Horned Demon Warlord punched the ground, creating a 5-meter wide spider web pit. The Horned Demon Warlord failed to hit the target with one punch, and continued to rush towards Lu Hong. Although the wind step increased his speed, it was still not enough to face a high-level demon like the Horned Demon Warlord. The moment the second claw smashed down, Lu Hong immediately released the Shadow Clone and fled separately. Seeing Lu Hong split into two, the Horned Demon General couldn't tell which one was the real one, so he chose one to chase.
There was a 50% chance that Lu Hong was chosen. A bit unlucky. However, Lu Hong already had a response plan for this situation. Before the battle, he had taught Su Muyu how to use the skill linkage. At the moment when the Horned Demon General pounced on Lu Hong's real body, a scout eagle flew in from outside the building, flew in front of the Shadow Clone, and spread into a ball of invisible curtain, wrapping up the Shadow Clone. This was another linkage skill of Scouting Eagle and Invisible Curtain. Under the cover of the invisible energy layer, the Shadow Clone quickly entered the invisible state. The Horned Demon General was originally chasing Lu Hong's real body, but saw that the Shadow Clone on the other side entered the invisible state. It couldn't tell which one was the real body and which one was the fake body, but one entered the invisible state. The Horned Demon Commander's mind moved, as if he saw through everything. Moreover, the one who entered the invisible state must be killed immediately, otherwise he would never be caught again if he delayed for a few seconds. Therefore, the Horned Demon Commander immediately turned around and pounced on the invisible position of the Shadow Clone, and slammed it with one claw.
Bang! The ground was broken, and the Shadow Clone was blown away by the fierce shock wave. The invisible energy layer on its body was broken, revealing its body shape, and then the Shadow Clone could not withstand the power of the shock wave and exploded. The Horned Demon Commander found that he was fooled, and immediately let out an extremely angry roar, turned around and wanted to chase Lu Hong's real body, vowing to tear this damn rat into pieces.
At this moment,
the steel bars in the ground, ceiling, and pillars around him extended out and bound the limbs of the Horned Demon Commander. This move was Chun Zihan's metal ability, and his ability was greatly enhanced. The steel bar binding could not stop the Horned Demon Commander for long. The Horned Demon Commander broke free from the steel bars with two bangs, but Lu Hong had already taken the opportunity to rush out of the building. At the moment of rushing out of the building, all the unstable explosives installed in the building were ignited.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The load-bearing columns of the building exploded continuously, and the entire building collapsed, crushing the Horned Demon Commander and low-level demons who rushed into the building into the ruins of the building. The building collapsed, rocks flew, smoke and dust rolled, sweeping along the ground.
Lu Hong pulled Su Muyu away and saw hundreds of data prompts on the panel.
Hunting demons, absorbing 10 points of demon energy. Hunting demons, absorbing 10 points of demon energy. After hundreds of data prompts, it showed that the first challenge task was completed.
Complete challenge task 1, kill 100 abyss monsters.
Then came the prompt of 2 levels up. Source energy level increased to level 7, all attributes +1, agility attribute extra +0.3, source energy level increased to level 8, all attributes +1, agility attribute extra +0.3, however. Lu Hong noticed that the data prompt did not show that challenge task 3 was completed. Challenge task 3 was to kill the Horned Demon Commander. There was no prompt to complete challenge task 3, which means,
at the same time,
the large space machine of the Quenching Fort was running at maximum power and began to leave the Abyss World. The next second after the Quenching Fort left the Abyss World, the nearby space was undergoing drastic changes. The dark clouds in the sky gathered and condensed into an angry face of the Abyss Demon King. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the earth shook.
Come back! Lu Hong shouted hurriedly.
Almost at the same time as he shouted this sentence, a series of data prompts appeared.
Spiritual pollution from an unknown existence, Spirit Point 1, spiritual pollution from an unknown existence, Spirit Point 1.
In the blink of an eye, the spirit attribute has dropped by more than half.
And at this time,
in the ruins of the building, there was a loud bang, and the Horned Demon General blasted away the rocks, drilled out of the ruins, and roared furiously to the sky.
Lu Hong saw Su Muyu disappear from the spot and immediately chose to return.
Before the mental power was about to drop to the freezing point, the vision in front of him dimmed. The mental pollution prompt finally stopped, and then a prompt to complete the Abyss battlefield appeared. End the Abyss battlefield and return to the main world. Complete the main task 1, open the iron cage and escape from the hunting ground of the Horned Demon General. Get 100 points of divine energy. Complete the main task 2, survive in the Wasteland City for 3 days. Get 100 points of divine energy. Complete the main task 3, stay conscious before the time is up. Get 100 points of divine energy. Complete challenge 1, kill 100 abyss monsters. Obtain 300 divine energy. Complete challenge 2, find the castle hidden in the Wasteland City. Obtain 300 divine energy. The next second, when Lu Hong opened his eyes, he had returned to the room of the Express Hotel and sat face to face with Su Muyu. The clock on the wall had just reached 12 hours and 1 second in the morning, and the date was September 12th. As known, 3 days had passed in the Abyss battlefield, but after returning to the main world, the time was the same as when he entered. Su Muyu experienced the Abyss battlefield for the first time, and had just suffered continuous mental pollution. After returning, he gasped for breath. Are you okay? Lu Hong asked. Su Muyu flattened her mouth, hugged her knees with both hands, and leaned her head into Lu Hang's arms like a gashapon to relieve her fluctuating emotions. After a long while, she raised her head and felt something was wrong. She quickly raised her right hand and shook it, exclaiming, "My crystal bracelet is gone." This energy crystal bracelet was a reward for completing a series of hidden tasks. The increased attributes helped her a lot. Suddenly it disappeared, and she panicked. Lu Hong reminded, "Look at the inventory of the data panel." Su Muyu quickly checked the data panel, and then saw the energy crystal bracelet on the inventory. There is a bracelet on the inventory. This crystal bracelet belongs to the Abyss world. Before the law assimilation, it cannot be brought into the real world. The reason is the same as the weapons and equipment in the real world cannot be brought into the Abyss world. Lu Hong explained the reason. Because Blue Star and the Abyss world are two different worlds, the basic laws are completely different. The laws of physics on Blue Star are not applicable in the Abyss world. For example, the absolute zero of Blue Star is minus 273.15 degrees, the boiling point of water is 100 degrees, and the cosmic microwave background temperature is 2.7 K, but it is not necessarily the case in the Abyss world. Because the basic laws of the worlds are different, items in the two worlds cannot enter and exit freely. Of course, it is not completely impossible to bring items across the two worlds, but the item must be assimilated with the basic laws first. Not only Su Muyu's energy crystal bracelet, but also Lu Hang's aurora blade is the same, which is stored in the inventory but cannot be taken out. Then I can't use this bracelet in the future? Su Muyu frowned. I can take it out when I enter the Abyss world next time. If you want to use this bracelet on Blue Star, you have to assimilate the basic laws. Lu Hong continued to explain. Then how to assimilate? Use divine energy to assimilate the laws. You can try it. Okay, I'll try it. Su Muyu tried to take out the energy crystal bracelet, and was prompted that divine energy needed to be consumed for law assimilation. It will consume 300 points of divine energy. Should I take it out? Take it out. The divine energy we obtained in the Abyss battlefield this time is still sufficient, it should be enough. Lu Hong nodded. Su Muyu chose to assimilate the rules, and successfully took out the energy crystal bracelet, put it on her wrist, and shook it. Does it look good? Girls are girls, and when they put on equipment, they don't ask whether it is strong or not, but whether it looks good first. Lu Hong shook his head and smiled, and looked at the price of the law assimilation of the Aurora Blade. As expected, it was more expensive than Su Muyu's bracelet. It required 600 points of divine energy to complete the world law assimilation. After all, the item level of the energy crystal bracelet is D level and the Aurora Blade is C level. The Aurora Blade has the highest hardness and attack power among C-level weapons. Combined with the 7-section micro-level walking sword style, it can basically decapitate demons of the same level with one sword. This time in the Abyss battlefield, I completed 3 main missions and 2 challenge missions, and obtained a total of 900 points of divine energy, which was a good harvest. So Lu Hong chose to consume 600 points of divine energy, perform basic law assimilation, and then pulled out the Aurora Blade from the inventory. Another advantage of items that have been assimilated to the laws of the world is that they can be placed in the inventory, which is equivalent to having a storage space invisible to others. Su Muyu thought for a while and asked, since items in the Abyss world can be assimilated, can real items be brought into the Abyss world after assimilation? Lu Hong nodded and said with a smile, I have learned to draw inferences from one instance.
It is indeed possible. Sumuyu continued to think and said, is it possible to bring the gun into the abyss world?
Yes, and most people with superpowers have the same idea as you.
Lu Hong smiled. Thermal weapons are indeed very powerful, do most people think so?
Sumuyu frowned, and she could tell that Lu Hong's tone was not very optimistic about thermal weapons. It's not that Lu Hong thinks thermal weapons are bad, but there are other reasons. Indeed, after going through the abyss battlefield once or twice, more and more people will bring guns into the abyss battlefield.
Aren't these people with guns very powerful?
Sumuyu suddenly felt that it would be a good idea to keep the divine energy and get a gun to enter the abyss world. Firearms are indeed easy to use in the early stage, but one characteristic of hot weapons is that they cannot gain strength bonus. Unlike cold weapons, the higher the strength, the greater the power of the attack. Lu Hong paused and continued to explain, spending divine energy on firearms in the early stage does have good results, but in the middle and late stages, if your skills, talents and firearms are not related, the advantage will be gone. Even because the divine energy was spent on firearms, it caused one's own improvement to be too slow, which turned into a disadvantage. Sumuyu listened carefully and nodded slowly while thinking. In other words, improving yourself is the most important. If you want to improve weapons and equipment, it must be related to your own abilities.
That's right. Lu Hong thought of a person and added, besides, sometimes it's not a good thing to have bullets on your body.
For example, when you meet that Chen Zihong. When Sumuyu heard this, her eyes suddenly widened and she said in surprise, it's really, Chen Zihong's ability is metal-based, which means that as long as he snaps his fingers, bullets within a certain range will automatically fire.
If the opponent carries a lot of bullets, he may be beaten into briquettes. In fact,
in the early days of the Abyss, the superpowers who used thermal weapons had decisive dominance.
After the class appeared, the suppressive power of thermal weapons became less obvious.
Of course, if you are a superpower with thermal weapon enhancement talents and skills, it will not be bad in the later stages. After returning from the Abyss battlefield, Lu Hong felt much more relaxed. In fact, when he first decided to help Sumuyu awaken early, he didn't expect that she would be recruited by the Abyss battlefield so early. Under normal circumstances, the chance of being recruited in the first round of the Abyss battlefield is not high.
Sumuyu had just awakened and was directly recruited, with a countdown of less than an hour and a half. This situation is very rare.
This really made Lu Hong panic, worried that she would not survive the first Abyss battlefield. Later, it was confirmed that the countdowns of the two were the same and they would enter the same Abyss battlefield, and he felt a little relieved. Now that he has successfully brought her back, it can be regarded as fulfilling a trust in his heart.
Lu Hong put away the Aurora blade and checked the data panel.
Name, Lu Hong, race, human, level 8, chi and blood, 160 out of 160, source energy, 180 out of 180, attributes, strength 16, agility 21, constitution 16, spirit 18, perception 17, talent, agile as a dragon, divine evolution, number of skill slots, 3, skills, lightning weapons, shadow clone, wind step, martial arts, swordsmanship, subtle, body movement, beginner, fighting, beginner, divine energy, 300, item, Aurora Blade. Sumuyu also rose to level 6, and the 5-dimensional attributes were improved to Strength 12, Agility 13, Constitution 13, Spirit 17, 16 plus 1, Perception 17. After experiencing this Abyss battlefield, it was only a short 3 days, but Sumuyu felt that she had experienced a lot. In 3 days, she went from knowing nothing about the Abyss world to becoming a level 6 mutant. Everything changed so fast that she couldn't adjust to it.
Sumuyu thought about many questions and asked whatever came to her mind, should we contact Chen Zihong?
Lu Hong shook his head slowly, don't reveal your identity for now. When I was in the Abyss world, I didn't leave him contact information.
He didn't give us contact information either. He probably also thought that exposing his real identity might cause a lot of trouble. This is indeed the case.
The invasion of the Abyss has brought a dramatic change to the human world. In the early days when there were not many psychics, anything could happen once their identities were exposed.
With this, the first Abyss battlefield ended.
The official must have known about the existence of the Abyss battlefield. After all, someone asked about the countdown to the Abyss battlefield on the internet a few days ago. Being discovered by the official as a psychic is not the worst case. Even if the official takes it for research, there is a high probability that there will be no danger to life. If it is caught by some illegal organization for research, it is hard to say.
After a night's rest, Sumuyu went back to school the next day. She is diligent by nature.
As long as she has time, she will train the proficiency of the Scout Eagle skills.
Looking at the slowly improving proficiency, she feels an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Lu Hang is concentrating on training, swift wind step. While improving the proficiency of the skill, he also practices his body skills. During training, every time you persist for a certain distance, you can see the results of the training. Practice swift wind step skill proficiency +1, practice body skills to gain some insights, body skills proficiency +1, physical fitness improved during training, strength +0.01, now that I have divine energy, as long as I max out my skill proficiency, the initial talent, divine evolution, will come in handy. The news about the abyss and the devil is still blocked on the internet. However, in some small circles, the appearance of monsters on Blue Star can no longer be suppressed. It was Saturday afternoon. Lu Hang packed up his things and prepared to go home for dinner. It has been almost 3 weeks since school started, and I haven't been home yet, so I have to go back and punch in. Lu Hang's family is a warm family of 3. They live in Taoyuanli community on Xingyang Road, Ningyun District. It takes about an hour to go back from school. When I packed up and prepared to leave, I suddenly received a call from my mother. The call was connected, and the mother's anxious voice came from the phone, "Son, don't come back today. Your parents are busy and don't have time to cook for you. Study hard at school." In the past, when my mother knew that I was going home, she would go to the market early in the morning to buy the freshest fish and shrimp, and would prepare a sumptuous meal even if the sky fell. She suddenly told me not to go back. There was obviously something wrong. Lu Hang frowned and carefully recalled his memories before his rebirth. He didn't remember what big things had happened at home at this time. No matter what happened, he would know it after going back and taking a look. After Lu Hang finished the call, he took a taxi back to his hometown in Ningyun District. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he knew what had happened. The tables, chairs and furniture in the house were smashed to pieces and thrown all over the floor. At this time, a group of hooligans with tigers, leopards and jackals tattooed on their bodies were blocking the door of the house. No wonder my mother didn't let me come back. After all, in the eyes of my parents, I was still the good kid studying in an ivory tower and couldn't care about such things. In the living room, Father Lu Mingli was talking to a middle-aged man in a flowered shirt. "Boss Tang, you blocked my car first, I let you, and you immediately braked hard, so you rear-ended me." The middle-aged man called Boss Tang, holding a string of prayer beads in his hand, sat on a chair and said indifferently, "The traffic police ruled that you were fully responsible, and you still want to deny it?" "I didn't mean to deny it. Isn't this just using insurance?" Lu Mingli still wanted to reason with him. "Do you know my car logo? 2RS. Your insurance is enough to pay for a light." Tang Hongda showed a contemptuous expression on his face. "Even if you want to collect debts, you won't smash things right away." Lu Mingli still wanted to reason. "I smashed it, what can you do?" Tang Hongda said, raising his hand to slap Lu Mingli in the face. Lu Hong kicked over a tattooed gangster blocking the door, stepped into the living room, and reached out to grab Tang Hongda's wrist. "You are deliberately looking for trouble, right?" Tang Hongda's eyes flashed a sharp light, looking up and down at Lu Hong, and asked in a cold voice, "Are you Lu Hong? You know my name, so you are here for me." Lu Hong was thinking all the way, what happened in his family in his previous life? Now I understand what happened. It turns out that they are here for me. Just as the two were confronting each other, the law enforcement team came. Who called the police? The security captain who led the team asked. I called the police. Look at our house, it's all smashed up like this." Li Xiaoyun pointed at the smashed furniture, feeling very distressed. "What happened?" The security captain looked at Tang Hongda and asked in a deep voice. Tang Hongda showed a damage assessment report and said to the security captain with a smile, "Captain Lin, we are here to collect debts. It's only natural to pay back debts, don't you think? You can collect debts, but you can't hit people." The security captain made it clear. No one was beaten. Who beat them? Instead, my people were beaten. "Captain Lin, look at how my company's employees were beaten." Tang Hongda pointed at his men who fell to the ground. The tattooed gangster who was just kicked over by Lu Hong immediately lay on the ground, covering his chest and howling. The scene was comparable to a fake fall on the court. "Who beat you? Do you want to check the injuries?" The security captain frowned and asked Tang Hongda if he wanted to go through the procedures. "If the test shows minor injuries, it will be a criminal case. It's not a fight, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Li Xiaoyun was worried that Lu Hang would be taken away, so she quickly explained. After all, the man lying on the ground was indeed kicked over by Lu Hang. Lu Hong is the lifeblood of Li Shouyun and his wife. They would rather suffer a loss than let their son go to the police station, not even for a day. Moreover, once he is arrested and sent to the police station, it will give the other party a lot of room to operate. Tang Hongda only needs to do some small tricks, break one of the hand of the henchman, and insist that it was Lu Hong who beat him, constituting a minor injury, and refuses to accept mediation, and the law enforcement team will file a criminal case. As for investigating the truth, that's played in TV dramas. The law enforcement team in reality is best at playing the game of smoothing things over, and in the end it's a competition of who has a stronger backstage. Captain Lin, you heard it, they said it was a misunderstanding. Tang Hongda immediately seized the topic and defined the incident of causing trouble at home as a misunderstanding. Moreover, when Tang Hongda talked to Captain Lin, he was smiling and obviously knew each other. In the past, when ordinary people encountered such things, they had no choice but to admit defeat. Now, times have changed. Lu Hong did not twist Tang Hongda's head off on the spot for only one reason: he did not want to scare his parents. When Tang Hongda was dealing with the security captain surnamed Lin, his playful smile made him look like a veteran. Lu Hong saw the name on the insurance loss assessment report and already guessed his identity. Tang Hongda, the boss of Hongda Lending Company, is, to put it bluntly, a loan shark. Of course, lending is done at the maximum lending rate stipulated by law. Annual interest rates below 24% are legal and the law enforcement team will not care. However, this kind of lending company is in deep water. There are many ways to increase interest in disguised form, such as 9 out and 13 returns, yin and yang contracts, borrowing new and paying back old ones. The most outrageous thing is that overdue liquidated damages are calculated by the second. There are too many tricks in it. Moreover, to be able to open a loan company, you need to have some background. Thinking about it this way, Captain Lin's attitude is easy to understand. Lu Hong looked at the security captain and asked, "You don't care if these people come to cause trouble, right?" The security captain looked businesslike. "I acted according to the rules. I should pay for compensation and check for injuries. You can go through the procedures or mediate privately. You can decide on your own." "Okay, I don't need you to worry about it anymore, let's go." Lu Hong didn't want the security captain to talk nonsense and directly signed for them to leave. After seeing off the law enforcement team, Lu Hong pulled up a chair, sat in front of Tang Hongda, and asked bluntly, "Your target is me, right? Just tell me, what do you want to do?" Tang Hongda showed a malicious look in his eyes and threatened, "If you turn yourself in, I will let your family go, or I will let you taste the loss of your family." Lu Hong had already guessed the answer in his heart and looked very calm. "Tang Guizha is your son." Tang Guizha was one of the 4 people who forced Su Muyu to jump off the building, and he was also the most insidious one among the 4. There was once an upright boy who reported Tang Guizha for smoking in the classroom. As a result, he was severely depressed and developed a tendency to self-mutilate. He transferred to another school in the 2nd semester. When Tang Hongda heard Lu Hong say his son's name, he slammed the table and shouted, "I knew it was you. I want you to pay for my son's life." "What's life for? Don't talk nonsense." Li Shouyun suddenly panicked. "Mom, don't be nervous, I'm fine." Lu Hang comforted his mother, looked at Tang Hongda, and said calmly, "The law enforcement team has investigated and it has been proven that the case has nothing to do with me." Tang Hongda angrily scolded, "As for the alibi you made, do you think I will believe it? Only those idiots from the law enforcement team will believe this crap of yours." A gleam flashed in Lu Heng's eyes, and he mentioned alibi in his words. How does he, a company owner, know he has an alibi? The contents of the case investigated by the law enforcement team should not be known to the boss of a loan company. Unless he has someone on the law enforcement team who can see the case file. Lu Hong figured out Tang Hongda's purpose, and the rest of the matter was easy to handle. "Since you doubt me, then come to me." "What's the point of coming to my parents?" Tang Hongda pointed out that Lu Mingli and his wife threatened Lu Hang, "If you surrender to the detective bureau, I will let your parents go, otherwise I can't guarantee when something will happen to them. Come to me if you have any trouble." Lu Hang's face turned angry and he slapped his hand on the table. Tang Hongda continued to threaten, "What kind of bullshit alibi do you think you can make? One day I will throw these 2 old guys into the East Lake to feed the fish, and I will also make an alibi." Lu Hong slowly clenched his fists, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's more ruthless, right? Okay. Then I'll see the real seal under my hands. You dare to say such big words before you are still young. I'm waiting to see your true words." After Tang Hongda finished speaking, he glared at Lu Mingli and his wife with fierce eyes, and then left with his men. After they left, Lu Mingli and Li Shouyun panicked. Son, what did you just say? Wasn't it about a rear-end collision? Why did you have to pay for your life? Don't scare your parents. Don't worry, this guy named Tang is obviously trying to scare you. I also want to ask you, how did you get into trouble with this group of people? Lu Hong quickly changed the subject. Hey! 2 days ago, I was driving to get off work as usual. The other person's car first cut away from my car, and I gave way to him. As soon as I gave way, he braked suddenly, and the result was a rear-end collision. Lu Mingli's face was very haggard, and he had been there for several days. Can't sleep. Isn't there a driving recorder? The other person driving like this should be sentenced to dangerous driving. Lu Hong was a little confused. I don't know what happened. There were 2 pieces of chewing gum stuck on the dashcam camera and nothing was captured. When Lu Mingli mentioned this, he felt panicked. After changing careers, I drove for more than 10 years without ever having an accident. The first time I had an accident, the car cost tens of millions, and the insurance was not even enough to pay for it. When Lu Hong heard that there was chewing gum stuck to the dashcam lens, he immediately understood what was going on. This was obviously the other party's fault, and I couldn't blame my father. Lu Hong comforted his parents, returned to the room, closed the door, and called Su Muyu. I'll send you an address, and you can come over. 8 p.m., Lu Hong went out to meet Su Muyu. At the intersection of Xingyang Street, Su Muyu was wearing a plaid skirt and standing under the street lamp, like an elf walking out of the light. Seeing Lu Hong appear, Su Muyu smiled sweetly, and there was a sparkle in her eyes. Is it okay to call you over so late? Lu Hong walked over, worried that it would be inconvenient to call her out too late. It's okay. I told my mom that I have something to do and I have to go back to school. Su Muyu put her hands behind her back and smiled, not realizing that what she said was equivalent to not going home tonight. Have you done what I asked you to do? Lu Hong asked about the business. Yes, it's done. Before coming here, Su Muyu had released the reconnaissance eagle according to Lu Hang's request to conduct a reconnaissance of Honda Loan Company on Xingyang Street. She reported everything in detail. Now that group of people are playing finger-guessing games and drinking on the first floor. They all look fierce and don't look like good people. According to your request, I used the reconnaissance eagle to destroy the surveillance probes in the building, including the hidden cameras outside the safe. After reporting the reconnaissance mission, Su Muyu added, there is another thing. I saw the demon crystal core in the office of the boss of this company. When he called someone, he said that he was buying the demon crystal core for someone else. However, they don't seem to know that it is a demon crystal core. The person on the phone said it was amethyst. Well, the demon crystal core was put into the safe in the office on the 3rd floor by Tang Hongda. The password of the safe is 753951. Good, well done. Lu Hong praised her, then raised his hand and used a skill to release a shadow clone, saying, go shopping in the mall. If you like any clothes, buy 2. Oh, then I'll go. Su Muyu walked away, looking back every few steps. After Su Muyu left, Lu Hong put the hood of his sweatshirt on his head, pulled out the Aurora blade, and walked towards Hongda to borrow money. Hongda Company is a relatively large company in the Xingyang Street area, with a 4-story stand-alone office building. In the lobby on the 1st floor, a group of thugs were playing finger-guessing games and drinking. The girl who took off her clothes to borrow money a few days ago was very hot. When can she come over to play? It's not your turn to come over to play. Eat your chicken feet, you street kid. Lu Hong walked into the lobby on the 1st floor, turned around, pulled down the rolling door and closed it. The group of thugs who were playing finger-guessing games and drinking stopped their actions and looked at Lu Hong with confusion. Hey! What the hell are you doing? A big man with tattoos stood up, kicked over a chair, and shouted. Lu Hong closed the door, turned around, and knocked on the Pichot floor ornament at the door with the Aurora blade, saying, call your boss down. It's the kid named Lu. The thugs who went to the house to smash things today immediately recognized Lu Hang's identity. Several tattooed thugs who were playing finger-guessing games suddenly became interested. How dare you come to my house? Are you crazy? You even brought a sword. Do you think you are filming a TV series? What the hell are you waiting for? Get him. A group of thugs stood up and wanted to take down Lu Hong first, and ran to Tang Hongda to claim credit. The 2 tattooed thugs who rushed to the front grabbed a chair and smashed it at Lu Hang. Lu Hong was not polite at all. He turned around to avoid the chair and then swung his sword. The sharp blade of the Aurora blade chopped off the heads of the 2 people like cutting tofu. Blood splattered and heads rolled down. The entire 1st floor hall instantly turned into a Shura slaughterhouse.
Fuck. The other thugs were frightened and panicked when they saw Lu Hang's ruthless attack. Some ran upstairs, and some wanted to open the door and run out.
Lu Hong walked up and used the Aurora blade as a knife. No skills were needed. He chopped them all down with one knife.
Anyone who came to my house to smash things today, one by one, don't even think about running away. Among this group of thugs, 2 had practiced some martial arts, and immediately rushed to the counter, pulled out machetes, rushed towards Lu Hong, and swung the machetes. However, their martial arts skills were not enough in front of Lu Hang. Lu Hong didn't even dodge, but went straight to meet him, swung a whirling sword light, cut the 2 machetes in half, and the sword light sank into the abdomen of the 2 thugs, cutting 2 bloody gaps. The 2 thugs covered the gaping wounds in their abdomens, looked at the blood and intestines flowing all over the ground, and fell to their knees with a thump. Even the 2 thugs with the best martial arts skills were chopped off. The rest of the thugs were so scared that they lost 6 of their souls, screamed in fear, and ran around. However, the door was closed, and they couldn't escape at all, so they could only run upstairs. Lu Hong directly used the wuxuan to kill all these evil things, not sparing any of them.
Originally, Tang Hongda was in the office on the 3rd floor.
He was about to go downstairs when he heard his men report that Lu Hong was downstairs. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, he saw several men running up covered in blood. Tang Hongda immediately realized that something was wrong, turned around and ran, wanting to hide in the office to call for help. Lu Hong chased him and broke his left leg with a sword. Tang Hongda fell to the ground, dragged his injured leg to the office, and dragged a bloody path on the ground. Lu Hong also chopped off the 2 thugs who escaped, then pinched Tang Hongda's neck, lifted him up, and pressed him against the wall with a bang, and asked in a cold voice, "What did you say in my house before?
Say it again."
Tang Hongda turned his head and looked behind him with the corner of his eyes. Seeing Lu Hang's cold face splattered with blood, his heart was full of panic and confusion. Now Lu Hang is like a killing god who walked out of the Shura hell, covered in blood, and one look at him can make people's heart and gallbladder break. Tang Hongda couldn't understand how a high school student could be so scary. Some of the thugs he hired were good fighters, but more than a dozen of them were all chopped to pieces by Lu Hong, leaving no one alive.
"I was wrong, let me go."
Although Tang Hongda was panicked, he knew that he would die faster if he was stubborn now, so he immediately started begging for mercy.
"What's wrong? I shouldn't
have smashed your house.
What else?
I shouldn't have set up a trap against your dad. I heard that your car is quite expensive, and the insurance is not enough to pay.
How much is left? I'll make up for it for you." "No need to pay, no need to pay."
"It's all my fault, let me go. Tang Hongda's back was soaked with cold sweat from the pain, and he begged for mercy with snot and tears.
"I can't let go. The blood is flowing like a river." "Okay, I'll get rid of these bodies. No one will know. I've always handled this kind of thing very cleanly. What about your beastly son? Don't you want revenge? It's you." Tang Hongda gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment.
"Looking at your character, your son is also following suit. It's a pity that no matter how evil he is, he can't withstand a knife." Lu Hong grabbed his hair and dragged him into the office on the 3rd floor.
Tang Hongda saw the safe in the office and thought he saw hope for survival. "Let me go. There are 300,000 in the safe. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the safe password." "What a coincidence, I know the password."
Lu Hong walked over and turned the combination lock, 753951. With a click, the safe opened. Tang Hongda's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He didn't understand how Lu Hong knew the password. No one else knows the password to this safe except him. Lu Hong took out a jewelry box from the safe, opened it, and saw a demon crystal core.
It is an ordinary crystal core.
If it is absorbed, it can increase the energy level intensity. However, if it is continuously absorbed in a short period of time, there will be a marginal diminishing effect.
"You know, this thing,"
Tang Hongda looked surprised when he saw Lu Hong checking the crystal core.
"And doesn't need to know this."
Lu Hong waved his sword and sent him home to the west. Then he found a travel bag and put all the cash in the safe away.
Finally, a fire burned the villains completely.
Half an hour later, Detective Bureau Inspector Xiao Feiping led a team to investigate the case of Hongda Company on Xingyang Street. Sword wounds, flames, all the characteristics are almost identical to the murder case of 4 people in an abandoned factory.
Xiao Feiping feels that this case is getting more and more difficult.
While he was inspecting the scene, his detective came over to report the situation. "Boss, we just found out that Tang Hongda, the boss of this company, took people to a house this afternoon to smash things, saying he wanted to pay."
Xiao Feiping pondered, this kind of company has a lot of debt collection matters. This information alone is useless. Is there anything else?
The subordinate took out a photo and reported, the son of this family is Lu Hang.
Moreover, the boss of Honga Company is the father of Tang Guizhe in the murder case of 4 people in the abandoned factory.
Xiao Feiping's eyes flashed, and he felt more and more that the 2 cases were related. Find this Lu Hang immediately. 9 p.m. Su Muyu carried a few shopping bags and followed Lu Hang out of the mall. The 2 of them were stopped by Xiao Feiping and others at the entrance of the shopping mall. Xiao Feiping's intuition told him that there was definitely something wrong with these 2 people, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was.
There is a case that we need your assistance in investigating. Follow us back to the detective bureau.
After Xiao Feiping said this, he asked his subordinates to take the 2 of them away. Lu Hang had experienced the baptism of the abyss battlefield, and his aura was different.
He glanced at him indifferently and refused directly. Wouldn't it be better for Captain Xiao to do something meaningful? What's the use of holding on to me all day long? Can your master reward you with a few more bones?
It has been discovered before that Tang Hongda can see the files of the law enforcement team investigating cases, indicating that he has someone in the law enforcement team. Lu Hang didn't know if this person was Xiao Feiping, but it didn't matter.
Anyway, it was rotten to the core. No matter how clean the captain was, he couldn't escape the blame.
Xiao Feiping's expression darkened and he repeated, "Come back with us to assist in the investigation."
Lu Hang refused directly, "I don't have time. If you want to arrest someone, just show the arrest document. If you don't have it, I won't accompany you." Xiao Feiping frowned and asked directly, "Where were you between 8 o'clock and 8:30 tonight?"
Su Muyu pointed to the shopping mall behind her and replied, "Well, we are shopping in the shopping mall." When Xiao Feiping heard this answer, he immediately took a breath and felt that something was wrong.
Sure enough,
the detective responsible for entering the mall to investigate has pulled out the surveillance video of the mall.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, multiple cameras at Walikio World Trade Mall captured Lu Hang and Su Muyu shopping.
In the surveillance screen, Su Muyu was happily shopping, and from time to time she would hang a bag on Lu Hang's hand.
After a while, he put another scarf around Lu Hang.
The cameras of dozens of stores in the World Trade Mall all captured the 2 of them shopping, from any angle they wanted. This time the alibi was even more complete as a slap on Xiao Feiping's face. The cameras throughout the mall can attest to this. Unless you have the art of doppelganger, it is impossible for a person to be in 2 places at the same time. Yes, Lu Hang happens to have the ability to clone himself. The person who went shopping with Su Muyu was a shadow clone, so Lu Hang was at the mercy of Su Muyu throughout the entire shopping process. Because the alibi is too sufficient, it is enough to make people collapse. Even if Xiao Feiping was unwilling, he could only wave his hand and let Lu Hang and the others leave. One of his subordinates whispered in his ear, "Captain, it's hard to explain to Mr. Gong, let him investigate on his own if he can." Xiao Feiping punched the mall door and turned around to glare at his subordinates. The next day, Lu Hang took Su Muyu home to help clean up the house. The furniture in the living room was all broken, and all were replaced with new ones, making the layout more comfortable and warmer than before. Li Yunxiu had a good relationship with the neighbors, so when moving, many neighbors came to help. When the neighbors got together, they would inevitably discuss what happened that day, and their views were basically the same, that guy surnamed Tang, God couldn't bear it, so he took him away. I went to see yesterday, all those damn guys were burned to ashes. I don't know who he offended. It must be because he did too much evil, and God opened his eyes. Xiaoyun, are you okay? In order to avoid suspicion, Li Xiaoyun basically did not participate in the discussion. When she heard the neighbors ask this, she would respond casually, "It's okay, the previous furniture is old, so it's just right to replace it with new ones." It's better to replace it with new ones. If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. The neighbors also comforted him. When the incident happened in Xingyang Street, Lu Hang went out all night and didn't come back. Li Xiaoyun was worried at first, and when she saw Lu Hang bringing a female classmate back, she became even more worried. Li Xiaoyun brought a bowl of soybean pork trotter soup and placed it in front of Su Muyu. "Try this soup, it's a family tradition." "Thank you, Auntie." Su Muyu nodded and said thank you. Li Xiaoyun sat aside and began to hint, "You are still studying, you should focus on your studies. You are already in the 3rd year of high school. You will take the college entrance examination next year. Don't let it affect your studies." When Lu Hang heard what his mother said, he knew what she was worried about. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry about it. His grades have never fallen out of the top 10 in the grade. When Lee Shoyun heard that Su Muyu's grades were so good, her eyes lit up and her attitude changed 180 degrees. You have such good grades, you should help Lu Hong more and get into a good university together. Su Muyu lowered her head shyly and whispered, Lu Heng's grades are also very good. Lee Shoyun pulled Lu Hong to the balcony and warned, he is a good kid at first glance, don't bully him.
Got it.
Lu Hong was a little speechless, but still nodded to agree to his mother's unreasonable request.
At this time, Su Muyu suddenly choked and coughed violently, cough cough cough. What's wrong? Did you choke?
Lee Shoyun hurried back from the balcony.
Auntie, I'm sorry, I spilled it.
Su Muyu covered her mouth to hold back her cough, her face pale.
It's okay, it's okay.
Lee Shoyun saw that Su Muyu's skirt was also wet, and arranged, Lu Hong, take your classmates to the bathroom to deal with it.
Lu Hong pulled her arm, walked into the bathroom, and asked, what's going on?
Su Muyu showed a panic expression just now, and something obviously happened.
Su Muyu hurriedly explained the situation she had just detected. I just released the reconnaissance eagle, which was in invisible state, monitoring the situation of Hongda Company, and then a person came and walked around the scene. I think this person is very strange, and I want to see it more clearly, so I used the summon vision to get closer to see. As a result, I don't know how that person found my reconnaissance eagle, raised his hand and shot a shock wave, knocking the reconnaissance eagle away. Lu Hong heard it and understood why she coughed so hard. Although there was no pain when being hit under the summon vision, the feeling of being shattered by the shock wave was very real. Since this person can send out shock waves, he must be a superpower. In fact, I have thought of this situation a long time ago. Tang Hongda was buying demon crystal cores for someone else, and I took the purchased demon crystal cores away. The person who received the goods will definitely go to the scene to look for them. Su Muyu became nervous. What should we do now? Lu Hong thought for a while and assigned her a task. Don't worry, you continue to release the reconnaissance eagle to monitor this person. However, don't get too close, you can control it yourself. Okay. Su Muyu nodded in agreement. She didn't know that the other party was a superpower before, so in order to see more clearly, she controlled the reconnaissance eagle to get closer, and then she was discovered. As long as the distance is controlled, even if it is a superpower, it is not so easy to find the invisible reconnaissance eagle. As time goes by, the number of superpowers who have experienced the Abyss battlefield gradually increases. More and more Abyss monsters appear on the blue planet, and countries around the world gradually confirm the existence of demons and begin to implement countermeasures. The Dacia government has established a superpower department, Iron Blood Supernatural Event Investigation Bureau, with the external name Iron Blood. Tieshue is under the military sequence and is responsible for all matters related to supernatural events such as abyss demons and supernatural people. Its power level is above that of the law enforcement team. When Lu Hong heard that the official Tieshue was established, he was a little surprised because the time was earlier than in his previous life. After the establishment of Tieshue, supernatural teams will be sent out one after another to take over all cases related to supernatural forces across the country. The case of Hongda Company is a bit big, which will definitely attract the attention of Tieshue. As Lu Hong expected, Tieshue sent people down in a few days. That afternoon, two members of Tieshue, one old and one young, came to the door of Hongda Loan Company, crossed the blockade directly, and walked into the crime scene. Among the two Tieshue members, the older one was in his 50s, with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes. It can be seen at a glance that he has many years of experience in handling cases. The other one was a young man, following the older one, responsible for taking notes. Not long after, Inspector Xiao Feiping of the Ningyun District Detective Bureau rushed over in person. When he saw the person, he took the initiative to say hello, I am Xiao Feiping from the Ningyun District Detective Bureau. Hello, Inspector Chen. He had already seen the work badge on the other person's chest, and directly called out the other person's last name and position with a very respectful attitude. Because this Chen Linian has a higher position than him and is from a special department. Chen Linian nodded casually as a response, and then walked towards Hongda Company, talking as he walked, I have read the case information. The murderer's technique was clean and neat, the incisions were smooth, and he had at least 3 years of sword training. It can be inferred from the position of the sword in the deceased that the murderer was good at using the sword with his right hand. The murder weapon was a straight-edged sword, 1.3 meters long, very sharp and could cut off other blades. Before the murderer set the fire, he separated the flammable materials to prevent the fire from spreading. From a psychological perspective, this murderer is very calm and should be an emotionally stable person at ordinary times.
No fingerprints or other clues were left at the scene, indicating that the suspect has certain counter-reconnaissance capabilities and a high level of education.
In addition, the murderer should have a personal grudge with the boss of Honda Company. Xiao Feiping followed behind and proactively suggested, "Then I have someone investigate Tang Honda's interpersonal relationships?"
Chen Linian waved his hand and refused. "No, this case has been taken over by Iron Blood. The law enforcement team will hand over all the files and then delete the case archive."
Xiao Feiping frowned and asked, "We have been ordered by the superiors to solve the case as soon as possible. How long will it take for the case to be concluded after Iron Blood takes over?"
Chen Lining looked back at him and directly exposed his thoughts. "That's your boss, not mine. I don't care what dirty things are going on in your place, but after Iron Blood took over the case, it's not yours to interfere." Xiao Feiping's expression froze, and when he made eye contact with the other party, he felt a chill down his spine. He hesitated for a moment and then asked bravely, "There is another case that may be related to this case." Chen Linian directly raised his hand to interrupt. "I have gone to the scene to see the murder of 4 people in the abandoned factory.
The same iron-blooded people took over.
I will go back and inform the people above you that this matter has exceeded their scope of authority and should be dealt with.
When you reach out, you have to stop." Xiao Feiping froze again.
He had been investigating these 2 cases during this period, because in the case of the murder of 4 people in the abandoned factory, there was a person whose family was very powerful and had been putting pressure on them. However, once the case was taken over by Iron Blood, he could no longer continue the investigation. Xiao Feiping still refused to give up and said, "There is a person who is highly suspected and is related to both cases."
Chen Linian raised his hand to interrupt him. "Are you talking about the high school student? Didn't you find out? There is an alibi in both cases."
However, if Tai Shui intervenes, it means that there is supernatural power in the case, and the alibi may be forged.
Xiao Feiping's thinking changed quickly. Chen Linian shook his finger and said, "If there are supernatural events, all evidence must be denied, and then the case will not be handled.
If you want to prove that he is suspected, you have to find evidence that invalidates the alibi, not free confession. Also, the reason why I don't think he was the murderer has nothing to do with the alibi. The murderer has practiced swordsmanship for more than 3 years, not just casually, but every day, and I am familiar with this kind of swordsmanship.
I checked the detailed information of Lu Hang. His life trajectory in school is very clear.
He doesn't have time to practice swordsmanship for 3 years. The murderer should be over 20 years old.
He has athlete-level swordsmanship.
He destroyed the surveillance before committing the crime and was very meticulous in his work.
If Lu Hang were here, he would definitely be surprised to hear the analysis of this iron-blooded inspector.
Because his analysis was very accurate, he had to report Lu Hang's ID number. The only problem is that Lu Hang was reborn 3 years later and was hidden in his memory for 3 years. This resulted in an information gap that could not be filled in his analysis.
After visiting the crime scene of Honda Company, Chen Linian took the young agent away. In the car, the young agent asked, "Master, when will we investigate this case?" Chen Linian waved his hand and said, "Let's put this case aside for now. Tieshua has just been established and is seriously short of manpower.
Binhai has more difficult cases to investigate." The young agent showed a surprised expression, but more than a dozen people died in this case.
Isn't this difficult enough?
Chen Linian's eyes showed a sharp look, and he replied, "This superpower person is very measured in doing things.
He killed people who deserved to die. Such people should be called knights in ancient times. However, knights break the law with force. When we have time later, we still have to catch this person."
He had read the case files before coming and knew what these people who died were.
Moreover, he had another discovery that he didn't say.
He recognized that the murderer used the 7-section style of step sword, and he was very familiar with this sword technique.
"Then where are we going now?" the young agent asked. "Guanchao Road. Are you going to investigate the Guanchao Road 921 case?"
"Yes, the murderer in that case has no bottom line at all, and must be found as soon as possible." Chen Linian closed his eyes and rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers. "Master, I read the files of the Guanchao Road 921 case.
The male victim logged into the dark web and wanted to sell a demon crystal core on the dark web. As a result, his entire family was killed.
The murderer did not even let go of the 7-year-old child.
This murderer bought the demon crystal core. Why did he want to kill the seller?"
"You still don't understand the criminal psychology behind the case.
The case file mentioned that demon energy was detected in the child, right?"
"Yes, it mentioned. The truth of the matter should be that the buyer gave the money and was about to pick up the goods. The child of the victim's family accidentally broke the demon crystal core and absorbed the energy inside. The buyer failed to get the demon crystal core and killed the victim's family to vent his anger. The young agent couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this analysis conclusion. The next day, the Iron Blood Investigation Bureau issued a wanted order for the Guangzhou Road 921 case. There was no photo on the wanted poster, only a portrait. In addition to the portrait, there was also a description of the suspect. According to the description on the wanted poster, the suspect was good at using shock waves, explosives and other methods to harm victims. When Sumuyu passed by the bulletin board, she stared at the wanted poster for a long time. When there was no one around, she tore off a wanted poster, rolled it up and took it away. At this time, Lu Hong was running on the embankment road, practicing his body skills and proficiency in swift wind step. After the exercise, when he was about to go back to the hotel, he received a call from Sumuyu. I saw a wanted poster, and the portrait on it looked familiar to me. I wanted to show it to you. I'm on the embankment road now. Let's go back to the hotel now. Let's meet at the hotel. After the call, Sumuyu was about to hang up when she suddenly heard a loud noise from the other end of the phone. Bang! The roar was so loud that the phone broke. Hello? What happened? Lu Hong, are you okay? Speak. Sumuyu asked nervously. There was no response from the other end of the phone, and Sumuyu suddenly became nervous, and then heard a bang, which sounded like a gunshot. Sumuyu immediately realized that something was wrong, and ran towards the river bank road, while releasing the Scout Eagle to find Lu Hong's location. At the same time, on the river bank road, when Lu Hong was about to hang up the phone, he heard footsteps approaching behind him. Moreover, the footsteps were getting faster and faster, and it was obvious that the person coming was not friendly. Lu Hong immediately made an evasive move and dodged to the side. Bang! A loud bang exploded in his ears, and the airwave caused by the shockwave could almost blow people away. The shockwave exploded too close, and Lu Hong's right foot was shocked and painful, and his chest was even more bloody. He staggered and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, his agility attribute was high enough. When he was about to fall, he pressed his palm on the ground, rolled sideways, and stood up quickly. While rolling, Lu Hong quickly glanced behind him and saw a middle-aged man with a beard reaching into his arms. This action was clearly drawing a gun. Lu Hong's eyes fixed, and he estimated that the distance between the two was more than 10 meters. This is a very delicate distance. At this distance, no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than a bullet. Therefore, Lu Hong made a prompt decision, activated the swift wind step, rushed forward, and pulled away. Before he fired, he dodged and ran into an alley on Hetty Road. Bang! As soon as he dodged into the alley, a gunshot was heard behind him, and the bullet hit the wall at the entrance of the alley. Hey! A superpower. The middle-aged man with a beard didn't hit the target with one shot, so he immediately chased into the alley with a gun. Lu Hong took a Z-shaped step and quickly walked through the alley, while looking behind him with the corner of his eye. With just one glance, he saw a vicious look in the eyes of the middle-aged man with a beard who disregarded life. From his words, Lu Hong got an important piece of information. He didn't know he was a superpower, so why did he attack him? The other party was very purposeful. After the shockwave failed, he immediately drew his gun. This didn't seem like a random killing. He didn't know he was a superpower, which meant there was no possibility of hunting superpowers. Excluding other possibilities, there was only one answer: this person was paid to do the job. And the shockwave fired by the bearded middle-aged man was very powerful, which meant that the opponent's energy level was not low, and he should be a superpower who had experienced the Abyss battlefield. Lu Hong thought of so many things in an instant, while maintaining a Z-shaped maneuver to avoid the shooting angle of the pistol. The bearded middle-aged man chased him all the way, but when Lu Hong deliberately slowed down, he also slowed down, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters, not giving Lu Hong a chance to close combat. Between 5 meters and 20.5 meters is the golden ruling area of the pistol. Within a distance of 5 meters, the superpower has a chance to close combat. Once close combat begins, the pistol will hardly have room to play. After 2 games, Lu Hong can be sure that the opponent is experienced and difficult to deal with. Running all the way, a Scout Eagle suddenly flashed in front of him. Lu Hong's eyes showed a gleam of brilliance, and he immediately turned and rushed into another alley. At the corner of the alley, a crisp arm stretched out. A smile appeared on Lu Hong's lips. He ran over and clapped his hands with that hand. A stream of energy came from that hand. The energy formed a thin film that wrapped Lu Heng's whole body.
Lu Heng's figure quickly became transparent under the energy, and he entered the invisible state.
This arm naturally belonged to Su Muyu. After she found Lu Heng's position with the Scout Eagle, she immediately rushed over to support him and used invisible curtain to make Lu Heng invisible. Lu Heng entered the invisible state and immediately turned around and rushed back to the way he came, pulling out the Aurora blade from the void. The middle-aged man with a beard chased into the alley. Hearing the dense footsteps approaching, he was startled and realized that the target had the ability to be invisible.
He immediately raised his hand and sent a shock wave in the direction of the footsteps. Bang!
There was a burst of air, but it did not hit the target. The middle-aged man with a beard immediately felt bad, his pupils shrank sharply, and it was too late to defend himself.
Because Lu Heng was too fast.
Lu Heng rushed forward at a speed beyond human limits, holding the Aurora blade and stabbing it into his abdomen.
Puff!
He groaned, looked down in horror, and saw the blood from his abdomen flowing along the sharp blade, gradually outlining the shape of a sword in the hand holding the sword. And Lu Heng's figure also slowly appeared, close at hand, only a fist away from his face. The bearded middle-aged man looked down at the sword stuck in his abdomen, his face full of disbelief. He had just experienced the Abyss battlefield, and before entering, he received a large investment from the sponsor. He used the money to fill up his skill slots, and then entered the Abyss battlefield, and perfectly cleared the Abyss battlefield with his full skill power. He thought that he should be invincible at this point in time, not to mention that he had a pistol. But the high school student in front of him got into close combat and killed him in seconds.
You think you are at a high level and are already invincible in this city, right?
Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Lu Heng said as he activated the lightning weapon. The blazing lightning power unfolded from the blade, igniting the wound on the man's abdomen.
At this moment,
the source energy on the bearded middle-aged man's body suddenly surged, and his whole body burned like a paperman.
Substitute puppet. Lu Heng recognized a skill at a glance.
This skill will be automatically triggered when the psychic is attacked fatally, and the paper puppet will replace the main body to withstand subsequent attacks. After Bearded Man triggered the substitute puppet skill, he avoided fatal damage, but was still seriously injured and fled from the alley while covering his wounds. Lu Heng chased out of the alley and found that Bearded Man fled into a crowded street. If he chased him and killed him now, there would be at least 7 or 8 witnesses on the street, which would be very troublesome later.
Being targeted by Tieshue is not a good thing.
Lu Heng did not chase him anymore, put on the Bluetooth headset, and talked to Su Muyu. Keep an eye on him.
Su Muyu, I'm watching him.
Bearded Man bypassed several intersections, and after making sure he had gotten rid of Lu Heng, he turned into an old residential area and returned to his residence to bandage his wounds.
Lu Heng walked slowly 2 streets away, waiting for Su Muyu's message. Not long after, Su Muyu's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Shanglin Community, Building 1, Unit 2, Top Floor, 6th Floor. This person seems to be the suspect of the 921 case on Guanqiao Road. He is very dangerous. Do you want me to go up and help?
No, I will go up alone, you stay outside the community.
Lu Heng didn't want her to take risks, so he went into Shanglin Community alone.
Su Muyu continued to report the situation of the target's residence. The balcony and room windows of the target's residence are all equipped with anti-theft nets.
Only the small window in the bathroom can be passed through.
Lu Heng went directly to the rooftop, flipped down from the rooftop, and entered the house through the small window in the bathroom. Bearded Man was treating his wound when he suddenly heard a slight noise coming from the bathroom. Although there was occasionally the sound of wind blowing the bucket in the bathroom, he still stood up cautiously and walked to the corridor to check. As soon as he walked into the corridor, he saw Lu Heng coming out of the bathroom and immediately raised his hand to send out a shock wave. Lu Heng grabbed the chair at hand and threw it over, while activating Swift Wind Step, and rushed up.
Bang!
The shock wave bombed the chair.
Lu Heng moved as fast as the wind, drew his sword and thrust it straight. The tip of the sword pierced through the wooden board of the chair and penetrated into the chest of the bearded man.
Puff! The bearded man was already seriously injured, and now he was pierced through the chest by a sword. The tip of the sword pierced the lung lobe, and blood rushed into the lung. He coughed up a mouthful of blood from his mouth and nose, and fell down. Lu Heng removed all his resistance and took out a pistol from him.
The pistol displayed attribute data.
Glock G17 pistol, Abyss assimilation, item level, C. Level, specifications, length 18.6 centimeters, weight 703 grams, magazine capacity 19 rounds, attributes, attack power 105, using standard 9mm bullets, evaluation, a lightweight pistol made of engineering plastics, with high reliability and easy to carry.
The destructive power of thermal weapons is determined by the gun body and bullets, and cannot obtain the user's strength attribute bonus.
The attribute data appeared on this pistol, indicating that the basic law assimilation has been carried out using divine energy, and it can be brought into the Abyss world. In the early stage of the Abyss, the firearms are powerful and have a long range, which has a great advantage in battle. Therefore, many superpowers will choose to bring firearms into the Abyss world after completing the first Abyss battlefield. However, if you want to bring a C-level pistol into the Abyss world, you need to consume 600 divine energy. This price is quite high, because in an Abyss battlefield with a danger level of 3, a main task rewards 100 divine energy points, and a challenge task rewards 300 divine energy points. If it is an Abyss battlefield with a low danger level, the divine energy obtained is even less. In other words, if you want to bring a pistol into the Abyss world, you need to perfectly clear an Abyss battlefield with a danger level of 3. If you can't complete the challenge task, you need to accumulate divine energy for 2 or 3 games. Not only pistols, but also bullets need to consume divine energy for law assimilation, otherwise they can't be brought into the Abyss world.
A pistol without bullets is no better than a brick.
Of course, the power of the pistol is worthy of this divine energy, at least in the early stage.
However, there is a problem with spending divine energy on items, that is, it can be taken away by others. For example, now, Lu Hong turned 2 gunflowers and put the gun into the inventory. Bearded was so angry that he spat out blood when he saw that the pistol he had fought so hard to get was taken away by Lu Hang. Lu Hong squatted down, took out a certificate from him, and read out the name on it. Feng Kangyu, tell me, why did you attack me?
Feng Kangyu coughed up blood and said in a vague voice, I told you, will you let me go? No, but I can let you die quickly. The fight between the two sides has reached this point and reconciliation is impossible. As he lost more and more blood, Feng Kangyu's breath began to weaken, and he became more afraid of death. Give me a way to survive, and I can tell you the channels for buying and selling demon crystal cores. You are also a superpower, so you should know that this is a shortcut to becoming stronger.
Isn't it the dark web? I've known this for a long time.
Lu Hong was unmoved.
Not long after the Abyss descends, a crystal core dark network will indeed appear where demon crystal nuclei can be bought and sold.
However, not everyone can register on the dark web and needs to obtain a dark web account through special channels. Even if you know, you can't get a dark net account.
Feng Kangyu still held on to his last hope of survival.
Lu Hong turned to look at a laptop placed on the coffee table in the living room, and his last struggle was broken with one sentence. The dark net account is bound to the computer machine code, so your account will immediately become my account.
You! Feng Kangyu choked out another mouthful of blood.
Having got all the things that should be taken, Lu Hong was not interested in arguing with him and said coldly, tell me.
Who ordered you to attack me? If I had to torture you, the scene would be ugly. Besides, what's the use of keeping your employer a secret? He can't save you.
Before today, Lu Hong didn't know this Feng Kangyu at all, and the most likely reason why he suddenly attacked him was because he was instigated by someone else. Feng Kangyu looked at the approaching sword tip and could only confess, Gongtown Group. Mr. Gong suspects that you are related to his son's death and wants me to find out the truth before I kill you.
Lu Hong knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. Gong Chusheng is the crown prince of Gongtown Group, a well-known Binhai enterprise. The Gong family is like a local emperor in Ningyun district. How strong is Gongtown Group? Half of the properties for sale in Ningyun district are invested and developed by Gongtown Group.
Not only that, Gongtown Group's business also involves heavy metals and petrochemical industries, making it a real giant enterprise in Binhai Ningyun district. Lu Hong was also helpless. One of the 4 beasts he killed was the prince of Binhai Ningyun business district. In fact, it was precisely because of the power of the Gong family that Gong Chusheng dared to be so lawless. In her previous life, Su Muyu was forced to fall from a building and became disabled, but in the end nothing happened to these 4 people. For a giant company like Gongtown Group, wiping the butt of the young master Gong Chusheng is just a matter of spending some money, and it couldn't be easier. However, no matter how much money the Gong family spends in this life, they can't wipe Gong Chusheng's butt and can only collect his body. After getting the information he wanted, Lu Hong kept his promise and gave Feng Kangyu a quick death. At this time, Su Muyu's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Lu Hong, someone went up, in plain clothes, but I feel like it's the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team can't investigate the case of the superpowers, it should be the people of iron blood. Lu Hong quickly glanced around to make sure there were no traces of exposing his identity, then put on a mask and hood, picked up the laptop and put it in his bag, opened the door and went out. They are already on the 3rd floor. Sumuyu's tone became more and more nervous. There is only one staircase in this apartment building. If you go down now, you will definitely run into the people of iron blood. Lu Hong walked up directly and climbed onto the rooftop. As soon as he reached the rooftop, he heard dense footsteps coming from downstairs. 2 members of iron blood came to the door of Feng Kangyu's residence. They were Chen Linian and his apprentice. The young detective reached out to knock on the door, making a loud bang. Is anyone there? Iron-blooded investigation, open the door. Chen Linian rubbed his nose and smelled a bloody smell. He stared and shouted, kick it open. Bang! The young detective kicked the door open, and then saw Feng Kangyu lying on the floor of the living room covered in blood. Chen Linian walked forward and touched his neck artery. He just died. The murderer may not have left the house yet. Find him quickly. The young detective immediately pulled out his pistol and began to check every room in the house. Chen Linian stood up and observed the scene while thinking. He retreated while thinking until he exited the door, then turned his head and looked up the stairs. This is already the top floor of the 6th floor. Going up is the rooftop. Chen Linian narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped onto the steps, and quickly went up to the rooftop. As soon as he got to the rooftop, he saw a young man wearing a hood and a mask standing on the rooftop. This person is naturally Lu Hang. Lu Hong was just about to find a way down, but he didn't expect the other party to come up so quickly. Seeing Chen Linian coming up, Lu Hong turned around and tried to find a way to leave. Chen Linian shouted, don't be nervous, come back with me to take notes, I promise not to hurt you. This is the 6th floor, there is no way out, unless you jump down. Even if you are a superpower, you will be seriously injured if you jump down from such a high place, and you can't get away. As he said, this apartment building is a single-family building, and there is really no way to run except jumping down. Lu Hong turned his head and looked at the residential building across the street. This street is a 2-way lane, and the road surface plus the sidewalk are more than 16 meters wide, which is a width that humans cannot cross without tools. Because the world record for running long jump is 8.95 meters. And the average running long jump for ordinary adult men is only 5 to 6 meters. Therefore, the distance of 16 meters is indeed a distance that humans cannot cross with bare hands. However, Lu Hong lowered his center of gravity and made a running start. Chen Linian's eyes widened and he stopped him. Don't be impulsive, you will fall to death. Lu Hong ignored him, activated, swift windstep, rushed out with a sudden force, stepped on the guardrail and jumped, and was ejected like a cannonball. Chen Linian immediately rushed to the guardrail and saw Lu Hong spread his arms like a big bird, leaping 16 meters, and landing on the rooftop of the residential building opposite. He was very surprised to see Lu Hong complete such a dangerous move. According to the calculation of ordinary adult men, the long jump with a running start can only jump about 6 meters. However, Lu Heng's physical attributes are much higher than ordinary people. The average 5-dimensional attributes of ordinary adult men are 10 points, while Lu Heng's current attributes have reached strength 16, agility 21, and physique 16. So, Lu Hong can jump higher with a running start, and then spread his arms to increase the airtime with the help of aerodynamics. Even if he does not use skills, it is not a problem to jump a world record. After using wind step, the running speed is plus 80%, plus the increased airtime, the jumping distance is directly doubled. So this jump spans the entire street and jumps to the roof of the building across the street. At the moment Lu Hong landed, Chen Linian's pupils suddenly expanded and activated the skill. Lu Heng's feet just touched the ground, and suddenly felt that the surrounding environment darkened, the whole sky lost its light, and the vehicles and pedestrians on the ground disappeared, as if they were pulled into a different space. This is mental control skills. Lu Hong turned around and looked at the roof of the building across the street. The pedestrians around him disappeared, but he could still see the iron-blooded senior inspector on the opposite side. Mental control skills, without the help of external forces, are a battle of mental power checks. The party with high mental power directly exempts the opponent's mental control skills, unless this skill has additional mental power bonus. Lu Heng's current mental power is 18 points, which is not low, but the iron-blooded captain on the opposite side is obviously a mentalist with higher mental power. When the caster has a higher mental power and activates the mental control skill, the mental power test is also carried out, and the control effect and duration are determined by the difference in mental power. Of course, after the mental control takes effect, the controlled psychic, if experienced, can also speed up the process of getting rid of the control by adjusting his own mental state.
Lu Hong looked at the other party and said slowly, "You are looking for the suspect of the 921 case in the house. What's the point of chasing me?" Chen Linian exhaled and said, "If I am not mistaken, you are using the 7-section step sword style. An old friend of mine also knows this. Who did you learn it from?" When he checked Feng Kangyu's wound just now, he had already seen that the attacker used the 7-segment step sword style. "If you only want to ask such boring questions, then I'll leave." Lu Hong felt that the control of this mental skill began to decline. This means that the opponent's mental power is indeed higher, but it is very limited, so the mental control time is not long. "Wait a minute, record a statement with me, I promise not to embarrass you, and even help you apply for special approval." "No time." Lu Hong directly refused, then slowly closed his eyes, concentrated his mind and shouted loudly, suddenly opened his eyes, and the shout shook back the darkness around him and restored the light. After successfully getting rid of control, Lu Hong turned and jumped to another residential building, leaping on the roof and gradually going away. Chen Linian took a deep breath and shouted, "I will find you sooner or later." "Then I wish you success." Lu Hong continued to leap on the roof and gradually went away. At this time, the young agent rushed to the rooftop with a pistol, raised his gun and wanted to aim at Lu Hang. Chen Linian reached out and pressed down the muzzle of his gun, saying, "You can't hit him, and we are one step behind in this round. Let's fight again next time." In fact, even if they continue to chase, Lu Hong still has a hidden card. When choosing the retreat route, Su Muyu was supposed to meet him. However, Lu Hong didn't want to expose her invisibility, so he didn't let her meet him. After escaping the sight of the iron-blooded agent, Lu Hong crossed 2 streets, turned his coat inside out, and then met Su Muyu in a crowded shopping mall. Su Muyu followed closely behind him and asked worriedly, "Lu Hong, is Gong Tang Group the company of Gong Chuxing's family?" She had just heard the information of Feng Kangyu's confession and knew that the Gong family hired a supernatural killer. Lu Hong nodded and said, "Yeah. Then should I monitor the Gong family?" "I'm afraid they have hired other killers." Su Muyu felt that this matter was caused by her, and judging from the current situation, it was far from over. "You can see which other superpowers the Gong family has contacted, but be careful. We will face superpowers in the future," Lu Hong reminded. "Okay, I know." Su Muyu nodded seriously, feeling inexplicably happy. When she was happy, Lu Hong suddenly reached out and took her into his arms, causing her to suddenly freeze, her body stiffened there, and she would not move. "Don't move, the Iron Blood people are coming," Lu Hong whispered in her ear. At this moment, the two were in the mall, surrounded by people coming and going, all of them were pedestrians shopping. The one who chased after them was the young agent following Chen Linian. He was a little unwilling, so he chased in this direction. When he passed by Lu Hong, his eyes were looking into the distance, and he subconsciously ignored the couple hugging each other. After the people walked away, Su Muyu asked in a low voice, "Is it the person who just walked by?" "Yes. I can feel the energy on him. He is a superpower. Don't look back at him. If the other person has a high perception, he may notice that someone is watching him." Lu Hong hurriedly reminded her and turned her face back. After the iron-blooded agent walked away, Su Muyu's hands were still holding Lu Hang's clothes, and their bodies were pressed together, greedy for the warmth of cuddling each other. Since she knew that Gong Tang Group had hired a superpower killer, when Su Muyu was training the proficiency of the reconnaissance eagle, she would go around the streets around Gong Tang Group and control the reconnaissance eagle to observe the headquarters office building of Gong Tang Group. Skill proficiency continued to improve during reconnaissance. Continuously control the reconnaissance eagle for reconnaissance, skill proficiency +1, continuously control the reconnaissance eagle for reconnaissance, skill proficiency +1. After a few days of training, the skill proficiency of reconnaissance eagle has reached 956/1000, and it is not far from full training. It went smoothly for several consecutive days until noon on the 4th day. As usual, she covered the reconnaissance eagle with an invisible curtain, and then circled outside the headquarters office building of Gong Tang Group, using the summon creature vision to observe. Suddenly, a warning sign came, and she intuitively felt that she was being watched. Su Muyu immediately controlled the reconnaissance eagle to find the watcher. At this moment, the reconnaissance eagle was attacked by unknown energy and exploded with a bang. On the pedestrian street 100 meters away, Su Muyu's body trembled, and she quickly kept calm, wrapped her coat tightly, walked into a milk tea shop and sat down to hide her inner panic.
The Scout Eagle was blown up in the invisible state, which means that there is a perception-type psychic nearby, and the level is not low. She is not sure whether she has been discovered by the opponent. When the Scout Eagle was shot down just now, the main body was on the pedestrian street 100 meters away. There were many people on the street, and it was probably not exposed yet. Even so, she was still a little scared. Because Lu Hong was not around, and she had no attack skills yet, once she was discovered by the opponent, she had no ability to resist. Moreover, she didn't even know who the opponent was. The fear brought by this unknown was far more frightening than seeing the opponent. There were people running on the street, and she felt that the opponent was looking for her. She forced herself to calm down, ordered a cup of lemon tea, sipped it slowly, and then took out her mobile phone to send a message to Lu Hang. The Champs-Élysées pedestrian street on the weekend was very lively, with people coming and going. When Lu Hong received Su Muyu's text message, he rushed over immediately and found her in a milk tea shop. He was relieved to see that she was fine. When Su Muyu saw Lu Hong appear, her mouth flattened and she wanted to cry for no reason. When Lu Hong was not around just now, she was really a little scared. After all, she was just a student who was hiding in the ivory tower and studying, and was ignorant of the world not long ago. "What's wrong?" Lu Hong sat down next to her and asked in a low voice. "My reconnaissance eagle was shot down, but this time I don't even know who the opponent is." Su Muyu answered in a low voice, and her eyes kept scanning the street while speaking. This situation of not knowing the position of the opponent when being attacked made her very panic. Lu Hong understood what was going on and comforted her. "Don't worry, this situation is actually perception suppression. You should have encountered a perception-based psychic with a higher level than you." Su Muyu slowly relaxed after learning the reason and asked, "Did the other party discover me?" Lu Hong pondered and asked, "How far was the Scout Eagle from you at that time?" "About 100 meters. Su Muyu gave an approximate value. "This distance is very safe. Don't worry, the other party discovered the Scout Eagle, but can't find you." Lu Hong couldn't help but laugh at her nervous look. The pedestrian street was crowded with people, and the distance was 100 meters. Unless the other party turned the pedestrian street upside down to look for her, it would be impossible to find her. Su Muyu was relieved now. In fact, she was always very careful when conducting reconnaissance. This was the first time she encountered an opponent who could suppress her in perception ability, and she was so nervous because she had no experience. What should we do now? Could this perception-based psychic be hired by the Gong family? After Su Muyu relaxed, she began to think about deeper issues. The opponent you met should be higher in level than you. But it's not a big problem. I'll help you level up a few more levels, and then come over to test the level of this perceiver. Lu Hong said and took her back to the hotel to prepare. As more and more abyss monsters appeared on Blue Star, countries around the world began to fall into chaos to varying degrees. The official psychic department could not cope with the increasing number of demons, so it had to seek help from psychics outside. At the end of September, the official began to issue a bounty for clearing abyss demons. Since hunting abyss demons can obtain demon energy, there is also a chance to obtain crystal cores. Therefore, even if the bounty is not high, there will be many psychics willing to participate. In the hotel, Su Muyu had seen the official bounty on the internet, and her mind was very active. She took the initiative to ask, "Lu Hong, are we going to accept the official bounty? Hunting demons can also upgrade, and there is money. If there is a suitable one, you can try it, but this kind of publicly released bounty will be fought for by other psychics." Lu Hong was not very interested in these bounties. When the official first issued the bounty, most psychics still acted alone. As time goes by, these superpowers start to form groups to compete for the bounty. It's okay now, but in a few months, there will be multiple superpower teams competing for a bounty, and it will be easy for superpowers to conflict with each other. What should we do? Su Muyu is still worried about conflicts with other superpowers. "Don't worry, I have a way." Lu Hong found a map of an area on the electronic map, took a screenshot and sent it to her. "Let's get familiar with the terrain of this beach first, and we'll go there tomorrow to have a look." "Will there be demons on this beach?" Su Muyu stared at the map and carefully wrote down every detail. "There should be abyss lice." Lu Hong remembered that this sea area called Gardenia Beach would have a very spectacular group of abyss lice at the end of September. Because there was an abyss mother worm laying eggs on the reef near Gardenia Beach. These eggs hatched a large number of abyss lice. After the abyss lice eat all the sea creatures in the nearby sea area, they will go ashore from Gardenia Beach and form a spectacular insect tide. Once an insect tide is formed,
It is not something that one or two psychics can resist. However, before the insect tide is formed, you can go and hunt a group of abyss lice. Before setting off, you need to make more preparations and buy weapons and equipment. The next day, in front of Gardenia Beach, Lu Hong and Su Muyu walked side by side on the beach. The sea breeze blew gently on their faces, very refreshing and comfortable. However, the fishy smell in the sea breeze was stronger than usual. Su Muyu released the scout eagle and scouted around the surrounding area. After confirming that there were no abyss demons, he started the next plan. Lu Hong caught a mouse, killed it and threw it on the beach. The sea water flooded the beach and brought blood into the sea. The abyss woodlice is very bloodthirsty. As long as they smell the blood, they will definitely follow the smell to the shore. However, it is hard to say when the abyss woodlice will come ashore. It may take some time. Lu Hong found a shaded tree to sit down, took out his laptop, and used the account bound to this computer to log into the Crystal Core dark web. He began to browse the demon crystal cores for sale on it. Su Muyu sat down next to him and came up to watch together. Will I be cheated if I buy crystal cores here? Others may worry about being cheated, but Lu Hang is not worried. Because the future demon crystal core transactions will become normalized. This crystal core dark web will develop to a terrifying scale at an astonishing speed, covering the entire world. However, 3 years after the advent of the abyss, no one knows who founded the crystal core dark web. There are even rumors that the founder of the crystal core dark web is not a human. However, the number of demon crystal cores sold on the crystal core dark web is not large at present. Moreover, most of the skill crystal cores sold do not increase the frontal combat effectiveness. Because the skill crystal cores that increase combat effectiveness will be bought as soon as they appear. For example, the skill crystal core of lightning weapon can make lightning appear on the weapon, and the attack will cause lightning damage. This skill was very popular in the early days of the advent of the abyss. As long as it appears on the crystal core dark web, it will be bought immediately, and it will be bought immediately without even looking at the price. After all, for some people standing at the top of the pyramid, money is just a number, but extraordinary abilities are something that no matter how much money was spent before. The remaining demon crystal cores that cannot be sold basically do not increase combat effectiveness, and some even weaken combat effectiveness. Since the number of skill slots of a psychic is limited, they will be very cautious when choosing to learn skills. Skills that cannot increase combat power have no other effect on many psychics except 0.1 skill slot. Just then, a strong wind blew over the sea. Su Muyu quickly held down her sun hat, then turned her head to look at the sea, and saw a large black object in the rising waves. She immediately pointed and said, "Look." Lu Hong had already seen it, but did not move, and continued to sit calmly in the shade of the tree and wait. Su Muyu controlled the scout eagle and flew over to observe. It's not a fish, it looks like a bug, it's very large, and it's estimated to be 2 meters long. As the waves surged onto the beach, a 2-meter long and 1-meter wide abyss woodworm climbed onto the beach. This abyss woodworm is covered with a carapace, and the dark brown carapace is covered with dark purple lines. It has more than a dozen pairs of insect legs under its body and a ferocious mouthpart on its head, which looks very scary. The carapace of the abyss woodworm is very hard and difficult to be injured by swords. It can be said that it has the highest defense among low-level abyss monsters. This abyss woodworm climbed ashore following the smell of blood, swallowed the mouse on the beach in one bite, and chewed it slowly in its stomach. When Su Muyu saw this thing, she suddenly became nervous and subconsciously grabbed Lu Hang's wrist tightly. Lu Hong pulled her up, took out a crossbow, and put it in her hand. "Come on. Aim at it and try to shoot an arrow." This crossbow was bought when preparing. It is very powerful and can nail through a 3-centimeter thick wooden board within 20 meters. Su Muyu held the crossbow and aimed at the abyss woodworm, but she had never used this weapon before, so she was a little shaky. "Don't be nervous, aim at its eyes and shoot an arrow." Lu Hong held her arm and taught her how to aim. Su Muyu aimed and asked, "Will it run away after hitting it?" It took a lot of effort to lure it to the shore. The two waited for almost an hour under the shade of the tree before luring a deep-sea woodworm up. It would be a pity if it ran away. No, this kind of thing is bloodthirsty and will not run away when it sees food. Lu Hong knows deep-sea woodworms very well. See food? Su Muyu was a little confused. She looked around and found that she had brought no other food except a few bags of bread in her backpack. Soon, she realized something, looked at herself, and then looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong nodded and smiled. "Yes, it's us." Su Muyu aimed while controlling the scout eagle to get closer and observe.
the demon energy on this abyss woodworm seems to be very strong.
What level is it?
Lu Hong observed the size and replied, around level 8.
The level of most abyss monsters is proportional to their size. Experienced psychics can judge the level of abyss monsters by their size. Then I'll shoot. Yes. Lu Hong nodded.
Sumuyu took a deep breath, held his breath, and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Whoosh! The crossbow arrow shot out and pierced into the gap of the carapace on the side of the head of the abyss woodworm with a ding sound. Hiss! The abyss woodworm found its prey, let out a sharp hiss, and rushed up with more than a dozen pairs of thoracic legs. You retreat first. Lu Hong ordered Sumuyu to retreat, then grabbed a glass bottle filled with gasoline and threw it over. Bang! The glass bottle hit the abyss woodlice and shattered, and gasoline was scattered all over half of its torso. Then, Lu Hong flicked out an electric spark to ignite the gasoline, and then pulled away, keeping a distance of 5 meters, leading the abyss woodlice to walk on the beach. The abyss woodlice was on fire, burning its shell and making a sizzling sound. It screamed and chased Lu Hong, but no matter how it chased, Lu Hong always kept a distance of 5 meters, like flying a kite, and took it around in circles on the beach. After chasing for several hundred meters, the abyss woodlice shell was burned red, and the high temperature began to destroy its body under the shell. It opened its mouth angrily and sprayed a ball of mucus at Lu Hong. This mucus is corrosive, and it is difficult to wash off after it is stained. If a mutant is sprayed, even if he does not die, he will lose a layer of skin. Lu Hong is familiar with the attack method of the abyss woodlice, and keeping a distance of 5 meters is waiting for this. The attack distance of the abyss woodlice mucus is exactly 5 meters. Lu Hong had been swimming at the limit of the slime attack, and he was prepared, so he dodged it with a light slide. The abyss woodlice failed to spit out slime, and the flames on its body burned its shell red. It screamed angrily, stopped chasing Lu Hong, and turned to flee into the sea. Seeing it fleeing into the sea, Lu Hong did not try to stop it, but waited for it to dive into the sea. A wave came up and hit the abyss woodlice. The red dot hot shell suddenly touched the seawater, making a sizzling sound. Under the effect of thermal expansion and contraction, the abyss woodlice shell cracked. Lu Hong immediately chased after it, drew his sword and stabbed it with a moon-chasing style, along the cracked shell, piercing into its life center. Ah! The abyss woodlice let out a whine and fell into the waves. Hunting the abyss woodlice, absorbing 40 points of demon energy. Lu Hong looked back at the shore and asked, "Did you absorb the demon energy?" Sumuyu came out of stealth mode, nodded happily and replied, "Yes, and I've upgraded to level 7. When the level is low, the upgrade speed will be faster, so her level slowly caught up." Lu Hong used his sword to pry open the carapace on the head of the abyss woodworm and took out a demon crystal core. Corrosive slime crystal core. Corrosive slime, use skills to secrete corrosive slime, which has a corrosive effect on various materials such as metals and organic matter. Skill consumption, 30 points of demon energy/kg. Skill level, D level. Lu Hong handed the skill crystal core to Sumuyu and asked with a smile, "Do you want to learn it?" After Sumuyu saw the skill effect, she showed a resistant expression and shook her head like a rattle. "No, the effect of this skill is actually good, but the secretion of corrosive slime is indeed unacceptable to many people. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are people who like this kind of curious skills." Lu Hong showed a wicked smile on his face, handed over the crystal core, and said with a chuckle, "We agreed that you must obey me unconditionally." Sumuyu's eyes widened immediately, turned around, and ran. "I don't want it, you can't do this." "I'm kidding you, don't run away." Lu Hong waved his hand to call her back. Next, the two continued to sit in the shade of the tree fishing, waiting for the fish to take the bait. It turns out that hunting abyss woodlice is so easy. Next time we will bring mats, put out snacks, and have a picnic while waiting. Sumuyu held her cheek and looked at the blue sea and the clear sky. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scenery would hide a huge crisis? Lu Hong shook his head and smiled, saying, "When thousands of abyss woodlice crawl ashore, let's see if you can still be so comfortable." Sumuyu's eyes widened and said, "By then, I will definitely turn around and run." Abyss woodlice should not have the ability to sense invisibility, right? That's not the case, but they can track smells. Lu Hong spread his hands. That's a bit troublesome. Invisibility curtain only has optical invisibility, which is a pity. Sumuyu began to find the shortcomings of this skill. "Don't worry, new functions will appear after the skill is upgraded." Lu Hong explained a little. "Then I have to practice skill proficiency quickly." Sumuyu nodded seriously. Next,
The speed of the abyss woodlice chasing the smell of blood to the shore has increased. It takes half an hour at most, or a few minutes at short.
Once, there were even 2 at a time. However, it is still the same to deal with.
First burn with a Molotov cocktail, then Lu Hong kites 2 abyss woodlice in circles on the beach. When the abyss woodlice shell burns red and escapes into the sea, he kills them with 2 swords. After 2 days of fishing, 20 abyss woodlice were hunted and 3 crystal cores were obtained.
15% explosion rate, very lucky.
Normally, if you can drop a demon crystal core after hunting 20 or 30 demons, it is considered good luck. After 2 days of hunting abyss tideworms, Lu Hong reached level 9, and Su Muyu also reached level 8.
After reaching level 9, Lu Hong checked his attributes.
Name, Lu Hong, race, human, level 9, chi and blood, 160 out of 170, source energy, 150/190, attributes, strength 17, agility 22, constitution 17, spirit 19, perception 18, talent, agile as a dragon, divine evolution, number of skill slots, 3, skills, lightning weapons, shadow clone, wind step, martial arts, swordsmanship, subtle, body movement, entry, fighting, entry, among them, the skill proficiency of wind step has reached 960/1000, which will be fully practiced soon. The body movement proficiency has also been practiced to the entry level, 810/1000, and it will improve quickly. Su Muyu also reached level 8, and his perception increased to 19 points. The average 5-dimensional attribute of an ordinary adult is 10 points, and 19 points of perception is already a very high value.
Moreover, at this point in time, there are not many psychics who can reach this level.
Among the 3 demon crystal cores obtained by hunting the abyss worm, in addition to corrosive mucus, there is also a skill crystal core, which is Prism Tower Shield.
Prism Tower Shield, release energy to form a prismatic tower shield to resist attacks. Skill duration, 3 seconds. Skill consumption, 20 source energy. Skill level, D level. This is a defensive skill, and it is a D.level skill with C.level defense, but it has higher skill requirements for the caster. The advantage is high defense, and the disadvantage is also obvious. The duration is relatively short, only 3 seconds. In other words, you can't hang this skill on your body in advance and then rush up to kill. You need to use this skill at the moment of being attacked to play a role. Of course, you can also predict that you will be attacked within 3 seconds and use the skill in advance. No matter which method of use, it has high requirements for the caster. If it were someone else, Lu Hong might not have confidence, but Su Muyu would definitely have no problem. More importantly, Prism Tower Shield can work in conjunction with Scout Eagle, and it is a very powerful combination skill if used well. Therefore, Lu Hong decided to let her learn this skill. You learned this skill. Okay. Su Muyu crushed the crystal core, absorbed the crystal core energy, and learned a new skill.
She tried it first, and then began to slowly study the skill effect. She has her own understanding of the skill, and sometimes she can figure out how to use it by herself without Lu Hong teaching.
Well, this skill seems to be a bit difficult to use, and the duration is only 3 seconds. Yes, so the timing of use needs to be very precise. Lu Hong nodded.
Su Muyu tested the skill again, frowned and said, but this skill can only be used near itself, and the shield energy can only be thrown out to a distance of 1 meter at most. After she finished the test, she felt that the range of use of this skill was very limited. The position where Prism Tower Shield appears can only be 1 meter away from itself at most. This means that this skill can basically only be used by herself, and cannot be used by Lu Hong. After all, when fighting, Lu Hong can't always keep a distance of 1 meter from her. Lu Hong smiled and reminded, no, this skill is indeed a close-range defense skill for others, but for you, it can be used remotely.
Do you remember the skill linkage I taught you? I understand. Su Muyu understood it in seconds.
She had already used the skill linkage technique in the Abyss battlefield. She now has learned 3 skills, namely, Scouting Eagle, Invisible Curtain, and Prism Tower Shield. Among the 3 skills, the one that can form a skill linkage and allow Prism Tower Shield to perform remote defense is naturally Scouting Eagle. Su Muyu raised her hand and pointed at the Scouting Eagle in the air, using the Prism Tower Shield skill. The energy of the Scouting Eagle immediately changed and turned into a prismatic shield. No need to practice, the first linkage to use the Prism Tower Shield skill was successful. Lu Hong liked her talent more and more, and she could learn everything at once. Su Muyu began to draw inferences from one example and asked, then if I use the Scout Eagle, can I launch all skills remotely? Lu Hong nodded, Except for some special skills, most of them can be launched. Sumuyu liked the Scout Eagle skill more and more. It turns out that the Scout Eagle is so powerful.
Lu Hong reminded, the skill linkage effect of the Scout Eagle can indeed allow many skills to be launched remotely.
However, using it in this way will consume the Scout Eagle, which is equivalent to increasing the source energy consumption. Sumuyu nodded thoughtfully and summarized to herself, so, skill linkage should be used in emergency situations, and energy should be saved in normal times.
Is this called controlling mana? You know a lot. Lu Hong found that teaching her combat skills was quite worry-free.
With a little reminder, she could understand it by herself. Sumuyu looked at the skill slots. She had learned 3 skills and there were 2 skill slots left.
Well, I still have 2 skill slots left. Can I learn attack skills later?
Lu Hong handed over the corrosive slime, crystal core, attack skills. No, Sumuyu refused with her whole body. Seeing that Lu Hong was about to give her the crystal core, she turned around and ran. Lu Hong took the corrosive slime, crystal core to chase her.
The two chased and played on the beach for a while.
Sumuyu suddenly stopped, and Lu Hong didn't break for a moment and threw her to the beach.
Actually, this skill is really useful. I know, but I don't want it.
Sumuyu knew a skill that can corrode metal, which is very practical, but she really can't accept the body secreting corrosive mucus.
Lu Hong was just joking with her. If you want attack skills, there are many ways.
You don't even need to learn new skills. You can also evolve the original skills into attack power.
How much proficiency have you practiced for the Scout Eagle? I just practiced it to the maximum last night, and I didn't have time to tell you. After Sumuyu went back last night, she finally practiced the Scout Eagle proficiency to the full value of 1000/1000. After completing the training, she fiddled with it for a long time but couldn't find a way to upgrade the skill. So fast?
Lu Hong was a little surprised. Because Lu Heng's wine step proficiency had only been reached 998/1000, and Sumuyu had not expected to reach the full proficiency of Scout Eagle first.
After the skill proficiency is fully trained, how do I upgrade it?
Sumuyu tried various methods, but failed to upgrade the skill.
Skills are different from martial arts. You can't level up just by practicing.
A smile flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. He opened the attribute interface and took a look at the initial talent, Divine Evolution. Divine Evolution, use divine energy to fuse and evolve skills, break the skill level boundaries, and promote skills to higher forms.
Skills learned by superpowers using crystal cores cannot be upgraded after reaching full proficiency.
And, Divine Evolution, can open skill locks, remove skill level restrictions, and allow skills to be upgraded with divine energy. Moreover, the most powerful thing about this talent is that it can not only evolve your own skills, but also help others unlock skill locks. Lu Hong stretched out his hand and said, "Give me your hand."
Sumuyu stretched out her hand as instructed, not knowing what to do.
Lu Hong held her hand, closed his eyes, used Divine Evolution to help her open the skill lock, and guided, "Concentrate now, try to use your divine energy, inject it into the Scout Eagle's skill slot, and improve it." Skill level. Sumuyu closed her eyes and felt a subtle change in the Scouting Eagle skill, as if the lock that locked the skill level had been opened. She followed the instructions and tried to inject divine energy into the Scouting Eagle skill slot. As the divine energy is integrated into the skill slot, the two energies surround the skill slot and finally merge together. The moment the fusion was completed, a data prompt appeared in front of her eyes. Consume 300 points of divine energy to upgrade the Scouting Eagle skill to Advanced Scouting Eagle. Advanced Scout Eagle, skill level, C level, skill consumption, 20 points of source energy, skill effect, summon an Advanced Reconnaissance Eagle for sky reconnaissance, stealth detection, and combat. Detection invisible range equals 2 times perception, attack damage equals 1 times mental power.
Has the skill upgrade been successful? Lu Heng asked the result. Sumuyu nodded vigorously, it's successful.
It has become an Advanced Reconnaissance Eagle, and it has attack capabilities. The range of detecting invisibility has doubled.
That's good.
For Sumuyu, the upgrade of the D.level Reconnaissance Eagle to C.level was a huge improvement. Not only did the range of detecting invisibility double, but also its attack capability was upgraded.
From a team perspective, this skill must be upgraded first. The priority is even above Lu Heng's own skills.
Lu Hong even thought that if the first upgrade failed, he would have to upgrade her Scout Eagle skill even if it consumed another 300 points of divine energy. When Sumuyu returned from the Abyss battlefield, she gained a total of 900 points of divine energy. It took 300 points to assimilate the basic laws of the energy crystal bracelet. Now it costs another 300 points to upgrade the skill, and there are still 300 points left. Sumuyu looked at the data after the skill upgrade and asked, attack damage is not linked to perception, but to mental power. Lu Hong nodded and said, yes, the main function of perception is to improve insight, such as vision and hearing, making it easier to detect invisible targets, as well as hidden mechanisms such as traps. Most of the attack-related abilities are related to mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the damage caused by controlling the Scout Eagle. Sumuyu thought thoughtfully and asked, how high is the damage of 1 times mental power? Lu Hong thought for a moment and gave an example. The attack power of the pistol is 105, and it is a thermal weapon that does not receive bonuses from physical attributes, so the damage is relatively fixed. In other words, with your current mental power, you can control the damage caused by the Scout Eagle's 5 attacks, which is equivalent to 1 shot from a pistol. Of course, this is just a simple analogy. The actual damage depends on the location of the attack. If you attack a vital part, as long as you break the defense, you'll be dead in seconds. In addition, the Scout Eagle can also choose to attack certain areas, such as the eyes. Peck your eyes, that's a bit cruel. Sumuyu pursed her lips, unable to accept this method of attacking vital points. If you encounter an unscrupulous enemy, you will understand that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Lu Hong shook his head and smiled. Just as the two were studying the effects of skill upgrades, Sumuyu suddenly looked serious and reminded, someone is coming. The two quickly stood up and saw a man and a woman walking out of the woods. The man was in his mid-20s, had silver hair, and was very powerful. He looked like a superpower at first glance, and his level was not low. The woman is in her early 20s, wearing black stockings and heavy makeup, and is very elegantly dressed. However, her foundation is far from as good as Sumuyu's. Even with exquisite makeup, her appearance is still far behind Sumuyu's. The two people walked to the beach. The woman in black stockings raised her head and glanced at the Scout Eagle in the sky. She raised her hand and spread her fingers, and clenched her fist hard at the Scout Eagle from the air. The Scout Eagle shook violently. The upgraded Scout Eagle has improved defense. This air attack failed to destroy the Scout Eagle. However, Sumuyu felt this mental shock and her body still shook. Feeling the malice coming from the other party, Sumuyu whispered in Lu Heng's ear, this woman may be the perceiver that Gong Tong group encountered. Her skills in attacking the Scout Eagle are very similar. Lu Hong pulled her behind him, raised his head to face the two of them, and said in a deep voice, this way of greeting is not very polite. The girl in black stockings smiled coquettishly and said, don't be so nervous, I'm just joking with this sister. Let's be honest, what do you want to do? Lu Hong stared at the two people with cold eyes. The silver-haired man turned to look at the sea and said in a very strong tone, we want this beach. You can leave the crystal core and pack your things before leaving. The meaning is obvious, he wants to grab this beach. Lu Hong didn't find it strange that this happened. Because behind this beach is the ring road, with only a small forest in the middle. Standing on the ring road, you can see the situation on the beach. Lu Hong has been hunting abyssal woodlice on the beach for the past 2 days, and there is a high probability that he will be seen by passing vehicles. Obviously. This man and woman must have discovered that abyssal woodlice would come ashore on this beach, so they wanted to come over and grab the territory. In the early days of the arrival of the abyss, hunting abyssal woodworms can not only improve your level, but also obtain demon crystal cores. Who wouldn't want such considerable benefits? Forget about grabbing the territory, we also need to grab the crystal core. Can you afford it if you are so greedy? Lu Hong couldn't help but find it funny that he encountered such a thing so quickly. Who told me I have a good appetite? The silver-haired man was very confident, holding his neck high and looking at lower creatures in his eyes. The invasion of the abyss not only brought crisis to the human world, but also brought extraordinary power. The increase in power is followed by the expansion of ambition and greed for stronger power. The main way to obtain extraordinary power is the demon crystal core. Therefore, among superpowers, it has become inevitable to compete for the demon crystal core, and even fight with their lives. Seeing the coexistence of arrogance and greed in the silver-haired man's eyes, Lu Hong knew that he couldn't avoid this fight, so he moved his limbs and asked, how do you want to rob it? Tell me. It's interesting that you still want to resist. The silver-haired man pulled his short sleeves over his shoulders, revealing his rumpled muscles, and a militant smile appeared on his face. Lu Hong pulled Sumuyu outside the battlefield, gave her the Glock pistol, and warned, you will leave later and don't worry about me. Sumuyu nodded slightly, walked to the shade of the tree, and began to pack her backpack slowly. Lu Hong turned around, looked at the silver-haired man, and signaled, "Let's get started." The silver-haired man wrapped a cloth band around the knuckles of his fist, then rushed out and punched Lu Hong straight in the face. The punch was powerful, heavy, fast and hard. Just by listening to the sound caused by the fist, one could tell that if the punch was a real one, the face would be broken, or severely deformed. Lu Hong's agility has reached 22 points due to the increased talent effect of Jiaruoyulong, which is ultra-high agility even among power users of the same level. The main function of the agility attribute is to improve the human body's neural reaction speed, movement coordination ability, attack speed, and running speed. Therefore, in terms of reaction ability, Lu Hong was far superior to those with powers of the same level. Although the silver-haired man's punch was fast and fierce, Lu Hong still dodged it by tilting his head slightly. After 2 moves, Lu Hong discovered that the silver-haired man might be a professional boxer. When punching, he always used 7 points of force and left 3 points of force behind. When the fist is thrown out, regardless of whether it hits or not, it is immediately retracted and prepared for the next step of defense or to continue the attack. Therefore, the silver-haired man punches quickly and withdraws his punch equally quickly. The right fist was thrown out, but it missed. When the fist was closed, the left fist was already punched out. Lu Hong just turned his head to the right to avoid the right straight punch, and immediately turned his head to the left to avoid the left straight punch. Bang bang several punches, but none succeeded. The silver-haired man was a little surprised. He knew very well that with his current strength and agility, even the world boxing champion would not be able to withstand a punch. After the first round of confrontation, Lu Hong roughly estimated his level and attributes from the air blasting sound from his opponent's fist. This person's strength attribute is close to 20 points, and his agility is slightly lower. To have such high attributes, this person must be at least level 9. At this point in time, there are not many people who can achieve such a high level of abilities. Lu Hong relied on his reborn memory to reach level 9 so quickly. The other party was able to reach level 9 in such a short time, so there should be strong financial support behind it. If you have the money and the channels to buy demon crystal cores, you can really improve rapidly in the early stage of the abyss. For example, Tang Honda was buying demon crystal cores for others before he died. As long as you have enough money and channels to buy demon crystal cores, you can improve your level by absorbing demon energy. At this point in time, you can really reach level 9. After dodging a straight punch again, Lu Hong began to counterattack, throwing out 2 whip kicks, as fast as lightning. The silver-haired man focused his eyes and found that the whip kick came too fast and he couldn't dodge it at all, so he immediately raised his arms to block it. Bang bang twice. Although the silver-haired man was not injured, he was still knocked back 2 steps after taking the attack. The silver-haired man was kicked twice, and the smile on his face became more excited, interesting. He raised his head and shouted, bursting with source energy, and the whole person rose up, floating in the air. The surrounding wind was blowing violently, blowing his silver hair wildly, and his momentum soared, and he was extremely powerful. Lu Hong was stunned when he saw this scene. I didn't remember it just now, but now seeing him floating in the air with his silver hair dancing wildly, I finally remembered who he was. In his previous life, this person was the top superpower in Binhai, Storm Boxing King Lei Jinhao. He is the captain of Thunder, one of the 3 major superpower teams in Binhai. And the silver hair on his head is not dyed, but slowly turns silver after obtaining the power of the storm. However, there is still a big gap between his current image and the Storm Boxing King in his memory. In the memory, once the Storm Boxing King bursts out, the sky will change with wind and clouds, lightning and thunder. Now his level is not high enough, so the power he shows is not that strong. Even so, at this point in time, the burst of power can float in the air. This kind of strength is also the absolute peak among superpowers. After he burst out the power of the storm, he shouted loudly, jumped 3 meters high, and punched Lu Hong. Lu Hong did not dare to be careless, stepped on the wind, and slid to dodge. Bang! The silver-haired man punched the beach, and the sand flew and a big pit was created. After he burst out the power of the storm, he charged faster and punched more fiercely. However, after Lu Hong activated Wind Step, his speed increased by 80%, and he still moved under his fist wind with ease. Moreover, the proficiency of Wind Step was improved in the battle. Use Wind Step to fight, skill proficiency +1, Wind Step, proficiency reached 999/1000, and it was just 1 step away from full practice. While the two were fighting fiercely, Sumuyu packed her backpack and looked back at the battle, feeling a little worried. However, she knew in her heart that staying here would become a burden. So she decided to follow Lu Hang's arrangement just now, take the demon crystal core in her backpack, enter the invisible state, and then walk towards the woods. Soon, the girl in black silk stockings discovered that Su Muyu had disappeared from sight and had taken away the demon crystal core.
She angrily cursed, "Want to leave? Can you leave?"
She immediately activated her perception skills and chased into the woods. Seeing that she was going to chase Su Muyu, Lu Hong stepped in front of her and stopped her. "It's almost done, don't bully others too much." Immediately afterwards, the silver-haired man stood in front of Lu Hang and said arrogantly, "Go and chase him. If this person dares to stop you, I will beat him to death." The girl in black stockings gave Lu Hong a frivolous smile, activated her acceleration skills, and chased into the woods.
Lu Hong quickly reminded on the Bluetooth headset, "That woman is chasing you, be careful." "Okay, don't worry about me, I'm fine."
Su Muyu said this, but she was very nervous in her heart. Although she is already a superpower, she has never fought with anyone. The girl in black stockings chased into the woods, and shouted with a charming smile, "Little sister, don't run away, your invisibility is of no use to me. Obediently hand over the crystal core, and I can introduce a strong teammate to love you."
Su Muyu can't run fast in the woods, but the black stocking girl has acceleration skills.
Under the circumstances, the woman in black stockings chased for several hundred meters in the woods. Using her perception skills, she saw a transparent figure flashing past in front of her.
"Got you."
A smile appeared on her lips, and she rushed forward quickly, preparing to knock Su Muyu down with one kick. Su Muyu had been observing behind her with a reconnaissance eagle. When she saw the woman in black stockings chasing after her, she took out the crossbow, turned around, aimed and pulled the trigger.
Whoosh! The crossbow arrow shot out and hit the black stocking woman's abdomen.
The woman in black stockings had a very high sense of perception and saw Su Muyu pulling out a crossbow. The moment the crossbow arrow was fired, she ducked towards the tree trunk next to her.
The crossbow arrow nailed the tree trunk with a ding sound. "You dare to fight back, you are seeking death."
The black stocking woman's face showed anger. She snorted coldly, rushed out, jumped up, ignited her flaming hand, and slapped Su Muyu in the face. Su Muyu silently chanted 3, 2, 1 in her heart and used the skill, Prism Tower Shield. A prismatic tower shield appeared out of thin air and stood beside him, blocking the black silk woman's flaming hand attack.
Immediately afterwards,
Su Muyu controlled the advanced reconnaissance eagle to swoop down and peck the black stocking girl's eyes. Originally, she thought it was cruel to peck someone's eyes with a scout eagle. But the other party was too cruel. He slapped his face with a flaming hand. For a woman, this kind of attack was more cruel than a killer, so Su Muyu was not merciless. When the girl in black stockings saw the scout hawk pounce down, her eyes narrowed and she quickly raised her hand to blast the scout hawk.
Su Muyu took advantage of this opportunity, took out the electric shock stick and stabbed her in the abdomen. Sizzle! Ah!
The girl in black stockings screamed, fell to the ground, and almost fainted. After succeeding with one blow, Su Muyu felt a little excited and cheered in the communication channel, "I defeated her, I won." Lu Hong heard Su Muyu's voice coming from the Bluetooth headset and smiled at the silver-haired man. "It seems like your woman is not very good."
Court death.
The silver-haired man did not go to rescue the woman in black stockings, but continued to attack Lu Hong with fists.
Other side. The girl in black stockings was almost knocked unconscious by the electric shock rod.
Fortunately, the superpower's physique was relatively strong and she could barely withstand the high-voltage current of the electric shock rod. She gritted her teeth and took out the flare, fired it into the sky, and at the same time shouted in the communication channel, "Someone is coming."
This time,
a speedboat that was originally searching for abyssal woodlice on the sea turned and rushed towards the shore. A group of superpowers jumped out of the speedboat. There were more than a dozen of them, and all of them had guns in their hands.
The silver-haired man shouted to the team of men, "You go rescue Yadwa, and I'll go over after I kill this reptile."
He stared at Lu Hong fiercely, clenched his fists with both hands, and erupted with a storm of body-protecting energy.
He threatened, "Tell you woman, she dares to hurt Yadwa's hair. When I catch her, I will let her survive. No, I can't die."
Lu Hong saw another group of superpowers appearing, and knew that he could not delay them any longer. He reminded Su Muyu to leave quickly, and then pulled out the Aurora blade from the void. Half a minute ago, the proficiency of Wind Step had reached the full value, 1000/1000, in battle. Lu Hong directly used Divine Evolution, consuming 300 points of divine energy to upgrade Wind Step. Divine energy flows into the skill slot, and the two energies merge together to form a new energy ball. The skill of Wind Step is upgraded to Wind Step Thrust. Wind Step Thrust, skill level, C level, skill consumption, 3 points of energy/minute, skill effect, release energy to infuse the legs, gaining wind. Like running speed plus 100%. When launching a straight thrust, temporarily gain double speed increase. The skill upgrade effect is even better than expected. Lu Hang activated Thunder Weapon and Wind Step Thrust at the same time, rushed towards the silver-haired man, and used the Jinyu style with the 7-section sword step. A sword slashed out, blasting away his storm. Protecting aura.
Bang!
The silver-haired man's talent and skills combined into a storming energy, possessing quasi-A. Level strength, integrating offense and defense. The windy energy rolled up, and ordinary sword attacks could not break through it at all. Now, Lu Hong cut through his windy energy with one sword. The silver-haired man's eyes condensed, and he immediately flew back, trying to avoid the sharp edge. Lu Hong did not give him room to dodge, and the second sword chasing the moon followed. The sword light stabbed straight, exerting the straight-line stabbing effect of Wind Step Thrust, and the instantaneous speed bonus sword from plus 100% to plus 200%. The sword stabbed out, as fast as lightning. The silver-haired man found that the sword was so fast that he was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, it had stabbed in front of him, leaving no room for dodge. His face was full of horror, and he could only grit his teeth and stretch out his hands to grab the sword blade and hold it with all his strength. The blade of the Aurora blade was extremely sharp, and the sword edge cut through his palm, almost cutting off his palm. Seeing that he wanted to resist, Lu Hong raised a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth, and used the subtle swordsmanship, exerting force at the end of the sword style. Puff! The tip of the sword broke through the palm of his hand and penetrated into the silver-haired man's chest. Ah! The silver-haired man was full of horror, and the sword pierced his lungs. He only felt a hot stream gushing out of his lungs, and he choked and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that Lu Hong was so strong that he forced him into a desperate situation with only two swords. He made a prompt decision, roared, and used the trump card skill, Desperate Fury. The wound closed and stopped bleeding instantly, and his strength, agility, and physique soared by 30%, and launched a counterattack against Lu Hang. Lu Hong saw that his eyes were red, and he recognized it as the Desperate Fury skill at a glance. This skill is a desperate counterattack skill. When used after being injured, the wound will stop bleeding immediately and reduce the pain. At the same time, the strength, agility and other attributes will increase significantly. The combat power that bursts out when using this skill is like a violent boss in the final stage, and no one can withstand it. A skill with such strong explosive power also has great side effects. After using it, you will be seriously injured, and your strength, agility, blood and other attributes will be directly cut in half. Even a superpower user will have to rest for more than half a month to recover. This silver-haired man was able to develop into a storm boxing king who dominated the coastal area in his previous life. He really has his strengths. Lu Hong forced out his violent skills and did not fight him head-on. He stepped on the wind step and pulled away. The team of superpowers found that their boss was injured and immediately raised their guns to shoot at Lu Hang.
Lu Hong reacted quickly and hid behind the tree with a flash. The bullets hit the tree trunk with a bang. There were too many people on the other side, and they all carried guns, which was a bit tricky. This group of superpowers surrounded him with guns, and the situation became very tense. At this time, Su Muyu pointed a pistol at the back of the black dot stalking woman's head and forced her out of the woods. If you don't want her to die, retreat. The silver-haired man was in a violent state, but this state could not last too long. He originally planned to kill Lu Hang while he was in a violent state, and the woman could be spared. However, Su Muyu now had a hostage. If you dare to shoot, I will make you two live a life worse than death. The silver-haired man threatened with a fierce light in his eyes. Lu Hong took the black dot stockinged woman from Su Muyu, blocked him in front of him, and said, "When your violent state ends, who do you think will die?" The silver-haired man's face suddenly became uncertain, because he had already used the violent skill, and when the skill ended, his combat power was directly cut in half. And the strength that Lu Hong showed just now really scared him. Moreover, the longer the violent skill lasts, the more serious the injury caused after it ends. The silver-haired man's face darkened, and he ordered, "I'll let you go this time. If I meet you again next time, I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. Let's go." He wanted to evacuate before the fury ended, and then rush to the hospital for treatment.
After the silver-haired man's team got on the speedboat, Lu Hong let go of the black silk girl, and then pulled Su Muyu back into the woods to rest. Su Muyu won the first single-handed fight, and it wasn't the kind of girls pulling each other's hair. On the way back, she excitedly recounted the process of her defeating the black silk girl. That's it, I used the Prism Tower shield to block her attack, then let the Scout Eagle peck her eyes, and finally knocked her down with the electric baton.
I won, why don't you praise me?
Great, great. Lu Hong thought she was very cheerful and cute now, but at this age, she was still a little childish. In the afternoon, Lei Jinhao's team of superpowers occupied Gardenia Beach and placed animal carcasses on the beach to attract abyss woodlice to come ashore. This future storm boxer has already formed a team of more than 50 superpowers in just 1 month of the abyss invasion. More than 50 superpowers. If you want these people to obey orders, you can't just give them some salary. Therefore, Lei Jinhao must have financial support behind him, otherwise he can't afford so many subordinates.
On the Baoshan lighthouse on the coast, Su Muyu saw that Gardenia Beach was occupied by others and was a little angry.
It's so hateful, they robbed our territory. Lu Hong looked at the surging waves on the sea, his expression was very calm. Don't be angry, this sea area will not be calm for a few days.
But I'm still very angry.
If we can brush woodlice for 2 more days, maybe we can get 2 more crystal cores.
Su Muyu decided to continue to be angry. Lu Hong smiled calmly and said, ordinary abyss slugs can't produce anything good. It's time to make the next plan.
What plan?
Why don't I know?
Su Muyu blinked.
You don't need to know.
Lu Hong stretched out his hand and tapped her forehead.
If you keep tapping your forehead, you will become stupid.
Su Muyu pouted to protest.
You are stupid enough. There is no room for you to go down.
After Lu Hong teased her, he turned his head to the sea. Looking at the wind and waves on the sea, the abyss slug should appear in 1 or 2 days at most.
However, this storm boxer is too arrogant.
Even if the benefits of hunting abyss slugs are not high, Lu Hong does not intend to give them the opportunity to spawn monsters. He directly took out a spare mobile phone and made a call.
After the call was connected, neither party spoke.
After waiting for a long time, the other party finally asked, "Who are you?"
Lu Hong greeted in a normal tone, "Hello, Inspector Chen."
This number is exactly the Senior Inspector Chen Linian of the Iron Blood Supernatural Event Investigation Bureau.
Who are you? The same question was asked again on the other end of the phone.
Lu Hong did not answer his question, but went straight to the point. Under the reef in the Gardenia Beach area, there is a mother abyss worm that has laid tens of thousands of eggs. In a few days, this batch of abyss worms should come ashore from Gardenia Beach. Now someone is attracting abyss worms at Gardenia Beach. I estimate that the worm tide will come ashore in advance, and many people will die around then. After talking about the matter, Lu Hong hung up the phone directly and removed the battery of the spare phone.
The call was made. In less than an hour, the Iron Blood action team drove an armored vehicle to take over Gardenia Beach and drove away all the silver-haired man's men. Immediately afterwards, Iron Blood sent a speedboat to explore the waters of Gardenia Beach and began to deploy operations. On the other side, the silver-haired man was injecting nutrient solution and newly developed source energy recovery potion in the hospital when he suddenly received a call from his men. He learned that Gardenia Beach was blocked by the official supernatural armed department, and his team was driven away just after taking over Gardenia Beach, and did not get a demon crystal core. The silver-haired man was so angry when he heard the news that he smashed the phone with a bang. Iron Blood acted quickly, sent out perception-type psychics to scout the sea area near Gardenia Beach, confirm the existence of the abyss tideworm swarm, and then immediately start deploying operations. In the early stage of the abyss, low-level abyss monsters are not enough to face the steel barrage of the armed forces. If a swarm of abyss tideworms appears in Gardenia Beach, only a few armored vehicles and high-rate heavy machine guns are needed to smash the abyss tideworms that come ashore. However, the IQ of the abyss monsters is not low.
Once the landing is blocked, they will immediately disperse and go ashore from other directions. At that time, the armored vehicles will not be able to chase. Therefore, if we wait until the insect tide is formed before dealing with it, the situation will be difficult to control. The most correct way is to reduce the number of abyss tideworms as much as possible before the insect tide is formed. And the most important point, that is to kill the queen as soon as possible. If the queen is not eliminated, there will be a steady stream of abyss lice hatching in the future. If the queen hatches the next generation of queens, the swarm of lice will spread, and then thousands of kilometers of coastline will be in trouble.
The next day, Tie Shui issued a bounty.
Hunting the abyss lice in the Gardenia Beach area, each bounty is 10,000. The bounty for the Queen of the Abyss is 1 million, and all the harvest from hunting the Queen belongs to the hunting team.
From this day on, the rental prices of speedboats, yachts, and fishing boats have skyrocketed dozens of times.
More than a dozen teams of superpowers gathered at Gardenia Beach, rented boats, and hunted abyss lice at sea.
Abyss lice are only secondary.
The strong teams are all targeting the Queen. For the top psychic team, the 1 million bounty is not very attractive. The value of the queen worm itself is the key. The queen worm is higher in rank than ordinary wood lice, which means that the demon crystal core separated after the queen worm dies must be of a higher rank. Although there are many ships hunting abyss woodlice at sea, the efficiency is not high. Because abyss woodlice can hide in the deepest part of the seabed, and it is difficult for humans to dive so deep. If you wear a diving suit and dive into the seabed, it is not to hunt abyss woodlice, but to deliver food. Therefore, most psychic teams can only catch abyss woodlice by fishing. Abyss woodlice are generally 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. This size is very large, but professional shark fishing tools can still catch them. And the abyss woodlice are very bloodthirsty, and they are easy to bite the hook when they use animal flesh and blood as bait. Fishing can catch abyss woodlice, but the mother worm cannot be caught. The top psychic team still targets the mother worm.
If you want to find the mother worm, you must go into the water.
Therefore, the prices of all skill crystal cores related to water attributes on the crystal core dark web began to soar. Skill crystal cores such as underwater breathing, deep diving air pressure balance, energy flippers, that can improve underwater mobility have all been sold out. However, the top psychic team bought these skill crystal cores not for the core team members. The number of skill slots of psychics is limited, and it is impossible for a strong psychic warrior to learn a skill like underwater breathing. Unless this psychic wants to dominate the ocean in the future and learn skills related to water, he will make such a choice. Humans are always land creatures, and there are always only a few who take the path of the Sea King. Therefore, after these water skill crystal cores were bought, they were all used by marginal people in the team, who were responsible for exploring the water and looking for the mother insect.
On a luxury yacht, several psychics dragged a deep-sea woodworm onto the boat by pulling a rope. The deep-sea woodworm rolled onto the deck of the yacht, twisting its body and knocking several pits out of the deck. The originally luxurious and elegant yacht was made dirty and messy. After the deep-sea woodworm was dragged up, a bodyguard in a black suit walked to the door of the cabin and said to the people inside, "Master Lin, another one has been caught." A young man in his 20s in the cabin picked up a bright silver revolver and walked out of the cabin. Several psychics on the deck used tools to hold down the deep-sea woodworm. The young man held the revolver and pressed it against the back of the deep-sea woodworm's head shell, firing 3 shots in a row. The deep-sea woodworm's dozen pairs of insect legs immediately straightened up and lay on the deck without moving. After killing the abyss woodlice, the young man looked at the upgrade prompt and said happily, "Everyone did a good job. Today's bonus is doubled." "Thank you, boss." Everyone answered in unison. Binhai Baoshan Lighthouse is a tourist attraction in this seaside city. Blowing the sea breeze on the lighthouse, you can see the blue sea and the cargo ships returning from afar. However, there are no tourists on the lighthouse today. Because the authorities have issued an early warning and evacuated the people around Gardenia Beach. So today, there are only Lu Hong and Su Muyu on the Baoshan Lighthouse. As more and more demons appear around the world, public opinion can no longer cover it up. With more and more official bounties and the blockade of the Gardenia beach waters, many people began to know about the abyss invasion. Lu Hong received several calls from his parents because they were worried. "Son, why don't you go home and live? It's not peaceful outside now. I see many people say they have seen monsters." Li Xiaoyun saw a lot of news about abyss monsters and was very worried. "Many places are closed now. I heard that the Gardenia beach is completely blocked. It seems that there is Godzilla in the sea. I have to go through Gardenia beach to go home." Lu Hong has something to do now, so he can only find an excuse to get away. "Then don't come back for now. Stay in school. The school should still be safe. Don't leave the school unless necessary." Li Xiaoyun immediately changed her mind because she also saw the news last night. The sea area around Gardenia Beach has indeed been blocked. "Okay, I know." Lu Hong comforted his mother and quickly found a reason to hang up the phone. The situation on Su Muyu's side is similar, and she also needs to comfort her mother's concerns. After she finished the call, she switched to the vision of the reconnaissance eagle and flew a circle on the sea. "Many teams are killing abyss woodlice in the sea. Do we want to join? It's hard to rent a boat now,
and it's too inefficient to hunt abyss woodlice in this way.
Lu Hong shook his head.
If you want to hunt abyss woodlice in the sea now, you must first rent a boat and then look for abyss woodlice on the sea. If you are lucky, you can hunt 3 or 2 abyssal worms a day, but the harvest is shared by everyone on the ship.
What should we do then? Su Muyu felt a little unhappy. Wait for the queen worm to appear.
Lu Hong looked at the waves on the sea with a very calm expression.
The queen worm should be hidden very deep, right?
I see many teams want to find the queen worm. Su Muyu felt that it was a bit difficult to find the queen worm. For others, finding the queen worm is really like looking for a needle in a haystack, but for Lu Hong, he already knew the standard answer. In the previous life, the scene of the abyssal worm landing on Gardenia Beach was very spectacular, and the relevant reports in Binhai City were overwhelming. At that time, many major forces spent money to hire mercenaries to hunt demon crystal cores and find the queen worm of the abyss. When the queen worm's nest was finally found, there were reporters who entered the nest to shoot first-hand pictures. Therefore, Lu Hong didn't need to look for it at all, because he already knew the location of the queen worm's nest.
The next afternoon,
the Gardenia Beach area became more lively because a team of water-based psychics discovered the mother worm. It was a giant woodworm 6 meters long and 3 meters wide, with a fat abdomen wrapped in a hard shell. It looked hideous and terrifying, and the shell was as hard as iron. After the mother worm was discovered, more and more teams of psychics surrounded it and began to attack it.
Most of the psychics' attack methods could not hurt the mother worm deep in the sea. However, humans mastered underwater attack methods hundreds of years ago.
The psychic teams participating in the hunting of the abyss woodworms all obtained permission to use depth charges.
One by one, depth charges were thrown into the sea. Boom! 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 A muffled sound exploded from the bottom of the sea.
The explosion shockwave rushed out of the sea, rolling up a bunch of gorgeous explosions. The successive explosions of depth charges taught this mother worm from the abyss a lesson.
Humans have always been good at destroying things.
More than a dozen ships were chasing the queen worm on the seabed. A large number of depth charges exploded on the seabed, causing huge waves, as if the entire sea area was boiling. Knowing that the abyss queen worm was discovered, Lu Hong knew that the time had come, and called Su Muyu to prepare to set out to pick up the leaks. It was getting close to dusk, and the sea began to recede. On the sea, some reefs emerged from the water. The larger reefs all have names. The third largest reef in the Gardenia Beach is called Dragon Bone Reef, which is basically an island reef at low tide. The part of the Dragon Bone Reef exposed to the sea after the tide receded is more than 300 square meters, and its shape is like the back of a dinosaur. As the sun sank below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Hong took Su Muyu down from the Baoshan lighthouse and came to the beach. There was a motorboat parked on the beach. Because the sea water receded, the motorboat ran aground on the beach.
Lu Hong pushed the motorboat into the sea, dragging a deep trace on the beach. Can you swim?
I haven't learned it.
Su Muyu shook her head.
Lu Hong took out a life jacket from the storage box of the motorboat and put it on her, thinking that she would look good in a swimsuit.
Ahem.
Lu Hong quickly put his evil thoughts back, got on the motorboat, and took Su Muyu to the keel reef. After the tide receded, the part of the keel reef exposed above the sea was more than 20 meters long, and the part underwater was even longer. Moreover, there were many reefs around, and large ships dared not approach here. Lu Hong stopped the motorboat, tied the cable to the reef, and then reached out to help Su Muyu down. Su Muyu tidied her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze, tightened her life jacket, and then turned her head to look around. Are there abyssal woodlice here? Lu Hong found a sheltered place, took off his life jacket, spread it on the ground as a cushion, and pulled her to sit down. This is fine, you release the scout eagle to scout the situation under this reef.
Okay.
Su Muyu nodded in agreement, then released the scout eagle, dived into the water and began to scout. Since the scout eagle is an energy structure, it can enter the water, but after entering the water, its movement speed will be much slower. She controlled the scout eagle to circle around the reef and said, "It seems that there are no abyssal woodlice around."
Lu Hong reminded, "Look for caves or something like that."
Okay. Su Muyu nodded again and continued to search, controlling the scout eagle to drill into various stone cracks.
Half an hour later, she suddenly exclaimed, "I found a hole, a big hole." I walked in. She observed the situation in the underwater cave from the perspective of the scout eagle and said what she saw. "Hey, this hole didn't continue to extend downwards, but went upwards. The hole is a bit long."
Hey! I surfaced. The innermost part of this hole is hollow, not under the water, and it's exposed to the water.
I saw it. It's the abyss woodlice.
This abyss woodlice is a bit small, only half a meter long.
I know, this is the nest of the abyss woodlice. I saw a lot of eggs, one by one stuck on the floor and on the wall. One egg cracked, and an abyss woodlice crawled out. It has a soft shell. This is terrible. She said terrible, but there was a hint of surprise and excitement in her tone. Find the shortest route and take my clone in later. Lu Hong arranged the next move. Okay.
Sumuyu nodded, controlled the scout eagle to walk through the underwater cave again, and memorized the route of the cave.
On the other side.
As the action of hunting the queen insect reached a white-hot stage, conflicts began to occur among the teams of superpowers.
The two ships collided because of the pursuit of the queen worm, and the two sides fought fiercely. The abyss queen worm on the seabed is the highest level abyss creature found on the blue planet so far. This means that if the queen worm drops a demon crystal core, the level will be very high. Whoever can get this high level crystal core can take off. Therefore, this action of hunting the queen worm is a battle of luck for many superpowers.
The sky gradually darkened. The ships chasing the queen worm began to approach the direction of the Dragon Bone Reef. Lu Hong saw those ships approaching and guessed that the queen worm should be injured and began to flee in the direction of the nest.
It's coming, get ready.
Lu Hong said, releasing a shadow clone and letting the scout eagle lead the way into the underwater cave of the Dragon Bone Reef. After entering the nest of the queen beetle, Lu Hong controlled the shadow clone, unscrewed a large barrel of gasoline, and poured it in every corner of the nest. Some abyss woodlice smelled the smell of gasoline and came out of the eggs in advance, and actually opened their mouths to suck gasoline.
After getting ready, the next step is to wait. Sumuyu asked a little nervously, will the queen beetle come back?
If it is not blown to death, it should be.
In fact, Lu Hong could not be sure whether the queen beetle could escape back to the nest.
After all, more than a dozen ships on the sea were chasing it.
As long as the depth charge was more accurate, the queen beetle's shell would definitely not be able to withstand it.
However, the depth charge used by these psychics is not a cutting-edge technology product, and it is difficult to accurately control the explosion position, and it can only be piled up by quantity.
Whether the queen beetle will be blown to death in the end is a probability problem.
The internal space of the nest is closed, and it is easy to explode if ignited.
We have to stay away.
Sumuyu saw that the queen beetle nest was full of gasoline and hurriedly reminded. Lu Hong pulled her to the tail of the keel reef and kept a safe distance from the hollow cave of the reef. After nightfall, the visibility on the seabed decreased.
It became more difficult for the perception-based psychics to track the queen worm.
Several ships could not find the queen worm and scattered around. More than 10 minutes passed.
Sumuyu suddenly grabbed Lu Heng's arm and said, "It's here. The queen worm has entered the cave. It is injured."
A large piece of its shell on the left side was blown up. Under the observation of the scout eagle, the abyss queen worm passed through the seabed cave and returned to the nest. The nest was full of the smell of gasoline. However, the abyss woodworm did not resist the smell of gasoline. The abyss queen worm drilled back into the nest and summoned the abyss woodworm in the nest to crawl out and lick its wounds.
At this moment, Lu Hong controlled the shadow clone and ignited the gasoline.
The flames spread to all corners of the nest in the blink of an eye. The abyss queen worm howled angrily in the flames, twisted violently, and hit the cave wall to shake constantly. The flames burned in the confined space, causing an explosion.
Boom! With a loud bang, the Dragon Bone Reef shook violently, and the explosion blew away the rocks on the top of the cave. A large hole was blown out above the Dragon Bone Reef.
The rocks blown away by the explosion flew in all directions and landed on the sea surface, stirring up water columns. There were also many pieces of rubble from the explosion flying towards Lu Hang and the others.
"Open the shield," Lu Hong hurriedly reminded. Sumuyu had already prepared in advance.
At the moment of the explosion, he clenched his fists and propped up a prism tower shield in front of the two of them. The rubble hit the tower shield with a bang and was blocked. The Abyss Queen hissed and drilled out of the blown hole, but her body had been blown to pieces in the explosion of depth charges and gasoline. The flames gushing out of the cave were still burning her body. The Abyss Queen struggled in the flames for half a minute, and finally fell powerlessly at the entrance of the cave. Hunting the mother of the Abyss Woodlice, absorbing 100 points of demonic energy. Hunting the larvae of the Abyss Woodlice, absorbing 1 point of demonic energy. Hunting the larvae of the Abyss Woodlice, absorbing 1 point of demonic energy. Hundreds of eggs in the nest were all transformed into experience in the flames, and data prompts began to refresh the screen. Hunting the larvae of the Abyss Woodlice, absorbing 1 point of demonic energy. Hunting the larvae of the abyss woodlice, absorbing 1 point of demonic energy. After absorbing a large amount of demonic energy, Lu Hong reached level 10 in one breath, with all attributes +1, and the talent, Slippery Dragon, had an additional +0.3 agility, making the agility attribute reach 23 points. Sumuyu's level also caught up, reaching level 9. The explosion of the Dragon Bone Reef attracted the attention of the dozen ships on the sea, and some ships began to approach the side. Without waiting for the flames to go out, Lu Hong released the Shadow Clone and entered the flames to look for the Demon Crystal Core. Use the Scout Eagle to find the Crystal Core, and we will leave after getting the things. Sumuyu quickly controlled the Scout Eagle and flew into the fire to look for the Demon Crystal Core. Under the scorching flames, the Scout Eagle was quickly burned out. However, her perception ability improved, and she quickly found the location of the 3 Demon Crystal Cores. The Scout Eagle was released again, and 2 Demon Crystal Cores were caught from the fire. The last Demon Crystal Core was taken out by Lu Hong, who controlled the Shadow Clone and pried open the shell of the Queen Worm with a sword. After getting 3 crystal cores, the two got on the motorboat, opened the invisible curtain, passed by a yacht, and floated away. More than a dozen ships rushed to the Dragon Bone Reef, and 2 of them hit the reef. More than a dozen teams of superpowers boarded the Dragon Bone Reef and saw a big hole blown out on the Dragon Bone Reef, and the Abyss Queen Worm burned to charcoal at the hole. The top superpowers with deep backgrounds looked uncertain. Lei Jinhao, who would be called the Storm Boxer in the future, also boarded the Dragon Bone Reef. Originally, he was determined to get the crystal core of the Queen Worm. Even though his injuries had not recovered, he came to command his men to hunt the Queen Worm in person. As a result, hundreds of depth charges were thrown down, but nothing was caught. An old man in his 50s, holding a pipe in his mouth, walked to the silver-haired man and said leisurely, "Lei Jinhao, we are doing the wedding dress for others this time." The silver-haired man called Lei Jinhao looked at his men with a cold look and asked, "Did anyone see who killed the Queen Worm in the end?" A superpower raised his hand and said, "I seem to have seen a man and a woman on the Dragon Bone Reef before." "A man and a woman?" Lei Jinhao narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, the man and the woman mentioned by these people have returned to the hotel. Divide the spoils, divide the spoils. Lu Hong took out all the gains and placed them on the table. "I had hunted the abyss worms in Gardenia Beach before and got 3 crystal cores. Among them, the Prism Tower Shield crystal core has been given to Sumuyu. The remaining 2 are corrosive mucus and an ordinary crystal core. I killed the Queen Worm tonight and got 3 more crystal cores. To be precise, 2 of them are flat block crystals, showing a translucent orange-red color." When he saw the color, Lu Hang basically recognized what it was, picked it up to check the data, and it was as expected. Quenching essence, materials used for quenching. Using corresponding materials to quench weapons and equipment can improve the power and grade of weapons and equipment. 2 pieces of quenching essence, the third one is a skill crystal core, woodworm shell. Woodworm shell, skill level, sea level, skill consumption, 50 source energy/day, cuticle growth period, skill effect, generate a permanent cuticle on the body surface. When the cuticle reaches a certain thickness, it will harden into a shell with extremely strong defense. How strong is the defense of this skill crystal core? You can see that the shell of the mother insect can withstand depth charges. However, the shell formed by this skill is permanent. Unless it is cut off with a knife, the body will always have a woodworm shell. This skill is very unique. In terms of skill effects, it is indeed a powerful skill, but due to some special reasons, the price is often not high. After all, most people cannot accept having woodlice shells all over their bodies. That would be too ugly. You don't want to learn this, woodlice shell, right? Lu Hong smiled at Sumuyu. Sumuyu shook her head like a rattle, determined not to learn this kind of curious skill. Then put these 2 crystal cores aside for now. Lu Hong put corrosive mucus and woodlice shell aside for now. Sumuyu suddenly showed a naughty smile, pointed at the woodlice shell crystal core, and said, "You can learn this, maybe it's very handsome." "Ha! Now you have learned to tease me, right?" Lu Hong found that she was also very cute when she was joking. In his memory, she had never joked like this. At that time, she always had a layer of sadness under her calm appearance. Sumuyu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She had been teased before, and finally fought back. After laughing for a while, she turned to ask about the business. "How do you use these 2 pieces of quenching essence? Remember the quenching fort? When you find the entrance to the quenching fort,
You can use these 2 pieces of essence to quench your weapons and improve their properties. Lu Hong first put the 2 pieces of quenching essence into the inventory. Su Muyu blinked and said in surprise, "You mean, the quenching fort is now on Blue Star?" Lu Hong corrected his statement, "If the quenching fort successfully escaped from the Abyss world, it should be in the gap between the overlapping spaces of the 2 worlds now." "Then are we going to find the entrance to the quenching fort now?" Su Muyu suddenly wanted to go to quenching fort to see it. After all, they helped quenching fort escape from the Abyss. She didn't know whether they succeeded in the end. "You can go look for it, but I don't know if the entrance is there now." Lu Hong thought of the tempering fort in his previous life. The entrance was very secret and could not be found using ordinary methods. "Then let's go. That little dwarf Gulu, I don't know if he will succeed." Su Muyu thought the tempering master named Gulu was quite interesting. "Okay. Let's gather at 8 o'clock tonight. Let's find the entrance to the quenching castle. If you happen to have the quenching essence, you can try quenching the weapon to increase its power." 8 p.m. Su Muyu came to meet on time. Before arriving, she dressed up specially and put on the newly bought leather shoes. Her hair was combed into a half ponytail and tied with a sky blue headband. "Where are we going?" "Century Bridge number 9 bridge opening. The night view of the beach near the Century Bridge is very beautiful. The night market lights on the embankment road are connected with the colorful outline lights on the Century Bridge, creating a sea of neon lights." Arriving in front of the Binhai Century Bridge, Su Muyu blinked hard and counted 3 times. Whether counting from left to right or from right to left, there are only 8 bridge openings in the Marina Century Bridge. 1, 2, 3, 8, did you just say bridge number 9? Su Muyu began to feel unconfident about her memory. "It's bridge number 9. Lu Hong pulled her to the foot of the Century Bridge. As we walked to the bottom of the bridge, the lights slowly dimmed. Lu Hong pointed to the bottom of the bridge and said, "Look and see if there is a 9th bridge hole." The Binhai Century Bridge does have only 8 bridge openings, each with a span of more than 100 meters, and the entire bridge is more than 1,000 meters long. After the Abyss plane arrives, the spaces of the 2 worlds will overlap. The arrival of planes does not happen overnight, but space overlap gradually occurs. Bridge hole number 9 is created after the space overlaps. However, it is impossible to find the number 9 bridge cave with the naked eye. It requires a person with strong sensory skills to detect it. Following Lu Heng's prompts, Su Muyu released the reconnaissance eagle, turned on its invisibility detection ability, and flew under the bridge to investigate. Then something magical happened, a new bridge hole appeared under the bridge. This bridge hole is very much like a door, emitting a layer of light, leading to an unknown place. "I saw it, it's amazing." Her tone was full of surprise. "Let's go and see if we can go in." Lu Han was also very happy when he heard that bridge hole number 9 appeared. Su Muyu closed her eyes, relied on the vision of a scout eagle, held Lu Heng's hand, and walked into the number 9 bridge hole of the Century Bridge. "Welcome, my friends. I'm so glad to see you again." Lu Hong and Su Muyu passed through the number 9 tunnel of the Century Bridge and arrived at the vestibule of the Quenching Castle. Then they heard the strange voice of Guru. Guru was still wearing a cloak and a cat-faced mask. He was wrapped in clothes, shoes and socks, making it difficult to see his appearance. He looked a little more mysterious. "Hello, did you get out of the abyss smoothly?" Lu Hong asked with concern. "With your help, it went very smoothly." Guru's tone was obviously much more relaxed than when he was in the abyss world. "That's good. We came here today to try to quench the weapons. We just got 2 pieces of quenching materials 2 days ago," Lu Hong said, and took out the 2 pieces of quenching essence and handed them to him. Guru took the quenching essence and praised, "This is a very good quenching material. My quenching furnace has just been repaired. You can try the effect. Come with me." Because he helped Guru's quenching castle escape the abyss, Lu Hong can quench weapons and equipment in the quenching castle for free. Of course, the materials must be prepared by themselves. Guru led the 2 through the ancient corridor of the quenching castle and walked into a forging room. On the way, he talked about the history of the quenching castle. Walking into the forging room and coming to a quenching furnace, Guru introduced, "This is the quenching furnace. First put in the quenching essence, wait for the quenching essence to melt into liquid, and then put in the weapon to be quenched. The quenching furnace broke when I left the abyss. I just repaired it, so there is no accurate data on the quenching success rate. However, based on my experience, it should be no problem. Do you want to try it now?" Lu Hong had quenching experience before his rebirth, so he decided to try it himself.
So, let Guru open the quenching furnace and prepare to quench the aurora blade.
After the quenching furnace is heated, put in the quenching essence first.
Under high temperature, the quenching essence slowly melts into a ball of translucent orange liquid, emitting orange-red light. Then, put the aurora blade into the quenching furnace to heat it. When the aurora blade also emits a layer of faint light, pour the liquid quenching essence on the aurora blade.
The quenching essence slowly blends into the blade and continues to heat in the quenching furnace. When it is almost heated, Gulu reminds, it's ready.
Lu Hong uses long-handled pliers to clamp the aurora blade out, and then puts it into the water to cool it quickly.
ZZ.
As soon as the red aurora blade enters the water, it instantly boils the water, and flames gush out. When the cooling is completed, several lines of data prompts appear in front of the eyes. Successfully quench the aurora blade, and the grade of the aurora blade is increased to +1. Complete quenching for the first time and obtain the secondary occupation Apprentice Quencher.
Perform quenching operation, Apprentice Quencher Professional Experience +10. The sub.profession item also appeared on the data panel.
Sub.profession, Apprentice Quencher, 10/1000, Sub.profession skill, Quenching, Apprentice Quencher, Quenching success rate +10%, Flame resistance +10%. Lu Hong didn't expect to get a sub.profession, and his eyes lit up.
Moreover, this sub.profession can also increase flame resistance, which is a very useful attribute.
Then, take out the aurora blade to check the attributes. Aurora blade +1, assimilated, item level, C.level, specifications, 132 cm long, 3.6 cm blade width, 1.6 kg weight, attributes, attack power 40, evaluation, a weapon made of aurora raw stone, which causes blade damage when attacking. It is of relatively excellent quality and a rare sword weapon.
Quenching is successful, aurora blade +1, attack power increased from 30 points to 40 points, the increase is quite good.
Moreover, cold weapons are different from hot weapons.
The damage of hot weapons is fixed, and it cannot obtain the power attribute bonus of the user. Even if the power attribute is off the charts, the lethality of shooting is no different from that of ordinary people. Cold weapons are different.
The higher the power, the higher the damage of cold weapons. After the aurora blade is successfully quenched, a faint glimmer is revealed on the surface of the blade, and it is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. Hunting the queen insect has obtained a total of 2 pieces of quenching essence.
Now one has been used up, and there is still one. Lu Hong looked back at Su Muyu and asked, "Do you want to try quenching your bracelet?" Su Muyu shook his head. "Well, can the aurora blade continue to quench?"
If possible, continue to upgrade the aurora blade. The higher the quenching level of weapons and equipment, the lower the quenching success rate. However, the aurora blade is only +1 level now, and the success rate will not drop much. Moreover, he had just obtained the secondary occupation, Apprentice Quencher, and the quenching success rate was +10%. So, Lu Hong started the furnace again, put in the second piece of quenching essence, and quenched the aurora blade for the second time. Heating, melting, fusing, cooling, a set of quenching steps. The aurora blade was put into the cooling water again, and the cooling water boiled.
ZZ. Successfully quenched the aurora blade, and the aurora blade's grade was increased to +2, perform quenching operation, Apprentice Quencher Professional Experience +10, aurora blade +2, attribute, attack power 50, the second quenching was successful, and the attack power increased by 10 points. After 2 quenchings, the attack power increased from 30 points to 50 points, and the attack power almost doubled. 50 attack points, plus strength bonus, any sword can deal nearly 70 points of damage. If it attacks the vital parts, causing 2 to 3 times the fatal damage, even the demon can't withstand a sword. After 2 quenchings, Lu Hong felt a little itchy and wanted to do a third quenching, but unfortunately there was no quenching material. If there were more advanced spirit-infusing materials, the weapon could be infused after the quenching level reached level 3. If successful, new entry effects could be obtained. Now there are no materials, so we can only wait until we collect materials in the future to continue. Both quenchings were successful. Gulu applauded and praised, "Great, my friend, your quenching talent is very good. Have you ever thought about becoming a quencher?" "Well, I haven't thought about this yet. But if I have time, I'm willing to try it."
Relatively speaking, Lu Hang cares more about combat professions rather than secondary professions.
Of course, if there is time, it can also be taken into account. Quenching Castle welcomes you at all times. This is the badge of Quenching Castle. You can enter Quenching Castle at any time with the badge. Guru took out a badge and handed it to Lu Hang.
The badge is engraved with a castle burning with flames, which is the symbol of Quenching Castle.
Ah, thank you.
Lu Hong didn't expect to get the badge of Quenching Castle so soon.
If there is a reputation system, the reputation of Quenching Castle should be almost full now.
The badge of Quenching Castle, in addition to representing the high reputation of Quenching Castle, can also be regarded as the key to open the door of Quenching Castle. Even if the superpower knows where the entrance of Quenching Castle is, it is not available at any time.
It needs to wait for Quenching Castle to open the door. Moreover, there is more than one entrance to Quenching Castle.
Only the owner of Quenching Castle knows which entrance is open.
It's different with the badge of Quenching Castle. You can enter Quenching Castle at any time. Guru suddenly became angry when he remembered something. Quenching Castle is facing a little problem now. I wonder if you are willing to help. What problem? As long as we can do it. Lu Hong knew that the task was triggered as soon as he heard it.
Guru said angrily, the lid of the quenching furnace was stolen by a damn guy, so the furnace fire is very unstable, resulting in a high quenching failure rate. Lu Heng's eyes widened, thinking, your furnace doesn't even have a lid, and I have succeeded in quenching twice in a row. When he heard that the lid was lost, Lu Hong suddenly remembered that this task of finding the lid seemed to be the starting task of a hidden profession. In addition, the combat strength and difficulty of this hidden profession have one thing in common, both of which are ridiculously high.
Lu Hong immediately responded, who stole the lid? I'll go find it back.
A damn abyss fire thief, it wanted to steal my quenching furnace, fortunately I found it in time, but he still stole the lid.
I don't know where it is hiding now. If you can catch him and help me get the lid back, it would be great. Guru punched his fist, obviously hating this abyss fire thief.
Trigger hidden mission, the lost furnace cover of Quenching Castle. Content, when Quenching Castle escaped from the abyss, an abyss fire thief hid in Quenching Castle and stole the furnace cover.
Guru asks you to help find the furnace cover. Reward, Friendship of Quenching Castle. When Lu Hong saw the hidden task, his eyes lit up. Because this task was exactly the starting task of the hidden profession in his memory. However, no one had ever obtained this hidden profession in his previous life. This hidden profession was discovered by a psychic with the second level class, Abyss Hunter, half a year after the Abyss descended. This second level Abyss Hunter completed this hidden task, but eventually chose to give up. After all, being downgraded from the second level class to the first level class means a big drop in combat power. This second level Abyss Hunter felt it was a pity, so he announced the process of obtaining this hidden profession. After that, many people tried, but because the furnace cover had been found, they could not trigger this task. In fact, before this second level Abyss Hunter completed the task, someone else had triggered this task, but the task failed. Because this task was too difficult, a first level hidden profession initial task requires a second level professional to be able to complete, and the difficulty can be imagined. Lu Heng's initial talent is Slippery as a Dragon, plus Shadow Clone, and Swift Wind Step Thrust. These three abilities together match the characteristics of this hidden profession almost perfectly. So, Lu Hong wants to fight for this hidden profession. The only problem is that this hidden profession is very difficult to obtain, especially the requirements for body skills, mobility, and perception are surprisingly high. Because the target called Abyss Fire Thief is an abyss thief who is good at hiding, and escaping. There is only one chance to catch him. Once you fail, there will be no more chances. Therefore, if you want to complete this hidden profession task, you must be fully prepared. Lu Hong recalled some details of the hidden mission and discussed with Guru, the Abyss Fire Thief can steal things from the Quenching Castle, which must be very tricky. Guru agreed very much and nodded frequently, this damn thief is too cunning. If it were someone else, I think I would never catch him, but I have confidence in you. Lu Hong thought and said, I am willing to help. Judging from the name, this thief should be good at hiding. I am worried that I can't find him. Gulu agreed, I am also worried about this matter, so I plan to let the flame-tail civet cat take you to find it. My kitten can smell the breath of the furnace cover, but the breath is getting weaker and weaker. We must act quickly. Lu Hong agreed, the target is too cunning. I need to go back and make some preparations. Come back when I am ready. Gulu nodded in agreement, you go quickly, I'll leave my furnace cover to you. After the discussion, Lu Hong said goodbye to Su Muyu and left and returned to the hotel. Since this mission was triggered by two people together, Su Muyu also had a mission. After returning to the hotel, she carefully read the task twice and asked, what preparations should we make? Your perception is enough to handle this task. I need to make more preparations.
If you want to catch the Abyss Fire Thief, you need to have at least the subtle level of body skills, so I have to find a place to concentrate on training for a few days.
Lu Hong began to think about the next training plan in his mind. To complete the task of this hidden profession, several prerequisites must be met first. First, you need to have the ability to detect invisibility, otherwise you can't find the Abyss Fire Thief. Sumuyu's perception ability is very strong, enough to handle this task. Second, the body skills need to reach the subtle level, and the movement speed needs to exceed the hunting speed of the cheetah, that is, the running speed of 30 meters per second. Before the emergence of the superpowers, the world record for the human 100-meter sprint was 9.58 seconds. In other words, the human limit running speed is about a little more than 10 meters per second. In other words, the entry standard for this hidden profession needs to reach 3 times the human limit running speed. Moreover, this is the limit speed of top athletes, which ordinary people cannot reach. The fastest speed of ordinary adult males is about 7 meters per second. Of course, psychics are not ordinary people. The average attribute of ordinary adult males is 10 points. Lu Heng's agility attribute has reached 23 points. Without using skills, the running speed can easily reach more than 16 meters per second. After activating the wind step skill, the speed doubled to 32 meters per second, which has reached the entry standard of this hidden professional task. The speed has been achieved, but the subtle level of body movement is still far away, so a few days of high-intensity training is needed. Sumuyu thought for a while and mentioned another thing. By the way, the woman named Yadwa should be the perceiver I met outside the Gongten group last time. Do you think that the silver-haired man is in the same group with the Gongten group? If they are in the same group, I am worried that they will send assassins again. The order that Mr. Gong from the Gongten group gave to the killer before was, before killing Lu Hong, find out the truth about Gong Chuxing's death. According to the meaning of this order, even if Lu Hong is innocent, he will be killed. In other words, Mr. Gong doesn't care whether the target is innocent or not. He will kill anyone who is suspected, even if he kills innocent people for this purpose. It has to be said that as long as it is ruthless enough, this method is indeed the most direct and effective. Since the chairman of the Gongtang group has already hired a superpower killer once, he will definitely not stop there. If there is a killer, there will be a second and a third. If the Storm Boxing King Lei Jinhao is related to the Gongtang group, the Gong family may even let him do it himself. Therefore, it is necessary to investigate the relationship between Gongtang group and Lei Jinhao, at least to know ourselves and the enemy. At that time, whether advancing or retreating, we will have the initiative. Lu Hong looked at Su Muyu and asked seriously, if I ask you to go to Champs-Élysées and find that perceiver again now, do you dare to go? Su Muyu nodded seriously, I dare. I have reached level 9, and I think that perceiver is the woman named Yadwa. I have defeated her once, and I am not afraid of her. The first time Su Muyu encountered a perceiver on the Champs-Élysées pedestrian street, the Scout Eagle was exploded without finding the opponent. That was the first time she was suppressed by other perceivers, and she didn't even see the shadow of the opponent. It was quite scary at the time. Now that the level has risen, she is confident that she can win back. Lu Hong handed over a demon crystal core. Okay, this is for you. After absorbing it, you should be able to reach level 10, and then go to Champs-Élysées and find the perceiver. I got an ordinary crystal core from Hongda Company before, and I also got one when hunting the Abyss Woodworm, so I have 2 ordinary crystal cores in my hand. Ordinary demon crystal cores can be used to awaken ordinary people, and can also be used to improve the energy level of psychics. At this stage, most high-level psychics rely on crystal cores. As long as there is enough financial support, a large number of demon crystal cores can be purchased, and the level can be improved by absorbing the energy of the crystal core. However, the energy of the demon crystal core cannot be absorbed without limit. Continuous use in a short period of time will have a marginal diminishing effect. If the amount absorbed exceeds the upper limit of the body's tolerance, it will also cause cell necrosis and even organ failure. It is precisely because the human body has an upper limit to its tolerance of demon energy that there are no monsters on Blue Star in a short period of time. If there is no upper limit to absorption, with the wealth of those level 33 families in the ASE All-Knowing Eye Alliance, they can create a full-level god overnight. Times have indeed changed, but the power of money remains strong. Seeing the crystal core handed over by Lu Hong, Su Muyu hesitated for a moment and asked, shouldn't this be left for you? It's better if you have a higher level. Generally speaking, in a team, resources will be prioritized to the core fighters, so as to improve the team's frontal combat effectiveness.
Lu Hang's level is already the first echelon at this stage, so there is no need to be so anxious. Raising Su Muyu's level will also make it easier to track the Abyss Fire Thief. Level 10 is a watershed. Upgrading will become slower and slower in the future. Pulling you to level 10 first will benefit the team more. I need to practice my body skills as soon as possible, so I can't accompany you in the next few days. It will be more convenient for you to act at a higher level. Su Muyu felt warm in her heart after hearing this, and nodded in agreement. Okay, I know. She crushed the crystal core and absorbed the energy in it. After more than 10 minutes of digestion, she successfully upgraded to level 10. She opened her eyes, full of surprise. I've reached level 10. My current attributes are Strength 16, Agility 17, Physique 17, Spirit 21, and Perception 21. Yes, the perception is very high. As long as the perceiver is not cheating, he will definitely be able to suppress her. Lu Hong commented. At this point in time, let alone reaching level 10, even the superpowers that have been cultivated by major forces are still hovering around level 7 or 8. Many superpowers with average talents and who have not experienced the Abyss battlefield are still at level 1. Superpowers who can reach level 8 or above now are either the chosen ones with great luck or the ability to make money. Therefore, Su Muyu's current level is also top-notch among the superpowers in the first echelon. Even major forces with strong financial resources rarely spend a lot of resources on superpowers of the perception system at this stage. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, Su Muyu's current perception and reconnaissance capabilities are unique at this stage. By the way, after reaching level 10, you need to consider the first career change. You should also take this time to think about which career path to develop in the future. Lu Hang began to help her plan her future development path. First career change? Su Muyu heard this term for the first time, so she was confused. Yes, the first combat career change. Lu Hong nodded. It should be very difficult to obtain a combat career? It is indeed difficult. Then I will listen to you. Su Muyu smiled and decided not to waste this brain cell. You should have some preferences and ideas of your own. Choose a career path you like, and you will be happier on this path. Lu Hong did have a few career paths suitable for her in his mind, but he still wanted to hear her ideas. Well, I don't know what the paths are. The classification of combat careers can be divided according to the 5-dimensional attributes. Lu Hong began to introduce her to the types of combat careers. You don't need to consider the strength and agility systems, you are not good at these two. As for the physical attributes, it is mainly a defense career. You can also go this route, but it is not particularly suitable. The rest are the mental system and the perception system, and the correlation between these two systems is relatively high. Generally speaking, a psychic who majors in the perception system will minor in the mental system. You should know something about the perception system. Its function is reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, just like radar. As for the mental system, it is more inclined to mental control, and there are also several types such as elemental mages and curse mages. You are not in a hurry to choose. Take advantage of these few days to think clearly about what path you hope to take in the future. Su Muyu nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I will seriously consider it. In the next few days, Lu Hang rented a training room and began to practice body skills. Su Muyu returned to Champs-Élysées Avenue to monitor the Gong Ten group and look for the perceiver he met last time. Time entered October. It was also the second month of the Abyss invasion. As the number of demons appearing around the world increased, the official no longer prohibited news reports about demons. With the news reports of the Abyss Tideworm swarm appearing in Gardenia Beach, the public gradually realized that the world they had been living in was different from before. Television stations and online media reported the news of humans being attacked by demons, causing panic among many people, with a doomsday scene. There have been many panic buying sprees in supermarkets and online shopping platforms, stockpiling rice, salt, and medicines. As long as the self-media publishes an article advocating that there is a shortage of supplies, people will rush to the supermarket to buy them. The news about the Abyss on the internet has spread, and people are discussing it everywhere. The authorities will announce the high-risk areas caused by the Abyss invasion every day, and call on the public not to go to high-risk areas. At the same time, the official demon bounties are increasing. The whole world has fallen into turmoil to varying degrees. In some countries, ordinary people and superpowers have also appeared in opposition, verbal abuse, attacks, and social order is on the verge of collapse at any time. There are even some religious countries that have begun to execute superpowers crazily.
Another name for superpowers is demon walkers.
Religious countries believe that superpowers are heretics and agents of demons in the world. The contradictions continue to intensify, and eventually lead to a fight between religious forces and superpowers.
In this dispute, many resistance organizations began to emerge.
There are also some research organizations that try to study ways to remove the source energy in the human body, and they have received a lot of financial support. This world is becoming more and more magical, and it is not only the abyss monsters themselves that are magical, but also many human behaviors that are even more difficult to understand.
Even in China, there are many anti-superpowers remarks, believing that superpowers are demons and must be eliminated. Even moderates believe that superpowers should be locked up. This is very similar to the experience of mutants in film and television works. However, there is one difference. Mutants in film and television works are caused by genetic mutations. Mutants have no chance to make choices, and ordinary people have no way to become mutants, so two classes with irreconcilable contradictions have been created. The superpowers that appeared in the Abyss invasion are different. As long as they get the demon crystal core, ordinary people also have the opportunity to awaken and become superpowers. Therefore, those who can see the situation clearly and those who have the ability to obtain the demon crystal core begin to awaken actively. Even if the superiors do not awaken themselves, they will use resources to cultivate superpowers, invest in research institutions, and take the initiative. Groups that still hold old ideas and are unwilling to accept extraordinary powers are destined to be eliminated by the times. However, ordinary people who awaken to become superpowers also need to bear extremely high risks. The biggest risk is naturally being recruited to the Abyss battlefield, and the official statistics show that the death rate in the first Abyss battlefield was very high. This is also the main reason why many superiors choose to cultivate superpowers instead of awakening themselves. This morning, the weather was sunny, and the streets were a little cooler after the rain. Due to the news of the Abyss invasion, there were fewer pedestrians on the Champs-Élysées pedestrian street. Sumuyu wore a blue denim skirt and a sun hat, sitting in a beverage shop at the corner of the pedestrian street, drinking lemon tea while reading a collection of essays Human Grass and Trees. However, she hadn't turned the pages for half an hour, because her attention was on the Scout Eagle. After upgrading to a high-level Scout Eagle, the Eagle's body became much larger, with a wingspan of 1 meter. The flight speed and other aspects have also been improved. More importantly, the observation distance of the Eagle's vision has increased, as if it has an 8-fold mirror. Last time, it was here that the Scout Eagle was killed. Now that her level has been raised, she came here for reconnaissance again, and she was more cautious. When controlling the Scout Eagle to observe the environment of the office building of the headquarters of Gongtan Group, a young man took a brand new essay and put it opposite Sumuyu. The young man pulled out a chair and sat down, and started to chat. "Hello, do you like reading books too?" Sumuyu was interrupted and took his attention away from the Scout Eagle. He glanced at the young man and wanted to send him away as soon as possible. "I'm just pretending to take the book." The young man laughed and held up the brand new collection of essays in his hand, saying, "Me too, I just bought it in the bookstore opposite. Let's get to know each other and add each other's numbers." Sumuyu smiled and said, "I was just joking. I have finished reading this collection of essays. I can even recite my favorite great monthly order." The young man was frustrated and left with a sigh. Sumuyu hurriedly took out a mask and put it on, then turned his attention back to the Scout Eagle. As soon as his attention turned to the Scout Eagle, he saw the silver-haired man Lei Jinhao who met at Gardenia Beach that day, and the perceiver named Yadwa. Lei Jinhao led a group of men into the office building of the headquarters of Gongtan Group and entered the elevator. Sumuyu didn't dare to let the Scout Eagle get too close. If it got too close, it would be easily detected by the perceiver. After the elevator door closed, Sumuyu controlled the invisible reconnaissance eagle and flew into the building to confirm that the floor the elevator went up to was the top floor. Then let the reconnaissance eagle fly out of the building, fly from outside the building to the top floor, and observe the situation on the top floor through the glass wall. In the lobby on the top floor of Gongtan Group, in front of the bright floor-to-dot ceiling glass, Lei Jinhao brought his men to meet with Gong Jinting, chairman of Gongtan Group. The two sat on both sides of the long table and were talking about something. However, the distance was a bit far, and there was a glass wall between them, so I couldn't hear what they were talking about. The two sides didn't seem to be talking very happily. Lei Jinhao punched the table and was about to quarrel. Gong Jinting's attitude was very firm, and he didn't give in from his expression. The two sides were deadlocked.
Sumuyu wanted to hear what they were talking about, and tried to get closer, and also wanted to measure the detection and invisible range of this Yadwa.
Because last time, he was suppressed by the opponent's perception ability.
Sumuyu was extra cautious this time, treating the opponent as a perceiver of the same level, so she began to carefully test outside the 40-meter range. Because her own detection stealth range has reached 42 meters. However, this is the detection range that can only be reached after the Scout Eagle skill is upgraded to sea level. If this Yadwa also wants to have such a long detection distance, it needs to have the same sea-level perception skill, and the perception attribute reaches 21 points. In order to test the perception ability of this Yadwa, Sumuyu controlled the Scout Eagle from 40 meters to 30 meters, and the perceiver named Yadwa did not react.
There was no reaction at 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters. Finally, the perceiver named Yadwa turned his head and looked outside the glass wall. Sumuyu immediately controlled the Scout Eagle to pull away and pull it to 15 meters away. Yadwa glanced outside the glass wall and found nothing unusual, so he turned his eyes back. After this test, Sumuyu measured the opponent's detection and invisibility range, which was only 15 meters. The ability of perceivers to detect each other is also a contest of perception. Sumuyu was originally worried that the opponent's detection and invisibility range could reach 40 meters, but it turned out to be only 15 meters. In fact, she was too cautious. At this point in time, the Abyss has been here for less than a month, and the level of the psychics is not high, let alone the psychics of the perception system. Although the opponent's detection and invisibility range is only 15 meters, at this distance, it is still impossible to hear the conversation inside the building. After all, there is a glass wall between them. Sumuyu thought for a moment, controlled the reconnaissance eagle to fly into the building, and activated the building's automatic fire alarm system. Buzz buzz buzz. The alarm sounded, and the whole building was noisy. Lei Jinhao looked back at Yadwa and asked her to go and see the situation. Yadwa nodded, turned around and walked out of the top-floor lobby. Sumuyu took the opportunity to fly into the top-floor lobby and listen to the conversation between Lei Jinhao and Gong Jinteng. As a result, he heard an explosive intelligence, which was related to the super crystal core. A few minutes later, the perceiver named Yadwa returned. Sumuyu directly disbanded the reconnaissance eagle, and then took a taxi to find Lu Hong to report the important intelligence he had just heard. In a training room near the Binhai World Trade Center, Lu Hong was sweating and practicing his body skills, preparing for the starting mission of the hidden profession. If you are just taking up an ordinary combat class, you don't need to practice. With your current strength and experience, you are enough to handle the first class mission. However, if the goal is that hidden class, the subtle level of body movement is a must. In the training room, Lu Hong took a running start, jumped up, stepped on the wall with both feet and took 3 steps quickly. He pushed the wall hard and made a leap in the air, turned 2.5 times, and climbed onto the 3-meter high platform. Practice body movement to gain some understanding. Body movement proficiency +1, entry-level body movement practice is complete, stepping into the second level of body movement realm. Mastery level. Lu Hong took a look at the body movement proficiency, which showed mastery level, January 2000. There is still a big gap to the subtle level. Fortunately, Lu Hong had the experience of body movement practice before his rebirth, and his progress in body movement practice was very fast. After the body movement realm was improved, Lu Hong rested for a while, replenished some water, started the wind step again, and continued to practice body movement. I have gained some insights from practicing body skills, and my body skills proficiency +1. I have gained some insights from practicing body skills, and my body skills proficiency +1. While practicing, the door of the training room opened. Sumuyu walked into the training room and saw Lu Hong sweating profusely. She took a towel from the shelf at the door and handed it to him. Lu Hong took the towel and wiped his sweat, and asked, "Why did you suddenly come here?" "I came to see you, isn't it okay?" Sumuyu was naughty. She didn't experience the tragic experience in her previous life, so her personality was not as melancholy as Lu Hong remembered. Occasionally, she would show her naughty side and joke from time to time. However, she rarely joked in front of other people. She would only be so relaxed when facing Lu Hong. After Lu Hong finished a bottle of energy drink, Sumuyu showed a face that wanted to take credit, and said, "I overheard an important intelligence, you should praise me." "What important intelligence?" "You are so happy. Do you know what skill slot expansion crystal core is?" Sumuyu did not tell the information immediately, but asked a question. Lu Hong didn't care much at first,
but when he heard the name of this crystal core, he immediately became interested. Because this kind of crystal core called Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core is a super crystal core with inestimable value. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure. The later the crystal core is, the higher its value will be. There will even be top-level psychics who will fight for a Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core. 2 years after the Abyss, it is not uncommon for major forces to send mercenaries to snatch Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core. Because Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core can increase the number of skill slots of psychics. That's right, Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core can increase the number of skill slots of the psychic. No need to explain too much, just by listening to the name, you know how precious this super crystal core is. According to the official statistics of psychics in Dacia, the average number of initial skill slots at awakening is 2.15. In other words, the number of skill slots of most psychics is only 2, or even only 1. The proportion of those who can reach 3 initial skill slots is less than 18%. The number of those who can reach 4 is even smaller, only 5%. The number of those who can reach 5 is rare, with only a 1 in 10,000 probability. Yes, Sumuyu is the lucky 1 in 10,000. Lu Heng's initial number of skill slots is 3, which is considered to be an upper-middle level in the general sample, but it is actually rare in the top psychic group. Of course, Lu Heng's luck when awakening was all due to his 2 initial talents. In terms of rarity, the probability of dual talents is only 1 in 100,000. Moreover, even if a psychic has awakened 2 talents, they may have life-related talents or even useless talents. It is even rarer for both initial talents to be strong. The number of skill slots of a psychic directly determines how many skills a psychic can master. Each additional skill slot can surpass a large group of psychics of the same level. Take Lu Hong for example. If he can get a Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core, the number of skill slots can be increased from 3 to 4. Learn one more skill and instantly jump from the 18% level to the top of the 5% pyramid. If it is used by a top psychic with 5 skill slots, it will become a terrifying existence with 6 skills. Although Lu Hong has 2 talents, the number of skill slots is indeed small among the top psychics. Therefore, if he can get a Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core, the improvement will be very large. Have you found this crystal core? Lu Han was immediately interested when he heard the name of this super crystal core. Sumuyu giggled and began to report her reconnaissance results. I saw the silver-haired late Jinhao, who was talking to Gong Jinting, the chairman of Gongtang Group. They were not talking very happily and were about to quarrel. I tried to get close to eavesdrop, and then I heard the content of their quarrel. It turned out that Lei Jinhao and Gong Jinting were in a cooperative relationship before. Gong Jinting paid money to buy resources for Lei Jinhao's team, and Lei Jinhao dealt with troubles for Gongtang Group. At the beginning, it was Gong Jinting who took the initiative, but Lei Jinhao's team of psychics developed very quickly, and he wanted to take over. Not long ago, Gongtang Group got a Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core. Lei Jinhao wanted it, but Gong Jinting didn't want to give it. The two sides started arguing. From what they were arguing about, it seemed that Gong Jinting had spent money to support another team of superpowers, which made Lei Jinhao very unhappy. In addition, the Gong family also got something called Fighter Essence. Lei Jinhao also wanted this Fighter Essence. This guy has a really big appetite. Gong Jinting refused to give Skill Slot Expansion Crystal Core, but agreed to give Fighter Essence, provided that Lei Jinhao signed an additional agreement. The terms of that agreement were a bit outrageous. The two people argued so hard that they almost fought. Lu Hong knew what was going on after hearing this. Actually, this situation is very common in the early days of the Abyss. When the superpowers first appeared, their power was not enough to change the power structure. The superiors who have wealth and power have more resources and can cultivate powerful superpower warriors. At this stage, the group that originally stood at the top of the pyramid still controls the power. However, as time goes by, the combat power of the top superpowers becomes stronger and stronger, and it will become more and more difficult for the original superiors to control these top powerhouses with money. In the end, the power structure slowly reversed as the combat power of the top superpowers increased. Of course, this reversal is also relative. After all, the class that controls wealth and power is more likely to cultivate powerful superpowers. It's just that money can no longer directly obtain power. Money needs to be converted into extraordinary power, and then rely on power to obtain power. It seems that this future Storm Boxing King has gradually developed to the point where he is not controlled by the financial master. Of course, the Chaebol will not sit back and wait for death. So Gong Jinting fostered a second team of superpowers to counterbalance Lei Jinhao's team. Of course, Gong Jinting fostered a second team of superpowers not to be an enemy of Lei Jinhao. His purpose was to balance Lei Jinhao's growing ambition and make Lei Jinhao a dog who obeyed orders. In fact, in the previous life, the Gong family not only fostered two teams of superpowers, but also cultivated the direct lineage superpowers of the Gong family. Gong Chusheng started with the A-level skill, Shadow Clone, plus a lot of resources. Even if he is not very talented, he eventually became a top-rank superpower warrior in the coastal area. If the situation develops as it was, the skill slot expansion crystal core, obtained by the Gong family, will be used on Gong Chusheng, the prince of the Gongtang group. However, Gong Chusheng in this life has been killed by Lu Hong. I don't know who the Gong family will give this skill slot expansion crystal core to. Lei Jinhao wants the super crystal core, so he must fight with the Gong family for a while. It depends on what the two sides finally reach. After reporting the intelligence he had gathered, Su Muyu asked, "Do you want the skill slot expansion crystal core?" "That's nonsense, I definitely want it." Lu Hong couldn't help rolling his eyes. Now that all three skill slots have been used up, even if I get any powerful skills, I can't learn them. If I can get this super crystal core, the improvement will be very great. Then I'll help you find where the Gong family hid the crystal core, okay? Su Muyu knew how important this super crystal core was to Lu Hong, so she wanted to help find it. Lu Hong shook his head and said, "The Gong family is not stupid, it's not that easy to find. Besides, we have more important things to do, and we don't have time to take care of this for the time being. After obtaining the first class, we'll come back to find it. Moreover, at this stage, the psychic is far from being able to do whatever he wants. The power of thermal weapons is too great, and any armed bodyguard can pose a threat to the psychic." "Okay." Su Muyu nodded in agreement, and then asked, "Okay. And that fighter essence, is it related to the class?" Lu Hong nodded, "Yes, fighter is the first class. However, having professional essence alone is not enough. If you want to obtain the class, you have to fight for the essence." So difficult, Su Muyu pursed her lips, thinking that she would also have to fight for the essence in the future. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She pointed to the door and said, "Then I will continue to keep an eye on the Gongtown group. Don't worry, since you are here, help me first." Lu Hang smiled and closed the door of the training room. Su Muyu pursed her lips and muttered, "What are you doing?" She still didn't give up the idea of looking for the super crystal core. "The most urgent thing is to get the first class first and practice with me." Lu Hang's thinking is very clear. Now the first class essence has appeared. There is a high probability that Lei Jinhao can get the fighter essence of the Gong family. Because in his previous life, the first class of this storm boxer was fighter. That is to say, it won't be long before Lei Jinhao will obtain the combat class of fighter. Moreover, Lei Jinhao is not Gong Jinting's biological son. If he is a direct descendant of a superior or a powerful person, the resources he will spend will be even more. Therefore, from now on, combat professions will appear one after another. There will be a gap in combat power between ordinary psychics and professionals. Therefore, Lu Hong must obtain that hidden profession as soon as possible. In order to obtain this hidden profession, one must practice the body skills to the subtle level. Practicing alone is far less effective than practicing in pairs. Lu Hong pulled Su Muyu back to the training room and thought of a method for sparring. "You release the Scout Eagle and we will practice sparring. I will practice the body skills, and you practice the control ability of the Scout Eagle." "Okay." Su Muyu nodded, released the Scout Eagle, and circled in the training room. Lu Hang activated the wind step, performed body skills, and used his bare hands to catch the Scout Eagle. Su Muyu used the first-person perspective to control the Scout Eagle, flying up and down, and dodging to the extreme. Lu Hong flew over the eaves and walls, exerting the mastery-level body skills to the extreme, and used his hands to catch the Scout Eagle. Time passed day by day in the sparring, and the sparring effect was very good. Lu Hang's body skills proficiency improved rapidly, and his physical strength also improved. I have gained some insights from practicing body skills proficiency +1, improved physical fitness during training, strength +0.01, agility +0.01, Su Muyu is the same, and has made rapid progress. Practice the advanced scouting eagle skill proficiency +1, improved physical fitness during training, spirit +0.01, perception +0.01, after persisting in training for more than half a week. Lu Heng's body skills level has been close to the full proficiency of the mastery level, but he is still a little short of catching the Scout Eagle every time.
The Scout Eagle can always avoid Lu Heng's palm in a thrilling way, and then sprint away.
After all, the Scout Eagle can fly, and Lu Heng can only rely on his 2 legs to chase it, which is really difficult. Su Muyu's improvement speed is also very fast, and his control over the Scout Eagle has become visibly stronger. After persisting in sparring for a week, Lu Heng finally practiced the mastery level of body skills to the full proficiency. I have gained some insights from practicing the body skills, and my body skills proficiency +1, I have completed the practice of the mastery level body skills and entered the 3rd level of the body skills realm. The subtle level. At the moment when the body skills realm was improved, Lu Heng felt that the whole world slowed down, and he could clearly feel every subtle change in the surrounding environment. This feeling was very wonderful, as if he could predict the evasive action of the Scout Eagle. Lu Heng once again stepped on the wall and launched himself, pounced on the Scout Eagle, and grabbed it with his right hand like lightning. The Scout Eagle turned and flashed past his palm again. Su Muyu smiled secretly and was about to control the Scout Eagle to distance himself.
At this moment,
with the blessing of the subtle level of body skills, Lu Heng predicted the evasive direction of the Scout Eagle in advance. His arm suddenly changed a slight angle in mid-air, and forcibly moved the landing point 10 centimeters horizontally, and accurately pinched the wings of the Scout Eagle. After landing, Lu Heng held the flapping Scout Eagle and shook it towards Su Muyu.
Su Muyu pouted, guessing the reason. Has your body movement been upgraded?
Lu Heng nodded. Yes, the body movement of the subtle level can predict the target's movement trajectory. Su Muyu chuckled, then next time I will turn on the invisible Scout Eagle and see how you catch it. Lu Heng blinked his eyes, he didn't expect her to have this trick. To be honest, if the Scout Eagle turns on the invisible, then this game can't be played, because the position of the Scout Eagle can't be seen at all. After this period of training, not only has the body movement reached the subtle level, but the physical strength has also improved. Lu Heng's strength, agility, and physique have all increased by 1 point. When the attribute points increased by training reach an integer point, it will be displayed on the attribute panel. Lu Heng's current 5-dimensional attributes have reached strength 19, agility 24, physique 19, spirit 20, perception 19. Su Muyu was very serious when practicing, and the improvement was not small.
The spirit and perception also increased by 1 point.
The body movement has been upgraded.
Are we going to do the hidden task? Su Muyu wanted to know more about the class.
Well, there should be some psychics who have obtained the combat rank, so we should speed up as well. Lu Heng nodded and began to think about the plan to obtain the hidden profession.
Su Muyu took the initiative to ask, when do we set off?
You have been training for a day, and you are also very tired.
Go back and rest first. Get enough energy, and we will meet at the hotel tomorrow night.
Okay.
Su Muyu nodded and agreed. The next day,
Su Muyu got up early as usual and started to train the skill proficiency of the Scout Eagle. Since Lu Heng told her how to train skill proficiency, she has insisted on training every day, including the proficiency of invisible curtain, has been trained to half. While training the skills of the Scout Eagle, Su Muyu will also pay special attention to the situation of the Gongtang group. When the Scout Eagle was circling around the Gongtang building, it suddenly saw Gong Jinting's car leaving the company. So he followed it and found that Gong Jinting brought 2 bodyguards and entered the Kaidi Hotel to meet Lei Jinhao. Today, Lei Jinhao did not bring the perceiver named Yadhua, so Su Muyu suddenly became bold and controlled the Scout Eagle to approach and eavesdrop on their conversation. In the VIP room of Kaidi Hotel, Gong Jinting asked in a bad tone, Lei Jinhao, I heard that you are in contact with people from Fonglin Capital. What does it mean? Fonglin Capital and Gongtang Group are in a competitive relationship, or even a hostile relationship. 30 years ago, when the Gong family was accumulating primitive capital, they used very fierce means to compete for land. That era was an era of wild growth of capital. Many chaebols and capital were involved in grey industries when they were accumulating primitive capital in the early days. After completing the primitive accumulation, they quickly whitewashed and became a large group that can stand in the sun. Gongtang Group and Fonglin Capital have been competitors since then. They have hired thugs, seized territories, and used all kinds of means. However, later both companies were cleaned up and no longer acted so blatantly. Now, the advent of the Abyss has led to a great change in the world order. The emergence of superpowers and extraordinary powers will inevitably lead to a reshuffle of money and power structures. In order to suppress Lei Jinhao's growing ambitions, Gong Jinting spent money to support another team of superpowers. Lei Jinhao naturally would not let Gong Jinting control him. During this period, he was indeed in contact with Fonglin Capital, the mortal enemy of Gong Tong Group.
Mr. Gong is too suspicious. I just had a meal with the big boss of Phone Lin Capital. He invited me so kindly. I can't be impolite. Lei Jinhao responded to the question lightly.
Gong Jinteng snorted coldly, even if you hook up with Phone Lin, you won't get trust.
You have to know that you came from me.
Lei Jinhao laughed and said, the chairman also raised other superpower teams.
Trust is mutual, don't you think?
Gong Jinteng pondered for a moment and said, I can give you the fighter essence as long as you sign the contract we have agreed on before. Lei Jinhao's expression was as indifferent as water, and he said directly, I want that super crystal core.
Gong Jinteng frowned, and after serious consideration, he said, help me do one thing, and after you finish it, I will give you the super crystal core. The super crystal core they are talking about is naturally the skill slot expansion crystal core that can increase the number of skill slots.
Lei Jinhao smiled and said, you want me to help you find the murderer who killed Master Ling? That's right, as long as you catch the murderer, cut off his limbs, and bring him to me, the super crystal core will be yours. Gong Jinteng decided to use the super crystal core as a condition to find the murderer. Okay, as long as we find out who the murderer is, I promise to cut him into a stick and send him to the chairman.
Lei Jinhao has absolute confidence in this.
After all, in the Binhai area, there are no more than a handful of superpowers who can compete with him.
I have a suspected target.
I sent a superpower killer to catch him before, but the killer died. Gong Jinteng mentioned the previous assassination.
It's easy if there is a suspected target. I will catch this person and ask the truth from him. Lei Jinhao nodded in agreement.
Gong Jinteng took the briefcase from the bodyguard, opened it and pushed it in front of Lei Jinhao. This is the fighter essence, you want?
Sign the contract and this is yours. The super crystal core will be available to me after you catch the real murderer.
He took out a photo from the inner pocket of his suit and pushed it in front of Lei Jinhao. Lei Jinhao took the photo and took a look at it, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out to be him. Under the reconnaissance eagle vision, Su Muyu saw the photo Gong Jinteng took out, and her heart suddenly started beating wildly in shock.
Because the person in the photo turned out to be Lu Hang. Gong Jinteng wanted to use the super crystal core as a condition to let Lei Jinhao find the murderer of Gong Chusheng. The first target of suspicion was Lu Hang.
When Su Muyu heard this information, she felt worried. She quickly took back the Scout Eagle and took a taxi to the hotel to meet Lu Hang.
As soon as the door to the room opened, she hurried in, closed the door, and gasped, I saw Lei Jinhao and Gong Jinteng meeting again, and Lei Jinhao got the fighting master's essence.
Also, Gong Jinteng used the super crystal core as a condition to ask Lei Jinhao to find the murderer of his son.
His first target is us.
She finally tied herself in and made up her mind to face it together, even though Lu Hong was the only one in the photo Gong Jinteng took out. Lu Hong had thought of this possibility before, so he was not surprised when he heard the news.
What should we do now? Lei Jinhao's team has dozens of superpowers. Su Muyu felt tremendous pressure.
Lu Hong grabbed a motorcycle helmet, put it into her hand, and said, in the age of the abyss, strength determines everything.
As long as we are strong enough, we have nothing to fear no matter who our opponent is. Let's go. Let's go to the Quenching Fort.
Since they had the Quenching Fort badge, they could enter the Quenching Fort at any time, so the two of them came to the number 9 bridge opening of the Century Bridge. They went directly through the bridge opening and entered the Quenching Fort without waiting.
My friend, you are finally back. The recent quenching success rate is very unsatisfactory. If my furnace cover is not recovered, I will go bankrupt. Master Gulu began to complain as soon as he saw Lu Hang. If this is the case, Master can consider increasing the price of quenching services. Lu Hong gave him a bad idea.
At this stage, those who have the resources to temper weapons are those who are not short of money. Even if the price doubles, the supply will still exceed demand. According to the development of the past life, even if the price does not increase now, it will definitely increase in the future. After all, there will be more and more superpowers who need quenching. In the future, the Quenching Castle will only provide quenching services to elite customers. After Lu Hong finished coming up with the bad idea, he started to get down to business. I came here today to help the master find the furnace lid.
I'm ready.
That's great, Blackfire, come out quickly and find that damn thief.
Gollum shouted towards the castle.
A black creature with no hair on its body and a ball of flame on its tail jumped out. This little thing just looks a bit like a cat, and is not technically a feline, as it is an abyssal species.
Because it looks a bit like a cat, humans named this abyssal creature the flame-tailed civet. This is my little pet. It's very well behaved. I gave it a new name in the human world.
It can smell the scent of that damn thief.
Follow it and help me get the stove lid back. Gulu introduced this a flame-tailed civet.
This flame-tailed civet looks small in size, with a length of 20 centimeters. It looks very well behaved on the surface, but in fact it is an abyss creature. It is very ferocious and terrifying.
It is said that there are records of eating mammoths alive. Well, just rumored.
Gulu took out a bag of unknown dried meat, handed it to Lu Hong, and warned, "Black fire sometimes has a bad temper.
He likes to eat this, so you put it away."
Forehead, after making preparations, Lu Hong and Su Muyu set off with the flame-tailed civets to find the abyssal fire thief.
This abyssal fire thief sneaked into Quenching Castle to steal when Quenching Castle escaped from the abyss. As a result, Quenching Castle was brought to the overlapping space of Blue Star, and then escaped from Quenching Castle. Therefore, this thing should be hiding in a corner of Binhai now. The flame-tailed civet followed the scent and came to a steel factory, which was the largest steel factory in the coastal area, Bingang Steel. Looking at the gate of Bingang, Lu Hong quickly thought of why the abyssal fire thief was here. The name of this thing says it all.
It likes everything related to flames, including stealing the lid of the quenching furnace, and it is also because of its obsession with flames.
In the steelmaking plant, the most indispensable thing is flame.
If the abyss fire stealer is hiding in this steel mill, it means that the guide I read before rebirth is not completely applicable. Because the psychic with the second level Abyss Hunter class found the Abyss Fire Stealer at the seaside, not at the steelmaking plant. In fact, if you think about it for a moment, you will understand the reason. This Abyss Hunter caught the Abyss Fire Stealer half a year after the Abyss descended. It is now the second month since the Abyss descended, and there has been a gap of more than 4 months. It is impossible for the Abyss Fire Stealer to stay in the same place for such a long time.
It's night now.
There are only a few night shift employees in the steelmaking plant, and they all rest in air-conditioned rooms.
Lu Hong asked Su Muyu to open the invisibility curtain and enter the steelmaking plant.
Once it's confirmed that the abyssal fire thief is hiding in the steel mill, it will be easy to find him. Su Muyu released the reconnaissance eagle and flew around the steel plant. The mid-level demon, the Abyss Fire Stealer, was soon discovered in the steelmaking workshop. From a distance, the Abyss Fire Stealer looks like a rat-headed monster that walks upright, with sharp claws and crimson mane, and its deep eyes are very sharp. At this moment, the Abyss Fire Thief is standing next to the steelmaking furnace, absorbing the heat of the fire. Lu Hong, covered with an invisible curtain, walked to the second floor platform of the steelmaking workshop, observed the surrounding environment, and planned the strategy for the next move. The Abyss Fire Thief is good at hiding and escaping. It is not difficult to defeat it, but it is difficult to catch it. Once it escapes, it will definitely hide somewhere else. Trying to find it later is like looking for a needle in a haystack. This is also the reason why you have to practice your body skills to the subtle level before coming here, otherwise you can't catch up with it at all. After observing the environment, Lu Hong slowly approached the Abyss Fire Thief from behind in an invisible state. When it was close to 20 meters away, the Abyss Fire Thief's nose twitched, and then moved its body and fled out of the steelmaking workshop. Lu Hong didn't expect that this thing's nose was so sensitive that it could smell the smell from more than 20 meters away. This is also a disadvantage of the invisible curtain. It only has an optical invisibility effect and cannot block the smell. At this point, it can only be forced. Lu Hong rushed out with his feet on the wind, speeding up to the limit. In almost the blink of an eye, he passed the position where the Abyss Fire Thief had just stood and continued to chase forward. After the pursuit was launched, the movement became louder. The Abyss Fire Thief sensed that there was a pursuer behind him, sprayed a cloud of mist, and his figure disappeared in the mist. Lu Hong passed through the mist and looked around, but he could no longer see the trace of the Abyss Fire Thief.
Mu Yu! Lu Hong shouted in the Bluetooth headset.
Almost at the same time, the Scout Eagle flew in from the window, passing low in the sky, and located the position of the Abyss Fire Thief.
Lu Hong continued to chase forward, following the Scout Eagle.
After running violently and blocking several obstacles thrown back by the Abyss Fire Thief, Lu Heng's invisibility gradually failed. When the Abyss Fire Thief escaped, it knocked over many things and made a lot of noise. The two duty officers heard the sound, ran out with flashlights, and shouted, "Who is it?" Lu Hong ignored them and continued to run forward with the Scout Eagle, speeding up to 30 meters per second, passing by the two duty officers. The two duty officers had never seen a human being so fast, and their eyes were straight with fear. The Abyss Fire Thief was still in stealth mode, and escaped from the steelmaking workshop in the blink of an eye. The speed was not inferior to Lu Hong, and it was obvious that he also had the acceleration skill. The acceleration skill plus the stealth skill has brought the word go to the extreme. Fortunately, Su Muyu was there, otherwise he would not have touched it.
Su Muyu controlled the Scout Eagle, flying 2 meters above the head of the Abyss Fire Thief, locking its position.
Lu Hong could not see the Abyss Fire Thief, so he could only chase after the Scout Eagle. After escaping from the steelmaking workshop, the Abyss Fire Thief began to jump up and down between the factory buildings, and even walked on the wall. Lu Hong used his subtle level body skills to the extreme, and followed closely, also tumbling and leaping, flying over eaves and walls. He chased all the way out of the steel mill, into the forest, and shuttled through the pine needle forest. The Abyss Fire Thief's exaggerated escape speed, Lu Heng's subtle level body skills plus C-level wind steps, almost couldn't catch up. At this point in time, there will be no second person who can practice body skills to the subtle level. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to catch this thing. No wonder this hidden task was not completed until half a year later by a psychic with the second-level job, Abyss Hunter. Moreover, according to the description of this second-level professional, the Abyss Fire Thief's escape means are not limited to this, there is also a trump card brought to it by the professional source. The Abyss Fire Thief has indeed maxed out his ability to escape. Lu Hong chased him all the way, even at a speed of 30 meters per second, and even at a speed of 32 meters per second when sprinting, he could only keep from being thrown off. He chased him all the way out of the steel mill and into the forest. Lu Hong took out his Glock G17 pistol and aimed at the position below the Scout Eagle, trying to see if he could hit it. While aiming the pistol, the Scout Eagle in front began to rush left and right, and its forward route was irregular. Lu Hong knew at a glance that the Abyss Fire Thief was deliberately avoiding the shooting angle, and there was a delay between the position of the Scout Eagle and the position of the Abyss Fire Thief. After all, Su Muyu observed the position of the Abyss Fire Thief and then controlled the Scout Eagle to adjust its position accordingly, which could not be completely synchronized. With the Abyss Fire Thief's moving speed of 30 meters per second, even if the delay was only 0.1 seconds, the maximum error could reach 3 meters. With a position error of 3 meters, let alone a pistol, a rocket launcher would be enough to hit it. However, Lu Hong still wanted to give it a try, trying to make an advanced judgment based on the movement trajectory of the Scout Eagle, and then pull the trigger of the pistol. Bang! The bullet shot out and hit the trees in the distance, but missed the target. Lu Hong adjusted the muzzle again and fired another shot. This time the bullet flew to the landing point and disappeared, seemingly hitting the target, but the bullet was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any waves. The escape speed of the Abyss Fire Thief did not slow down. Seeing this, Lu Hong immediately reacted. In addition to the invisibility and acceleration skills, the Abyss Fire Thief also had defense skills. Invisibility, acceleration, plus defense skills, this thing has already slipped to a certain level. Looking at this situation, if you want to catch it, you have to hold on until its invisibility time ends. After chasing for a full 5 minutes, Lu Heng's breath began to wheeze a little, and he had to use breathing to adjust the blood oxygen circulation to hold on.
5 minutes later, a transparent shadow slowly appeared in the empty place in front of him. The shadow changed from completely transparent to semi-transparent, and finally revealed its body shape. It was the Abyss Fire Thief. Its invisibility time was over. Lu Heng's eyes shot out a brilliant light, and he jumped up, stepped on the rock wall, walked on the wall, and flew up. He pulled out the Aurora blade from the void, stabbed out a sword chasing the moonstyle, and went straight to the back of the Abyss Fire Thief. With the subtle level of body movement and the subtle level of swordsmanship, this sword was fast and accurate. The Abyss Fire Thief sensed the approaching danger and immediately panicked. Its talent tree was all on escaping and hiding, so its ability in frontal combat was very low. Moreover, this sword was too fast, and it had no room to dodge at all. At the moment when the sword light was about to pierce its back, a circle of dark purple energy burst out of its body, and its whole body suddenly became virtual and escaped into the shadow. The Aurora blade pierced its back, but the tip of the sword did not touch any hard objects. The body of the Abyss Fire Thief escaped into the shadows and continued to run forward. Seeing this, Lu Hong was not discouraged, but instead shot a sharp look in his eyes. Because this ability to escape into the shadows is the source ability of this hidden profession, which is also the trump card of the Abyss Fire Thief. After the Abyss Fire Thief escaped into the shadows, its body was exempt from all physical collisions, turned into a semi-transparent phantom, and continued to run forward. Lu Hong raised his sword and continued to chase,
closely following it within the distance of one sword. According to the second-level professional, after the effect of the Abyss Fire Thief's escape into the shadows ends, its stealth skill will soon cool down, with only a 3-second gap in between.
In other words,
if the battle cannot be resolved within these 3 seconds, the Abyss Fire Thief will enter the invisible state for 5 minutes again. Lu Hong has been chasing for so long, and has been chasing at the maximum speed, and his physical strength is almost at the limit. Even if he can still hold on, his speed will continue to decrease.
Moreover, after chasing for so long, Sumuyu should also be at the limit.
If it enters the invisible state again, it will definitely not be able to come out of the invisible state. In other words, there is only one chance to capture the Abyss Fire Thief, which is the 3-second gap. This is the difficulty of this hidden mission, and it is also the only weakness of the Abyss Fire Thief. It only needs to survive these 3 seconds and hide in the invisible state again, and no one can catch it.
If you list the conditions required to complete this hidden mission from the beginning, you will know how difficult it is.
First, you need to have the ability to detect invisibility, otherwise you can't even see the Abyss Fire Thief. Secondly, the running speed needs to reach 30 meters per second, which is 3 times the world record for the 100-meter sprint. Moreover, you need to maintain this speed for more than 5 minutes, which is not as simple as running for 10 seconds. To maintain this speed for 5 minutes, you need not only super physical strength, but also a subtle level of body skills. An important feature of the subtle level of body skills is to obtain the highest mobility with the least consumption. The subtle level of body skills also provides the ability to fly over eaves and walls, climb mountains and ridges to chase the target, otherwise it would have been thrown off long ago. In addition, you also need to be able to kill the Abyss Fire Thief within 3 seconds. In summary, if you want to catch the Abyss Fire Thief, you need to have super strong detection and invisibility capabilities, super strong speed and body movements, and combat power that can kill mid-level demons in seconds. And these abilities, under normal circumstances, will not appear in the same person. At least in the early stage of the Abyss invasion, no one can possess these abilities at the same time, not even Lu Hang.
Because the ability to detect invisibility was provided by Sumuyu.
According to the data given in the strategy, the Abyss Fire Thief can only hide in the shadow for 7 seconds. Although the time is short, these 7 seconds are crucial. At this moment, the Abyss Fire Thief suddenly turned and hit the rock wall. It flashed and drilled directly into the rock wall and disappeared. Although Lu Hong was mentally prepared, he was still slightly surprised to see this scene. This is the effect of escaping into the shadow and ignoring physical collision. Without physical collision, it means that it can pass through all physical obstacles, including the rock wall in front of it.
Keep an eye on the rock wall. It can only hide for 7 seconds. When the time is up, it must come out.
Lu Hong shouted in the Bluetooth headset, asking Sumuyu to monitor the rock wall and find the location of the Abyss Fire Thief. As the Abyss Fire Thief drilled into the rock wall, the chase reached its final stage. I can't find its position through the rock wall. I will monitor the situation around the rock wall. As soon as it comes out, I will lock its position immediately. Sumuyu answered at the fastest speed. Because the Abyss Fire Thief drilled into the rock wall, the Scout Eagle couldn't find its position, and it felt like it was blind.
However, this state is 2-way. The Abyss Fire Thief hid in the rock wall and couldn't see the situation outside the rock wall. It didn't know Lu Hang's position either.
With the speed of the Abyss Fire Thief, it can run 210 meters in 7 seconds. In other words, it may come out from any position within 210 meters around the rock wall.
The next 7 seconds are a psychological battle.
Lu Hong stood there without moving, betting that the Abyss Fire Thief would hide in the same place. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Hang released the shadow clone and chased to the east.
Time passed second by second in the sound of breathing.
Lu Hong took a deep breath, adjusted the blood oxygen in his body, and counted the seconds silently.
1 second. 4 seconds. 5 seconds.
At the 5th second a rat head emerged from the rock wall. It was the Abyss Fire Thief.
This time Lu Hong won the bet, and stood there waiting for it.
The Abyss Fire Thief poked its head out, and when it saw Lu Hang waiting there, it was startled and immediately shrank back. 2 seconds later, it emerged from 50 meters east of the rock wall, only 10 meters away from the shadow clone. The shadow clone took the lead in attacking and rushed towards the Abyss Fire Thief. Once the effect of the Abyss Fire Thief's escaping into the shadow ended, it could no longer hide in the rock wall, so it could only activate the acceleration skill, rush out of the rock wall, and flee in panic. The shadow clone kicked out and swept across the Abyss Fire Thief's lower body. The Abyss Fire Thief jumped up to avoid the attack and continued to flee forward. Immediately afterwards, the Scouting Eagle swooped down and grabbed the Abyss Fire Thief's eyes. The Abyss Fire Thief raised his hand angrily and grabbed the Scout Eagle with one claw. With the interception of the Shadow Clone and the Scout Eagle, the Abyss Fire Thief's escape was stagnant for a moment. Lu Hong took advantage of the situation and chased him, approaching within 10 meters. And 2 seconds had passed, and there was only 1 second left in the vacuum period. The Abyss Fire Thief fled at full speed, keeping a close eye on the cooldown of the invisibility skill. When the last second was over, it immediately raised its palm, condensed a ball of demonic energy, and smashed it on the ground with a bang. The demonic energy exploded on the ground, spreading a cloud of mist. Its figure slowly faded and disappeared in the mist. At the moment it raised its hand to release the skill, Lu Hang activated the second stage effective, Swift Wind Step Thrust, launched a straight line thrust, and the acceleration effect was instantly doubled. Lu Hong flew out at a speed beyond the limit, as if he had turned into a flash of lightning and flew out, holding the Aurora blade in his hand, and stabbed into the mist with a sword through the cloud. Puff! Ah! The Abyss Fire Thief had just released the invisibility mist skill, but before he could escape, he was pierced through the chest by a sword and screamed miserably. Then, a circle of lightning burst out from the Aurora blade, burning its body, leaving it no chance to struggle. Hunting the Abyss Fire Thief, absorbing 100 points of demonic energy. After the death of the Abyss Fire Thief, 2 crystals were separated. Lu Hong picked them up and checked. The first one was the Skill Crystal Core, Mist Escape. Mist Escape, consume source energy to release a layer of mist, gain a 10-minute invisibility effect, and shield smell and infrared sensing at the same time. Skill consumption, 30 source energy. Skill level, D level. The disadvantage of this skill is that the invisibility time has an upper limit, unlike Invisibility Curtain, which can remain invisible as long as there is source energy. However, this skill also has an advantage, that is, it can shield smell and infrared sensing. This means that neither olfactory nor thermal imaging detectors can detect the invisibility effect of this skill. If I had used this skill to approach the Abyss Fire Stealer just now, it would not have been able to smell the scent 20 meters away and aroused its vigilance. Lu Hong saw this ability and a smile appeared in his eyes. Divine Evolution unlocks the effect of skill locks, which can not only upgrade skills, but also merge skills. Then, Lu Hong turned his attention to the second crystal. This flat crystal is the real goal today. Shadow Walker Essence. Shadow Walker Essence is the starting material for the first class, Shadow Walker. The Abyss Invasion entered the second month, and Class Essence appeared on the Blue Star one after another, but humans did not know what the class was. What others did not know, Lu Hong knew. Essence is a special substance in the Abyss world that transcends divinity. The power contained in it constitutes the extraordinary class system. The essence of the class is the power called essence, and the so-called process of obtaining the class is the process of fighting for essence. That is, the battle for essence. There are 2 states of essence, one is the free state and the other is the fused state. The free state of essence can be absorbed by organisms. The fused state of essence has been integrated with the organism and cannot be absorbed by other organisms. When an organism absorbs a sufficient amount of free essence, it can complete the fusion and obtain the ability represented by the essence, that is, the class. This means that even if a superpower absorbs essence, before obtaining a complete class, this essence is still in a free state and can be taken away by other superpowers. Only by obtaining a sufficient amount of source essence can the free source essence be solidified into a fusion state, thereby obtaining a class. Therefore, it is actually very dangerous for a mutant to have free source essence on him, and he may be attacked by other source essence contenders at any time. The ability of the Abyss Fire Thief to escape into the shadow and ignore physical collisions before came from the Shadow Walker source essence. However, the Abyss Fire Thief did not obtain the Shadow Walker class, so the source essence on it is in a free state, and killing it will precipitate the source essence. Lu Hong held this piece of Shadow Walker source essence in his hand, and felt a little emotional. This was originally something that could only be obtained half a year after the Abyss invasion, but he got it 5 months in advance. No one had obtained this hidden profession in the previous life, so let him be the first person to eat crabs. Lu Hong released an electric current to dissolve the Shadow Walker source essence and absorb it into his body. Obtain the Shadow Walker source essence and start the battle for source essence. Source fusion completion, 10%, source is in a free state. After the fusion completion reaches 100%, the source fusion can be completed and the first level job Shadow Walker can be obtained. Temporary source ability, Shadow walk, escape into the shadow rift, exempt from all physical collisions, lasting for 7 seconds. After the time is up, the caster will leave the shadow rift. If you are inside a solid material at this time, your body will be squeezed by the material, suffer varying degrees of damage, or even die. This ability is the ability of the Abyss Fire Stealer to hide in the rock wall. It is worthy of being a source skill of a hidden profession. The effect is so strong that it cannot be simply reflected by data. To a certain extent, the 7 seconds of using this ability is invincible. Of course, there are also disadvantages. After losing physical collision, you will not be attacked by the opponent, but at the same time you cannot attack the opponent. In addition, after the effect of escaping into the shadow ends, if you are in solid materials such as rock and steel, your body will be squeezed and exploded. Of course, if this happens, it can only be said that the pilot is too stupid, and it has nothing to do with the skill effect. After absorbing the professional essence, another line of prompts appeared on Lu Hang's data panel. Abyss Battlefield, 7-day countdown to recruitment. He was recruited again, and this is the countdown to recruit that appeared at the same time after obtaining the professional essence. In other words, this time the Abyss Battlefield is likely to be a battle for the essence. After Lu Hong absorbed the essence, Su Muyu ran over breathlessly, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, and gasped, "Did it succeed?" She followed all the way and almost died of running, and she had to control the Scout Eagle at the same time, so she was more tired than Lu Hang. Well, it succeeded. Lu Hong pointed to the body of the Abyss Fire Thief on the ground. This thing can run too fast. Su Muyu saw with her own eyes how the Abyss Fire Thief ran away. It was simply up and down, outrageous. In the end, in order to stop the Abyss Fire Thief, her Scout Eagle was also scratched and exploded by a claw. Therefore, she did not see the moment when Lu Hong pierced the Abyss Fire Thief with a sword. Look for the Flametail Spirit Cat and ask it to find the Abyss Fire Thief's nest. Lu Hong reminded. Okay, the kitten is already looking, let's follow it now. Su Muyu said and walked towards the Flametail Spirit Cat. In a cave 600 meters away, the Flametail Spirit Cat found the Abyss Fire Thief's nest. In the nest, the cover of the quenching furnace and some other things stolen by the Abyss Fire Thief were found. For example, lighters, flame blowtorches, barbecue grills. In short, all items that can spray fire are collected by it. Most of the collections are of little value, but there is one thing that attracted Lu Hang's attention. Thunder Fire Explosion Bomb, an explosive made of thunder and fire dual attribute elemental materials, with huge explosive power. Explosion radius, 3 meters. In terms of effect alone, this thing is almost the same as a grenade. On Blue Star, this thing is not very rare. However, data appeared on this thing, which meant that it came from the Abyss. Since it came from the Abyss, it can be brought into the Abyss. Lu Hong put the Thunder Fire Explosion Bomb into the inventory, and then returned to the quenching castle with the furnace cover. Gulo held the lost furnace cover inside. "You have helped me so much, I don't know how to thank you. You have won the most sincere friendship of Quenching Castle." Looking at his tone and attitude, his favorability is almost off the charts. Lu Hong thought, it's not good to be too sincere in friendship, it's not good to ask for benefits. However, on the way back, Lu Hong had already thought about it. "Master Guru, can I take on other customers quenching OEM? The price must be in accordance with the rules of Quenching Castle. The last time I quenched the Aurora Blade, I opened the Sub.Profession panel and obtained the Sub.Profession, Apprentice Quencher. This Sub.Profession can increase the success rate of quenching and increase flame resistance at the same time, which is very practical. In addition, among human superpowers at this stage, there should be very few people who can obtain a Sub.Profession, and Quencher is likely to be the only one. If you can take the quenching order, you can not only improve your Sub.Professional experience, but also make a fortune. Of course, I'm very optimistic about your talent in the art of quenching. Come on." Master Guru agreed to this request without hesitation. This is the benefit of having a full favorability. After all, Lu Hong helped Quenching Castle escape from the Abyss world and found the cover of the quenching furnace. With such a high reputation, of course he has some privileges. Since the countdown for the second Abyss Battlefield expedition has started, and it is likely to be a battle for source quality. There are only 7 days left, so some preparations need to be made in advance. Moreover, it is best to find a suitable career source quality for Su Muyu within 7 days, so that he should be able to enter the same source quality battle. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for Su Muyu to fight the source quality battle alone in the future. After returning, Lu Hong posted a transaction information on the Crystal Core Dark Web, weapon quenching, interested in private chat, reporters please do not disturb. Not long after the transaction information was sent out, the mailbox began to receive private messages. However, most of these private messages were asking questions.
Can you quench? How to quench a weapon? What is quenching? What is the use of quenching a weapon?
As long as it is a question, Luhan will not reply, and he also blocked a few lucky people who asked stupid questions. A truly powerful person with a background would not ask such a simple question at this time. At this stage, quenching materials have appeared on Blue Star.
Although the quantity is small, the big forces can definitely get it. Now people who don't even know quenching basically have no ability to quench weapons. At the same time, in the Blue Sea International Villa district of Binhai City, a young man stared at the web page on his laptop. Just now, he saw a transaction information of weapon quenching on the Crystal Core dark web, and immediately sent a private message to the person who posted the information. Can you quench?
After sending it, he waited for the other party to reply, but after waiting for half an hour, there was no reply. He clicked on the transaction information again to check, and then noticed the half sentence following it, reporters please do not disturb. He reacted immediately and quickly edited the second private message, as long as you can quench, price is not a problem. After editing the private message, click send, and then the website pops up a prompt, the other party has added you to the blacklist, and the message fails to send.
Fuck!
The young man cursed immediately, but the more he did so, the more he felt that the person who sent the transaction information was real. He quickly took out his mobile phone and made a call, Secretary Liu, bring me another computer with a Crystal Core dark web account.
Yes, now.
After posting the weapon tempering transaction information on the Crystal Core dark web, Luhan looked at the private messages for a while and found that they were all inquiries, so he went to bed. When I woke up the next day, I opened the Jingha dark network again and found that the number of private messages had reached 99 plus.
Click to view. As long as the question is asked, there will be no reply. If you ask multiple questions, you will be directly blocked. After scrolling through more than 100 private messages, I finally saw one that was nutritious. The quenching materials have been prepared. The price is not an issue. I hope we can have an interview.
Luhan was quite satisfied with this private message. Every word focused on the key points and was concise and clear. This kind of party B is the qualified party B. Luhan sent back a message, at 8 o'clock tonight, at the number 9 bridge opening of the Binhai Century Bridge. Please bring the quenching materials and only accept one person.
In the Blue Ocean International Villa area.
When it was almost noon, a young man got up with panda eyes, opened his laptop, and prepared to see if there was any reply to the private message. He waited until midnight last night without waiting for a reply to the private message, so he fell asleep. After logging into the Crystal Core darknet, he immediately saw the red number 1 in his mailbox. He hurriedly opened the private message to check, and immediately raised his eyebrows. The other party's reply was also concise, directly agreeing on the time, place, and requirements.
This further proves that it is the real thing.
The young man immediately called and asked someone to prepare quenching materials in cash.
Late afternoon. A car parked on the embankment of the Century Bridge. Sitting in the back seat of the car were a young man and a middle-aged man. The young man's name is Lin Ziyu. He is 23 years old. He is the young master of the Lin family, a wealthy coastal family. He is also one of the first batch of superpowers recruited by the Abyss battlefield. After the recruitment countdown appeared, Lin relied on her family connections to find 3 superpowers with the same countdown, spent money to upgrade the 3 people's levels, and accompanied Lin Ziyu into the Abyss battlefield. Therefore, Lin Ziyu's first Abyss battlefield went very smoothly. He completed 2 challenging tasks and gained a lot. The Lin family had already understood the recruitment rules of the Abyss battlefield in the early days of the Abyss. It is now 7 o'clock, and before the agreed time, the Lin family arrived at the Marina Century Bridge in advance. A bodyguard in a black suit walked to the car, knocked on the car window, and after the window opened, he bowed and said, "Master, we confirmed that there are only 8 bridge openings after the Century Bridge, and there is no number 9 bridge opening. We also looked for it." The management unit of the bridge asked that the design draft of the Century Bridge has 8 bridge holes. Lin Ziyu frowned and said, "The appointment is at bridge number 9, that's right." The middle-aged man sitting next to him pondered, could he be a liar? Why don't you ask some of them to accompany you later? No matter how he thought about it, Lin Ziyu felt that the other party did not look like a liar, and said firmly, "The other party said that he would only receive one person, so I should go by myself."
The middle-aged man looked at the bodyguard outside the car and said, "Check again whether the area around the bridge is safe."
"Yes." The bodyguard bowed and agreed, going to do the business.
The time came to 7:50. Lin Ziyu got off the car with 2 suitcases and walked under the Century Bridge. Since there was no bridge hole number 9, he could only stand under the bridge hole number 8 and wait.
Waited about 5 minutes. A voice came from behind him. "Are you going to temper the weapon?"
Lin Ziyu was startled and turned around quickly, only to see a cloaked figure standing in the shadow of the bridge hole, whose appearance he could not clearly see. He has the support of his family and is now a level 10 psychic with much higher perception than ordinary people. Normally, even if someone approached him from behind quietly, he would be able to detect it. However, now he has no idea how this man in a cloak appeared.
He was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. "It's me. Our appointment is for bridge number 9, but the Century Bridge only has 8 bridge holes. Come with me."
After saying this, the cloaked figure turned and walked towards a wall of the bridge cave. Lin Ziyu followed him suspiciously, and then watched helplessly as this man walked into the wall. He was very frightened and became more and more sure that the other party was a powerful person. He quickly took 2 steps to follow him and stepped into the wall. When he first lifted his feet, he was a little worried, but when he stepped in, he entered another space. Lin Ziyu had just disappeared at the wall of the bridge cave. A dozen bodyguards standing in the distance rushed up to look for Lin Ziyu. They reached out and knocked on the wall, touching every part of it, but it was just a solid wall, nothing special about it. The middle-aged man in the car also walked under the bridge and looked at the situation of the bridge with a serious expression. The bodyguard leading the team reported, "Mr. Yu, we just saw the young master walking into this wall and then disappeared." The middle-aged man walked over and pushed the wall.
He couldn't see any problem. He guessed that it might be a deception like magic.
If the other party is really a liar and uses this method to kidnap, things will get very bad. He quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed a mobile number, but there was a message on the mobile phone that the call could not be connected.
He frowned and thought for a moment, then ordered in a deep voice, "Spread out and search."
If it's a deception like magic, the person must not have gone far.
"We must find the person." "Yes."
More than a dozen bodyguards spread out in all directions, searching every corner around the Century Bridge where people could hide.
Other side. Lin Ziyu stepped into the wall and entered another strange space.
This place is naturally Quenching Castle. The man in the cloak was walking in front and heading into the castle. He asked, wait a minute, the man in the cloak was naturally Lu Hong. Lu Hong didn't want to reveal his identity so early, so he wore a quencher's robe and a cat-faced mask on his face.
Hearing his question, Lu Hong turned around and said, "Welcome to Quenching Castle. In addition, I remind you that you should come alone next time, otherwise Quenching Castle will not open the door to you again."
Lin Ziyu was stunned when he heard this. He could imagine that his uncle and bodyguards outside must be crazy and must have turned over the Century Bridge to find someone. He hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, before I came in, I clearly told them to wait for me outside.
I'll call them now and ask them to go back."
Lu Hong raised his hand to stop him. "No, there is no mobile phone signal here.
Come in with me."
Entering the castle's reception room, Lu Hong sat down directly in the main seat and asked him to take a seat. Lin Ziyu had seen many big scenes, but he was still shocked by the fact that he stepped into the wall and came to another world. After he sat down, he put the 2 suitcases on the coffee table and said, "I brought everything." Lu Hong said, "Take out the weapons and quenching materials to be quenched first." Lin Ziyu opened the first suitcase and took out a silver revolver. This revolver is a very famous collector's edition revolver, nicknamed Silver Python, with a bright silver color, which is very eye-catching. Lu Hong picked up the Silver Python revolver and checked the data in his hand. Silver Python revolver, abyss assimilation, item level, C.level, specifications, length 29.1 centimeters, weight 1.3 kilograms, bullet capacity 6 rounds, attributes, attack power 155, using standard 12.7 millimeters bullets, evaluation, a revolver made of alloy, it is very powerful and can kill a beast with one shot.
The power of hot weapons is determined by the gun body and bullets, and cannot obtain the power attribute bonus of the user.
The gun is good and powerful, but the disadvantage is that the bullet capacity is only 6 rounds. When facing a superpower, there is basically no time to change bullets.
Of course, if you are confident that you can kill the opponent within 6 bullets, this gun is really powerful.
Moreover, this pistol has used divine energy to assimilate the law, and can be brought into the abyss world. This means that 600 points of divine energy have been spent on this gun. It is very difficult to obtain divine energy, and many superpowers may not have so much after accumulating 2 or 3 games.
Of course, for major forces, there are shortcuts.
Divine energy and superpowers are bound and cannot be transferred, but items assimilated by basic laws are external objects and can be taken away by anyone. Therefore, major forces can obtain weapons and equipment assimilated by the abyss through transactions. Large caliber pistols like the Silver Python revolver are basically the most powerful among C-level thermal weapons. It can be seen as the level of a pistol and the power of a rifle. Of course, this power is exchanged for the capacity of the bullet. For ordinary psychics, if they do not have the talent for strengthening firearms, it will be a bit embarrassing to spend divine energy on this in the later stage.
However, for large families with money, it doesn't matter. Lu Hong put the Silver Python revolver back and asked, "Are you going to quench this gun?"
"Yes, I have prepared the quenching materials." Lin Ziyu nodded slightly, and then pushed the 2 quenching essences forward.
Lu Hong was not in a hurry to take this job, and he calmly explained the precautions first. Regarding the quenching of weapons, there are several prerequisites that need to be made clear. First, quenching is not 100% successful, and there is a certain probability of failure. If quenching fails, the materials and fees will not be refunded. Second, if quenching fails, there is a very small probability that the weapon will be damaged. Once damaged, the quenching castle will not compensate, but will try to help repair it. Whether it can be repaired or not is not guaranteed. Agreeing to quenching is equivalent to accepting the above 2 terms. If you don't accept it, you can leave now.
After listening to the 2 terms, Lin Ziyu knew that this was a disclaimer.
He thought about it and asked, "What is the approximate success rate of quenching?"
Lu Hong replied calmly, "Currently, my quenching success rate is 100%. I tell you the precautions in advance just to avoid unexpected situations.
If you can't accept it, you can choose not to quench it.
The only one who has the ability to quench weapons now is the quenching castle.
Don't worry about whether the terms are overbearing or not, this is the way it is."
For the Lin family, the 2 pieces of quenching materials are not precious enough to worry about.
Lin Ziyu immediately decided, "Okay, I accept the terms. Please help me quench." Lu Hang then introduced, "The effect of quenching has a certain degree of randomness. I will give you a rough introduction to the effect after quenching. The attack power of this revolver is now 155 points. If the quenching is successful once, the attack power will increase by 10 points. If it is successful twice, it will increase by another 10 points. If the quenching level reaches level 3, you can also try to inject spirit to obtain the special effect of the entry. However, that requires more advanced materials, which you probably don't have now." When Lin Ziyu heard that there were more advanced ways to strengthen the weapon, he looked at Lu Hong with a sense of admiration and nodded, saying, "If the quenching is successful this time, I will go back to collect more materials and come back." Lu Hong continued, "Next is the price of quenching. The price of each quenching is a demon crystal core. You can pay with demon crystal cores, quenching materials, energy crystals and other items. I have an item value exchange rate table here." Lin Ziyu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Can't you pay with cash?" "You can use cash to purchase demon crystal cores and then quench them. Actually, demon crystal cores have a price on Blue Star, but the price fluctuates too much. In the early days of the Abyss, the price of an ordinary crystal core was around 300,000 to 500,000. As time goes by, this price will rise all the way to more than 1 million. Only crystal cores are the most valuable, and can be regarded as hard currency within a certain range." Lu Hong took the money, and had to find a way to use the money to purchase demon crystal cores. It was too troublesome, so it would be better to let the other party pay for the demon crystal cores directly. Lin Ziyu took out 2 demon crystal cores and said, "I brought 2 crystal cores, do you think it's okay?" "Yes." Lu Hong took the 2 demon crystal cores, stood up and said, "You wait here, the quenching process will take about half an hour." "Can I watch the quenching process?" Lin Ziyu asked quickly. "That's the price of taking in an apprentice, you can't afford it." Lu Hong didn't intend to let him observe the quenching. "What price do you need? You tell me, I can definitely afford it." Lin Ziyu continued to fight for it. The corner of Lu Hang's mouth, hidden under the mask, raised an arc, and he said in amazing condition, "Professional source essence." When Lin Ziyu heard these 4 words, he was stunned. Now professional source essence is very rare, and almost all major forces are competing for professional source essence. This is no longer something that can be bought with money. After Lu Hong made this condition,
He could not guarantee that he would agree, so he did not stop. When he was about to reach the door, Lin Ziyu suddenly stood up and asked, "Any type of source essence is okay? If there is no limit to the type, I can accept it." Although this was the plan from the beginning, Lu Hong was still a little surprised to hear that he really agreed to this condition. For Lin Ziyu, being able to observe the quenching process with his own eyes is not something that can be measured by price. Even being able to enter the quenching castle is of great value to the Lin family. Lu Hong stopped and looked at him sideways, and replied, "Perception system, summoning system, or spiritual system are all okay." Lin Ziyu's eyes lit up when he heard these categories. If you want the career essence of the main combat system, then there is really no such thing. For example, fighters, destroyers, knights, the essence of these main combat professions, that is simply not something that money can buy. Relatively speaking, the perception system is easier to obtain. It's not that the career essence of the perception system is not precious, but at this stage there are relatively few psychics willing to take the perception route, so the demand is naturally small. A young master of a big family like Lin Ziyu must be a super soldier, and it is impossible to take the auxiliary route. Therefore, for big forces, the occupational essence of the perception system is relatively less rare. I have Eye of the Sky and Microscopic Sniffer essences on hand, which are for the perception system. As long as you can let me watch the quenching, I can use them for exchange. Lin Ziyu decisively decided to exchange one essence for this observation opportunity. Lu Hong originally just offered a sky-high price to try it out, but he didn't expect that this guy was really willing to exchange the occupational essence for the opportunity to observe the quenching process. The occupation of Eye of the Sky is not a simple perception system, but should be considered a dual system of perception and summoning. Now, Sumuyu just lacks an occupational essence, and Eye of the Sky is very suitable for her. There are only 3 days left in the countdown of Lu Heng's Abyss battlefield, and this conscription is likely to be a battle for essence. If Sumuyu can obtain occupational essence now, there is a high probability that she can enter the same Abyss battlefield. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for Sumuyu to fight the battle for essence alone in the future. After all, she has to take the auxiliary route, and she must cooperate with combat-type psychics to play her value. If she is recruited alone and enters the Abyss battlefield, she can't find a teammate she can trust, which is equivalent to handing her life to a stranger. Therefore, Lu Hong hopes to find a suitable career source for Sumuyu within 3 days. Lu Hong emphasized the time. If it is the Eye of the Sky source, you can watch the quenching, but this promise is only valid for 3 days. Lin Ziyu's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise, and he hurriedly said, "I can go back and get it now, wait for me for half an hour." For big forces, tangible items, whether it is a crystal core or a source, can be bought with money. And information that transcends the times is much more important than a simple item. With the information gap, you can earn 100 times back, and even seize the opportunity of the times change. Therefore, when Lin Ziyu heard that he could watch the quenching process, he immediately decided to go back and get the Eye of the Sky source. Lu Hong nodded and agreed, "I can wait for you for half an hour. Then I'll go quickly and come back soon." Lin Ziyu no longer hesitated, and immediately got up and left the quenching castle to go back to get the career essence. The gate of the quenching fort opened, and Lin Ziyu walked out of the gate and returned to the tunnel of the Century Bridge. He quickly looked back and saw a wall. Reaching out to touch it, my palm touched the cold, hard concrete wall. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't have been able to believe that people could pass through this kind of wall. Just as he was marveling, several bodyguards ran over from a distance, shouting as they ran, found the person. Under the bridge. The middle-aged man didn't go far when he heard the sound and hurried over. "Ziyu, are you okay?" "Uncle, I'm fine." Lin Ziyu agreed, then took out his cell phone to make a call, briefly talked about his experience in the quenching fort, and then asked someone to send over the Eye of the Sky source material. Didn't have to wait long. The copy of Eye in the Sky was sent over. This time Lin Ziyu asked all the bodyguards to go back, and he came to the bridge wall alone to wait. "I have brought the Eye of the Sky, can I go in?" Waited for a while. A voice came from behind him, "Follow me." Lin Ziyu was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked back. The tempering master wearing a cloak and a cat-face mask appeared behind him again. But this time, the opponent walked not on the original wall, but on the other side. Seeing this scene, Lin Ziyu was even more shocked. It turns out that the entrance is not fixed. Pass through the bridge tunnel wall, enter the quenching fort again, and take a seat in the living room. Lin Ziyu took out a palm-sized box, placed it on the table, opened it, and showed the transparent crystal inside. Lu Hong picked up the crystal and checked its attributes. It was indeed the source of the Eye of the Sky.
Collecting the essence, Lu Hong stood up and walked towards the castle forging room. Follow me. Arrived outside the forging room.
Wait here for a while. I need to do some preparations first. Lu Hong said and left him at the door. Lin Ziyu stood there, looking left and right, always feeling that this castle was full of mystery.
While he was waiting, a little dwarf strolled over and greeted him. You are the visitor here for tempering, right? Lin Ziyu nodded quickly and replied, yes, you are? You can call me Guru. Master Guru replied casually.
When Lin Ziyu heard this name, he looked like a servant. He thought to himself, this little dwarf should be the servant of the tempering master just now, but he should still be more respectful. After all, he is a 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister.
After saying hello, Lin Ziyu began to make insinuations. Excuse me, is the quenching master of your quenching castle very powerful?
When Gulu heard this question, he immediately became energetic. Of course, the master of quenching castle is the most powerful quenching master in the world, and he is the only one left.
Well, the only one left.
Look how I used the new idioms I learned. Lin Ziyu focused all his attention on the words the most powerful quenching master, thinking that someone who could be called a master must be awesome. When he looked towards the forging room again, there was light in his eyes. When Guru saw this visitor, he put his hands behind his back and walked away, as if he was a master who was hiding his secrets. After Lu Hong prepared the tools needed for quenching, he walked out and said, okay, come in.
Okay, master.
Lin Ziyu cupped his fists and bowed with a very respectful attitude. Lu Hong was a little surprised when he heard this title, but he didn't explain anything. He took him into the forging room, came to the quenching furnace, and started to quench the silver python revolver.
The steps for quenching firearms are different from those for quenching cold weapons.
Lu Hong is relatively experienced in this and is skilled in controlling the quenching furnace. Heating, melting, fusion, cooling, a set of quenching process is completed smoothly. Successfully quenched the silver python revolver, and the level of the silver python revolver was increased to +1, perform quenching operations, trainee quenchers professional experience +10, silver python revolver +1, attribute, attack power 165, after completing the first quenching, Lu Hong continued the second quenching without stopping.
The quenching process went smoothly.
Successfully quenched the silver python revolver, and the level of the silver python revolver was increased to +2, perform quenching operations, trainee quenchers professional experience +10, silver python revolver +2, attribute, attack power 175, after completing 2 quenchings, Lu Hong placed the revolver on the tray and motioned to Lin Ziyu to check the quenching results. Lin Ziyu carefully picked up the silver python revolver and checked its properties. His eyes suddenly lit up. Attack power has been increased from 155 points to 175 points even though the attack power is only increased by 20 points. When the limit is exceeded, each point of improvement requires 100 times the resources. Lin Ziyu was originally worried that the quenching would not be successful. After all, the master had said from the beginning that quenching was not guaranteed to be 100% successful. He remembered what Lu Hong said before, currently, my quenching success rate is 100%. He sighed in his heart, he is worthy of being a quenching master. Lu Hong waited for him to look at the properties and then said, 2 quenchings are completed.
If it is confirmed to be correct, then you will get your money back.
Lin Ziyu nodded hurriedly, of course, thank you, master. After the quenching was over, Lin Ziyu wanted to stay in the quenching fort for a while longer to get more information about the quenching fort, and even wanted to ask for some information about the abyss. Lu Hong didn't have time to chat with him, so he sent him out of Quenching Castle. When he reached the castle gate, Lin Ziyu turned around and asked, Master, how can I enter Quenching Castle in the future?
Is the entrance always in the number 9 bridge hole of Century Bridge? Lu Hong raised his eyelids slightly and replied, the entrance will only appear when Quenching Castle opens its door. Okay, I understand.
I'll come back next time when I prepare the materials. Lin Ziyu was sent out of Quenching Castle after he finished speaking. Back under the bridge again, Lin Ziyu turned back to press the wall as before, but the entrance was gone.
In the evening,
the Binhai Lin family held an important family meeting. Lin Ziyu briefly recounted his experience in Quenching Castle, and finally concluded, I have established a good relationship with the master of Quenching Castle, which means that we have mastered the channel of weapon quenching.
We should make use of this channel.
I hope the family can expand the acquisition of quenching materials. Quenching greatly improves weapon properties, and the price of quenching materials will soon skyrocket. Moreover, I heard a more important message from the quenching master, that is, after the quenching level reaches level 3, you can inject spirits and have a chance to obtain special effects. So, in the future, as long as high-level spirit injecting materials appear, no matter what the price is, you must get them. After listening to this report, the head of the Lin family nodded in agreement. Let's do it. Zayu, you have to maintain a good relationship with this quenching master, and agree to whatever he asks for. After getting rich, Lu Hong rented a top-floor house in Jinsho Yujing for more convenience. This top-floor house comes with a small terrace garden, which can be used for daily practice of kung fu and swordsmanship. At night, on the rooftop terrace of splendid royal view, Lu Hong took out the piece of Eye of the Sky essence and handed it to Su Muyu. Look at this, it should be very suitable for you. It is a dual system class of perception and summoning. You have a lot of skill slots, and there is a lot of room for dual system classes. I will be drafted the day after tomorrow, and this time there is a high probability that it will be a battle for the source of quality. If you use this, there is a high probability that you will enter the same field as me, which will be much more convenient. Otherwise, you will be recruited alone into the battle for the source of matter in the future, which will be much more dangerous. Sumuyu took the light blue transparent crystal, held it in the palm of her hand to examine it, nodded and said, I like this, can I use it? Use it. Good. Sumuyu began to absorb the source essence of Eye of the Sky. As a stream of liquid energy merges into the body, data prompts appear. Obtain the Eye of the Sky source material and start the battle for the source material. Completeness of source material fusion, 10%, the source material is in a free state. After the fusion completion reaches 100%, the source material fusion can be completed and the first class Eye in the Sky can be obtained. Temporarily obtain the ability of source material, flight evolution, flying evolution, improve the vision of the ability owner, improve the ability of the summon object, and allow the summon object to gain flight ability and language ability. If it is a flying summon, its flying will be strengthened. Acquire the flight evolution ability, and the advanced scout eagle is upgraded to the Sky Falcon. Sky Falcon, skill effect, summon a Sky Falcon to conduct reconnaissance, stealth detection and combat in the sky. The Sky Falcon has a load capacity of 100 kilograms, and the caster can fly in the sky with the help of the Sky Falcon. Attributes, detection invisible range equals 6 times perception, attack damage equals 3 times mental power. After reading the data, Sumuyu was surprised and said, the attack power is so strong, it has tripled. If my mental power were higher, this attack power could rival that of a pistol. Moreover, it can take people flying. Her current mental power is 21 points, which means that the Sky Falcon's attack damage is 3 times 21 is equal to 63 points. Normally, a person with superpowers would be unable to survive 2 or 3 attacks from the Sky Falcon. Moreover, the main function of the Sky Falcon is not attack, but also the ability to conduct reconnaissance, detect invisibility, and take people flying. Especially flying with people, this is a qualitative change in ability. Call it out and have a look. Lu Hong also wanted to see the effect. Good. Sumuyu nodded, then raised her hand to summon the Sky Falcon. Energy gathered in front of his eyes, and a Sky Falcon condensed into shape, with wings spread 2 meters, very handsome. Lu Hong walked over and reached out to grab the talons of the Sky Falcon, wanting to test the weight effect. Take me to fly and have a look. The Sky Falcon flapped its wings, and Lu Hong felt a force pulling his arms upwards, and his body slowly took off and flew up. If you fly with an adult attached, the speed will be greatly reduced. However, this is an improvement from scratch. The effect is good. Lu Hong commented. Later, Sumuyu couldn't restrain her curiosity and controlled the Sky Falcon to catch herself and fly up. However, she didn't dare to fly too high. After all, humans can't fly. If they suddenly gain this ability, it will feel unreal, and they need to get used to it. After the test, Sumuyu thought thoughtfully and asked, the source material is still in a free state, which means it is possible to lose this ability, right? Lu Hong explained a little bit, we only got the starting quality of the first class. The total amount of quality is not enough. We need to obtain more quality to complete the integration of the quality and obtain the class. The current ability, it's just a temporary ability provided by the source of matter. After the explanation, Lu Hong turned to ask, is there a countdown to the Abyss battlefield? Sumuyu glanced at the data panel, nodded and replied, it has appeared. The countdown is 2 days, 18 hours, 53 minutes and 34 seconds. While listening to her read out the values, Lu Hong stared at the countdown on his panel. The countdown is the same.
As expected, we will enter the same battle for the source of matter. Sumuyu thought for a moment and asked, if you put it this way, will all those entering the abyss battlefield this time be superpowers who have obtained the source of essence? Lu Hong nodded, yes, and at this point in time, those who can obtain professional essence have the support of big forces behind them. Sumuyu subconsciously felt that this was a good thing, and said with a smile, in this case, the people you meet should be very strong, and it should be much easier to deal with demons. Lu Hong shook his head and corrected, no, other people may be more dangerous than the devil. Sumuyu was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought of the reason. Could it be that if others kill us, they can take away our professional essence? Lu Hong affirmed with a solemn expression, yes, in the battle for the essence, any free essence can be the target of the battle. Sumuyu opened her mouth slightly, then entering the abyss battlefield this time, wouldn't it be a civil war among humans? Lu Hong shook his head slowly, not necessarily, it depends on who you meet. As long as the battlefield mode is a battle for the essence, there must be the essence in the abyss world you enter. You can also obtain the essence without engaging in human civil war. I'm just afraid someone might want to take a shortcut. Sumuyu finally understood why Lu Hong had to enter the battle for the essence together. If she was recruited alone to fight for the source, even if there were other psychics cooperating at the beginning, she would probably be killed by her teammates in the end. On this extraordinary road, even friends who have known each other for a long time may turn against each other, not to mention temporary teammates. The countdown is less than 3 days, and some preparations need to be made before entering the abyss battlefield. Lu Hong first counted all the weapons and equipment that can be brought into the abyss world. He had only experienced one abyss battlefield before, so not many equipments have been assimilated to the abyss law. In addition to the Aurora Blade, there is also a Glock G17. However, the number of bullets is limited, with only 15 rounds left. Since bullets also need to consume divine energy to be brought into the abyss battlefield, one less bullet is used. Sumuyu has a string of energy crystal bracelets, and no other items. Before entering the abyss battlefield, it is necessary to improve the combat effectiveness as much as possible. Lu Hong remembered the mist escape crystal core he had obtained before. This skill crystal core was obtained from the abyss fire thief. Since Sumuyu already has a skill of the same type, it is naturally impossible for him to learn this skill. If this skill is put on the crystal core dark web for sale, it can easily sell for millions. However, this kind of high-quality crystal core is easy to sell, but it is difficult to buy it back. Although Sumuyu does not need to learn this skill, Divine Evolution can not only improve the skill level, but also integrate the same type of skills to obtain a stronger skill effect. I remember you have 300 points of divine energy left. Lu Hong took out the mist escape crystal core and put it on the table like a gyroscope and spun it a few times. Well, there are 300 points left. Sumuyu used 300 points of divine energy on the energy crystal bracelet before, and then used 300 points to upgrade Scout Eagle, so there are 300 points left. You absorb the energy of this mist escape. I will help you open the skill lock of Invisible Curtain. You use the divine energy to merge the two skills, and see if you can merge them to achieve a stronger effect. Lu Hong said, holding her hand and letting her start absorbing the energy of the crystal core. Okay. Sumuyu nodded, and began to absorb the energy of mist escape, and guided the energy into the skill slot of Invisible Curtain. Under normal circumstances, the energy of two skills cannot be put into one skill slot. If you force it, the skill slot will explode. After Lu Hong opened the skill lock of Invisible Curtain, the energy of Invisible Curtain became unstable, and the energy of the two skills mixed together. However, the two energies are just mixed together, and cannot be completely fused. Divine energy needs to be added to complete this process. Sumuyu guided the divine energy into the skill slot, and the three energies intertwined and flowed, and finally slowly merged together and condensed into a stable energy ball again. Skill fusion completed, evolved into Invisible Curtain Escape Shadow. Invisible Curtain Escape Shadow, release energy to cover the object, obtain optical invisibility effect, and isolate odor and infrared sensing at the same time. Skill consumption, 3 source energy/minute. Skill level, D level. Successful, the skill name has become Invisible Curtain Escape Shadow, and the effect has been added to isolate odor and infrared sensing, which has been greatly enhanced. Sumuyu looked at the skill effect after evolution, and his eyes were full of surprise. Although Lu Hong has the talent of Divine Evolution, he has not integrated all skill sets, so he didn't know the fusion effect at first. Now he heard that the skill has the effect of isolating odor and infrared sensing, and he was a little surprised. The effect is very strong,
and the fusion is quite perfect.
In fact,
When using divine evolution to fuse skills, the fusion effect is uncertain.
if you are unlucky, you may even get rid of the original good skill effect.
Generally speaking, the fusion effect of the same type of skills will be better. In the next 2 days, Lu Hang concentrated on practicing the 7-section sword steps, waiting for the arrival of the Abyss battlefield.
2 days passed in a flash, and it was time for the Abyss battlefield to open. In the evening,
Lu Hong finished practicing the 7-section sword steps for the last time. Improved swordsmanship proficiency +1, swordsmanship realm, subtle level, 1215/3000, physical fitness improved during practice, strength +0.01, agility +0.01, constitution +0.01. After finishing the practice, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Hong and Su Muyu went to the supermarket, bought drinks and snacks, sat on the terrace, looked at the night view of the city, and waited for midnight to come.
Puff! Lu Hong pulled the ring of a can of beer and took a sip.
The slightly bitter taste immediately soaked his taste buds. Su Muyu took a sip, stuck out his tongue,
and changed to drinking jasmine tea. One person drank beer, the other drank a drink, and clinked glasses.
Su Muyu leaned her forehead against the glass of the bay window, looking at the neon lights outside the window.
Thinking about entering the Abyss battlefield soon, she brought up a topic. Lu Hong, have you ever thought about what will happen to our relatives if we can't come back?
In fact, Lu Hong has thought about this question, but there is no solution to this problem. Most people's first thought is to leave more money for their parents, but in a world where the abyss has descended, leaving more money is useless, and it may be a crime.
Lu Hong looked out the window and said leisurely, all we can do is try to survive.
Once we can't come back, even if we leave a large sum of money for our family, they can't keep it.
Su Muyu nodded and agreed, I think so too, so I'm a little helpless. There is no other way except to try to survive.
After a while, she continued, I thought about helping my mother awaken before. Awakening can strengthen physical fitness and seems to have no side effects.
But then I thought about it and gave up.
After awakening, she will be recruited into the Abyss battlefield, which is more dangerous. Based on the current information, she concluded that all superpowers have a chance to be recruited. Lu Hong reached out and flicked her forehead, reminding her, don't worry about this.
In fact, only combat-type psychics will be recruited. If you acquire life skills, you can avoid being recruited. However, you can't rush this, you have to take it slowly. Su Muyu was immediately happy when she heard that there was a way to avoid being recruited. If you become a life-type psychic, you won't be recruited by the Abyss battlefield?
To be precise, the Abyss battlefield only recruits psychics with middle and upper combat power.
According to this rule, there is indeed a way to avoid being recruited.
Many people have studied this issue in their previous life, and have basically figured out the rules of the Abyss battlefield's recruitment.
The Abyss battlefield is said to be randomly recruited, but it is not completely random.
Only psychics with higher combat power will be recruited, and the lower the combat power, the lower the probability of being recruited.
This ratio is about half and half.
Therefore, those psychics who have acquired life-type skills will basically not be recruited because their combat power is generally not high. Of course, if all the psychics with high combat power die in battle, the psychics with low combat power will naturally not escape the fate of being recruited. However, when that time comes, civilization will almost perish.
Time finally came to midnight. There were only 3 minutes left in the countdown.
Lu Hong took out the Glock pistol and handed it over. Take the gun with you. If we don't appear in the same place after the teleportation, you must protect yourself and wait for me to find you.
Don't take out the pistol easily.
At this time, there are very few people who can bring guns into the Abyss world.
Other superpowers will definitely snatch them when they see them. Okay, I know.
Su Muyu nodded, took the Glock, placed it on her palm, and then wrapped it with the energy of invisibility curtain. The pistol suddenly became invisible. If it was before awakening, with her strength, she might not be able to withstand the recoil of the pistol. However, now her strength is 16 points. Although she is a girl, her strength attribute is actually much higher than that of ordinary people.
The countdown time is over.
Su Muyu took the initiative to grab Lu Hang's hand, and then the vision in front of her began to become bizarre. As the vision in front of her fell into a chaotic darkness, the transmission information appeared in front of her. Transmission to the Abyss world, the burial place of the evil god Barton. World introduction. After the death of the evil god Barton, his demon servants traveled through various abyssal worlds to retrieve his body parts and buried them in the cemetery. After a century of searching, the demon servants finally found the heart of the evil god and began to collect source essence to prepare for the evil god's resurrection ceremony.
Danger level, level 4, battlefield mode, source essence battle, main mission, 1. Escape from the dungeon before the resurrection ceremony begins. 2. Attack the demon team transporting the source essence sacrifice. 3. Survive until the end of the resurrection ceremony. Challenge mission, 1.
Find the most important source essence sacrifice and prevent it from entering the Barton Temple.
2. Complete the source essence fusion and obtain the first job level. 3. Destroy the resurrection ceremony and prevent the evil god Barton from returning to the abyss. Transfer completed, loading the common language of the abyss world.
7 days left before the evil god resurrection ceremony. When Lu Hong saw the name of the abyss world he was teleporting to, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Because he had heard the name of this abyss world in his previous life. The abyss battlefield, the burial ground of the evil god Barton, was a sensation in his previous life. Because this abyss battlefield was a rare 100-person scale, and it ended very tragically. Only a few of the recruited superpowers returned alive and told about what they had experienced in the abyss. According to the description of the returnees, they successfully stopped the resurrection ceremony. This was also the first time that the human world knew that there was such a terrible existence as the evil god in the abyss. However, this was not the whole story. About 3 months after the resurrection ceremony, the evil god Barton descended on Blue Star and destroyed the central city of a small equatorial country. According to the description of the returnees, they obtained the help of an anti-demon tribe in the abyss world and successfully stopped the resurrection ceremony.
However, 3 months later, a terrible thing happened. The evil god Barton descended on Blue Star and destroyed a city. This did not match the description of the returnees. As the returnees said, they stopped the resurrection ceremony, so the evil god Barton will be resurrected and come to Blue Star? The few superpowers who returned from the abyss battlefield were also retaliated by the evil god Barton and all died. There is no way to verify the truth of the matter from their mouths. After reading the data prompts of the abyss battlefield, the light gradually returned to his eyes. Lu Han looked around and found that he was in a dark and damp dungeon, with a rotten smell in the air. There were 5 people in the dungeon, all of them humans. One of them was known to Lu Hong, but it was not Su Muyu. Lu Hong stood up and walked to the door of the cell, looking out to see if Su Muyu was locked up in another cell. However, there was no Su Muyu in sight. This was the worst-case scenario imagined, and the 2 people were not teleported to the same place. At this time, there was a person next to him, squeezing to the door of the cell and looking out. Unfortunately, this person was Lin Ziyu, who had entered the quenching fort to quench the revolver before. Lu Hong turned his head and looked at him, and saw vigilance and prudence in his eyes. The reactions of the 2 people when they woke up were very similar, both squeezing to the door of the cell and looking out. So it is not difficult to see that he should also be looking for someone. With Lin Ziyu's family's strong financial resources, they would not hesitate to exchange their professional essence in order to watch the quenching process. With such a generous level, since he was recruited by the abyss battlefield, he would definitely hire someone to come in for protection. Therefore, he should be looking for a protector who will enter the abyss battlefield with him. Lin Ziyu looked at the situation outside the cell door, turned around calmly and glanced at the people in the cell, and took the initiative to start the topic. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ziyu, and I brought a team in. Several of my friends are locked in other cells, and they will be able to meet up after they get out. The danger level of the abyss world this time is relatively high, so I hope everyone can form an alliance and work together. First of all, I want to confirm one thing first, whether everyone's mission is the same. Do you agree? The 3 people in the cell looked around, and one of them questioned, if someone's mission is different, do you have to do it immediately? Lin Ziyu looked calm and explained, those who can appear here should have a high level and have experienced at least one abyss battlefield. It should be clear. That basic trust is important if you want to cooperate. If anyone doesn't want to confirm the mission, that's fine, just refuse directly. Of course, after refusing, there will be no alliance. Another person agreed, I agree, it's definitely a good thing to be able to cooperate. Besides, there's nothing to keep secret about my mission. The person who questioned before asked, how do you want to confirm other people's missions? Do you write them down on paper? Lin Ziyu waved his hand and said, don't bother so much, there are 5 of us here. Let's read the content of a mission one by one, and those who have finished reading click the next one. If there's no problem, I'll start first. He paused for a moment, looked around, and saw that no one objected,
So he began to read the content of the first main task. My first main task is, escape from prison before the resurrection ceremony begins.
Next, it's your turn. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Hong, who was standing aside. Lu Hong had experienced this way of building basic trust many times before. As long as there was no problem with himself, there was really no need to hide it. In addition, the missions of the superpowers teleported to the same location were most likely the same. Unless someone triggered the betrayer mission. Lu Hong read out the content of the second main task, and then clicked on the next person. Finally, all 5 people read the content of a task to make sure that everyone's task was the same. I have to say that this method of building basic trust is indeed very effective. The 5 people in the cell slowly let down their vigilance and began to discuss the Abyss battlefield. The danger level this time is too high. It is actually level 4, 2 levels higher than the last Abyss battlefield I was in, which makes people very worried. Looking at the world introduction, you will know how dangerous this time is. You actually encountered something like the evil god. At least there is one good news, this evil god is dead. Lu Hang basically did not speak, and found that none of the 4 people mentioned source quality. This Abyss battlefield is a battle for source quality. But none of the 4 people mentioned source quality, which actually explains the problem. After listening to their discussion for a while, I didn't hear any useful information. Lu Hong wanted to go out and meet Su Muyu as soon as possible, otherwise it would be very dangerous for her to be alone in the Abyss world. I think we should consider how to leave the dungeon. The first main task is to escape from the dungeon, so it must be out. The reason why these people are not in a hurry is that there are still 7 days before the resurrection ceremony, and there is still plenty of time. Of course, if you want to complete the challenge task, you must not stay here for too long. Lin Ziyu continued to organize the speech. Since everyone's task is the same, we can form an alliance and cooperate with each other. Before that, everyone reveals some personal skill information to each other for easy cooperation. Let me go first. I am an agility system, have long range attack means, and have relatively good self-protection ability. Someone took the lead, and the other few people also reported their own information one after another. The information reported is relatively simple, mainly to divide the responsibilities well, and no detailed skill data is leaked. After summarizing the information, the functional composition of this temporary team was obtained. 1 strength system, 2 agility systems, 1 spirit system, and 1 perception system. The configuration is very reasonable, just enough to form a relatively complete team. Lu Hong looked at the perception-type psychic named Lu Kitchen and asked, "Then please scout the situation outside." Lu Kitchen nodded and began to report the situation outside. This dungeon has 4 cells, 3 of which contain things. I used the word things because one of the cells is not filled with people, but monsters. The other cell is similar to ours, with 5 people. There are demon guards guarding the dungeon door. The level is not too high, so it should not be difficult to deal with. However, there is a demon camp outside the dungeon, with 70 or 80 demons. If you force your way out, it may be a bit dangerous. Just then, Lu Kitchen changed his tone and said, "The people in the next cell want to take action. They have an invisible assassin who has already touched the dungeon door." Just then, there was a dense sound of footsteps outside the dungeon, and it was obvious that a team was coming. Lu Hong heard this sound and quickly reminded, "The situation is not right. Let the people next door not take action first." The invisible assassin was also very alert. He realized that something was wrong and immediately returned to the cell. Then, a winged demon leader flapped his wings and landed at the door of the dungeon, leading a team of demon servants into the dungeon. The winged demon leader was 3 meters tall and very strong. He had a pair of curved horns on his head, green flame patterns all over his body, and a pair of bat wings on his back. At just one glance, Lu Hong recognized that this winged demon leader was a high-level demon, above level 20. If he had taken action just now, most of the 10 people in the dungeon would have died. This winged demon leader alone was difficult to deal with, and with the dozens of demon servants in the demon camp, it would be a problem to protect himself without some trump cards. The winged demon commander entered the dungeon, glanced around the 4 cells, and shouted in demon language. The voice coming out of his mouth was obviously obscure, but Lu Hong could understand what he wanted to express. Not only Lu Hong could understand it, but other people in the dungeon could understand it. Because when teleporting into the Abyss world, there was an item in the data prompt that the Abyss common language was loaded. And the command just now by the winged demon commander was, "Put all the sacrifices on the car and send them to the Temple of Badun."
The team of demon servants entered the dungeon and saluted the winged demon commander respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Sages." The demon servant opened the door of the cell, took all 10 people in the dungeon out, and locked them in the prison car. The prison car was made of unknown materials and emitted a strange heat. The one pulling the car was a two-headed giant lizard from hell. This two-headed giant lizard is very large, with 4 claws on the ground, more than 2 meters high when the head is raised, 6 meters long, and weighs 700 or 800 kilograms. 10 people in the dungeon were taken to 2 prisoner cars. The demon servants pulled the reins of the hell two-headed giant lizard and began to lead the way to the Baton Temple. The winged demon leader Sages did not escort the team in person, but sent a winged demon wizard to escort. In the prisoner car, the perceiver Lu Kitchen whispered, "The winged demon leader just said that it seemed to be transporting sacrifices?" "Yes, we are the sacrifices." Lin Ziyu pointed to himself and then to the prisoner car in front. In fact, Lu Hong speculated more information. One of the main tasks of the Abyss battlefield is to attack the demon team transporting source sacrifices. Unfortunately, the 10 human superpowers on the 2 prisoner cars are all source sacrifices. In fact, this also indirectly confirms that the recruited superpowers have all obtained professional source. Because all 10 people have free source essence, they were captured by the demon servants and sacrificed to the evil god Barton as source essence. The prisoner car has left the camp. The demon servants responsible for escorting it are not too difficult to deal with. Say hello to the guys in the car in front, and let's do it together. The burly power-type psychic wanted to act as soon as possible. Yes, kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Another person followed up. The perceiver Lu Kitchen was about to communicate with the psychic in the prison car in front to discuss working together. Lu Hong frowned and reminded, "Wait a minute. What are you waiting for? The prisoner car has left the camp, and there are only these few demon servants. Are you still afraid?" The power-type psychic looked at Lu Hong with a little contempt. This is the bad thing about the temporary team. Everyone has their own ideas, and it is difficult to achieve unity. Everything must be explained clearly. Lu Hong had to spread his hands and explain. The winged demon commander was not responsible for the escort, so the escort team was indeed not difficult to deal with. However, the winged demon commander flies very fast. As long as a battle occurs here, the winged demon commander can quickly rush over. Moreover, the level of the winged demon commander should be above level 20, a high-level demon. I don't care, but if the winged demon commander catches up, half of the people will probably die. After listening to Lu Hang's explanation, several people raised their eyebrows and understood the danger. Lin Ziyu took over the topic and said, "Listen to him, wait a little longer, tell the friends in the car in front, and let them wait a little longer." The power-type psychics did not object anymore. After all, the reason Lu Hong said was very simple and could be understood with a little thought. At this stage, the highest level of the psychic sentence should be level 10. Even if there are some with surprisingly high levels, they can only reach level 11 at most. Facing the level 20 winged demon commander, there is no chance of winning. After Lu Kitchen communicated with the people in the prison car in front, he turned back and said, they agreed to wait a little longer. In fact, I think this Abyss battlefield should not be that difficult, with only 10 people. Everyone has been recruited, right? You should know that the number of people is proportional to the difficulty. Lu Hong shook his head and reminded, this time, the Abyss battlefield is not a scale of 10 people. The people in the prison car, except Lin Ziyu, all showed surprised expressions. How do you know it's not a scale of 10 people? Lu Hong looked at Lin Ziyu and smiled, you should know it too, right? Lin Ziyu was stunned. He knew that the Abyss battlefield was not a 10-man battle, so he did not deny it. What do you mean? The other 3 did not understand. Lu Hong continued to explain, in the dungeon, he said that he brought a team in. Do you remember it? Lu Kitchen nodded, remember, did he lie? Lu Hong smiled and continued, no, I believe he did bring a team in. But everyone must think that the team he mentioned is in the prison car in front, right? In fact, the people he brought in were not in the prison car in front, but in other places, right? At the end, Lu Hong turned to look at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu sighed and admitted, okay. I didn't hide it on purpose. I did bring a team in, but I don't know where they are now. Based on this, one piece of information can be confirmed. This time the Abyss battlefield is not a 10-man battle, it must be larger than 10 people. As for how much larger, I don't know. According to the information analysis about the Abyss battlefield obtained before, the The number of people in the Abyss battlefield is generally a multiple of 5.
There are 5, 10, 15 people. The intelligence I collected shows that the largest number of people in the Abyss battlefield that appeared before is 20. So, I think the scale of the Abyss battlefield this time should be more than 20 people. Lu Hong shook his head and decided to remind him, it's still conservative. I suggest thinking about the number of people higher, 60, 70, or even 100 people. After all, this world is the burial place of the evil god, and our mission goal is to stop the resurrection ceremony of the evil god. Although the challenge mission can be omitted, it at least shows that the mission is guiding us to stop the resurrection of the evil god. Since we want to stop the resurrection ceremony of the evil god, it is not something that a dozen or 20 people can do. In addition, everyone has deliberately avoided a word from the beginning. In fact, this Abyss battlefield is a battle for source essence. We all have source essence, so we will become the source essence sacrifice for the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton. After listening to Lu Heng's words, the 4 of them couldn't help but feel nervous. If the scale of this Abyss battlefield is really 100 people, then the degree of danger is a bit scary. Lu Heng observed the expressions of the 4 people and made it clear, now that it's said, don't hide it. If you want to obtain the source, attacking the demon servant team that transports the source sacrifice is the most direct way. If there is an internal fight, with the degree of danger of this Abyss battlefield, just wait for the whole team to be wiped out. Lin Ziyu raised his voice and agreed, I agree, the danger level is level 4, and there are evil gods in this world, even if they are dead, it is enough to cause the whole team to be wiped out. I hope everyone can form an alliance, work together, and try to complete the challenge mission. The other 3 also nodded in agreement, but I don't know what everyone is thinking. At this time, those who dare to disagree will immediately become the target of public criticism. Therefore, the so-called alliance now is not so reliable. Lu Hong was anxious to find Su Muyu, estimated the time to leave the camp, and said, it's far enough away from the camp, we can start. The demon servants responsible for escorting the source sacrifice are all around level 10. The winged demon wizard who led the team reached level 12 and could spread his wings and fly, releasing black magic in the air to attack the opponent. He was the most difficult one among the demon servants. The prisoner car had already left the demon camp 10 kilometers away, and it was time to take action. After a simple communication, the psychics on the 2 prisoner cars reached an agreement and took action together. Bang! 2 explosions sounded in succession, and the psychics on the prisoner car broke out of the cage and attacked the nearest demon servant. Lu Hong knew very well which target in this demon team was the most dangerous, so as soon as the prisoner car broke, he immediately started the wind step and flew out, stepped on the back of the 2-headed giant lizard, and pounced on the winged demon wizard. The winged demon wizard found that the sacrifice had rushed out of the cage, shouted angrily, flapped his wings and prepared to fly, and ordered the demon servants to stop the sacrifice from escaping. Lu Heng's agility has been increased to 24 points, and his speed is extremely fast. In the state of straight thrust, wind step thrust, bursts out a double acceleration effect, and the instantaneous speed directly soars to 50 meters/second. The winged demon wizard is leading the team in front, and is only 20 meters away from the second prisoner car. At the speed of the wind thrust, Lu Hong only needs a few tenths of a second to cross this distance. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hong rushed to the winged demon wizard, took the opportunity to pull out the aurora blade from the void, and stabbed it with a sword, as if thunder suddenly appeared, as fast as a millimeter. The winged demon wizard just flapped its wings and flew up 1 meter high, and Lu Hong stabbed it into its abdomen with a sword, and it went straight into the handle. The energy of lightning weapon burst out at the same time, and the winged demon wizard shook violently and fell heavily from mid-air. The winged demon wizard is of a high level. He was not dead after being hit by a sword. He struggled to raise his hand and wanted to cast a witchcraft to counterattack. Lu Hong took a step forward, kicked its arm and broke it, interrupting the spell, and then made another sword to cut off its head. The body of the winged demon wizard twisted and exuded demonic energy, and then a demon crystal core was extracted. Kill the winged demon wizard and absorb 120 points of demonic energy. Lu Hong picked up the demon crystal core, but he didn't have time to check it. He looked around and reminded loudly, everyone, the winged demon commander flies very fast and will arrive at the battlefield in a few minutes at most. If you want to leave, leave quickly. If there is a battle here, the winged demon commander named Sages will definitely come to support. No one can deal with that level 20 high-level demon now. So this battle cannot be delayed. Kill a few demons and retreat.
Once the winged demon commander arrives and flies in the air to chase, as long as he is seen, he can't escape. Because he has to find Su Muyu, Lu Hong does not plan to act with this team, so after reminding them, he steps towards the Bladestone Forest on the west side of the road. Lin Zheyu, who was in the same prisoner car, saw Lu Hong kill the winged demon wizard with one sword, and his eyes were full of admiration. He did not entangle with these demon servants, and ran in the direction of Lu Hang. The perceiver Lu Kitchen had strong observation ability and had been paying attention to the changes on the battlefield. Seeing that Lu Hong and Lin Zheyu had left, he hurriedly ran after them. After Lu Hang entered the Bladestone Forest, he slowed down and turned around, looking at the two people who followed him, and asked, "Why are you following me?" Lin Zheyu spread his hands and said, "Didn't we agree to form an alliance before? I think we should advance and retreat together." In fact, at the beginning, he wanted to be the temporary captain of this team. When he was in the dungeon, he took the initiative to organize topics and build basic trust, all for this purpose. At the beginning, it was still effective, and the other people tended to listen to him. However, when he really faced the battle, he found that Lu Hong was the calmest and most powerful one. However, Lu Hong did not mean to obey his command. Even so, he still felt that Lu Hong was the most worthy person to form an alliance with, so he followed him. For Lin Zheyu, his goal was to return to the main world alive and make friends with capable high-level psychics. As for the fight for Source Essence, it was not the most urgent. There are many ways to obtain Source Essence, not just the Abyss battlefield. As long as there is enough financial resources, you can also get Source Essence on Blue Star. Of course, the price will be very high. Especially after the end of this Source Essence battle, the major psychic organizations gradually understood the importance of Source Essence. The price of Source Essence that appeared on Blue Star would soar tenfold or 100-fold. Lu Hong looked at Lin Zheyu with a cautious look and directly exposed his thoughts. "You want to follow me temporarily until you find your team?" Lin Zheyu grinned and said cheerfully, "Aren't you looking for someone too? We can do it together." When they were in the dungeon, the first reaction of the two of them when they opened their eyes was to walk to the door of the cell and look out. Lu Hong could guess that he was looking for someone, so he could guess it too. Lin Zheyu scratched his forehead with his index finger and continued, "Besides, the loyalty of the team I brought in is guaranteed. You only need to form an alliance with me, which is equivalent to forming an alliance with 3 people. There is no need to worry about extra intrigue. This is indeed the case. If it were any other team, Lu Hang would need to be wary of everyone. To form an alliance with Lin Zheyu, you only need to be sure of his attitude." Moreover, Lin Zheyu had gone to the quenching fort to quench his weapons, so Lu Hong knew his real identity. On the contrary, Lin Zheyu did not recognize Lu Hang. After all, in his cognition, the person who quenched his silver python revolver in the quenching castle was an unfathomable quenching master. No matter how his brain circuit twisted, he could not connect the quenching master with the young man in front of him. Lu Hong smiled, stretched out his palm and raised it in front of him, and said loudly, "Okay, then we will form an alliance." Lin Zheyu also stretched out his hand, clapped his palm with Lu Hang's, and then shook it hard. Lu Kitchen joined in at the right time, and me, I will listen to the 2 big brothers. He is a perceiver, and his combat power is relatively weak, so he must hug thighs. It will be more convenient to find people with a perceiver. So Lu Hong and the others did not object to his joining. The 3 formed a temporary team and continued to go deep into the Bladestone Forest. Along the way, Lu Hong tried to recall all the information related to the evil god Barton burial ground. Since he had not personally passed through this Abyss battlefield in his previous life, the information in his memory was all obtained from news reports. Among them, the content about the evil god resurrection ceremony mainly came from the narration of the returnees. According to the description of the returnees who participated in the evil god Barton burial ground, they stopped the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton. Since the ceremony was stopped, why did the evil god Barton come to Blue Star 3 months later? This is still an unsolved mystery. This time, Lu Hang became the butterfly flapping its wings. I don't know what kind of variables this evil god resurrection ceremony will bring. Not long after the 3 entered the Bladestone Forest, a roar of the winged demon commander came from the direction of the prison car. The roar pierced the sky and was extremely terrifying. Lu Kitchen's expression was stern, and he said, "The winged demon commander appeared. This is too fast. It's only been more than 6 minutes." The prison car was more than 10 kilometers away from the demon camp. Lu Hong originally thought that such a long distance should last 10 minutes, but he didn't expect that the speed of the winged demon commander was faster than expected. Fortunately, with Lu Heng's reminder, the few superpowers did not dare to fight and withdrew before the winged demon commander arrived. I just don't know if anyone will be caught by the winged demon commander. The three of them entered the depths of the Bladestone forest. After confirming that there were no pursuers, Lu Hong stopped and began to collect twigs and other combustible materials around him in preparation for making a fire. I brought back a pile of firewood, but I felt it was not enough, so I was ready to look for it again. At this time, Lin Ziyu came back with a pile of dead branches and stacked them with Lu Hong. Lu Hong looked up at him and reminded, "I'm not lighting a fire to keep warm." Lin Ziyu nodded, "I know." Lu Hong heard what he said and asked curiously, "Is this the rally signal agreed upon by you and your team?" Lin Ziyu didn't hide anything. He spread his hands and replied, "Otherwise, there is no other good way. It is impossible to spend the divine energy to bring in a flare. The key is that a flare may not be enough. The purpose of the two people is exactly the same, they are to light a fire and smoke as a signal for the team to gather. On Blue Star, the contact method is very convenient, just make a phone call. But in the Abyss world, without the information network, we can only return to the most primitive way of transmitting information, that is, beacon fire and smoke. Of course, there are certain dangers in raising smoke. May attract demonic minions. Lu Hong didn't need to worry about this. As long as Su Muyu saw the smoke, she would naturally send a scout eagle over. The fire burned, forming a column of smoke that floated into the sky. When the smoke started to rise, the three of them continued to walk forward. Every once in a while, Lin Ziyu would mark a mark with a stone. After walking for about an hour, Lu Kitchen suddenly warned, "Someone is catching up from behind." At this time, a whistle came from behind. Lin Ziyu suddenly showed surprise and said, "Don't worry, he's mine." As soon as he finished speaking, two people rushed over, arrived in front of Lin Ziyu, and gasped, "Finally found you." Both of them are around 30 years old. Judging from their appearance, they should have received professional training, and may even have been in the military. To give a brief introduction, 5 people formed a temporary team. One of Lin Ziyu's 2 team members is an invisible scout named Wang Xiangfeng. The other is a strength warrior named Li Daong. The abilities of the 5 people complement each other perfectly, and the configuration of the temporary team is relatively reasonable. Lin Ziyu found the person he was looking for, but Lu Hong couldn't find him. After waiting for so long, I didn't see Su Muyu, nor did I see a scout eagle appear in the sky. The situation is worse than expected. Lu Hong also asked Lin Ziyu's 2 subordinates, but they had never seen Su Muyu. We can only hope that Su Muyu is too far away and did not see the smoke, rather than that something really happened. Lu Hong now needs a map to analyze Su Muyu's possible location and find the locations in his memory where high-level resources exist. We need a map now, otherwise we won't know where we are now. Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement, we really need a map. The invisible scout Wang Xiangfeng took out an animal skin map and handed it to Lu Hong, saying, "When we came over, we found a camp of demon servants. There was a little commotion in the camp, so I went in and found this map." He was born in the military and knew how important maps were, so while he was looking for Lin Ziyu, he was also looking for maps. Lu Hong took the map, found a place to sit down, and started to read the map. This map centers on the temple of the evil god and depicts the terrain of the surrounding areas. Lu Hong first determined his current location, which was the Bladestone Forest 50 kilometers south of the Barton Temple. Then, write down the locations of several important places on the map. After reading it, Lu Hong discovered that there was a very important demon camp on the peak west of the Bladestone Forest. According to the memory of the previous life, there is a very important item in this demon camp, which is a key item in the evil god's resurrection ceremony. This item will be transported to the Barton Temple before the resurrection ceremony. I don't know if it is still in the camp now. Lu Hong wanted to see if the item was still there, so he discussed it with Lin Ziyu, and then led the team through the Bladestone Forest to halfway up the southern peak. There is indeed a demon camp built halfway up the mountain. The camp is solidly built and easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are 16 demon servants in the camp. Lu Kitchen counted the number of demons in the camp. Only 16? It seems a bit small. Lu Hang felt that a demon camp of this size should not have so few demon guards. We passed by here before and found that there was a commotion here. We originally wanted to see what was going on, but when we saw the smoke, we went to meet up first. Maybe this camp was raided by a team of superpowers. Wang Xiangfeng explained a little. If it's this amount, just kill them all. Lu Hong suggested. Isn't this a bit dangerous? Even if you can beat the 16 demon servants, it will be troublesome if you get injured.
Injury in the abyss world is very dangerous. Wang Xiangfeng was very cautious. Lin Ziyu had seen Lu Hang's ability to kill the winged demon wizard before. He reached out and pressed Wang Xiangfeng's shoulder and agreed, "Okay, just listen to him." "Okay. Then I'll go in and make preparations first, and then you can take action after the fire breaks out," Wang Xiangfeng said before turning invisible and entering the devil's camp. A few minutes later, fire broke out all over the demon camp. A dozen demon servants rushed out yelling, trying to put out the fire. Li Daong rushed forward, took down the door panel of the camp gate, used it as a shield, knocked away the demon servant at the front, and then swung his axe and struck hard. He actually didn't want to fight at first. After all, there were only 5 people, and one of them was a perceiver. There was still pressure to deal with 16 demon servants. Just when he felt the pressure, Lu Hang rushed forward, leaped up, stepped on the wall, turned over and entered the camp, pulled out the aurora blade from the void, and swung it out with a sword, cutting off the head of a demon servant. Then, he slid forward and chopped down with the 7-section Xinyue style of the step sword, splitting the second demon servant in half. At this time, a demon servant sneakily climbed onto a stone roof, swooped down, launched a sneak attack from behind, and swung a nail hammer fiercely at the back of Lu Hang's head. Lu Hang turned around and blocked the nail hammer with his sword, then stretched out his left hand to pinch the demon servant's neck and activated the skill, Lightning Weapon. The violent electric current surged out of his palm and hit the demon servant's body. Lu Hang pierced it into the ground with force, and the lightning burst killed it. 3 kills in the blink of an eye. 3 prompts appeared in succession: kill the demon servant and absorb 80 points of demon energy. Just at this moment, a winged demon wizard launched a long-range sneak attack from the stone house and shot a black magic energy wave at Lu Hang. "Be careful!" Lin Ziyu shot a demon's head with a gun, and then saw the black magic energy wave sent by the winged demon wizard, and hurriedly warned. Lu Hang had already noticed it. At the moment when the black magic energy wave was shot, he used the micro-level body movement and jumped to the roof of the stone house to avoid the black magic energy wave. While dodging, he slashed with a sword and killed a demon lying on the roof ready to launch a sneak attack. The winged demon wizard hid in the stone house and continued to wave the bone stick, sending black magic to attack the few people who rushed into the camp. Li Daong blocked the black magic shockwave with the door panel, and a big hole was blasted on the door panel. He roared, swung his axe, and rushed into the stone house to kill the winged demon wizard. Lu Hang frowned and hurriedly warned, "Don't go, there is a trap." Li Daong's expression was stern, and he quickly turned and pounced on another demon servant. Lu Hang did not find a trap in the stone house, but made a judgment based on experience. Winged demon wizard can fly, and usually flies in the sky to attack targets on the ground, but this winged demon wizard has been hiding in the stone house and has not come out. Obviously, there is something wrong with the stone house. Lin Ziyu blew up the head of the second demon, then turned around and aimed at the stone house and fired a shot. Bang! The winged demon wizard in the stone house dodged and hid behind the wall of the stone house, avoiding the shooting angle, and continuously fired black magic shockwaves, suppressing Lin Ziyu and others to look for cover everywhere. After Lu Hang killed the 4th demon servant, he released the shadow clone. The shadow clone flipped, jumped off the roof, and swung the sword into the stone house. As soon as he entered the stone house, a witchcraft trap rose from the ground. A dozen dark thorns extended from the trap, entangling the shadow clone. The winged demon wizard let out a fierce roar and fired a black witchcraft energy wave, which blew up the shadow clone. The moment the shadow clone exploded, Lu Hang used the source skill, Shadow Passage, passed through the back wall into the stone house, and used a sword to pierce the cloud to directly hit the back of the winged demon wizard. The winged demon wizard noticed someone behind him, and trembled all over. He quickly turned around and raised his bone staff to block. Lu Hang raised the sword half an inch, past the edge of the bone staff, and sank the sword into the chest of the winged demon wizard. The power of thunder and lightning exploded, turning the winged demon wizard into ashes. Kill the winged demon wizard and absorb 120 points of demon energy. Demon energy strengthens energy level, source energy level increases to level 11, all attributes +2, agility attribute +0.6, source energy level 1 to 10, all attributes +1 for each upgrade. Level 10 is a watershed. Starting from level 10, all attributes +2 for each upgrade. Slippery as a dragon brings agility improvement, which also increases from 0.3 per level to 0.6 per level. The effect of slippery as a dragon will increase with the level, which is why this talent becomes stronger in the later stages.
In this way, Lu Hang's 5-dimensional attributes have reached Strength 21, Agility 27, Constitution 21, Spirit 22, Perception 21.
All attributes exceeded 20 points, and the combat power increased a lot.
Lu Hang directly turned on the unparalleled mode and chased the demon servants in the camp. This battle was fought thoroughly. After clearing the demon servants in the camp, Lu Hang's level rose to level 1136%. After level 10, he could still level up so quickly. The demons in this camp are quite fat.
During the battle just now, Lin Ziyu had been observing Lu Hang.
It was the first time he saw a human perform such a smooth swordsmanship and body movement that could crisscross the battlefield. After the abyss descended, the psychics did gain extraordinary power, but it was all reflected in the source energy skills. There is no other person like Lu Hang who has practiced body movement and swordsmanship to the subtle level at this point in time. After the battle, Lu Hang asked Wang Xiangfeng for a map and confirmed the location of this camp again. In his memory, there was a very important item in this camp called Skull Crusher, which would be transported to the Temple of Barton before the resurrection ceremony began. This item is crucial to the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton, but I don't know if it is still in the camp. If this item is still in the camp, it should be in the stone house of the winged demon wizard. The winged demon wizard has been hiding in the stone house and refused to come out. Even if he gave up the advantage of flying, he had to guard the stone house. In addition to the imprisonment trap in the stone house, there should be another important reason, that is, to protect the item. Lu Hang walked back to the stone house and found a box with exquisite patterns carved in a hole in the wall.
Open the box and there is a skull ring inside.
Ring of patent, item level, a dot level, specification, diameter 20 mm, weight 20 g, attribute, spirit +8, special effect, mental shock. When attacking, it will cause 8 points of mental damage and weaken the target's mental attributes by 8 points.
Introduction: Patton's ring, which contains powerful divine energy, is easy to cause mental disorder when worn by those with weak will. The moment he touched the ring, a task prompt appeared in his eyes. Trigger hidden task, Ring of Patton, content, you have found a ring full of divinity. Put on the ring, listen to the oracle, and become a believer of God. Reward: obtain the divine power granted by Patton. After reading the content of the hidden task, Lu Hang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This hidden task is too scary. From the content of the hidden task, as long as you accept this task, no matter who you are, you can take off directly. The reward is obtain the divine power granted by Patton, which is a reward for ascending in broad daylight. Moreover, the difficulty of completing this task is too low. You just need to wear the ring, it's almost free. If it were someone else, they might just wear the ring directly. However, Lu Hang already knew what this ring was in advance, and just by looking at the content of the task and the reward, he could tell that there was something wrong with this task. This task is too simple to complete, and the reward obtained is abnormally good. This hidden task is obviously problematic. If it were someone else, they might not know what this hidden task is. Lu Hang had experienced it personally, and this hidden task is actually a kind of betrayer task. As long as you compare this hidden task with the main task of the Abyss battlefield, you can find something wrong. Humans are summoned to the Abyss battlefield, and they can see the main mission of the battlefield when they are teleported in. If you read the main mission carefully, it is not difficult to draw a conclusion. The main mission is guiding humans to fight against the Abyss world. Whether it is the Abyss battlefield this time or the last time, the main mission is to fight against the Abyss world. What kind of mission can be considered a betrayer mission? There is only one answer.
All missions that violate the goal of fighting the Abyss belong to betrayer missions. Moreover, the rewards obtained by completing the betrayer mission will not be settled together with the main mission after the battlefield ends. Usually, they are obtained immediately after completing the mission. In the previous life, someone summarized the rules of the betrayer mission and analyzed a possibility: the betrayer mission is likely to be issued by the Abyss. What's more terrifying is that the betrayer mission has a feature, that is, the reward is very generous, usually several times the main mission. This makes it difficult for many superpowers to resist the temptation and finally choose to go to the Abyss. Some superpowers also think that completing the betrayer mission, getting the reward, and then sticking to their original intentions. However, those who play tricks like this will eventually be unable to turn back. Because the increase in strength is endless.
Just as Lu Hang was checking the ring, Lin Ziyu walked in and asked, "What did you find?"
Lu Hang flipped his palm and put the Ring of Patton into the inventory, then raised the crystal core that the winged demon wizard had just extracted and replied, "I got a skill crystal core." In this battle, a total of 2 demon crystal cores dropped. The one Lu Hong got was the crystal core extracted by the winged demon wizard. The other one was an ordinary crystal core, which was picked up by Li Daong and handed to Lin Ziyu. When Lin Ziyu heard that it was a skill crystal core, he asked, "What skill is it?" Lu Hong just checked the attributes and replied, "Skill crystal core, black magic imprisonment trap. Black magic imprisonment trap. Set a trap around the caster, and the target who steps into the trap will be imprisoned by black magic. Skill consumption, 20 source energy. Skill level, D level." Moreover, Lu Hong has 2 black magic imprisonment trap crystal cores. When he escaped from the prison car before, the winged demon wizard he killed also dropped this kind of crystal core. "Sell it?" Lin Ziyu asked directly. "What payment?" Lu Hong asked curiously. "It's all right. Cash, bank transfer, or exchange with other crystal cores. As long as it is of equal value, you can ask for it. Of course, you have to wait until you return it before you can redeem it." Lin Ziyu tried his best to show his sincerity. Lu Hang asked curiously, "You haven't learned all the skills yet?" Lin Ziyu nodded and replied, "Yes, there is still a skill slot that has not been learned. I want a defensive control skill. This black magic trap is very suitable." In fact, his family bought him a suitable skill, and he also absorbed it, but he has been unlucky recently. He absorbed the crystal core but did not gain the skill. He just saw that after the black magic trap in the stone house was triggered, Lu Heng's shadow clone was directly entangled by dark thorns and could not move. He was very satisfied with the effect of this skill, so he wanted to buy it. If it were someone else, Lu Hong might worry that the other party would default on the debt, but Lin Ziyu didn't need to worry. In order to watch the quenching process, the young master who could exchange the professional essence would not default on the debt. Of course, if he died in the Abyss battlefield, things would be more troublesome. Moreover, this time the Abyss battlefield is very difficult, so it is better to give priority to exchanging items that can improve combat power. Coincidentally, Lu Hong knew that there was a quenching furnace in the Abyss battlefield this time, so he asked, "Do you have quenching materials?" Recently, the Lin family has been buying quenching materials at high prices, so Lin Ziyu did have some on hand. He originally planned to go to the quenching fort to continue quenching weapons after returning. Now it can be used to exchange for skill crystal cores. According to the current market conditions, the price of quenching materials is much higher than that of skill crystal cores. However, it is not a loss to be able to exchange for skills suitable for learning, and to obtain a skill that can immediately improve combat power in the Abyss battlefield. Lin Ziyu took out a piece of quenching essence and said, "I just happen to have one. Do you want to exchange it?" "Sure." This transaction is a win-win for both Lin Ziyu and Lu Hong. After getting the Black Witchcraft Imprisonment Trap crystal core, Lin Ziyu crushed it and absorbed the energy of the crystal core. After a while, he glared and cursed, "Fuck. Failed again." Lu Hong turned around and left. Hearing his curse, he turned back and gave him a sympathetic look. Absorbing crystal core energy is indeed not 100% able to learn skills. There are many factors that affect the probability, such as comprehension, energy adaptability, and skill compatibility. Of course, the most important thing is whether your face is black or not. Lin Ziyu scratched his hair hard, a little annoyed. If it were in the main world, the loss of wasting a crystal core would not be a big deal for him. But this is the Abyss battlefield. One more skill means one more chance to survive. This has become a matter of life and death. Lu Hong looked back at the guy possessed by the god of misfortune, took out the second, black magic imprisonment trap, crystal core, and asked, "I have another one, do you want it?" "Yes." "I don't believe it." Lin Ziyu was a little excited now, and didn't care about it anymore. He took out the second piece of quenching essence, slapped it into Lu Heng's hand, took the second, black magic imprisonment trap, crystal core, crushed it and absorbed it. A few minutes later, he finally let out a long breath, finally succeeded. At this moment, he felt exhausted, as if he had entered the sage time. Moreover, this skill was not easy to come by, but it was even more cherished. After cleaning up the demon camp, Lu Kitchen suddenly exclaimed, "Something happened, come quickly." Everyone ran towards Lu Kitchen with a puzzled look on their faces. At this moment, Lu Kitchen was standing at the door of the dungeon of the camp, pointing at the scene in the dungeon with a panic on his face. When Lu Hong saw the situation in the dungeon, his expression froze instantly. Because there were many corpses lying in the dungeon, and they were human corpses. Lu Hong walked into the dungeon, his eyes swept over these corpses, and his expression gradually became solemn. "What's going on?"
These people should be recruited superpowers like us, how come they are all dead? Killed by demons? Lin Ziyu showed a puzzled expression on his face.
Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong squatted down to check the corpses and reported the situation. There is still residual body temperature, and the time of death is no more than 1 hour. Looking at the wounds on the corpses, they were killed by fighting techniques. 3 of them had their necks twisted and 2 had their chests sunken. The method was quite cruel.
Li Daong added. Was it killed by a demon? Lu Kitchen's face was full of confusion.
Lu Hong shook his head and said solemnly, "It's not a demon, it was killed by its own kind."
What?
The others were all stunned. To the demon, we are sacrifices and are to be sent to the temple of Badon.
It's impossible to kill them like this.
Lu Hang counted the number of corpses while speaking. There are exactly 9 corpses here. According to the situation where we were imprisoned in the dungeon before, there should be 10 people imprisoned here.
One of them killed the other 9. As for why, I think you should have guessed the reason.
In the battle for the essence, this person took away the essence of these 9 people, and now he should have obtained the first-class rank. According to the instructions of the essence battle, the initial essence fusion degree is 10%. This actually means that each essence owner has 10% essence, and the essence of 10 people together is exactly 100%. And the number of psychics imprisoned in the dungeon is very subtle, just 10 people. This means that if one of them kills the other 9 and takes away all the essence, it can just achieve 100% essence fusion degree and obtain the first level job. Lu Hong knew this shortcut to complete the essence battle from the beginning, but did not make such a choice.
Moreover, killing all other psychics will result in not having enough manpower to stop the evil god resurrection ceremony. When the evil god Barton is resurrected, everyone will die. Therefore, killing the same kind to seize the essence in the essence battle seems to be a shortcut, but it is actually another dead end. After discovering the 9 psychics who died in the demon camp, Lu Hong became more and more worried about Su Muyu's safety. This time, in the Abyss battlefield, such a ruthless supernatural person really appeared. Moreover, this person has completed the source fusion and obtained the first class, which makes him even more dangerous.
Lu Hong went to the top of the camp and lit the wolf smoke again, hoping that Su Muyu could see it this time. The location where the wolf smoke was lit last time was relatively low. Lying. If there were mountains blocking it, it might not be seen. After lighting the wolf smoke, Lu Hong stood on the top of the mountain and took out the animal skin map to check.
Just then, there was an eagle cry that pierced the sky from the direction of Ankalai Mountain. Lu Hong looked up and found a sky falcon in the sky in the distance. Although the distance was a bit far, Lu Hong still recognized it at a glance. It was Su Muyu's scout eagle. The scout eagle flew into the sky and circled, but did not fly towards this side, but immediately dived down. Seeing this situation, Lu Hong frowned, immediately started the wind step, and rushed towards Ankalai Mountain. Where are you going?
Lin Ziyu saw Lu Hong suddenly running so fast, and hurriedly shouted.
Save people.
Lu Hong replied, without even turning his head. He rushed straight to the direction of the scout eagle. Since the scout eagle appeared, with Su Muyu's perception, she would definitely be able to see the smoke. If it was safe, she would definitely send the scout eagle to lead the way. However, the scout eagle just circled in the sky and dived down again. There is only one possibility, there is a battle going on over there, and she has no time to send the scout eagle over. Lu Hong ran at full speed. The speed soared to 36 meters per second, more than 120 kilometers per hour, comparable to a speeding car. Lin Ziyu hurriedly called the other 3 to chase after him, but lost him in the blink of an eye. Is this the speed that humans can achieve? Lin Ziyu panted, watching Lu Hang's back disappear at the end of the horizon, his cheeks twitching. At the same time, in the stone forest at the foot of Mount Ankalai, 2 girls were fighting demons. One of them was Su Muyu. The other one looked a little strange, only 1.2 meters tall, with a little blue skin and slightly pointed ears. She was not a human, but an anti-demon tribe in the Abyss world. In the library of Quenching Castle, there is a book recording the Abyss tribe, which records this tribe, called the Bansel people. The average height of the Bansel people is just over 1 meter, so this girl is of normal height. At this moment, the girl from the Bansel tribe was swinging a big iron hammer to attack the approaching demons, and while attacking, she shouted in the common language of the Abyss, "Come on! You servants of the evil god!" Su Muyu picked up a shield and a wooden stick, blocking the attack while controlling the scout eagle to attack the demons. When teleporting into the Abyss battlefield, the location where Su Muyu appeared was different from the others. She was not locked up with other psychics, but with the girl from the Bancel tribe. They used invisibility to escape together, and then were chased by the demon servants all the way. When they fled to the foot of Angkar Mountain, the invisibility effect was discovered and they were forced to fight. This Bancel girl was very brave and had strong fighting power. She swung a big iron hammer and beat the demons so that they dared not approach. Sumuyu belonged to the Prism Tower shield, which blocked the black magic energy wave emitted by the winged demon wizard for her, and then controlled the scout eagle to entangle the winged demon wizard, not giving it the opportunity to continue casting spells. However, there were a lot of demons around, and if they continued like this, the two would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the demon servants treated the two of them as source sacrifices and did not kill them when attacking, otherwise the situation would be worse. The scout eagle entangled the winged demon wizard for a few minutes, and was finally blown up by an energy wave. The winged demon wizard freed his hands and cast a spell to attack the two again.
At this moment,
Lu Hong jumped down from the cliff like a god, pulled out the aurora blade, cut a swirling swordlight, sank into the abdomen of the winged demon wizard, and cut it in half. Once the winged demon wizard died, the other demon servants scattered.
Come on! Come on!
The female warrior of the Bancel tribe was still waving her hammer and shouting, looking unsatisfied. Lu Hong was slightly surprised to see this Bancel female warrior who was only 1.2 meters tall. There are more than just demons in the Abyss world, and the species of creatures are very diverse. For example, the Abyss Black Iron Dwarves in this Bancel are all humanoid creatures with high intelligence. According to the information I knew before my rebirth, there is indeed a non-demon ethnic group living near Mount Ankale, called the Bancel people. In the library of the Quenching Castle, there is an ancient book that records this Bancel people. This ethnic group had some origins with the Abyss Black Iron Dwarves a few centuries ago. According to the records in ancient books, the Dark Iron Dwarves are good at forging and quenching, and the Bancel people once learned forging and quenching technology from the Dark Iron Dwarves. Later, as the Abyss swallowed their world, the two tribes were forced to migrate, and civilization was on the verge of extinction several times. In this Abyss battlefield, if you want to stop the evil god's resurrection ceremony, this Bancel tribe is the key. Just think about it and you will know that since the Bancel tribe can take root here, it shows that they have the strength to fight against the evil god's servants. Therefore, if you want to stop the evil god's resurrection ceremony, you need to have a good relationship with this Bancel tribe. After repelling the demon, the female warrior of the Bancel tribe reached out and clapped her hands with Sumuyu to celebrate the victory. You are a brave warrior, we can definitely become best friends.
Seeing this scene, Lu Hong couldn't help but smile. Obviously, Sumuyu has already done the job of getting along well with the Bancel tribe. Hello, my name is Mia, thank you for saving us. The Bancel girl quickly hid the big hammer behind her back and waved to Lu Hang. Hello, my name is Lu Hang. Lu Hong waved and said hello, then cast a concerned look at Sumuyu. In front of a girl from a different race, it was not convenient for the two to whisper. Sumuyu smiled sweetly, and her clear eyes returned a reassuring look, as if saying, I'm fine, don't worry. Mia saw the eye contact between the two, showed an expression of understanding, and spread her hands and said, okay, so you know each other. But thank you. Lu Hang went straight to the point, we are here to fight the devil, can you take me to see your leader? What's so good about that old man? Mia showed a weird expression. Speaking so impolitely, it is obvious that she has an unusual relationship with the tribal leader. This must be father and daughter. There is something very important that I need to discuss with your leader. Lu Hong continued to persuade her to take him and the other two back to see the tribal leader. But I can't go back now. Mia showed an embarrassment. Why? I came out this time for something very important to do. Mia rubbed her chin with her hand and began to think. What is it? Maybe we can help. Lu Hong could probably guess that it should be related to the resurrection ceremony of the evil god. I received intelligence that a very important evil god sacrifice is being transported to the Badon temple. I came out to intercept this sacrifice. Mia's expression was very serious. Lu Hong saw that she was alone, and it was obvious that she ran away without the tribal leader's knowledge. No wonder she was unwilling to go back. Why don't you act with your tribal leader? The old man doesn't agree with my participation in the war and wants to lock me in the room. Brave warriors should not be locked up. Mia raised her fist and said in a very firm tone. In that case, we can help you. The sacrifice I want to intercept is a terrible thing full of evil, very dangerous, have you thought about it? Of course, we will act together. Lu Hong and Sumuyu answered in unison. The original main task was to intercept the source sacrifice,
and this was also the main way to obtain the source. And this girl from the Bansel tribe is likely to be the daughter of their tribal leader. It will be much easier to establish friendship with her and then form an alliance with the Bansel tribe through her.
Moreover, according to Mia's description, this sacrifice is likely to be the terrible thing in memory.
After Lin Ziyu and the other four caught up, after a brief introduction, the seven formed a temporary team and headed towards the mountain road on the west side of Angkale Mountain. To the north of Angkale Mountain, there is a temple full of strange atmosphere, standing in the clouds and mist, looming. That is the burial place of the evil god Barton, and also the place where the evil god's servants place their faith. At this moment, on the mountain road on the west side of Angkare Mountain, a team of demon servants was rushing to the Baton Temple. However, this team of demons did not escort the prisoner car, and they were traveling lightly, and did not look like a team transporting sacrifices. After seeing the Baton Temple, the devout winged demon wizard would kneel down and pray devoutly every time he walked a distance. Hearing the response from the Lord of Faith, he stood up and continued to lead the team forward. There was a scout eagle observing in the sky, and Su Muyu discovered this demon team when it was still far away. Lu Hang circled a mountain pass on the map as an ambush site. The group arrived at the pass in advance, ambushed, and waited for the demon team to arrive. When approaching the mountain pass, the abyss two-headed giant lizard in the demon team began to get restless. This two-headed giant lizard may have sensed the danger, and we have to act in advance. I'm responsible for the winged demon wizard, and you deal with other demon servants. Lu Hong turned his head to look at Lin Ziyu.
Okay.
Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement.
No problem. The Bansel girl clenched the long-handled iron hammer, eager to try.
Lu Hong turned to look at her and suggested, "Why don't you stay and protect our perceiver?" Mia immediately shook her head and refused. The warriors of the Bansel tribe must charge forward.
At this time,
the winged demon wizard tried to appease the two-headed giant lizard to no avail, became alert, spread his wings and flew up, approaching the pass for observation. Seeing this, Lin Ziyu frowned and said, "It's flying, you can't hit it, right?
How about letting me do it? Are you sure you can kill this winged demon wizard?"
Lu Hong looked at him sideways. Lin Ziyu replied helplessly, "Maybe, not very good, but I can contain it."
Lu Hang estimated the flying height of the winged demon wizard and said, "Forget it, let me do it."
Although the winged demon wizard can fly, its flying ability is not very strong. At this time, the flying height of this winged demon wizard is about 5 meters. This height is actually not low, it is almost the height of 2 floors. Under normal circumstances, only long-range attacks can threaten it. However, Lu Hang's current combat power is difficult to be classified as normal. When the winged demon wizard flew to the front of the pass, Lu Hang issued an attack order, "Go." Then he activated the wind step, pushed his feet hard, and rushed out. With the support of 27 points of agility, the speed instantly soared to 36 meters per second. Then, Lu Hang activated the second wind step effect, stabbed straight, and the acceleration effect doubled, and rushed towards the winged demon wizard like an arrow from a string. Lin Ziyu and his men also rushed out and attacked the demon team. Mia swung a big iron hammer, rushed to the stone giant, jumped high, burst out with great force, and hit the stone giant's knee with a hammer. Due to the height problem, the place where she hit was exactly the key joint. The stone giant roared, staggered with its right leg, and fell down with a loud bang. Lin Ziyu shot a demon's head with a shot, then turned back to look in the direction of Lu Hong, considering whether to help. The weapon he used was a pistol. Although he was not sure to kill the winged demon wizard, it was at least a long-range attack. However, the situation was not what he thought. After Lu Hang activated the acceleration of the second stage of the wind step, the straight line speed soared to 54 meters/second, and rushed to the bottom of the winged demon wizard in the blink of an eye. However, the winged demon wizard was flying 5 meters in the air, and this height could not be touched under normal circumstances. Moreover, the winged demon wizard was still increasing his altitude, while raising his hand to cast a spell, and sending a black magic energy wave towards Lu Hang. During the sprint, Lu Hong turned to avoid the attack of the energy wave, and then released the shadow clone. The shadow clone lowered his waist and squatted, with his palms stacked together and placed on his abdomen. Lu Hong stepped on the palm of the shadow clone and pushed hard, and the shadow clone's palm was thrown up at the same time. The two forces overlapped, and Lu Hong rushed into the sky like pulling up onions from dry land, pulling out the aurora blade from the void, and using the rising dragon style of the 7-section step sword style. Clang! The sword light soared into the sky like a silver dragon, breaking the second black magic energy wave. Bang! The fierce sword light still had its power, engulfing the winged demon wizard and cutting it in half. The winged demon wizard was killed with one sword. Lu Hong reached out to catch the falling crystal core, then flipped twice and landed on his knees. He clenched his left fist and punched the ground to relieve the force of falling. The whole set of movements was clean and smooth, like flowing water. Kill the winged demon wizard and absorb 120 points of demon energy. Lin Ziyu saw Lu Heng's movements and his eyes widened. If he was not in the battlefield, he would have wanted to applaud. After killing the winged demon wizard, the remaining demon servants were scattered. Only the stone giant monster was more difficult to deal with. The 6-meter-tall giant monster had 1,000 pounds of force when it waved its arm, smashing the ground and rocks. Mia dragged a big iron hammer and ran around to avoid the attack of the stone giant monster. She didn't look tall, but her short legs ran quite fast. After Lu Hong dealt with the winged demon wizard, he joined the battlefield like a gust of wind, blocking the stone giant for Mia, and chopped it with a sword, breaking a large piece of stone debris. However, the rock armor of this stone giant was too thick. Even though the Aurora blade was extremely sharp, it took several chops to take it down. The stone giant fell down with a bang, and under the burning of the power of thunder and lightning, it broke into a pile of rubble, and then a portion of source essence was separated. Absorbing free source essence, the source essence fusion degree is improved. Source essence fusion degree, 20%. This stone giant is actually a source essence sacrifice, but it is also a servant of the evil god Barton, so it is a voluntary sacrifice and does not need to be locked in a prison car for escort. Kill the stone giant and absorb 120 points of demon energy. Demon energy strengthens the energy level. Source energy level is increased to level 12, all attributes +2, agility attribute additional +0.6. In many consecutive battles, the targets killed were all level 12 winged demon wizards. After upgrading again, the attributes were fully improved, and the combat power also increased accordingly. The battle was over, and everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Lu Hong found a long wooden box on the winged demon wizard. When he opened the wooden box, his eyes suddenly opened and he was absent-minded for a moment, as if his soul had been taken away. In the wooden box, there was a dry finger. The finger was very long and had sharp nails. It was obviously not a human finger. Although the finger was dry, it seemed that it would move in the next second. At the same time, Lu Hong saw a new task prompt: trigger hidden task, Finger of God, content, you found the finger of the god, put the patent ring on this finger, became the agent of the god in the world, and obtained the authority of God. Reward, divine infusion, ha! When Lu Hong saw the prompt of this hidden task, his breathing became rapid. And his attention was attracted by this dry finger, and he almost didn't see the other data prompts. Spiritual pollution from an unknown existence, Spirit Point 1, spiritual pollution from an unknown existence, Spirit Point 1. A series of Spirit Point 1 prompts almost made Lu Hong lose his mind. Fortunately, he was alert when he saw the task prompt. After seeing his spirit being polluted from the corner of his eye, he quickly closed the wooden box and gasped for air. Ha! Ha! What's wrong? Su Muyu found that something was wrong with Lu Hong and hurried up to support his arm. It's okay, just rest for a while. Lu Hong shook his head and forced himself to stay awake. This finger is too scary, and you don't need to think about what it is. If I really follow the task prompt and put the patent ring on this finger, I don't know what terrible things will happen next. The battle is over, and there is no time to rest. Lu Hong looked around and said loudly, hurry up and clean up the battlefield, and then withdraw from this area. Soon there will be commander-level demons coming to support us. We must withdraw to a safe place before that. Everyone agreed in unison, and then quickly checked the weapons and spoils. At this moment, Su Muyu suddenly frowned and reminded loudly, there are ambushes on the mountain. Everyone looked up and saw a team of ambushes on the high ground on both sides of the road. This team of ambushes was not demons, but Bancel people. However, there were a few humans in this Bancel team. One of them had the iconic silver hair, and it was Lei Jinhao. Lei Jinhao stood next to a Bancel tribal leader in armor, pointed down and said, Iron Arm leader, these people are servants of the evil god and must be cleaned up. The Iron Arm leader raised his hand, and more than 30 Bancel warriors raised their crossbows at the same time, aiming at Lu Hang and others. Lu Hong saw Lei Jinhao appear, and he appeared with the leader of the Bancel people, and his brows were frowned. Obviously, Lei Jinhao has gained the trust of this Bancel Iron Arm leader, and the situation is a bit bad. The Bancel people call themselves the Anti-Demon Corps. Although they are not numerous, they can survive around Mount Ankar and at least have the strength to fight against the evil god's followers. And the Iron Arm leader of the Bancel tribe is definitely above level 20 and has the top combat power in this abyss world. The 30 or so Bancel warriors brought by the Iron Arm leader are also elites. This elite Bancel warrior is the main force to stop the evil god's resurrection ceremony.
However, now this force that can compete with the evil god's followers stands on the side of Lei Jinhao. The situation is a bit bad. Moreover, Lei Jinhao is not alone. Next to him is the perceiver named Yadhua and 2 other members of Laming. Obviously, Lei Jinhao also brought a team in. And his luck is very good.
The team not only teleported to the same location, but also teleported to the vicinity of the Bancel tribe. Then by hunting the demon team, obtaining survival supplies, and giving them to the Bancel tribe, he quickly gained the trust of the leader of the Bancel tribe, Iron Arm.
He had the best time, location, and people. More than 30 Bancel warriors aimed their crossbows at Lu Hang and his men. As long as their leader gave the order, they would shoot these outsiders into hedgehogs.
To the Bancel tribe, human superpowers were indeed outsiders, and they were the natives of this world.
Lin Ziyu frowned and shouted to the high ground, Lei Jinhao, what do you mean? As a large family with a deep foundation, the Lin family has been trying to win over the top superpowers in the coastal area.
Therefore, the Lin family and Lei Jinhao had contact. Although they were not in a cooperative relationship, they at least knew each other.
Moreover, Lei Jinhao still wanted to develop in Binhai. Even if he did not cooperate with the Lin family, he did not want to become an enemy. It turned out to be Master Lin. You can bring your people here, and I will take you back alive. But the person next to you must die.
Lei Jinhao pointed at Lu Hong and made his attitude clear. He has already made a deal with Gongjianting, and wants to exchange Lu Hang's head for the skill slot expansion crystal core. Since they met in the Abyss battlefield, they can do things together. Moreover, he now has the elite warriors of the Bancel tribe, so he doesn't need to do it himself. Lin Ziyu turned his head to look at Lu Hong, with an embarrassed expression on his face.
Lu Hang's expression was indifferent, and he took the initiative to say, it's okay, you go over.
For Lin Ziyu, he met Lu Hong only after entering the Abyss battlefield, and they had known each other for less than a day. In such a short time, their relationship was not good enough to fight for each other. Lin Ziyu thought for a moment, looked at Lei Jinhao, and said, I don't know what hatred you have, but I have formed an alliance with Lu Hang. Give me a face, and I will deal with your personal grudges after returning.
Lei Jinhao raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and sneered, Master Lin, do you think this has been high?
I have the final say here, and this person must die today. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being rude. There was a fierce look in his eyes, and Lin Ziyu looked at him and felt a chill on his back. At this moment, Lin Ziyu even felt that he would really kill himself. In Binhai, the Lin family does have a deep foundation. But in the world of the Abyss, the name of the Binhai Lin family is not so useful. Even if this young master of the Lin family died in the Abyss world, as long as the 2 people he brought in were killed together, the Lin family would not know who did it. So, if the talks failed, Lei Jinhao really didn't mind killing this young master of the Lin family as well. The situation became more and more tense, as if the air was frozen. In this situation, the most correct choice for Lin Ziyu is indeed to form an alliance with Lei Jinhao. Lu Hong was calm and repeated what he had just said, it's okay, just go ahead. Lin Ziyu frowned more and more, struggling for a long time, and suddenly clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, since we have already formed an alliance, we still have to have this integrity. He looked up at the hillside and said loudly, Lei Jinhao, if you don't want to be enemies with the Lin family, don't go too far. Otherwise, when I get out, you can't even think about staying in Binhai. Lei Jinhao showed a sneer on his face, closed his eyes, and said slowly, I'm sorry, Iron Arm leader, please do it.
Kill all these evil god servants.
The Iron Arm leader of the Bancel tribe was not sure whether these humans below were evil god servants, but he didn't mind killing these outsiders to maintain the peace of Ankalai Mountain. For the Bancel tribe, they are the masters of this land, and any outsiders are uncertain factors. In addition, he smelled a strong evil breath on the humans below. So he raised his hand and prepared to give the order. At this time, the situation was tense. Mia ran out from behind a boulder, opened her arms to block Sumuyu, and shouted, stop. She had just discovered that the tribesman had appeared, and was afraid of being caught, so she dodged and hid behind the rock. But now the situation was a bit bad, so she had no choice but to run out. When the Iron Arm leader saw Mia, he first showed a touch of kindness on his face, but the smile suddenly changed in the process of blooming, and he put on a stern expression and scolded, Mia, come here quickly.
I will settle the account with you for running away privately when I go back. Nia shouted at the top of her voice, "Father, what are you doing? Hurry up and let them put down the crossbows." The Iron Arm leader frowned and continued to scold, "We are cleaning up Patton's servants, come here quickly." Nia stood in front of Sumuyu and refused to leave. Her tone became more and more presumptuous. "They are my saviors, old man, I didn't expect you to do such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity." When the Iron Arm leader heard this, he hurriedly pressed his hand and asked the Bancel warrior to put down the crossbow. "Our Bancel tribe respects warriors the most, but these outsiders are full of evil. What's strange about a brave warrior fighting a demon in close combat and being contaminated with evil? I have it too, are you going to clean me up too?" Nia's attitude was very firm. Seeing his daughter so tough, the Iron Arm leader began to hesitate. Lei Jinhao's eyes sank, and he continued to fan the flames. "Iron Arm leader, Nia must have been bewitched by the evil god. The evil god Barton is best at bewitching people, isn't he?" "That's right. Nia, come here quickly. If these outsiders can't prove their origins, they can't be trusted." The Iron Arm leader maintained the highest vigilance against outsiders. The two sides argued, and Mia always stood in front of Sumuyu and refused to leave. Lei Jinhao and his group kept fanning the flames next to the Iron Arm leader, and they were very murderous. Lu Hong watched all this coldly, and never spoke. There was a battle here just now. It won't be long before the commander-level demon will come to kill. If it continues to delay, it is likely to delay until the demon reinforcements arrive. Lu Hong remembered the contents of the ancient book in the library of Quench Fort, so he took out something, held it high, and asked loudly, "Iron Arm leader, do you recognize this?" When the Iron Arm leader saw what Lu Hong had in his hand, he was stunned, his face was full of surprise and confusion, and even his eyes were shining. Seeing the Iron Arm leader's expression, everyone focused their attention on Lu Hong's hand. I saw that Lu Hong was holding a badge with a burning castle engraved on it, which was the badge of Quench Fort. Everyone looked at the badge with puzzled expressions on their faces, because no one recognized what this badge was. Only the Iron Arm leader's face changed drastically, and he immediately turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "So you are a descendant of the Alliance, it's so rude, please come to Stone Hammer Fort as a guest." Lu Hong saw his attitude change, and he could be sure that the Bancel tribe did have a connection with Quench Fort. In this way, the contents recorded in the ancient book in the library of Quench Fort should be true. Lu Hang glanced at Lei Jinhao and others, then looked at TB and asked in a serious tone, "Just now, the leader TB drew his sword and knives. This should not be the Bancel tribe's way of hospitality, right?" The leader TB was stunned and felt very embarrassed. Just now, he did order his men to aim at Lu Hong and others with crossbows. This behavior is indeed very unfriendly. He immediately turned his head and glared at Lei Jinhao on the side, and directly blamed him. It was all these outsiders who bewitched them. I think they are the believers of the evil god. Come on, arrest these evil god servants. More than 30 Bancel warriors immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Lei Jinhao and his group. Lei Jinhao did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Originally, he was still in the initiative, but in a blink of an eye, he was judged as a believer of the evil god by the Bancel tribe. He still wanted to fight for it. "Iron Arm leader, we have fought against the servants of the evil god together." Iron Arm leader snorted coldly, "I have seen many such disguise tricks, take it down for me." Lei Jinhao's eyes sank, and he winked at the perceiver named Yadwa beside him. The perceiver named Yadwa raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes pointed to the sky in the distance. Lei Jinhao looked in that direction, and a grim smile also appeared on his face. Just then, a roar came from the sky. A winged demon army crossed the top of Angkale Mountain and appeared on the battlefield. These elite winged demons held spears, flapped their wings and floated in the air, majestic and awe-inspiring. Because the Dry Finger was attacked during transportation, it caused the anger of the leader of the evil gods clan. So the winged demon leader sages personally led the winged demon air force to come and arrived at the battlefield at the fastest speed. Lu Heng's original plan was to withdraw immediately after taking the sacrifice, but Lei Jinhao's appearance delayed the arrival of the winged demon leader sages. The situation immediately became tense. A quick glance showed that there were at least 50 elite winged demons in this team. This should be the most elite force among the evil god's followers. When the Iron Arm leader saw the winged demon leader sages coming out, he didn't care about Lei Jinhao and others anymore. He raised his war hammer and shouted, "Line up! Warriors of Bancel, listen to my orders, line up!" The 30 Bancel warriors who were ambushed behind the hillside rushed out and joined the original 30 crossbowmen. They moved closer to the Iron Arm leader, raised their shields and formed a formation, ready to deal with the impact of the winged demon army. Roar!
The Bancel warriors finished forming a formation, holding crossbows and aiming at the winged demon army in the sky, and the battle was about to start. The Iron Arm leader looked up to the sky and shouted, "Sages!
Come on! Fight to the death!"
It is obvious that this is not the first time that the two sides have fought, and there has been no winner, which also shows that the combat power of both sides is in a state of equal strength. "I will spare your life today. Go back to your stone hammer castle and hide. When the Lord God is resurrected, he will personally judge you." The target of the winged demon leader sages is not the Bancel tribe, but the person who took the dry finger. He glanced at the people on the ground and flapped his wings to dive towards Lu Hang. Lu Hang also guessed that his target was himself. He stretched out his hand to push Su Muyu and shouted, "Go!" Then he activated the wind step and the hand pinching source skill, ready to fight. Sages' dive speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the ground, raised his claws as big as a palm fan, and grabbed Lu Hang.
"At this time, your opponent is me."
The Iron Arm leader shouted, stepped out of the crowd, jumped high, raised his warhammer and smashed it on Sage's head. Sages could only retract his claws and waved his spear to block.
Bang!
The two leaders started fighting, and the weapons in their hands banged and smashed out waves of shock waves. The winged demon army in the air swooped down, and the war was about to break out. The warriors of the Bancel tribe fought with the elite winged demons, and the shouts of killing were deafening. Lu Hang and his men joined the battle and fought with the winged demons.
On the hillside, a member of Lei Ming asked Lei Jinhao in his ear, "Captain, do we want to join the war?"
Lei Jinhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and his face looked a little ugly. He spent a lot of effort and donated a lot of supplies to establish a good relationship with the Bancel tribe and gain the trust of TB. As a result, as soon as Lu Hang appeared, he was regarded as a heretic by the Bancel tribe leader. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the winged demon leader sages, they would have been arrested by TB. Although he was very unwilling, he knew that the reputation he had gained before was in vain.
Why join the war? It would be best if they all died.
The censor named Yadwa had all the emotions written on his face, staring at the people below fiercely.
"Let's go! Save your strength first."
Lei Jinhao's eyes were cold, and he turned around and left the battlefield. The battle became more and more intense. The leader of the winged demons, sages, did not want to tangle with TB. He used a high-level demon skill, swung his spear to force TB back, and then suddenly turned and pounced on Lu Hang. The leg strength plus the super high acceleration brought by flapping wings allowed Sages to pounce on Lu Hang in the blink of an eye, and his claws as big as a millstone had already grabbed the top of Lu Hang's head. "Be careful!" Su Muyu was so shocked that her heart almost jumped out when she saw this scene.
Sages was a high-level demon known for his speed.
The super high level of level 20 brought more than 40 points of agility, making his speed so fast that ordinary people could not react. Lu Hang's speed was also very fast, but there was still a big gap compared to the high-level demon of level 20. However, Lu Hang had expected it and guessed that he would attack him. In addition, his reaction speed was also very fast, so the moment he pounced in front of him, he used the source skill, Shadow Passage. The body escaped into the shadow, exempting from all physical collisions. The leader of the winged demons, Sages, grabbed nothing with his claws. When he was about to chase, the leader of the Iron Arm had already arrived and fought with him again.
The fighting power of the Iron Arm was also quite amazing. He swung his warhammer and beat Sages back repeatedly. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Sages knew that he could not succeed today. Seeing that the elite winged demons he led had suffered casualties, he roared angrily, jumped into the air, and led the winged demon army to evacuate the battlefield. This battle was both thrilling and exciting. Lu Hang killed 5 elite winged demons and his level rose to level 12 72%. Moreover, in the battle, strength, agility, and physique were slightly improved. Physical fitness was improved in the battle, strength plus 0.1, agility plus 0.1, physique plus 0.1. If the 5-dimensional attributes on the data panel are not expanded, the values after the decimal point are not displayed by default. When it was upgraded to level 12, the agility attribute was increased by an additional 0.6, reaching 29.9. Now the attribute is increased in battle, and the agility attribute finally exceeded 30 points. The 5-dimensional attributes have been achieved: strength 23, agility 30, constitution 23, spirit 24, perception 23. In addition to the attribute improvement, killing the elite winged demon also obtained a skill crystal core. Thunder Spear: infuse the lightning energy into the spear, throw it out, launch a powerful attack, and cause additional lightning damage. Lightning damage equals 2 times spirit attribute. Skill consumption, 30 source energy. Skill level, C level. After driving away the winged demon army, everyone turned back to look for Lei Jinhao and others, and found that they were gone. As the leader of the Bancel tribe, TB had no grudges against Lei Jinhao and his group, so he did not send his men to chase them, but warmly welcomed Lu Hang and his group to Stone Hammer Castle. Stone Hammer Castle is located in the valley on the west side of Angkar Mountain, halfway up the mountain, and looks like a huge meteorite embedded in the mountainside. The entire fortress is built of huge stones, which is very magnificent. On the left and right sides of the gate of the fortress, 2 ancestors of the Bancel tribe are carved. The statues of the 2 ancestors are very huge, with strong arms holding up big hammers, guarding the gate of Stone Hammer Castle. On the way into the fortress, Lin Ziyu approached Lu Hong and asked curiously, "Is the badge you just saw the badge of Quenching Castle?" When he saw the badge just now, he always felt a little familiar. However, he had not seen this badge before, but the castle on the badge. After what happened just now, Lu Hong had a good impression of the eldest son of the Binhai rich family, and replied casually, "It's the badge of Quenching Castle." Lin Ziyu was immediately surprised and asked, "You can actually get the badge of Quenching Castle, so have you also seen the Quenching Master in Quenching Castle?" "Yes, I am quite familiar with him." Lu Heng's tone was very casual, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "I have also seen the Quenching Master, and I have asked him to quench my weapons." Lin Ziyu was more determined to have a good relationship with Lu Hong. Both of them were talking about the Quenching Master in Quenching Castle, but it seemed that they were not talking about the same person. Lu Hong found that he must have misunderstood something, and thought, "Didn't I quench your revolver?" However, Lu Hang did not intend to explain this to him, there was no need. Lin Ziyu continued to ask, "How can I get the badge of Quenching Castle? Can you tell me?" The badge of Quenching Castle is basically unique. Of course, this badge does not really have a unique attribute, but it is too difficult to obtain, and it is difficult to have a second one. To obtain the Quenching Castle badge, one needs to make a huge contribution to the Quenching Castle. Moreover, this contribution must be so great that it can affect the fate of the Quenching Castle. Lu Hong helped Quenching Castle escape from the abyss and saved Quenching Castle, so he got the badge. Unless Quenching Castle encounters a survival crisis again in the future and someone helps Quenching Castle solve the crisis, it is possible that a second badge will appear, otherwise this badge will be unique. Seeing him ask this, Lu Hong did not break his dream, and replied casually, "Only by making a huge contribution to Quenching Castle can you have a chance to get the badge." "I see." Lin Ziyu nodded thoughtfully, thinking that this should be similar to the reputation system. As long as the reputation is high enough, you can get the badge. After entering the Stone Hammer Castle, the rest of the people were arranged in the reception room and received by the elders of the Bancel tribe. Lu Hong and Su Muyu were arranged in a separate reception room, and were received by TB and Mia, father and daughter. "Excuse me, where did you get this badge?" TB was very kind, and obviously recognized the badge. "I got it from the owner of Quenching Castle." Lu Hong put the Quenching Castle badge on the table and asked him to take a closer look. "Father, what is Quenching Castle? Is it another branch of our tribe?" Mia asked curiously, obviously she had never heard of Quenching Castle. That was a long time ago. "At that time, our tribe was still very strong until the abyss came," TB sighed slightly. "In fact, several centuries have passed since the origin of the Bancel tribe and the Dark Iron Dwarf tribe." The leader of TB also heard about it from the elders of the tribe, and he had not experienced it personally. He sighed, looked up at Lu Hong, and asked, "Since you are from Quenching Castle, then," Lu Hong knew what he wanted to ask, and nodded directly, "Yes, I am a quencher. To be precise, he is still an apprentice quencher, but it doesn't matter." "Great, our tribe has only inherited the forging skills, and the quenching skills are no longer known." The Iron Arm leader said this with a helpless tone. The Bancel tribe suffered from the invasion of the abyss, and the tribe was forced to migrate many times. It has been struggling on the survival line, and many skills have been lost. The Iron Arm leader took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Dear Mr. Quencher, are you willing to teach the quenching skills to the Bancel tribe again?" As soon as the voice fell, Lu Hong saw a line of task prompts: teaching task, lost quenching skills, content. After several centuries of migration, the quenching skills of the Bancel tribe have been lost. The leader of Stonehammer Castle, Iron Arm, has made a request, hoping that you can pass on the quenching technique to the Bancel tribe. Reward, Friendship of Stonehammer Castle. After reading the task content, Lu Hong glanced at Su Muyu next to him and found that she did not respond. It seemed that she did not trigger the task.
This is not surprising, because this hidden task is related to quenching skills, and naturally only quenchers can trigger it. Looking at TB's eager eyes, Lu Hong immediately agreed, of course no problem. However, quenching requires special quenching materials, which are very expensive. The leader of TB waved to the outside of the door, and two Bancel warriors came in carrying a large iron box. The iron box was opened, and it was filled with a box full of colorful stones. At a glance, there were indeed many quenching materials. Lu Hong saw this large box of materials and thought that the Bancel tribe was quite rich. However, the materials in this box are not all quenching materials. It seems that the Bancel tribe has no experience in distinguishing quenching materials. Lu Hong walked to the box and began to help them sort the materials. This piece is quenching essence, this piece is also. This piece is not a quenching material.
Although there are a few quenching elements on it, the content is too low and it can only be considered a stone. I see.
The father and daughter of TB came over, watching and listening, nodding frequently, looking eager to learn.
After Lu Hong finished picking, he pointed to the pile of quenching essences and asked, "So many quenching essences, do you want to quench them? Are you willing to help us?" Mia's eyes suddenly showed expectation.
The leader of TB clenched his fist and said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "When our tribe fought with the servants of the evil god, we were not as good as them in weapons. If our warriors can use better weapons, we will definitely be able to defeat those evil demons. Then I will quench them for you and teach you the quenching skills. Does your tribe still have a quenching furnace?"
Lu Hong agreed immediately.
"Yes, we have never forgotten the skills passed down by our ancestors, but there is no tempering master in the tribe."
TB said this with light in his eyes. "Then let's start now." It was only a few days before the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton. Time was tight.
Lu Hong decided to temper the weapons for the Bancel tribe and upgrade the Aurora blade by the way to prepare for the final decisive battle. The forging room of Stone Hammer Castle was built above a lava river. Standing on the platform of the forging room, you can see the lava river flowing slowly below. Because of the lava river, Stone Hammer Castle can still be warm as spring in the snowy season. The leader of the Iron Arm gathered all the tribesmen who did not go out to the forging room, and saluted Lu Hong together. "Dear Mr. Tempering Master, please pass on the quenching skills to us, so that the light of quenching can shine again in Stone Hammer Castle." Among them, the 30 or so Bancel craftsmen standing in the front were ready to learn the quenching skills.
Lu Hong didn't expect such a big show. Did they suddenly add more than 30 apprentices of quenching masters? Then, TB ordered people to carry out a large box of quenching materials.
Although there were a lot of quenching materials in this large iron box, the number was not much if it was distributed throughout the tribe.
After discussion, the leader of TB decided to quench the weapons of the 30 most elite warriors in the tribe.
Mia stood in front of the quenching furnace and said respectfully, "Mr. Quencher, I will be your assistant.
Please tell me what I should do."
Lu Hong was not afraid of the stage. He pointed to the quenching furnace in the wall and ordered, "Ignite, heat the furnace." More than 30 Bancel craftsmen gathered around and started to work. The quenching furnace soon burned.
Lu Hong took a warhammer and started quenching.
During the quenching process, he did not hide anything and passed on all the quenching experience he could think of to the group of dwarves. Heating, melting, fusion, cooling, a set of quenching steps. Successfully quenched the Bancel warhammer, and the grade of the Bancel warhammer was raised to +1, performed quenching operation, apprentice quencher professional experience +10, quenching was successful, and the quenching success rate continued to be maintained at 100%. Then, continue to put in the second piece of quenching essence for the second quenching.
Heating, melting, fusion, cooling.
Only during the last cooling step, a layer of light was emitted from the Bancel warhammer.
Successfully quenched the Bancel warhammer, and the grade of the Bancel warhammer was raised to +2, performed quenching operation, apprentice quencher professional experience +10, then, replaced it with an iron crossbow and continued quenching. Performed quenching operation, quenching was unsuccessful, apprentice quencher professional experience +20, sure enough, failure is the mother of success.
Finally, the quenching failed, but the secondary professional experience was added more. Lu Hong recalled the quenching process just now, and found the reason for the quenching failure. He remembered it silently in his mind, and next time he would be more focused on this step. After several quenchings, Lu Hong started multi-dot threading operations, and invested 10 quenching essences at the same time to quench 10 weapons. Perform quenching operation, apprentice quencher professional experience plus 10, perform quenching operation, apprentice quencher professional experience plus 10, perform quenching operation, quenching failed, apprentice quencher professional experience plus 20, the quenching lasted for an afternoon, and when it was the 86th quenching, the quenching experience was full. Apprentice quencher experience reached 1000, promoted to quencher. Secondary occupation, quencher, October 2000, secondary occupation skills, quenching, infusion, quencher, quenching success rate plus 20%, infusion success rate plus 10%, flame resistance plus 20%, the quencher level has finally been upgraded. Not only has the quenching success rate increased, but after becoming a full-time quencher, the infusion success rate has also increased by 10%.
Lu Hong looked back at the results of the afternoon. The 30 Bancel warriors behind him were holding the quenched weapons, their eyes full of excitement. When these Bancel warriors looked at Lu Hong, their eyes began to show reverence. After so many quenchings, the quenching materials in the iron box have been almost used up. Lu Hong looked at the iron box, and there was only the last piece of quenching essence left. It was just right to upgrade the Aurora Blade. If successful, the quenching level could reach level 3. At that time, you can try to infuse the spirit. Lu Hong put the quenching essence into the furnace and started the first process. After being promoted to a full-time quencher, the success rate of quenching has increased, and quenching is more handy. Heating, melting, fusing, cooling, all the processes are carried out smoothly. Successfully quenched the Aurora Blade, and the grade of the Aurora Blade has been raised to +3, perform quenching operation, quencher professional experience +10, Aurora Blade +3, attribute, attack power 60, quenching is completed, and the quenching level of the Aurora Blade reaches level 3. Ahem, Lu Hong turned to look at the group of quenching apprentices he had just accepted, and said loudly, weapons and equipment with a quenching level of 3 can be infused with spirits. Next, I will carry out a spirit infusion process. Everyone should pay attention to learning. The 30 or so Bancel craftsmen present were immediately shocked and looked forward to the higher level of spirit infusion skills. The Iron Arm leader asked in confusion, Mr. Tempering Master, we don't have the spiritual infusion materials. I have an item here, you can try it. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Lu Hong took out the patent ring. Lu Heng's fingers touched the ring of patent and he immediately felt a spiritual fluctuation coming from the ring. Then, the hidden task prompt appeared again. Trigger hidden task, ring of patent, content, you found a ring full of divinity. Put on the ring, listen to the oracle, and become a believer of God. Seeing this ring of patent, the Bancel people, including Tibi, were horrified. Be careful. Such a strong evil breath. Tibi couldn't help but take a half step back and clenched the warhammer in his hand. Lu Hong endured the temptation of the ring of patent, slowly closed his eyes, waved his arm, and threw the ring into the quenching furnace. The blazing flames wrapped around the ring of patent and burned out a puff of black smoke, as if a skull condensed with black smoke was struggling and roaring in the flames. Tibi saw the ring being thrown into the quenching furnace and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The evil spirits are most afraid of the sacred flames. This is the best way to deal with them. Lu Hong turned around, regained his composure, and continued to teach the dwarf apprentices. Next, I will explain to you another branch of the quencher's skills. Spirit injection. Spirit injection is more difficult than quenching. Everyone, pay attention. I will use the sublimation spirit injection method next. First, put the infusion material into the quenching furnace, heat it until it melts, and then transfer it to the sublimation furnace. Then, we put the weapon that needs to be infused into the upper layer of the sublimation furnace, and use the infusion material that has been sublimated into gas to infuse the weapon with spirit, Lu Hong explained while operating, and directly melted the ring of patent to infuse the Aurora Blade with spirit. This set of procedures has been carried out many times in the previous life, but it was always carried out as the assistant of the quencher. The infusion process proceeded slowly. As the ring melted, the evil aura was burned out, revealing a golden light. This ball of golden light slowly drifted out, and Lu Hong recognized it as divine energy and approached to absorb it. Melting ring of patent and extracting 1,200 points of divine energy. The infusion process continued. Under the sublimation furnace, the liquid essence of the side continued to decrease, and the Aurora Blade on the upper layer began to emit a layer of star-like glimmer. Seeing this scene, Lu Heng's heart pounded wildly. Because this glimmer means that the chance of success in infusing spirits is very high. The 30 or so Bancel craftsmen who came to learn all surrounded the quenching furnace, staring with their eyes full of stars.
Amidst the expectations of everyone, the liquid essence of infusing spirits completely sublimated into gaseous state, and the infusing spirits was nearing the end. Lu Hong signaled his assistant to turn off the flame of the quenching furnace and let the aurora blade cool down slowly. The cooling process of infusing spirits needs to be carried out slowly, which is different from quenching. After waiting for about half an hour, the aurora blade was cooled down. Successfully infusing spirits into the aurora blade, and the aurora blade obtained the soul-slaying special effect. Perform soul infusion, tempering master professional experience plus 50. Seeing the prompt of soul infusion success, Lu Hong showed a happy expression on his face. He took out the aurora blade with pliers, then reached out to touch it gently. His fingers could still feel the residual temperature on the sword. Aurora blade plus 3, item level, C.level, specifications, 132 cm long, 3.6 cm blade width, 1.6 kg weight, attributes, attack power 60, special effect, soul slash. When attacking, it will cause 8 points of mental damage, and the soul slash effect will be added, weakening the target's mental attribute by 8 points. Seeing this special effect, Lu Heng's eyes lit up. This special effect is one of the strongest special effects among sword weapons. Facing a terrifying existence like the evil god who is good at bewitching people, if the spiritual attribute is not high enough, it can't bear the spiritual pollution at all. The special effect of soul slashing can weaken the spiritual attribute of the target, which invisibly narrows the gap in spiritual power. The soul injection is successful. When the Bancel craftsmen around looked at the aurora blade, their eyes showed a look of seeing a divine weapon. Their look was not greedy, but admiration for the soul injection skills. At this time, the data panel popped up a prompt that the teaching task was completed. The Iron Arm leader walked in front of Lu Heng and wanted to pat Lu Heng's shoulder, but there was a little problem with the height difference. In the end, he could only pull Lu Heng's arm and walk to the reception room. Thank you so much. The Stone Hammer Castle can regain the inheritance of the Quencher's skills.
It all depends on your granting. From today on, you are the most sincere ally of the Bancel tribe. No matter what happens, we will advance and retreat together. If you need anything, just ask. As long as my Bancel tribe can do it, we will definitely go all out. Lu Hong thought for a moment and asked, Leader, you should know about the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton, right?
Of course, we are also worried about this matter.
There are not many days left before the resurrection ceremony, and time is very tight. TB showed a solemn expression.
We are also here to stop the resurrection ceremony, so we can join forces.
Lu Hong proposed to join forces. That's great. However, there is one thing I want to discuss with you. TB brought up another topic. What is it? The demon servant team you ambushed before was also the target of our tribe. We received intelligence that a very terrible evil god thing would pass by there, so we went there to ambush. As a result, you took action first, and that terrible thing should be on you. When TB said this, he looked at Lu Hong with a cautious look. Because he could feel that Lu Hong was full of evil aura, even more terrible than the aura of the winged demon leader sages. Lu Hong took out the wooden box containing the dried fingers and said, This should be what the leader is talking about. When TB saw the wooden box, he hurriedly stepped back half a step, because the aura from the wooden box was too terrible. Lu Hong had opened this wooden box before and almost lost his mind due to mental pollution. At this time, Mia suddenly came over and quickly grabbed the wooden box with both hands. Give it to me. I'll take care of it. Mia, what are you doing? TB's expression was stern, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her, but he was still a step too late. Mia had already opened the wooden box. At the moment the wooden box was opened, a terrifying mental pressure filled the entire reception room. TB quickly raised his hand and slapped the wooden box away. Click! The wooden box fell to the ground, and the half-dried finger fell to the ground, and the mental pollution spread. Mia's eyes were red, and she reached out to take the finger. TB dragged her hard, but her mind was also polluted, and she shook her head hard to stay awake. Seeing Mia's appearance, Lu Heng immediately guessed that she must have been mentally polluted during the previous battle, and the evil god planted the pollution seeds, and it just broke out now. At the same time, Lu Heng felt dizzy, and a series of prompts appeared in front of him. Mind polluted by an unknown existence, mind point 1, mind polluted by an unknown existence, mind point 1. At this moment, Lu Hong had a feeling that the finger on the ground was going to grow out of his body. Ha! Lu Hong took a deep breath, and before he became mentally confused, he pulled out the aurora blade and stabbed the dry finger with a sword. Buzz! In an instant, the mental pollution disappeared, and the whole world became quiet.
This is the effect of soul severing of the Aurora blade, which weakened the mental power of the dry finger, causing the effect of mental pollution to drop significantly.
If it was the evil god's body, the mental power would be terrifyingly high.
However, this is just a piece of finger, and the mental pollution intensity is not that high, so the effect of soul severing suppressed the mental pollution.
It's this thing, this is Barton's finger, it must be destroyed. TB said, panting, his face full of solemnity.
Mia also regained consciousness, squatted on the ground, holding her head and sobbing, "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me just now."
"Don't be afraid, the mental pollution has been suppressed." TB quickly comforted his daughter. After Lu Hong discussed with the Iron Arm leader, they decided to destroy the evil god's finger. The best way to destroy an evil god's finger is to burn it in a fire.
So, the two returned to the quenching furnace and threw the withered fingers into the quenching furnace. The flames engulfed the evil god's fingers, burning into billowing black smoke and filling the air with an unpleasant smell of burnt rotten flesh. During the burning process, a layer of translucent strange material rose up. Lu Hong recognized at a glance that these rising translucent substances were source matter, but they were not ordinary source matter. Absorb the source material, and the degree of fusion of the source material will be improved. Source quality fusion degree, 52%, absorb the divine essence, and the ability of the essence will gain the effect of deification. Shadow travel, divinity escape into the shadow rift,
immune to all physical collisions, lasting 7 seconds. Deification effect, gain shadow vision.
After escaping into the shadow, your sight can penetrate material barriers. Lu Hong couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw the effect of the deified ability of the source material. In the original state of shadow travel, once you enter the interior of a substance, you cannot see the situation outside.
This is also the main reason why the Abyss Fire Thief couldn't escape even by hiding in the rock wall.
If it can see what's going on outside when it hides inside the rock wall, you can choose the optimal escape route and you won't be able to catch it at all. Now the deified effect of shadow travel has increased the ability of shadow vision, which is a qualitative improvement.
Moreover, when used, shadow vision is not just a side effect of shadow travel.
In specific scenes, there is a lot of room for development. For example, if you need to see clearly what's going on inside a confined space, you can choose to escape into the shadows and gain shadow vision abilities. Under the burning of the furnace fire, all the divine essence of this dry finger was precipitated, and then burned into ashes bit by bit. Lu Hong was originally worried that the quenching furnace would not be able to burn off the finger, because if it were a true god, he would have an immortal body, and could not be burned by fire or cut by a knife. This also shows that the evil god Barton is not a true god, but a demigod. In fact, Lu Hong had already noticed it when he got the ring of Barton. Because the level of Barton's ring is only A, the level is not as high as expected. This also shows that the evil god Barton is actually just a demigod. Of course, demigods are also gods. In front of mortals, demigods are still omnipotent existences. The leader of the Iron Arm watched the evil god's fingers turn into ashes, and finally let out a long breath. "I'll go back and see Mia. This child is inexperienced and doesn't even know she's been bewitched by the evil god. I can't blame her entirely, I almost lost my mind." Lu Hong watched the Iron Arm leader leave the forge, then took a shovel, shoveled up the ashes, and poured them into the flower bed in the backyard of Stone Hammer Castle as fertilizer.
After weapon quenching, the weapons of the elite soldiers of the Banser tribe have been greatly improved, and the quenching level has basically reached level 3.
This raised the combat effectiveness of the Banser tribe to a higher level.
The next day,
Iron Arm formulated a battle plan and began to intercept the source material sacrifices transported by the evil god servants on a large scale. Lu Hong and his team also participated in the battle, which greatly increased the team's combat effectiveness. On the road north of Blade's Edge Stone Forest, a team of demons transporting source material sacrifices headed towards the Barton Temple along the road. This demon team is relatively large, formed by the merger of 3 transport teams. Since more and more demon teams have been ambushed in the past few days, the demon leader has made adjustments to allow multiple demon teams to merge and act together. In this way, the number of teams that need to be protected is reduced, and the demon commander can take care of both.
In the Blade Stone Forest,
Sumuyu stood on a stone peak, her hair blown by the strong wind. She took out a hairband and tied her hair into a ponytail, then closed her eyes and controlled the Scout Eagle to conduct reconnaissance of the surrounding area. The demon team in the north of the Stone Forest has 6 prison cars and more than 50 demon servants, including 6 winged demon wizards.
In addition, I also saw the winged demon leader Suggs, following him 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers away? Is it a trap?
As soon as we take action, he will come over and pounce on us.
Lin Zeyu's first reaction was to feel the danger. It doesn't look like it. Suggs' winged demon air force is not hiding. It's just flying 5 kilometers away.
You can see it with a casual reconnaissance. Sumuyu shook her head, feeling that it didn't look like a trap. Expand the scope of reconnaissance with Suggs as the center. Lu Hong arranged for Sumuyu to continue reconnaissance, then took out a skill crystal core and held it in his palm for inspection. The core of this skill is Thunder Spear, which condenses lightning energy on the spear and throws it out to cause lightning damage.
This skill is very powerful and has a very good damage coefficient.
Moreover, when actually used, the lightning damage caused is range damage, which means the range is relatively small. Lu Heng's skill slot is full, but there happens to be a skill that is of the same type as Thunder Spear.
They are both thunder skills and can be fused.
I melted Barton's ring yesterday and gained 1,200 points of divine energy, which came in handy. However, Thunder Weapon is a D.level skill, and Thunder Spear is a C.level skill. When skills of different levels are fused, a C.level skill or a D.level skill may appear after the fusion. If D.level skills are fused, it would be equivalent to losing both the divine energy and the C.level skill crystal core. Therefore, the fusion of skills of different levels is a more risky fusion method. Lu Hong made a decision after a little consideration. He used his innate ability to unlock the skill lock of Lightning Weapon, and began to absorb the energy of the Thunder Spear crystal core. The energy of Thunder Spear flowed into the first skill slot and mixed with the energy of Lightning Weapon. The two energies collided with each other, producing a repulsive reaction, and the energies seemed to be boiling. The energy of Thunder Spear was stronger, suppressing the energy of Lightning Weapon.
After all, the former was a C.level skill, while the latter was a D.level skill. If you don't find a way to calm the two energies, and continue like this, the skill slot will explode. Lu Hong waited until the collision of the two energies reached the most intense stage, seized the best opportunity, and introduced 600 points of divine energy. The divine energy entered the skill slot, and the two violent energies began to merge with the divine energy. In the end, the three energies formed a wonderful balance and restored to steady-state energy. Lu Hong saw that the energy fusion was completed and immediately closed the skill lock. Skill fusion is completed. Evolving into Thunder Strike. Thunder Strike, infuse the weapon with lightning energy and launch a powerful attack. After hitting the target, the lightning energy explodes, causing range thunderstorm damage. Thunderstorm range equals 3 meters, damage coefficient equals 2 times spiritual attribute. Skill consumption, 30 source energy. Skill level, C level. Seeing the fusion skill effect, Lu Hong couldn't help but show a touch of joy in his eyes. After the lightning weapon is upgraded to Thunder Strike, the damage is directly doubled, and it changes from single target damage to range damage. The damage coefficient is quite high, reaching 2 times spiritual attribute. Lu Heng's current mental power is 24 points, which means that the shock of the thunderstorm damage can reach 48 points. Moreover, if the Aurora Blade is used to play Thunder Strike, the weapon's soul slashing effect can be attached. This means that the thunderstorm's range damage will bring out 8 points of spiritual damage from soul slashing, and weaken all target spiritual attributes by 8 points. The two damages add up to 56 points. A low-level Mino would be killed instantly if it was hit by this range of damage. According to Lu Heng's arrangement, Sumuyu Ri conducted a reconnaissance with the winged demon commander sages as the center, and indeed found new situations. On the mountain road south of the Bladestone Forest, there is another demon team transporting source sacrifices. Sages is escorting 2 transport teams at the same time, flying at the center point of the 2 demon teams, both 5 kilometers away. The 2 demon servant teams came from different directions, one from the north of the Bladestone Forest and the other from the south. From the map, after bypassing the Bladestone Forest, the 2 demon teams will meet at the pass northwest of the Bladestone Forest. After a while, the scouts sent by the Bansel tribe also sent back intelligence, and the situation they reconnaissance was similar to that of Sumuyu. It seems that there will be a big battle with sages today. Get ready for the battle. Iron Arm slammed the warhammer to the ground, rubbing his hands, and prepared for the battle. Lu Hong thought for a moment and asked, "How big is the demon team south of Bladestone Forest?" Sumuyu reported, 4 prisoner cars, 20 demon servants, and 2 winged demon wizards. 20 demon servants are not small.
And with the escort of the winged demon leader sages, from the perspective of the demon servants, it is very safe. Lu Hong thought of a very radical offensive plan, so he pulled Su Muyu and TB aside to discuss. After a brief discussion among the three, TB gave a thumbs up to show his approval. Afterwards, Lu Hang found Lin Ziyu and asked for his opinion. Well, there is something I want to discuss with you, I hope you can agree. This tone of opening the topic clearly has something to say. Lin Ziyu was not in a hurry to object, and asked, tell me. Lu Hong discussed, it's like this, my source fusion degree has reached 50%, and the demon team in front has 6 prisoner cars. Each prisoner car has a source sacrifice, and each source sacrifice has at least 10% of the source. If you give me 5 of the source sacrifices, I will just complete the source fusion and get the job. After I get the job, I will immediately start another action plan, so I must get the job first. I have just discussed it with the Iron Arm leader, and he agrees with my plan, so I hope you can agree to the source sacrifice. Lin Ziyu's mouth twitched, thinking, are you discussing this with me? You are obviously notifying me. In fact, for temporary teams, evenly distributing the spoils can better maintain the unity of the team. However, even distribution sometimes has disadvantages. For example, now, as long as Lu Hong gets the source of 5 sacrifices, he can get the first job and improve his combat effectiveness. It is very helpful for subsequent actions. However, if it is evenly distributed, it means that each person can only get the source of 1 sacrifice. At least 5 demon teams of the same size must be ambushed before Lu Hong can complete the source fusion. In this process, the combat effectiveness is not improved. Therefore, for mature teams of psychics, the distribution of spoils is usually unbalanced. As for how to keep the team united under the unbalanced distribution method, that is another knowledge. Actually, the Iron Arm leader has agreed, and it is useless for others to object. At worst, they can break up. Lu Hong is willing to discuss with Lin Ziyu because of his trust in him and his recognition of his previous commitment to the alliance. Lin Ziyu has his own psychic subordinates, so he naturally understands these principles and spreads his hands and answers, okay. All up to you. In fact, the distribution within Lin Ziyu's small team is also uneven. When Wang Shengfeng and Li Daong were in the main world, the Lin family spent money to train them, and all kinds of skill crystal cores were full. Moreover, their families were also taken care of by the Lin family. Therefore, in the Abyss battlefield, the spoils of war harvested by these two people will be uniformly handed over to Lin Ziyu for distribution. The discussion is over. The warriors of the Bancel tribe are also ready for battle. The leader of the Iron Arm raised his warhammer and shouted, warriors of the Bancel tribe, raise your weapons, charge with me, and crush these servants of the evil god. Charge! The elite warriors of the Bancel tribe charged with the Iron Arm, like a group of hungry wolves, pouncing on the evil flock of sheep. Whoosh! 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 Before they rushed to the battlefield, they fired a round of crossbow arrows. The nearest demon servants fell directly in a row. The demon servants who were not shot dead struggled to hide behind the prisoner car. 2 Abyss 2-headed giant lizards were shot by arrows, and they screamed loudly because of the pain, and their tails swung around, throwing the prisoner car away. 6 winged demon wizards spread their wings almost at the same time, flew into the air, and cast black magic energy waves to counterattack. The leader of the Iron Arm charged forward, exerted force with both feet, jumped 5 meters high, grabbed the ankle of a winged demon wizard, and smashed it to the ground. Bang! The winged demon wizard was smashed into a pulp. The scene was very violent. In the sky, the scout eagle swooped down, and under the eagle's claws, there was a person hanging. It was Lu Hang. When the scout eagle swooped over a winged demon wizard, Lu Hong released the eagle's claws, fell down, pulled out the aurora blade, and used the sword to suppress the mountain, and played the fusion skill, Thunderstrike. Boom! The sword light slashed on the head of the winged demon wizard, and the violent lightning energy tore his body apart. Then, the energy of Thunderstrike exploded, rolling up a thunderstorm, affecting another winged demon wizard and 3 demon servants. The winged demon wizard was damaged by lightning, paralyzed, and his mental power was weakened by soul slashing, and he fell from the air. Lu Hong spun and landed, slashing out a swirling sword light, beheading the winged demon wizard and the 5 demon servants around him. In an instant, 7 consecutive slashes. The demon energy obtained from the battle surged like a tide. After 7 consecutive data prompts, the energy level soared. Kill the winged demon wizard and absorb 120 points of demon energy. Source energy level increased to level 13, all attributes +2, agility attribute additional +0.6. After Lu Hong upgraded, his combat power was improved, and he rushed into the battlefield with a sword, like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Wherever he passed, the winged demon wizard, the demon servants, and the two-headed giant lizard all turned into vengeful spirits under the swordlight. The periphery of the battlefield. Lin Ziyu shot down a demon servant, looked up, and found that Lu Hong had entered the unparalleled mode. His eyes were straight. Originally, he liked guns very much, and his talent was suitable for the route of gun enhancement. So the first weapon he enhanced was the silver python revolver. However, now seeing Lu Heng's figure killing on the battlefield, his eyes were full of envy, and the revolver in his hand suddenly didn't smell good.
Roar! 3 minutes after the battle broke out, an angry roar came from the clouds in the sky.
The winged demon leader Sage's was still 1 kilometer away, and the roar came over, shocking people.
Sage's speed was too fast.
It took only 3 minutes after the battle to reach the battlefield.
Lu Hong didn't delay anymore, rushed to the prisoner car to kill the source sacrifice, and seized the source. Absorbing the source fusion degree increased to 65%.
Among them, the sacrifices on 2 prisoner cars had a relatively high source content, so after killing 4 sacrifices, the source fusion degree reached 100%. Source fusion completed, obtain the first level job, Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker, a combat profession that travels between the shadow and material worlds, mastering the complete shadow travel ability. Shadow travel, apotheosis escape into the shadow rift, exempt from all physical collisions, lasting for 15 seconds. Apotheosis effect, movement speed plus 300% in the shadow travel state, obtain shadow vision. After escaping into the shadow, the sight can penetrate material barriers. After obtaining the full class, the duration of shadow walk was directly increased from 7 seconds to 15 seconds, more than doubled. And in the shadow walk state, the movement speed increased by 300%. In addition to the speed bonus of the wind step, a pair of wings on the back can take off. Lu Hong took a look at the effect of the source skill, waved to Su Muyu, and took her out of the battle and into the Bladestone Forest.
Above the sky.
The winged demon leader Sage flew above the battlefield, roaring and swooping down with 50 elite winged demons. The Iron Arm leader had already prepared for the battle, raised his warhammer, and roared at Sage. The battle became more and more intense, but Lu Hong and Su Muyu left the battle. Lin Ziyu looked confused, but when he saw that the Iron Arm leader did not stop him, he didn't care and continued to attack the demon servants. Lu Hong and Su Muyu left the battle, entered the invisible state, and disappeared in the Bladestone Forest. There is another demon team on the mountain road south of the Bladestone Forest. However, the distance is a bit far, and it takes nearly 10 kilometers to cross the entire Bladestone Forest. Sages has arrived at the northern battlefield, which means that the demon team south of the Bladestone Forest is no longer protected by the commander-level demon.
Lu Heng's target is this demon team. However, the speed must be fast.
Lu Heng climbed a stone peak, jumped up, reached out and grabbed the claws of the Scout Eagle, and flew south with the Scout Eagle. After the Scout Eagle evolved into the Sky Falcon, it has a load capacity of 100 kilograms. This load capacity can carry an adult, even if it is a little fat.
However, it cannot carry 2 people.
Therefore, only Lu Hong was hanging on the claws of the Scout Eagle to fly, and Su Muyu could only run on the ground. Although the flying speed of the Scout Eagle is not as fast as that of the Winged Demon Commander, it is also very fast. In 7 or 8 minutes, the Scout Eagle flew over the mountain road south of the Bladestone Forest. There was a demon team below, speeding forward. Apparently, a battle had taken place in the north, which made the demon team feel threatened, so they sped up.
At this time,
the sky began to darken, dark clouds gathered, and a light rain began to fall. Lu Hong held the eagle claw and flew in the sky. Seeing the rain in the sky, he thought that the time and place were right.
Flying above the demon team, Lu Hong released the eagle claw and fell down.
All skills were fully activated, bursting out the strongest combat power, pulling out the Aurora Blade, and slashing out, Thunderstrike, with one sword.
Boom!
The violet lightning slashed into the demon team, and the lightning energy spread along the rain on the ground, and the range of the thunderstorm doubled directly. A thunder slash went down, hitting a large scale control effect, and half of the demons in the team were attacked by lightning and fell into a paralyzed state. Before the 2 winged demon wizards had time to react, they were electrocuted and their limbs twitched. They were also affected by the soul slashing effect, and their mental attributes dropped sharply. However, the damage of the thunder strike was not enough to cause fatal damage to the 2 winged demon wizards. The 2 winged demon wizards shouted loudly, ordering the demon servants who could still move to rush over to besiege Lu Hong, and at the same time raised their hands to cast spells and counterattack. It is conceivable how difficult it is for one person to cut a demon team alone. Seeing more than a dozen demons waving weapons and rushing over, Lu Hong took out the Thunder Fire Explosion Bomb, obtained from the Abyss Fire Thief's lair, and threw it towards the most densely populated area of the demon servants. Boom! Lightning and fire exploded in the demon group, instantly blowing up 7 or 8 demons.
With the delay of the demon servants,
the two-winged demon wizards finished casting spells.
First, a black magic energy wave flew over. Then, a dark thorn trap appeared under Lu Heng's feet, and dark thorns grew out and wrapped around Lu Heng's ankles. Facing 2 witchcraft attacks, Lu Hong instantly activated the source skill, Shadow Walk, escaped into the shadows, exempted from all physical collisions, and avoided the witchcraft attacks. In the state of Shadow Walk, the speed soared by 300%. With the acceleration of the wind step, his figure flashed and he was in front of the first winged demon wizard. With a flick of the Aurora blade, he killed him. Then, he turned around and swung a sword. The sword light stretched for 5 meters like a full moon, and the life of another winged demon wizard was also taken. After killing 2 winged demon wizards, Lu Hong opened his unparalleled skills again and killed 7 in and 7 out of the demon team. Under the raging thunder and lightning, these demon servants had no power to resist.
Once the winged demon wizard died, the rest were just trash, and they fled in panic.
Lu Hong was like a flash of lightning, shuttling through the battlefield. Every time he drew his sword, he would take the life of a demon. Kill prompts popped up one after another: kill the winged demon wizard, absorb 120 points of demon energy. Kill the demon servant, absorb 80 points of demon energy. Kill the demon, one person cuts a team of demons, and the surging demon energy surges like a tide. Lu Hong upgrades again in the battle.
Source energy level increased to level 14, all attributes +2, agility attribute additional +0.6, under the source energy enhancement. The 5-dimensional attributes are increased to Strength 27, Agility 35, Constitution 27, Spirit 28, Perception 27.
On the other side,
after Su Muyu sent Lu Hong to the second battlefield with a Scout Eagle, he converted the energy of the Scout Eagle into invisible energy.
This made Lu Hong not give the winged demon wizard any chance to be alert when he launched the attack.
After consuming the Scout Eagle, Su Muyu immediately summoned the second Scout Eagle, and then took herself to the battlefield. Although she rushed over at the fastest speed, the battle was almost over when she arrived. Lu Hong killed the last demon servant, looked up and saw Su Muyu coming, and pointed at the source essence in the prison car: absorb it quickly, and we will retreat after absorbing it. Although the Iron Arm leader promised to delay sages, if sages chose to give up the northern battlefield and rush over at the fastest speed, he should be almost there.
Okay.
Su Muyu jumped off the Scout Eagle and began to absorb the source essence. While she was absorbing the source essence, Lu Hong picked up all the fallen spoils and obtained a total of 3 crystal cores, one of which was a skill crystal core.
Dark Thorn Trap: set a trap around the caster.
The target who steps into the trap will be entangled by dark thorns, causing 3 times mental damage per minute. 3 traps can be set at the same time.
Skill consumption: 20 source energy. Skill level: C level.
This skill is an advanced version of Black Magic Imprisonment Trap, with a skill level of C. It can cause mental damage and set up 3 traps at the same time, which is much stronger than the D. level, Black Magic Imprisonment Trap.
After Su Muyu absorbed the last source, the source fusion degree reached 67%.
At this moment, her expression was stern, and she said very quickly, "Sags is coming towards us." She had been letting the Scout Eagle hover in the sky, alert to the surrounding movements, and sure enough, she saw Sags flying towards the side.
Let's go. Lu Hong pulled her into the Bladestone Forest and entered the invisible state together.
As soon as the two entered the stone forest, Sags flew above the battlefield. He looked at the demons that were killed on the ground, with anger burning in his eyes, but he couldn't find the attacker, and finally he could only turn his anger into a roar that shook the sky. The ambush wiped out 2 demon teams, and the operation was very successful.
TB led the Bancel warriors to triumph, and his rough laughter could be heard all the way.
The winged demon leader sages originally wanted to take care of both ends, but after he fought with TB, he found that the weapons of the Bancel tribe were much more sophisticated. The winged demon air force led by him could not stop this group of Bancel warriors at all. This caused the situation to tilt rapidly, and the demon team in the north collapsed under the hammers and spears of the Bancel warriors, and there was no need to rescue them. At this time, he received a distress signal from the south. He decisively chose to abandon the northern battlefield and fly south. In his opinion, the leaders and elites of the Bancel tribe were all on the north side of the Bladestone forest.
The team attacking the south must not be strong.
If he rushed over, he would definitely have time to save the sacrifices in the south and crush the dam attackers. However, when he arrived, he found that the battle was over. He did not even see the shadow of the attacker. He could do nothing except roar to the sky. On the way back to Stonehammer Castle, he encountered a team of superpowers. This team of superpowers did not dare to approach. After all, the Bancel tribe was still very wary of outsiders. Sumuyu found them and whispered in Lu Hang's ear, "There is a team of superpowers on the hillside to the east. It seems that they want to talk to us." This time, the Abyss battlefield is 100-man scale. Now that 2 days have passed, there must be other human superpowers who survived. Most of the superpower teams are trying to intercept the source sacrifice and stop the resurrection ceremony. Lu Hang's actions with the Bancel tribe this time were quite noisy, which attracted the attention of these superpower teams. They saw that human superpowers were mixed in the Bancel tribe, and naturally they also wanted to form an alliance. Lu Hang said hello to the Iron Arm leader and stopped by the roadside, waiting for the superpower team to come over to communicate. After the Bancel tribe team passed, the team of superpowers sent 2 people to meet. When they were more than 10 meters away, the 2 waved and said hello, hello. Lu Hang nodded to them as a greeting, and then began to look at each other. One of the 2 people who came over was wearing Siamese-style clothes, with dark skin and strong muscles. He should have practiced 8-armed fist. 8-armed fist is a fighting boxing method that uses 8 parts of the body, including fists, elbows, knees, and feet, to attack. This boxing method requires abdominal breathing, is good at elbow strikes and knee strikes, and is very strong and tough. The 8-armed fist master did not speak, but another person next to him was responsible for the conversation. "Hello, my name is Lu Dongzhou, and this is our Captain Zidakai."
"Hello, Lu Hang. We just saw your battle to ambush the demon team.
We originally planned to help, but soon found that you didn't need help." Lu Dongzhou knows the art of speaking very well, no wonder he was asked to come over to communicate. His words were indeed nice. He was clearly watching the fire from the other side, but he said that he originally planned to help. Even if you know it is a polite remark, it sounds good.
This is the art of language. Lu Hang smiled and did not comment on his words. While talking, Lu Hang was also observing this team of superpowers. This team is not small, with 15 people, which is a considerable force. However, the personnel composition of this team is very complex. They are not all Xia people, but also superpowers from other countries. Lu Dongzhou then asked, "I saw that you have a good relationship with that group of dwarves. They are Bancel people." Lu Hang corrected his name for the Bancel tribe. "What is your relationship with this group of Bancel people?" Lu Dongzhou asked the most concerned question. Well, Lu Hang thought about it, showed a hearty smile, and said, "Comprehensive strategic partnership." This definition is very accurate. Lu Dongzhou was stunned for a moment, because this is a diplomatic rhetoric, which represents extraordinary meaning. In fact, it is indeed very appropriate to describe it with this word. Because this is an exchange between 2 civilizations, it has gone beyond the scope of the country and has risen to a higher level. If you want to look into it in detail, the relationship between Lu Hang and the Bancel tribe may be closer than a comprehensive strategic partnership. After all, Lu Hang has accepted more than 30 apprentices in the Bancel tribe. This is closer than an ordinary partnership. In fact, Lu Dongzhou really wants to ask, how did you become an alliance with the Bancel tribe? They saw the battle between Iron Arm and Winged Demon Commander Sages, and they knew how strong the combat effectiveness of the Bancel tribe was. Being able to form an alliance with the Bancel tribe is equivalent to having an additional powerful ally. Sithakai and Lu Dongzhou looked at each other, and Lu Dongzhou continued to speak. "If possible, we hope to form an alliance and stop the resurrection ceremony of the evil god together. That is too difficult and a single team will definitely not be able to complete it." "Yes." Lu Hang nodded in agreement. "Then can you take us into the Stonehammer Castle to meet the leader of the Bancel tribe?" Lu Dongzhou made a request. "Yes." Lu Hang nodded again in agreement. Since they want to form an alliance and stop the evil god's resurrection ceremony together, they must take them into Stonehammer Castle and discuss the action plan with the Bancel tribe. The communication went smoothly, and Lu Hang and this team of superpowers reached an alliance intention. Then, Lu Hang led this team of 15 psychics into Stonehammer Castle and met with the leader of TB. If it were anyone else, bringing so many outsiders into Stonehammer Castle would definitely be blocked.
Lu Heng's prestige in the Bancel tribe was too high, and he and TB were almost sworn brothers, so TB met the 15-member team in the spacious meeting hall of Stonehammer Castle. After a brief introduction, TB welcomed them and promised to fight against the demons together and stop the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton. For the next 2 days, the Bancel tribe continued to carry out the operation of ambush demon servants. With the addition of 15 psychics, the team's combat power was greatly improved. Lu Hong always rushed to the front, opened the battlefield with unparalleled strength, and madly absorbed demon energy. Under the powerful demon energy like a tide, the source energy level soared all the way. Almost every time he killed a demon team, he would be promoted by 1 level. By the last day, Lu Heng's level had risen from level 14 to level 17. Finally, the deadline for the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton has arrived. On the task panel of the Abyss battlefield, the countdown of the resurrection ceremony has become 16 hours, 23 minutes, and 55 seconds. This resurrection ceremony will begin at midnight. According to the information sent back by the Bancel scouts, this resurrection ceremony has not stopped, and the Barton Temple is still preparing for the ceremony. Obviously, intercepting so many source sacrifices did not stop this resurrection ceremony. There are still many source sacrifices sent to the Barton Temple. This also means that this ultimate decisive battle is inevitable. If you want to stop the resurrection ceremony, you must attack the temple. Everyone is preparing for the final decisive battle and improving their combat power as much as possible. After a few days of fighting with demons, Lu Heng's energy level has risen to level 17. There are still more than 10 hours before the final battle. Lu Heng began to prepare for the final battle and checked various attributes to see if there is anything that can be improved. Name, Lu Heng, race, human, level 17, health, 330/330, energy, 320/340, attributes, strength 33, agility 43, constitution 33, spirit 34, perception 33, talent, agile as a dragon, divine evolution, combat class, shadow walker, energy ability, shadow walking, number of skill slots, 3, skills, thunderstrike, shadow clone, wind step thrust, martial arts, swordsmanship, subtle level, body movement, subtle level, fighting, mastery level, secondary class, tempering master. Skills, tempering, spirit infusion, item, aurora blade. The agility attribute has exceeded the 40-point limit. This time, when we meet the winged demon commander sages again, he should not be able to suppress his speed. Just as Lu Hong was checking the attribute data, Su Muyu pushed the door open and said, "I went to check the thorn trap, and it was not triggered."
That's good. What level are you now?
Lu Hong turned to ask her level.
Level 15, not far from level 16.
Su Muyu felt that she had upgraded very quickly in the past few days, and her physical fitness had also improved significantly. Lu Hong took out 2 energy crystal cores and handed them over, saying, "Absorb them and upgrade to another level. There are still 10 hours before the resurrection ceremony of the evil god, and we need to improve our combat power as much as possible."
What about you?
The energy I absorbed is temporarily saturated. You use these too.
Okay. Su Muyu nodded and agreed, absorbing the energy of the 2 crystal cores.
The crystal core energy rolled up an energy tide in her body, pushing the source energy level to level 16. Upgraded, the attributes have improved a lot, now strength 28, agility 29, constitution 29, spirit 34, perception 34.
After Su Muyu upgraded, she reported the attribute data.
It is now the last day of the Abyss battlefield, but only 1/3 of the psychics have obtained enough source essence and obtained the first level job. Most of them are combat psychics. It is difficult for auxiliary psychics to get source essence, and the number of people who get the first level job is very small. Su Muyu is one of the few auxiliary psychics who completed source essence fusion and obtained the first level job.
Because Lu Hong gave her special treatment.
Lu Hong completed source essence fusion on the second day of the Abyss battlefield, and all the source essences obtained later were given to her. So, she also completed source essence fusion and obtained the first level job, Eye of the Sky. After obtaining complete source essence capabilities, the Scout Eagle is strengthened again, and the combat attributes are improved in all aspects. Sky Falcon, skill effect, summon a Sky Falcon to conduct reconnaissance and combat in the sky. The Sky Falcon has a load capacity of 200 kilograms, and the caster can fly in the sky with the help of the Sky Falcon. Attributes, detection invisible range equals 8 times perception, attack damage equals 5 times mental power. Scout Eagle skill, aerodynamic acceleration, increase the flight speed of the Scout Eagle by 50%.
Duration, 3 minutes, skill consumption, 10 energy points.
After Su Muyu obtained the first job level, the source quality ability was greatly improved. The load capacity of the Scout Eagle increased from 100 kilograms to 200 kilograms, which is very critical.
A few days ago,
Lu Hong took advantage of the battle between the Winged Demon Leader Sages and the Iron Arm Leader to single-handedly cut off a demon team. At that time, in order to send Lu Hong to the battlefield, Su Muyu could only run on the ground. Because at that time, the load capacity of the Scout Eagle was only 100 kilograms. With this load capacity, if it is two lighter girls, it can carry 2 people, but with Lu Hong, it can only carry 1. Now the load capacity has doubled, and it can carry 2 people. The wingspan of the Scout Eagle has also increased from 2 meters to 3 meters, and it has evolved into a very handsome Sky Falcon. Not only the load capacity has increased, but also the reconnaissance range and attack power have increased. The attack power of the Scout Eagle was directly increased from 3 times mental power to 5 times mental power. Su Muyu's current mental power is 34 points, which means that the attack power of the Scout Eagle is as high as 170 points. Before entering this abyss battlefield, Lin Ziyu spent a lot of money to quench his Silver Python revolver twice. After 2 quenchings, the attack power of the Silver Python revolver is 175 points. In other words, now Su Muyu controls the Scout Eagle to attack, and the damage is about the same as the damage of his classic revolver.
This is the combat power improvement brought by the first job level. Starting from the acquisition of the first job level, the combat power of the psychic will gradually exceed that of the firearms.
Of course, this is compared with the psychic who does not have the firearms specialization skill. If the psychic has obtained the firearms enhancement skill, the use of firearms will gain skill enhancement and greater power. From this stage on, the psychic who does not have the firearms specialization ability and insists on spending divine energy on firearms will gradually lose its advantage. Of course, hot weapons are not limited to pistols, there are also more powerful rifles, bombs, and rocket launchers.
Firearms still have advantages, but they are no longer dominant.
Tonight is the moment of the decisive battle. The more combat power you have, the more chances you have of winning. Lu Hong has been trying to find a suitable skill crystal core for Su Muyu these days, because she still has a skill slot empty. From awakening to now, Su Muyu has learned 4 skills, namely, Scouting Eagle, Invisible Curtain Escape Shadow, Prism Tower Shield, and Dark Thorn Trap. Her initial skill slots are 5, so there is still 1 skill slot empty. Learning 1 more skill will greatly improve her combat power. However, the skill crystal cores obtained in the past few days are not suitable for her.
Tonight is the last battle, and it can't be delayed any longer. Lu Hong took the initiative to ask, by the way, you can learn another skill. Do you have any ideas?
Su Muyu curled her hair with her fingers, thought about it, and said, I was outside just now, and I heard that Zidakai's team got a skill crystal core, which is Element Arrow.
Can I use this skill? Lu Hang became interested when he heard that it was this skill, and asked, which element? It seems to be the fire element. I didn't see the crystal core. I heard them say it. Su Muyu heard it by the way when she was controlling the Scouting Eagle. Fire element is okay, this skill is not bad, you really need an attack skill, then this one is good. Lu Hang immediately helped her make a decision. Hey! This skill crystal core is not ours. Su Muyu quickly reminded. It's not important, I'll go talk to them. Lu Hong got up and went to find Sithakai.
In the courtyard of Stonehammer Castle allocated to outsiders for temporary residence, Sithakai was practicing the 8-armed fist, punching out a bang 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 style, and his fighting style was very fierce.
In fact, the first time Lu Hong saw this Siamese, his impression was not good, because he exuded a fierce aura. However, Lu Hong and him did not conflict, and they had to form an alliance to work together to stop the evil god's resurrection ceremony, so they must abide by the spirit of honesty and mutual assistance between allies. Hello, can we chat? Lu Hong took the initiative to start the topic. Please sit down.
Sithakai made a gesture of invitation to the stone table.
I won't be polite. Tonight is the last battle. I heard that you got a skill crystal core, elemental arrow. I want to ask you if you are willing to sell it? Lu Hong went straight to the point. Zidakai frowned and did not agree immediately.
In fact, his team has been arguing about who to use this crystal core.
Because this is a C-level skill crystal core, it is very valuable.
Zidakai pondered for a moment and said, an hour ago, your friend surnamed Lin came to ask me, and I didn't sell it. The friend surnamed Lin he mentioned was naturally Lin Ziyu.
Lin Ziyu has always been generous in transactions. Since no deal was reached, Zidakai's psychological price is very high. And his words are actually giving Lu Hong a psychological anchor. Lu Hang asked calmly, what price did he offer? Zidakai stretched out 2 fingers, 2 pieces of quenching essence. At present, the market price of quenching essence is between D.level skill crystal core and C.level skill crystal core. Therefore, 2 pieces of quenching essence in exchange for a C.level skill crystal core, this price is appropriate. However, in the Abyss battlefield, 1 more skill means 1 more combat power, which cannot be completely measured by market price. Sithikai looked up at Lu Hang's eyes and asked, what price can you afford? Lu Hong also stretched out 2 fingers, 2 pieces of quenching essence. Sithikai's eyes sank, and he asked back, then why should I sell it to you? Lu Hong calmly offered the second condition, 2 pieces of quenching essence, with 2 weapon quenchings, using the quenching furnace of Stone Hammer Fort. Make a deal. Zidakai heard that quenching could be carried out and immediately agreed. At this stage, tempering is still a scarce resource for most people with powers. Sidichai also needs to increase his combat power as much as possible before the decisive moment comes. Being able to temper weapons before the decisive battle is a condition that no one can refuse. After the deal was concluded, Lu Hong got the skill crystal core, elemental arrow fire, and then quenched the pair of finger tigers that Shidi had guessed. Elemental arrows fire, use source energy to condense elemental arrows of fire and launch them with a crossbow, causing weapon damage to the target and X points of fire damage. Damage coefficient equals 2 times mental power. Skill consumption, 10 points of source energy. Skill level, C level. This skill is equivalent to using 10 points of source energy to create an elemental arrow, which needs to be used in conjunction with a crossbow weapon. The damage dealt by elemental arrows consists of 2 parts. The first part is weapon damage, which is the damage of the crossbow. The second part is 2 times mental fire damage. In addition to the fire damage, elemental arrows also have a hidden feature that can ignore most of the effects of wind resistance and gravity. This greatly increases the range of elemental arrows, and the wind direction and gravity can be ignored when shooting, greatly improving shooting accuracy. After getting the skill core, Lu Hong took it back directly for Su Muyu to absorb. Su Muyu was a little nervous because she had heard before that Lin Ziyu's God-destroying absorption skill core had failed several times. There is only one, elemental arrow fire. If it fails to be absorbed, it will be doomed. So when she absorbed the energy of the crystal core, she was highly focused. It wasn't until the skill, elemental arrow fire, was displayed on the data panel that she felt relieved, successful. Not bad. She patted her chest, thankful that she hadn't been infected by someone's bad luck. Seeing her nervous look, Lu Hong shook his head and said with a smile, she has good understanding. Su Muyu was a little curious and asked, does anyone have the attribute of understanding? Lu Hong turned his head and thought for a moment before replying, the attribute of understanding should exist, but there is no way to prove it, so it can only be regarded as a hidden attribute, actually. In the previous life, many people with supernatural powers discussed the topic of comprehension. It is generally believed that comprehension exists. It is a hidden attribute that cannot be seen or touched, but it truly affects every superpower. In addition to understanding, there are many factors that affect energy absorption, such as concentration and energy compatibility, which all have an impact. After obtaining the elemental arrow skill, Su Muyu tried the effect. Since she didn't have a crossbow, she directly condensed the elemental arrows into her hands and threw them out as darts. The fire element arrow was nailed to the wall, and then turned into a ball of flame, burning a black mark on the wall. We also need a weapon. Do you want a bow or a crossbow? Lu Hong wanted to hear her thoughts. Let's go with the crossbow. The crossbow is more convenient. Su Muyu was also considering this issue just now and felt that the crossbow was more convenient to use. In Stonehammer Castle, it is quite easy to find a crossbow. Lu Hong originally planned to find the Iron Arm leader and ask for one to brush his face. However, Su Muyu felt that there was no need to ask the tribe leader, so she went to Mia to borrow one. She and Mia escaped from the dungeon of the Devil's Camp together, and they can be said to be good friends who have gone through life and death together. No borrowing. Mia shook her head and refused the request to borrow the crossbow. Then she suddenly changed the topic and laughed, I gave you my crossbow. Come on, let's go to the shooting range and I'll teach you how to use it. In fact, Su Muyu had used a crossbow in the main world, but that crossbow had not been assimilated to the basic laws and could not be brought into the Abyss world. After a few simple test shots, Su Muyu mastered the key to firing elemental arrows using a crossbow. Lu Hong watched from the sidelines. After she finished the test firing, he took the crossbow and looked at its attributes. Mia's crossbow, item level, sea level, specifications, length 72 cm, bow arm width 58 cm, weight 2.2 kg, attribute, attack power 60, evaluation, a crossbow forged from fine iron, with Mia's name engraved on the crossbow. The crossbow causes shooting damage when attacking. Like firearms, it does not gain the user's strength bonus. In terms of pure attack power, the damage of crossbows is not as high as that of firearms. After all, crossbows are cold weapons. Without skill bonuses, they are definitely not as good as firearms. However, crossbows also have the advantage of being relatively quiet when shooting. And it can be used with elemental arrows. If you include the damage from elemental arrows, the power is already more than that of a pistol. Sumuyu's current mental power is 34 points, and the damage coefficient of the elemental arrow is 2 times mental power, which is 68 points. Adding the 60 damage points of the crossbow, the total damage reaches 128 points. This damage has exceeded the 105 points of damage of the Glock G17 pistol. And the most important point is that the crossbow can be fired with elemental arrows as long as there is source of energy, and there is no need to consider bullets. While Sumuyu was practicing crossbow shooting at the shooting range, she suddenly frowned and said, "My trap has been triggered. Go and have a look." While Lu Hong was speaking, the man had already rushed out and ran towards the backyard of Stonehammer Castle. Sumuyu and Mia quickly followed. In the flower bed in the backyard of Stonehammer Castle, a very coquettish carrion flower grew, so charming that it made people fascinated. Now, a dozen energy sources appeared around the flower bed, forming dark thorns, and some blood was spilled on the ground. 2 days ago, after Lu Han burned the evil god's finger, he poured a handful of ashes into this flower bed. After the evil god's finger was burned to ashes, the divine energy had all been separated out and was no longer valuable. But it was a part of the evil god's body after all, and for the evil god's servants, it was a place of faith. Therefore, Lu Hong left a backup and asked Su Muyu to place a dark thorn trap in the flower bed to prevent anyone from taking the ashes. The original intention of setting this trap was to prevent traitors from appearing in Shirchuei Castle. After the operation of intercepting the source sacrifices in the past few days, more than 20 human superpowers gathered in Shirchuei Castle. With so many superpowers, it is hard to say whether anyone will trigger the traitor mission. Of course, Lu Hong was not sure whether this trap would work, just trying it out. Unexpectedly, the trap was really triggered. Did it run away? Su Muyu approached the trap to check. The trap was triggered, but the thing that stepped on the trap disappeared, leaving some blood on the ground. Dark Thorn Trap is harmful, causing 3 times mental damage per minute. This damage is very high. If you are entangled by the dark thorns for 1 minute, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Of course, if you have enough strength, the trap can be forcibly broken free. It can break free from the trap. This thing is very high level. Lu Hong made a judgment based on experience. Mia walked over, squatted in front of the few drops of blood, dipped a little with her finger, put it on her nose and sniffed it. She immediately showed a look of astonishment on her face and said, "This is the blood of the devil." No! The devil has sneaked into the Stonehammer Castle. I'm going to inform my father. As she said that, she ran towards the meeting room, shouting as she ran, "Level 1 alert, the devil has entered the Stonehammer Castle. The demons have entered Stonehammer Castle," which is a very dangerous signal for the Bansel tribe. This sturdy fortress is built on the mountain and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Each entrance is guarded by guards. Under normal circumstances, demons cannot enter. However, the blood dripping from the dark thorn trap is full of demonic breath, which means that demons have sneaked into Stonehammer Castle. In the history of the Bansel tribe, the number of times demons have sneaked into the territory is very few. Every time it happens, it will bring a major crisis to the Bansel tribe. Therefore, Mia's shouting alarmed the entire Stonehammer Castle and sounded the highest level of alarm. All Bansel warriors picked up their weapons, rushed out of their homes, found their respective teams, and began to search in Stonehammer Castle. Mia ran to the meeting hall to inform her father about this. TB personally appeared in the square of Stonehammer Castle and arranged for each team to search different areas, vowing to find this demon. Obviously, the warriors of the Bansel tribe had rehearsed similar situations, so the chaos did not last long. Dozens of guards dispersed and searched various important areas. When Lu Hong walked to the square, TB had already arranged the search task. TB turned around and saw Lu Hong, and asked, "I heard from Mia that you found the demon?" Lu Hong nodded and replied, "Yes, I set a trap, and a demon stepped into the trap. This demon should be very high. Level and escaped the dark thorn trap." TB pondered, if it escaped the dark thorn trap, the level is indeed not low, and we must be extremely careful. Then I will help search. Lu Hong was worried that the demon lurking in the stone hammer castle had other purposes, so it would be more reassuring to find it out. Okay, then I'll trouble you. TB also felt that at this time, with one more person to help, the demon could be found faster. Lu Hong and Su Muyu acted together and followed their intuition to search everywhere in the stone hammer castle. Su Muyu released the scout eagle to detect every possible location where the demon might hide. After she obtained the first job level, the scout eagle's detection range of invisibility increased to 8 times perception. 34 points of perception expanded the detection range to 272 meters. This detection distance is very large, equivalent to being able to detect invisible units on the ground from a 100-story skyscraper. The scout eagle only needs to fly through the air, and invisible units on the ground cannot escape Su Muyu's perception. Where will this demon hide? Su Muyu thought while searching. It must be difficult to sneak into the stone hammer castle. Search carefully. Lu Hong was also observing every corner of the stone hammer castle, looking for abnormal places. The entire stone hammer castle was brightly lit, and all the torches were lit, illuminating the corridors around the square. All the Bancel people were looking for the demon hiding in the stone hammer castle, but they didn't find it after searching for a long time. There were even animal trainers from the Bancel tribe who were leading hellhounds to search for the scent, but they also found nothing. Lu Hang and his companions searched along the large channel of the stone hammer castle and observed the situation under the water. While searching, they ran into Mia. Mia was carrying a warhammer, a crossbow, and a team of guards, trotting all the way. Su Muyu waved and greeted her. "Have you found it?" "Not yet, I will definitely find this damn demon." Mia responded firmly, and then ran towards the square with the guards. "Come on." Su Muyu clenched his fist to cheer her up. After Mia passed by, Lu Hang and his companions continued to walk forward along the large channel. After walking out 10 steps, the two of them stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and said 3 words in unison, "Crossbow." When Mia ran over just now, she was carrying a crossbow on her back. This was not a problem, but Mia had just given her crossbow to Su Muyu half an hour ago. The crossbow Mia was carrying on her back was exactly the same as the one she gave to Su Muyu. The appearance of 2 crossbows of the same style was not strange in itself, but if Mia's name was engraved on both crossbows, then there was a problem. "Mia, wait a minute." Lu Hong called out to stop her. Mia didn't look back, and suddenly rushed forward. Lu Hang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he started the wind step to chase her. The two ran along the Datong Canal. Mia's speed was amazing, and she even jumped onto the wall of the stone fort several times. Lu Hang also chased her by flying over the eaves and walls, and shouted at the same time, "Stop her! This Mia is fake." The warriors of the Bancel tribe all knew Mia, and it was indeed strange to see Mia jumping and running on the wall now. However, they were not sure whether Mia was possessed by something, so they did not dare to shoot with crossbows. Lu Hong chased her all the way, and Mia crossed the Datong Canal and ran all the way to the Stone Hammer Fort Square. The Stone Hammer Castle Square is directly opposite the gate. As long as you cross the square, you can escape from the Stone Hammer Castle. And this Mia is very fast, so fast that Lu Hong can only chase her and can't stop her even if he uses the wind step to speed up. When Mia ran to the square, the Iron Arm leader heard the shouting and immediately came to meet her. When he saw Mia, he was startled at first, then shouted and rushed to intercept this Mia. As a father, he recognized at a glance that this Mia was not his daughter. So, he rushed to Mia, raised his palm, and slapped her. Bang! Mia was slapped and flew away, falling more than 10 meters and hitting the wall on the west side of the square. After hitting the wall, Mia's body was squeezed and transformed into a pool of red liquid, sliding to the ground, revealing its true form. The true form of this thing was a pool of blood. Lu Hong recognized it at a glance. This was a blood shadow demon, and a high-level blood shadow demon. Damn demon! TB's face was full of anger, because this demon turned into Mia's appearance. He cursed, rushed up and swung the warhammer, trying to smash this high-level blood shadow demon. Although the slap just now made the blood shadow demon turn into its original form, it did not cause serious damage. The blood shadow demon immediately turned into a blood shadow, got into the sewer next to the square, and fled out. TB smashed the ground with a hammer, but missed. He immediately reached into the sewer and dug, but also failed to catch anything. Damn it!
Lu Hong thought for a moment and said quickly, Captain TB, go check on Mia, I'll chase her.
Okay.
TB was very worried about his daughter's safety, so he agreed immediately and turned around to find Mia.
The sewer entrance was very narrow, and ordinary people couldn't get in at all.
The Blood Shadow Demon could turn into a blood shadow to escape, so it could escape from Stone Hammer Castle along the sewer.
Although Lu Hong couldn't get into the sewer, he had another way.
He directly activated the source skill, Shadow Travel, and immediately ignored all physical collisions in the shadows and gained the ability to pass through walls. After escaping into the shadows, Lu Hong chased forward along the sewer. In the Shadow Travel state, the movement speed is plus 300%, plus the second stage of the wind step acceleration. The acceleration effect directly soared to 500%. 5 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hong had already caught up with the Blood Shadow Demon. However, Lu Hong did not show up, but continued to hide in the wall, using shadow vision to stare at the Blood Shadow Demon's movements. The Shadow Travel state can only last for 15 seconds.
The time is a bit short, but it is enough.
The Blood Shadow Demon did not think that there would be pursuers behind him, so he retreated along the sewer directly to the outside of the Stone Hammer Castle at a very fast speed. Lu Hong saw the direction of his escape clearly, then accelerated forward, arrived at the sewer exit in advance, pulled out the Aurora blade and waited. The afterglow of the setting sun slowly sank into the horizon, and dusk gradually rose, casting a layer of strangeness and bleakness on the earth. Outside the sewer exit northwest of Stone Hammer Castle, Lu Hong held the Aurora blade and silently counted 3 numbers in his heart. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the 3 sounds came, a blood shadow rushed out of the sewer exit like a wild horse. The blood shadow began to twist rapidly in mid-air and returned to the hideous and terrifying body of the Blood Shadow Demon. He had proud horns on his head, and was about to roar to the sky to mock the weakness of the Stone Hammer Castle's guards. At this moment, Lu Hong swung a sword, and the sharp sword light appeared like a silver dragon, slashing across the Blood Shadow Demon's body and cutting it into 2 pieces. The Blood Shadow Demon was caught off guard and was severely injured by the sword. The originally arrogant long roar turned into a piercing scream in an instant, and his body split into 2 pools of dirty blood falling to the ground. However, the Blood Shadow Demon did not die. One of the pools of dirty blood twisted and gathered into his upper body again. He roared angrily, squirmed his body, dragged the broken lower body over, and spliced it together. In an instant, the 2 blood shadows merged into one and stood up again. Lu Hong chased after him and attacked with his sword again. The Blood Shadow Demon was prepared this time, and condensed an arm blade made of blood and black mist on his arm to block the attack. The sword blade and the arm blade collided, making a sound of metal collision and splashing sparks.
1 man and 1 demon started a head-on battle.
After several rounds of fighting, Lu Hong tested the approximate combat power of this Blood Shadow Demon. This is indeed a high-level Blood Shadow Demon, with a level above 18, and attributes such as strength and agility are around 40 points.
If it was 3 days ago, Lu Hang would really not be his opponent. It is different now.
After reaching level 17, Lu Hang has 43 points of super agility, and is not inferior to the Blood Shadow Demon in speed and reaction ability.
Moreover, the sword just cut it into 2 pieces.
Although it did not cause fatal injuries, it has already seriously injured it. The Blood Shadow Demon is good at the elusive Blood Shadow escape, and has a tenacious vitality that is difficult to kill with swords, but it is not good at head-on combat. Moreover, the Blood Shadow Demon has a fatal weakness, that is, it is afraid of lightning and fire. Lu Hong tested the combat power of the Blood Shadow Demon, and the Blood Shadow Demon also found that Lu Hong was not easy to deal with. Therefore, after the Blood Shadow Demon waved the Blood Shadow arm blade to force Lu Hong back, it turned around and turned into a blood shadow again, and fled quickly along the ground. Lu Hong was about to start the wind step to chase. At this time, an eagle cry came from the sky. The scout eagle swooped down and hit the blood shadow, and the energy properties changed, turning into dark thorns, growing out of the void, and entangled the Blood Shadow Demon. The Blood Shadow Demon struggled to break free from the restraints. Although he broke free from the dark thorn trap, his Blood Shadow escape was also interrupted and he could not escape. He could only turn around and swing his arm blade to fight Lu Hong head-on. After 10 rounds of fighting, Lu Hong stepped back to avoid his arm blade slash, then bounced back with his legs, using the Jinyu style of the 7-section step sword style, and slashed out the skill, Thunder Strike.
Boom!
With a sword slash, thunder ran wild.
The violent electric current raged on the Blood Shadow Demon. Ouch!
The Blood Shadow Demon howled in pain, and his blood body was burned by the power of thunder and lightning, emitting a pungent smell of burning. On his face made of blood, a horrified expression appeared, and he turned around and wanted to escape. However, under the burning of thunder and lightning energy, his body became paralyzed, causing his speed to drop greatly, so how could he escape from Lu Hang's palm? Lu Hong raised the Aurora blade and swung the sword again, destroying it with the power of thunder. Kill the Blood Shadow Demon and absorb 180 points of demonic energy. Source energy level increased to level 18, all attributes +2, agility attribute additional +0.6, the blood of the Blood Shadow Demon curled up, and a skill crystal core and a gem were extracted.
Lu Hong picked up the two things and quickly took a look at the attribute data. Blood Shadow Arm Blade, use source energy to condense a Blood Shadow Arm Blade on the arm. When attacking, absorb the target's blood, with X points of bleeding damage, and the wound cannot stop bleeding. Damage coefficient equals 2 times strength attribute. Skill consumption, 20 points of source energy. Skill level, C level. Shadow Orb, when the orb is close to a creature, it can reflect the appearance of the creature. Use the orb to transform into the appearance of the reflected creature. Item level, B level. Seeing this shape-shifting gem, Lu Hong finally knew how the Blood Shadow Demon turned into Mia. Then, Su Muyu flew out with the Scout Eagle. Seeing that the battle was over, she landed gently and asked, "Are you not injured?" She could see that the Blood Shadow Demon was of a high level, so she was still a little worried. "It's okay, let's go back." Lu Hong pulled her back. On the way back to Stone Hammer Castle, Lu Hang kept thinking about what happened today, and always felt that something was wrong. "How is Mia?" Lu Hong thought of Mia and wondered if this brave female warrior of the Bancel tribe was okay. "She's fine, and she's not injured." Su Muyu had already visited Mia before rushing over. "I always feel that something is wrong." Lu Hong lowered his head to think, then looked back at the place where the Blood Shadow Demon fell, his pupils shrank, and said, "No. It wasn't the Blood Shadow Demon that triggered your trap." Su Muyu also instantly thought of the reason: there are other demons in Stone Hammer Castle. After the two of them figured this out, they immediately quickened their pace and ran towards the gate of Stone Hammer Castle. Why didn't the Blood Shadow Demon trigger the trap? The reason is very simple: because of the blood on the ground. After the Blood Shadow Demon's body is cut off, it can be reassembled, and the blood is his body. Even if the blood drips on the ground, it can be retracted into the body. Therefore, if the Blood Shadow Demon triggered the Dark Thorn Trap, it is impossible to leave blood at the scene. Then there is only one possibility: someone else triggered the trap. Lu Hong thought about the problem more cautiously and corrected: it may not be a demon, it may also be a human. But Mia said that those drops of blood are demon blood. Su Muyu looked puzzled. The reason why Mia said it was demon blood is because there is a demon's breath in the blood. If a human psychic receives the energy of the evil god, it will also produce blood with a demon's breath. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more he felt that today's matter was very difficult. If this is the case, then things are even more complicated. Su Muyu was also frowning and thinking, trying to find a way to sort out the clues. Human psychics can indeed produce blood with a demon's breath. Especially for humans who have triggered the Betrayer mission and fallen into the Abyss Agent, there is usually a demonic breath in their blood. After returning to Stone Hammer Castle, Lu Hang first went to the meeting hall and met Mia, and found that she was fine, and she didn't even know that a demon had formed her appearance. "Did you really see a demon who looks exactly like me?" "Really? I want to see it too." Mia was very curious when she heard people around her say so. "When did you have your appearance copied by the demon? Do you know?" Lu Hang asked the key question. Mia shook her head, looking confused. "I don't know. I was leading the team to search for demons just now." "I don't know anything." The Iron Arm leader asked with concern. "Mia, think about it again. The Blood Shadow Demon took on your appearance and I almost didn't recognize it." Mia still shook her head. "No, I haven't encountered any demons today." Lu Hong suddenly thought of something and said, "It wasn't copied today. The Blood Shadow Demon copied the appearance with your crossbow, but you gave the crossbow to Muyu today. This means that the Blood Shadow Demon copied the appearance before you gave the crossbow to Muyu." Mia nodded vigorously. "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" Lu Hong then asked, "Then when do you think it was copied?" Mia frowned and thought, still shaking her head, "Since I came back, I have been acting with everyone." Lu Hong immediately understood what was going on. "That means it was copied in the dungeon." "In the dungeon? But it's been many days." Mia's eyes widened immediately. Lu Hong turned to TB and told him his inference. "Leader, there is another suspicious point.
The Blood Shadow Demon could have used Blood Shadow Escape to escape directly from Stone Hammer Castle through the sewer, but he chose to pass through the square.
The leader was in the square at the time. There was something wrong with the route he chose. It was like he was deliberately trying to attract your attention.
I suspect he was covering the evacuation of other demons or betrayers.
Plus, the demon copied Mia's appearance several days ago, so the demon's actions today must have other purposes. Is there anything in Stone Hammer Castle that is particularly important for tonight's resurrection ceremony?
TB's expression froze, and then he slammed his fist as if he had suddenly realized something, and said, I understand. These damn demons are coming for the treasures of our tribe. Next to the residence of the leader of the Banser tribe, there is a hidden stone room that stores the sacred objects that the Banser tribe has guarded for generations. When Iron Arm pushed open the door of the stone room and took a look, his expression suddenly changed. There is a stone platform in the middle of the stone room, and a box is placed on the stone platform. Originally, the box contained the Banser tribe's sacred objects, but now the box is open and empty inside.
The sacred object is missing.
A layer of sweat suddenly appeared on Iron Arm's forehead, and his whole body was shaking with anger. This sacred object of the Banser people has been taken care of by the tribal leaders of each generation since the ancestral period. Now that the sacred object was missing, Iron Arm suddenly felt like 5 thunders were hitting his head. The tribal sacred object was actually lost in his hands.
Mia stood outside the door and asked anxiously, Father, how are you?
No one in the tribe can enter this stone chamber without permission.
Iron Arm walked to the door with a solemn expression and said, Come in.
Mia and several tribal elders walked into the stone room and found that the sacred objects were missing.
They all showed panic expressions. The sacred object is missing. What's going on? The devil must have stolen it. Did the Blood Shadow Demon who escaped before steal it? Mia stared at the empty box, her face full of worry. Why are the nails missing? She had come in with her father to see the holy object before, so she knew what was in the box. Have you seen any suspicious people approaching the stone room today? Iron Arm asked in a deep voice. The tribal elders present shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen it. Leader, send someone to search quickly. We must find the sacred object. Yes, we must find the holy object. Iron Arm looked at the empty box with a solemn expression. Because there is not much time left before the evil god's resurrection ceremony, if you want to stop the ceremony, you must start deploying operations immediately. If you spend time looking for the holy object now, even if you find it, there is a high probability that it will be too late to stop the resurrection ceremony of evil god Barton. As the person who taught the Banser tribe the quenching skills, Lu Hong was the only outsider allowed to enter the stone chamber. After checking the situation in the stone chamber, Lu Hong expressed his speculation: the holy object should have been taken out of Stone Hammer Castle, and the appearance of the Blood Shadow Demon is a cover for stealing the sacred objects. Actually, there is no need to search. The servants of the evil god who stole the sacred objects will definitely take them to the Barton Temple as sacrifices for the resurrection ceremony. So, if you want to retrieve the sacred object, you can skip the search step and go directly to the Barton Temple. Lu Hong can be sure that the Banser tribe's sacred objects will be sent to the Barton Temple and will not be hidden elsewhere. Because the Ring of Barton, which contains divine energy, has been melted away by the quenching furnace. Without this divine sacrifice, the servants of the evil god must find another treasure that can provide divine energy for the resurrection ceremony. This sacred object of the Banser tribe just meets this requirement. Moreover, this Banser tribe's sacred object is specially used to restrain the evil god Barton. After listening to Lu Heng's analysis, Tieju felt that it made sense. He looked around and asked loudly, who can go to the Barton Temple and retrieve the sacred objects? We must retrieve the sacred objects before the resurrection ceremony begins, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Trigger Hidden Quest, Lost Banser Sacred Artifacts, Content: the sacred object guarded by Iron Arm, the leader of the Banser tribe, has been stolen. Iron Arm hopes that someone can retrieve the sacred object before the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton begins. Reward: 500 points of divine energy. I'll go. Lu Hong thought for a moment and then agreed. This Banser tribe's sacred object was specially used to restrain the evil god Barton. Even if there is no reward, it must be found. Otherwise it would be difficult to stop this resurrection ceremony. Are you sure? When Tieju looked at Lu Hong, his eyes were full of hope and uncertainty. In fact, he didn't want to hand over such an important task to outsiders, even though he respected Lu Hong very much. After all, this is a major event related to the fate of the Banser tribe. If possible, he still hopes to let the warriors of the Banser tribe complete it. I'll give it a try. Lu Hong already had a bold idea in mind, but he didn't boast about it. Lu Heng's character is like this. Even if he is confident that he can do something well, he will not make a promise until it is completed. Okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Iron Arm couldn't think of any other suitable candidates. Subsequently, Lu Hong and the Iron Arm leader walked into a secret room to discuss the action plan to retrieve the sacred object. This mission is very dangerous, and Lu Hong needs a batch of special weapons to prepare for the next action. In addition, there is also a map of the temple drawn by Banser scouts. The map shows the general structure of the interior of the Patan temple, but many places are not clearly drawn. After all, the Banser tribe scouts couldn't enter the interior of the Barton temple to investigate. Lu Hong carefully memorized the map in his mind and prepared to set off. Before setting off, Lu Hong went to meet with Lin Ziyu. You have a very important task to do, right? Lin Ziyu's reputation in Stone Hammer Castle was not that high, so he didn't know about the loss of the Banser tribe's sacred objects, but he could tell that Lu Hong had a lot of important things to do. Yes, I'm going to leave first. Lu Hong nodded. Tonight is the last battle, and we don't know what will happen. Lin Ziyu suddenly felt a little sad. Just try to survive. In fact, Lu Hong was not sure whether Lin Ziyu could return to the main world alive. Because there was no information about Lin Ziyu becoming a top superpower in his memory before rebirth. At least among the famous superpowers in the coastal area in the future, there was no name of Lin Ziyu. In other words, if Lin Ziyu had entered the Abyss battlefield in his previous life, he would probably die here, so his name did not appear again in the future. After these days of contact, Lu Hong could see that although Lin Ziyu was a little bit weak, he still had good potential. With the financial resources of the Lin family, if he could survive, he should not be unknown in the future. In fact, Lu Hong was not sure whether he could go back alive. After all, the evil god Barton in the previous life came to Blue Star and killed all the superpowers who prevented him from resurrecting. Can he successfully prevent the evil god Barton from resurrecting in this life? This is still an unknown. In addition, there is another variable in this Abyss battlefield. That is Lei Jinhao. In the previous life, Lei Jinhao was one of the top 10 superpowers in Binhai, nicknamed Storm Boxing King. In other words, he would not die in this Abyss battlefield. There is a contradictory information here. The evil god Barton came to Blue Star 3 months later and killed all the superpowers who returned from the Abyss battlefield. However, Lei Jinhao survived and became the Storm Boxing King and was not killed by the evil god Barton. Why is this? Could it be that in the previous life, Lei Jinhao was not recruited into the Abyss battlefield at all? This is possible. This Abyss battlefield is a battle for Source Essence, and only those who obtain professional Source Essence will be recruited. If Lei Jinhao in the previous life obtained the professional Source Essence later than this life, he would not enter this Source Essence battle. And the reason why Lei Jinhao was able to obtain the Fighter Source Essence so quickly in this life is because Gong Chuxing died, and the chairman of Gongtang Group needed him to find the murderer, so he gave him the Fighter Source Essence so readily. What's that look in your eyes? It's as if I can't go back. Lin Ziyu saw the nostalgic look in Lu Heng's eyes, and couldn't help but complain. No, I just want to remind you to be careful and live well. And your revolver has too few bullets, bring another weapon. Lu Hong could only wish him good luck. Tonight is the last battle, and Lin Ziyu is actually a little nervous. Can you do me a favor? You say. If I can't go back alive, please tell my dad a message for me. Tell him that I have forgiven him. This sentence is a bit confusing, but it is obviously his family's business, and Lu Hong didn't ask in detail. Lu Hong thought for a while and said, I'll ask you for a favor too. You say. If I can't go back alive, help me take care of my parents and let them live in another city. I'm worried that my enemies will retaliate against them. Lu Hong said what he was most worried about. Okay, as long as I go back alive, I will definitely help you get it done. Lin Ziyu agreed. The two raised their fists and bumped them together to seal the promise. Countdown to the resurrection ceremony, 5 hours, 52 minutes and 18 seconds. Lu Hong officially set off, bringing Su Muyu and a team of Bancel scouts. When the action is in progress, Su Muyu and the Bancel scouts will be responsible for the response outside the Baton Temple. Lu Hong will enter the Baton Temple to find the sacred object of the Bancel tribe. Before entering the Baton Temple, Lu Hong first found a winged demon wizard, used the shapeshifting orb to reflect his appearance, and then transformed into the appearance of a winged demon wizard,
followed by a team of demon servants, and walked into the Baton Temple in a dignified manner. The reason for choosing a winged demon wizard is that the level of the winged demon wizard is just right. If it is an ordinary low-level demon, it is not qualified to enter the core area of the temple.
If it is a commander-level demon, it is easy to be seen through.
The winged demon wizard is just right. The Baton Temple is a complex of buildings, very tall and magnificent.
At this moment,
at the main gate of the Baton Temple, demon servants were coming in and out, preparing for the upcoming great ceremony. Lu Hong transformed into a winged demon wizard, bowed his head and followed other winged demons, lining up to walk into the temple, as devout as a pilgrim. After passing through a long corridor, 100 steps began to appear in front of him. Going down the stairs, he arrived at the dome hall of the temple. This hall is very spacious, with a length, width, and height of more than 30 meters. After entering the dome hall, he met the winged demon leader sages. Sages came in from outside, strode towards the center of the hall with his head held high, and almost brushed past Lu Hong. Lu Hong was so nervous that his heart was pounding wildly, and he was even worried that his heartbeat would be heard by this powerful commander-level demon. If he suddenly stopped beside him, things would be bad. Fortunately, sages walked straight over without stopping.
Then, another leader-level demon appeared and talked with sages in the center of the hall, using demon language.
Lu Hong could only understand a few specific words, and what they were talking about was the sacred object of the Bancel tribe.
At this time,
several human superpowers came in from outside the temple. Seeing these people, Lu Hong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The people who came in were Lei Jinhao and several superpowers in his team. The winged demon leader sages turned to look at Lei Jinhao and asked arrogantly in the common language of the abyss, "Did you get the things?"
"I got it,"
Lei Jinhao said, took out a 30 cm long iron spike, and handed it over respectfully with both hands. Sages took the iron spike, took a look, and was very satisfied. "It's this damn nail, put it in the lower cave, and use it when the ceremony starts." After he finished speaking, he handed it to the demon servant beside him. A team of demon servants took the hammer, held it respectfully, and walked into the passage on the right side of the hall.
Lei Jinhao asked, "When will you fulfill the blessing you promised me?" "Now, come here.
Offer your loyalty to the Lord God." Sage pointed to the statue in the center of the hall. The statue was very tall, 10 meters high, and it was a demon with a slender figure, wings on its back, horns on its head, and a long tail behind it.
"This statue should be the original image of the evil god Barton."
Lei Jinhao walked to the statue and knelt down devoutly. Then, a dark energy surged from the statue and poured into Lei Jinhao. Lu Hong saw all this with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but take a breath. Obviously, Lei Jinhao had received the betrayer mission and completed it, so he received the blessing of the evil god.
Betrayer mission is a name given by the superpower.
When the mission appears, it will not be displayed as betrayer mission.
In fact,
Lu Hong has triggered the betrayer mission twice, the first time when he got Barton's ring, and the second time when he saw Barton's finger.
The two triggered tasks are both displayed as hidden tasks.
In fact, it is not difficult to find out with a little thought.
The main task and betrayer task of the Abyss battlefield are opposite in the ultimate purpose of the tasks.
The main task of the Abyss battlefield this time is obviously to guide the superpowers to stop the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton. And the betrayer task is to help the evil god Barton resurrect. This also confirms the speculation of many superpowers in the previous life that the betrayer task was issued by the Abyss. The betrayer task that Lei Jinhao received should be to steal the sacred objects of the Bancel tribe.
Thinking about it this way, many things are connected.
Lei Jinhao's team had previously gained the trust of the Bancel tribe and entered the Stone Hammer Castle. This means that they are familiar with the terrain and environment of the Stone Hammer Castle, and they do have a better chance of stealing the sacred objects of the Bancel tribe than others.
If this is the case, some previous speculations are not valid.
Before, Lu Hong thought that Lei Jinhao might not have entered the Abyss battlefield in his previous life because he was not killed by the evil god Barton 3 months later. However, now he saw Lei Jinhao appear in the Barton temple and was blessed by the evil god's energy. In this way, he became the servant of the evil god. The evil god would not kill him when he came to Blue Star. Lu Hong understood a lot of things in an instant, and there was a surge of energy in his chest. In the center of the hall, after Lei Jinhao received the energy blessing, he slowly stood up, looked up to the sky and roared, and a powerful pressure swept over.
Lu Hong felt this pressure and couldn't help but take a deep breath.
The winged demon commander sages pointed to the entrance of the hall and ordered, "Go." Guard the gate of the temple. After the resurrection ceremony of the Lord God is over, you will receive a more powerful blessing.
Lei Jinhao nodded, then led his men to walk out of the hall.
The direction he walked happened to pass by Lu Hang.
When the two passed by, Lu Hong held his breath, did not say anything, and tried his best to stay still. After Lei Jinhao walked past, the perceiver named Yadwa also passed by. When she walked to Lu Hong, she suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Her voice made Lu Hang's heart skip a beat. At this time, if his identity was exposed, the situation would become very bad. There were at least 800 demons gathered here. Moreover, there were 2 commander-level demons, plus Lei Jinhao who had just received the blessing of the evil god. Even if he tried his best to escape, he would lose a layer of skin. What are you doing? Lei Jinhao looked back at her with a cold tone. We agreed before that I can also be blessed. Yadwa snorted, somewhat dissatisfied. Why are you in such a hurry? I will naturally help you when I become stronger. Lei Jinhao was a little impatient. The two of them walked out while arguing about this matter. After the two of them walked over, Lu Hang exhaled heavily, thinking that the relationship between the two was not as good as it seemed on the surface. Next, the dozen teams of winged demon wizards waiting in the hall began to take turns to worship Patton's statue and pray devoutly. After the winged demon leader sages arranged the affairs of the hall, he spread his wings and flew out of the hole above the hall. Lu Hong observed the surroundings and began to look for an opportunity to take the holy object. The decisive battle was imminent, and the troops of Stonehammer Castle rushed out in full force and rushed to the Temple of Barton. This is the battle that will decide the fate of the Banser people. Stonehammer Castle is too close to the Temple of Barton. Once the evil god Barton is resurrected, the Banser tribe will lose this home. However, the Banser tribe has experienced too many migrations and finally found a place to settle down. The tribe has also taken root here and has no energy left to withstand another migration. This means that if this battle fails, it will be a battle of annihilation for the Banser tribe. Therefore, the army of Stonehammer Castle came out in full force, pushing 10 catapults, and marched towards the Temple of Barton. The catapult was covered with a curtain to hide the cross. Mia sat on the curtain of the catapult, showed a big smile to the leader's father, and said, "Old man, when you win, I will cook mushroom soup for you when you come back." Why are you so filial all of a sudden? Tai Jian was very happy, laughing and stroking his rough beard. Have I not always been good and obedient? Mia stared, forgetting all the outrageous things she had done before. Okay, Tieju continued to smile cheerfully. In his eyes, his daughter was always well-behaved and sensible no matter how many outrageous things she had done. After this battle is over, let's keep Mr. Lu Hong here. He has helped us a lot and many clan members like him. Mia has been thinking about this for the past 2 days. Well, Iron Arm actually wanted to, but he could see that Lu Hong didn't belong here, so he didn't respond to his daughter's request. At the same time, outside the Temple of Barton, Sumuyu stood on a stone peak, controlling the Scout Eagle to hover above the Barton Temple. There were more demons in the temple than she expected, so this battle was destined to be difficult. While the Scout Eagle was circling, 2 other teams of superpowers were discovered. The 2 teams in Stonehammer Castle are not the only ones who have survived to this day. There are also some scattered teams of superpowers in the wilderness. However, the goal of these teams of superpowers is not necessarily to prevent the evil god's resurrection ritual. After all, there are 3 main missions in this abyss battlefield. 1. Escape from the dungeon before the resurrection ceremony begins. 2. Attack the demon team transporting the source of sacrifices. 3. Survive until the end of the resurrection ceremony. In other words, the main mission does not strictly require stopping the resurrection ritual. The challenge is to prevent the evil god's resurrection ritual. The main missions in the abyss battlefield must be completed, but there are no hard requirements for challenge missions. If you complete them, you can get higher rewards than the main missions. Therefore, if you just want to return alive, you don't actually need to stop evil god Barton's resurrection ceremony, as long as you survive until the resurrection ceremony ends. The 2 teams of superpowers discovered by Sumuyu had 5 and 8 people respectively. They were far away from the Patton Temple and secretly observed the situation of the Patton Temple. Judging from their actions, it seemed that they just wanted to see the situation and had not made up their minds to participate in this decisive battle. After Sumuyu thought carefully, she controlled the Scout Eagle to fly in front of the 8-man team, taking on the appearance of the Sky Falcon. Who? The perceivers in this team immediately exclaimed. Sumuyu spoke through the Scout Eagle, "Hello, I am the perceiver of the Stonehammer Castle Army. I would like to chat with your captain. A burly man came out and asked, I am the captain Zheng Shirkue, what do you want to talk about?
Sumuyu expressed her intention of coming very calmly. I can see that you are just here to investigate the situation and may not be willing to participate in the decisive battle.
I am here to persuade you to join the battle.
Zheng Shirkue, preventing the resurrection ritual of the evil god is a challenging task.
You can come back alive if you don't do it.
Sumuyu, on the surface, yes, but there is a hidden crisis.
After the evil god Barton is resurrected, he will rule the entire region, and spiritual pollution will inevitably occur.
If you have experienced spiritual pollution in the Abyss world, you should understand what I mean.
What does it mean?
Zheng Shirkue frowned. In fact, the reason why he chose to observe the outskirts of the Barton Temple was not because he had no intention of participating in the war, but because he wanted to make a decision based on the situation. Sumuyu continued to lobby through the Sky Falcon.
Actually, humans are not the main force in this decisive battle.
You have been in this Abyss world for so many days, you should know that there is a Banser tribe here. They are the main force in the decisive battle, and now the Banser tribe has come out in full force and rushed to the Barton Temple. It's on the main road of Ankari Mountain now.
If you don't believe it, you can send a preceptor to have a look.
The fact that the Banser tribe can survive in this world shows that they have the ability to compete with the evil gods. Our strength is the new weight on their scale of confrontation.
Maybe you are the weight that can change the outcome.
In addition to the Banser tribe's army, we have 22 other superpowers here, who will all participate in the war. If we add you and a team of 5 people behind this mountain, our number can reach 35 people, which is a force that can change the situation.
I've finished what I said, I hope you can think about it carefully.
When the war begins, the Banser clan will sound the horn of charge, hoping to see you there. After saying these words, Sumuyu controlled the Sky Falcon to return to the sky. In fact, she was a little nervous when facing this team of superpowers. She had never spoken in front of so many fierce people, and this time she mustered up the courage to make the decision. However, when the topic was opened, she found that things were not that difficult. Maybe because she used the Sky Falcon as a messenger, she didn't need to face so many people in person, and she didn't feel so nervous. As for what she said, it was very similar to a speech in front of all the teachers and students at the school flag-raising ceremony. She had experienced similar speeches several times. After all, with good grades, sometimes she would be selected by the teacher to speak as a student representative. After lobbying this team of 8 people, Sumuyu took a deep breath, continued to control the reconnaissance eagle, and went to find the other team of 5 people. Although the number of 13 superpowers was not large, they could survive in the world of demons, which showed that they were not weak and could play a huge role at critical moments.
In the Temple of Patton,
a team of demon servants carrying sacrifices passed by, and Lu Heng silently followed the team of demon servants and walked into the passage on the right side of the hall. The passage spiraled down and entered a cave with a huge space. There were a number of source sacrifices imprisoned in the crypt, most of which were already dying. In addition to the room where the source sacrifices were imprisoned, there were many stone chambers with closed doors in the crypt. Lu Heng followed the demon servant and walked around, and found that there were demons guarding the doors of 6 stone chambers. The holy objects should be stored in one of the stone chambers, but he was not sure which one. After the demon servant finished his work, he turned around and left the crypt.
At this time,
the commander-level flaming horn demon walked into the crypt and walked towards an abyss worm imprisoned in the crypt cell. He grabbed the head of the abyss worm and dragged it in front of him, bit off the worm's head in one bite, and swallowed it. If he met this commander-level flaming horn demon now, his identity would probably be exposed. After all, it was too strange for a winged demon wizard to act alone to appear in the crypt. Lu Heng's mind raced, and he hid in the concave part of the wall to avoid the sight of the flame horn demon commander, then activated the source skill, Shadow Walk, and walked into the wall. After the flame horn demon commander ate the abyss worm, he strode deep into the dungeon to find the next snack. Lu Heng hid in the wall, holding his breath, quietly waiting for him to pass by, and at the same time used the shadow vision to observe the surroundings, looking for the room where the Bansel tribe's sacred objects were stored. After the leader of the flaming horn demons walked over, Lu Heng also saw the room where the Bansel tribe's holy relic was located through shadow vision. When the leader-level demon walked away, Lu Heng silently counted the remaining time of shadow travel, passed through the wall, and entered the room. The room where the Bansel tribe's holy relic was stored was a completely closed stone chamber. So there was no light shining in from the outside, but the Bansel tribe's holy relic emitted a faint glow, which barely allowed people to see things. Lu Hong walked over and reached out to pick up the Bancel tribe's holy relic. This holy relic was a 30 cm long iron pestle, one end thick and the other end sharp, which could also be called an iron cone, or a large iron nail. After the finger touched the holy relic, he saw its attribute data. Bancel tribe ancestor pestle, item level, a dot level, specifications, 30 cm long, 5.2 kg in weight, attributes, attack power 60, special effects, ancestral power, awaken the power of the Bancel tribe ancestors, possessing the power to break all demonic barriers and pierce the body and heart of the evil god. Introduction: the iron pestle used by the Bancel tribe ancestors to kill the evil god Barton contains divine energy and possesses the power to restrain the evil god Barton. This ancestral pestle looks small, but it is very heavy in the hand, and is obviously not made of ordinary cast iron. After getting the Bancel tribe holy object, Lu Hang waited in place for the source energy to recover. It takes about 10 minutes to activate shadow travel, to consume source energy, and it takes about 10 minutes to fully recover. If Lu Hong wants to leave this stone room quietly, he has to wait for 10 minutes and use shadow travel again to leave. While waiting, Lu Hong took out an abyss salt bomb and placed it in this stone chamber. This abyss salt bomb was taken from the iron arm leader and is the strongest explosive that the Bancel tribe can make. In addition to throwing stones, the Bancel tribe's catapults can also throw this abyss salt bomb. When Lu Hong and the iron arm leader discussed in the secret room, they had already decided to sneak into the Baton temple to retrieve the holy relics. Since they were going to sneak into the Baton temple, placing a few bombs was just a matter of convenience. Moreover, the attack signal agreed by Lu Hong and the iron arm leader was the explosion of the salt bomb. Time passed by minute. There were still 3 minutes before the source energy was restored. Lu Hong took out the structural diagram of the Baton temple and released a lightning from his fingertips to confirm the location of the internal buildings again. Since this map was drawn by the Bancel scouts based on external observations, there were some errors in some places. Lu Hong compared the map with the structure of the dungeon and found the most suitable location to place the abyss salt bomb. After 3 minutes, he activated shadow travel again. In 15 seconds, he crossed the entire dungeon and placed bombs at 5 key locations. After completion, he left a shadow clone in a hidden location in the dungeon, and finally used the remaining 3 seconds of shadow travel to return to the hall, walked out of the shadows, and mixed in with other demon teams. The resurrection ceremony is about to begin. Abyss creatures containing source are dragged to the temple hall, cut their blood vessels and pushed into the blood pool. The blood containing source flows out of the blood pool, flows under the statue of Barton, flows along the lines on the ground, and forms a blood magic circle. Outside the temple, densely packed demons kneel on the ground, kneeling and praying devoutly, calling the name of an existence in demon language. At the same time, the army of the Bancel tribe arrived at the basin where the Baton temple was located. They opened a large invisible curtain with several Bancel mages casting spells together, approached the temple within 300 meters, and began to line up and install catapults. At this time, it was the best time for the demons to launch a surprise attack. However, a great ceremony was taking place in the temple at this moment. All the demon servants were worshipping the temple and arrogantly ignored the deployment of the Bancel tribe. From the perspective of quantity alone, the number of demons crushed the army of the Bancel tribe. Moreover, the demon servants were protected by the temple, and there was a big gap in the strength of the two sides. Under normal circumstances, the Bancel tribe could not defeat this powerful demon army. The Bancel tribe could compete with the demons and needed to rely on the terrain of the stone hammer fort for defense. If they took the initiative to attack, the strength of the two sides would be a bit different. Therefore, looking at the astonishing number of demons outside the temple, the high-level demons did not take the Bancel people seriously at all. However, when the demons gathered too densely, a fatal weakness appeared. Lu Hong looked at the blood-containing source essence, which filled the entire temple hall, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. After the blood array was formed, the blood began to flow to the tightly closed door on the north side of the hall, and drilled into the hole below the door. The door was like a bloodthirsty monster, swallowing blood quickly. The speed at which the demons slaughtered the source sacrifices was accelerating, and blood was continuously supplied to the door. When the blood in the blood pool was almost sucked dry, the blood array began to sublimate, and the door slowly opened. Behind the door was the tomb of the evil god Barton. At this moment, all the blood gathered in a blood-eating holy cup in the evil god's tomb. The winged demon leader sages walked forward respectfully, took out a shriveled black heart from a soul box, and gently put it into the blood-eating holy cup. The heart seemed to have been thirsty for thousands of years. When it encountered blood, it began to absorb the blood full of source quickly, and slowly floated up from the holy cup, generating a suction force, pulling countless bloodstreams, and continued to converge towards the heart. Looking at this black heart, people unconsciously have an illusion that the heart will beat in the next second. The leader of the winged demons, sages, ordered his men to go into the crypt to take out the sacred object of the Bansel tribe. This ancestral pestle of the Bansel tribe was once the murder weapon that killed the evil god Barton.
At this moment,
the servant of the evil god took back the murder weapon as a sacrifice for the resurrection ceremony. The demon servant entered the passage on the right side of the hall, obviously to take the sacred object of the Bansel tribe. However, now this sacred object is in Lu Heng's hands. Therefore, the loss of the sacred object will soon be exposed. It would be a bit abrupt to withdraw from the temple at this moment, but it can't be delayed any longer. Lu Heng stood at the end of the demon team, looked around, then lowered his head and turned around, walking out of the temple. The demons around were kneeling devoutly, as if they could not see anything else around them. The two commander-level demons were presiding over this great resurrection ceremony and had no time to pay attention to a winged demon wizard who had left the team. The moment Lu Heng stepped out of the temple gate, his feet suddenly shook, followed by a huge explosion.
Boom!
The demon servant who entered the crypt opened the stone chamber where the holy objects were originally stored and ignited the abyss salt bomb. The explosion of the bomb caused a chain reaction, and the 6 abyss salt bombs placed in the crypt exploded one after another.
Boom! 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 In an instant,
the sky collapsed, the earth shook, the temple collapsed, and the earth collapsed.
The rocks flew, and screams and roars merged into one.
The art of explosion performed the most exciting picture at this moment. As if the whole world had collapsed, the demons screamed in fear. Some were buried by the rubble, and some fled in all directions. However, the low-level demons outside the temple still knelt devoutly, and even if the ground shook, it could not change their devout faith.
The explosion occurred.
In the Bansel army, TB stood on a catapult, raised his warhammer and shouted, "Fire!
Let these damned demons taste our sacrifice!" Bang! Bang! Bang!
The Bansel warriors pulled open the curtain on the catapult, and neatly launched the abyss salt bombs into the demon group outside the temple.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The low-level demons within the explosion range were instantly blown into powder, and the demons farther away were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion.
Roar!
The winged demon leader sages rushed back angrily, flew out of the dust raised by the collapse of the temple, and rushed towards the Bansel team with hundreds of elite winged demons.
The war was about to break out. Line up!
TB raised his warhammer and struck the shield in his left hand, making a loud sound of metal clashing. He led the elite warriors of the Bansel tribe to raise their shields and line up, ready to meet the impact from the air.
It will be available tomorrow. After it is available, the update will be accelerated. Please subscribe first. Subscription directly affects the subsequent volume of the website. It is very important. Please help. The sky was covered with dark clouds, as if covered with a layer of dusk, making the air very dull. The brave Bansel warriors, wearing iron armor, holding warhammers and round shields, guarded the catapults. Facing the winged demon air force led by sages, they still did not retreat a step, with an unyielding light in their eyes. The winged demon commander sages led the winged demon air force to circle in the sky. He was the master of this sky. In his eyes, the lower creatures on the ground were no different from reptiles. He used the sky as a stage, ignored the attacks on the ground, and with a layer of lightning flashing in his eyes, he led the winged demon army to dive at the Bansel formation again and again. The lightning spears in the hands of the winged demon army drew blue tracks in the air and rushed into the Bansel defense line. Every dive, the spears pointed, and the Bansel defense line would plow a gully. The Bansel warriors raised their shields and built a copper wall with their flesh and blood to block the impact of the winged demon army. Rows of Bansel warriors were blown away, but they shouted battle slogans, gathered back with shields raised, and stubbornly maintained the defense array. Bansel warriors have rich experience in dealing with the winged demon army's dive. Every time the winged demon launched a charge, the Bansel formation would stand up 5-meter long spears diagonally. This tactic is very similar to the chevaux de frise. When the winged demons dived down and hit the rows of spears, they would be stabbed through the heart. While blocking the winged demon's charge, the Bansel warriors continued to operate the catapults, throwing bombs, and throwing stones when the bombs were used up. They smashed into the demon positions and the Baton temple. The battle was extremely fierce,
and the battlefield echoed with war songs intertwined with iron and blood.
At this time,
the Baton Temple collapsed due to the explosion underground, and the superstructure of the temple collapsed, killing countless low-level demons who were crawling and worshipping outside the temple. However, the main structure of the hall was very solid and did not collapse completely, but many structural columns were broken.
The resurrection ceremony was at a critical moment. Even if the temple collapsed, the ceremony was not interrupted.
Of the two commander-level demons, only the winged demon commander sages rushed out, and the flame-horned demon commander presided over the resurrection ceremony in the hall. The horned demon army guarded around the temple to prevent the Bancel army from entering the temple. In order to stop the ceremony, the Bancel tribe sent elite warriors to charge the temple twice, but failed to break through the defense line of the horned demon army.
The battle was deadlocked. At the same time, on a hillside outside the Barton Temple, Lei Jinhao and his men looked coldly at the two sides fighting below. A member of the Thunder team asked, "Captain, should we join the battle?" Lei Jinhao glanced at him indifferently and asked back, "No hurry."
"But the mission we are doing," the team member frowned, very puzzled. He originally wanted to say betrayer mission, but he thought that calling himself a betrayer didn't seem right in the context.
And the mission they triggered actually showed hidden mission.
Lei Jinhao joked, "Doing the mission is just to gain power. As for the evil god, the dead evil god is the best evil god."
His thinking is very clear. He did do the betrayer mission, but he didn't think he was in the devil camp.
He completed the betrayer mission just to get energy blessing, which doesn't mean he wants to help the evil god Barton to resurrect. Once the evil god Barton is resurrected, the human superpowers, may end up being killed. So, for Lei Jinhao, it's better for the evil god Barton to be dead all the time, constantly giving him energy blessing, but not restricting his actions.
But, what humans can think of, can an evil god not think of it? Is it that humans are playing tricks on the evil gods, or are the evil gods playing with humans in their hands?
This is actually an unequal game, but people who are deeply involved in it can never see the truth.
Lu Hong walked out of the explosion in the temple, removed the effect of the phantom orb, and joined Su Muyu first.
Su Muyu quickly reported the battle situation. The Bancel tribe has blocked the 3 dives of the winged demon leader.
3 teams of superpowers have appeared around the temple.
I have communicated with 2 of them, and they agreed to join the battle. The 3rd team is Lei Jinhao's team. They are on the hillside in the northwest and have been watching the fire from the other side.
Should we persuade him to join the battle?
Since Su Muyu did not see what happened in the temple, she did not know that Lei Jinhao's team was already a traitor and did not know that the Bancel tribe's sacred object was stolen by Lei Jinhao. In her simple overall view, at the moment of life and death, humans should put aside their prejudices and fight against the devil together. That's why she put forward this slightly naive idea. Lu Hong directly rejected her proposal. Lei Jinhao was a traitor, and the sacred object was stolen by them. Su Muyu raised her eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. This was her first time encountering a traitor.
She hurriedly asked, why didn't Lei Jinhao join the battle as a demon? In fact,
among human superpowers, the traitors who appear do not necessarily want to betray humans, but just want to gain power. Lu Hong has seen similar traitors before, so he understands their psychology very well. Because he wants the reward for the traitor mission, but does not want to help the evil god Barton to resurrect, you can understand it as two-faced.
In fact, this is the true thought of most traitors. Unless they have anti-human personality, the betrayers will not choose to join the demon camp from the beginning. This is not difficult to understand. Su Muyu understood it after a little thought, nodded and said, in this case, Lei Jinhao will not participate in the war?
Lu Hong shook his head again, no, as long as we attack the temple, he will receive a new betrayer mission and will definitely participate in the war.
So, you must always keep an eye on their movements. Su Muyu nodded seriously, okay, I understand.
While speaking, the two quickly came to the Bancel position. The winged demon leader sages led the winged demon air force to circle in the air, preparing to launch the 4th dive. In the first 3 dives, both sides suffered losses and no one won. The battle was deadlocked. Lu Hang glanced at the battlefield and said in a deep voice, the resurrection ceremony is still going on.
If it is delayed any longer, the ceremony will be completed. Sages must be eliminated as soon as possible to let the Bancel army attack the temple. What should I do? Su Muyu asked.
Lu Hong thought for a while, whispered in her ear, and decided on tactics. At the same time the leader of the winged demons, sages, roared to the sky, raised the spear in his hand, gathered the violent power of thunder and lightning, and led the elite winged demons to launch the fourth dive on the Bancel position. TB stood at the front of the position, hitting the shield with a warhammer to make a bang 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 sound, and shouted, "Shrink the formation! Hold up the spear!" The Bancel warriors gathered together densely, and each row of warriors held up a 5-meter long spear. One end of the spear was raised high, and the other end was inserted into the ground to meet the dive of the winged demons. In the sky. Under the leadership of the leader of the winged demons, sages, groups of elite winged demons swooped down with spears in their hands, passing over the Bancel formation, and the rows of Bancel warriors were picked up by the spears. Some of the winged demons collided with the spears, were pierced through the body, fell to the ground, and then chopped into meat paste by the Bancel warriors who surrounded them. Iron Arm went forward and fought head-on with the diving sages. The weapons collided and there was a loud bang. Sages passed by and raised his altitude again, preparing to return to the sky. As a winged demon, the biggest advantage is that he has the initiative to attack. When he wants to fight, he can swoop down and attack at any time. When he doesn't want to fight, he can withdraw at any time. The Bancel tribe has no way to intercept these flying demons. Just as Sages flapped his wings and climbed to a higher altitude. Above the sky, a sky falcon suddenly appeared, and there was a person hanging under the falcon. The sky falcon swooped down and intercepted Sages with its super high speed. Sages suddenly saw the interceptor in the sky, and his eyes suddenly showed a sharp light. As the leader of the winged demons, the sky is his home court, which is the reason why he is invincible. Now, there is an opponent who wants to intercept him in the air. Sages snorted coldly, raised his palm to condense a lightning spear, and threw it at the sky falcon. Boom! The violet lightning struck out, instantly blasting the sky falcon. At the moment when Sages attacked, Lu Hong released the sky falcon's claws and fell down, relying on the inertia of the dive to quickly approach Sages, and at the same time pulled out the Aurora blade from the void. At this moment, Sages had just completed the dive and was climbing to a higher altitude, which was his slowest time. And Lu Hong was carried by the sky falcon and dived from the sky, which was the fastest time. In air combat, speed is everything. Sages is the overlord of the sky. Seeing that a human without the ability to fly dared to challenge his majesty, he snorted coldly, waved the thunder spear, and stabbed at Lu Hong. Lu Hong had no wings and could not change direction in the air, so he could only hit the thunder spear under the push of inertia. At the moment when the thunder spear was about to pierce his body, Lu Hong activated the source skill, Shadow Passage, escaped into the shadow, and was exempted from all physical collisions. The thunder spear pierced into Lu Hong's body, but it didn't touch anything. Lu Hong passed through the thunder spear, crashed into Sage's arms, and then passed through his body. At the moment of passing through Sage's body, Lu Hong released the shadow passing state. His body turned and spun, using the 7-section sword returning sword style, slashing out a swirling sword light. The sword light sank into Sage's back and cut off his wings. Ouch! Sage's back was hit hard, his wings broke, and he fell from the air. Lu Hong also fell to the ground at a speed of 100 meters per second. When he was about to fall into the mud, the second sky falcon spread its wings and flew up, carrying Lu Hong to the ground smoothly. On the other side, Sage lost his wings and fell to the ground. He immediately got up, roared angrily, and waved the thunder spear, trying to kill the low-level creature that hurt him. Lu Hong raised his sword to meet him and fought with him. Sages was 3 meters tall and extremely strong. He wielded the thunder spear and attacked like a god of war. Lu Hong used his micro-level body movements. With his super high agility of 45 points, he stepped on the wind and dodged and fought like a dragon in the spear attack. The sword and the spear collided, making a clanging sound. After several head-on battles, Lu Hong tested out the approximate attributes of Sages. Sage's strength attribute is above 40 points, and his agility attribute is even higher, exceeding 43 points. Lu Hong's current strength is 35 points, and his agility is 45 points. In terms of strength, Lu Hong is much lower than Sage's, but his agility is slightly better than Sage's. Therefore, in head-on battles, Lu Hong would be shocked back every time. However, relying on his super high agility and subtle body movements, he can still counterattack under Sage's attacks without losing the upper hand. A few days ago, when Lu Hong met Sages, he had no choice but to escape. Now, he can cut off his wings with one sword, and he will not lose the upper hand in a head-on battle. The rapid rise in combat power can be seen. Moreover, this is a battlefield fight, not a competition. Su Muyu joined the battle, besieged Sages together, and controlled the Sky Falcon to dive at Sages. Originally, Sages was the overlord of the sky, and he always launched a dive attack on his opponent. Now the situation has changed.
The Sky Falcon has the advantage in the sky.
Every time it makes a loud eagle cry, it launches a dive attack on Sage. With the blessing of Sumuyu's 34 points of spiritual power, the Sky Falcon's dive attack has an attack power of 5 times spiritual attributes, which is 170 points of attack power. Even if Sage has extremely high defense, 170 points of attack power is enough to threaten it. Moreover, the Sky Falcon attacks important parts such as the eyes and heart, forcing Sage to defend. While Sumuyu controls the Scout Eagle to dive and attack, he also raises the crossbow, aims at Sage's back, and shoots a fire element arrow. The fire arrow shot on Sage's back, igniting a flame, burning his skin, and making him extremely angry. Roar! Sage turned around angrily, saw the person who shot him, and roared towards Sumuyu. Sumuyu was standing 50 meters away and shooting arrows. Seeing Sagus rushing over, she was a little nervous and quickly entered the invisible state and retreated towards the Bancel tribe position. When Lu Hong saw Sagus chasing Sumuyu, he immediately activated the second stage acceleration of the wind step, used the moon chasing style of the 7-dot section step sword, and stabbed Sagus with a sword. Sagus originally wanted to kill Sumuyu first and then turn back to deal with Lu Hong, but halfway through the rush, he found that Sumuyu was gone, and there was a sharp sword light coming from behind, forcing him to turn around and block.
One man and one demon fought again.
Sumuyu ran to a distance of 100 meters, patted his chest and exhaled. Just now, I saw a commander-level demon rushing over.
It is definitely impossible to say that I am not afraid at all.
However, the invisibility effect is too useful, and Lu Hong helped her intercept Sagus, so she is very safe. Just now she was shooting at a distance of 50 meters. She was frightened once and felt that 50 meters was not safe, so this time she pulled away to 100 meters, condensed the elemental arrow again, and aimed at Sage. Among the 5-dimensional attributes, the perception attribute is a comprehensive reflection of the perception abilities such as insight, vision, hearing, and intuition. A superpower with high perception has vision and hearing that surpass ordinary people, and is more sensitive to crises, and is more likely to find hidden clues and traps. The first level job, Eye of the Sky, also improves vision. Therefore, Sumuyu's vision is far superior to that of ordinary people, equivalent to having an 8-fold mirror, and can also use the perspective of a reconnaissance eagle to assist in observation. When shooting with elemental arrows, most of the wind resistance and gravity effects can be ignored, so she can shoot arrows at a distance of 100 meters with high accuracy. Every time Lu Hong used his body skills to pull away, the arrow would be shot at Sage on time.
Sage looked back angrily again and again, but saw that Sumuyu was always 100 meters away.
If he could still fly, this distance would only be a matter of a dive, but his wings had been cut off by Lu Hong, and he became a vulture that could not fly. This put him in a situation where he was beaten unilaterally. As the leader of the winged demons in the evil god world, he was one of the strongest fighters on this land. Wherever he appeared, hostile creatures had only one way to go, death. As powerful as he was now a struggling trapped beast. He was angry, he roared, he fought back with all his strength, but he could not find a way to break the deadlock. Under the joint attack of Lu Hong and Sumuyu, Sages had more and more wounds on his body. He felt the threat of death and did not dare to continue fighting. He turned around and retreated in the direction of the temple, and at the same time he looked up to the sky and screamed, calling on the winged demon air force to come to the rescue. Seeing the flocks of winged demons flying in the sky, Sumuyu immediately changed his target, controlled the reconnaissance eagle to attack the winged demons, and shot the flame arrows into the sky quickly, shooting down several elite winged demons. Lu Hong used the wind step to catch up with Sage, released the shadow clone, attacked from both sides, suppressed Sage's counterattack, and then swung his sword to hit, Thunderstrike. Boom! The thunder struck hard, knocking Sage to the ground. The violet lightning raged on his body, and every arc of electricity was ruthlessly cutting his flesh and blood, sucking away his life.
He was once the most powerful existence in this world.
When he appeared, he could always draw out the deepest fear in the hearts of his opponents. However, at this moment, he was so embarrassed. The continuous battles had already left him seriously injured. He was unwilling to die, but he had no choice. He struggled to get up, raised his spear, and launched a final counterattack against Lu Hong. Lu Hong raised his sword to block his counterattack, and then swung his sword to cut off his head, putting an end to his life. Kill the winged demon leader Sages and absorb 200 points of demon energy. Source energy level increased to level 19, all attributes +2, agility attribute additional +0.6, Sumuyu also rose to level 17, all attributes increased, and combat power continued to improve. After sages died, a crystal core was extracted. Lu Hong picked up the crystal core, did not have time to check it, put it directly into the inventory, and went to meet TB. The resurrection ceremony was still going on in the temple, and it was necessary to attack the temple immediately, otherwise once the evil god Barton was resurrected, everything done before would be in vain. With the fall of the winged demon leader sages, the remaining elite winged demons lost their will to fight and fled back to the Barton temple like headless flies. TB led the Bancel warriors to approach the Baton temple, and the catapults pushed forward, continuing to throw bombs and boulders at the temple. Boom! 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 The attack of the catapult forced the demons to retreat into the temple. The Bancel warriors attacked the temple gate and fought with the horned demon army guarding the temple. Lu Hong saw the fierce battle in front of the temple, turned back and said to Su Muyu, "Notify the other two teams of superpowers and let them attack the temple from the back door together." The Bancel warriors attacked the front door of the temple. Lu Hong, Lin Ziyu, and Zidakai led the superpower team to attack from the back door of the temple. The Bancel attack tied down most of the demons. Therefore, the number of demons guarding the back door of the temple was relatively small. The superpower team launched a round of charge and broke through the back door and entered the temple. The other two teams of superpowers saw the advantage in the battle and decisively joined the battle, tilting the balance of victory towards the Bancel tribe. After entering the temple, the demons guarding the temple roared and rushed up, fighting with the superpowers. Lu Hong and Su Muyu chose a narrow corridor without demon guards and entered the second floor platform of the temple hall. At this moment, the resurrection ceremony in the hall continued. The leader of the flame-horn demon took the body of the evil god Barton from the soul box and put it into the holy cup filled with source blood. These body parts were found by the servants of the evil god from various abyss worlds after more than a century. The most important body part was the black heart. At this moment, the heart was full of blood and exuded a burst of evil breath. When he stepped into the temple hall, Lu Hang felt a spiritual pressure. Spiritual pollution from an unknown existence. Spirit Point 1, Lu Hong turned his head and looked at the black heart. This spiritual pollution was emitted by the heart. Before resurrection, the spiritual pollution has already begun. Once resurrected, no one here can survive. Lu Hong was about to jump down from the second floor platform to stop the ceremony. At this moment, a person blocked the way, and it was Lei Jinhao. When Lu Hong saw him appear, there was no surprise in his eyes. Everything was as expected. "So, you still choose to be a betrayer, even if it means becoming a minion of the evil god?" Lei Jinhao looked up at Lu Hong with a defiant expression, and said in a long voice, "I will not become anyone's minion. I only obey power and gather great power in one body. One day, no one in the world can control my fate." Lu Hong shook his head and smiled, and said with emotion, "It seems that every betrayer thinks so, but no one can escape the ending of falling into the abyss." Lei Jinhao raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said contemptuously, "You speak as if you can see through everything. You are just an ant struggling on the road to becoming stronger." He was not a lucky man who was born at the end. He had fought in the underground boxing ring, brought goods to the gangs, and snatched food from wild dogs. He climbed step by step from the dirtiest gutter to his current position, so he knew too well what an ant was. Everything he got was snatched by his own hands, from people and dogs, so in his eyes, there is only the pursuit of power, and he can do anything to get it. In his world, everything must be fought for and snatched by his own hands. So, when he appeared at Gardenia Beach, he would grab the beach and the crystal core as soon as he appeared. Because this is his way of survival. Lu Hong did not know Lei Jinhao's past, nor did he want to know. Facing a betrayer, the word kill was enough to summarize all the causes and effects. That's right, you have already accepted the blessing of the evil god, and it's useless to say more. Let's end our grievances here. Lu Hong slowly pulled out the aurora blade from the void. Lei Jinhao shook his arms, showing a pair of arm guards, and a circle of wolf soul fighting spirit vibrated out of his body. He said proudly, "Originally, there is no mortal hatred between you and me, and I don't have to kill you. It's a pity that you touched Gongjianting's son, then there is nothing I can do, you have to die. Did you forget so quickly about the last time you were forced to go wild with one move? Have you recovered from the backlash of the wildness?" Before Lu Hong was reborn, he had heard of the name of the Storm Boxing King many times, but he had never fought with him. Because in his previous life, Lu Hong awakened a year after the invasion of the Abyss. Although he later became a top superpower, during his rise, the Storm Boxing King had already achieved success and became a hegemon. At that time, the Storm Boxing King had already mastered the power and retreated behind the scenes, rarely showing up. Therefore, the two sides have no intersection, and naturally there is no chance for them to fight.
In the temple hall, blood and evil are intertwined. Lu Hong held the Aurora blade in his hand and confronted Lei Jinhao.
No matter what the reason for the current situation, it cannot change the fact that the two belong to different camps.
Lu Hong wants to stop this resurrection ceremony.
The interests of both sides' conflict and fighting is inevitable. Lei Jinhao's eyes are full of wolf's ferocity, his face shows human arrogance, his arms shake, and a circle of silver fighting spirit surrounds his body. That is the ability he has obtained as a first-class fighter, one of the strongest classes in close combat. Moreover, he has also been blessed by the energy of the evil god, and his body is full of explosive power. This power is too strong, so strong that he has the confidence that he can crush his opponent to death with a single hand.
In just a few days, his strength has increased exponentially, giving him unruly confidence. He looked at Lu Hang with an arrogant look and said slowly, "Last time, you forced me to go berserk. This time, you have no chance."
Lu Hong smiled calmly and responded, "I suggest you go berserk directly, otherwise you may not have a chance to go berserk."
Lei Jinhao's strength is indeed improving quickly, but Lu Hong is even faster. Lu Hong not only reached level 19, but also obtained Divine Source Essence.
With the fusion of Divine Evolution, he also obtained higher level skills. When the two confronted each other, other psychics had already attacked the temple, forcing the leader of the Flame Horn Demon to withdraw his horn demons to stop the psychics.
As a result, the number of demons defending the temple gate decreased.
The Bancel tribe took advantage of the situation to launch a charge, and the temple gate was about to be breached. Originally, the number of demons was superior, but the death of the winged demon leader sages caused the balance of strength to tilt. This is also the reason why Lei Jinhao was able to receive the traitor mission. This mission required him to kill the psychics who entered the temple and ensure the completion of the resurrection ceremony. Moreover, the reward for this mission was very generous, directly rewarding the divine essence. Lei Jinhao had never seen the divine essence, but from the name alone, it could be seen that the level of the divine essence was definitely above the ordinary essence.
He wanted this divine essence, and now the gate of the temple was about to be breached. He had to kill all the psychics who broke in before the gate of the temple was breached, and then stop the attack of the Bancel tribe. Therefore, he could not delay time and had to kill Lu Hong quickly, the sooner the better. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and his body suddenly jumped up, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and pounced on Lu Hang, punching out a violent fighting spirit, and going straight to Lu Hang's face. Lu Hang's body moved slightly, and the wind step was instantly performed, as if a lightning shadow flashed to one side, easily avoiding Lei Jinhao's attack. Seeing Lu Hang's quick reaction, Lei Jinhao frowned and immediately used his body skills to chase him.
He was very confident in his body skills and had already practiced to the mastery level, which was close to full proficiency, equivalent to the level of the entry.micro level. Before this, the opponents he met could be fooled by just using 30% of his body skills. However, now he has used his entry.micro level body skills to the extreme, but he still can't hold Lu Hang at all. Lu Hang's body skills are like lightning, and he still moves freely under his fist wind. This made Lei Jinhao frown and asked in confusion, "Your body skills?" "Yes, the entry.micro level. The mastery level body skills you are very confident about are no different from a child learning to walk in my place." Lu Hong directly pointed out his body skills level.
Lei Jinhao's face suddenly darkened. He practiced his body skills hard for a month and thought that no one could compare with him in body skills, but he never expected that Lu Hang's body skills were far above his. Even the subtle level of body movement can't save you. Lei Jinhao's eyes darkened, and he shouted in a deep voice. He shook his arms and rolled up the violent fighting spirit, which surrounded his body. Then he stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Bang! The fighting spirit swept in like a landslide and tsunami, covering the 5-meter range in front of him, leaving no room for escape. However, he still underestimated Lu Hang's body movement and speed. After reaching level 19, Lu Hang's agility had reached 48 points. With super high agility and the acceleration of the wind step, he could take a step to cover a distance of 5 meters. At the moment when Lei Jinhao's fighting spirit and mountain collapse came, he took a step back to avoid the range of the mountain collapse, and then bounced back with his feet, slashing out the Jinyu style. The sword light fell, like a silver dragon coming out of the abyss, turning the river and the sea upside down, and destroying the mountain. The sword light was so fast that it attacked Lei Jinhao in the blink of an eye. Lei Jinhao was shocked to find that Lu Hang's sword speed was many times faster than the first time they met. If his strength was still the same as when they met at Gardenia Beach, this sword would be able to cut his body in half. However, he was now many times stronger than he was at Gardenia Beach. At the moment when the sword light reached his body, he shouted loudly and burst out the protective Do-Chi Whirlwind Steel Force. The domineering Whirlwind Steel Force Do-Chi spun around his body, shattering all attacks that hit him. This is the source ability of the fighter class, which can be called Invincible Defense. If it were someone else, there would be no way to deal with Lei Jinhao. Moreover, when a melee opponent attacks him, he must enter the range of his Do-Chi. Within 5 meters of Do-Chi, that is the domain he dominates. After Lei Jinhao blocked the sword light, a grim smile appeared on his face, and he exerted force with both fists, bursting out the strongest Do-Chi, ready to shatter Lu Hang into a pulp with one blow. Bang! His Do-Chi burst out, and within 5 meters, the air was crushed. Such a powerful attack, if it were someone else, would be blown up instantly. Lu Hang's movements were not chaotic at all. At the moment when Do-Chi burst, he activated Shadow Travel and directly escaped into the shadow. Under the dual acceleration of Shadow Travel and Wind Step, he circled around Lei Jinhao at 5 times the speed. Others did not know the weakness of the fighter's Do-Chi, but Lu Hang did. The almost invincible defense of the steel dot spinning force can knock away all attacks without dead angles at 360 degrees. However, the steel dot spinning force cannot be used infinitely, because before the steel dot spinning force bursts, the Do-Chi needs to be compressed in the body, and then burst out from the body with the force of rotation. Therefore, there must be a gap between the two steel dot spinning forces. The length of this gap varies from person to person, but it must exist. Moreover, the duration of the steel dot spinning force is definitely shorter than the shadow dot spinning force. Lu Hang knew this very well, so he directly activated the shadow dot spinning force to avoid the attack of Do-Chi burst, and then circled around Lei Jinhao, waiting for the steel dot spinning force to disappear. When the whirling steel force disappears, his head will fall to the ground. As expected, the whirling steel force fighting spirit surrounding Lei Jinhao lasted for 2 seconds and began to weaken. With 2 seconds of whirling steel force fighting spirit, it must be said that the blessing of the evil god he obtained is indeed very strong. For ordinary fighters, releasing whirling steel force fighting spirit for half a second is considered strong, but he lasted for 2 seconds. However, no matter how strong it is, it will end. Seeing the whirling steel force fighting spirit weakening, Lu Hang raised a curve at the corner of his mouth and said, "Open the violent? If not, there will be no chance." As soon as the voice fell, the whirling steel force fighting spirit disappeared. Lu Hang came out of the shadow walking state, and with a sword, he went straight to his neck. Lei Jinhao's eyes were of course clear about the gap of the whirling steel force fighting spirit. The moment the sword light appeared, he was extremely horrified. And this sword was fast and fierce, and he had no room to dodge. Moreover, this time the sword cut the neck. Once the sword light cut into the carotid artery, he would not even have the chance to activate the berserk skill. At this moment, he was surprised to find that Lu Hang's fighting power was once again beyond his expectations. Just as Lu Hang said before the fight, he had to activate the berserk skill in 1 round, otherwise he would have no chance. Lei Jinhao's eyes were full of gloom, but long-term fighting gave him the experience to make correct judgments in danger. At the moment when the sword light reached his body, he shouted and activated the Desperate Berserk skill. When the skill was activated, all wounds closed and bleeding stopped instantly, and strength, agility, and physique increased by 30%, reducing pain. This skill was originally a desperate counterattack skill, and should be used after being seriously injured, because after the berserk skill ended, even if he was not injured, he would be seriously injured due to overdrawn blood and chi. According to his original intention, he did not want to use the berserk skill again, but at the moment when the sword light reached his body, he helplessly found that he would die if he did not activate it, and he would die even if he was slow to activate it. A face-to-face encounter, just a face-to-face encounter, he was forced to use the berserk skill. After using the berserk skill, he burst out with a terrifying fighting power beyond the current level, like a violent boss, vowing to crush all opponents in front of him. He raised his hand to shake out his fighting spirit, trying to pinch the Aurora blade, and then smash Lu Hang's head with a punch. Lu Hang did not give him this opportunity, forced out his berserk skill, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He immediately pulled back and turned to deal with other demons. Once the berserk state ended, this man would be a corpse. So, Lu Hang did not intend to fight him head-on, and used his body skills, stepped on the wind, and rushed out to kill the demon. "Don't run if you dare. You rubbish!"
Lei Jinhao was furious, jumped 5 meters high, rolled up a storm, and chased Lu Hang. History is always surprisingly similar, twice, and he encountered 2 encounters before and after. He was violent when he met, without any room for maneuver, which made him extremely angry. He originally meant that after obtaining the energy blessing of the evil god, he was already strong enough to crush Lu Hong to death, but the result was still the same ending.
Lu Hong was charging ahead.
Seeing Lei Jinhao catching up, he cursed while chasing him.
He turned around and said, "Once the berserk is over, you will be a corpse. Accept the reality.
If you have learned the berserk skill, you should die in the berserk." Lei Jinhao roared hysterically, but his body movements were not as good as Lu Hang's, and his speed could not catch up with the wind step.
He could not touch Lu Hang at all. He chased him for a circle and knew that if he continued to chase like this, he would be dragged to death. He turned his head to look for Lu Hang's girlfriend, but he looked around and couldn't find her at all. "Yadwa, find that woman for me,"
he roared almost crazily. However, in this chaotic situation, it is not so easy for even a perceiver to find someone. He looked at another psychic with a fierce look, and it was Lin Ziyu.
"Die for me."
He rushed forward, pounced on Lin Ziyu, and punched him. Li Daong raised his shield and stepped forward to block, but was blasted away by the fighting spirit. Lin Ziyu was startled and turned to run away, while putting down the black magic imprisonment trap. Lei Jinhao didn't care about the trap at all and rushed forward. The black magic imprisonment trap was triggered, and the dark thorns that grew out entangled him, but they only imprisoned him for less than half a second before Lei Jinhao broke free.
Lin Ziyu shouted, "Lei Jinhao, are you crazy? Why are you chasing me? Die." Lei Jinhao couldn't care about so much now.
Once his violent state ended, everything was over. So, he had to kill Lu Hang before the fury ended, but he couldn't catch up, so he could only find someone else to vent his anger.
Bang!
A violent punch was thrown, and Lin Ziyu dodged in a hurry, but was still blown away by the aftermath of the burst, hitting the wall heavily, and his internal organs were displaced, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Lei Jinhao stepped over, grabbed his neck and lifted him up, pressed him against the wall, and his eyes showed the ferocity of a trapped beast. Lin Ziyu's mouth was bleeding, and he pinched Lei Jinhao's hand hard, trying to break free, but he couldn't break free. His eyes were gradually covered with a shadow of death. Lin Ziyu was strangled by Lei Jinhao and pressed against the cold wall. He wanted to struggle, but Lei Jinhao was too strong, leaving him no room to struggle. The superpowers blessed by the evil god are so powerful that ordinary superpowers cannot compete with them.
What's more, Lei Jinhao also opened the violent skill. At this moment, he was like a god, and even the leader-level demons could not match him. At this moment, he felt the fear of death for the first time in his life. This fear was not death itself, but the struggle and helplessness before death. His eyes met with Lei Jinhao's eyes full of hostility, and he felt that this man was a psychopath. If he had a grenade on him at this moment, he would choose to die with Lei Jinhao, but everything was out of his choice. He spit out blood foam from his mouth, moved his eyes away from Lei Jinhao's face, and cast a look for help at Lu Hong. Seeing the look of help in Lin Ziyu's eyes, Lu Hong suddenly thought in his heart, is this how he died in his previous life? After a quick weighing, Lu Hong made a decision, raised the Aurora blade, and forced Lei Jinhao to turn around and defend. Just a second ago, Lin Ziyu felt that he was in hell, but the next second, Lu Hong pulled him back from the brink of death. Lei Jinhao wanted to force Lu Hong to come and fight him, and his goal had been achieved. He showed a grim smile on his face, threw Lin Ziyu away, and then punched Lu Hong. Lin Ziyu fell to the ground, choked violently, and choked out a large pool of blood. Wang Xiangfeng hurriedly ran up, carried Lin Ziyu and evacuated the temple. Lei Jinhao's violent state only lasted 3 minutes. For him, time was very tight. He had to get rid of Lu Hong within these 3 minutes, otherwise he would have no chance. So, he burst out with all his strength as soon as he made a move, launching the most fierce attack on Lu Hong. Lu Hong used his subtle body movements and swordsmanship to fight with him, fighting while moving towards the center of the hall, trying to find an opportunity to disrupt the resurrection ceremony. In the high-intensity battle, Lu Hong's body movement and swordsmanship were also improving step by step. At this moment, humans, demons, and Bancel people were fighting in the Baton Temple. Su Muyu used a scout eagle to take herself to the beam on the top of the hall. In this position, except for the flying winged demons, other demons could not touch her. After finding a good position, she took out the crossbow and used elemental arrows to shoot demons, giving priority to the winged demons in the sky, and then the demons on the ground. When shooting arrows, she kept invisible.
Many demons on the ground could not find her position after being hit by several arrows. The black silk girl named Yadwa had been looking for Sumuyu's position since just now, and finally found the arrow shot from the temple beam. She showed a fierce and contemptuous look in her eyes, raised her hand and shot a mental shock at Sumuyu. Sumuyu felt that someone slapped her head, and then there was a brief tinnitus in her ears, but the impact stopped there, and she did not suffer greater damage. She immediately looked back and found that it was the black-stockinged woman who was using a skill. She had seen this skill many times before. It was a D-level, mental shock. When this skill is activated, a mental check is required for the target, and the shock effect is determined by the mental difference. The black-stockinged woman just now dealt the lowest damage, which was approximately equal to 0, but it only caused Sumuyu to have tinnitus for a while.
This means that Sumuyu's mental attribute is higher.
The mental difference is equivalent to a negative number, and can only produce the lowest effect of the skill. The black-stockinged woman originally planned to knock Sumuyu off the beam with one blow, but the result was completely different from what she expected. She looked fierce, stepped on the wall with both feet, ran on the wall like a gecko, then jumped onto the beam, pulled out a pistol, aimed at Sumuyu, and pulled the trigger at close range.
Bang!
Sumuyu raised her hand and opened the Prism Tower shield to block the pistol bullet, then swung the crossbow and smashed it.
Bang! A crossbow knocked her to the ground. The black-stockinged woman was startled and struggled to turn over. Do you think I'm still afraid of you now?
Sumuyu stepped her back to the ground, pointed a crossbow at her abdomen, and pulled the trigger.
Whoosh! The elemental arrow shot into her abdomen, and the flames burned fiercely. Ah!
The black-stockinged woman screamed, her hair flew up, and wrapped around Sumuyu like a tentacle. Sumuyu immediately took a step back to avoid her hair entanglement.
The black-stockinged woman was relentless and rolled forward to attack.
But when she rolled forward, dark thorns suddenly grew under her feet and tied her up.
It was the C-level, dark thorn trap.
The dark thorns grew barbs and scratched her skin. She struggled desperately, but the more she struggled, the tighter the dark thorns tightened. No matter what trick she used, she couldn't hurt Sumuyu at all, but was restrained. At first she was still cursing, but she found that Sumuyu was stronger than her, and much stronger, so she immediately changed her face. Good sister, I was wrong.
Let's discuss something. Can you let me go first? Do you think I'm mentally retarded? Last time at Gardenia Beach, I didn't know anything and didn't dare to kill anyone. Now you still want to lie to me? Get off.
Sumuyu's eyes turned cold, and he kicked her down from the 30-meter high beam.
Ah!
You bitch, the black silk girl screamed in fear and fell from the 30-meter high beam. She landed on the ground with a bang and her screams stopped abruptly. Sumuyu didn't even look at it, and turned around to continue shooting the demon. On the other side, on the second-floor platform of the hall, the battle between Lu Hang and Lei Jinhao lasted for 2 minutes, and the two sides were evenly matched, with no winner or loser. Under normal circumstances, the average attribute of 18th and 19th level psychics should be around 36 points. When Lei Jinhao was in a violent state, all his attributes exceeded 45 points, which was higher than the leader-level demon. Coupled with the fighting spirit of the fighter class, his combat power was terrifying. If it were other psychics, they would not be able to last a round in front of Lei Jinhao. Because Lu Hong had the talent of agile as a dragon, when the average attribute of psychics of the same level was only 36 or 37 points, his agility reached 48 points. When he was at a disadvantage in strength, he relied on his superior agility and speed, as well as his subtle body movements and swordsmanship, to steadily suppress Lei Jinhao.
Lei Jinhao was getting more and more frightened as he fought.
He originally thought that in the violent state, crushing Lu Hong to death would be as easy as crushing a chicken. When they really fought head-on, he realized how strong Lu Hong was.
He was very unwilling.
In order to obtain the energy infusion of the evil god, he did not hesitate to do the betrayer mission. He thought that after obtaining the energy infusion, he would be a unique existence among the superpowers, but he was still suppressed by Lu Hong, even when he used violent. He didn't understand why this happened. He climbed up step by step from the humble quagmire to his current position.
In order to gain power, he did everything. But in the end, he was still no match for the man in front of him. At this moment, all efforts seemed to have lost their value. There was not much time left for violent time, and he knew that everything was over. A kind of fatigue surged out of his body, his offensive began to slow down, and despair occupied his mind. Seeing that his offensive began to slow down, Lu Hang guessed that he should have given up. Once his violent time was over, he could kill him with a random sword.
At the same time, the resurrection ceremony in the temple hall is coming to an end, and the evil god Barton is about to return to the abyss. At that time, this world will be completely reduced to hell, and both humans and Bancel people will die. In the center of the resurrection ceremony, the leader of the Flaming Horn Demons is still presiding over the last step of the ceremony and starting to select a body for the evil god Barton. The leader of the Flaming Horn Demons raised his hand and called a pious Flaming Horn Demon to his front, kneeling in front of the heart of the evil god Barton, ready to bear this gift. Seeing this, Lu Hang immediately distanced himself from Lei Jinhao, rushed into the altar, swung a sword, and cut off the horn demon used to carry the evil god's heart. The leader of the Flaming Horn Demon was furious, raised his flaming claws and grabbed Lu Hang's head. Lu Hang pushed the ground with his right foot, and his subtle body skills were brought into play. He stepped back to the left and ducked to avoid the claw attack, and swung a sword to stab the evil god's heart. The sharp sword blade was about to touch the heart when it was suddenly restrained by a mysterious force and could not penetrate even a little. The power of the evil god's heart was stronger than expected. Then, a strong mental pollution came and poured into the brain. Lu Hang instantly felt his mental power rapidly decline and his head buzzed. He was too close to the evil god's heart and could not bear this mental pollution at all. Lu Hang immediately pulled back to avoid the mental pollution. The leader of the Flaming Horn Demon roared angrily, but he still had to preside over the resurrection ceremony and could not chase Lu Hang. He could only order his horned demons to rush up and besiege. The leader of the Flaming Horn Demons chose the second body carrying the evil god's heart and continued the last step of the ceremony. Lu Hang killed more than a dozen Flaming Horn Demons, held his breath and prepared to stop the ceremony again. At this time, Lei Jinhao flashed and blocked in front. A strange red light flashed in his eyes, and a black energy connected behind him.
I don't believe you can beat me this time. Lei Jinhao's face was full of ferocity and brutality. At that moment, he had indeed felt despair, because the rage was about to end. However, after Lu Hang killed the horned demon carrying the heart, the energy infusion given by the evil god came again, which greatly extended his rage time and gained a stronger power increase. Lu Hang saw the strange red light in his eyes and had guessed what was going on. Originally, it was difficult to tell the winner between Lu Hang and Lei Jinhao in a rage state. He got energy infusion again, and it was even more difficult to get past him to stop the resurrection ceremony. Another fucking energy infusion. Do you know anything else besides accepting the energy of the evil god?
Lu Hang cursed, not wanting to get entangled with him, and quickly observed the surroundings, thinking about ways to stop the ceremony.
It's fine as long as I can beat you. I don't care about anything else. Lei Jinhao showed an almost crazy smile on his face. Although he accepted the energy infusion of the evil god during his long-term rage, he actually overdrew his own vitality. Once the energy infusion is over, he will also die due to the collapse of his flesh and blood due to excessive overdrawn vitality. However, before that, he is just a killing machine without pain and fear. Lu Hang rushed left and right, trying to get past Lei Jinhao and find a chance to destroy the ceremony. However, Lei Jinhao always stayed in front of the ritual formation, not leaving. The will of the evil god has invaded his brain, and he has lost the ability to think, relying on instinct to guard the ritual formation. Moreover, he is now in a violent state under the energy infusion, without pain and fear, and is simply a fearless beast. If this continues, once the resurrection ceremony is completed, this battle will be a complete failure. Just as Lu Hang was thinking about countermeasures, the gate of the temple collapsed with a loud bang. TB led the Bancel warriors to break through the gate and rushed in. Lu Hang immediately shouted to TB, "Hurry! The ceremony is almost over." TB shouted, waving his war hammer and rushed to the altar, smashing the blood-eating holy cup with one hammer. The leader of the Flaming Horn Demon roared and fought with TB. They collided head-on and made a loud bang. For a while, it was hard to tell who was fighting. In this way, a 2-on-2 situation was formed in front of the altar. Lu Hang and TB joined forces, but it was difficult to break through the obstruction of Lei Jinhao and the leader of the Flaming Horn Demon. The situation was deadlocked again. At this time, Mia hammered a horned demon, rushed into the altar, swung the warhammer, and smashed the blood-eating holy cup in the center of the altar. Bang! The warhammer hit the Holy Grail, making a clanging sound, and most of the blood in the cup sloshed out, but the ceremony was still not over. The leader of the Flame Horn Demon roared, summoning the Horned Demon army to come back for defense, and a melee broke out around the altar. Mia turned around and hammered a horned demon away, then swung the warhammer towards the black evil god's heart. But when the warhammer was raised and swung down, a mental shock came.
She trembled all over, and suddenly had a splitting headache. The warhammer fell down weakly, covering her forehead with her hand, gritting her teeth and groaning in pain.
Mia! Come back quickly! You can't bear Barton's mental pollution. TB shouted hurriedly.
Mia hurriedly dragged the warhammer out of the altar, and then shouted and joined forces with her father to besiege the leader of the flame-horn demon. Under the siege of the two, the leader of the flame-horn demon retreated step by step. TB raised his warhammer and blasted out a thunderous attack, severely injuring the leader of the flaming horn demons and sending him flying. Then he turned to look at the direction of the altar. In the center of the altar, a chosen horn demon cut open his chest, held up the black heart, and put it in his chest.
The resurrection ceremony was about to be completed.
Mia saw this scene and shouted, "Father, I will stop the demon, you go and stop the ceremony." TB could not care about so much, and rushed to the center of the altar, shouting at the same time, "Where is the holy object?
Give it to me." Lu Hong immediately took out the ancestral pestle of the Bancel tribe and threw it to TB. TB caught the ancestral pestle of the Bancel tribe, rushed to the heart of the evil god, and pierced it into the heart. The ancestral pestle broke the epidermis of the heart, but failed to penetrate deep into the heart. TB swung the warhammer and smashed it heavily on the ancestral pestle. Bang! The ancestral pestle pierced the evil god's heart, penetrating half an inch. TB swung the warhammer again, and at this time a violent mental pollution poured into his brain. He seemed to be able to hear countless evil spirits and demons roaring and howling. "Brave Bancel warriors, never surrender." TB roared with all his might, discarded the mental pollution in his mind, swung the warhammer again, and smashed it down. Bang! The heavy hammer smashed down. The ancestral pestle of Bancel poofed into the heart of the evil god, and a ball of dirty blood burst out and sprayed on TB's head, covering his face with a thick layer of black air. TB wanted to raise the war hammer for the third time, but he was mentally polluted and couldn't lift the hammer in his hand no matter how hard he tried. The heart of the evil god Barton had been pierced by the ancestral pestle of Bancel, and the resurrection ceremony was about to fail. The situation was deadlocked there. The victory or defeat depended on this hammer. TB tried his best and raised the war hammer again, his arms were shaking. At this moment, a sharp claw pierced through TB's back, and a claw burning with fire pierced through his chest. It was the leader of the flame-horn demon who was seriously injured but not dead. Clang! The warhammer fell to the ground, and the leader of the iron arm fell down weakly. "Father!" Mia saw this scene, tears burst out of her eyes, and ran over to throw herself on her father. After the leader of the flame-horn demon pierced TB, he took away the heart of the evil god and pulled out the pestle of the ancestors. The pestle of the ancestors was pulled out, and the heart of the evil god gushed out black gas. The leader of the flame-horn demon hugged the heart tightly, cut his chest, stuffed the heart into the chest cavity, and then roared to the sky. The roar penetrated the clouds and resounded through the sky. Blood vessels extended from the black heart of the evil god and began to absorb his energy. "Father!" Mia threw herself on the leader of the iron arms and cried loudly. TB showed a loving smile, held her face with trembling hands, wiped away her tears, and said, "Mia, you are the bravest Bancel warrior, you must always be brave. Take." He put the war hammer of the leader of the Bancel tribe into his daughter's hand. "Father!" Mia threw herself on her father and cried loudly, her shoulders shaking violently. "Mia, go. We didn't lose, and we can't lose." TB used up his last strength to push his daughter away. Mia stood there excitedly, gritted her teeth, picked up the clan leader's hammer on the ground, screamed, turned around and rushed towards the leader of the flaming horns, and smashed it with the hammer. Outside the altar. Seeing TB fall down, Lu Hong felt a pang in his heart, raised his sword towards Lei Jinhao, and said with anger, "Get out of here." Lei Jinhao's body was filled with the energy of the evil god. The violent state had lasted for a full 10 minutes, and his expression became more and more crazy. He laughed wildly and said, "You are not as good as me in every attribute now, what can you do to me?" Lu Heng's eyes sank. When he forced him to go berserk before, he used shadow travel to restore the source energy. Now it has almost recovered, and he can use the second source skill immediately. Under the infusion of the evil god's energy, Lei Jinhao gradually lost his mind. There was only Lu Heng in his eyes, and he attacked desperately. And he no longer felt pain. He didn't care how many injuries he had suffered. He still attacked fiercely, attacked, and attacked again. Bang! Lei Jinhao burst out with all his strength and launched a burst of Do Chi, which shook like a tidal wave.
After the source energy was fully restored, Lu Hong no longer hesitated and immediately activated shadow travel, hiding in the shadows and avoiding the Do Chi collapse. Then his figure shot out like lightning, passed through Lei Jinhao, and appeared behind him. At the moment when the spinning steel Do Chi disappeared, he used the sword dot returning style and turned around to cut out a round of sharp swirling sword light. At the same time as the sword was drawn, the shadow travel state was released, and the sword light cut into Lei Jinhao's chest, cutting off his upper body across the chest. Lei Jinhao's upper body flew out, struggling with surprised eyes, opening his mouth to shout, but no sound could be made. His world quickly darkened and finally lost its light completely. After Lu Hong killed Lei Jinhao, he immediately turned around and pounced on the leader of the Flame-Horn Demon, picked up the Bancel Ancestor Pestle, and stabbed it into the black heart.
Ah!
A shrill scream exploded in Lu Heng's mind.
Mental pollution spread.
The leader of the Flaming Horn Demons attacked with claws. Lu Hong dodged the claws and turned around to cut off his arm with a sword. Mia rushed forward again with tears in her eyes and swung her warhammer to hit the ancestral pestle.
Bang! Puff!
The ancestral pestle pierced the evil god's heart, and a pool of dirty blood burst out. The black air dissipated, and the shrill screams echoing in everyone's mind also stopped abruptly. Destroy the heart of the evil god Barton and awaken the special talent Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter, talent gain the instinct of the Demon Hunter, be more sensitive to the breath of demons, and increase the damage to demons by 20%. Kill the leader of the Flaming Horn Demons and absorb 200 points of demon energy. Source energy level increased to level 20, all attributes +2, agility attribute additional +0.6, the evil god's heart exploded into blood foam, announcing the victory of this decisive battle. The evil god Barton's control over his clan quickly declined, and the demons who had lost their will to fight began to flee in all directions.
This battle finally ended.
The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the light returned.
Father, wake up! Mia's cry came again.
She threw herself on the leader of the Iron Arms and cried loudly. There was a wound on the chest of the Iron Arms that was pierced by a claw, and blood was flowing out of it. Mia pressed his wound, but she couldn't stop the bleeding. However, the wound on his chest was not the most fatal. The most fatal thing was the thick black air on his face. This was a symptom of mental pollution invading the bone marrow and heart, which was depriving him of his life bit by bit. In the blur, the Iron Arms raised his trembling hand, held Mia's palm, and smiled. Mia, you succeeded, we defeated Barton, but you, Mia's face was full of grief. The Bancel warriors came up and surrounded their leader, and began to sing the Bancel prayer song. The singing was not only for their leader, but also for the companions who died in the war. Lu Hong didn't understand the lyrics, but he could understand the thoughts and sorrow for his comrades in the song. Not only the Bancel tribe suffered casualties, but also the casualties of the superpowers in this battle were very heavy, and less than 1 in 10 superpowers survived. With the failure of the evil god resurrection ceremony, the main tasks of the Abyss battlefield were all completed. The surviving superpowers chose to return one after another because of their serious injuries and used divine energy to heal their injuries.
A return prompt also appeared in front of Lu Hang. In addition, there was a 3-dot choice prompt. Complete the world task, destroy the heart of the evil god, reward, choose one of the 3 rewards. 1. Consume 600 points of divine energy to establish a space anchor point. After returning, you can consume divine energy to return to this world. 2. Consume 600 divine energy points to remove the spiritual pollution of the Bancel leader TB, gain the loyalty of the Bancel tribe, and you can take the Bancel tribe as your family in the future. 3. Consume 600 divine energy points to delete a skill.
Lu Hong was not surprised to see this 3-dot choice reward. This 3-dot choice reward is a unique reward for high-dot level Abyss battlefields, and you can only get it by completing the world quest yourself. The world quests in the Abyss battlefield are not displayed. Only by making contributions and changing the pattern of the world can you get the world quest rewards. Since there are no task prompts, the method of obtaining world quest rewards is not fixed and the difficulty is very high. Among the 3-dot choice rewards, the first and third are both regular rewards. If the completed world quest reduces the influence of the Abyss on this world, the first reward option will appear, which can establish a space anchor point, and you can consume divine energy to teleport into this world in the future. The third reward is also a regular reward, which can delete a skill.
The number of skill slots of a psychic is limited.
After learning a skill slot full, you can no longer learn new skills. In this way, it will be awkward to obtain advanced skills in the future. At this time, the third reward comes into play. You can choose to delete an unwanted skill and then learn an advanced skill. This is also the only way to change the skill combination if you learn the wrong skill in the early stage. Therefore, in the future, many psychics will try to complete the world mission for the third reward. However, for Lu Hong, the third reward is useless. With Divine Evolution, you can directly upgrade the skills without deleting low-level skills. From the perspective of practical interests, the first skill is the most cost-effective reward in the short term. After returning, you can also consume divine energy, enter this world, and obtain resources. As for the second reward. In fact, with Lu Heng's current reputation in the Bancel tribe, as long as he establishes a space anchor point and continues to come in to teach the quenching skills in the future, he can also slowly gain the loyalty of the Bancel tribe. However, after Lu Hong read the 3 reward options, he walked to TB without much hesitation, raised his palm, and released divine energy towards him. The divine energy flowed out and flowed into TB's body, and began to dispel the black air on his face. The Bancel warriors saw the scene and didn't understand what he was doing, but they could see that Lu Hong was saving their leader. Mia quickly wiped the tears from her face, looked up at Lu Heng blankly, and a light called hope appeared in her eyes. After 600 points of divine energy were consumed, the black air on TB's face was completely dispelled, and he returned to his normal appearance, but he still looked very pale due to excessive blood loss. As the world's top strongman, TB's level is as high as level 20. His chest was pierced, which was indeed a very serious injury, but as long as he was treated in time, he still had a chance to survive. Just now, the Bancel doctor had been stopping the bleeding of TB's wound, but because the evil god's mental pollution was too serious, the wound could not stop bleeding. Now that the mental pollution has been dispelled, the bleeding of the wound has finally stopped. Send your leader back to heal. Lu Hong retracted his hand and said. The Bancel warriors saluted Lu Hong together, offering the most sincere gratitude of the Bancel tribe, and then found a stretcher, lifted the unconscious iron arm, and sent him back to Stone Hammer Castle. Lu Hong stood in the ruined temple, watching the Bancel leader disappear at the foot of the mountain, ready to return to Blue Star. Mia felt that Lu Hong was leaving, wiped the tears on her face, opened her arms and hugged Lu Heng's waist, sniffed and said, "Thank you. No, maybe we can meet again in the future." Lu Heng did not choose to establish a space anchor point, so after returning, he could not be teleported. However, when his strength reaches a certain level in the future, he can find other ways to teleport, but it will take a long time. Lu Hong looked around and said, "Hurry up and collect all the body parts of the evil god Barton and destroy them, and don't give him a chance to revive." Just now, only the heart of the evil god Barton was destroyed, and there were some other scattered body parts that were not dealt with. The Bancel warriors were already cleaning up the battlefield, collecting all the body parts of the evil god Barton. In addition to the heart, there was also some flesh and 2 fingers. Lu Hong looked at the body parts of the evil god collected by the Bancel warriors, frowned and asked, "Where is the other finger? Is there another finger? We have searched the entire hall, and there are no other body parts." A Bancel leader asked with a serious expression. "Look for it again, I can be sure that there are 2 fingers." Lu Hong was very sure of this, because when the ceremony began, he saw the leader of the Flame Horn Demon take out the body parts from the soul box and put them into the blood food Holy Grail. In addition to the black heart, the most conspicuous thing is the 2 fingers. However, only 1 finger has been found now. Hurry up! Find that finger. Mia suddenly became nervous and ordered the Bancel warriors to look for the last finger. Discovering that a piece of the evil god's finger was missing, Lu Heng's face showed a solemn look, and he vaguely thought of something. After hearing that a piece of the evil god's finger was missing, Su Muyu quickly released a scout eagle and searched the entire temple, but still couldn't find it. She shook her head at Lu Heng and asked, "Will it be taken away by a demon?" "I hope so." Lu Hong thought of another possibility in his mind. If it was really as he thought, it would be more troublesome than being taken away by a demon. The countdown to return is coming soon. After completing all the main tasks, there will be an hour countdown to return, and you can also choose to return in advance. Let's go back first. We'll talk about it later. Lu Hong decided to return first. The 2 waved goodbye to Mia together, chose to return, and teleported away from this world. Mia saw the 2 people disappear, ran up and stood in their original position, looked left and right, and finally looked up at the sky and waved goodbye to the sky. Return and teleport. The vision in front of you first brightened and then darkened. Then the settlement data of the Abyss battlefield emerged. End the Abyss battlefield and return to the main world. Complete the main task 1, escape from the dungeon before the resurrection ceremony begins.
Gain 200 divine energy points. Complete main mission 2, attack the demon team transporting the source sacrifice. Gain 200 divine energy points. Complete main mission 3, survive until the end of the resurrection ceremony. Gain 200 divine energy points. Complete challenge mission 1, find the most important source sacrifice for the resurrection ceremony and prevent the evil god servants from obtaining this sacrifice. Gain 600 divine energy points. Complete challenge mission 2, complete source fusion and obtain the first job level. Gain 600 divine energy points. Complete challenge mission 3, destroy the resurrection ceremony and prevent the evil god Barton from returning to the abyss. Gain 600 divine energy points. The next second, Lu Hong opened his eyes and returned to the rooftop terrace of Jinsho Yujing community. Hearing a gentle exhalation sound in his ears. Ha! I'm finally back. Sumu Yu let out a long breath. She had experienced too much in the abyss world, and she couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. The clock on the phone just reached 12 hours and 1 second in the morning, and the date was October 15th. After experiencing so many things in the abyss battlefield, it seemed like a long time had passed, but when she returned to the real world, the time was still the same as when she was called up. The two returned to the main world, but the things they experienced in the abyss world kept emerging in their minds. Both of them couldn't help but wonder, what will happen to the Bancel tribe in the future? Can the injury of the Iron Arm leader be healed? Will Mia miss us? Okay, collect your thoughts, we still have things to do. Let's count the spoils of war first. Lu Hong stretched out his hand in front of Su Muyu and snapped his fingers to help her collect her thoughts. Okay, I have completed both the main quest and the challenge quest, and I have obtained a total of 2,400 divine energy points. Su Muyu began to count the gains this time. I have reached level 18, and now my attributes are Strength 32, Agility 33, Constitution 33, Spirit 38, and Perception 38. In addition, I also got 5 crystal cores, 2 of which are skill crystal cores, both of which are D. level and have average strength. The other 3 are ordinary energy crystal cores. Lu Hong took a look at the 2 skill crystal cores she got, which did not improve the 2 of them, so he divided the crystal cores. You absorb these 3 energy crystal cores and upgrade to level 19 as soon as possible. I will take the skill crystal cores and see if I can exchange them for other resources. During the battle, the demons that Su Muyu hunted with elemental arrows were basically low-level demons, so the crystal cores obtained were not of high level. Lu Hong killed 2 commander-level demons, and the skill crystal cores he obtained were of much higher level. Among them, the winged demon commander sages extracted a skill crystal core. He didn't have time to check the properties at that time. Now he took it out and looked at it, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Thunder Prison Crystal Core, skill level, B level, skill consumption, 80 source energy, skill range, 5 meters in diameter, skill effect 1, summon the power of thunder and lightning, weave a cage composed of thunder and lightning in the target area, and imprison all targets within the range in the thunder prison. The thunder prison continuously strikes lightning and bombards the target in the prison, causing X lightning damage, with a paralysis effect. Lightning damage equals 1 times mental power/second. Skill effect 2, the target forcibly breaks the thunder prison, which will detonate the thunder the power of thunder, set off a round of violent thunderstorm. Thunderstorm damage equals 3 times mental power. The second skill crystal core was dropped by the Flame Horn Demon Commander, and it was extracted after the Flame Horn Demon Commander implanted it into the heart of the evil god, so this skill should have absorbed part of the evil god's power, and the effect is very domineering. Bullet Time Crystal Core, skill level, a dot level, skill consumption, 100 source energy, skill effect. After activating the skill, the user enters a super dot sensory state, and the nerve reaction speed is greatly improved. At the perception level, the actions of surrounding things are greatly slowed down, giving the user more reaction time. Duration, 10 seconds. This skill has no attack power, but the skill effect is more domineering than Thunder Prison. When Lu Hong saw the effect of this skill, his eyes were shining. It is even worthwhile to delete a skill and free up a skill slot in order to learn this skill. This is the embarrassment of the small number of skill slots. The third reward option for completing the Abyss Battlefield World mission is to delete the role of a skill, which is reflected at this time. Lu Heng's skill slot is now full, so he cannot absorb this skill core now. As for integrating with the 3 existing skills, it is basically impossible to succeed. The skill fusion of Divine Evolution is to combine skills of the same type to obtain better skill effects. For example, Invisible Curtain and Mist Escape
are both invisibility skills, so they can be easily used. Bullet time is not of the same type as the three existing skills. Forced fusion can only produce defective skills. Skill fusion cannot be performed and the skill slot is full. What should I do? The method is very simple. The Gong family has a skill slot expansion crystal core. This skill slot expansion crystal core can be said to be a priceless treasure, and its value will become higher in the later stages. 2 years later, in order to compete for a skill slot expansion crystal core, major forces even did not hesitate to send out mercenaries. It has only been a month and a half since the Abyss invasion, and superpower users are not yet that busy in acquiring skills, so the Gong family will trade this skill slot expansion crystal core. Originally, Gong Jinting wanted to use the super crystal core to make a deal with Lei Jinhao so that Lei Jinhao could find the murderer of his son. Now, Lei Jinhao has died in the Abyss battlefield. It's time to settle the grudge with the Gong family. The bullet time core cannot be absorbed yet, but Thunder Prison can be used. Thunder Prison and Thunder Strike are both thunder skills and can be fused. This time in the Abyss battlefield, a total of 2,400 points of divine energy were harvested. While at Stonehammer Castle, the divine energy gained from melting Barton's ring had been used up. Therefore, the total divine energy now is 2,400 points. Since Thunder Prison is a B. level skill, 1,200 points of divine energy are required for skill fusion. Lu Hong thought for a moment, then used his talent to unlock the skill lock of Thunder Strike, and then absorbed the energy of the crystal core of Thunder Prison. When the two crystal core energies are mixed together and violent repulsion occurs, 1,200 points of divine energy are introduced to successfully complete the fusion. Skill fusion is completed and evolved into Thunder Sky Prison. I was very lucky. Originally, C. level and B. level skills were fused, and the probability of C. level and B. level skills appearing was 50% each. This time not only the B. level skills were fused, but the Thunder Sky Prison was more effective than the Thunder Prison. This is a skill with lightning power and control effect. The Thunder Sky Prison skill has higher lightning damage and a wider range. The skill coverage area has been increased from 5 meters in diameter to 6 meters. Lu Han was performing skill fusion. Sumuyu is also tinkering with her skills and items. The crossbow given to her by Mia has been stored in the inventory. Since this crossbow has not been assimilated to the basic laws, it cannot be brought to Blue Star. She pursed her lips, considering whether to assimilate the basic laws to this crossbow. What are you thinking about? Lu Hong successfully integrated his skills and showed a big smile. Well, I'm wondering whether to assimilate the crossbow that Mia gave me, Sumuyu thought while talking. Actually, it's okay to transform it differently. You can use it next time you enter the Abyss world. When I was on Blue Star, I could use a modern crossbow, one for each world, to save my divine energy. The quality of saving has been engraved in her instinct. Lu Hong rejected her idea. No, let's assimilate the law. You can afford 600 points of divine energy now. Why? Wouldn't it be better to save a little? Sumuyu felt that she could accept the use of different weapons in different worlds. Lu Hong shook his head with a smile and explained, we will need to temper the weapon in the future. If we perform spiritual injection again, the weapon's power will be even greater. And the most important point is that weapons that have been assimilated by the basic laws can be put into the inventory and taken out at any time. You can't carry a crossbow every day in the real world, right? Sumuyu does have a crossbow in the real world, but this thing has not been assimilated by the laws and cannot be put into the inventory. If you want to use it, you have to carry it at all times. When she thought about it, she felt that it was right. A weapon that could be put into the inventory and taken out at any time was indeed too important. Okay. Then I took out the crossbow that Mia gave me. As she spoke, she consumed 600 points of divine energy to assimilate Mia's crossbow with the law, and then took it out. Finish counting the harvest. Lu Hong turned to get down to business. The matter with the Gong family must be settled as soon as possible. I need that super crystal core. When do you have time? Go and investigate Gong Jinting's movements and look for the super crystal core by the way. Sumuyu nodded in agreement. Yeah, okay. I want to go home and see my mother. I'll be back tomorrow night and then go investigate the Gong family's movements. After entering the Abyss battlefield for so long, she suddenly missed her mother and wanted to eat the food she cooked. Okay, I have to go home too. Don't be in such a hurry. You can stay at home for 2 more days. We will meet again then. Lu Hong discussed the time with her, then went back to the room to rest and prepare to go back the next day.
Go home to see your parents. 3 updates with 10,000 words, please subscribe and vote. Taoyuanli Community, Ningyun District, Binhai.
Since the road closure in the area around Jizi Beach, Lu Hong has not been home for a while. When he returned home this time, his mother pulled him up and down, looking left and right, fearing that he was injured.
No limbs are missing.
If Lu Hong had felt that his mother's saturated care was a bit annoying before, but now he just felt warm and a little funny.
It's good that you're okay. It's too chaotic outside now. Why don't you go home and live? Now the school advocates online classes. It's too dangerous outside. Li Shouyun considered keeping Lu Hang at home.
Lu Hang laughed and evaded the question casually, and had a hearty lunch at home.
In the afternoon, Father Lu Mingli drove Lu Hang out, saying that there was something important. At first, Lu Hong was still wondering where his father was taking him.
When he arrived at the place, he realized that he was going to a shooting range. When Lu Mingli was young, he was also a wolf in the border army. Later, he retired from the army, got married, had children, and was slowly domesticated into a kind and gentle father. Since the invasion of the abyss, demons have appeared in the human world, allowing Lu Mingli to pick up what he had learned before.
You have never touched a real gun, right?
Lu Mingli laughed and patted his son's shoulder. In fact, there are model guns at home, as well as real shells and bullets, but there is no gunpowder in them. When he was a child, his father would occasionally take Lu Hong to gatherings with old comrades. Some of those old comrades are still serving in the army, and sometimes they wear real guns on their waists. Every time those old comrades would make a fuss to let little Lu Hong touch a real gun, but they were stopped by Lu Mingli.
Thinking of these things in childhood, I miss them inexplicably.
In the past, Lu Mingli hoped that his son could study hard and get into a good university, so that he would not have to suffer the same hardships as him. But now it is different. The invasion of the abyss has brought drastic changes to the world where humans live.
Without the ability to protect yourself, you are worried about going out.
So, Lu Mingli found a way today and brought Lu Hong here to teach him something. Several types of firearms have been placed on the long table in front of him, mainly pistols and rifles, all of which are relatively practical models. I'll teach you how to shoot a gun today, and I'll find someone to teach you some skills next time. Lu Mingli has already thought about it, and he has to let his son learn some self-protection methods. He picked up a black star and said while checking the gun, "Put on your earmuffs first." Those who have never fired a gun may be scared by the sound for the first time. Lu Hong didn't know what expression to use to face his father's concern. He reached out and picked up a pistol, loaded it, opened the safety, aimed at the target 20 meters ahead, and fired 10 shots in a row.
10 consecutive shots, either 10 rings or 9 rings. Lu Mingli looked at the bullet holes on the target, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Dad, I know this, no need to teach. What happened at home recently? What made you so nervous?
Lu Hong felt that his father must have encountered something, and his vigilance was full, which was completely different from his previous gentle appearance. Lu Mingli frowned and looked at his son in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a little unfamiliar with him. It felt like a little boy had grown up overnight. He figured out a lot of things in an instant. He didn't ask Lu Hong when he learned to use a gun, but asked, "Did you offend anyone outside?" Lu Hong didn't answer this question, but asked, "Did someone come to you?" It's hard to talk about anything like this. Lu Mingli said directly, "I found that someone was monitoring our family during this period. I became alert, so I found a way to get a gun with me." When Lu Hong heard it, he guessed that it should be someone hired by Gongting Group. "Don't worry, I will solve the problem in 2 days." "Have you already?" Lu Mingli frowned and looked at his son again. He always felt that many things were different from before. It's not the change in appearance, but the momentum. The invasion of the abyss has been made public, and there is no need to continue to hide it. Lu Hong directly admitted, "I am a superpower, and I should be the strongest one at present." Even though Lu Mingli had some guesses, he was still shocked when he heard Lu Hang admit it himself. He has been in contact with many old comrades, so he can get a lot of information that the outside world doesn't know. After Lu Hang admitted his identity as a superpower, many things can be laid out. The father and son talked for a long time, talking about their thoughts and future plans. "Have you been to the Abyss battlefield?" Lu Mingli has learned about the Abyss battlefield from other channels, but he doesn't know enough details. He only knows that the Abyss battlefield is very dangerous and has a very high mortality rate. "I have been there, twice." Lu Hong nodded and admitted. Lu Mingli was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. His son was in front of him, but he couldn't control his worry when he heard him say that he had been to the Abyss battlefield. The two talked about their future plans again. Lu Hong turned the topic to them. Dad, I'm considering awakening you. Lu Mingli waved his hand hurriedly. No, your mother can't stand this. If she knows, she will worry about it and can't sleep every day. I can't be recruited by the Abyss battlefield. I have to stay to take care of your mother. Lu Hong knew what he was worried about as soon as he heard it. According to the official information now, the Abyss battlefield will recruit people with special abilities to enter the Abyss battlefield, and the mortality rate in the Abyss battlefield is very high. Lu Mingli is not afraid of the battlefield, but for the sake of his family, he cannot take risks. Lu Hong explained with a smile, being a superpower does not necessarily mean you will be recruited in the Abyss battlefield. As long as you develop in the direction of life-type superpowers and your combat power is lower than the average, you will be fine in it. After dinner, the family held a family meeting to discuss the matter of awakening. Li Xiaoyan refused and worried at the beginning, then was slowly convinced, and finally agreed to awaken. Especially when she knew that her son was already a superpower, and when he had to face extremely vicious monsters, she even wanted to awaken into a combat superpower. However, in the end, the father and son were persuaded. Now that his parents had agreed to awaken, Lu Hong took out 2 ordinary crystal nuclei and handed them to them. After the couple absorbed the energy of the crystal core, their worldview began to be struck by lightning. Looking at the data that appeared in their eyes, they were stunned for several minutes before slowly accepting this change. Before going to bed at night, Lu Hong used his laptop to search for the life skills crystal core on the crystal core dark web. At this stage, the price of combat-type skill cores is getting higher and higher, but the price of life-type skill cores is relatively average. Lu Hong selected several life-related skills and bought them. Since the prices were not high, he bought a few more so that he could choose them again later. A night of silence. The next morning, when Lu Hong was still asleep, there was a knock on the door. Lu Hong, your friend is coming to the house. Get up quickly. Li Xiaoyun's voice came from outside the door, and it was extremely penetrating. When he heard that it was a friend who came to the door, Lu Hong thought it was Su Muyu and thought to himself, this girl is too anxious. She came here so early in the morning. Isn't this disturbing the people? When I went out, I saw Lin Ziyu sitting in the living room. In addition to Lin Ziyu, there are 2 elders around 50 years old, who should be the elders of the Lin family. The floor and table in the living room are filled with various gift boxes. The bodyguard responsible for carrying the gifts stayed outside the door and did not enter the house. Lu Hang's eyes widened, he looked at Lin Ziyu, and said speechlessly, what are you doing? Lin Ziyu stood up and said factly, of course I'm here to thank you, otherwise I would have died inside. After returning, his injuries were healed after being repaired by divine energy. When he was on the Abyss battlefield, he was beaten by Lei Jinhao so much that his internal organs were displaced. An ordinary person would not be able to survive. Fortunately, he had divine energy to heal his injuries, so he could stand here safely. Come in. Lu Hong waved and dragged Lin Ziyu into the room. After entering the room, Lin Ziyu looked at the furnishings in the room curiously. The room was very clean, it could be said to be spotless, and every book and figurine was neatly arranged. Because Lu Hong doesn't usually live here. Lin Ziyu took the initiative to start the topic and said, you must want to ask how I found you. Knowing your name and appearance, it is quite simple for my family to find someone. When he spoke, he was not polite at all and lay down on the bed. Stand up. Lu Hong pulled him up and said, can't you come to me privately? With so many things going on, my parents would be worried again if they knew how dangerous the Abyss battlefield is. Understood. I didn't mention anything about the Abyss battlefield to your parents. Lin Ziyu was still very wise on this point. Okay, take all your gifts back and spread them all over the floor. It will be troublesome to unpack them. Lu Hong complained. This is my thank you gift, I must give it to you. Lin Ziyu emphasized. Won't you put all these gifts into a little card? Yes, it's stuck here. Lin Ziyu took out a card and slapped it into Lu Heng's hand. Okay, let's go. Don't have such a big fight in the future. Lu Hong waved his hand, preparing to send him back. No, I want you to temper the weapon. I found that my combat power is so low. Lin Ziyu was beaten by Lei Jinhao. Now he is full of enthusiasm and wants to improve his combat power. Wait a minute, ask me to temper it? Lu Hang keenly grasped the key point of his words. Lin Ziyu put away his playful smile and said seriously, I'm not stupid. I really didn't recognize it at first, but when I saw you tempering the weapons of the Banser tribe, if you still can't recognize it, then there's something wrong with your brain. In fact, Lu Hong didn't have to hide the identity of the tempering master, he just didn't want to cause too much trouble.
Lu Hong frowned and asked, "Who else did you tell me about my identity in Quenching Fort? I haven't told anyone else yet." "You didn't tell your family either?" "I haven't said it yet. We'll talk about it at the family meeting tonight." "Then stop talking, put this secret back in your head, and don't let it out. You still want to kill people and silence them?"
Killing people and silencing them is not a big deal, but Lu Hong changed the topic and pretended to pull the door handle. "Uncle Lin Ziyu asked me to bring him a message. He said he has forgiven." Lin Ziyu's eyes widened, and he immediately rushed forward, covered Lu Heng's mouth, and said, "Deal. Deal. Keep each other's secrets. Okay, let's go. Move all the things back. My parents will definitely think too much when they see so many things." Lu Hong was about to send him away. Wait a minute, about quenching the weapons." Lin Ziyu continued to mention this matter. "Contact me online and I will notify you when I am free," Lu Hong said. I'll take over the quenching work from other supernatural organizations for you, will you take it? How much commission do you take?" "Only get 10%, not a cent more." "Okay, we will arrange for quenching together, and we will accept at least 10 orders. Quenching Castle will not accept anyone except you. Quenching weapons can improve the professional experience of quenchers and earn crystal core resources. Such a good thing will naturally not be rejected." "Understood, I guarantee that it will be done properly." Lin Ziyu was very happy that he had negotiated a big business that would affect the situation of superpowers. On the second night, Su Muyu came from home to meet up and agreed to meet outside the community. She was wearing a light brown plaid skirt, thin black tights and small leather shoes, standing under the streetlight, so quiet. Just looking at her appearance, who would have thought that such a girl was already a superpower of level 18? Seeing Lu Hong appear, her eyes flashed with a gleam, and she trotted up, holding a food box in both hands and handed it over. "I'll give you a few taro rolls, try them and see if you like them." "Is it really made of mud?" Lu Hong made a joke. Su Muyu rolled her eyes and continued, "Yes, it's the new spring mud this year. I'll take it back for a midnight snack." Lu Hong laughed and took the food box. The two walked on the street in the late autumn night. Su Muyu asked, "Well, can I save a crystal core for my mother? I promise to work hard to cultivate source energy and upgrade as soon as possible." Ever since she heard that life-related psychics would not be recruited, she had the idea of awakening her mother, so she saved a crystal core for her mother. "That's what I should do. I'll give you another one," Lu Hong said as he took out an energy crystal core and put it in her hand. Because the main combat psychics will have more combat missions and get more opportunities to absorb demon energy to upgrade. Relatively speaking, the upgrade speed of auxiliary psychics will be much slower. A mature psychic team will give some preference to auxiliary psychics on the crystal core, so that the auxiliary psychics can keep up with the level of the main players. Then I'll absorb it. Su Muyu was originally worried about being blamed, but when she heard that Lu Hong was not angry and gave her another crystal core, she happily held it in her palm. "Absorb it. You should be close to level 19, right?" Lu Hong estimated her level, which should be not far from level 19. "Well, after absorbing this crystal core, you should be able to reach level 19. Su Muyu nodded, and then began to absorb the energy in the crystal core. The two continued to walk along the long street, and Su Muyu slowly consumed the energy of the crystal core she absorbed. When they walked to the end of the street, they reached level 19. "I'm at level 19, with 41 points of perception." Su Muyu smiled. 1 point more." Lu Hong remembered that her previous perception was 38 points, and it should be 40 points after the upgrade. "Yes, when I was training the Scout Eagle, my perception increased a little bit." Su Muyu raised a finger, with an expression of, "Come and praise me." "Have you arranged your things?" Lu Hong turned to the main topic. "I have done it. I have used the Scout Eagle to observe the movements of Gongtang Group these 2 days. Gong Jinteng already knows that Lei Jinhao is dead, so he has been meeting with the captain of another team of superpowers recently. He should be training new subordinates." Su Muyu briefly described the situation he had discovered. "Have you found the super crystal core? If Lu Hong wants to learn the skill, bullet time, he must get the skill slot expansion crystal core." Su Muyu pursed her lips, worried that Lu Hong would be disappointed. She glanced at Lu Heng's expression with her eyes and replied, "It has not been found yet. Gong Jinting has not mentioned the crystal core in the past 2 days. However, I have seen Gong Jinting enter the vault of the Gongtang Group building several times. The security inside is very tight, and it is not easy for the Scout Eagle to enter.
Next time, I will find a way to let the Scout Eagle enter the vault to take a look. I think the crystal core is likely to be in the vault.
Lu Hong thought for a moment and said, I will go in and take a look myself.
9 o'clock the next night.
In front of the headquarters building of Gongtung Group, Shangxie Avenue, Ningyun District, Binhai City. This building has 39 floors and a height of 203 meters. It is also a landmark building in Ningyun District. Lu Hong and Su Muyu stood in front of the building, looking up at the shining Gongtung Group logo on the building.
The vault is on the 27th floor. The security is very strict. There are 2 layers of security checks in front and back.
There is no ventilation duct or other places to enter from the outside.
Basically, you can only take the elevator to go up.
Su Muyu briefly introduced the situation of the building. It is indeed very secure. Also, under normal circumstances, the elevator cannot press the floor on the 27th floor. You have to swipe the card.
Su Muyu added.
Did you get the card?
Lu Hong asked. Su Muyu took out a magnetic card and said, I just got it.
With the reconnaissance eagle, it is indeed not difficult to get a card.
Very good, let's go in and turn on the invisible. Lu Hong said and stepped forward. The 2 entered the invisible state and walked into the headquarters building of Gongting Group. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening.
Most of the company's employees had already left work, but some of the employees who were working overtime or on night shifts were still there. Lu Hong and Su Muyu walked straight into the building, and under the cover of the invisible curtain, they were like entering an empty space. The infrared scan of the security check at the door did not find the 2 people. Because invisible curtain escape shadow had undergone a skill fusion, it had the effect of shielding infrared sensing and smell. Therefore, Lu Hong ignored the security check at the door, walked into the building with a swagger, swiped his card and pressed the elevator to the 27th floor, where the vault was located. The elevator stopped on the 27th floor, the door slowly opened, and there were security guards patrolling in the corridor. Seeing the elevator door open, 2 security guards came over to check, but found that there was nothing in the elevator.
Why is there no one?
A security guard scratched his head in confusion.
Maybe someone pressed the wrong floor.
Another security guard responded casually, and continued to patrol forward, wanting to finish the patrol quickly and then go back to the security room to check his phone.
Lu Hong and Su Muyu stood in the corridor, watching the 2 security guards disappear around the corner of the corridor.
Su Muyu turned around and pointed to the other side, saying, the entrance to the vault is over there. There is a second level of security check, and there are security guards on duty 24 hours a day at the door. In addition, the door of the vault is made of alloy, and it is estimated that a large bomb will be needed to blow it open. No need to break the door, I can go in directly. You wait outside and find a place where you can evacuate at any time. If you encounter an unexpected situation, you can go first, don't worry about me. Lu Hong observed the situation outside the vault and prepared to implement the plan.
Okay.
Su Muyu nodded in agreement and began to think about the retreat route based on the structure of the building. The security level of the vault of Gongting Group is indeed very high, basically the level of a bank vault.
Even a thief cannot enter this kind of vault. However, in the era of superpowers, it is not necessarily the case.
Lu Hong used shadow travel to escape into the shadows, ignoring physical collisions, and directly passed through the wall and walked into the vault. There are many gold bars stored in the vault, stacked together like a small mountain. Collection in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. This is a truth that has existed since ancient times. The more wars there are, the more gold will maintain its value, and the value of paper money will be no different from that of straw paper after the collapse of currency credit. The invasion of the abyss will directly drag the human world into chaos, so the chaebols and capital have begun to hoard gold in large quantities. This has also caused the price of gold to rise all the way since a month ago, and judging by the trend, it will continue to rise.
However, gold is not the only hard currency after the advent of the abyss.
The demon crystal core is more valuable, and it not only has monetary value, but also use value. Therefore, the demon crystal core is the real hard currency of this era, harder than gold.
Obviously, the Gong family also understands this truth.
In addition to gold bars, there is also a glass cabinet in the vault, which stores demon crystal cores, and the number is estimated to be 40 to 50.
The total value of these crystal cores is at least more than 30 million. Now that we are here, we must take the crystal cores away. This is really picking up money in a sack. However, before starting to pick up money,
we must first find the skill slot expansion crystal core.
At the same time,
At the door of the vault, after Lu Hong entered the vault through the wall, Sumuyu considered the retreat route and waited quietly outside.
after waiting for a while, the elevator moved again.
Sumuyu raised his eyebrows and hurriedly used the reconnaissance eagle to confirm the situation of the elevator. The elevator door opened, and Gong Jinting came out of the elevator with a team of superpowers. Seeing Gong Jinting suddenly appear, Sumuyu's heart skipped a beat, and he was immediately worried. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lu Hang. But there was no response. It was obvious that there was no signal in the vault and the message could not be received. Fortunately, after this team of superpowers came out of the elevator, they did not rush directly to the vault. This shows that he did not know that something happened in the vault, but came here because of other things. Sumuyu was very anxious, but he could not do anything. He could only think of the subsequent support and evacuation plan first. A bald superpower walking side by side with Gong Jinting was obviously the leader of this team. This bald man looked to be in his 30s, and he looked very fierce, with bulging temples, exposed veins on his muscles, and calluses on his palms.
He was obviously good at using firearms. Moreover, judging from his aura, he was obviously of a high level.
Hong Chang, sign the contract, and I'll leave all the Thunder members and information to you.
Gong Jinting walked towards the vault door to recruit this superpower user.
Hong Chang tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Not enough.
The resources I provide are definitely something you can't get elsewhere.
Gong Jinting is sure of this. Hong Chang was not satisfied. Lei Jinhao is dead, you must be anxious, right? Gong Jinting was really anxious. He spent a lot of money on Lei Jinhao.
Counting the other superpowers in Lei Jinhao's team, the total amount was at least several hundred million.
However, when Lei Jinhao died, all the money was lost.
What's even more uncomfortable is that the Gong family now urgently needs to raise a new team of superpowers, otherwise many things will not be done. Therefore, as soon as Gong Jinting heard that Lei Jinhao died in the Abyss battlefield, he immediately met with this superpower named Hong Chang and extended an olive branch. Gong Jinting continued to talk about the conditions. As long as you agree, the super crystal core in my hand will also be yours from now on.
Hong Chang shook his finger and corrected, not later, but now.
I want to see the crystal core first. While he was talking, Gong Jinting had already walked to the vault door, scanned his pupils and irises before the security check, and then led Hong Chang in. Let your men wait outside. There were not that many people needed to enter the vault, so Hong Chang turned around and motioned to his men to wait at the door.
Gong Jinting winked at the security guard at the treasury door and said, "Open the treasury door."
2 security personnel rushed up and began to open the vault door. At this time,
inside the vault,
Lu Hong searched the vault but couldn't find the super crystal core. However, a safe was found in the wall. There is also a safe installed in the vault.
Obviously, the most important things in the vault should be placed there.
The safe requires a password to open. Lu Hong tried it twice, and it turned out that nothing was right.
If you make 3 mistakes, the safe will be locked immediately and an alarm will sound. In a situation like this, the most correct thing to do is.
Lu Hong directly pulled out the Aurora blade, gathered the power of thunder and lightning, and swung out the sword. The door to the safe opened cleanly. Lu Hong took out a palm-sized box from the safe, opened it and saw that it was indeed the super crystal core. Skill slot expansion crystal core. Using the crystal core can break through the limit on the number of skill slots and add a skill slot for the user. After getting this super crystal core, Lu Hong showed a touch of ecstasy on his face and absorbed it directly. Use skill slot expansion core. The number of skill slots +1, number of skill slots, 4. After using this super crystal core, the number of skill slots increased from 3 to 4, leaving 1 empty skill slot. Immediately afterwards, Lu Hong took out the bullet time crystal core and began to absorb it. The crystal core energy flows into the body along the palm, circulates around the whole body, and finally condenses into an energy ball in the 4th skill slot.
Subsequently, the 4th skill information appeared on the character data panel. After acquiring the bullet time skill, Lu Hong looked around to see what other high-value items he could take away. Just then,
there was a sound from the vault door, slowly opening.
Gong Jinting walked into the vault with a bald superpower user and said as he walked, "Lei Jinhao is dead. You can take over Lei Ming. This team has a good foundation. You will definitely be satisfied.
I heard that Lei Jinhao died because you provoked a very powerful person.
This is not a problem that can be solved by thunder." Hong Chang grasped the current weakness of the Gong family, and naturally the lion opened his mouth.
Lei Jinhao died in the Abyss battlefield. which shows that he was incompetent.
Gong Jinteng actually knew how Lei Jinhao died.
Lei Ming's team members came out alive and told the story of the Abyss battlefield. This is why Gong Jinteng is eager to find a new thug.
Really? Hong Chang showed a hint of ridicule on his face.
Gong Jinteng's eyes narrowed slightly, with a bit of displeasure on his face.
As the chairman of Gongtang Group, when had he ever been manipulated like this?
However, once Lei Jinhao died, he had no high-level thugs available, so he could only bleed a lot and spend money to bribe Hong Chang.
He twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "Why, are you scared?
If Lei Jinhao can't deal with someone, you're worried that you can't deal with him either." Hong Chang suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Mr. Gong, you underestimate me too much. It's not that I look down on Lei Jinhao, he is just a bullet in front of me."
Gong Jinteng continued, "In that case, what do you have to be afraid of? After taking over Lei Ming, you will have whatever you want in the future."
Hong Chang smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I will help you do what Lei Jinhao can't do. First take out the super crystal core and give it to me, and then I will tie up your enemy's whole family and give it to you
as a meeting gift."
Gong Jinteng originally wanted to use the super crystal core to continue pulling, but now he had no choice but to lead him towards the safe in the vault. As he approached the north wall of the vault, he finally saw what was going on the wall. The door to the safe had been damaged.
"What's going on?"
Gong Jinteng's eyes widened. He turned around and ran back, going out to ask someone to sound the alarm.
Just then,
Hong Chang turned his hands, and 2 Browning pistols appeared in his hands. He aimed at a pillar and shouted, "Come out!
I saw you." Lu Hong stepped out from behind the pillar and met the two of them.
When Gong Jinteng saw Lu Hong, his eyes widened and he said in surprise, "It's you." Lu Hong smiled jokingly and asked, "Who said he wanted to kidnap my whole family?"
"I'm here now, why don't you start with me?" Hong Chang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Mr. Gong, is this man your enemy?"
In fact, Gong Jinteng was still not sure whether Lu Hong was the murderer of his son, but at this point, they had already made an enemy, so it didn't matter whether he was the one or not.
"Yes, it's him. Kill him now."
Gong Jinteng pointed at Lu Hong, his voice trembling a little. "That's good, so I don't have to look for him everywhere," Hong Chang said, aiming the Browning in his hand at Lu Hang's chest and pulling the trigger directly.
Bang!
There's another chapter, updated later. Hong Chang, the first person in Binhai area to strengthen firearms, is good at double-dot gun shooting and has mastered a very rare arc shooting technique.
This is the information I knew before rebirth.
At that time, in the circle of superpowers, this person would be jokingly called Bald Chang. Of course, he doesn't look like him, but he has this nickname because he is bald and his name is Hong Chang.
Hong Chang was a mercenary in the battlefield of Dashihai in his early years.
After the Abyss came, he returned to China with a team of people and established the superpower team Danhen, which quickly grew into a top force in Binhai area.
Having been a mercenary, you can imagine how cruel this person is.
After confirming that Lu Hong was the person Gong Jinteng wanted to kill, he immediately opened fire without hesitation. As for what he wanted to interrogate, he had to shoot him down first. Seeing Hong Chang pull the trigger, Lu Hong did not dodge at all, but leaned forward and charged forward. This forward movement made Hong Chang raise his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Generally speaking, when seeing the opponent shooting, the normal reaction of a normal person is to immediately find a cover to hide. Hong Chang originally thought that Lu Hong would hide in the cover, and then he could use his killer move arc shooting to kill Lu Hong behind the cover with one shot. However, Lu Hong had no intention of dodging at all, and rushed directly towards the muzzle. Although this move was beyond Hong Chang's expectations, he was experienced in combat and responded immediately. He fired 2 guns in a row, bang bang bang, and pulled the trigger, shooting Lu Hong's limbs, abdomen, head, and all key parts without leaving any room. The moment Lu Hong rushed forward, he activated the new skill, bullet time. Buzz! As a buzzing sounded in his ears, the whole world slowed down. In the super sensory state of bullet time, Lu Hong could even see the trajectory of the bullet's flight. Originally, the first bullet was shot at the chest, but when charging forward, the body leaned forward and the center of gravity was pressed down, so that the bullet originally shot at the chest became shot
at the throat.
When Lu Hong saw the bullet coming, he tilted his body 10 centimeters to the left in the bullet time state. The bullet flew past 3 centimeters to the right of his neck, and the skin of his neck could even feel the scorching wind brought by the bullet.
Then, bang! The second bullet came, aiming at the abdomen.
Lu Hong continued to tilt to the left, and the whole person almost passed under the bullet horizontally.
Bang! The third bullet came, aiming at the right thigh.
Lu Hong supported the ground with his left hand, and his feet exerted force at the same time, spinning and bouncing up, passing over the bullet.
Bang!
The fourth bullet was fired, aiming at the head. Lu Hong was already in the air at this moment, unable to change direction. Seeing the bullet flying, he pulled out the aurora blade, held it horizontally in front of him, and blocked the bullet with a ding sound. Then, he landed and stabbed a sword into Hong Chang's chest.
Puff!
Hong Chang's eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head to look at the long sword stabbed into his chest, with an expression of disbelief on his face.
You are not as good as Lei Jinhao. You didn't even force out my source skill.
Lu Hong raised his hand and pushed his head, pulling out the sword. Hong Chang fell straight down, hit the ground with a bang, his body shook, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Gong Jinting originally wanted to see how Hong Chang killed Lu Hong, but he didn't expect that Hong Chang would die after just one encounter. In the moment of the fight just now, in Lu Heng's vision, everything around him was in slow motion, and the whole process lasted for several seconds. But in Gong Jinting's eyes, it was a matter of a moment. Hong Chang fired, bang bang bang, and after firing, Lu Hong rushed forward to Hong Chang, and then Hong Chang fell down. Gong Jinting suddenly showed a look of horror on his face, and turned around and wanted to escape.
Lu Hong picked up Hong Chang's Browning and knocked Gong Jinting down with 2 shots. Gong Jinting struggled to crawl forward. He had awakened and his vitality was stronger than that of ordinary people, but he had never been recruited, so his combat power was nothing compared to Lu Hang. He struggled to crawl forward, dragging a bloody trail on the ground. Lu Hong walked over and aimed at the back of his head with Browning. Gong Jinting felt the sickle of the god of death hanging over his head, and quickly turned back and said, Don't kill me. I can give you anything you want. I just want you to die. After Lu Hong finished speaking, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet blew up Gong Jinting's head, and red and white were smeared all over the ground. Outside the vault. The 3 men of Hong Chang who stayed outside the door had all been mercenaries in the Great Food Sea, and their methods were equally cruel. Originally, they were guarding outside the door. When they heard the gunshots from the vault, they immediately drew their guns and rushed into the vault. At this moment, an elemental arrow flew out and shot and killed 1 person.
A sky falcon with a wingspan of 3 meters swooped down, knocked down 1 person and pecked through his heart. The last person saw his 2 companions fall down, and immediately turned around and aimed his gun, but he looked around and saw nothing. Until a flaming arrow flew out from the corner and shot him down. The 2 security guards at the door of the vault were so scared that they squatted on the ground, raised their hands and shouted, Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Su Muyu ignored the 2 people and ran into the vault in 2 steps. Seeing that the battle in the vault was over, he hurriedly said, The alarm of the vault has sounded, and the law enforcement team will be here soon. Let's go. Lu Hong put the 2 Browning pistols into the inventory and pulled Su Muyu away. As soon as they left the vault door, the sirens of the law enforcement team came from outside the building. If you get off the elevator now, you have to go to the detective bureau to have tea with the law enforcement team. Therefore, Lu Hong and Su Muyu walked up from the fire escape to the top floor, and were led by the Sky Falcon, gliding away from the sky. After the law enforcement team viewed the scene, the case was transferred to Jagged. Half an hour later, Jagged's senior inspector Chen Linian brought his apprentice Gao Zhiding to the Gongting Group building. As soon as he walked into the vault, Chen Linian had a feeling of familiarity with the scene. This is an intuition developed over many years of handling cases. Many times, you already know the answer without looking at the evidence, and the accuracy is very high. The law enforcement team has investigated the scene and performed ballistic reconstruction. On the ground at the scene, there were several stands with laser pens on them to indicate the trajectory of the bullet. At Hong Tao's position, 4 shots were fired, from 2 pistols. Gao Zhiding followed the route of the 4 laser pens to look for bullet holes. Among them, the bullet holes of 3 bullets were found, and they were all hit in the wall. The distance between the bullet holes was not far, but the bullet hole of the 4th bullet was not found. Master, how come we only found 3 bullet holes? Wasn't there 4 shots fired? Gao Zhiding scratched his scalp, very puzzled. Chen Linian was silent for 3 seconds before saying, The 4th shot was blocked with the sword. Use your sword to block it? Gao Zhiding had a look of astonishment on his face. Although superpowers appeared after the abyss fell, most of the superpowers now are not strong enough to stand up to guns. In a normal world, it is basically impossible to block bullets with a sword. It's clear that the world is not normal right now. Chen Linian raised his hand and pointed at the ceiling on the left and said, The bullet hole is there, this man's sword is faster. More?
Gao Zhiting showed a confused expression again.
Chen Linian reached out and patted this silly apprentice on the shoulder and said, "That's the person you chased last time."
Gao Zhiting swallowed and said in surprise, "This person can block bullets with a sword?"
Chen Linian shook his head, smiled, and corrected, "It's not about blocking bullets with a sword, it's about dodging 3 bullets, blocking the 4th bullet with a sword, and then killing the opponent."
Gao Zhiting swallowed again, his face full of disbelief. "Isn't this true?"
Chen Linian walked to where Lu Hang was originally standing and began to analyze the battle process. This man was standing here, and his opponent shot at him. He did not dodge and rushed forward. Then he dodged left and right, avoiding 3 bullets. Finally he jumped up and blocked the 4th bullet with his sword in the air. When he landed, he pierced the opponent's chest with his sword.
While analyzing the battle process, Chen Linian was still twisting left and right, imitating dodge movements. "Isn't it? Is this the Matrix film? Can you avoid bullets at such a close distance?" Gao Zhiting was still in disbelief. Chen Linian nodded and confirmed, "Yes, this person is so scary. Last time, you chased him, and he didn't kill you."
"It also confirms my profile that this person is very emotionally stable."
Gao Zhiting swallowed again, suddenly a little scared.
The last time he investigated the Chao Road 921 case, Chen Linian asked him not to chase him, but he was still unwilling to give up and chased him, but he failed to catch him in the end. Now that he heard what his master said, he suddenly felt a little scared.
A person with superpowers who can even dodge bullets has nothing to do with his opponent. What about the 3 outside the door?
The 3 outside the door were not wounded by swords. 2 of the wounds on the outside are arrow wounds, and the wounds have traces of being burned by flames.
These traces are not ordinary arrows.
They are most likely source energy arrows, or arrows enhanced by flames. The other one is the damage caused by a raptor, so there were 2 people and a raptor here. Chen Linian had almost analyzed the matter before calling the security personnel over to inquire about the situation.
"Have you seen the suspect?"
The 2 security guards shook their heads quickly. No, we don't dare to look."
"Where is the control room? Take me there."
Chen Linian took his apprentice to the monitoring room and asked the security room security to play back the surveillance video. "We have watched it with the law enforcement team. 2 hours before the incident, no one took the elevator except those brought by the chairman," said the security guard in the monitoring room. Chen Linian stared at the surveillance video, and then suddenly saw a surveillance video. There was no one in the elevator, but the button on the 27th floor suddenly lit up. Because the button is so small, it is too small to be seen in the Zhigong surveillance video without paying attention. Chen Linian pointed to the surveillance video in the upper right corner of Zhigong and said, "Enlarge this."
After the video was enlarged, he pointed to the button on the 27th floor in the video and said, "What's going on? Why did this button suddenly light up?" The security guard in the monitoring room had a surprised expression on his face. "Hey! Why does this light up?"
"Sir, we really don't know what's going on with this, and you have to swipe your card to press the button on the 27th floor, otherwise it won't light up."
Chen Linian immediately said, "Who has a card? Call everyone who can swipe the card to park on the 27th floor."
After inquiry, it was discovered that the access card of a security team captain was missing. After Chen Linian asked, Yu concluded, the suspect has invisibility, and it is an invisibility ability that can block infrared scanning. Invisibility, dodging bullets, energy arrows, birds of prey, and, the last part of his sentence was familiar sword technique.
He recognized it from the last time.
It was the 7-section sword step. The 3rd update has been sent, please subscribe.
The loot has been divided.
In the house on the top floor of Jinqiu Yujing community, Lu Hong turned the bag upside down and shook it, pouring a large pile of demon crystal cores onto the sofa.
"Why are there so many?"
Su Muyu was surprised to see so many demon crystal cores. These crystal cores were naturally brought back from the vault of the headquarters building of Gongting Group. If they can be moved slowly, they can actually bring back the gold bars. However, the gold bars are too heavy, and it is not convenient to take them when the law enforcement team comes. In addition, it is actually very troublesome to sell a large amount of gold, and it is easy to be traced. "You take one, I take one, you take another, Lu Hang began to divide the crystal cores. In the end, there were a total of 51 crystal cores, and there was no way to divide them equally, so Lu Hang put the extra ones in his own hands.
Su Muyu smiled and said, "Is this called uneven distribution of the loot?"
"It doesn't matter, I just want to show you, and after you see it, you have to take it back and buy quenching materials."
After Lu Hong divided it, he started to dial it back.
What? Su Muyu smiled and helped Lu Hong pack the crystal cores back.
Lu Hong left 10 crystal cores for Su Muyu and said, "Take these and use them as you like.
When you have time, practice your skill proficiency and archery.
See when you can reach level 20. Okay." Su Muyu nodded seriously. By the way, this card is for you. The password is 6 sixes. Don't be reluctant to spend it.
Lu Hong stuffed a bank card into her hand. But, taking so much money for nothing, it seems like I'm being kept. Su Muyu pursed her lips, always feeling a little awkward.
Then you can treat it as a team dividend. Lu Hong corrected his statement. This is okay.
After changing the statement, Su Muyu suddenly felt that the money was reasonable and accepted it with a smile.
In addition, we have another troublesome matter to deal with. Lu Hong remembered that there was one thing he hadn't done. The matter of the evil god's finger? Do you think the evil god's finger was taken to Blue Star?
Su Muyu also thought about this possibility. To her, it was just a guess, but to Lu Hang, it was almost certain. If things still developed like in the previous life, in 3 months, the evil god Barton would come to Blue Star and kill all the human superpowers who prevented him from resurrecting. Before experiencing this abyss battlefield, Lu Hong didn't know how the evil god Barton came to Blue Star. It was not until he found that a piece of the evil god's finger was missing that he figured out what was going on. There must be a superpower who brought the evil god's finger back to Blue Star, which led to the appearance of the evil god Barton on Blue Star for 3 months.
And these 3 months should be the time when the superpower accumulated power for the evil god Barton. With the evil god Barton's revengeful nature, as long as he regains power, those who once obstructed him will surely die. So it is necessary to find this superpower within 3 months and destroy the finger. Moreover, it cannot be delayed for 3 months. It will be difficult to deal with it after the evil god Barton obtains enough power. So, the faster the action, the better. I'm basically sure that the evil god's finger has arrived in our world, but I don't know who took it. Lu Hong expressed his worries. Then what should we do? Su Muyu asked while thinking. This matter is a bit tricky. It's a waste of time for the 2 of us to investigate it alone. I'll find someone to help tomorrow.
Lu Hong has already thought about what to do in the past 2 days.
The next night, Lu Hong and Lin Ziyu met at Quench Fort.
Lin Ziyu was waiting alone in the number 9 bridge hole of Century Bridge with his things. This time, he didn't let the bodyguards follow him.
8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Hong walked down from the river bank and waved to greet him.
Lin Ziyu was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Lu Hang would come out of Quench Fort without anyone noticing and appear behind him. Unexpectedly, Lu Hong came down from the river bank directly.
Shouldn't you come out of Quench Fort? Lin Ziyu blinked and couldn't help asking. I don't live in Quenching Castle, isn't it normal to come from home? Lu Hong replied as a matter of course. That's right.
Lin Ziyu found that the question he asked was silly.
Lu Hong took him through the number 9 bridge hole and entered Quenching Castle. After entering Quenching Castle, he met Guru in the castle's front yard. Guru was squatting on the ground, holding a big cockroach with tweezers and feeding it to the man-eating plant in the flower pot. Cockroaches are indeed powerful creatures. In just 1 month, they have officially settled in Quenching Castle. Guru had never seen this kind of insect before, so he was very interested, especially when he used it to feed the man-eating plant. It was very interesting. When Lin Ziyu saw Guru, he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Hello, master. Yeah. Guru gave him an encouraging look and felt that this human boy was very sensible. Lin Ziyu patted his chest and exhaled. The last time he came, he thought the dwarf was a servant of the Quenching Castle. Fortunately, his thoughts were not exposed, otherwise it would be bad. After Lu Hong greeted Guru, he took Lin Ziyu to the living room. I came in a hurry this time. I only received 7 quenching orders. I won't take a commission this time. Lin Ziyu put 2 suitcases on the table and opened them to show the quenching materials and weapons that needed quenching. Lu Hong took a quick look at the equipment that needed quenching and asked, we should take what we should take. We should follow the agreement and integrity comes first. In addition, quenching is not 100% successful. Have you told the customer about this? I have already told you, don't worry. I also asked them to sign a paper contract to ensure that there are no problems. Do you want to see the contract? I specially asked a lawyer to write it. Lin Ziyu has already decided to treat quenching service support as a career. No, that's the contract you signed with them, I don't care. Lu Hong waved his hand and was too lazy to read it. The quenching service of Quenching Fort is now unique to Blue Star,
and no contract is needed to protect rights and interests. Moreover, the contract was not signed by Lu Hong, so no matter what problems arise, it has nothing to do with him. In the suitcase that Lin Ziyu opened, there were two weapons. One was the collector's edition Desert Eagle, and the other was a Tang Dao.
Where is your gun? Not quenching it? Lu Hong looked at him curiously. Lin Ziyu showed a strange expression on his face, and said with emotion, I don't know how to say it. At the beginning, I thought guns were very strong, but after experiencing the Abyss battlefield, I felt that guns were so weak. So you want to change your route now? Lu Hong probably guessed his thoughts.
I don't know whether I should change my route now, and I have learned all my skills.
Is it too late to change now?
Lin Ziyu is very troubled now.
Since you have chosen the route of strengthening guns, why don't you continue to go on?
Lu Hong thinks he is a good person, and he doesn't mind moving his lips to help him.
The main thing is that I see your strength. I find that bullets can't do anything to you.
Lin Ziyu directly said what he thought in his heart. Since he was rescued by Lu Hong, he felt that there was nothing to hide.
His life was saved by others, so what's the point of being on guard? Why do you want to compete with me?
You can't compete with Lei Jinhao either.
He is a betrayer. If you don't mind falling into a demon, you can actually become stronger. Is there any way to accept the power of the evil god without falling? Lei Jinhao thinks so too.
Okay, Lin Ziyu actually had the answer in his mind a long time ago.
He wanted to get power from the evil god, but he didn't want to be a minion of the evil god. How could such a good thing happen? He paused and asked, what should I do now?
Lu Hong thought for a while and said, show me the attribute data, I can help you with some advice.
Lin Ziyu immediately took out his mobile phone and turned out a data chart. This is the data from the past 2 days. I upgraded to a level yesterday, and the attributes increased by a few points. There was no change in other aspects. Lu Hong took it and checked it. His current level is 17.
After all, he survived from the evil god's burial ground and completed 3 challenge tasks. It is normal to reach this level. In choosing a development path, level and attributes are not the most important.
The most important thing is talent and skills.
Lin Ziyu's initial talent is accurate shooting, and his skills include black magic imprisonment trap, armor-piercing bullet, source energy flash, and energy hook. Judging from his initial talent, he is indeed suitable for the gun route.
Accurate shooting is indeed a good talent.
Ignoring factors such as wind resistance, gravity, and cover, accurate shooting is always accurate. Of course, if the target is beyond the range or blocked by cover, accurate shooting cannot solve it. After Lu Hong looked at his talents and skills, he returned the phone and said, your talent is suitable for the gun enhancement route, no problem.
But, I'm so weak.
Lin Ziyu sighed from his soul.
Is it possible that it's not that you are weak, but that the person you met is too strong? Lu Hong corrected him. Well, it seems that there is no way to refute it.
Lin Ziyu actually knew that he was indeed weak compared to Lu Hong and Lei Jinhao, but compared to other psychics, he was okay.
However, he still wanted to hear some opinions. If I change the route now, is it too late? It's too late. Lu Hong answered directly. In fact, it's not completely impossible to change it.
Just complete the world missions of the Abyss battlefield 4 times, delete all the skills, and then form a set of skills.
As for the initial talent, just treat it as non-existent.
This forced change of route can also be changed, but it is meaningless. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to complete the world missions of the Abyss battlefield 4 times. Even if it is really done, just to delete 4 skills, it is better to use the energy to strengthen the existing skills.
What should I do? Lin Ziyu asked. Want to hear my opinion?
Lu Hong smiled and looked at him with interest.
Yeah.
Lin Ziyu nodded seriously.
Continue to go the route of gun enhancement. Your current skill set is okay, and you have everything you need, but don't use a pistol. Get a B.level sniper rifle. If you want to go the route of gun enhancement, you have to go to the extreme. Lu Hong gave advice, paused, and added, in addition, don't just think about using guns, you also have to practice fighting and body movements. These are basic skills, which are sometimes more important than skills. Lin Ziyu thought and asked, if I continue to go the route of gun enhancement, will there be a future? There is definitely a future, but if you want to become a god of war overnight, you'd better go to bed.
Lu Hong spread his hands and said,
as long as there is a future, I'll listen to you.
Lin Ziyu clenched his fists, made up his mind, and continued to stick to the route of gun enhancement. In fact, if he hadn't met Lu Hong and Lei Jinhao, who had been infused with the energy of the evil god and had gone berserk, his gun enhancement would not be weak. However, the last time he entered the Abyss battlefield, he encountered two monsters, which almost broke his heart.
Okay, let's talk about personal matters. Let's talk about business. Lu Hang began to get to the point. Quenching is your way, I have no objection.
Quenching is a small matter, no need to talk about it. What I want to talk about is the loss of the evil god's body, which you may not know yet. In the Abyss battlefield, Lin Ziyu was seriously injured by Lei Jinhao, and was finally carried out of the temple by Wang Xiangfeng. Therefore, he didn't know the process of the final decisive battle.
The evil god's body was lost? What's going on?
Lin Ziyu had been to the temple and seen the resurrection ceremony, and knew how terrible the evil god Patton was. After destroying the resurrection ceremony, the Bancel tribe collected the evil god's body parts for destruction, but a finger was missing. I suspect that it was brought back to our world by a superpower. Lu Hong said this terrible thing.
Lin Ziyu immediately took a breath and asked with wide eyes, what will happen if the evil god's body parts are brought here?
Lu Hong thought about it and said, according to my inference, it won't be long before the evil god will appear in our world and kill us. You should understand that we stopped his resurrection ceremony, and this is a deadly feud.
Lin Ziyu felt his scalp tingling. What should we do now?
Lu Hong said in a serious tone, I need you to send someone to check all the superpowers who have entered the evil god's burial ground, find everyone's information, and then we will confirm them one by one. This matter is best completed within 1 month.
If it is delayed for 3 months, I am afraid it will be too late.
Lin Ziyu immediately nodded and agreed, okay, I understand.
I will definitely get this done.
Now that the business is over, we can start quenching.
Are there any requirements for the quenching of these two weapons?
Lu Hong asked. Just increase the attack power, the higher the better, a total of 7 quenching materials. 4 of them are for this Desert Eagle, and the other 3 are for the Tang Sword.
Lin Ziyu said. Okay, I'll go quench. You can wait here, I'll go with you, no charge this time, right?
Lin Ziyu hurriedly got up and followed.
Okay, but you have to help me buy a batch of quenching materials.
Lu Hong also needs quenching materials now, so he plans to buy them with demon crystal cores.
Okay, but the quantity can't be too large.
The Lin family has been buying quenching materials and has stocks on hand, but the quantity is not large. After all, quenching materials are scarce resources now. Fortunately, there are not many psychics who have the means to quench now, and the demand for quenching materials is not that great.
Lu Hong took 2 weapons into the forging room and quenched them.
After completing 7 quenchings, he gained 80 points of quencher professional experience. 1 time was unsuccessful, and the quenching success rate remained above 85%.
After the quenching was completed, the quenching level of both weapons reached level 3.
After completing this business, Lu Hong earned 7 crystal cores, and then placed an order with Lin Ziyu to purchase quenching materials, the more the better. There are more than 40 crystal cores on hand, and according to the current market price, 20 pieces of quenching materials can be bought. However, quenching materials are very scarce now, and you definitely can't buy so many at a time.
Dong dong dong.
There was a knock on the door on the top floor of Jinxiu Yujing.
Lu Hong opened the door and saw 2 people, an old man and a young man, standing outside. They were none other than iron-blooded Senior Inspector Chen Linian and his apprentice. Is something wrong?
Lu Hong recognized these 2 people, but he had to pretend not to recognize them.
Chen Linian took out his ID, showed it and said, I am Chen Linian from the Iron Blood Investigation Bureau. I have a few questions I would like to check with you. It's not convenient.
Lu Hong refused directly.
Are you worried that we will find any clues that are detrimental to you? Gao Zhiting immediately choked. This is a very low-level provocation. A teasing smile appeared on Lu Heng's lips, and he responded, then come back after you find the clues.
Gao Zhiting frowned and asked, we checked your family background, and it doesn't fit your status as a student that you live here.
This is the biggest loophole.
Jinxiu Yujing is a high-end community, and this house is a large flat-floor house with a terrace.
This time, a man walked out of the house, stood behind Lu Hong, chatted about the bangs on his forehead, and asked, what about me? Doesn't it fit the bill?
This person was clearly Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu got the information on all the superpowers who entered the evil god's burial ground in the country and sent them here to study the next actions together. Iron Blood's main responsibility is to supervise superpowers and investigate cases related to superpowers. Therefore, The superpowers that need to be paid attention to in the Binhai area all have files in jagged blood. Lin Zheyu is the eldest son of the Binhai Lin family. When there was an insect tide in Gardenia Beach last time, Lin Zheyu also participated in hunting woodlice, so Iron Blood has his file.
Chen Linian could remember all the files he had read, so he recognized Lin Zheyu's identity at a glance. Young men are impatient, don't mind.
Chen Linian helped his apprentice calm down the atmosphere, and then said, I just want to ask a few questions and leave after I finish.
What's the question? About a few cases, and evil god Barton. Chen Linian mentioned evil god Barton, and then stared at Lu Hang's expression. There was no change in the expression on Lu Hang's face. He tilted his head and said, come in. After all, Iron Blood is an official organization. If they refuse to cooperate, there will be trouble later. Can I take a look?
Chen Linian took out the plastic shoe covers, handed two to his apprentice, put the shoe covers on before walking into the house.
Let's see.
Everyone has come in, there is no need to stop them. Chen Linian walked up the stairs to the second floor, then opened the door, walked out of the terrace, leaned on the railing and looked at the seaside scenery, and said, the scenery here is good. Sumuyu came out with 2 cups of tea and placed them on the round table on the terrace, drink some tea. Chen Linian walked to the shelf next to the wall, picked up the Han sword on it, scraped the edge of the sword with his hand, and read out the words on the sword, Dianji Kuanwu, Phoenix spreading wings. Have you ever practiced swords?
I know a little bit. Lu Hang replied casually. How about a dance?
Chen Linian handed the sword to Lu Hang. In fact, Lu Hang could do some other sword skills at will, but he was too lazy to do these. He took the Han sword and put it back on the shelf. Inspector Chen, let's get down to business.
Chen Linian did not hold on to the Han sword because it was unedged and was a pure handicraft. He sat down, looked at Lu Hong, Sumuyu, and Lin Ziyu for a while, and asked, are you 3 familiar? Lin Ziyu nodded and replied, it's okay, it's a life-long friendship. Chen Linian nodded thoughtfully, took out a notebook, and said, let's get to the point. The night before yesterday, a case happened in the Gongtung Group headquarters building. Do you know?
Lin Ziyu answered again, I know, the chairman of Gongtung Group died in the treasury, which shocked the whole city.
Inspector Chen is not doubting me, is he? Our family is indeed a competitor of Gongtung Group. If you check like this, I need to call a lawyer. Gao Zhiding had a bad temper and interrupted, I haven't asked you anything, so don't speak.
Lin Ziyu had a look of displeasure on his face, but he did not have an attack. He picked up a cup of tea and walked to the guardrail to drink slowly while facing the scenery.
Chen Linian stared into Lu Hang's eyes and asked, where were you from 9 to 10 o'clock the night before yesterday?
Lu Hong directly stated the conclusion of their investigation, I was with her, and no one else can prove it.
Gao Zhiding answered, so there is no alibi?
Lu Hong shrugged, which was regarded as acquiescence. In fact, it is not difficult to use the shadow clone to provide an alibi, but having an alibi every time is too deliberate and it is not good.
Moreover, after the superpower appears, this kind of alibi becomes superfluous. Gao Zhiding then asked, when you were in school, your relationship with Gong Chusheng and Tanguasia was very bad, right?
Lu Hong raised his eyebrows and asked, the question jumps too quickly.
Isn't it about Gongtang Group?
Gao Zhiding slammed the table and said loudly, the case of Hongda Company, the case of Gongtang Group, and the case of the abandoned factory are all happening around you. Lu Hong spread his hands and replied, I didn't interact with the people you mentioned at school.
There is indeed no intersection. Even if you go to school and ask other students, you will get the same result.
Gao Zhiding wanted to continue asking, but Chen Linian raised his hand to interrupt him and took over the conversation and asked, a member of Lei Ming has confessed that Gong Jinteng once hired Lei Jinhao to deal with you.
What do you want to say about this matter?
Last time in the Abyss battlefield, there were more than a dozen superpowers who came back alive. Tai Shui must have investigated what happened in the evil god's burial ground, so Tai Shui must know about Lei Jinhao's death.
A smile appeared on Lu Heng's face and he asked, so the iron-blooded hand will reach into the Abyss battlefield?
From now on, when we are recruited by the Abyss battlefield, we must abide by the iron-blooded rules. Tai Shui couldn't even finish the cases in the main world, and he couldn't do anything about the things in the Abyss battlefield.
Moreover, those with powers who enter the Abyss battlefield must do their best to survive. Who has the energy to pay attention to the iron-blooded rules? Chen Linian waved his hand and said, we will not investigate what happened in the Abyss battlefield. Even if you want to pursue it, can you afford it?
Lu Hang asked coldly, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Chen Linian had to admit that Tai Shui couldn't even take care of all the superpowers in the country, and it was impossible for him to interfere in the affairs of the Abyss battlefield. Lu Hong admitted directly, yes, I killed Lei Jinhao in the Abyss battlefield.
I will report this to the police. I will wait for how to deal with it. Chen Linian frowned.
This was not what he wanted to investigate, but the topic was taken astray without paying attention.
This time,
he saw a document printed on A4 paper on the table, with the names of more than a dozen people on it. These names are all supernatural beings who have entered the burial ground of the evil god. He picked up the information, glanced at it, and frowned more and more.
This list was brought over by Lin Ziyu.
When Chen Linian came in, he could naturally put this information away, but Lu Hong confiscated it and deliberately left it on the table. When Chen Linian saw the list, he frowned more and more. His mind was no longer on the Gong Teng Group case.
He held up the information and asked, "What are you doing with this information?"
Lu Heng's lips curled into a sneer. He folded his arms and turned to look at the seascape in the distance.
Lin Ziyu responded with a joking look on his face, "We are not as free as you.
While we are being investigated, we are also investigating who brought the body of the evil god back to Blue Star.
Inspector Chen is busy handling cases for a large group. It's really dedicate yourself to serving the country and the people." Chen Linian's expression changed again and again.
When he came here, in addition to investigating the case of Gongting Group's treasury, he also had another job, which was to inquire about the burial ground of the evil god. Of course, investigating the information on the Abyss battlefield is not to investigate the case, but to collect information about the Abyss.
Evil god corpse? What's going on?
When Chen Linian heard this word, he immediately knew that the matter was serious. Lu Hong deliberately left the information on the table, just to give Tai Shui something to do instead of investigating those few cases every day.
Someone brought out a piece of the evil god's finger from the Abyss battlefield. We are investigating this matter. I don't need to explain. Inspector Chen should know the consequences of the evil god's corpse appearing in Blue Star. Chen Linian waved his apprentice to sit down and take notes, and then asked, "Can you tell me about the corpse of the evil god in detail?
This matter is very serious, and I need to go back and make a report." Lu Heng then told the story about the evil god's finger being lost and possibly being brought back to Blue Star by a person with powers.
After Chen Linian listened, he asked, "Are you sure that the evil god's finger was brought back to Blue Star?
From your description, there is no accurate evidence to prove that the evil god's finger was brought to Blue Star."
Lu Hong smiled and asked, "Does Inspector Chen believe in intuition?"
Hearing this question, Chen Linian had a look of surprise in his eyes. Because he trusts his intuition, but he only trusts his own intuition.
In fact, intuition does not appear out of thin air.
Many times, intuition is formed through accumulated experience. When he was investigating a case, he would walk into the crime scene and sometimes he would roughly guess what happened without looking for clues.
This is his intuition.
This intuition is actually a subconscious response to the environment. It reaches a conclusion directly without brain analysis.
In fact, intuition is a conclusion that has been processed by the subconscious mind and is not generated out of thin air. This is why intuition is often very accurate.
Understood, I will investigate this matter myself.
If you remember other information, you can call this number.
Chen Linian placed a business card with only a mobile phone number printed on it in front of Lu Hong.
Okay.
Lu Hang picked up the business card and looked at the number on it. It was the same as the number he had dialed before.
Then I'll take my leave.
After Chen Linian finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave.
After taking 2 steps, he looked back at Su Muyu and asked, "Student Su should have the ability to become invisible, right?" Su Muyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and admitted, "Yes. This matter cannot be concealed.
It has been used many times in the Abyss battlefield and has been seen by many people.
If he denies it now, he will be suspected."
After leaving Jinxiu Yujing community, Gao Zhiting was driving while reviewing the interview process. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong.
"Master, I still think there is something wrong with those 3 people.
So?"
Chen Linian took the notebook and wrote the list he just saw on the notebook. "So I think we should continue to investigate them. There must be something wrong with them." Gao Zhiting patted the steering wheel, very confident in this judgment.
Chen Linian turned to look at this apprentice, with a playful smile on his lips.
Because this apprentice is very similar to him when he was young. He hates evil as much as he hates hatred.
Even if he hits the wall when he sees something right, he will get a bloody head first.
However, this kind of character is not suitable for survival in society.
The more cruel the social environment, the more painful life will be for people with this character.
Why do you think there's something wrong with them? Chen Linian asked curiously. Does this need to be said? There must be something wrong with them. What's the reason? Can it be considered intuition?
If he had to give a reason, Gao Zhiting really couldn't give it. Chen Linian felt that this apprentice was more like himself, that is, he believed in his intuition, and of course he only believed in his own intuition.
Then why do you want to investigate them? Even if there is a problem with these three people, there is actually no harm. Chen Linian's criminal psychological profile is top-notch.
You can see through a person with just one glance. Therefore, he was sure that these three people were harmless. But if they broke the law, they should be punished.
Gao Zhiting insisted on this. In fact, the word court in his name represents the judicial institution. He was trained in this direction by his family elders since he was a child. Chen Linian twitched his lips and said, "Do you know what the law is?"
Of course, the law is a regulation to safeguard fairness and justice, Gao Zhiting said in a very firm tone.
Chen Linian shook his head, sighed, and said, "Still too young." "Master, what do you mean by this expression? Am I right?"
Gao Zhiting suddenly frowned. "Just call me master, otherwise you should have to pay for these principles with pain. What the law maintains is never fairness and justice, but stability. Justice only exists in one place." Chen Linian did not finish the last half of the sentence, but poked his heart with his finger.
"Justice is in the heart of the people. It's an old saying, but it's true today." Gao Zhiting's outlook was violently impacted.
He slammed on the brakes and looked at his master with eyes wide open in disbelief.
"What are you looking at? If you hadn't called me master, what I said would have been that the law upholds fairness and justice. Do you understand? Only by digging out my heart can I tell you the truth."
Chen Linian glared at the stunned young man.
"Apprentice."
"Master, but what I learned," Gao Zhiting wanted to say that what he had learned from childhood to college was in conflict with the words he heard today.
"But, there is no but.
You think the law upholds fairness and justice, but there will always be people in this world who are not bound by the law, and there will be more and more in the future."
Chen Linian showed an expression of hatred for iron.
Gao Zhiting's expression dropped. He shook his head and said, "Then what's the point of what I've been insisting on?" He even had the urge to cry, because what he had been holding on to in his heart was collapsing. Moreover, he was pushed down by the person he trusted and respected the most. Chen Linian sighed, reached out and poked his heart, and said, "Of course it makes sense.
Didn't I tell you? Justice is in the heart of the people.
You have to keep this in your heart, but don't let anyone see it.
Do you understand?"
Gao Zhiting looked at Chen Linian blankly, looking into his heart, and suddenly understood something. What I persisted in my heart didn't seem to completely collapse, but was hidden.
"Master, what should I do?"
"Ask your own heart, don't ask about rules and regulations, they are used to restrain the group and maintain stability."
"I don't understand." Gao Zhiting shook his head. Chen Linian pondered for a moment and asked, "Why did you insist on checking those three people? They committed a crime."
Gao Zhiting replied matter-of-factly.
"What evil have they done?"
Did it? Gao Zhiting suddenly couldn't tell because according to the information he found, in the three cases that occurred around those three people, it seems that none of the people who died were good people. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were human devils. In order to investigate the murder of 4 people in an abandoned factory, he personally visited the school and interviewed many students and teachers.
Teachers basically keep silent because they want to keep their jobs after all. Among the students, some people told the truth.
After all, Gong Chusheng was dead and there was no need to be afraid of him, so the students who had been beaten by 4 people and who had been transferred to another school all told the truth. After hearing this, Gao Zhiting felt indignant, but from a legal perspective, the case still had to be handled.
There is also a second case, that of Hongda Company.
This company is a loan shark, and there are many photos on the company's hard drive that are used to threaten borrowers. After finding these clues, he was also very angry, but no matter how angry he was, the case still had to be solved. Finally, there was the case of Gong Jintung. In the past 2 days, he had found some clues, and he knew that Gong Jintung had hired a murderer to kill someone, as well as the things he had done to wipe Gong Chusheng's ass before. Each one of them made him angry, but still, the case still had to be solved.
Gao Zhiting thought of this and lowered his head.
He suddenly discovered that the world was not what he thought it was. He pressed his hand on his heart and suddenly understood what Master said.
Chen Linian saw that he had awakened and asked, "Now that we know that a person with supernatural powers brought the corpse of the evil god out of the abyss, do you want to investigate this case, or continue to investigate those 3 people? Gao Zhiding said without hesitation, find the evil god first. If this case is not handled well, there will be big trouble. Yes, I finally figured it out. Let's drive. Chen Linian reached out and patted him on the back. In fact, there was another reason why he didn't continue to investigate Lu Hang. He is a person with mental abilities. When he was asked just now, he tried using his mental abilities, but all the results were ineffective. A spiritual power user tested an agility power user, but all the skills were ineffective, which shows that the opponent's strength is unfathomable. At that moment, he realized that there was no point in continuing to investigate this case. Unless there are treason-level crimes and the state forces are mobilized to arrest them, any investigation will be a waste of time. In this world, there are some people who are no longer bound by the law. The only thing that can restrain such people is morality. On the large terrace with beautiful imperial views, Lin Ziyu patted the guardrail of the terrace and praised, "This house is nice and the scenery is good. You can actually see the sea view, although it is a bit far away." He made a mental calculation and prepared to buy the house. In this case, next time he comes over, Lu Hang will not be able to turn him away because he has become the landlord. Ha ha! He laughed wildly in his heart, and Lu Hang's surprised expression began to appear in his mind. However, he then thought that if Lu Hang moved out directly after he bought the house, wouldn't it be in vain? He slapped the guardrail and decided to let the former landlord sign a 10-year rental contract with Lu Hang at a bargain price. I'm really good at planning. Lin Ziyu laughed wildly in his heart again. What are you muttering about? Lu Hang saw him talking to himself, like a fool. No, it's okay. Let's get down to business. Where should we start the investigation? When I think of the corpse of the evil god, I get goosebumps all over my body. Lin Ziyu quickly changed the subject. Let's start with Lei Jinhao's men. His men have all done the traitor mission, and they are most likely to take away the corpse of the evil god. Lu Hang said. That's what I think too. I've already asked people to keep an eye on those 2 people. They can go over at any time. Lin Ziyu does things very appropriately. He doesn't need to arrange many things for him to do, and he will do them in advance. Now, Lu Hang wanted to find the person who took away the evil god's finger as soon as possible, so as to avoid long nights and nightmares. Andu Academy Community. Lu Hang, Su Muyu, and Lin Ziyu came to the 23rd floor of Unit 1, Building 6, of this community. Dong dong dong. Lin Ziyu stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. The sound was loud, and he shouted loudly, "Fei Jijia, open the door." I shouted a few times but got no response. Lin Ziyu's tone became cold and he raised his voice, "If we are forced to take action, the scene will not be pretty. You don't think you can run away, do you? You should know how Lei Jinhao died." After shouting a few times, the door slowly opened. Fei Jijia had a panic expression on his face, but he didn't dare to run. He knew very well how strong the 3 people outside the door were. Fortunately for Lin Ziyu, Lu Hang was a terrifying being that could kill even the evil god. If he really escaped, he would really be seeking death. After Fei Jijia opened the door, the 3 of them immediately noticed that the ring finger of his right hand was wrapped with gauze, covering the entire ring finger. Lin Ziyu reacted quickly, flipped his palm and took out the revolver, aiming at him. Fei Jijia suddenly panicked and quickly used his defensive skills while shouting, "Don't shoot. We have something to discuss, and I didn't run away, so don't shoot." Lin Ziyu pointed at the gauze on the ring finger of his right hand with the muzzle of his gun and asked, "What happened to the gauze on your hand?" Fei Jijia looked at his finger and replied, "I cut it accidentally." "Is there anything wrong with it?" Lin Ziyu continued to hold up the gun and ordered, "Tear apart the gauze, take it apart." Fei Jijia hurriedly took off the gauze and shivered, revealing the injury on his finger. Lin Ziyu pinched his fingers to identify them carefully, which made him cry out in pain, and the wounds burst open, leaving blood. It hurts, Fei Jijia's face was full of expressions begging for mercy. When they first saw the gauze wrapped around his fingers, Lu Hang and the others subconsciously thought that the fingers of the evil god were wrapped under the gauze. However, after looking carefully, there was nothing wrong with the finger, and the blood flowing from the wound was normal bright red. If it is really the evil god's finger, you can recognize it at a glance by its terrifying appearance. What are you looking for me for? Can I put the gauze back on now? After Fei Jijia took off the gauze, the wound started to bleed again, so he wanted to rebandage it. "Okay. We want to go into your house and have a look," Lin Ziyu said. Without waiting for his consent,
he walked directly across the threshold and started looking for a suitable place in the house. Fei Jijia walked to the TV cabinet, squatted down to find gauze and iodine, and re-bandaged the wound. While bandaging, he asked, "Why are you looking for me? I couldn't help myself in the Abyss battlefield.
Now that Lei Jinhao is dead, aren't you still willing to let me go?"
"Don't be nervous, as long as you cooperate with us to find something, I promise not to touch you once we find it." Lin Ziyu reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Hong looked back at Su Muyu and motioned her to search the entire house. Perceptors are naturally better at finding things. As long as they send out a scout eagle to fly around the house, they will know whether there are any corpses of the evil god. Lu Hong sat down on the sofa and said, "I want to ask you a few questions."
"Okay, you can ask. Among the people in your team who made it out alive, did anyone bring anything special?"
There shouldn't be one."
"I'm not sure.
"What are you looking for?"
"I only brought out one crystal core. As long as you let me go, the crystal core can be given to you."
Fei Jijia wrapped the ring on his finger. He was injured and wanted to use the crystal core to buy his life.
It took less than half an hour after Lu Hong and the others left. Fei Jijia's door was knocked on again. After he opened the door, he saw two people, an old man and a young man, standing outside the door. They were iron-blooded Senior Inspector Chen Linian and his apprentice.
With almost the same reaction, Gao Jiding pulled out his pistol at lightning speed, aimed at the gauze on his hand, and asked loudly, "What's wrong with your hand?"
Don't shoot. If it's a cut, it's a cut.
I'll take it apart and show it to you." "I'll take it apart." Fei Jijia quickly unwrapped the gauze he had just wrapped, revealing his ill-fated fingers. Gao Jiding walked over, pinched his finger, and inspected it carefully. He turned back and shook his head at Chen Linian, indicating that there was no problem. Chen Linian also saw that as a person with spiritual powers, if there was any problem, he could actually tell it at a glance.
Fei Jijia sighed helplessly and said, "3 people came here just now.
Just like you, they pulled out their guns when they saw the gauze on my hand.
I really cut myself accidentally."
"What are you looking for?" Chen Linian reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a routine question."
"Are the 3 people you just mentioned 3 young people, including a girl?"
"Yes, I know their names.
Their leader is Lu Hang.
I met them in the Abyss battlefield."
Fei Jijia sighed. "What did they ask you?"
Chen Linian sat him down and began to ask questions in a soft voice. "It was said that someone brought something out from the battlefield of the Abyss, and then ransacked my house and left without finding anything."
Fei Jijia briefly explained what had just happened.
After hearing this, Gao Jiding raised his eyebrows and said, "Master, they are also looking for." He did not say the words evil god's finger because it involved the content of the case and could not be heard by outsiders. Chen Linian continued to ask questions, and then motioned to his apprentice to search the house. Gao Jiding checked the entire house but found nothing suspicious. After coming out of Fei Jijia's house, Chen Linian took out a tissue and wiped the blood off his apprentice's fingers, then handed it over and said, "Take it back for testing."
"Master is still careful."
Gao Jiding just pinched Fei Jijia's finger to check, and saw the blood on the wound on his finger.
"Judging from the appearance, there is indeed nothing wrong with that finger.
However, it is safer to do a blood test." Other side. Lin Ziyu drove a black SUV on the Binhai Qinghuan overpass, with Lu Hong and Su Muyu sitting in the back seat.
"Where are we going now?" "Continue to the next one."
Lu Hong looked at the scenery outside the car window, dazed.
Su Muyu took the information and searched for the address of the nearest superpower user in the information. The next one is named He Suiyong, and his address is Yusho Garden, Hadong New District.
The 3 of them continued to investigate the superpowers who came out of the battlefield where the evil god was buried one by one, looking for the person who brought the evil god's finger out of the abyss. Some of these superpowers actually brought things out of the abyss. However, most of them are weapons, equipment, and some special props. Lu Hong and the others are investigating, and the tough-blooded Senior Inspector Chen Linian is also investigating with his apprentice. The 2 groups of people often question the same person with special abilities. Sometimes Master Chen Linian and his disciples walked in front, and sometimes Lu Hang and 3 others walked in front. When asking questions, I occasionally inquire about what questions the other party has asked.
Actually, Lu Hong revealed this matter to Chen Linian for an extra layer of protection. Saturation investigation to avoid missing any doubts. Moreover, Chen Linian has been handling cases for many years and must have richer experience. Half a month.
Lu Hang and the others checked all the superpowers in the country who had returned from the burial ground of the evil god, and the results were not good.
The evil god's finger was not found.
Not only Lu Hong and the others were not found, Chen Linian and his disciples were also not found. Not only was it not found, but the samples Chen Linian and his disciples sent to the trace inspection department for testing also showed no problems. When he finished checking the last person with superpowers in the country, Chen Linian waited at the door, lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly.
When Lu Hong and the others came out, Chen Linian took the initiative and said, "Let's talk."
Lu Hong walked with him to the stairwell and waited for him to speak first.
Chen Linian held a cigarette, leaned against the windowsill, raised the cigarette in his hand, and asked, "Do you mind? When you think about it, if you don't take a few puffs, your brain will freeze." He said so. Lu Hong didn't say anything and went straight to the topic. "What do you want to talk about?" Chen Linian thought thoughtfully and asked, "I've been checking for half a month.
Apart from you, the other 9 people with superpowers have all been checked and there are no problems.
Regarding the evil god's finger, so far, it's all from your mouth. Now that you have said it, do you still insist on it?" "Hold on."
Lu Hong nodded, without any hesitation in his tone.
"Is there any evidence to support your judgment?" Chen Linian asked again. "No, but after all 9 people checked, they didn't find the evil finger you mentioned. How do you explain it?"
"The domestic investigation has been completed, and there are still 3 people alive abroad,"
Lu Hong said. "Are you planning to go abroad to investigate?" Chen Linian was a little surprised and felt Lu Hong's persistence. "Yes." Lu Hong nodded.
Chen Linian turned to the outside window, took a puff of cigarette, nodded after a moment and said, "Okay, let's continue. Anyway, there are only 3 overseas ones left, and they have been checked for half a month, not less than a few days." Deciding to go abroad to continue the investigation, Lin Ziyu quickly asked someone to get 3 passports. The 3 of them rested for a day, and took a plane to Chiang Mai, the main city of Siam, the next day. Coming out of the airport, Sumuyu looked at the list of information while looking at the electronic map. "Our first target is called Sucha, who lives in Chiang Mai.
It takes half an hour to get there by taxi." Half an hour later,
the 3 of them came to a house in Chiang Mai, and then found that the house was full of people. At this moment, the Siamese police set up a cordon outside the house.
"This is obviously an accident."
Lu Hong frowned, squeezed through the crowd, crossed the cordon directly, and walked into the house. 2 Siamese police stepped forward to stop them, talking in a jumble. Although I couldn't understand it, they must have said something like not being allowed to enter the crime scene. As soon as Lu Hong entered the house, he saw an astonishing scene. On the floor of the living room, there was a corpse, a shriveled corpse, as if the blood and flesh had been drained, leaving only skin and bones. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong could confirm that the evil god Barton had appeared. In the previous life, the news reports about the advent of the evil god Barton also showed a corpse with flesh and blood drained out.
Now, this kind of mummy has also appeared.
This corpse has been shriveled beyond recognition and it is impossible to recognize who it is.
"What is the name of this person?"
Lu Hong pointed at the corpse and asked the 2 Siamese policemen in front of him loudly, but the 2 sides did not speak the same language and could not communicate. However, there are many Xia people in Chiang Mai, so someone in the crowd answered Lu Hong's question.
"This person is Sucha, are you his friends?" Lu Hong learned that the corpse was Sucha he was looking for, and turned away. Sucha was a superpower in Sithakai's team, and now he has become a corpse. After rushing for most of the day, they were a little hungry, so the 3 of them found a place to sit down and eat first, and then consider the next move. "Suchai is dead. Is it that the evil god Barton has started to take revenge? When he kills all the superpowers in Siam, he will come to us, right?"
Lin Ziyu felt his scalp tingling.
He had just seen the mummy.
If this matter is not handled properly, he might also be sucked into that ghost appearance.
Looking at the current situation, it should be. Lu Hong thought quickly. Suchai is dead. Who brought back the evil god's finger? Lin Ziyu quickly turned over the list. In fact, there are not many suspicious targets left. There are a total of 15 superpowers who returned alive from the evil god's burial place this time. In addition to the 3 of them, there are 9 in China and 3 in Siam. Now that Suchai is dead, there are only 2 other Siamese superpowers left, Sithakai and Viseg. So, the answer is about to come out. The person who brought back the evil god's finger is between Sithakai and Viseg. At the same time Chen Linian and his apprentice also arrived in Chiang Mai. They entered the house with Lu Hang and the other 2 and saw the mummy in the house. Originally, he suspected that the evil god finger incident mentioned by Lu Hong might not exist, but after seeing the mummy, he no longer had to doubt it.
Master, there really is a supernatural person who brought the evil godfinger out. This corpse, Gao Zhiding felt the evil aura emanating from the mummy's body. He didn't need to test it at all. He knew something was wrong at a glance. Coming out of the house, Chen Linian crossed the street and walked into a restaurant. He sat at the table next to Lu Hong and the other two. He ordered 2 bowls of noodles and talked while eating. You are right. Something did happen. Who are you going to check next? Sumuyu glanced at Lu Hang and saw that Lu Hong did not object, so he replied, Weiseg, in Bangkok, an hour away by plane. Chen Linian reached out and knocked on the table in front of his apprentice and said, Did you hear that? Eat quickly and book a ticket after eating. Yeah. Gao Zhiding finished the rice noodles in 2 or 3 bites, then took out his mobile phone to book a flight. An hour and a half later, Lu Hong and his 2 friends and Chen Linian came out of Bangkok airport one after another and took a taxi to the address listed in the file of Weiseg. But just as they arrived, the same thing happened as in Chiang Mai. The house was full of people, and the Siamese police set up a cordon. The 2 groups squeezed into the house one after another and took a look. As expected, they saw the same dried corpse. Chen Linian came out of the crime scene and immediately took out his mobile phone and called China, immediately contact the Siamese police and asked them to monitor a person named Sithikai, who was a superpower. Yes, immediately, right away. I'll rush over now. All the superpowers who returned from the evil god's burial ground have been checked, except Sithikai. Moreover, 2 of the 3 superpowers in Siam have died, and all the wrong answers have been removed. It is obvious that the problem lies with Sithikai. According to the records in the file, Sithikai lives in Sam Phan County, west of Bangkok, 30 kilometers away, and more than half an hour away if fast. Lu Hong and his 2 friends were preparing to take a taxi to Sam Phan County and were looking for a car. Gao Zhiding came over, coughed, and said, Well, my master asked me to tell you that I just found out that Sithikai bought a ticket to Phuket and the plane has taken off. Lu Hong and his 2 friends looked at each other and immediately returned to the airport to fly to Phuket. On the plane, the 3 discussed the next action. Why did Sithikai fly to Phuket? If he wanted to seek revenge on us, he should have flown directly to China. Maybe he feels that the power accumulation is not enough. Lu Hong was not really sure what Sithikai's goal was. Maybe he had a goal in Phuket, and he wanted to continue to gain more power. 3 hours later, Lu Hong and his friends arrived in Phuket and came out of the airport at 9 o'clock in the evening. The sky was completely dark. Since Sithikai's address was recorded in Sam Phan County, but he was in Phuket now, his exact location was unknown. Lu Hong could only wait for news. Not long after, his phone rang and a message came. The message was sent by Chen Linian, with only one address, Sealy Bay Resort Hotel, Phuket. This time, Chen Linian and his apprentice arrived at Sealy Bay Resort Hotel first. Gao Zhiding walked to the hotel front desk, showed his ID, and said, Please help check which room Sithikai lives in? However, his ID was useless abroad. The hotel receptionist smiled and replied, Sorry, sir, we cannot disclose customer information. Chen Linian took out a pistol directly from the inventory, slapped it on the table, and said only one word, check. The receptionist immediately checked the computer tremblingly, and then reported the room where Sithikai lived. Lu Hang and the other 2 had just arrived at Sealy Bay Resort Hotel and received a message again. The message only had one room number 802. When they entered the hotel lobby, there was some panic in the lobby. The hotel front desk was communicating with the manager, and it seemed that they were going to call the police. Lu Hong did not go to the front desk, but went straight to the elevator to the 8th floor. As soon as he arrived at the 8th floor, he saw the door of 802. Chen Linian and Gao Zhiding leaned against the wall on the left and right, and then Gao Zhiding reached out and knocked on the door. There was no response from the door, and the room was so quiet that there was no sound at all. Lu Hong turned his head to look at Sumuyu, who understood and released the Scout Eagle to observe the situation in the room from the window on the other side of the hotel room. Gao Zhiding stretched out his hand to knock on the door for the second time. At this time, Sumuyu suddenly warned, Be careful, there is a gun. As soon as the voice fell, bang! With a gunshot, a big hole was directly blasted out of the door. Gao Zhiding dodged in time just now, but he was still a little scared. He looked down at his abdomen and exhaled heavily when he didn't see the bullet hole. At this moment, Sithikai held a double-barreled shotgun in his hand and shouted outside the door in Siamese, which was incomprehensible at all. Now that the person has been found, the rest of the things are simple. Lu Hong rushed forward directly, pulled out the aurora blade, split the door with a sword, and rushed into the room. Kaka. Sithikai loaded the double-barreled shotgun and wanted to shoot. But Lu Hong was too fast. He raised his hand like lightning, pinched the barrel and pushed it up. Bang! A shot hit the ceiling, blasting a big hole in the ceiling. Sithikai threw away his shotgun and punched with energy. The two fought for 2 or 3 rounds, and Lu Hong swept him to the ground with a whirlwind sweep kick, and the aurora blade pressed against his chest. The difference in combat power was too big, and the victory or defeat was decided in one encounter. The reason why he fought a few more moves was that Lu Hong didn't want to expose too much in front of Chen Linian, so he didn't use any skills and only used basic fighting to subdue Sithikai. Chen Linian and his apprentice followed in and pointed guns at Sithikai. Sithikai saw so many people and was pointed at by so many guns. If he resisted, he would be looking for death. Moreover, he recognized the person as Lu Hang. He knew what Lu Hang's strength was, so he understood that Lu Hong didn't kill him right away, and he was already holding back. No, I surrender. Lu Hong, we have no hatred, there is no need to do this. Sithikai quickly raised his hands above his head to admit defeat. All the people who pointed guns at him stared at his palms. And on his left index and middle fingers, there was gauze. Seeing that Zitikai's fingers were wrapped with gauze, Lu Hong pressed the aurora blade tighter. If he dared to make any movement, he would just strike down with the sword. Not only Lu Hong, but Chen Linian and Lin Xiaoyu also tightened their grip on the pistol and turned on the safety. This made the atmosphere increasingly tense. Don't do this. Zitikai didn't dare to resist now. Those guns were secondary. The main reason was that he felt that he was no match for Lu Hang. Resistance would be a dead end. Lin Xiaoyu pointed the gun at the gauze on his finger and said with a smile, "Did you take the evil god's finger into your hand? Fortunately, we arrived in time, otherwise you would have caused big trouble." What evil finger? Zitikai had a surprised expression on his face. "Stop talking nonsense and take off the gauze," Lin Xiaoyu ordered. I'll tear it down. Zitikai didn't dare to resist, so she can only follow the instructions and remove the gauze on her left index finger. After taking it apart, the fingers were intact, but the hand was slightly injured. "I broke some skin while practicing boxing, so I wrapped it up," Zitikai said after removing the gauze from his index finger. It is normal for people who practice boxing to have injuries on their hands. There is indeed nothing wrong with his finger, it is a normal human finger. Lin Xiaoyu frowned and pointed to the other middle finger wrapped in gauze. "Open this one too." Zitikai also removed the gauze on the middle finger. Like the index finger, it was a normal human finger and there was no problem. Lin Xiaoyu showed a confused expression on his face, moved the gun down and pointed at his feet. "That's the toes." Shidi couldn't understand why these people wanted to look at his fingers and toes, but it didn't matter. He immediately took off his shoes, revealing his intact feet. Seeing this scene, everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces. That's other places. The evil god's finger doesn't have to be in the hand. Lin Xiaoyu continued to look for other possibilities. But Chen Linian shook his head, put away his pistol, and said, "No need to look for it, it's not on him. Those two mummies have an evil aura all over them, but he doesn't have it. What on earth is going on?" Lin Xiaoyu was completely confused. After exposing the fingers and toes of both hands and feet, Zitikai proved her innocence and then got up from the ground. This time, Siamese police rushed to the hotel. Shidi guessed going out and explaining the situation to the Siam police. "There is nothing wrong here. I will pay for the broken door." After taking away the Siamese police, Chen Linian signaled his apprentice to enter the hotel room to search. Gao Zhiding searched every corner of the hotel, looking for suspicious places, but found nothing. Lu Hong stood in the hotel reception area, holding his chin in thought, and asked, "Why did you come to Phuket?" Zitikai sat on the sofa, spread his hands and replied, "It's a vacation. I come out of the Abyss battlefield and I want to relax." Lu Hong then asked, "Do you know Sucha and Wisage?" "We know. Wisage and I are friends. Sucha met in the Abyss battlefield. We exchanged contact information and plan to join forces in the future." Zitikai answered truthfully. "Do you know something happened to them?" Lu Hong looked into his eyes when he asked this question. "What happened?" "I had a phone call with Wisage the day before yesterday." Zitikai had a puzzled expression on his face. "Then you can read the news," Lu Hong reminded. Zitikai took out his mobile phone, searched for news, and then saw the news about the mummies, and the identities of the mummies had been confirmed, which were Wisage and Sucha.
After seeing the news, his face was full of shock. What's going on?
Lu Hong thought for a moment and felt that it didn't matter if he told him the matter.
Strictly speaking, Sidichai is also a player in the game. He also participated in the action to prevent the resurrection ritual, so he was also the revenge target of the evil god Barton. Someone brought a piece of the evil god's finger from the battlefield of the abyss. This is how your two friends died. Who is it? Zidakai's eyes widened.
Lin Ziyu came over and said, "We originally thought it was you."
Why me? Couldn't it be someone else?
Sidakai was very puzzled. Lin Ziyu spread his hands and said, "Because we have checked all the superpowers who have returned from the evil god's burial ground, and you are the last one.
Moreover, the two people you know have been sucked dry. Tell me, are you the most suspicious?" Zidakai's face was full of astonishment. She shook her head and said, "I really don't know what's going on." Master Chen Linian and his apprentice were also discussing the case.
At this point, the matter reached a dead end.
Gao Zhiding came up with a new idea. Is it possible that the person who brought out the evil god's finger has been killed by the evil god? The person who came out with the evil god's finger was one of Sucha and Wizeg. After they touched the evil god's finger, their flesh and blood was sucked dry by the finger. Although this idea is a bit jumpy, this possibility does exist. Lu Hong shook his head and denied this speculation. This does not conform to the logic of the evil god. The evil god Barton likes to enslave his servants to do things for him. He can definitely let the superpower who brought him out become his pawn instead of sucking the superpower dry. If he needs to suck flesh and blood, he can randomly choose a person with powers he meets on the road to do it. Since he chose a supernatural being who returned from the burial ground of the evil god, it means that this is an act of revenge. After Chen Linian listened, he looked at Lu Hong with a look of scrutiny. Because this analysis is too accurate, it is almost exactly the same as his analysis. He has rich experience in investigating cases for many years. He can profile the criminals through their behavioral characteristics and restore the criminal's psychological state. As long as there is wisdom, there will be logic in their behavior. Even evil gods have psychological characteristics. For example, the evil god Patton chose to retaliate against the superpowers because the resurrection ceremony was destroyed. This is the logic of behavior. As long as there is wisdom, there is no escape from this. Chen Linian took out a cigarette, put it on his nose and sniffed it, but did not light it, and then said, "I agree with this analysis. The two dead superpowers are indeed acts of revenge, and the person who brought the evil god's finger out is still alive. But we have checked all the superpowers who came out of the evil god's burial ground." Lin Ziyu scratched his head hard. His head was about to explode, and he couldn't figure it out. Is it possible that there are other superpowers who came out of the evil god's burial ground? But there is no information. Gao Zhiding proposed another possibility. Sumuyu, who rarely spoke, said at this time, "It shouldn't be. I have read the information and nothing is missing. Even if there is a superpower we don't know about who came out of the evil god's burial ground, this person must have never entered the Badon temple and couldn't touch the evil god's finger. Since stopping the evil god's resurrection ceremony is a challenge task, it can be ignored. So, if there is a superpower who has been hiding in other places and not participating in the final battle, it is possible to return alive. However, this kind of superpower has never entered the Badon temple, so naturally there is no chance to touch the evil god's finger." Lu Hong took over and said, "Don't think about going somewhere else. The target must be among the 15 people in the information. When we checked before, we must have missed something." Speaking of this, Lu Hong looked at Chen Linian and said, "Inspector Chen, I hope you can ask someone to check." Before Lu Hong finished speaking, Chen Linian reached into his trouser pocket and touched his mobile phone. "Understood, flight information." He took out his mobile phone, walked to the balcony to make a call, and asked the iron-blooded agent in China to adjust the flight information. The reason for checking the flight information is very simple. There are 15 people in total in the data. In addition to Lu Hong and his 3 people, there are 9 people in China and 3 people in Siam. Among the 3 people in Siam, 2 have died, and the remaining one is Sithakai. Now Sithakai is in front of him, and he is basically ruled out of suspicion. Then, the problem is the 9 people in China. For these 9 people to appear in Siam and kill Suchet and Viseg, you need to take a flight. With Tieshu as authority, it is very simple to adjust the flight information. So Chen Linian quickly received a reply, "I checked, there is no flight information, and the 9 people in China have not bought any tickets in the past half-month." Lin Ziyu looked at Sithakai with a suspicious face and said, "The 9 people in China have never been abroad, so it can only be you. Why are you here again? I really didn't.
Besides, Viseg and I are good brothers, and it is impossible to kill him no matter what. Sithikai hurriedly explained.
Lu Hong pondered for a moment and said, then there is only one possibility. This person did not use his own identity information to board the plane. Chen Linian also thought of this. If this is the case, then there is no way to check. If this person used someone else's identity information, there is indeed no way to check. After all, you can use anyone's identity information, just anyone you meet on the road. As for how to board the plane with someone else's identity information, this is even simpler. With the power of the evil god, it is not too easy to deal with airport security personnel. After thinking seriously, Lu Hong looked at Chen Linian and said, now there is only one way. Send your people to determine the location of the 9 superpowers in the country. Whoever is not found is the one.
After a pause, Lu Hang added, first confirm the 2 of Lei Ming. Lu Hong squatted down and began to recall the previous investigation of the 2 superpowers of Lei Ming, thinking about what was missed. This plan is the most direct and effective. 2 people died in Siam, which means that the person who took the evil god's finger is in Siam. Then whoever has strange whereabouts among the 9 people in the country is the one. Chen Linian contacted the country and asked them to send someone to confirm the whereabouts of the 9 people in China.
Half an hour later,
Chen Linian received a reply and looked at Lu Hong, but did not give an answer immediately.
Lu Hong raised his head, looked at him, and asked, is it Fei Jijie? Chen Linian closed his eyes slightly and said, it's him.
The people sent found his mobile phone at his residence, but they didn't find him.
Gao Jiding was surprised when he heard that it was Fei Jijie, and said, no.
We tested the blood on his hand and there was no problem.
How could it be him?
Maybe we went too early, and he hadn't connected the evil god finger yet.
Lu Hong finally figured out what was going on.
Because of the memory of rebirth, he started investigating the evil god finger very early in this life. Because he went too early, he missed the most critical evidence.
It's time to issue a wanted order. Lu Hong reminded.
A wanted order has been issued, and all airports in the country will receive the wanted order. As long as he appears in the surveillance, we will receive the information as soon as possible.
Chen Linian replied. The timeline goes back to half a month ago.
Unit 1, Building 6, 23rd floor, Andu Academy Community, this is Fei Jijie's residence. Half a month ago, 2 groups of people, Lu Hong and Chen Linian, came to investigate Fei Jijie one after another. On that day, 10 minutes before Lin Ziyu knocked on the door, Fei Jijie was holding a dry finger and was having a fierce psychological struggle. This dry finger was brought back from the abyss world. It was the finger of the evil god Barton. During the melee, he picked up this finger in the temple. This finger seemed to have some kind of magic, constantly tempting him. After the resurrection ceremony failed, he chose to return and brought back this dry finger. In the next few days, he was hesitating whether to follow the task prompts. Because he received a task, the task prompted him to transplant the finger on the palm, and he could gain infinite power. He knew how powerful this power was, because Lei Jinhao had obtained it. Although Lei Jinhao died, he knew very well how terrible this power was. Therefore, in the few days after his return, he was always hesitant. He rushed into the kitchen several times, picked up a kitchen knife and wanted to chop off his fingers, but he held back in the end. He was afraid of the pain of cutting off his fingers, and he was also afraid of ending up like Lei Jinhao. However, that dry finger had a magic that he could not resist.
Until that afternoon.
An impulse surged in his heart, and he rushed into the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife and chopped off his fingers.
Just at this time,
there was a knock on the door, and then Lin Ziyu's shout.
He was startled, and the knife chopped crookedly, cutting a piece of flesh, but did not chop off the finger. He quickly wrapped his finger, then threw the dry finger into the toilet and flushed it, and took out a piece of meat from the refrigerator, pretending to be cutting vegetables. After that, he went to open the door, and then Lu Hang and the other 2 came in to search and ask him about the whereabouts of the evil god's finger. After Lu Hang and the other 2 left, less than half an hour later, the iron-blooded senior inspector also came. He also went downstairs to investigate the evil god's finger. The finger had been thrown into the toilet and flushed, and the wound on his hand was indeed a cut. The finger was his original finger, and there would be no problem with any test. After the 2 groups left, he fell into a fierce struggle. He gradually realized that in this world, his power was too weak. If he was stronger than Lu Hang and the others, he would not be pointed at with a gun and dare not resist. So, he finally made a decision.
He took advantage of the night to open the manhole cover of the sewer, fished out the finger from the independent sewer sedimentation tank of the unit building, then cut off the finger and connected the evil god's finger. From that moment on, he felt a strong power filling his whole body. Then, he killed a superpower who had a grudge against him, and the evil god's finger sucked the man's flesh and blood. Under the influence of the evil god's will, he had a strong idea that he wanted to kill all the superpowers who prevented the resurrection ceremony.
However, someone was investigating the evil god's finger. He couldn't wait for someone to investigate. He had transplanted the evil god's finger. If the two groups of people came back, he would have no way to hide. So, he chose to go to Siam first and kill the superpowers in Siam first. In order to hide his whereabouts, he used another identity information. After he arrived in Siam, there were two mummies in Chiang Mai and Bangkok. When he took action, he felt the beauty of powerful strength. The two superpowers were so arrogant, but under his power suppression, they did not resist at all. He pinched Suchit and Wiseg's necks, and when he lifted them up, he saw the fear and pleading in their eyes. It was a pleasure to be superior to others. Before transplanting the evil god's finger, he had never felt this pleasure. After killing Suchit and Wiseg, his next target was Sithakai. When he was in the Abyss battlefield, he knew that Sithakai's combat power was very strong. So, he put Sithakai last. After sucking the flesh and blood of Suchit and Wiseg, his strength increased by unknown times. He was confident that Sithakai was no longer his opponent. So, he went to Sam Fran the next day. But when he arrived, Sithakai had already gone out, and he didn't know where he went. He caught a Bangkok Airlines employee, asked Sithakai's flight information, and sucked the employee's blood when he left. After that, he took a flight to Phuket and came to the Sealy Bay Resort Hotel. When he was about to enter the hotel, he saw two people enter the hotel first, the senior inspector of the Shagwa Iron Blood Investigation Bureau. He immediately hid in the Palman Hotel opposite, observing the situation of the Sealy Bay Resort Hotel. Not long after, Lu Hong and the other two also arrived at the Sealy Bay Hotel, and two groups of people broke Sithakai's door. Then the Siamese police came, and left again not long after. Fei Jijia was in the room of the Palman Hotel 300 meters away, watching all this with a cold look. He was very fortunate that he was on the verge of death twice in a row, but luck was on his side. The first time was when Lu Hang and his three companions came to check on him. If they had been a few minutes later, he would have connected the evil god's finger. Also, outside the Shilai Bay Resort Hotel, Chen Linian entered the hotel before him, allowing him to escape again. At the same time, in Shilai Bay Resort Hotel, Lu Hang guessed that it was Fei Jijia, and at the same time, he thought of many things. Inspector Chen, I'd like to trouble you to ask someone to check if there are any similar cases of being sucked into a mummy in China. No need to explain, Chen Linian also thought of this, so he had asked domestic agents to check. The case file can be retrieved directly, so there was a reply in a few minutes. Chen Linian briefly talked about the case. There was a case in China that happened a week ago, and the deceased was also sucked into a mummy. Lu Hong continued, then used this person's identity to check the flight information. As soon as the voice fell, the information arrived. Chen Linian had someone check it just now. There is flight information. A week ago, it flew from Binhai to Chiang Mai, then to Bangkok. This afternoon, it flew from Bangkok to Phuket. It was the flight before us and got off the plane half an hour earlier than us. Lu Hang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he said, then he is near us, Muyu, look for him, he should be hiding in a corner, watching us. The invisible reconnaissance eagle flew out of the Shilai Bay Resort Hotel and began to look for suspicious targets around. Lin Ziyu wanted to go to the balcony and look out. Lu Hong immediately stopped him. Come back, don't go out and look around. Su Muyu's perception is high enough. As long as the curtains in the room are not drawn, the reconnaissance eagle can circle around the outside of each hotel to see the situation of the people in all the rooms. 5 minutes later she suddenly opened her eyes and said, found it, the rightmost room on the 3rd floor of the Perlman Hotel opposite. As soon as she finished speaking, her tone changed and she said, not good, he seems to be alert, he rushed out of the room, he killed someone. Stop him. Lu Hong moved, rushed to the balcony, jumped, and rushed out. At the same time, Su Muyu controlled the reconnaissance eagle and pounced on Fei Jijia. 2 terrible tentacles stretched out from Fei Jijia's back and blew up the reconnaissance eagle with one blow. Lin Ziyu saw Lu Hong rushing out and immediately followed him. He ran to the balcony and was about to jump out, but he took a second look down and then stopped in fear. It's so high. This is the 8th floor. If he falls down, he will not be crushed into mud,
but his bones will be broken. But Lu Hong has already jumped out and is falling down.
At this time, an eagle cry came from behind, and the second reconnaissance eagle flew out and passed over Lu Hang.
Lu Hong reached out and grabbed the eagle's claws, gliding towards the Perlman Hotel opposite.
300 meters away, it only takes a few seconds.
Lu Hang broke through the glass of the room on the far right of the third floor, rolled to the ground, and then rushed out of the room with his sword. In the hotel corridor, many people fell in all directions. Some people were sucked dry of blood, and some were half sucked.
This scene was the terrible scene of the evil god Patton's rampage in the previous life.
The evil god Patton extended countless tentacles and sucked dry all the living things he encountered. Lu Hong chased after him along the bloody road, and when he reached the stairs, hearing the rapid sound of a car engine coming from downstairs, a sports car stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed out of the hotel door.
Lu Hang's eyes condensed. If he drove away, it would be even more troublesome later.
Even the police in Siam were not good enough to play drag racing with this monster. Lu Hong made a prompt decision and immediately activated shadow travel, stepped on the wind, and rushed to the street at 5 times the speed. At the moment when the sports car rushed out of the hotel door and turned and stepped on the accelerator, he slashed it with a sword.
Bang!
The front of the sports car split in half and rolled into the wall. A monster covered with tentacles got out of the car and stretched out its tentacles to attack Lu Hong. Lu Hang activated bullet time, sprinted forward, approached the monster, cut off the 3 tentacles that attacked, approached within 1 step, and then activated the skill, Thunder Prison.
Boom!
The thunderous power descended and enveloped the tentacle monster. The violet lightning tore all his tentacles apart.
Ouch! The tentacle monster roared in the lightning, struggling desperately.
Finally, it broke free from the confinement of the thunder prison, detonated a thunderstorm, and burned all his tentacles with thick smoke. Lu Hong chased him and pierced his body with a sword, and the lightning raged. All the tentacles fell down. Fei Jijia regained some consciousness, and looked at Lu Hong with unwilling eyes. Lu Hong used his sword to pick up his right hand, and the ring finger of his right hand was gone.
He did not see the evil god's finger.
His ring finger on his right hand was completely broken and the finger was gone. Lu Hong immediately said to the flying scout eagle, "Look for the finger quickly, the finger is gone." The scout eagle flew back to the hotel and began to search.
At this time, Lin Ziyu, Chen Linian and others arrived, aimed their guns at the dying Fei Jijia, and asked, "What's wrong?" "The finger is gone." After Lu Hong finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the hotel and began to check every body. Lin Ziyu opened the fingers of each body to check. Lu Hong reminded, "Not just the finger. The evil god's finger does not have to be connected to the palm, it can grow anywhere." While speaking, Lu Hong quickly recalled in his mind every body he saw when he ran through the corridor before, and soon found a body with a problem. The blood of the other bodies was sucked dry, only one body had blood on the corner of its mouth. Lu Hong walked back to the 3rd floor, stood in front of the corpse, and pointed his sword at the corpse's abdomen. At this moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes and pounced on him.
Lu Hong swung his sword and cut it off to the ground. A bloody finger spurted out of the corpse's mouth, fell to the ground, and moved on the ground like a worm. Lu Hong stabbed the finger with a sword, picked it up, ignited a ball of lightning, and burned the evil god's finger. A puff of black smoke gushed out of the evil god's finger, and the black smoke condensed into a terrifying evil god's face, struggling and roaring there. At the same time, Lu Hang felt a spiritual pollution coming, and his mental power was 0.1. However, under the effect of the Aurora Blade, soul slashing, the spiritual pollution of this evil god's finger was not strong enough. Lu Hong was affected, but the impact was not serious. So he burned the evil god's finger to ashes despite the spiritual pollution, and finally extracted a ball of divine source. Divine source, source full of divinity, which can be used to improve source ability. The 3rd update is here, please subscribe and vote. After destroying the evil god's finger, Lu Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally solved the problem and got a ball of divine source. Recalling the event of the evil god descending on Blue Star in the previous life, compared with now, fortunately it was handled early. In just half a month, Fei Jijia has grown blood-sucking tentacles all over his body. If it was half a month later, he would have completely grown into a flesh mountain covered with tentacles, wreaking havoc in the city and sucking all the life he encountered. In the previous life, the evil god Barton almost devoured the humans of a city, and was finally forced back to the abyss by a nuclear bomb. Gao Zhiding squatted on the side of the road, looking at the monster covered with tentacles in front of him, his stomach churned and he almost vomited.
He couldn't imagine that such a terrible monster could be killed by humans. Moreover, that person solved this monster single-handedly, so fast that they didn't have time to get to the scene, and the battle was over. When he turned his head to look at that person, his eyes were full of surprise and a hint of admiration. At this moment, he finally understood what his master said. There are always some people in this world who cannot be restrained by the law. Only morality can restrain them. Before the abyss came, such people existed. Those who stood at the top of the power pyramid were not restrained by the law. They would only be defeated by the power struggle. Now, the times have changed. Another group has emerged, people who stand at the peak of power. These people have also transcended order. Such a horrific terrorist incident occurred in the Shilai Bay Resort Hotel, which caused a violent shock in the local area. Lu Hong did not want to be detained and interrogated by the local Siamese police, so he left the scene before the police arrived, and took a flight back to China early the next morning. After returning, Lu Hong lived a salted fish life at home. Because he had been away for many days, Li Shoyun was very worried. Seeing her son come back, she was very happy and served all her specialties on the table. At dinner that day, the news was being broadcast on TV. Recently, there have been more and more demon-related news on TV. There are also some strange events, and the truth cannot be found, and they are all classified as demonic events. At this time, a news report was being broadcast on TV. The news content is that many large marine life bodies have appeared in succession in the sea off the coast of the coastal area. Some of them are whales, and some are sharks. The TV also broadcast the pictures taken by the reporter. Many marine life float on the sea, which makes people feel abnormal when they see them. Moreover, some of these dead marine life are intact, some have their internal organs eaten, and some are only skeletons. When the reporter was reporting, he mentioned that more than a month ago, abyssal woodlice had appeared in the waters of Gardenia Beach, and then put forward an idea to speculate whether these dead marine life are related to abyssal woodlice. Lu Hong heard the content of the news broadcast, looked back at the TV, and then raised his eyebrows, remembering what this incident was. These large-scale deaths of marine life have nothing to do with abyssal woodlice. Moreover, the mother of the abyssal woodlice has been killed, and the crisis of the abyssal woodlice has long been resolved. The large-scale death of marine life this time is another incident. Moreover, this incident will produce something very important. Before Lu Hong finished his meal, he stood up with his bowl in his hand, walked to the TV, and ate his meal while watching. "What are you watching? You can't even eat properly," Li Shoyun asked. "Watch the news," Lu Hong responded. On TV, the camera was filming a dead blue whale. Its abdomen was cut open, its internal organs were gone, and the bones in the abdominal cavity were exposed. The reporter's tone was shocked, and he described the scene in an exaggerated tone. After seeing the news, Lu Hong quickly finished his meal, then went back to his room, wrote and drew on his notebook, and wrote down the information he remembered. There are two most important pieces of information in this incident. First, the cause of the death of large marine life was the appearance of a skeleton bird in the open sea. It is called a skeleton bird only because its appearance is a bit like a bird and it has wings, but it has nothing to do with birds. These large marine life were eaten by the skeleton bird. Second, if it is the same as the last life, this event will not only see the skeleton bird, but also another powerful abyss creature. And this abyss creature carries a second-level class source essence, swordsman. The ability that Lu Hong has now is very compatible with this class. If he can obtain this class, he will be greatly improved. However, the advancement of classes is not completely fixed. When obtaining the second-level class, it may change due to the characteristics of the original class. In other words, Swordsman and Shadow Walker may merge into a new class. 1 year after the advent of the Abyss, the Circle of Psychics will slowly summarize the formula for class fusion. For example, Defender plus Knight equals Guardian Knight. Since the strength of each class is high and low, a formula that can fuse a powerful class is often sought after by psychics. This also causes the source essence of a powerful class to become the target of competition among many psychics. However, class fusion does not necessarily occur, because some classes are very exclusive. Exclusive classes are often very strong. Lu Hong is now facing a problem. Since no one has ever obtained the hidden class, Shadow Walker, in his previous life, there is no ready-made class formula to apply. However, according to experience, usually two high-power classes are fused. Even if 1 plus 1 is not greater than 2, they will not be too weak.
Therefore, if you don't know the fusion formula, it is basically right to choose a class source essence with strong combat power and suitable for your own ability. Lu Hang's swordsmanship is already at the subtle level, and his proficiency has been practiced more than half, and he is not far from the next level of swordsmanship. Therefore, this swordsman class is very suitable. The source essence of swordsman is not dropped by the corpse bird, but another powerful existence from the abyss who tamed the corpse bird. Therefore, if you want to obtain the swordsman source essence, you need to deal with not only the corpse bird, but also that existence. Now, humans have not found the corpse bird, but only saw dead marine life on the sea. In about half a month, this corpse bird will be discovered by humans. Lu Hong evaluated his combat power and found that he could not handle this incident, so he needed to improve it as soon as possible. Moreover, this incident could not be handled by one person, and he needed other helpers. Lu Hong made an improvement plan to improve his combat power in all aspects, then took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Ziyu and Su Muyu, asking them to meet at Quench Fort tomorrow night. After sending the message, Lu Hong took out the divine essence, and prepared to take the first step of improvement. After a superpower obtains a class, the source matter in the body will transform from a free state into a fused state. Therefore, after a person with superpowers obtains a class, they will no longer absorb the essence unless they obtain the second level essence. Divine essence is quite special. After obtaining a class, you can continue to absorb it to improve your class abilities. Lu Hong held the divine source and released a burst of lightning power, melting it into energy and absorbing it into his body. Absorb the divine source of essence, and the ability of the source of essence is improved. Lu Hong took a look at the shadow traveling effect after the divine source of improvement. Shadow walking, in addition to the original 300% acceleration and shadow visual effects, a new effect has been added. During the 15 seconds duration of the skill, after leaving the shadow walking state, you can escape into the shadow again.
Seeing this new effect, Lu Hong was very satisfied with this improvement. This newly added effect turns one skill into two.
After leaving the shadow walking state, you can also escape into the shadow for the second time. In this way, the operability of this capability is greatly improved.
The next day at 8 o'clock in the evening. Century Bridge number 9 bridge opening.
Lin Ziyu was waiting under the bridge with 2 large boxes.
Lu Hong and Su Muyu came over and took him into the quenching fort.
After putting down the box, Lin Ziyu said, "The quenching materials you asked me to collect last time can only give you 5 portions of quenching essence. The market for quenching materials has skyrocketed recently, and the price has more than doubled. It is only a matter of time before the price of quenching materials rises sharply.
The more organizations and forces that purchase quenching materials, the faster the price will rise."
Lin Ziyu continued, "I have to tell you one more thing. Another quenching master has appeared in the country, which has led to more forces joining in to purchase quenching materials.
Now, even if you have money, you can't get it. Another quencher?" Lu Hong was a little curious.
As time goes by, it is only a matter of time that other tempering masters appear. The tempering master profession does have a threshold, but the threshold is not so high that other power users cannot reach it. Therefore, as time slowly develops, other quenchers will surely appear.
The question is, where does the quenching furnace come from?
The quenching furnace is not a product of Blue Star, but a product of the Abyss world. Due to the different basic laws, a quenching furnace cannot be built on Blue Star. Lin Ziyu's next words answered this question. "The news that our family heard is that there is a person with superpowers who obtained the class of Tempering Master in the Abyss battlefield."
"What's your name?" Lu Hang asked for the name of this Tempering Master. "My name is He Shanyang."
Lin Ziyu replied. When Lu Hong heard this name, he had a vague impression, but he was not a particularly famous Tempering Master in later generations. When I heard this name, I also thought about where he went for quenching. This He Shangyong should have completed a world mission in the Abyss battlefield and obtained the qualification to teleport to that world. And in that Abyss world, there is a quenching furnace. He can consume divine energy, teleport into this world, and temper weapons.
Lin Ziyu continued, "You don't know how high the quenching materials have skyrocketed now. It's all because of He Shangyong and the people behind him.
This He Shangyong has already cooperated with Chuanshan Group, and now Chuanshan Group is promoting that he is the only hardening master in the country, and has received many media reports. Chuanshan Group has completely transformed He Shangyong into a hardened star, worth over 100 million yuan overnight.
As a result, quenching materials have skyrocketed.
During this period, even if we don't look at the price, the quenching materials we can receive are very limited. After saying this, Lin Ziyu chuckled and said, "How about we go out and compete with the Chuanshan group? That guy's tempering ability is nothing compared to yours. It's all based on hype." Lu Hong raised his eyebrows and asked, "You want to use me as a spear user?" Lin Ziyu waved his hands quickly, "No, of course not. I really see that the Chuanshan group and that he Shang Yang are so disgusting in their hype, and I want to extinguish their arrogance, actually. If your goal in this life is to be a temperer, it would be fine to create an image of a temperer. However, once you are held hostage by capital, many things cannot be decided by yourself." Moreover, Lu Hong didn't want to stand in the spotlight and compete with a cat or a dog in popularity. Once the sub-profession of tempering master is involved in the whirlpool of speculation, tempering itself will no longer be important. It just depends on who can hype better. As for the quenching ability, it is difficult to prove who is stronger and who is weaker. In the end, whoever can create more hype will be more famous. Lu Hong thought for a moment and said, "If they like hype, let them do it. If you want to extinguish their arrogance, can you use other methods? What can I do?" After spending this time together, Lin Ziyu was already familiar with Lu Heng's character and guessed that Lu Hong had already thought of a solution, otherwise he wouldn't have said it. "I guess this He Xiangyang should enter the abyss world for quenching. Every time he goes in, he has to consume divine energy, so he needs to quench the weapon, which requires constant consumption of divine energy. This invisibly increases the cost of quenching. Very high. Moreover, I guess the quenching success rate will not be too high." When Lu Hong said this, a smile appeared on his lips. The reason for this judgment is also very simple. This person is not a famous tempering master in later generations, which means that his tempering talent is not good. It is very easy to compete with a quencher who needs to be teleported into the abyss world for quenching and whose quenching success rate is not very high. Lu Hong paused and then said, "So, you can just create a quenching brand and give a guaranteed quenching success rate. If it is lower than the guaranteed success rate, quenching will be free until it succeeds." Lin Ziyu blinked when he heard this method and said, "If it is lower than the guaranteed success rate, quenching will be free. This material must be guaranteed by me, right? What else? You should know my success rate. You can also inquire about He Xiangyang's success rate. If you think this method is feasible, then do it. If you think it is not feasible, then forget it." Lu Hong spread his hands and said. Lin Ziyu laughed and explained in a joking tone, "No, I am definitely confident in Master Lu's success rate. I am just worried that if you don't cooperate with me one day, what will I do if I sign those quenching guarantee agreements? At that time, my life will be in your hands." Lu Hong tilted his head and asked back, "Is your life in my hands for the first time?" Lin Ziyu's eyes widened, and suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. His life was saved by Lu Hong from the abyss battlefield. He pounded his palm and said, "Okay, I will do this when I go back. Then what should our quenching guarantee success rate be?" Lu Hong thought about it and said, "According to my current quenching success rate statistics, it is 85%. I personally have the confidence to continue to push the success rate higher, but when giving a guarantee, it cannot be so high. This is a limit value. You can inquire about the success rate of competitors and then set it yourself." "I understand, it will definitely be done properly." Lin Ziyu's confidence increased when he heard this success rate. After talking about the new competitor of the quencher, Lu Hong took out his mobile phone and opened a video for the two to watch. When Sumuyu saw the video, she smiled and said, "I saw this news. I also searched for related news. In the outer waters of the East China Sea, many large marine creatures appeared along the ocean currents." Lin Ziyu looked at the blue whale corpse in the video and blurted out, "Could this be done by abyssal creatures?" In fact, most people's first reaction would be that it is related to the invasion of the abyss. This does not need to be analyzed at all, and people will think in that direction involuntarily. Lu Hong continued, "To be able to hunt such a large creature, I think it should be a large abyssal creature." Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement, "That makes sense, that makes sense." Sumuyu flipped through a post on his mobile phone and said, "I also saw the evaluation of people in related professions on this matter. I think this person's point of view makes sense. This person said that some of these large marine creatures died but were not eaten, while others were eaten of their internal organs. Some died for a while before their internal organs were eaten. This person speculated that the creature that killed these marine creatures was a scavenger, and that killing these creatures was to create rotten meat." Lin Ziyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait a minute, scavengers don't seem to only eat rotten meat, right? Scavengers can only eat rotten meat, and they also eat raw meat. Since you can kill it,
why not just eat it?
Lu Hong smiled and said, maybe this thing only likes to eat rotten meat, or only likes to eat rotten corpses. The analysis process of this person on the internet has a little problem, but the conclusion is correct. Because the corpse bird really only eats rotten corpses, so many large marine creatures died in the open sea.
That's okay, if it's an abyss creature, any kind of ghost thing is possible.
Since Lin Ziyu has seen the tentacle monster that grew from the evil god's fingers, he feels that it is not surprising that no matter how terrible the abyss creature is, it is not surprising. Lu Hong continued, according to the development speed of this news, I think it won't be long before the official will issue a reward.
Lin Ziyu raised his eyebrows and asked, you mean, we should accept this reward?
Lu Hong did not finish his words, but nodded and replied, it's possible, so there are a few things you need to prepare. First, we need a ship, as big as possible.
This is simple. I have a yacht. It's okay to go out to sea for 7 days without docking. If it's not big enough, I can get a bigger transport ship.
Lin Ziyu thought this request was very simple. It's almost enough to be able to float on the sea for 7 days.
Lu Hong nodded to indicate that this yacht is enough. In fact, 7 days is not enough to solve this problem. However, it is possible to dock for supplies during the period. It's not that after going out to sea, it can't dock, so this yacht is enough. Second, we need to improve our combat power as much as possible. If possible, hire a few more strong helpers. Lu Hong then talked about the second thing. It's no problem to hire helpers. I can handle it.
The Lin family already has a team to train people with special abilities, so it's just a matter of a word to transfer a few people to help. Lu Hang then took out a piece of paper and said, third, buy the things on it, especially the bone-eroding spirit-infusing material. This thing is very important, but I need to discuss it with you.
No need to discuss, as long as it is available on the market, I will definitely get it. Lin Ziyu agreed. We still need to discuss this, because this is for you. Lu Hong added. Prepared for me?
Lin Ziyu was stunned for a moment.
Remember what I told you last time?
I suggest you get a B.level sniper rifle. If you want to develop in this direction, then giving the sniper rifle a bone-eroding special effect is a T1 level weapon enhancement route.
Of course, this depends on your own choice.
If you have other ideas, you can also do it according to your own ideas.
Lu Hong explained.
After listening, Lin Ziyu said, I see, I'll listen to you.
If you say it's good, it must be a good thing.
After this period of time together, Lin Ziyu has become accustomed to Lu Hang's orders. Sometimes, he was reflecting on how he seemed to have become Lu Hang's younger brother. He used to be the boss, and all the superpowers he met before would smile and call him young Master Lin. Now, he has become obedient to Lu Hang. And, Lu Hang's choices are alright. He quite enjoys this state, where he doesn't need to use his brain, just do what Lu Hang says, and he can get the maximum benefit.
He can become stronger just by lying down. Then the money to buy this bone-eroding soul-infusing material, Lin Ziyu asked about the money again. Your own enhancement, of course you pay for it yourself, do you need to ask? Lu Hong answered as a matter of course. That is, the cost of soul-infusing? Lin Ziyu smiled. Okay, I will help you with soul-infusing, no extra charge. However, there is a failure rate in soul-infusing, you know. Lu Hong felt that this matter had to be made clear. If the infusion failed, it would be too embarrassing to meet in the future. Understood. Lin Ziyu chuckled. In fact, the reason why Lu Hang asked Lin Ziyu to choose the weapon special effect, bone erosion, was because this special effect was specifically used to deal with the corpse bird. That's right. With the bone erosion special effect, you can save a lot of effort when dealing with the corpse bird. Of course, even if there is no corpse bird, adding bone erosion to firearms is also a T1 level special effect. To put it simply, this time, I just spend Lin Ziyu's money to strengthen his weapons, and then do my own things. It's a win-win situation. Lu Hang then pointed to the third material needed. There is also this, melting armor, spirit-infused material, which is also needed. It is for Mu Yu, and the money for this material will come from me. Su Muyu was stunned for a moment and asked, is there one for me? Yes, your crossbow should be strengthened. Lu Hong nodded and replied. The melting armor special effect is also a very useful weapon special effect against corpse birds. Moreover, this special effect is very suitable for use with fire element arrows. After the three of them finished chatting, Lin Ziyu went back to prepare things. 2 days later, Lin Ziyu finally collected all the materials, and the three met again in Quenching Castle.
Lin Zheyu said with a smile, I swept all the soul.infusing materials on the crystal core dark web, even the garbage soul.infusing materials were not spared. Now the quencher named He Shangyang doesn't know anything about soul.infusing, so Chuanshan Group only knows how to promote quenching. The quenching materials are soaring now, but the soul.infusing materials haven't increased much, so I swept them all down. I feel that this wave will definitely make a lot of money, so I sold Muyu's, melting armor, soul.infusing materials. He brought everything, 2 soul.infusing materials, and quenching materials. Lu Hong looked at his smug look and said, why don't you sell the quenching materials too? Lin Ziyu's eyes widened and said, no, you can't just grab me and grab it. I'm kidding you. The Lin family is indeed financially strong, but things should be handled in a different way. Brothers should be clear about their accounts. If Lin Ziyu has to pay for everything, this friendship will not last long. Lu Hong took out 15 demon crystal cores, pushed them over and said, this is the cost of buying quenching essences, you can keep them. Lin Ziyu counted them quickly and said, I will collect 5 quenching essences for you, 10 crystal cores are enough. Lu Hong reminded, isn't the price of demon crystal cores and quenching essences 2 to 1 now? It's 3 to 1 now. Xuanshan Group hyped up that rubbish quencher, causing the price of quenching essences to soar, and it's still difficult to get them. Lin Ziyu complained, and then added, when you asked me to collect quenching essences, the price hadn't risen yet, so according to the original calculation, it was still 2 to 1. However, next time it will be 3 to 1. That's fine. Bring your weapons and materials, and we'll go quench. Lu Hong took them to the forging room, started the quenching furnace, and began quenching. Where's your gun? Bring it here. Lu Hong reached back. Wait a minute, how about letting Muyu do it first? Mine will wait a minute. Lin Ziyu has been possessed by the god of bad luck, so he wants Su Muyu to quench first. Su Muyu raised his eyebrows and joked, what do you mean? Let me warm your hands first. Lin Ziyu was embarrassed. Only you would believe in this kind of thing. Haven't you learned probability theory? Su Muyu didn't mind quenching first, and took out the crossbow and handed it to Lu Hong. You don't understand my suffering. Lin Ziyu said this, it was really bitter tears, there was nowhere to talk about the desolation. Lu Hong didn't care who quenched first, took the crossbow, and after the quenching furnace was hot, he put the quenching essence into the furnace fire to melt. Heating, pouring, quenching, cooling, a series of steps. Quenching is successful, quencher professional experience plus 10. Mia's crossbow, the quenching level is upgraded to level 1, and the attack power is increased by 10 points. Lin Ziyu poked his head to see, and saw that the quenching was successful, and an envious expression appeared on his face. Lu Hong continued to start the furnace and quenched for the second time. Successful again, Mia's crossbow, the quenching level was upgraded to level 2. Then came the third quenching. Continue to succeed, quenching upgraded to level 3. Lu Hong now feels very good, and directly goes to the spirit injection process. Put in melting armor, spirit injection materials and perform the sublimation spirit injection method. Spirit injection is successful, quencher professional experience plus 50. 3 quenchings, 1 soul infusion, all successful. After finishing, Lu Hong took out the crossbow and looked at its properties. Mia's crossbow plus 3, item level, C.level, specifications, 72 centimeters long, 58 centimeters wide, 2.2 kilograms in weight, properties, attack power 90, special effect, melting armor, there is a 50% chance of melting through hard armor when attacking. Using fire attribute attacks, the chance increases to 100%. Evaluation, a crossbow forged from fine iron, with Mia's name engraved on it. As in memory, this, melting armor, special effect, combined with fire attribute attacks, can double the chance, and the effect is extremely strong. Su Muyu has the skill, elemental arrow fire, which can be used in conjunction with this special effect. She took the crossbow, looked at the properties, her eyes widened, and said, this special effect is so strong. Let me see. Lin Ziyu took it and took a look, then his face showed a full expression of envy. It's your turn. Lu Hong reached out and patted his shoulder. Lin Ziyu's expression suddenly became serious, and he said, you have succeeded 4 times in a row, or I will temper it another day, I have a bad feeling. You will be better off someday. Take it out quickly. Lu Hong forcefully took his SVD sniper rifle over. When you get the sniper rifle, you can see the attribute data, and the basic rules have been assimilated. SVD Sniper Rifle, Abyssal Assimilation, Item Level, B Level, Specifications, Length 122 cm, Weight 4.3 kg, Magazine Capacity 10 rounds, Bullet Caliber 7.62 mm, Attribute, Attack Power 480, Attack Power attenuates as the bullet flight distance increases, attenuating by 50% at a distance of 1000 meters. Evaluation, a well-made sniper rifle with high accuracy.
The destructive power of thermal weapons is determined by the gun body and bullets, and cannot gain the user's strength attribute bonus.
The attack power of this SVD sniper rifle is very high, reaching 480 attack points. The attack power of a Glock G17 is only 105 attack points, while the attack power of this SVD sniper rifle is 480 points, more than 4 times that of a pistol.
This is the scary thing about rifles, they are so powerful. That is to say,
if you can bring this thing in when you enter the burial ground of the evil god, you can hit the head of the winged demon leader Suggs with one shot. The rifle is so powerful, it is a B-level weapon after all. However, when the sniper rifle shoots at long-distance targets, the attack power will decrease.
The attack power attenuation is not reflected on the pistol.
Because the pistol is basically used in street fighting, the shooting distance is usually within 20 meters. The bullet velocity at this distance does not decay much and can be ignored. Sniper rifles are different, because the effective range is often hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. Due to the existence of air resistance, the speed of the bullet exiting the chamber and the speed of hitting the target are very different. Therefore, the shooting damage caused by the sniper rifle will continue to attenuate as the bullet flies. At a distance of 1000 meters, the attack power attenuation reaches 50%. In other words, if this SVD sniper rifle hits a target 1000 meters away, it can only be regarded as an attack power of 240 points. Even so, as long as it hits the torso, this attack power is enough to kill any ordinary person in seconds, as well as most people with powers. Only a small number of people with enhanced defense powers may be able to withstand a shot, but they will also be seriously injured.
Lu Hong saw the attributes of this gun and asked, how much divine energy was spent on assimilation?
Lin Ziyu stretched out 2 fingers and replied, 2,000.
What is the concept of 2,000 points of divine energy?
If it is an abyss battlefield with a danger level of 3, you can get 100 points of divine energy by completing a main mission. For ordinary superpowers, it is an ideal state to be able to complete 3 main tasks and return alive.
As for challenging tasks, not everyone can complete them.
Moreover, the abyss battlefield where most superpowers enter has a danger level lower than level 3, and they receive less divine energy. In other words, if an ordinary person with superpowers wants to bring this SVD sniper rifle into the abyss battlefield, he basically has to survive 7 or 8 times in the abyss battlefield. This is how we can gather so much divine energy without spending any money. One can imagine how difficult it is to assimilate such a sniper rifle. And the attack power of this SVD sniper rifle is worthy of this divine energy. If it is the head, it can explode the head of a level 20 high-level demon. Of course, there is a prerequisite, that is, it must be hit. With the flying ability and agility attributes of the winged demon commander Suggs, it is not that easy to hit, and it is even harder to hit the head.
In other words, this SVD sniper rifle is powerful enough. How to hit the target is up to the user.
Don't, Lin Ziyu stretched out his hand to stop him, but wanted to wait some more.
Don't touch me. If you infect me with your bad energy, you can't blame me. Lu Hong raised his palm as a reminder.
Lin Ziyu took his hand back angrily. He had already accepted the fact that he was possessed by a debilitating god. Lu Hong continued the quenching steps, heating, quenching, cooling. When he reached the last step, Lu Hong said ouch.
Lin Ziyu glared and said, I'll just tell you. Speaking of your size, you succeeded. Lu Hong chuckled and took a look at the SVD sniper rifle.
Attack power has been increased from 480 points to 490 points.
Immediately afterwards, the second quenching is performed.
Lin Ziyu clasped his hands together and began to pray to God and Buddha, chanting a mantra in his mouth. This time it failed, this time it failed. Lu Hong frowned and glanced at him, saying speechlessly, what do you mean?
Are you still looking forward to failure? You don't understand. If you fail once now, you should treat it as a backup. It will be easier to succeed when you wait for the spirit injection.
There are still many quenching materials, and there is only one spiritual injection material.
There is no room for loss.
Lin Ziyu's thinking was very clear.
He didn't even hesitate to let the quenching fail once. Result: The second quenching was successful again. The attack power of the sniper rifle has been increased by 10 points. Lu Hang then started the third quenching, performing the steps skillfully. Lin Ziyu continued to chant, "This time it failed, this time it failed." Lu Hong looked back at him and asked, "Why don't you fail on purpose?" "Okay." Lin Ziyu nodded in agreement, not minding wasting a portion of quenching essence. Lu Hong rolled his eyes, not understanding his train of thought, and continued quenching seriously. After the quenching was completed, it was successful again. The attack power of this SVD sniper rifle has been increased to 510 points. Lu Hong picked up the Yi Bone Erosion, spiritual infusion material and prepared for the spiritual infusion process. Lin Ziyu had a frustrated expression on his face. "It's over, 3 times of quenching have been successful. This is to kneel on the spirit injection." "Lu Hong, are there any other options for the spirit injection special effects? I'll get another spirit injection material." Lu Hong couldn't stand this guy, so he rolled his eyes at him, started the furnace, heated the spirit injection materials, and started the sublimation and spirit infusion process. Lin Ziyu closed his eyes, clasped his hands together and began to pray to God and Buddha. "It was successful just now, let's just forget about it this time." Su Muyu looked on and couldn't hold back her laughter. She couldn't help but joked, "What if there is a delay in your request to the Buddha? He didn't hear it just now, but what if he hears it now?" Lin Ziyu's eyes widened and he quickly made up for it. Bah, what I just said was all fart, it doesn't count. Spirit-infused materials are indeed more difficult to obtain, and it is difficult to find a second copy of the same spirit-infused material at this stage. Therefore, if the spirit injection fails this time, we can only give up the special effect of bone erosion. This special effect is for the bone bird noble phantasm. If it were gone, it would really be a lot of trouble. No matter how nervous Lin Ziyu was, Lu Hang always carried out the process of injecting spirits seriously. In fact, every time quenching fails, halfway through, you will feel that the reaction in the furnace is not quite right. Therefore, before completing the last process, Lu Hang would have an expectation in his mind whether it would succeed or fail. As the last process was completed, a faint brilliance appeared on the sniper rifle. Lu Hang also saw the prompt that the spirit injection was successful. Successful spiritual injection, tempering master professional experience plus 50, take it out and take a look at the properties. The results are in line with expectations and very good. SVD Sniper Rifle plus 3, Abyssal Assimilation, Item Level, B Level, Specifications, Length 122 cm, Weight 4.3 kg, Magazine Capacity 10 rounds, Bullet Caliber 7.62 mm, Attribute, Attack Power 510, Attack Power attenuates as the bullet flight distance increases, attenuating by 50% at a distance of 1000 meters, Special Effect, Bone Erosion, Exclusive Special Effects for firearms and bows and arrows. Bullets and arrows are fired into the target's body, corroding the target's bones and causing continuous damage. The bone erosion effect cannot be eliminated until the bullets and arrowheads are removed. After reading the attributes, Lu Hong handed the gun back to Lin Ziyu and said, "Let's take a look." Lin Ziyu held the gun, with stars in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Lu Hong, you are my adoptive father." "No, you are my biological father." "You have 4 consecutive flashes." "No, 8 consecutive flashes." "That's awesome. I don't have a son as bad as yours." Lu Hong rolled his eyes. Lin Ziyu now feels comfortable all over his body, as if his bad luck has been wiped away. In fact, if the quenching fails once or twice, the material lost is nothing to him. However, this feeling of continuous success cannot be bought with money. Moreover, he had always been in a state of being possessed by a degenerate god, and when he suddenly had continuous bursts of luck, he felt so comfortable all over, not to mention how happy he was. Lin Ziyu rubbed the body of the gun and said, "Lu Hong, the attack power of this gun is a bit scary. I didn't know that the attack power of a sniper rifle was so high before. Now, with this gun, I can kill a commander-level demon with one shot." Lu Hong nodded in agreement. "Yes, as long as you can hit it. There's no need to say how powerful it is. Firearms strengthening itself is a very strong strengthening route. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't encounter monsters. If you encounter a monster that you can't hit, but if you hit it, you still have the defensive skills to block the bullets, and then sprint into melee range and kill the gunman with one move, then there is nothing you can do." Unfortunately, there was such a monster in front of Lin Ziyu. If it's a duel between people with powers of the same level, the firearm enhancement itself will not lose. The disadvantage is that the bullets are a bit useless.
Moreover, to bring bullets into the Abyss battlefield, additional divine energy needs to be consumed. Therefore, firearms enhancement is a bit expensive, and ordinary people with superpowers may not be able to withstand it.
In fact,
even if they have the ability, not many people with superpowers at this stage can assimilate a sniper rifle. After all, it requires 2,000 points of divine energy. The reason why Lin Ziyu has so much is because he entered the burial ground of the evil god, participated in preventing the resurrection ceremony of the evil god Barton, and completed 3 challenge tasks to gain so much divine energy. For other superpowers, not to mention 2,000 points of divine energy, not many people can even get 1,000 points. Lin Ziyu's quenching material was produced by himself, so Lu Hong still had 2 quenching essences on hand. Since Lin Ziyu was initially prepared that the quenching would fail once or twice, he brought 2 more quenching essences. Lu Hong used the crystal core to buy the extra quenching essence he brought, and then quenched the Aurora Blade. Today, with divine help, Lu Heng's quenching operation was successful again for the 4th time in a row. The quencher professional experience is increased by 40 points. The quenching level of the Aurora Blade has been increased to level 7, and its attack power has reached 100 points. Looking at the attack power alone, the Aurora Blade is much lower than the sniper rifle. After all, Lin Ziyu's SVD sniper rifle is a B.level weapon, and the Aurora Blade is now only a C.level weapon. However, when actually used, the difference between the two is not that big. Because the attack power of guns cannot be enhanced by strength, how much damage is done depends entirely on the gun and the bullet. Swords are different. The higher the strength, the higher the damage caused by using swords. In other words, as the strength attribute continues to increase, the power of swords will become higher and higher. This is also the reason why guns are particularly strong in the early stage, but not so outrageous in the later stage. Moreover, the psychic who strengthens the gun has to spend his skills on improving the hit rate of bullets, resulting in weak combat effectiveness in direct confrontation. As long as the melee psychic rushes into the melee range of the gunman will basically be killed in seconds and has no ability to resist. Therefore, the battle between the gunman and the melee psychic is a contest of constant pulling at distance. If the gunman can kill the melee psychic outside the melee range, the gunman wins. Once he is rushed into the melee range, he can only wait for the judgment of fate. The quenching level of the weapon can be infused once every 3 levels to obtain the special effects of the entry. That is to say, the second infusion can be performed when the quenching level is +6. Now the quenching level of the Aurora Blade has reached +7, which meets the conditions for the second infusion. Originally, Lu Hong was considering waiting until he had enough crystal cores next time to buy the infusion materials. However, this time, Lin Ziyu paid for Su Muyu's infusion materials, so Lu Hong still has some crystal cores left.
Didn't you say that you have scanned all the infusion materials on the crystal core dark web? There is a list. Let me see if there is anything suitable for me. Lu Hong asked.
Yes, I'll look for it. Lin Ziyu flipped out a list from his mobile phone and handed it to Lu Hong. Flame amplification, wind resistance. Lu Hong read out the names of the infusion materials on the list.
Lin Ziyu interrupted and said, "It's this wind resistance.
I originally wanted to make wind resistance for the sniper rifle." In fact, his idea was right. The function of wind resistance is to reduce the impact of wind resistance on bullets, with a coefficient of 50%. Reducing wind resistance means that the sniper rifle has a longer range and the bullet attack power attenuation is reduced. In other words, the sniper rifle's attack power attenuates by 50% at a distance of 1,000 meters. After obtaining the Yi wind resistance special effect, the attenuation will be reduced to 25%. Under the effect of attack power attenuation, his +3 SVD sniper rifle has an attack power of 255 points at a distance of 1,000 meters. If there is the special effect of wind resistance, the attack power at a distance of 1,000 meters will be 382.5. And the attack power will be increased by 50%. With this calculation, you can know how powerful this wind resistance special effect is. When your sniper rifle's quenching level reaches level 6, you can carry out the second infusion of spirit, and then you can have this special effect.
Lu Hong said. Lin Ziyu's eyes widened, and he immediately stood up and said, "What are you waiting for? I'll sell everything I have to get the quenching level to level 6. I'll go back to get the quenching materials now, and take advantage of my good luck today, and go for it." The ability to have money is so arrogant. The price of quenching materials is soaring now, but as long as it is a valuable item, it can always be bought. The Lin family has been purchasing quenching materials for some time,
so Lin Ziyu has some inventory on hand, but the quantity is not much. Originally, Lin Ziyu planned to use it sparingly, but when he heard that the quenching level reached level 6, it could be injected with spirit for the second time.
What are you waiting for? Of course, spend money to go for it.
Lu Hong was not in a hurry to agree to him, and continued to look through the list, and then saw the name of a spirit injection material, Shark Blade, on the list. Bring this, Shark Blade, material with you. Lin Ziyu did not go back to get it, but directly asked people to drive the materials over and continue quenching. Due to the previous 4 consecutive successes, Lin Ziyu was now very excited, looking at the quenching furnace and rubbing his hands vigorously.
Lu Hong reminded, the higher the quenching level, the higher the failure rate. You have to think clearly. I know.
If I don't fail once, I'm afraid that all my character will be spent on this and I will be unlucky elsewhere.
Just go ahead. I can afford to fail once or twice.
As long as I focus on as long as the spirit does not fail, Lin Ziyu was very calm about this. Lu Hong started the fire again and began to temper the SVD sniper rifle. The quenching process was completed very well, but when the quenching material and the gun body were fused, they did not melt in, causing the quenching to fail.
Tempering Master Professional Experience plus 20 points.
Lu Hong frowned, recalling the previous operation and thinking about what could be adjusted. Lin Ziyu was not sad at all, with an expression that should have been like this: very good, I finally failed. Now I feel relieved, continue, don't stop. Lu Hong continued quenching, learned from the previous experience, and succeeded in the second quenching. After 3 consecutive successes, when it comes to injecting the spirit, the mental concentration is at its highest. Seeing that the soul dot injection process was over, Lin Ziyu rubbed his hands and asked anxiously, how is it? How is it? Lu Hong took out the SVD sniper rifle, took a look at it, then handed it over and said, see for yourself. Lin Ziyu took the sniper rifle and took a look, then all the cells in his body became excited and shouted several times, yes.
Yes. Lu Hong, you are the god among the tempering masters. What nonsense is that? He Shangyang, let him eat it. The tempering level of the SVD sniper rifle reaches level 6. SVD sniper rifle plus 6, abyssal assimilation, item level, B level, attribute, attack power 540, special effects, bone erosion, wind resistance, reduce wind resistance by 50% and slow down the attenuation of the bullet's attack power during flight. This gun is simply terrifying at this stage.
Moreover, wind resistance has another hidden effect. After reducing the wind resistance, the flight speed of the bullet is increased in disguise, and the corresponding accuracy will also be improved.
This gun should be Blue Star's first weapon with dual special effects.
If it were put up for auction, it would probably be snapped up by those level 33 families in the ASE Alliance, and the price could be anything.
Lin Ziyu is now full of confidence. Not long ago, he felt that he was too weak and complained to Lu Hang. Now, holding this B-class sniper rifle, he just wanted to laugh wildly. Afterwards, Lu Hang began to inject spirit into the Aurora Blade. Inject the spirit-infused essence of Shark Blade to melt, sublime, and infuse spirit. After a set of processes, the Aurora Blade emitted a layer of shimmer. Spirit injection is successful. Aurora Blade gains a new special effect blade. Aurora Blade plus 7, Abyss Assimilation, item level, C level, specifications, length 132 cm, blade width 3.6 cm, weight 1.6 kg, attribute, attack power 150, special effects, soul dot cutting, sharp blade, exclusive special effects for edged weapons such as swords, which increase the sharpness of the weapon, increase the weapon's attack power by 50 points, and increase the destructive power against hard materials by 30%. Another dual dot effect weapon. Blade, this special effect directly adds 50 points of attack power, which is quite fierce. Moreover, cold weapons can gain the user's strength bonus. If the Aurora Blade had been as powerful as it is now at the evil god's burial ground, it would have destroyed the winged demon commander Sargus with just one sword strike. How's it going? Lin Ziyu quickly came up to watch. It's not bad. It should be Blue Star's only dual dot effect weapon. Lu Hong didn't brag too much. Lin Ziyu took a look at the attributes of the Aurora Blade and exclaimed, this sword will kill anyone who sees it. With these two magical weapons, who should we be afraid of? He looked back at Su Muyu and joked, look at Su Muyu's expression, you are so envious. Su Muyu frowned and glared, I didn't. Lu Hong turned back and flicked her forehead and said, I'll upgrade your crossbow next time. I'm not in a hurry. I'm an auxiliary, so upgrading weapons doesn't have a high priority.
Su Muyu said this, but she was actually very happy in her heart. It is now the third month of the Abyss invasion, and she is already a level 19 superpower. Among the first echelon of superpowers, she is also one of those standing at the top of the pyramid. Therefore, she is very satisfied with her current combat power.
Okay, today's weapon enhancement was very successful. Let's do this for now, go back and rest, and we will meet again when the official reward is issued.
After coming out of Quenching Castle, Lu Hong and Su Muyu returned to splendid royal scenery together. Lin Ziyu returned to Blue Ocean International, taking a short detour and sending Lu Hong and the two to the main entrance of Jinqiu Yujing. A few days ago, Lin Ziyu had someone buy a large flat in Jinqiu Yujing and successfully became Lu Heng's landlord. He also used another communication signal to add Lu Heng's account as the landlord, and lurked into Lu Heng's circle of friends. Lu Hong didn't expect Lin Ziyu to be so cunning and thought the landlord had changed his number.
After returning to Jinqiu Yujing, Lu Hong asked about Su Muyu's skill proficiency.
Well, the proficiency of the invisible curtain has been fully trained.
Do I want to upgrade this skill now?
Su Muyu has always adhered to the principle of saving when he can, and he is also very economical when using divine energy. When Lu Hong heard that she had fully mastered a skill, he smiled and praised, "It's really fast. The invisible skill really needs to be upgraded, so upgrade it now."
The level of this invisible skill is a bit low.
When you encounter a perceiver with reconnaissance ability, the effect is not very good. Su Muyu herself is a person with powers of perception, and her range of detecting invisibility is 8 times perception. Her current perception is 41 points, which means that her range of detecting invisibility reaches 328 meters.
This is a 100-story skyscraper, and invisible units on the ground can be detected.
In other words, Su Muyu used her detection skills to deal with her own invisibility skills, and the invisibility skills were basically useless. Lu Hong used the Divine Evolution talent to help her unlock the skill lock of Invisibility Curtain Shadow Escape, allowing her to upgrade her skills. Su Muyu introduced 300 points of divine energy into the skill slot and merged it with the original energy group. After more than 10 minutes, the skill upgrade was completed. She took a look at the effect of the upgraded skills, and her eyes showed joy. Large Invisibility Curtain Shadow Escape, skill level, C level, skill consumption, 5 points of energy/minute, skill range, 30 meters in diameter, skill effect 1, release energy to create an invisible curtain, covering the object, obtaining optical invisibility effect, while blocking out odor and infrared induction. Skill effect 2, invisibility effect gains detection resistance coefficient equals 6 times perception.
The upgrade was successful. A large invisible curtain is now available.
The skill range has been expanded to 30 meters.
This range is much larger than the original.
It also has a new detection resistance effect. Su Muyu briefly talked about the effect of the skill upgrade.
After listening to this, Lu Hong commented, "The effect is very strong. The invisible coverage is larger than I expected. The next plan can play a big role."
The original invisibility curtain covered a diameter of only 2 meters, which basically could only guarantee that one person would become invisible. Now the coverage range has been extended to 30 meters, which can make a building disappear from sight. After weapons, skills, and class abilities were all fully improved, Lu Hengjing waited for the skeleton bird to appear. As expected, more and more corpses of marine life appear in the East China Sea. Ships at sea began to take pictures of the skeleton bird, which caused a sensation. The news is rushing to report on this terrifying creature that appears on the sea, and calls this creature the skeleton bird. Because this terrifying creature has a pair of wings and an exoskeleton on its body and likes to eat the corpses of large marine creatures, reporters naturally called it a bone bird when reporting on it. However, from a biological perspective, this thing actually has no connection with birds. This terrifying creature is more than 30 meters long, can fly in the sky, and will hunt all large marine creatures it encounters. There were even cases where ships were attacked. After the bone bird appeared, it didn't take long for the officials to issue a reward. At the same time, officials also classified the sea area where the skeleton bird appeared as a dangerous sea area, and all routes in the sea area were suspended. Subsequently, officials sent drones to search the sea, but no skeleton bird was found. The skeleton bird suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly. No one knew where this terrifying creature had gone. This terrifying creature is 30 meters long, which is indeed very large. However, it is not that easy to find this thing in the vast ocean. Lin Ziyu saw the photo of the skeleton bird in the news and immediately called Lu Hang. It's a skeleton bird.
It's just as we expected. It looks terrible. The official has issued a reward. When should we set off?
He can't wait to try the power of the dual-effect SVD sniper rifle.
Lu Hang asked in a calm tone, did the person you asked to find it? Huan Yu Security Company is controlled by my family.
You can choose any of the superhuman bodyguards raised in the company.
If you are not satisfied, you can also rent them from other security companies.
Lin Ziyu replied.
Okay, tomorrow, let's go over and check the personnel information.
After Lu Hang said this, he hung up the phone.
The next morning,
Lin Ziyu drove over, picked up Lu Hang and Su Muyu, and went to Huan Yu Security Company.
A month and a half ago, when the abyssal woodlice ravaged Gardenia Beach,
Lin Ziyu drove a yacht and led a group of supernatural beings to hunt abyssal woodlice on the sea. Later, his family directly purchased a security company, changed its name to Huan Yu Security, and began to recruit a large number of security personnel with superpowers.
Now, the number of superpowers registered under the name of Huan Yu Security Company has exceeded 200. These superhuman bodyguards sign different contracts.
Some have to work in the company, and some are just in name and do not work in the company at ordinary times.
They will be notified to gather when there are tasks.
Yesterday, Lu Hang said he would come over to pick someone, so Lin Ziyu notified all the bodyguards of the superpowers to gather at the company and wait for the leader's review.
Binhai Global Center building is the most expensive office building in Binhai CBD. Huan Yu Security Company is located here.
Today is the day when Huan Yu Security Company has the most staff, and the number of supernatural persons who signed with Huan Yu is 182. In addition to supernatural persons, Huan Yu Security Company has more than 1,000 employees responsible for logistical support. Lin Ziyu led Lu Hang and the other two into the company, and the manager waiting in the lobby hurried forward to greet them. Boss, everyone is here, waiting for your instructions. In the lobby, there were more than 100 supernatural persons in uniforms standing in 4 neat rows.
In addition, there were dozens of supernatural persons in casual clothes sitting in the sofa area drinking tea.
These supernatural persons who were not wearing uniforms signed a cooperation agreement with Huan Yu Security. The contract terms were very loose, so most of them did not wear company uniforms. Some of them even signed non-exclusive cooperation agreements with multiple security companies instead of exclusive agreements. The stronger the supernatural person, the more privileges he has. Therefore, in terms of strength alone, it is precisely those psychics who are wearing casual clothes and sitting in the sofa area drinking tea who are stronger.
Boss, this is the personal information of the security personnel.
The manager handed a stack of information to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu handed it to Lu Hang and said, take a look.
Whoever you choose, just name it directly.
Lu Hang took the information and asked directly without looking at it, let me introduce the overall situation first. The reason why the manager can be a manager is that he is naturally qualified to sit in this position. He can answer without looking at the information. We currently have 215 psychics under Huan Yu Security, and 182 people have arrived today. The other 33 people are out on missions and are not in the company for the time being.
After Mr. has read the information, if there is a need, you can also recruit people back. Among the 215 psychics, 73 are above level 10, and the highest level is level 18. The functions of psychics range from defense, mental to perception, all departments are covered, and they can cope with most of the mission requirements. At this stage, the 73 people above level 10 are already a very strong team of psychics. Lu Hang walked in front of this group of people, observing them, looking for helpers suitable for the mission. While Lu Hang was observing them, the 182 psychics were also staring at Lu Hang. Today is a rare gathering of all members of Huan Yu Security.
Originally, I thought I was going to meet some big shots, but the people who came were very young, even looking like students.
This made several strong psychics look a little impatient.
At this stage, psychics who can reach level 17 or 18 must at least perfectly pass 1 or 2 abyss battlefields with a danger level of more than level 3. This kind of psychic is very strong and is in the first echelon, standing at the top of the pyramid.
Strength and temper are often equal.
This kind of top psychic naturally doesn't want to waste time meeting a useless person.
The psychics in the sofa area are already whispering and discussing, whose young master is this from? Is it another task to accompany the eldest young master on a hunting trip? What else could it be?
The Lin family controls this company, and they were originally bodyguards for the eldest son of the Lin family. It's probably a family that has a good personal relationship with the Lin family. The advantage of this kind of task is that you get paid quickly, but it's really boring. In the sofa area, at the highest level table, two people recognized Lu Hang.
These two people are Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong.
They participated in the final battle of the evil god's burial ground.
After Lin Ziyu was injured, they escorted Lin Ziyu out of the battlefield. So they also came back alive. Others didn't recognize Lu Hang.
When the two saw Lu Hang, they immediately stood up and smiled at Lu Hang. The psychic next to them saw the strange reaction
of the two, reached out and pulled Wang Xiangfeng, and asked, "What are you doing?
You are so respectful, as if you saw a big shot." Wang Xiangfeng shook his hand away and whispered, "Shut up.
Even if we go together, we can't last around with him."
Their table is the sofa area, a highest level table. There are 6 people in total, with an average level of 17. 6 superpowers with an average level of 17, if they were put outside, any major force would have to do its best to win them over. Now, some people say that the 6 of them together cannot withstand a round of a certain person.
This is outrageous no matter how you listen to it. Lao Wang, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. If you don't believe me, go up and try it. Someone quickly reacted and asked, "Isn't this the one who came out of the evil god's burial ground?"
Yes, he was the one who saved our boss, and Lei Jinhao also died in his hands.
Wang Xiangfeng told them the truth.
The Lin family gave them a gag order regarding the evil god's burial ground. However, there were 15 superpowers who came out of the evil god's burial ground. There were too many people, and the news could not be completely blocked, so the superpowers present had more or less heard about the evil god's burial ground. Hearing what Wang Xiangfeng said, the superpowers at this table hurriedly stood up, and when they looked at Lu Hang, they all changed their expressions to respect. Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong walked forward, stood in the front row of the queue, and took the initiative to say, "Hello, Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a while."
Lu Hang nodded and said, "Are you all okay?"
"Very good, thanks to your care in the Abyss battlefield." The two expressed their gratitude with serious expressions. The two of them were able to come back alive and complete the 3 challenging tasks in the evil god's burial ground because Lu Hang solved the evil god's heart. They also became the highest level psychics in Huanyu security with this Abyss battlefield.
Is there a mission this time? If there is a need for us, just say it.
Wang Xiangfeng hurriedly recommended himself. "I'm here to pick people today, but I need psychics with specific abilities."
Lu Hang followed them and then looked at the manager beside him and asked, "Is there any psychic in the company who has mastered the ability to reduce treatment?"
The manager clapped his hands and asked loudly, "Those with the ability to reduce treatment, stand forward." Lu Hang added, "It is a skill that reduces the target's recovery effect." The manager repeated the question twice, but no one answered.
The ability to reduce treatment is to reduce the target's recovery effect. However, human psychics rarely have recovery abilities.
Therefore, with a limited number of skill slots, most psychics are trying to stack combat power. Few people are willing to learn such skills that cannot improve combat power.
Seeing no response, Lin Ziyu also asked loudly, "Is there no one with the ability to reduce healing?"
He had boasted in front of Lu Hang before, saying that he wanted all types of psychics.
Now, no one can meet Lu Hang's first requirement.
The manager reacted quickly and turned back to Lin Ziyu and said, "Boss, there are skill crystal cores for reducing healing in the company's warehouse.
How about letting people learn it now?"
Lin Ziyu thought it would be fine as long as it could be used, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, bring the skill crystal core over and show it to Lu Hang."
The manager asked someone to get a skill crystal core.
Weapon empowerment reduced healing, add energy effects to weapons, and reduce healing effects on targets when attacking, reducing the target's recovery effect by 50%.
Duration, 10 minutes, skill consumption, 10 source energy, skill level, D level. This skill is good and can be used. Lu Hang commented. Lin Ziyu looked at the psychics present and asked, "Who has skill slots left?"
"Those who are willing to learn this skill, please stand forward."
The psychics in the queue began to whisper to each other. There are not many psychics with empty skill slots.
Even if there are empty skill slots, they still need to consider the skill combination and whether it is suitable to learn this skill.
The psychics in the queue whispered to each other for a while, and finally 2 people came out and expressed their willingness to learn this skill. At this time, Wang Xiangfeng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Brother Lu, how about letting me come?" Lin Ziyu asked curiously, "Isn't your skill slot full?"
Wang Xiangfeng explained, "My first job is skill master. The source ability is to add a special skill slot, and the skills in this skill slot can obtain source ability enhancement. Lu Han was immediately interested when he heard him say this. This is good.
I think Wang Xiangfeng can learn this skill. However, you should discuss whether to arrange it this way. Wang Xiangfeng's original function was an invisible scout. His skill set was very mixed, and it was unlikely that he would develop into a main combat psychic. Now that he heard that Lu Han was looking for a psychic with the ability to reduce treatment, he might as well learn this skill now so that he can continue to hug his thighs. Lin Ziyu talked to Wang Xiangfeng for a few words, and finally agreed to let Wang Xiangfeng learn this skill, Weapon Empowerment Reduced Treatment. Originally, according to the contract of Huanyu Security Company, the skills learned by its psychics need to be recorded at the market price. This part of the subsequent expenses will be deducted from the commission. Before the deduction is completed, the psychics who use the company's skill crystal core shall not leave the company. However, Wang Xiangfeng carried Lin Ziyu out of the temple at the evil god's burial ground. So Lin Ziyu waved his hand and directly exempted this expense and gave the skill crystal core to Wang Xiangfeng. Wang Xiangfeng absorbed the energy of the crystal core and obtained a new skill, Weapon Empowerment Reduced Treatment, Source Enhancement. The skill slot he used is a special skill slot added by the first level, Skill Master, and the skills learned will gain an enhanced effect. What is the effect after enhancement? Lu Hong asked.
The reduced treatment effect has increased to 70%.
Wang Xiangfeng replied.
Not bad, D.level skills, C.level effects.
And the skill consumption is less than that of C.level skills. Lu Hong commented. Next, Lu Hong picked a few more psychics to join this C operation. Because he had experienced an abyss battlefield with Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong before, they cooperated well. Since Wang Xiangfeng was brought along this time, Li Daong was brought along as well. The team was formed, with a total of 12 people, including the psychic responsible for driving the boat. After the team members were arranged, weapons needed to be prepared. Huanyu Security Company had an official license for holding guns, so Lin Ziyu also prepared a batch of firearms. Everything was ready, and the next day, the group drove the yacht out to sea and embarked on this offshore trip. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the deck of the yacht, reflecting a layer of golden light. Lin Ziyu's yacht is called Huanyu, which is the one he used to hunt abyssal woodlice at Gardenia Beach. The name of this boat is a bit big, and it is indeed big among yachts.
It is 26 meters long and has a double deck. This boat was originally a luxury yacht with full entertainment value, but unfortunately it has been ruined by Lin Ziyu. The last time he hunted abyssal woodlice, he beat several places to pieces. After returning, Lin Ziyu drove the boat directly into the dock and asked people to modify it and install armor on the outer ring of the yacht. The original supporting entertainment facilities were all dismantled to leave more space for storing supplies and weapons. In short, this thing is now an armed yacht. The speed of this yacht is above 20 knots, which is 36 kilometers per hour. If it goes at full speed, it can reach 28 knots. From the Binhai port to the sea where the corpse bird appeared, the distance is 250 nautical miles, which is 463 kilometers. It will take half a day to get there. So, the Huanyu yacht set off in the afternoon and arrived at the target sea area at midnight. On the way, except for the staff on duty, everyone else went back to the cabin to sleep.
Nothing happened overnight. The next morning,
Lu Hang got up, went up to the second deck, looked at the red sun rising in the east, and stretched.
Would you like some soy milk? Hot.
Sumu Yu handed over a cup of hot soy milk, and then slowly drank the cup in his hand.
Have you been on a boat before?
Lu Hong took the soy milk and asked casually.
Sumu Yu shook her head. No, this is my first time going out to sea.
When she was a child, her family's living conditions were not good, she had never left her hometown, and naturally she had never been out to sea. This was her first time riding on such a luxurious yacht.
Are you seasick? Lu Hong asked.
Sumu Yu shook her head. No, and our physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people.
Even if we get seasick, the reaction should be very small, right?
That's right. Lu Hong nodded in agreement, and then talked about business. From today on, you have to use the reconnaissance eagle to observe the surrounding waters to see if you can find the skeleton bird.
Sumu Yu pursed her lips and asked, the ocean is so vast, is there any way to find the skeleton bird? Or can we only rely on luck?
Basically, we can only rely on luck. If we have to stay away, we can find dead large marine creatures.
Follow the corpses of marine creatures and search in the past.
The chance of encountering a skeleton bird is relatively high. Lu Hong raised his head and drank the soy milk, and Sumu Yu took the cup.
The ocean is too vast.
Let alone a skeleton bird. Even if a naval fleet hides in the ocean, it can't be found by satellite.
So, if you want to find a skeleton bird, you really need a little luck.
Relatively speaking, it is easier to find a skeleton bird with Lu Heng. Because Lu Heng circled a circle on the ocean map, you can just look within this range. It's just that this circle is a little bit big, so you still need a little bit of luck to find it.
For the next 3 days, Huan Yu was floating on the sea, sailing forward at a speed of 20 knots.
Originally, the yacht could stay on the sea for 7 days. In other words, if it sailed in a straight line, it would have to return on the 4th day. However, Lin Ziyu had the entertainment facilities on Huan Yu removed, and the freed-up space was used to store food in fresh water. Therefore, the sailing time was extended from 7 days to 12 days. After floating on the sea for 3 days, the team met another ship. After meeting and greeting, they learned that the other party was also looking for the skeleton bird.
The official has issued a reward.
Although the reward amount is not high, the skeleton bird is a high-level abyss creature and has a high value in itself. Therefore, more than one team of superpowers is searching for the skeleton bird.
In the afternoon of the 4th day,
Lin Ziyu set up a grill on the deck, asked someone to go to the sea to catch a few sea fish and grill them, and opened a bottle of red wine, enjoying the sea breeze. When Lu Heng came up to the deck, he saw that he had grilled the fish and took it away directly. Just as Lin Ziyu was about to eat, the fish was intercepted, and his sunglasses almost fell off.
"Hey! At least leave half for me?" He swallowed his saliva. He hadn't eaten fresh fish for many days, and his saliva was watering. At this time, Sumuyu ran up and pointed to the left side of the ship, saying, "We met another boat, over there.
It seems that there are quite a lot of teams hunting corpse birds.
Let me take a look."
Lin Ziyu stood up, picked up the telescope, and looked in the direction of Sumuyu's finger. After watching for a while, he complained in an unhappy tone, "Damn, it's the ship of the wolf pack." Lu Heng had heard of the name of this superpower team.
This superpower team called Wolf Pack was very famous in the future.
It was supported by big capital and was very strong.
From your tone, is there a feud? It's a bit of a feud. Not big or small.
The Wolf Pack is a superpower team raised by the security company under the Chuanshan Group. They poached several people from me before and didn't follow any rules. Lin Ziyu said angrily. As the abyss descended into the 3rd month, all chaebol, forces, and families around the world began to cultivate superpower teams. As long as the brain is not rusty, it can be seen that whoever masters the extraordinary power in the future will hold the power. Therefore, the forces that have not yet entered the field to cultivate superpower teams will be eliminated soon. Therefore, all the chaebols and forces are trying their best to recruit potential psychics. A psychic with great potential and high level often has multiple forces competing for it. Even some of those who have signed contracts will have forces pay liquidated damages to poach people. Previously, the Wolf Pack poached several high-level psychics from Lin Ziyu's Huan Yu security company, and the two companies had a feud. Even if there was no poaching, Lin Ziyu and the Wolf Pack would not get along. Because the chaebol behind the Wolf Pack is the Chuanshan Group, which is a foreign-controlled group and a multinational chaebol. The quenching master He Shanyon, who recently emerged, was pushed by the Chuanshan Group behind the scenes. In order to break the deadlock, Lin Ziyu directly launched a guaranteed quenching success rate, promising a guaranteed quenching success rate of 70%. This move is a bit cruel, and the Chuanshan Group dare not accept it at all, because it can't accept it. Lin Ziyu specifically inquired about it. He Shanyang's quenching success rate is only about 50%, and it needs to enter the abyss world for quenching, which is very costly. Let alone a 70% guaranteed success rate, even if it is 50%, Chuanshan Group cannot handle it. Therefore, in this competition in the quenching market, Chuanshan Group is purely losing money to gain publicity. It has a reputation, but the superpowers who are truly capable of quenching weapons are not stupid, and they will definitely choose the side with a 70% guaranteed success rate. After this competition in the quenching market, Lin and Chuanshan Group became competitors.
They seem to be coming over. Are they saying hello? Sumuyu used the reconnaissance eagle to see that the speedboat of the wolf pack was approaching. Wang Xiangfeng, take your weapons and set up your formation. You can't lose your momentum. Lin Ziyu wanted to compete with the ship on the opposite side. After the wolf pack ship approached, Lin Ziyu was about to talk to the people on the opposite ship. Unexpectedly, the wolf pack ship suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of the Huanyu, feeding the Huanyu with a round of water. This is a very obvious provocative behavior, but it does not reach the level of fighting. Fuck! These assholes! Lin Ziyu cursed and shouted, quick! Speed up and get ahead of them.
The Huan Yu began to speed up and catch up, but even with a maximum speed of 28 knots, it still couldn't catch up with the ship in front.
Wang Xiangfeng said helplessly, Boss, theirs is an armed speedboat, and we are a yacht, we can't catch up.
Yachts are originally used for sea travel, and they are mainly comfortable and luxurious, and the performance of the ship is not so outstanding.
Armed speedboats are different.
They are originally used for armed operations, and the performance of the ship is stronger and the speed is faster.
Damn it! I'll get an armed speedboat when I go back. No, I'll get a warship directly.
Lin Ziyu's temper immediately came up. He was just saying that things like warships can't be obtained just by saying so. If you really want to get one, you can actually buy retired antiques from other countries. Of course, all the weapons must be dismantled. The Wolfpack's armed speedboat ran in front for a while, and suddenly slowed down and came to the Huan Yu. On the armed speedboat, a Wolfpack leader leaned on the guardrail and sneered at Lin Ziyu, Master Lin, the boat is not very good.
What's the use of a good boat? It takes good people. Lin Ziyu retorted. Huan Yu's people are not very good either, right? Aren't all the good ones coming to us? The Wolfpack leader continued to sneer. Lin Ziyu's face sank and he cursed, Black Wolf, you want to make trouble, right? Black Wolf shrugged and said, Come and say hello, look how angry Master Lin is. Okay, we'll go now. Master Lin, take your time. If you are in danger, you can send a distress signal. If the distance is not too far, I will definitely come to rescue you. Get lost. I'm waiting for you to cry for help. Lin Ziyu cursed back immediately. You are not here to find the skeleton bird, are you? Look at your people, you will deliver food if you find it. Why bother? Eat some seafood and go back. Black Wolf shook his finger at Lin Ziyu with a mocking face. After the Black Wolf provoked, he ordered the armed speedboat to speed up and left the Huan Yu behind again. Lin Ziyu cursed, this group of cowards. They only know how to talk big. If he dares to do it, I will definitely kill him. In the next few days, we encountered 5 or 6 ships looking for the skeleton bird one after another. Most of them said hello and then separated, and some did not come over and went their separate ways. The Huan Yu had been floating on the sea for 10 days. The food and drinking water on the ship had been almost consumed, and it was necessary to find a port for supplies. That afternoon, finally, we encountered the corpse of a large marine creature, a whale shark. This whale shark was 20 meters long, floating upright on the sea, pushed by the waves. This whale shark has not been eaten yet. Sumu Yu observed the appearance and found that the whale shark was still intact. Why don't you try some meat? I haven't eaten such a big fish yet. Lin Ziyu licked his tongue. This whale shark should have been dead for a few days. The carnivorous fish in the sea dare not eat it. You are so brave. Lu Hong complained. Lin Ziyu raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you saying that this whale shark can no longer be eaten? To be precise, the prey killed by the carcass bird contains strong toxins, so the carnivorous fish in the sea dare not eat these corpses. You can try it. At most, the intestines will be pierced and the stomach will be rotten. It's not a big deal. Lu Hong looked at him jokingly. Just pretend I didn't say anything. What should I do now? Lin Ziyu asked. Lu Hong jumped from the deck to the back of the whale shark, checked the top of the whale shark's head, and found a wound. This is the standard wound of the carcass bird when it kills its prey, killing it with one blow. After killing it, the carcass bird will not eat it, but will leave directly, wait for the body to rot little by little, and then return to eat the rotten body after a few days. After checking the whale shark, Lu Hong returned to the deck and said, The body of this whale shark has begun to rot. Food that is rotted to this extent is the favorite of the carcass bird. Moreover, this whale shark is very large, and the carcass bird will not let go of such a large food and will definitely return. At most one day, the carcass bird will come back here to eat, we just need to wait nearby. When Lin Ziyu heard that he was finally going to meet the carcass bird, he immediately became excited. Okay, then wait here. Keep a distance first and stare at it 10 kilometers away. Lu Hang asked the Huan Yu to drive 10 kilometers out and stare at the whale shark body 10 kilometers away. Time flows slowly. Wait from morning to afternoon, and then until dusk. Everyone else started to get nervous. First, they were worried that the skeleton bird would appear. They didn't know if they could deal with such a scary creature. Second, they were worried that if the skeleton bird didn't appear, they would have waited in vain. After dusk, the sun slowly sank into the sea level, and the sky gradually darkened. The skeleton bird hadn't appeared yet.
When it was 9 o'clock in the evening, a full moon rose in the sky.
Today was a full moon night.
Although it was not as bright as during the day, the sea reflected the moonlight, allowing people to see things clearly.
Just when everyone was a little sleepy, Sumuyu suddenly stood up with a start. Here it is, it appeared. Where is it?
Lin Ziyu also jumped up immediately. In the southeast direction, it flew towards the body of the whale shark.
Sumuyu replied.
Hurry, hurry, hurry up and start the boat, rush over, let's get started.
Lin Ziyu shouted.
Lu Hong hurriedly said, wait a minute, don't be anxious, let it eat for a while. When the corpse bird starts to eat, it is very vigilant. When it is halfway through eating, it will slowly relax its vigilance.
That is the best time to take action. Time passed by minute. Everyone was ready for battle and nervously waited for Lu Hong to give the order to attack. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Lu Hong said, okay, Muyu, the whole ship is invisible, we go over and reduce the speed to 1.4.
Sumuyu released a large invisible curtain, covering the entire Huanyu. After the skill was upgraded to sea level, the invisible coverage range was expanded to 30 meters, and the Huanyu was 26 meters long, which was just enough to cover it all. The Huanyu entered the invisible state and slowly approached the corpse bird. When it was close to 1,000 meters, Lu Hong pressed his hand to let everyone be quiet, and when it was 500 meters, he had not taken action. It kept approaching to a distance of 300 meters, and the appearance of the corpse bird could be clearly seen with the naked eye. It was a 30-meter long terrifying creature with a pair of wings and claws on its wings.
Its body was covered with exoskeleton, a bit like a bird and a bit like a pterodactyl.
At this moment, the skeleton bird pounced on the body of the whale shark, firmly grasped the whale shark with its 4 claws, and swallowed the whale shark's internal organs to its heart's content. Lu Hong waved his right hand and said, okay, at this distance, put out the sniper rifle and machine gun, and shoot first. Lin Ziyu, you fire the first shot, and try to hit the center of its torso to play the role of bone erosion. When it entered the 1,000-meter distance, the engine of Huanyu had been shut down, and it continued to glide forward by inertia. When it approached 300 meters, Lu Hong ordered to start the attack and asked the boat driver to turn the rudder. Lin Ziyu carried a double-effect SVD sniper rifle, set it on the bunker, and aimed at the skeleton bird 300 meters away. This SVD sniper rifle has the special effect of wind resistance. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the attack power decay is only 25%, and at a distance of 300 meters, the decay is even smaller, only 7.5%. Therefore, at this distance, the power of this gun is very strong. Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong, each of them set up a heavy machine gun and aimed at the skeleton bird together. After everyone was ready, Lin Ziyu turned his head to look at Lu Hong and cast an inquiring look.
Lu Hong raised his thumb, indicating that he could shoot.
Lin Ziyu used the skill, armor-piercing bullet, and pulled the trigger with the blessing of the talent, precision shooting.
Bang!
The bullet was fired, with an initial velocity of 900 meters per second, and hit the skeleton bird in the blink of an eye, hitting the middle of its chest. With more than 500 attack points, under the amplification of armor-piercing bullet, it instantly penetrated the skeleton bird's exoskeleton and burst out a ball of plasma. The bullet rotated and deformed, drilled into the skeleton bird's body, forming a cavity effect, and twisted a bloody hole in its body. Finally, the shrapnel broke and nailed to the bone. The bone erosion special effect took effect and began to corrode the bone. The process of corroding the bone was relatively slow, and the effect was not immediately reflected.
Roar!
The skeleton bird roared in pain and raised its head to look for the attacker.
Immediately afterwards,
Wang Xiangfeng and Li Daong fired at the same time, 2 heavy machine guns spewed out flames, and 2 strings of bullets were fired out, hitting the skeleton bird with a bang bang bang. However, these 2 heavy machine guns do not have the special effects of wind resistance and bone erosion, nor do they have the blessing of the armor-piercing bullet skill, so their attack power is much lower than Lin Ziyu's sniper rifle. A series of bullets hit the body of the skeleton bird, but were bounced off by its exoskeleton, leaving only tiny bullet holes on the exoskeleton.
This thing has too high defense, and the bullets can't penetrate the defense.
Wang Xiangfeng's shooting skills are better. When he found that the bullets of the heavy machine gun could not penetrate the exoskeleton of the skeleton bird, he immediately turned to the wounds torn by the sniper rifle. The QJY heavy machine gun in his hand has a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute. 300 bullets are poured out in 1 minute, and about 20% of the bullets can hit the wound of the skeleton bird, tearing the wound wider. Sumuyu also started shooting at the same time, firing flaming arrows, hitting the special effect of melting armor, and the blazing flames melted through the exoskeleton of the skeleton bird. 3 seconds after the 2 heavy machine guns opened fire, Lin Ziyu fired his second shot, hitting the abdomen of the skeleton bird, piercing the exoskeleton again and tearing open a second wound. Under the attack of Sumuyu and Lin Ziyu, the skeleton bird had more and more wounds on its body. Roar! The skeleton bird saw the 2 tongues of fire appear, and immediately roared and leaped up, flying over. This skeleton bird was 30 meters long, while the Huanyu was only 26 meters long. In other words, this skeleton bird was longer than the yacht they were riding. Seeing the skeleton bird flying over, everyone was shocked. Lu Hong quickly ordered, "Speed up and keep the distance." The Huanyu engine started, running at full power, accelerating and sprinting, keeping the distance. Everyone turned to the back port and continued to attack. The skeleton bird flew very fast, and it pounced on the Huanyu in less than 10 seconds, and slapped down with its 2 front claws. With its 30-meter long body, one claw could break the Huanyu in 2. Lu Hong leaped up, rushed out, pulled out the Aurora blade, and slashed down with one sword. The sword light broke the exoskeleton of the skeleton bird, cutting a 2-meter long gap. The skeleton bird roared and waved its claws to slap down. Lu Hong kicked its body with both feet, bounced away with the force, avoided the claw attack, and released the skill, Thunder Prison, at the same time. Boom! A deafening thunder exploded, and the violent thunder swept over, covering the skeleton bird and imprisoning it for a short time. Roar! The skeleton bird roared angrily and broke free from the blockade of Thunder Prison in an instant, causing the power of thunder and lightning to be detonated. The thunderstorm raged on its body, burning the rotten flesh and smelling rotten meat. Among the superpowers on the ship, in addition to Sumuyu, Lin Ziyu, Wang Xiangfeng, and Li Daong, there were 7 superpowers who joined the team for the first time and saw Lu Hong take action for the first time. They were shocked to see Lu Hong dare to rush towards the skeleton bird, cut a big gap on it, and escape unscathed. Before this, they had heard about Lu Heng's experience in the evil god's burial ground, but when they saw it with their own eyes, Lu Heng's fighting power was beyond their imagination. The skeleton bird was delayed by the Thunder Prison, allowing the Huanyu to pull away for a distance and escape the fate of being split into 2 by a claw. After pulling away, Lin Ziyu, Wang Xiangfeng, and Li Daong continued to fire crazily, pouring bullets on the skeleton bird like they were free, and sparks flew out. The 2 heavy machine guns had a capacity of 200 rounds. They finished 1 box of ammunition in less than a minute, and then immediately loaded the second box of ammunition and continued to fire. The wounds on the skeleton bird were increasing, and the exoskeleton was broken into pieces. However, its body was so huge that even though there were more than a dozen holes in its exoskeleton, it was not seriously damaged and continued to roar and chase. Every time the bone bird caught up with him, Lu Hong would block it, then continue to distance himself and attack with long-range firepower. It will take some time to completely kill an abyss creature with a body length of 30 meters. The battle continued in a stalemate, and the corpse bird suffered more and more wounds. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Lu Hong prepared for the most violent attack and shouted, "Are the high-explosive bombs ready?" "Ready." The crew member in charge of ammunition coordination answered loudly. Very good, Lu Hong was preparing to order the use of high-explosive bombs. That's when an armed speedboat rushed in the distance. When it was 500 meters away, it launched RPG rocket grenades to attack the skeleton bird. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the corpse bird was shaken by the explosion. Damn, it's those bastards from the wolf pack again. What does he mean? Lin Ziyu saw the armed speedboat rushing up and immediately recognized it as the wolf pack's boat that he had encountered a few days ago. Not long after he finished scolding, someone answered his question. The armed speedboat of the wolf pack rushed forward. The leader, Black Wolf, was fully armed and said in a commanding tone, "You can leave. We will take over the rest of the battle. Get out of here. We're almost done." Lin Ziyu almost wanted to turn the gun and kill him with one shot. "I'm telling you to get lost to give you face. Don't be shameless. Otherwise, I will kill your whole boat." A fierce expression suddenly appeared on He Lang's face. "We found it first." Lin Ziyu still wanted to argue. "Don't force me to take action." Black Wolf used a threatening tone. Lin Ziyu still wanted to argue, but Lu Hong reached out to stop him, then looked at He Lang and asked, "Are you willing to cooperate?" Because he had information from his previous life, Lu Hong knew that the battle to kill the corpse bird was not that simple. "The main show hasn't started yet. If the other party is willing to cooperate, this battle can be easier. The reason why Lu Hong proposed the idea of cooperation was because he wanted to see the broad mind of the person opposite him.
Are you worthy? Black Wolf directly responded with a contemptuous look. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I did it to them. Lin Ziyu's temper shot straight to his head. Now if we start a fight with a group of superpowers like Black Wolf, even if we can win, there will definitely be wounded, and the rest of the battle will be troublesome, and they might be wiped out by the corpse birds. Therefore, Lu Hong decisively reached out to stop Lin Ziyu and said loudly, in that case, let's leave it to you. Turn the helm and let's go.
The superhuman in charge of driving the boat turned the helm, pulled away, and gave up the fighting position to the wolf pack's armed speedboat. Lu Heng's move caused a flash of suspicion in He Lang's eyes. He originally thought that he needed to teach the group of people on the Huanyu a lesson in order to drive them away.
Unexpectedly, Lu Hong left so happily. It was so pleasurable that he felt something was wrong. However, the bone bird was already in front of him, and it had been beaten all over. At this time, what else are you thinking about?
You must rush up, kill the skeleton bird, get the reward, and claim the bounty.
He Lang waved his hand and ordered, Bazooka, keep working for me. Blast this big guy to smithereens for me, boom. Boom. Boom.
5 rocket launchers were fired at the same time, and 5 rocket grenades flew towards the bone bird.
Aboard the Huanyu. Seeing that the distance was getting farther and farther, Lin Ziyu was very angry. Lu Hong, what are you doing? We finally fought like that, and we almost killed the skeleton bird, so we just gave it to the wolves, a bunch of things with no buttholes? Not only Lin Ziyu, but also everyone else on the boat looked unwilling. After all, after fighting for so long and exerting so much effort, the skeleton bird's exoskeleton was broken. Now it was given to a competitor, and no one would be willing to change it. Only Su Muyu looked calm. She was used to Lu Heng's occasional strange decisions, but the result was right every time. Moreover, she also felt that it was too easy to kill such a huge skeleton bird with just a few shots. Hearing everyone's doubts, Lu Hong said, don't worry, we'll wait and see. When Lin Ziyu heard this, he nodded and said, okay. If He Lang and the others kill the bone bird later, we will fight against each other. Anyway, there is a grudge, and now the Black Wolf is robbing the corpse bird again. There is nothing to hesitate about. In the battlefield, 5 RPG rocket grenades hit the corpse bird, and exploded violently bang bang bang. The corpse bird, which was already covered in wounds, was blown into pieces and was on the verge of collapse. Seeing how simple this battle was, Black Wolf smiled on his face. However, he is cautious. Since Lu Heng's move of voluntarily giving up the bone bird was a bit strange, He Lang cautiously continued to let his men fire rocket launchers, deciding to completely smash the bone bird before getting closer. Boom! 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 5 more rocket-propelled grenades hit the corpse bird.
The skeleton bird was seriously injured, looked up to the sky and let out a shrill scream, then turned around and started running away. If you still want to escape, speed up and rush up to kill it. Black Wolf immediately ordered, and the armed speedboat moved forward at full speed. After chasing for more than 1,000 meters, the machine gun on the ship continued to fire, hitting the skeleton bird on its back. Ouch! The skeleton bird screamed as it fled. After chasing for a few minutes, a red light suddenly flashed in front of the skeleton bird. A shadow rushed towards Black Wolf's armed speedboat, and a scarlet swordlight fell from the sky. Clang! There was a roar, and the swordlight split the hull of the armed speedboat into 2 halves. The keel of the 36-meter-long armed speedboat was broken and the hull tilted. The superpowers on the boat suddenly screamed in panic.
What's going on? The ship is sinking. What is that?
The scarlet shadow suddenly appeared, with a sheep's head and a human body, covered in scarlet armor. The hair on its head seemed to be condensed with blood, and each one was clearly visible. In his paws, he holds a scarlet sword.
Standing on the sea, it will not sink. This scarlet demon cut off the wolf pack's armed ship with one blow.
The armed speedboat is 36 meters long and 7 meters wide. The keel of such a big ship was broken with one sword, which shows how terrifying this scarlet demon is. After the hull broke, seawater poured into the cabin, the deck tilted, and there were signs of sinking. However, this armed speedboat has a watertight cabin. As long as it does not continue to be attacked, it can survive for several hours even if it sinks. Black Wolf originally wanted to save the ship's keel, but it broke too quickly and could not hold on. He shouted, "Don't mess around. Take the guy and kill the enemy first. Rescue will come soon." The people on the boat are all superpowers. Even if the boat sinks and they are floating in the sea wearing life jackets, they can still hold on until rescue arrives. Therefore, when He Lang shouted, his men calmed down and started shooting at the Scarlet Demon on the sea with their guns. Day. The Scarlet Demon raised his hand and opened his shield, blocking all the bullets. Seeing this scene, He Lang had a solemn expression on his face. At the speed at which this thing appeared just now, it was impossible for the rocket launcher to hit. He knew that the opponent he encountered this time was very terrifying, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. After blocking the bullet, the Scarlet Demon rushed forward, boarded the front half of the deck of the armed speedboat, and killed the gun-carrying superpower with a sword. When the supernatural beings around him saw it, they screamed in terror, turned around and ran away.
Black Wolf knew he was in trouble this time.
If he couldn't withstand this thing's attack, the whole team would die here. He shouted, pulled out a big knife, and rushed towards the Scarlet Demon.
Bang!
The swords collided twice, and the Scarlet Demon flew out with a kick, kicking the Black Wolf away.
He Lang flew out and hit the bulkhead. He received a kick in the abdomen that almost kicked his stomach out.
He clearly felt that he was no match for this thing, and there was a look of horror on his face.
He remembered Lu Hang's cooperation proposal before, so he shouted, "Quick! Ask Lin Ziyu and the others for help, quick!" On the verge of life and death, face is no longer important. Before, he arrogantly provoked Lin Ziyu because he was confident that he could deal with any opponent. Now, he couldn't resist the Scarlet Demon at all, and the first thing that came to his mind was Lu Hang's cooperation proposal. He didn't think Lu Hang and his group could deal with this Scarlet Demon, but if they could only hold it back, he would have a chance to escape with his men. 5 kilometers away, the Huanyu was floating on the sea.
Sumuyu reported the situation on the battlefield in real time. A demon with a sheep's head and a human body appeared. His whole body was as red as blood.
This demon was very strong.
With one sword, he cut off the keel of the wolf pack's ship, and the ship was about to sink. Lin Ziyu was also observing the battlefield with a telescope, and he also saw the wolf pack's ship being sunk. When he saw the hull cracking, he felt a little relieved, but soon he was worried that his yacht could not withstand the devil's sword.
Lu Hang took the telescope and took a look at the battlefield. The information was the same as in his memory.
As expected, the bone bird did not appear alone. As long as the skeleton bird is injured, a Scarlet Demon will definitely appear. This Scarlet Demon with a sheep's head and human body is a blood-born sword demon. Swordsman is the source of what he carries on his body, and the sword he just cut through the keel of the armed speedboat was the swordsman's source of ability, breaking slash.
This time,
Wang Shangfeng ran up from the cabin and said, "The wolves have sent out a distress signal, and in the distress broadcast, they asked us by name to go to the rescue. Help! That thing cut off a 30-meter longboat with just one sword strike.
Is this something a human can deal with?"
Lin Ziyu felt that there was no way to deal with this thing, and he already wanted to retreat.
However, he still asked Lu Hang, "Are we going to save him?" "It can't be saved. If they agree to cooperate from the beginning, they can still discuss tactics.
This is it, there is no need to rescue."
Lu Hang shook his head. People are responsible for their own choices. 10 minutes ago, Black Wolf made the decision to snatch the bone bird, which led to this ending. Then what should we do? Do we want to evacuate? Lin Ziyu asked hurriedly.
"Set the boat and chase the skeleton bird."
"Let's kill the skeleton bird first," Lu Hang ordered in a calm tone.
Because the armed ship of the wolf pack was cut off with a sword, the superpowers on the Huanyu were filled with fear. However, Lu Hang has given an order and will definitely carry it out. The Huanyu was at full speed and chased in the direction of the bone bird. The skeleton bird fled back to the whale shark's corpse and began to devour the flesh and blood to recover from its injuries.
Moreover, the corpse bird recovers very quickly.
Some small wounds have been closed, and only a few large wounds are still clearly visible. The Huanyu rushed within 1,000 meters, and Lu Hang shouted, "Give the bullet the power to reduce healing, and shoot to prevent it from recovering."
Wang Xiangfeng quickly used the enhanced weapon empowerment healing reduction skill to empower Lin Ziyu's sniper rifle bullets.
Weapon empowerment type skills, when empowering firearms, need to empower bullets, not firearms. Lin Ziyu aimed at the corpse bird and fired.
Bang!
The bullet penetrated the exoskeleton of the corpse bird and penetrated into its flesh, and the healing reduction empowerment took effect, instantly stopping the corpse bird's recovery. Its wound healing speed dropped significantly, almost stopping.
2 heavy machine guns fired at the same time. 1,000 meters is the range limit of the heavy machine gun.
At this distance, it is difficult to hit the target. However, the corpse bird is 30 meters long, and it can be hit by a random sweep. Ouch! The corpse bird was attacked again and let out a shrill scream. The attack on the corpse bird must be quick, otherwise the blood sword demon will come to rescue. So Lu Hong immediately shouted, "High explosive bombs, hurry!" The crew responsible for ammunition coordination has arranged high explosive bombs. Lu Hong turned his head to look at Su Muyu and said, "Go." Su Muyu nodded, controlled the reconnaissance eagle to enter the invisible state, grabbed a bunch of high explosive bombs, and flew towards the corpse bird. In the invisible state, the scout eagle used the skill, aerodynamic acceleration, to increase its speed by 50%, then increased its altitude and dived towards the skeleton bird. The speed at the end of the dive directly soared to 380 km per hour, and plunged into the wound of the skeleton bird. Su Muyu quickly clenched his fist and changed the energy properties of the scout eagle, turning the energy of the scout eagle into the energy of elemental arrows. The flame arrows flew around in the body of the skeleton bird, detonating high-dot explosive bombs. Boom! 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 A series of explosions exploded from the body of the skeleton bird, piercing its body and creating several 3-meter long holes. Another shot, Lu Hong said. Su Muyu released the second scout eagle, grabbed the second bundle of high-dot explosive bombs, and rushed towards the skeleton bird. Boom! 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 The second round of explosions directly blew the skeleton body apart, almost breaking it. Lu Hong jumped into the sea, activated the wind step, and sprinted forward on the water, running on the water. When everyone on the boat saw that Lu Hong could actually walk on the waves, they all showed astonishment on their faces. How did he do it? Lin Ziyu was in disbelief. Su Muyu was also surprised at first, but soon thought of an article he had seen before, and immediately understood what was going on. In nature, there are animals that can run on the water, such as basilisk lizards. I saw an article before, in which a scientist used a model of basilisk lizards running on the water to calculate. If an adult wants to run on the water, he needs to run at a speed of 110 km per hour and sprint on the water without falling into the water. His speed has reached the requirement, and with the skill of stepping on the water, he can indeed run on the water. This article does exist. However, the requirement of 110 km per hour is the minimum requirement. If humans want to run steadily on the water, in addition to speed, they also need certain running skills. In nature, when basilisk lizards run on the water, they will slap the water surface with their feet to provide upward force, thereby obtaining the lifting force to avoid falling into the water. If humans want to run on the water, they also need to use the strength of their legs to step on the water surface and obtain lifting force. Therefore, if you really want to run on the water, you also need the skill of stepping on the water surface continuously. And this skill, Lu Hong knew in his previous life. Lu Hong's current level is 20, the attributes reached Strength 40, Agility 50, and Constitution 40. After activating the wind step, the running speed can reach 70 meters per second, which is equivalent to 252 kilometers per hour, which is comparable to the straight-line sprint speed of a racing car. With such a fast speed, coupled with the skilled wave-walking skills, it is completely possible to run on the water. Lu Hong walked on the waves, rushed towards the skeleton bird, jumped up, and slashed the neck of the skeleton bird with a sword, cutting off its head. Kill the skeleton bird and absorb 500 points of demonic energy. Source energy level increased to level 21, all attributes plus 3, agility attribute additional plus 0.9, level above level 20, each time the upgrade gives more attributes, from plus 2 to plus 3 for all attributes. The slippery dragon talent also increases the agility attribute by 0.9 each time you upgrade, which is almost 1 point of agility per level. This talent becomes stronger in the later stages, for this reason. After the death of the corpse bird, 3 crystal cores were extracted, one of which was the skill crystal core, exoskeleton armor, and the other 2 were high-level energy crystal cores. Seeing that it was high-level energy crystal cores, Lu Hong's eyes lit up. The probability of this high-level crystal core appearing is very low, and only high-level demons have a chance to extract it. Unexpectedly, this corpse bird produced 2 at once. Lu Hong crushed it directly. One of them is a high-level energy crystal core, absorbing the energy in it. Absorb high-level energy crystal core to strengthen the source energy level. Source energy level increased to level 22, all attributes plus 3, agility attribute additional plus 0.9. After 2 levels, Lu Hong's energy tide surged, and this violent energy was like a volcano, wanting to erupt. Lu Hong took a quick look at the attributes, and the 5-dimensional attributes had been improved to Strength 46, Agility 58, Constitution 46, Spirit 47, Perception 46. The combat power has been improved by a level. Originally, Lu Hong was still worried that it might be a bit tricky to face the Blood Sword Demon, but now that the combat power has been improved, he is more confident. The scream of the corpse bird before its death attracted the Blood Sword Demon, but he was too late. Lu Hong killed the corpse bird as quickly as possible. The Blood Sword Demon didn't even see who made the final move. When he rushed over and saw the Huanyu, he pounced on it directly, wanting to sink the Huanyu first.
That demon is coming.
The Scout Eagle detected the approach of the Blood Sword Demon in the sky, and Su Muyu immediately reminded loudly.
Turn on stealth and retreat quickly. Lu Hong waved his hand and quickly asked Su Muyu to turn on stealth to escort the Huanyu back.
The Wolf Pack's armed speedboat was 36 meters long and was cut off by the Blood Sword Demon. The Huanyu was only 26 meters long, and the hull structure was weaker. As long as it was touched, it would sink faster. Su Muyu raised his hand and shouted, "Turn the rudder and retreat, everyone put on life jackets." Letting the ship retreat is naturally to save the ship, but it is also necessary to prepare for the worst possible situation, so it is right to wear life jackets. Su Muyu had a Scout Eagle, which could actually fly at any time, but the Scout Eagle might have to rescue other people, so she still put on a life jacket.
Huanyu entered the invisible state and began to retreat at full speed.
However, for such a large ship, even if it entered the invisible state, there would still be obvious splashes at the stern when sailing at full speed. So, if the Blood Sword Demon wanted to find it, he would definitely find it. Seeing the Blood Sword Demon rushing towards Huanyu, Lu Hong immediately jumped onto the sea, stepped on the wind step, and rushed over diagonally to intercept the Blood Sword Demon. The Blood Sword Demon was very fast, and Lu Hong was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted him close, and the Aurora blade swung his sword horizontally. The Blood Sword Demon raised his sword to block.
Bang!
The Aurora blade collided with the Scarlet Blood Sword, shaking out a circle of sparks. A man and a demon staggered past each other, and Lu Hong continued to run forward, stepping on a bunch of water and fire with his feet, and rushed towards the Blood Sword Demon again in a big circle. The reason why he had to go around in a big circle was because Lu Hong couldn't stop. It is true that running on the sea surface can be achieved by stepping on the water surface, but there is a disadvantage, that is, you can't stop. If you stop, you will sink into the water. When the clothes on your body are soaked, the weight will increase, which will invisibly slow down your speed. Therefore, Lu Hong is always running, fighting with the Blood Sword Demon again and again, and every time he fights, he uses fast attack swordsmanship.
Bang bang bang.
The sword light collided and vibrated a series of sparks.
Roar!
The Blood Sword Demon was extremely angry because his corpse bird was dead. Now he just wanted to kill the human in front of him and sink the ship. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Lu Hong roughly tested the strength of this Blood Sword Demon.
The level should be level 24, all attributes are above 50 points, and the agility attribute is more than 55 points. The strength is very strong.
Lu Hong's current attributes are 46 points of strength, 58 points of agility, and the remaining attributes are also around 46 and 47 points. Therefore, his strength was not as good as that of the Blood Sword Demon. After several head-on collisions, his palms were a little numb. Fortunately, his agility attribute was higher, and he suppressed his opponent in speed. With his subtle body skills and the 7-step sword style, they fought evenly. The Blood Sword Demon also discovered this, and a gleam of light flashed in his scarlet eyes, and he used a skill of wind stab. The Scarlet Blood Sword instantly stabbed out more than a dozen sword shadows, hitting the vital points of Lu Hong's body. This skill can instantly burst out several times the stabbing speed, stabbing crazily, leaving the opponent nowhere to hide. At the moment when the sword shadow reached his body, Lu Hong's eyes flashed with energy, and he used the skill, Bullet Time. In an instant, the surrounding things slowed down, and even the water splashing in the sea was suspended in the air and slowly fell. The speed of the sword shadow stabbed by the Blood Sword Demon also slowed down. In the bullet time state, Lu Hong lowered his head, turned sideways, bent his waist, raised his legs, and flew into the air, changing various postures in an instant to dodge the sword shadows. In slow motion, it looked like he was dodging. However, in the eyes of the Blood Sword Demon, Lu Hong's dodging was as fast as the sword shadows he stabbed, and it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. More than a dozen sword shadows stabbed out in an instant, and Lu Hong also dodged more than a dozen times like lightning. After avoiding all the sword shadows, Lu Hong had already rushed to the side of the blood sword demon, swung a sword, and slashed at the blood sword demon's right shoulder.
Clang!
The Aurora blade slashed on the blood sword demon's scarlet armor, and the sharp blade special effect took effect, breaking the armor and cutting a deep wound on the blood sword demon's right shoulder that could see the bone.
Roar!
The blood sword demon felt pain, roared angrily, and pressed his hand on the wound. His wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the gap in the scarlet armor closed up, as if he had never been injured. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong was not too surprised.
Because from the beginning, we knew that the blood sword demon had a strong recovery ability, which was also the racial characteristic of the blood demon, so we needed to find a psychic with the reduced healing skill to join the team. After the Huan Yu pulled away from a distance of 1,000 meters, it reduced the engine power, slowed down, and reduced the splash at the stern. At the same time, keep a distance and observe the battle situation. Lin Ziyu has been aiming with a sniper rifle, but the distance of 1,000 meters is too far, and the two people are always moving, and the speed is too fast to be captured by the naked eye. So, he can't shoot at all. Su Muyu, what should I do now? I dare not shoot. Lin Ziyu looked at Su Muyu and asked her opinion.
Su Muyu was also very nervous, but now she could only watch, wait patiently, if he needs help, he will tell you. She has been controlling the Scout Eagle to hover above the battlefield. If necessary, she will immediately let the Scout Eagle swoop down to help. However, although her Scout Eagle has an attack power of 5 times mental power, it is not enough to deal with the blood sword demon. It has to wait for Lu Hang's attack signal. The psychics on the ship are also observing the battlefield with telescopes.
Seeing the fierce battle between a man and a demon on the sea, everyone is horrified. Isn't this too strong?
I saw the Scarlet Demon cut off the Wolf Pack ship with a sword before. I thought we were finished. I didn't expect Lu Hong to be so strong. Lin Ziyu looked at the group of subordinates with pride. I have said it before, you were chosen, that's your luck.
Do you know how powerful my brothers are? Mr. Lin is right.
We can only go out to sea with Mr. Lin because we have to rely on him.
A group of subordinates nodded in agreement. I just don't know if we can win. It looks like we are evenly matched. A psychic frowned and was still worried. After all, Lu Hang is the stronger one. If Lu Hong takes a step back, the people on their ship will become cannon fodder. We will definitely win.
Lin Ziyu actually has no idea, but at this time, he can only trust Lu Hang. I'm afraid that this demon will use the move of cutting off the hull later.
I don't know if Lu Hong can withstand it. A cautious psychic raised this concern.
Not only he is worried, but everyone on the ship is worried. They saw with their own eyes that the Scarlet Demon cut off the Wolf Pack's armed ship with a sword. That sword was too terrible and could not be resisted by humans. In fact, not only they are worried about this sword. Lu Hang is also worried, so he has been holding the source skill in his hand, ready to release it at any time. It has been more than 10 minutes since the Blood Sword Demon cut off the armed speedboat. The source energy consumed by this skill should have been fully restored. Lu Hong has been waiting for his sword. This sword is the source skill, Fisher Slash, of the second level, swordsman. No substance in this world can withstand this sword. However, the Blood Sword Demon seemed to want to use this sword to sink the Huan Yu, and hesitated to use it on Lu Hang. The man and the demon fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no winner. The Blood Sword Demon became more and more angry. He could clearly feel that the human in front of him was not as strong as him, but faster than him. Even when he used the skill of Wind Stab, the human in front of him could dodge it at an extremely exaggerated speed. If they continued to fight like this, there would be no winner. Moreover, the Blood Sword Demon was getting more and more impatient. A dangerous red light flashed in his eyes. Finally, in a head-on collision, he used the source ability of Swordsman, Fisher Slash. With a sword, the red light swept across the space in all directions, and a 3-meter long crack sword light was cut out, slashing towards Lu Hang's head. This sword was too fast, leaving Lu Hong no room to dodge. Moreover, a few seconds ago, Lu Hong had used bullet time to dodge Wind Stab, so he couldn't use it to dodge this sword. There is no substance on the blue star that can withstand Rift Slash. Just when Rift Slash was about to hit, Lu Hang activated the source ability, Shadow Travel, escaped into the shadow, and was exempted from physical collision. Although the Shadow Travel state can exempt physical collision, Rift Slash is not just a physical attack. So, the moment Lu Hang escaped into the shadow, he flashed to the left at 5 times the speed. The sword light of rift slashed past, and Lu Hong felt a strong energy passing by his side. Even the space was distorted. Fortunately, he avoided the energy center of the sword light and was not affected too much. Lu Hong stabilized his mind, and in the shadow-traveling state, he burst forward at 5 times the speed, and stabbed the blood sword demon with a sword in the moon-chasing style. At the moment of stabbing the moon-chasing style, he left the shadow-traveling state, and the cold light on the sword blade flashed, stabbed into the chest of the blood sword demon, and the sword pierced his body and came out from behind. A stream of blood rolled out from the blood groove of the aurora blade. The blood sword demon did not expect that he had already used rift slash, but instead of killing his opponent, he was pierced through the chest by a sword. Roar! He roared to the sky, and the blood in his body burst out. He used the racial ability of the blood demon to splash scarlet. His blood scattered like arrows, and the blood arrows carried the toxins of the blood demon. Non-blood creatures who were contaminated would be poisoned and die. However, this move would cause the blood demon to lose a lot of blood and fall into a state of serious injury. Therefore, the blood clan would take advantage of the injury to burst out blood after being injured and kill the opponent. Lu Hong was well prepared. At the moment when the scarlet splash appeared, he launched shadow travel for the second time, escaped into the shadows, and avoided the blood arrows. After the blood sword demon burst out the blood arrows, he immediately dived into the sea to escape the battlefield. It was night and the light was very dim. The blood sword demon dived into the water and disappeared. However, the blood devil is not an aquatic creature and can't hide in the sea for long. Moreover, he was seriously injured and needed to replenish blood immediately. Lu Hong pressed the communicator on his ear and said quickly, "Keep an eye on the sea and find his position. He will definitely float out." Okay. Before Lu Hong reminded him, Sumuyu was already looking. About half a minute later, Sumuyu finally found the position of the blood devil, over there on the sunken ship. The armed ship where the wolf pack fought had been completely sunk. However, the black wolf survived by chance and climbed onto the lifeboat. He was paddling with oars, trying to escape from this sea area. The scarlet demon that just appeared was too scary. Black Wolf never thought that such a scary demon would appear in this world. Their armed ship was sunk as soon as they met, and the superpowers on the ship were no match for the scarlet demon. If the scarlet demon had not gone to rescue the skeleton bird, even he would have been killed. Just when he thought he could escape from this sea area alive, a black shadow suddenly appeared under the lifeboat. The next moment, the scarlet demon broke out of the water and jumped onto the lifeboat. He was surprised to find that there was a blood hole on the chest of the scarlet demon, and it was seriously injured. He couldn't imagine who could hurt this scary demon. The blood sword demon jumped onto the lifeboat, grabbed Black Wolf's neck, lifted him up, then showed his fangs, bit Black Wolf's neck, and began to suck blood. This is the blood clan's way of replenishing blood. After using Scarlet Splash, a lot of blood will be lost, and blood needs to be replenished immediately. The way to replenish blood is to suck the blood of other creatures. Ah! The Black Wolf screamed in fear, but he had no ability to resist. He could only watch the demon in front of him suck his blood. On the other side, Sumuyu found the blood sword demon and said loudly, "He is on the lifeboat, he is sucking blood." Lu Hang immediately rushed towards the direction of the sunken ship, and said in the communicator, "Reduced healing bullets, shoot him. Stop him from recovering, otherwise he will be full of blood in a few minutes." The horror of the Blood Clan lies in this. Even if they are seriously injured and use Scarlet Splash, as long as there is a suitable blood supply, they can be full of blood in a few minutes. Lin Ziyu immediately set up a sniper rifle, used reduced healing bullets, and aimed at the blood sword demon 1,000 meters away. The distance of 1,000 meters is a bit far. If it is a moving target, it is basically impossible to hit it. However, the blood sword demon is sucking blood now, and he is enjoying the process, standing still without moving. Lin Ziyu's initial talent is precision shooting, and he also has wind resistance, which reduces the impact of wind on bullets, so even at a distance of 1,000 meters, the accuracy is extremely high. He took a deep breath, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sniper rifle bullet flew out, crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, and drilled into the wound on the back of the blood sword demon. Puff! The blood sword demon's body shook, and a large mouthful of blood in his mouth spurted out. The shrapnel was embedded in his body, and the bone erosion special effect took effect and began to erode his bones. The blood sword demon roared angrily, reached into the blood hole in his chest, and forcibly pulled out the shrapnel, and then continued to suck blood. However, he suddenly found that the recovery effect of sucking blood was much reduced, and it had dropped to a level that he could not accept. The healing speed of the wound also stopped. He knew that it was the effect caused by the previous shot, and it was useless to continue sucking blood now. Moreover, he saw Lu Hong rushing over, and angrily raised the scarlet blood sword to slash at Lu Hang. Lu Hong flew over, stepped on the waves with both feet, avoided the attack of the scarlet blood sword, jumped up, and slashed with the sword to suppress the mountain. The sword light fell, splitting the blood sword demon diagonally from the right shoulder to the left side, and blood splattered. Lu Hong released Thunder Sky Prison at the same time, and the violent lightning burned the splattered blood into ashes. Kill the blood sword demon and absorb 500 points of demon energy. The blood sword demon died in the battle, and a crystal core and a source of essence were separated, which was the source of the second level swordsman. After getting the essence of swordsman, Lu Hang absorbed it without hesitation.
Obtain the essence of swordsman and start the battle for the essence. Completion of the second level essence fusion, 10%, the essence is in a free state. After the fusion completion reaches 100%, it will be promoted to a higher class. Temporary acquisition of essence ability, rift slash, release the energy of the essence and cut out a sword beam with enough power to tear the space, which is indestructible. After absorbing the essence of swordsman, Lu Hang glanced at the data panel and found that there was no countdown for the conscription of the Abyss battlefield. The absence of a countdown means that there is no Abyss battlefield where the essence needs to be fought for. It may also be that the number of psychics who have obtained the second level essence at this stage is too small, and it is impossible to gather a team of psychics to enter the essence battlefield. It is also a good thing that there is no conscription countdown, so there is more time to prepare. Moreover, the battle for the essence does not only exist in the Abyss battlefield. In fact, you can also obtain source essence on Blue Star. As long as the source essence obtained reaches 100%, source essence fusion can also be completed. Therefore, after the source essence battle is started, there will be danger even if you are in the main world. If you encounter other superpowers who have also started the source essence battle, it may be a situation of life and death. After obtaining the second level source essence, a layer of halo lingers on Lu Hang's body, which has not dissipated for a long time. Under the night, he is like a light man, very eye-catching. In addition to the swordsman class, the blood sword demon also has a skill crystal core, blood-sucking healing. In addition, the scarlet blood sword is also a good thing. Lu Hong picked it up and took a look at the attributes. Scarlet blood sword +5, item level, B. Level, specifications, 137 cm long, 4.5 cm blade width, 3.2 kg weight, attributes, attack power 140, special effect, blood-sucking growth, a weapon made of blood by the bloodline demon, it has the characteristic of blood-sucking growth. The more blood it absorbs, the higher the weapon's enhancement level. Evaluation, a weapon made of blood by the bloodline demon, it causes blade damage when attacking and absorbs the target's blood. This sword is much heavier than the Aurora blade, and the blade is wider. Moreover, there is a special effect unique to bloodline weapons, which is to grow by absorbing blood. The enhancement level of this sword is increased by absorbing blood, and it has been upgraded to level 5. After humans obtain this sword, they can continue to use it, and the special effect of blood-sucking growth is still valid. However, there is a problem, that is, this sword is fed with the blood of the bloodline demon. Therefore, the sword is filled with the blood of the blood clan. If it is put into the quenching furnace for quenching, the furnace fire will burn the blood, resulting in the destruction of the blood-sucking growth, special effect, and the original level 5 enhancement will also be lost. To put it simply, the blood-sucking growth, characteristics of the blood clan weapons conflict with quenching. In fact, the growth method of this weapon is that the blood clan demons will not quench and strengthen weapons, and another set of enhancement methods created through racial characteristics. If it is a mutant without a quenching channel, it is actually good to obtain this weapon. However, Lu Hong himself is a quencher and has no demand for blood-sucking growth type weapons. However, this sword is not useless. After all, it is a B. level weapon and can be used as a material for forging weapons. The black wolf fell on the lifeboat with 2 blood holes on his neck. The blood holes were bitten by the blood clan sword demon. The teeth pierced the carotid artery, so blood was gushing out of the 2 blood holes. He opened his horrified eyes, stretched out his hand to Lu Hong, opened his mouth and asked for help in a weak voice. Save me. Lu Hong looked at him calling for help, helplessly spread his hands. Being bitten by the blood demon like this, even the gods can't save him. In order to facilitate blood sucking, the blood demons have evolved anticoagulant blood toxins in their blood poison.
In other words, the blood of creatures bitten by the blood demons has lost the scab function. Even if the wound is sutured, it can't stop bleeding.
What's more, he was bitten through the aorta. All I can do is help you get rid of it.
Lu Hong raised his sword and asked for his opinion with his eyes.
Save me, Black Wolf regretted it now.
If he had agreed to cooperate before, maybe this would not be the end.
He opened his eyes unwillingly and asked with his last strength, did you know it from the beginning? I guess so. People should be responsible for every decision they make. You want to grab the corpse bird, I gave it to you. You can't blame me if you can't eat it.
Lu Hong spread his hands. After hearing this, Hailang dropped his right hand, his pupils dilated, and lost the brilliance of life.
What happened?
Lin Ziyu's voice came from the communication channel.
The battle is over, come and pick me up.
Lu Hong was really tired after the battle just now, so he waited on the lifeboat for Huan Yu to come and pick him up.
Huan Yu started the engine and sailed towards Lu Hang.
Since the battle was over, Sumu Yu did not continue to maintain the invisible state. After all, covering such a large ship with an invisible curtain consumes a lot of source energy. After fighting for such a long time, her source energy is almost exhausted. Huan Yu slowly sailed to the vicinity of the sunken ship, and the people on the ship waved to Lu Hong with excited expressions on their faces. Lu Hong was about to jump on the ship.
At this moment,
a strong searchlight beam came from a distance, so bright that Lu Hong could hardly open his eyes. Lu Hong used his palm to block the light of the searchlight, and could barely see a huge black shadow appearing on the sea.
What is that?
The power of the searchlight was very strong, so bright that everyone on the boat could not open their eyes, and they could not see clearly what it was, and everyone could not help but get nervous. Sumu Yu observed what the thing that shone the searchlight was, and replied, a big ship, very big, like a warship, with guns on the deck. They rushed over, very fast. The ship that suddenly appeared was 45 meters long, and it was a gunboat, with an anti-aircraft gun on the deck of the bow. This kind of ship is usually used for maritime patrols, and it suddenly appeared here, and it is unknown what the purpose is. Since this is the high seas, the ships that appeared are not necessarily Shagwa ships. When searching for the skeleton bird before, Huan Yu sailed all the way south and encountered ships from other countries on the sea. Some were cargo ships running sea transportation, and some were armed ships looking for the skeleton bird. Now a large ship suddenly appeared, and it was shining with a high-power searchlight.
This is very rude. What flag is it? Lu Hong asked.
Usually, ships that appear on the high seas will fly flags to identify their nationality.
Flag. This pattern seems to be the Java flag.
Sumu Yu has an impression of this flag, but there are too many countries in the world, and many flags are very similar, so he is not very sure.
When everyone was confused,
on the Java gunboat opposite, a loudspeaker began to shout, and the language used was English. Listen, ships in front of you, stop for inspection, you have entered the territorial waters of Java, stop for inspection. Lu Hong frowned, he didn't expect to encounter ships from other countries. At this time, if they stopped to let them board the ship for inspection, it is unknown what will happen. Lu Hong jumped on the Huan Yu and said directly, turn the rudder, let's go, ignore them. Huan Yu turned the rudder, drove at full power, and returned at full speed. Sumu Yu glanced at the satellite positioning on the yacht and said, we are indeed close to Java now, but we have definitely not entered their territorial waters.
We are now on the high seas.
Seeing the Huan Yu turn the rudder and leave, the Java gunboat also ran at full speed and chased behind, continuing to shout with a loudspeaker, stop the ship for inspection, otherwise we will open fire.
The Huan Yu is just a yacht.
Although the side of the ship is equipped with armor, facing a gunboat is really like an egg meeting granite. The anti-aircraft gun on the opposite gunboat is not large in caliber, but it can be used against a yacht and sink it with a round of strafing.
What should we do? Everyone on the boat became nervous.
If the other party opens fire, the nature of the matter will be different.
Lu Hang asked, is there a national flag on the ship? Let's hang the national flag.
Yes,
I'll go hang it.
Wang Xiangfeng hurried to raise the flag. By the way, take a look at the monitoring equipment and use satellite signals to transmit the monitoring video back.
Lin Ziyu said.
A red flag was slowly raised and fluttered in the wind on the mast of Huan Yu. After the flag was hung, if the other party knew what was going on, they should have gone back. However, what was unexpected was that the Javan ship still had no intention of retreating and continued to chase. The voice in the loudspeaker changed from English to bilingual, first in English and then in Xiaoguoyu.
Seeing the flag and still chasing, something was not right.
Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and stared at the Javan gunboat chasing behind, very puzzled. Are the people on this ship so brave? I'll use the reconnaissance eagle to check the situation. Sumuyu released the reconnaissance eagle, entered the invisible state, flew to the Javan gunboat, and then heard the dangerous information. She leaned close to Lu Hang's ear and whispered, "On the opposite gunboat, someone is talking to the captain of the gunboat in English. They want the trophy of the skeleton bird, and they see that you have the source halo on you and want to kill you." After listening, Lu Hang's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time the gunboat on the opposite side fired a shot, not directly with a cannon, but with a gun to hit the side of the Huanyu ship. Bang! After the shot, he continued to shout, "Countdown 3 seconds, if you don't stop the ship, I will sink you." Lu Hang's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light, and he ordered, "Turn on stealth, turn the rudder, everyone enter combat mode." After that, Lu Hang jumped up and rushed out, shouting at the same time, "Scouting Eagle." The scouting eagle flew out, caught Lu Hang in mid-air, and soared into the sky. Lu Hang grabbed the eagle's claws and flew to a height of 50 meters, came to the top of the Java ship, then released the eagle's claws, fell down, pulled out the aurora blade, burst out the source energy, and slashed out, Fisher Slash. Fisher Slash, the sword light fell from the sky and slashed the hull of the Java ship. The sword light split the deck, cut off the keel, and tore the hull. Boom! Creak! The Javanese ship was almost broken in the middle, and the half of the ship's side that was not completely broken was also torn apart bit by bit under the pull of the broken hull. Finally, the ship tilted to both sides, and the Javanese soldiers on the ship screamed in fear. Only the loudspeaker was still repeating the previous call, "Stop the ship immediately for inspection. If you refuse to stop, we will sink you in 3 seconds." When the two ships were chasing each other, there were surveillance devices on the ships taking pictures and transmitting them in real time via satellite signals. Therefore, what happened to the Java gunboat has been transmitted to the outside world in real time. At this point, it is impossible to completely block the news. In the sky, Lu Hang grabbed the claws of the reconnaissance eagle, suspended in the air, and looked down at the tilted Java ship below. Because the reconnaissance eagle is invisible, it looks like Lu Hang is hovering in the sky alone, looking down at the group of squeaking ants below. The Java captain, who had arrogantly threatened to sink the Huanyu just a moment ago, is now holding the bulkhead in fear and calling for help. The sword that Lu Hang just struck down from the sky split the ship in two. Such a terrible power of heaven has already scared him out of his wits. Lu Hang asked loudly, "Do you still need to board the ship for inspection?" In the bridge, the Java captain put his hands together in a begging gesture, squeaking and screaming, and no one knows what he is saying. The short mutant who had been urging the Java captain to fire immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "We were wrong, we don't dare anymore." Lu Hang asked again, "Now, can we go?" The Java captain listened to the translation of the man next to him, nodded hurriedly, and begged for mercy, just wanting to send Lu Hang away quickly. After subduing the Java captain, Lu Hang returned to Huanyu and set off for home. On the way back, Lu Hang took out 2 crystal cores. One was the high-level energy crystal core, and the other was the exoskeleton armor skill crystal core. High-level energy crystal core cannot be used continuously, so Lu Hang took this crystal core out for distribution. As soon as Lin Ziyu saw the data of the crystal core, he immediately chose the high-level energy crystal core. Lu Hang and Su Muyu took the exoskeleton armor crystal core. In terms of the value of the crystal core, the value of the high-level energy crystal core is much higher. However, this distribution plan is equivalent to Lin Ziyu and his psychics sharing this high-level energy crystal core together. As for how they divide it internally, Lu Hang doesn't care. Lin Ziyu has his own way to make his subordinates work for him. This time hunting the skeleton bird, Lu Hang got the swordsman, source material and the weapon of the blood sword demon. It can be said that he made a lot of money. Lin Ziyu was also very satisfied, because when he killed the skeleton bird, he was upgraded, and after absorbing the high-level energy crystal core, he was upgraded again. This time he went out to sea, he was upgraded by 2 levels. If he led a team to hunt demons by himself, he might not be able to upgrade by 1 level after 2 or 3 lays. He found that as long as he followed Lu Hang, his level would soar like a rocket. A day later, Huanyu returned to the coastal anchorage. Just after landing and returning to a place with mobile phone signal, Lu Hang's mobile phone kept ringing. When he picked it up, he saw that his phone was almost blown up. There were dozens of missed calls, all from his parents. Lu Hang was about to call one back, but before he could dial, the phone rang again. As soon as the call was connected, his mother's voice came from the phone. "Son, is that you? Did you answer the phone? How are you now? Speak, I'm fine, don't be nervous." Lu Hong quickly comforted his mother. This time, there was only satellite signal on the high seas, and he could only use the satellite phone on the yacht to make calls, so it was not very convenient. On the way back, thinking that he would soon be home, he went into the cabin and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, his parents were so anxious while he was sleeping. Lee Shoyun heard his son's voice, exhaled heavily, and said, "You scared us to death.
Where are you now? Are you not injured?"
"Just got off the boat, I'm fine, I'll take a taxi back later."
Lu Hong replied. "What happened to you at sea?" "What happened?" Lee Shoyun hurriedly asked. "Nothing." Lu Hong pretended to know nothing. "There is a video on the internet that has gone viral.
I heard it was sent back from the foreign website, which is a lousy website name.
You appeared in the video. Many people said that you were fighting with a warship. What happened?"
Lee Shoyun's tone was very urgent. After listening to it, Lu Hong was stunned. He didn't know how to explain it.
There is definitely no mobile phone signal on the high seas, but there is satellite signal. Advanced large ships will have satellite communication equipment and can use the internet.
In fact, when chasing the Java ship, it was already known that the surveillance equipment of the ship had been shooting the picture in real time and transmitting it out. Therefore, the news of this conflict with the Java gunboat must not be concealed.
However, Lu Hong didn't expect the video to be uploaded to the internet. While talking on the phone, Sumuyu took the mobile phone, searched for the video, clicked it and handed it to Lu Hong.
The video was not very clear, and you could see a figure flashing in the sky, and then a sword light fell down.
Then, the camera of the video began to shake violently, and it could be vaguely seen that the camera tilted and the side of the boat was broken. Because the distance was relatively far, the figure was not clear, and if you were not familiar with him, you might not be able to recognize him. However, as parents, you can recognize your children by looking at their backs. The clarity of this video is enough for them to recognize Lu Hong. Lu Hong still laughed and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? Did you recognize the wrong person? What do you mean by mistaken identity? You have been like this since childhood. You laugh when you lie. Go home quickly." Lee Shoyun kept talking on the phone.
Lu Hong agreed repeatedly, and then found an excuse to hang up the phone.
"I have to go home quickly. I don't know how the video at sea was uploaded to the internet. What should we do now? Will there be trouble?"
Sumuyu frowned, looking a little nervous.
"Don't worry, the other party fired first. We were just defending ourselves." Lu Hong waved to Lin Ziyu and called him over. "Do you know about the online video?"
Lin Ziyu had received the news and had been on the phone just now.
He nodded and replied, "I know, don't worry, I can handle this matter." Lu Hong was not worried at all. He said a few simple words, and everyone went home. As soon as he got home, Lu Hong was pulled by his mother to check whether he had returned in one piece. After the inspection, Lee Shoyun took out her mobile phone, played the video, and asked, "This person in the sky, this is it, this is you? You can recognize it with this battle-damaged quality?" Lu Hong complained. "Don't try to lie. Counting the time in your mother's womb, I have raised you for almost 20 years. How can you not recognize it? Tell me quickly, what happened? How did you clash with foreign ships? Why is the situation so serious? Will someone come to arrest you?"
Lee Shoyun has thought about various possibilities and thought of various coping methods I have discussed with your father. If someone comes to arrest you, you can run to the countryside and hide for a while. Lu Hong was a little speechless and spread his hands and said, "Mom, don't be so nervous. The other side started first, we are in self-defense, and no one will come to arrest us."
In addition, during the chase, the Huanyu also raised the national flag.
Seeing the flag of the Xia country, the other side still dared to chase and shoot. In this case, even if the other side's ship was sunk, no one could say anything.
As the Abyss invasion enters its 4th month, the combat power of top psychics has become stronger and stronger. The demons that appear all over the world need powerful psychics to fight against. This makes the status of psychics rapidly improve. This is different from mutants.
The mutant world does not have the crisis of the Abyss invasion, which has caused class conflicts between mutants and ordinary people. A month or two ago, there were indeed conflicts between psychics and ordinary people all over the world, and religious countries wanted to burn psychics to death. However, as more and more abyss monsters appear all over the world, ordinary people are threatened by demons, but psychics can fight against demons. As a result, ordinary people need psychics to protect them, which invisibly puts psychics and ordinary people in the same camp. Social contradictions are very strange.
When there are external enemies, internal contradictions will disappear quickly. There will even be countries that focus on launching wars or proxy wars in order to divert internal contradictions. Now, the Abyss invasion is an external contradiction, and it is a fierce external contradiction, without any room for reconciliation. Therefore, the contradiction between psychics and ordinary people quickly disappeared. After the status of the superpowers is improved, the powerful superpowers can receive preferential treatment from countries around the world. Therefore, starting from the 4th month of the Abyss, the top superpowers will gradually show their strength and gain more voice. Lu Hong also knew this, so even if he knew that he would be photographed by the surveillance equipment, he dared to take action. However, Lu Hong did not expect that the Java authorities would directly put the video on foreign websites and wanted to use public opinion to condemn it. On the way back, Lu Hong had already read the public opinion on the internet with his mobile phone. Now the whole network is discussing this topic, and a stock shipbreaker has been derived. The whole network is asking a question: who is this shipbreaker? Is he human? He looks like a human. Is he a demon that looks like a human? It's the shipbreaker. He destroyed the warship with one sword. Are the psychics so strong now? This is too powerful. Does anyone know who this shipbreaker is? I'll pay a lot for the information. This person looks like one of my classmates. Is shipbreaker a job? Can anyone tell me if there is such a job? Starting from this topic, many netizens began to DIY psychic jobs online. Second job: shipbreaker, job ability, plus 50% attack on ships. It's obviously fake. How can it only increase 50% attack? A sword can cut a warship in half, so it must increase 500% at least. It's still conservative, I think 5,000%, there is hope. Is it possible that this skill is not specialized in attacking ships? Does anyone know what ship was cut off? This question is simple. It's a maritime patrol gunboat in the Java Islands, 45 meters long and 8 meters wide. The ship is equipped with a 30mm ship-borne anti-aircraft gun. If it is used to attack ships, it will also make a big hole with one shot. As public opinion fermented, unknown forces began to appear on the internet to guide public opinion. This psychic definitely has an antisocial personality. He openly attacked a ship of another country on the high seas and should be sent to a military court for trial. Yes, I just saw someone recognize that this is a psychic from a certain Eastern power. The official inaction of the Eastern power actually allowed such a dangerous psychic to be active abroad. The people of a certain Oriental country are blessed. There is such a dangerous superpower around them. What is the difference between them and the devil? I have reason to suspect that this Xia country's superpower is a traitor. Those who know about traitors know everything. Public opinion began to show signs of human manipulation. Lin Ziyu originally wanted to rest for 2 days when he returned home, but he didn't expect that someone would make trouble. He asked someone to send out the video of the Java ship chasing the Huanyu. The video clearly recorded that the Java gunboat fired first, and the video also added a close-up of the bullet holes in the hull. As soon as this video came out, it began to spread wildly on major online platforms. Public opinion began to form two camps. One camp began to denounce the Java ship for chasing the Xia country yacht on the high seas. The other camp, which is good at remote breeding, continued to distort the facts in an attempt to guide public opinion. The two public opinion camps quarreled online, and the war became more and more intense. Blue Ocean International number 28. In the morning, Lu Hong received a call from Lin Ziyu, saying that someone from the official invited him to meet. In the high seas, when there is friction with ships of other countries, even if the other party opens fire first, the official must ask what happened clearly. So, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Hong came with Su Muyu. When he entered Lin Ziyu's house, there were already several people sitting in the living room. Seeing Lu Hong coming in, these people immediately stood up. Lin Ziyu hurriedly introduced, Lu Hong, this is Lu Changhong, the district head of Ningyan district, and this is Miao Ziren, the leader of Tieshue Binhai branch. Lu Changhong looks more gentle, wearing a pair of glasses. After looking at Lu Hong, he immediately stepped forward to shake hands. Thank you, Comrade Lu, for coming here in your busy schedule. Since Lu Hong's household registration is in Binhai Ningyun district, he is considered a resident under his jurisdiction. Ningyan district has such a strong superpower, and he, the district head of Ningyan district, is also proud. As for Miao Ziren, he is the leader of the Tieshue Binhai branch, and all the superpowers in Binhai fall under his management. Lu Hong shook hands with the two of them, and looked past them to the other two behind. Lin Ziyu continued, there's no need to introduce these two, I know them all. The two behind were indeed acquaintances, TSU's senior inspector Chen Linian and his apprentice. Lu Hong was originally worried that the official's attitude would be subtle, but now that he saw the district leader coming in person and shaking hands enthusiastically as soon as he came up, his attitude was already very clear. A little thought will make you understand what's going on. If it was 3 months ago, the official's attitude might not be this way. It's now the end of the 4th month of the abyss, and it will be the 5th month in a few days. For ordinary people, they only know that terrible monsters have appeared on the blue star, and they don't know what it means. The official has obtained more intelligence, and the information obtained from the returnees of the Abyss battlefield can be combined to learn some of the origins of the Abyss. Therefore, the official is very clear that the situation will become more and more serious in the future. The combat power of the superpowers can already cause great damage to warships. In this case, the superpowers are humanoid weapons of the new era and need to be vigorously cultivated. Since the first leader, Xiaogua has been well aware of the importance of the will of the people. Therefore, the attitude of the upper level will directly determine the attitude of the grassroots. The strength shown by Lu Hang at this point in time is not unparalleled in the world, but at least it is rare. As for the friction with other countries' ships on the high seas, it was the other side that fired first. Not sinking the other side has already reflected the benevolent attitude of the ancient civilized country. Please sit down. After sitting down, the work of Lu Changhong, the district head of Ningyan district, and Miao Ziren, the leader of Tieshua Binhai branch, was over. They just came to meet and express the official attitude. The next work will be the responsibility of Chen Linian and his apprentice. Did the higher.ups send you to deal with this matter? Lu Hong looked at the two and asked curiously. I mainly want to ask about the course of events and then write a report and hand it in. Chen Linian nodded slightly. There's nothing to ask, the video is very clear. Lu Hong said. I've watched the video, and I really can't see any problems. However, the incident still needs to be written into a written report. Chen Linian signaled his apprentice to record it, and at the same time turned on the recorder to record the interrogation process. Lu Hang asked curiously, how does the official define this matter now? Because they had investigated the case of the evil god's finger, Chen Linian didn't mind revealing some information without violating discipline. You don't have to worry, the high seas are originally a public area. Since the other side fired first, there is no problem with self-defense counterattack. If it's out of my personal feelings, I can only say, well done. Java has done too many bad things in the past, and he should be severely punished. Gao Zhiting held back for a long time before raising his hand and asking a question. Why was your move so powerful? Lu Hang asked curiously, does this question also need to be recorded in the report? No, I'm just curious. Gao Zhiting waved his hands quickly. Chen Linian stared at his apprentice seriously, signaling him to take notes carefully and not to interrupt. Then, he took out a notebook and began to ask questions. Why did you appear on the high seas? Lin Ziyu took the initiative to answer this question. Of course it's a bounty. Yu Tieshua issued a bounty for the skeleton bird, and we went to search for the skeleton bird. Is this reason sufficient? Chen Linian nodded, and then asked, after the incident, our reconnaissance team went to that sea area to explore and did find the body of the skeleton bird. Did you kill it? Lin Ziyu continued to answer, yes, we killed it. I haven't received the bounty yet. Please help us fill out the bounty form later. Chen Linian asked again, according to the traces left at the scene, a ship sank in that sea area. Lin Ziyu spread his hands and said, we have seen the armed speedboats of the wolf pack. Chen Linian raised his eyebrows and asked, did you have a conflict? Lin Ziyu didn't mind telling the truth at all, I just said a few words. I've been drifting on the sea for too long and my temper is not very good. It's not against the law to say something harsh, right? Just a few words? Chen Linian stared into Lin Ziyu's eyes, trying to see if he was lying. He found that Lin Ziyu's inner thoughts were easier to see through than Lu Hong and Su Muyu. So, he was happy to see Lin Ziyu answering, because he could tell whether he was lying or not just by listening to his tone. Lin Ziyu waved his hand and said, the coward black wolf only dared to quarrel with me. If he dared to fight, I would have beaten him long ago. Chen Linian knew that this sentence was full of bragging, but he did not lie. He then asked, how did the wolf pack ship sink? Lin Ziyu answered as a matter of course, it was sunk by the blood sword demon. You haven't seen it. That blood-red demon is too strong and too scary. If it weren't for Lu Hong, we would definitely not be able to come back. Blood sword demon, Chen Linian turned his head to look at his apprentice and said, this section is the key record.
The reconnaissance team that went to explore that sea area only saw the corpse of the skeleton bird, and did not find the corpses of other demons. After all, the blood sword demon is about the same size as humans. It sank to the bottom of the sea and was pushed by the ocean current. No one knew where it drifted to. It was normal that it could not be found. Therefore, the official did not obtain any information about the blood sword demon. This information was also told by Lu Hong when they were returning, otherwise Lin Ziyu would not have known that the thing was called blood sword demon.
Can you tell me more about the blood sword demon?
If the information is detailed, it will be of great help to the country. Chen Linian showed a serious expression, hoping to get more information about the types of abyss demons.
Another important task of Iron Blood is to collect information about the abyss.
Therefore, as long as there are superpowers returning from the abyss battlefield, Iron Blood will send people to collect information.
Lin Ziyu doesn't know much about the blood sword demon.
So, Lu Hong took over the topic and said, to be precise, this is a demon race called the Blood Clan, with a sheep's head and a human body, and the blood is toxins. After briefly introducing the information of the blood demon, Chen Linian nodded while listening, occasionally asking one or two key information. Lu Hong said all the information he could say. As for where the information came from, there are many excuses. Quenching Castle, Bancel Tribe, any abyss battlefield can be a place to get information. Therefore, Chen Linian did not delve into where Lu Hong got the information from, and only focused on the information itself. After asking about the incident, Chen Linian stood up and said goodbye, and finally added, if you encounter similar things in the future, you can contact us. We will work hard to protect the interests of our country's superpowers. After leaving Blue Ocean International, Lin Ziyu sent Lu Hong and the others back, and said while driving, by the way, I have something to tell you. Someone anonymously reported that we sank a ship of our country on the high seas.
Do you know who reported it? I asked someone to check it out.
It was reported by Chuanshan Group.
Chuanshan Group is the boss behind the Wolfpack superpower team.
The Black Wolf's armed speedboat is worth a lot of money, and the investor is Chuanshan Group.
No wonder Tieshua asked about our armed speedboat.
Lu Hong felt strange before, but now he understands what's going on. They made anonymous reports, and I directly reported Chuanshan Group for spreading false statements.
Wait and see.
Lin Ziyu directly confronted Chuanshan Group.
At noon the next day,
Tieshua issued a notice to define the ship destroyer incident on the high seas.
It is reasonable and legal to define this incident as a self-defense counterattack by the country's supernatural powers on the high seas. As for the anonymous report incident, the notice mentioned that no traces of fighting between the Huanyu and the Black Wolf ships were found. In addition, the notice named several media outlets for spreading false statements and punished them.
As soon as the announcement came out, the official attitude was clear, and IP's remote breeding species in China instantly silenced and dared not spread rumors again. The anonymous report of Chuanshan Group did not work, and the bribed media was also punished by name. The holding consortium behind it was very unhappy, but it had no way to deal with Lu Hong and Lin Ziyu. This time, the hunting bounty target at sea successfully killed the skeleton bird. After Tieshua verified it, it issued a 6 million bounty. The 6 million bounty is quite a lot. However, compared with the hidden danger of removing the skeleton bird, this bounty seems to be worth it. If the authorities did not issue a bounty, but sent ships to clear the skeleton birds, not to mention whether there were enough people, even if there were enough people, they would have to send more than a dozen or even dozens of ships to search for several months before they could find the skeleton birds.
This expense alone was far more than 6 million.
After receiving the bounty, Lin Ziyu and Lu Hong discussed and decided to divide it equally among the 12 people who went out to sea together on the Huanyu. Lin Ziyu also added a little extra, giving each person a bonus of 600,000.